Behold, at the tender age of 17, Geng Lan found himself engulfed in despair, resolutely deciding to sacrifice himself for the happiness of his family, only to be transported to the land of Teyvat. Upon his arrival, he encountered a monstrous crab beast that ravaged villages and devoured the innocent. Awakened to the power of the eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, and Susanoo, he vanquished the creature. Faced with the impending war of the gods, will he cling to Morix for support, or wield the might of the Uchiha to pierce through the fabric of reality? Why am I so powerless? The gaunt youth leaned against the wall, his voice a desperate roar. I can do nothing. This youth, named Geng Lan, had recently endured his father's grave illness, his mother's disability, academic negligence, his brother's departure, and the collapse of both love and career, driving him to the brink of madness. Unable to heal his father or provide his family with joy, he was left with nothing but anguish and despair. Do you wish to die? A light voice emerged from behind the door. Yes, but I have a family to support. Geng Lan broke down in tears. What if your death could change everything? The words from the other side stirred something within him despite his fear of death. The groans of his father, the suffering of his mother, the anger of his brother, the indifference of his girlfriend, and the cruelty of his employer all urged him to surrender. I would gladly die, so that my family could live a better life. He was unafraid, armed with a 2-meter ancestral machete for self-defense. After his declaration, silence enveloped the room, leaving Geng Lan perplexed, until a resounding roar and a blinding light engulfed him. News reports announced a truck had lost control and crashed into a building in Mangekyo village, resulting in casualties. Villagers murmured, the eldest son of the old Geng family is gone, compensating over 2 million. His father's illness is cured. I have no desire to trade my son for money. In the humble tribal settlement of Teyvat, Geng Lan awoke with a pained cry. Drenched in cold sweat, felt as though he had been ground to pieces in a meat grinder. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he lay in the mud, encircled by thatched tents. As he attempted to rise and enter a tent, another tremor akin to an explosion shook the ground, leaving Geng Lan dazed. I've inadvertently sacrificed my family. When he regained consciousness, he beheld a colossal crab glaring at him, confronting a man clad in coarse cloth. Insignificant human, do you know who I am? The man trembled and shook his head. Behold, I am the sovereign of the seas, the demon god of the clan pincers, Wushu Tora, the giant crab boasted, and seeing the man's disbelief, it disdainfully opened its pincers. Watch closely, insect. This is a one-time display. With pincers aimed at the village, it proclaimed, Crab God's Destruction Ball. A bluered orb was hurled towards the village, exploding upon impact. The crab erupted in laughter, leaving Geng Lan and the villagers in stunned disbelief. The man, witnessing the devastation of his homeland, recalled his wife, children, and friends, his eyes filled with rage as he hurled his spear, yet it merely bounced off the crab's shell, inciting even greater mirth from the creature. How adorable! The weak are so amusing. Undeterred, the man charged and pounded the crab shell. Oh! The crab took notice, and with a gentle strike, it exclaimed, ha! Flattened in an instant. Foolish insect! It devoured the man's lifeless body and ambled towards the wreckage of the village. This crab was no true god, merely a beast evolved through exposure to unique substances, its strength akin to that of God, yet lacking the attributes of a divine being, considering itself a deity, yet behaving like a mere clown. The crab meticulously inspected each ruined dwelling, much like one painstakingly extracting meat from a shell while feasting on crabs. Oh, there's one that slipped through. The crab grinned menacingly as it pried open the dilapidated shack, revealing a dirt-streaked little girl trembling over the lifeless body of a woman. Is that your mother? The girl looked up, her large eyes filled with terror. Give her to me, I can revive her. Really? As long as Mom wakes up, Lily will do anything. The girl stepped aside eagerly. The crab carefully lifted the corpse above the girl's head, exclaiming, watch closely. The girl gazed at her mother with hope slap. She's dead. Ha ha. With a sudden force, the crab crushed the body, blood and organs splattering onto the girl. Her pupils constricted to pinpricks. What amusing expression. Tiny insects are merely toys to play with. The crab seized the dazed girl, asking, how about I take you to kill everyone you know? At that moment, the crab sensed something amiss. A plume of purple mist began to rise. It dashed away with the girl, its 18 legs propelling it forward. Meanwhile, Geng Lan struggled to rise but fell back down, exclaiming, my head hurts. Ugh. His mind felt like it was being whipped, suddenly inundated with a torrent of information. Transmigration, Genshin, Sharingan, Indra, Otsutsuki. Who am I? He gazed blankly at his hands as his emerald eyes transformed into blood-red orbs, the black tomo merging into a serrated six-pointed star. A purple chakra mist manifested, solidifying into a colossal purple energy skeleton, its ribcage casting a shadow over half the village. The crab returned in shock. This elemental power, is this the birth of a demon god? It was instantly filled with ecstasy the newly born demon god would grant experience. Ha ha! Geng Lan within the skeleton burst into maniacal laughter, reminiscent of a powerful Uchiha. I understand now. I'm Geng Lan. I have always been an ordinary person. He turned his gaze towards the eager crab, as the purple skeleton instantly formed a massive arm, crashing down with overwhelming force. The crab was bewildered. This ribcage had been slow just moments ago. How did it suddenly accelerate? This isn't fair. It tried to block only to meet its demise. The giant hand smashed the crab and the girl into oblivion, mirroring the previous actions of the crab. Unsatisfied, Geng Lan continued to evolve his Susanoo, flesh, armor, and yada no Kagami mode, his size skyrocketing to 300 meters. Even the Uchiha would be stunned by this scale. Hiss, my eyes hurt a bit. He quickly dispelled the Susanoo protecting his eyes was paramount. Am I in the midst of the Genshin Demon God War? He murmured, I wonder what level I am at now. Geng Lan's crimson pupils instantaneously transformed into a brilliant emerald, dazzling like a gemstone. That seafood claims to be a demon god? Pathetic, merely a name to fish for fame. He surveyed the debris strewn about, contemplating. It seems there's no one left here. After sensing his surroundings, Geng Lan turned to leave only, leaving behind the flames that extinguished civilizations, consuming all in their wake. During his sensory exploration, he had distinctly perceived a powerful energy source not far off, far surpassing that of the crab. He attached chakra to his feet and swiftly ran towards it. As he ran, Geng Lan processed his newfound abilities. These eyes are the mind's reflection eye from Naruto. Initially, they were a kaleidoscope, but in a daze, they fused into an eternal kaleidoscope, resulting in a qualitative leap in ocular power. Had never experienced the period of blindness and had no comprehension of how precious this was. The kaleidoscope eye technique is determined by one's obsessions, yet his eyes are undeniably extraordinary. Within them lies a colossal sphere of ocular power, uniformly distributing 4 smaller spheres of similar energy, directly manifesting 5 formidable skills. Supreme Physical Attack Amaterasu, Extended Transformation Jigen, Ultimate Mental Assault Tsukuyomi, Remarkable Spatial Ability Kamui, and his own crafted time-stopping ability Eternal Stasis. With a pair of eyes wielding 5 skills, it is a force of nature that defies all odds. Not only does he possess a plethora of ocular techniques, but his Susanoo is equally astonishing. Its Yatagarasu form towers an imposing height of 300 meters, and the complete form could very well reach a staggering kilometer. His physical prowess is unmatched, with chakra reserves so vast that he can hardly fathom their depletion. He estimates that he is currently near the area of Yuhua Island, where reality far exceeds the confines of the game. After running for quite some time, he realizes he is still a good distance from Jun, yet the formidable aura he senses has grown considerably closer. After a bit more running, he spots a colossal gray figure in the distance resembling a towering crocodile, adorned with a large crescent moon on its chest and back. The giant crocodile is engrossed in manipulating a massive rock, its claws caressing it tenderly, as though it were a cherished kin. Entirely oblivious to the presence of another nearby, Geng Lan has maintained his aura, rendering him unnoticed. My dear brother, I have established my place in this realm. Hasten your emergence. When the time comes, we shall stand together, and none shall withstand a single blow. The giant crocodile muses, its face lighting up with a benevolent smile as it gazes upon the massive stone. Are you one of the twin demigods? A faint voice emanates from below. The crocodile, perplexed, lowers its head and scratches its head in confusion. A human? My demigod aura is radiating. Any human should be terrified from 100 meters away. How did you manage to approach? It crouches down, its 100-meter length halved, resembling a towering Ultraman as it observes Geng Lan with the same curiosity one might afford a beetle. I am devoid of fear, Geng Lan declares, as his crimson Sharingan materializes instantaneously, an ominous and ferocious aura enveloping the air, shifting from benign to the haughty presence of the Uchiha clan. As his blood-red gaze locks onto the giant crocodile, the creature cannot help but tremble. This suffocating sensation, akin to being ensnared by a constricting serpent. Ah, so you are another demigod. Why did you not disclose this sooner? I am the demigod of granite, Daiwujo. The giant crocodile extends a friendly hand, still wearing a cheerful expression. Genglan is taken aback. According to his understanding of demigods, should they not mirror the pride of the Uchiha? Why, despite his provocation, does it not retaliate with the ferocity of a stone-carrying battle? You are puzzled by my friendliness, are you not? I am what you humans refer to as a drifter. It turns out that this demigod born from granite has witnessed the rise and fall of powers over time. Even demigods are not exempt from the ravages of time, leading them to adopt a laid-back attitude, living day by day, without concern essentially having been worn down over a millennium. After conversing with Iwijuo for a while, Genglan inquires about the current state of the world, specifically regarding Liyue. The myriad of demons and gods have all emerged. Demigods born from various circumstances gather here, idly practicing or slumbering, and when provoked, engage in frenzied battles, leaving this bountiful land in devastation. The wars beneath the demigods have inflicted unimaginable suffering upon the populace. To the east, Moryx boasts the most formidable strength, alongside the demigods of dreams, whirlpools, heavenly feathers, and sandstorms. Genglan listens, a mix of familiarity and strangeness washing over him having previously played Genshin Impact. He had bypassed the narrative to claim primordial stones, recognizing only Moryx and Ojal, knowing that the Geo-Archon established Liyue, yet remaining unaware of any other details, save for the deceased characters like Guizhong and Yiksha. Now he stands at crossroads. One path is to securely cling to Moryx, navigating through the divine war, and the subsequent tales the other is to establish his own dominion, amassing strength to ultimately confront Moryx in a decisive battle to end the war. Yet, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, inherently proud to the core, to pierce through this world, to let all witness the divine prowess of the Uchiha. The crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in an instant, an otherworldly red light flashing forth. As Genglan erupted into wild laughter once his eyes opened, the quintessential madness of the Uchiha was fully unleashed. Gyodwa observed Janglin's exuberance below, scratching his head in utter perplexity. Calming himself, Genglan bid farewell to Gyodwa, who politely acknowledged him. Once he departed, Gyodwa settled down to meditate, absorbing elemental energy. He felt a slight chill at the base of his legs, yet remained oblivious to the small black windmill insignia. Beneath Janglin's feet, pale blue chakra shimmered, his scientific running form enabling an extraordinary speed, while his stamina was nothing short of astonishing. The physical strength is terrifying. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze locked on the distant sky. He remembered when playing Genshin Impact, the siblings were stopped by a being like Kiana, resulting in one of them going missing. As he thought, a bold idea emerged. Watch closely. The Sharingan instantly activated. An elemental power erupted around him. 3 black tomo converged into a 6-pointed star, accompanied by the exhilarating sound of opening his eyes. Purple mist coalesced into a massive Susanoo skeleton in the blink of an eye. The skull sprouted demonic horns, with sharp red eyes. The first form was directly completed. Next came the high energy. Veins formed from nothing, wrapping around the skeleton, flesh and blood crazily extending into explosive muscles. A huge cloak transformed into battle attire. A helmet covered his face. A giant bow was drawn on his left hand, and a sharp arrow was held in his right hand. The second form of the Susanoo was completed. The pressure was overwhelming, causing all living beings who witnessed it to be terrified. But it wasn't over yet. The chakra outerwear of the Susanoo ignited fiercely, spiral armor layered on. The Yatagarasu helmet closed, exuding an explosive majesty. The third form, the half-bodied Yatagarasu heavy armor Susanoo, was completed. Immediately after, the giant hands clasped together like devout worshippers. Red blood eyes flashing with destructive purple fire that engulfed the Susanoo. As the flames dissipated, the 1,000-meter-high, complete Susanoo stood tall. The heavy armor instilled despair. A massive sword sheathed at his waist, wings that could cover the sky folded behind him, and the tails of the wings were 2 hands, each holding chakra greatswords. The blood eyes beneath the Yatagarasu mask clearly indicated a desire to destroy everything. The colossal Susanoo seemed to touch the clouds. Even beings far away could faintly see this despairing figure. Moryx, who was on a campaign against the southern tyrant, immediately noticed the enormous figure of Genglan. He stared solemnly at the absurd giant body, furrowing his brows. "Your Majesty, what is that?" Qinghe asked, trembling, almost paralyzed just by the divine might. "The celestial deer, celestial bird, and all the immortals looked in shock at the Emperor. This dark aura, is it that guy? Sigh, I forgot to ask his name. The granite demon scratched his head, dropping a piece of gray-white stone. On top of the Mondstadt tower, the brown-robed man looked at the distant purple beacon. The wind spirit anxiously shook the fainting green-haired boy. On the battlefield of Inazuma, Balzarub had just crushed a demon and sensed the power from across the sea. Look, sister, she said with an awkward smile. I don't know either. The white fox demon looked in that direction. A chill ran down her spine. The young man with black wings stared intently at the Susanoo, his heart racing. The Chi King of Sumeru felt it while on his way, memorizing the silhouette as he continued walking. The great compassion tree king examined the world tree, pondering due to the different forms of energy. Fontaine's Egeria was taken aback for a moment, picking up Fukulos. Munitada was busy being affectionate in the winter, don't cue. Gunlon looked down from the cockpit of the Susanoo, feeling no fear of heights. The Susanoo spread its wings, instantly turning Liyue into night. The night demon was ecstatic. This is my home turf. Apollo, D. The day demon shouted angrily. Eat my sunlight rotation. Lura was confused. That's not right. The Susanoo took off, creating a whirlwind that uprooted trees, flying towards Fontaine. Fontaine had no aerial power, only able to watch helplessly as it was invaded. The island in the sky looked exactly the same as when it first landed. Watch closely. The Susanoo spread its wings and glowed, transforming into a giant bow fully drawn. Black flames coalesced into burning arrows entwined with lightning. Chakra poured in to enlarge the arrows. Accompanied by thunder, they shot towards the sky island. Kiana, it's time to wake up. The black-red square quickly built a wall to block the attack. The offensive and the wall were evenly matched. Lightning crazily pierced through. Seconds later, the arrows exploded. A blinding light and fierce wind rushed in. The Susanoo wrapped itself up. Just as it saw the white, everything spun. When he opened his eyes again, Gunlon found himself in an unfamiliar high altitude. The sky island was gone. The white-haired woman looked at her dim arm, waved, and vanished with the sky island. Gunlon flew around the sky for a while, but still couldn't find a figure from the sky island. Instead, he got lost in the clouds, and the Susanoo had to make a forced landing, only to see an endless ocean. What a trouble. At this moment, Gunlon's six-pointed star, Sharingan, began to rotate, vaguely showing signs of changing shape. The movement abruptly halted. Gunlon looked in a certain direction, and the Susanoo swiftly drew the chakra great sword from his waist. Swinging it fiercely, a massive purple sword aura roared out with a sharp sound. The seawater was directly sliced open. The sword aura flew as far as it went, cleaving a long sea canyon. The underwater scene was crystal clear. In the middle of the canyon, a giant beast resembling a lionfish was cut in half, blue liquid covering the ground, its body still writhing, like waking up confused after a wild night, its mind confirming whether it was dead or not. Gunlon observed the corpse, his Sharingan's dynamic vision fully engaged, even seeing the writhing cells on the corpse clearly. Just now, when switching to the Sharingan, his perception warned that this giant fish was gathering energy for a sneak attack. Not giving it a chance, Gunlon struck it down. After being beaten on the Sky Island, he now realized how explosive the Susanoo was. Just the sword draw had this destructive power. Other abilities were even more absurd. As he marveled, a group of similar monsters emerged around him. In his perception, massive elemental powers surrounded him. Did they send the small ones to come at him? Gunlon chuckled, sheathing his sword, a black orb appearing in his hand. The Susanoo raised the orb high, and the black sphere ignited into flames, shooting black feathered arrows in all directions. Susanoo Kagutsuchi. These fire arrows could boil the seawater upon entering it. Even the dumbest monsters knew to dodge, but just as they turned, their bodies were torn apart in pain, instantly burned to nothing, leaving only boiling seawater. Whales rose and fell. Gunlon covered his eyes, reveling in this exhilarating feeling. Looking down at the remaining monsters glaring at him, Gunlon laughed. You foolish creatures don't know your limits. The Susanoo held a lightning spear, crackling with noise. I am merciful. Let me free you. The spear pointed to the sky, and dark clouds quickly gathered. Susanoo, Tenshinrai. Roar. A deafening sound surged, accompanied by piercing sound waves. Gunlon covered his ears, the pain morphing his face, the lightning cut off, and the dark clouds dispersed. Just like Sasuke felt after eating Senendo's white activation, it was unbearable. The Susanoo shrank to half its size, nearly plummeting into the sea, relying on chakra to stand on the water. This sneaky old man. The sound waves could penetrate the Susanoo's defenses. Though Gunlon's body was strong, he couldn't withstand it. Nearly fainting, he put away his playful heart and seriously searched for the instigator. Suddenly, a gigantic white shark leaped out of the water, its blood-filled mouth biting towards Gunlon. At this moment, Gunlon, weakened by the sound wave attack, found the Susanoo's strength far less than before. The half-bodied Susanoo that was previously in good condition was around 70 to 80 meters, and now it was less than 50 meters. The monsters, seeing the once absurd giant shrink to a size smaller than themselves, gathered their courage to attack, and this shark monster was one of them. This was a leap tiger shark. Its race talent is top-notch. After launching an attack, it would retreat, and when attacking again, its speed and power would surge. In simple terms, it would touch you and slip away, coming back stronger. Just moments ago, during the siege, it shot a water cannon at Gunlon and immediately scurried away upon seeing the flames. But now it had just triggered the leap condition. The white shark was enveloped in silver elemental power, as if wearing a layer of giant shark hardshell, standing at 100 meters above the sea surface. The sense of oppression hit its peak, diving straight towards Gunlon. His eyes sharpened instantly, and the six-pointed star Sharingan transformed into a black windmill shape. Divine might. In the blink of an eye, the power of space wrapped around the white shark. Divine might, like a meat grinder, instantly shredded most of its body. The remaining corpse plummeted into the sea. In the moment of the shattered shark, Gunlon seemed to hear a signal. The monsters buzzed and went insane, charging in like a tide of corpses, various seafood pouring down, the momentum terrifying. If it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago, but he was Uchiha Gunlon. If he wanted to escape, he could rely on the divine might mark of Duwu to retreat anytime. Kagetsuchi's black flames condensed into a long sword. The Susanoo gripped it and swung in an arc. Black flames sliced through monsters like cutting vegetables, the splattered black fire exploding with splash damage, directly ravaging the scene. The monsters, undeterred by death, piled up. The Susanoo swung the sword effortlessly, while also keeping an eye out for the Soundwave old man. If this thing released another sound wave to shatter the Susanoo, he would really be done for. Watch closely. Found it. A new arm grew from the back of the Susanoo. 3 purple tomo floating on the arm. The 8-footed Kuni tomo shot out. A massive explosion lifting a circle of monsters. Unable to hold back any longer, a roar accompanied by sound waves surged in. Gunlon activated the chakra shield, and Susanoo enveloped itself in black flames. Even if it couldn't hold on, the black flames could turn into a bonfire to protect him. The source of the voice was a tall merman, with long blue-white hair and curls, a face similar to a human, cheeks red as dates, and a long beard resembling ancient vines. Dressed in golden armor and wielding a blue trident, he was missing half of his body, purple blood flowing like a small waterfall. Still healing rapidly, he glared at Gunlon, his muscles reddening and veins bulging like an enraged dragon. "I am the sea demon god Fugler. State your name." Gunlon muttered about the original fetal sea, then laughed. "Uchiha Gunlon, the demon god of the 6 paths." Fugler was taken aback. The demon god of the 6 paths? Never mind that. Gunlon had killed too many of his subordinates, making him heartbroken at the wreckage on the sea. In fact, he had been observing Gunlon, seeing his appearance. He felt danger, first probing the way and then testing the waters, and saw Susanoo shrink, laughing disdainfully. "The advantage is mine." He raised the trident and unleashed a destructive sea demon sound. "Citizens, charge." The horde of demons went mad again, launching suicidal attacks like crazed beasts. Gunlon blinked his slightly sore eyes, allowing the attacks to land on Susanoo. A manatee demon broke through Susanoo's defenses, using its huge horns to stab fiercely at Susanoo. Crack! The cracking sound was like heavenly music to the demons. Susanoo's shell shattered. Even fiercer attacks came crashing in, the small crack directly splitting in half. They didn't care how much it hurt from the flames, recklessly charging forward. Finally, Susanoo exploded a large hole, and a sea snake demon swiftly burrowed in, biting towards Gunlan. Gunlan's pupils constricted. The sea snake bit tightly, its small snake eyes staring at Gunlan. Why aren't you howling? Why can't you bite? More demons also rushed in. Seeing this, they all pounced. Fugler watched the shared vision, laughing with confidence. No defense left. This demon god of the six paths is doomed. Gunlan lowered his head, letting the sea snake bite him, suddenly raising his head fiercely. The terrifying eternal kaleidoscope stared directly at the sea snake. A heavy blow to the soul came instantly. Gunlan's body turned black. The sea snake wanted to let go but couldn't move, and all the surrounding demons froze. Boom! Gunlan's body exploded, black flames wrapping around all the demons like they were alive. Art is an explosion. Illusion technique. Explosive earth element. Just as Fugler was about to deliver a finishing blow, a high-temperature thermal wave surged in. He quickly activated his shield to avoid being burned. And when he looked up, 100-meter black flame storm exploded from the purple skeleton. Earth element. Whirlpool. The black flames transformed into an enraged dragon and soared into the sky, becoming a giant tornado that swept across the sea, growing larger and larger. Fugler's face turned redder. Grabbing the trident, "Tides, obey my command." A tsunami like a mountain surged towards the black flames. Who would have thought that water wound tea extinguished the fire? And the black flames burned even fiercer. Steam billowed into the sky, and Fugler was drenched in cold sweat. This is unreasonable. Hey, Sea King. A playful voice came from behind. Fugler was startled. His body went numb. A lightning spear pierced directly through his chest. Chidori sharp spear. He turned around and was dumbfounded. The lightning spear actually reached 100 meters away. Gunlan was playfully smiling at the spear's tail, and before Fugler could react, the lightning spear flicked, directly severing his right arm and right chest. Fugler spat blood and shouted for his subordinates, only to find that out of tens of thousands of sea spirits, only a few dozen remained. This demon god is too explosive. Gunlan didn't kill him. Just pure teasing. But the next second, he was shocked. Fugler grabbed a demon, crushed it into blue elemental energy, and absorbed it into his body. And his broken body actually began to heal rapidly. Gunlan clasped his hands together and spat fire towards the sky. The fire transformed into dragon heads, one after another flying into the sky. Fugler panicked, using water arrows to disperse the 3 dragon heads, floating into the sky, tearing open his shirt to reveal strong muscles while swinging his trident. In an instant, the heavens changed color. The blue sky turned into dark clouds. Gunlan was stunned. Huh? Looking at Gunlan's shocked expression, Fugler laughed proudly. Did you see that? This is my authority. Anything on the sea is under my control. Gunlan looked at the mysteriously confident Sea King and couldn't help but laugh. This guy looks like a clown, just like that mighty king. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh? Why are you laughing so loudly? Fugler was both angry and confused. Showing such explosive authority and still laughing? The divine status was greatly insulted. Gunlan stopped laughing but still had a smile on his face, suddenly leaping high. Fugler raised his trident, ready for battle. But unexpectedly Gunlan appeared right in front of him. The trident thrust forward. Gunlan casually kicked it away, stepped on the trident, and leapt up, turning around to deliver a solid kick to the face. Fugler's face hurt to the point of numbness, urgently summoning water streams to surround him. Gunlan's left hand reached out, blue-white lightning erupted, and thousands of birds screeched. Chidori. Fugler's eyes widened. The water stream had just formed a ball, and Gunlan held Chidori to pierce through his head, bursting through the water ball as well. The world fell into silence, listening to the screeches of Chidori. Before he hit the ground, Gunlan turned around, the 6-pointed star locking onto Fugler's body. Heaven. Suddenly, a giant wave crashed down like lightning, interrupting Amaterasu and sending Gunlan flying. He landed on the surface of the sea, feeling dizzy, being stunned. Didn't T hurt the brain? The force was just right. Then countless terrifying waves surged in. The oppressive sensation, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, filled the air. Gunlan glanced at the dark clouds, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The decapitated Fugler shrank in size, weakly recovering. He had barely escaped thanks to sacrificing his elemental energy limit. Once undefeated in battle, now terrified by Gunlan's gaze, he could only stare blankly as the monstrous waves approached. Roar! A roar more terrifying than the sea demon sound exploded. Countless bolts of lightning shot up into the sky from Gunlan's location, piercing through the dark clouds. The roar echoed from the clouds. Breaking a hole in the dark clouds, a giant blue-white lightning beast's head emerged, its fierce head swirling with thunder, like a divine beast coming into the world. Fugler's scalp tingled. What is this? The demon god of the six paths can control lightning too? Not waiting for him to think, Gunlan shouted, "You can't escape this technique. Use all your strength to block it." The Qilin in the sky roared in cooperation. I call it Qilin. Dissipate with the thunder. Qilin. The lightning beast dove straight towards Fugler. He gripped the trident with all his might, summoning an endless tsunami. The giant beast collided with the tsunami. Thunder roared. The beast swept away the tsunami with unstoppable force and continued to bite towards Fugler. Lightning wrapped around the seawater, the entire ocean filled with offensive lightning. Gunlan used body flicker technique to find Fugler. This guy was in a dire state. Only his upper body remained black and red, his curly hair hanging down like black algae. "You're really strong." Fugler sincerely praised, his mind flashing back, from being born strong to becoming complacent. Now losing is not unjust. He looked at Gunlan. "Kill me." Gunlan raised his hand, Amaterasu. Black fire burned on his broken body. "If I fall, a new demon god will be born. Can you take care of her for me?" Gunlan looked at the fading Fugler, still speaking, feeling speechless. "I'm giving you a way out. Why are you still jumping down? Who are you?" "The White Emperor Castle's entrusted legacy," Gunlan said, and added another layer of Amaterasu. Fugler blandly exhaled. "So hot?" In the next second, he directly fell. The fall of a demon god always causes chaos, and Fugler was no exception. His death reaction was the sea helping out. The sea sensed that a child was gone and erupted on the spot. A massive tornado connected straight to the heavens, its power so terrifying it seemed ready to overturn the world. Gunlan saw this celestial phenomenon, casually tossed a Amaterasu, dyeing the blue water tornado black and purple, laughing as he turned to leave. With a thought, the six-pointed star, Sharingan, transformed into a triangular pinwheel shape, his hand tracing a circle above his head. Wherever he drew, everything disappeared, and with a wave of his hand, it vanished without a trace. He left so quickly that he didn't notice. A blue light flew over, staring blankly at the place where he disappeared. On the Liyue side, the granite demon Diodulu was in a terrible state. His stone head had cracked in several places, his tail was severed, and he was covered in injuries. Yet he sat beside his stone brother, as if nothing had happened, dazed. A strange feeling came over him. Diodulu scratched his head and looked down. It was Gunlan, whom he had seen before. Using the divine might mark sent over, seeing Diodulu's battle damage, he immediately guessed. There must be a demon god coming to seize territory, and he fought off the opponent to end up like this. He thought he was right and asked Diodulu, only to find it had nothing to do with that. Diodulu's injuries weren't from fighting enemies or challenges, but from playing with his brother. Gunlan looked in shock at that giant stone egg. "Can this thing be played with? Did you throw your brother into the sky for a free fall?" Daiwujuo shook his head and patted the stone egg, wanting to give Gunlan a demonstration of what he hadn't seen. "Brother," he shouted, causing Gunlan to step back. And then he saw Daiwujuo standing passionately in front of the motionless stone egg. "Huh." The next moment, a light brown elemental force chain wrapped around Daiwujuo, and pure elemental power flooded into the giant egg. Then spikes hardened on his back and fell to the ground with a thud. Gunlan was shocked. Is this called playing? The power of family really blows up the scene. Gunlan began to ask questions. Where is Sky Island? What is it? What about Morix, the god who shakes the world? What is the sea god? originally the sea whale god, renamed after a strange encounter overseas due to Moryx. Where's Moryx? In the northwest, the dream god, collecting controlled yakshas. Is your brother male or female? After chatting, Gunglon figure out the situation. Moryx is the strongest in Liyue, and after collecting the yakshas, he will establish the god alliance to build Liyue. The sea god turns out to be a whale monster, a title purely self-proclaimed. Let's not worry about Sky Island for now. I'll look for Kiana when I have the Eye of Rebirth. Goodbye, Daiwujuo. Say hello to your untrained siblings for me. Gunglon waved to leave, suddenly sensing a familiar elemental force. He activated the Sharingan and swept it across. Pure sky blue light suddenly appeared, dodging his Amaterasu and rushing into Daiwujuo's brother's body. Seeing the blue light enter the egg, Gunglon flew up and kicked Daiwujuo, shouting, Daiwujuo, your brother is about to be possessed. Daiwujuo. Daiwujuo rushed toward his brother, and the giant egg exploded with bright light that made it hard to open one's eyes. The light gradually became warm and soft, and when he opened his eyes, the giant egg was gone. Instead, a white dragon was coiled there, the blue-haired, glowing dragon mane. Small pink horns quiet and still. Gunglon was stunned. Is it real? Not stolen? The twins should look like Raiden and Ye. You two are so different. Like Jifutaru and Komi? Looking at the blue mane and white scales, is that Valette? No way. Daiwujuo was also confused. The egg that has been there since birth is family. But he had no idea how to handle the little dragon. While they were pondering, the little dragon opened its eyes, like the ocean, and darted towards them. Daiwujuo just reached out, and the little dragon pounced on Gunglon. Gunglon activated the Sharingan, intending to use Tsukuyumi or Amaterasu when the little dragon's bell rang. Gunglon's hair stood on end, damn. The Sea King is chasing me. The sound wave stunned him, and the little dragon took the opportunity to pounce, obediently wrapping around his neck. Gunglon's expression darkened. Next time, I'll learn the Sage Mode to become liquid to defend against sound waves. No, that's the work of Suigetsu. The little dragon looked at him, and he glared back with his kaleidoscope. Little dragon, close your eyes. Gunglon, there's a gap in information, family. My loyal follower, the little dragon with a silver bell, spoke. Gunglon was stunned. What did you say? I am your master, the sea god Andugia. Ouch, what are you doing? He was interrupted as Gunglon grabbed him. The Crimson Sharingan focused intently. Say it again, what kind of god are you? The pressure made Daiwujuo panic. Andugia curled up. No, it's not what Dad said. Honestly, I don't even know why I wanted to write this book or what I wanted to write, but I just did. I feel like I can't write much every day, and I'm not very diligent. I know this book definitely won't achieve much, but I just want to write. Consider it a fantasy world that belongs solely to me. I believe every boy fantasizes about how they would be when they have nothing to do. I love Naruto and Sasuke, and in my spare time, I learn anime lines and create music to shout the lines. But it's not enough. Rather than tossing and turning in bed like a maggot, I might as well write it down for my own enjoyment. I can't animate, or I would have done a whole series. The work can make you feel something, and I really enjoy the taste of reviewing what I've written, satisfying my own fantasies. This book is expected to have 70 to 80 chapters in the God War arc, provided I have the willpower. This arc writes about the protagonist's journey from establishing a foothold to conquering, starting after the Eye of Rebirth opens, with the 6 paths being the final form. I will shape the truth of Teyvat and the heavens, and the plot will only reach Fontaine. Sky Island is still far away. The protagonist may break the third wall, and then there will be side stories. When the protagonist reaches the peak, he will run back to Teyvat. Let us chat for a bit. After that, the protagonist will happily retire, directly implanting a barrage live broadcast, starting from the perspective of Lumen. All those helped during the God War will enter the gacha pool. Even Kizuru will be arranged, did it nothing much to say, sharing a passage of text to celebrate the new year. Beyond, the new year isn't over yet, right? I turned 19 in 2023, and at the end of the year, I did something very meaningful. Went to see the sea alone, took a lot of photos and videos. This sea has been on my mind for over a decade. After returning, I looked back repeatedly and finally understood the meaning of travel, when life returns to calm. That little trip can warm your heart for a long time. People around me don't understand. What is so fun about going out alone? Actually, I could have stayed in Nanning for New Year's, having just come here in September, with many beautiful sights yet to explore, but I just wanted to go, so I bought a ticket and rushed to Beihai. The crowd was unforgettable, but enjoying peace alone makes one's heart feel like the southern wind passing over the vast sea, unendingly calm. I remember the moonlight on the night road back to the hotel, the warm sun and breeze by the sea while riding a little electric scooter. I remember the softness of barefoot on the beach and the coolness of stepping on the waves. I remember the firecrackers on New Year's Eve, the lights of the seaside district. Facing the sea, I silently thought, this is the sea you dream of. The Beihai where you wrote the North Sea fish and shrimp greedily devour fruits. The previous loneliness and desolation were all washed away in an instant upon seeing the sea. I didn't T-post anything for the new year in 2023, thinking I had no great achievements in 2024. Later, I edited a long video and posted the same caption as last year. You have been removed from the group chat by 2023, and 2024 requests to add you as a friend. The world is unpredictable, but if someone or something gives your heart direction, then go for it without hesitation. Perhaps I will travel alone again in the future. It doesn't matter. Human nature is inherently lonely, and everyone is searching for their inner utopia. The coffee in the cup can't taste the real bitterness, and the sea touched by the evening glow can't predict the gaze of the sea. In the end, only the shimmering waves remain. It is now 1:20 a.m. on January 7th, 2024, and I write, in the deep, quiet place, the wind passes softly. The spring courtyard moon is hard to decipher. My heart is long lonely. Gunlan grabbed Andujia's tail and held it upside down, activating his Sharingan to see her elemental power clearly. Just like when he looked at the Sea King with a big beard, it was full of water elemental power. Very wet, but this little dragon inexplicably had a heavy rock-like feeling. Looking at Daiwujo, who was scratching his head, must be because it was born from his brother's egg. Let go of me, you below. Andujia struggled wildly, but when she saw Gunlan's frightening eyes, she immediately quieted down. She looked at him pitifully, almost in tears. Tell me, what is going on? Why did you pop out from Daiwujo's brother? Why do you call me your follower? Gunlan tightened his grip on her tail. Hey, it hurts. Let go first. Seems like I have to use an illusion technique directly. The hexagram Sharingan changed, and Andujia was so scared her heart nearly stopped. I'll tell you, I followed your traces here to find a medium for birth. Seeing this stone elemental power was sufficient, so I came in. Stop. Don't talk about chasing me. Did you possess Daiwujo's brother? Just as Gunlan finished speaking, Daiwujo instantly wanted to explode. Andujia panicked and hurriedly explained. Seeing Daiwujo about to explode, Andujia hurriedly explained. No. Why discovered that stone? It had no vitality at all, just a broken stone that absorbed elemental power. Andujia rushed to defend herself. Gunlan glanced at Daiwujo, who sat back down in confusion. You believe that? Daiwujo's inner thoughts. I'm super. I directly sat down okay. So you've been nurturing a dead egg this whole time? I didn't know. I saw it at birth and always thought it was a brother. That's impressive. So why did you chase me? Gunlan asked Andujia, and she immediately spat out a lump of black material. Gunlan was shocked. I sent this Amaterasu? This little blue dragon actually swallowed it. This is the black flame you lost at sea. I used it to find you. Truly like a dog. What does follower mean? I wanted to ask you. My dad woke me up and told me to find someone named Gunlan, saying he could help me. Along the way, I heard everyone say that a familiar is super useful. So aren't you my familiar? Andusha pointed at Gunlan with her dragon claw, clearly angry. What kind of nonsense logic is this? Do I know your father? Gunlan was speechless. What a ridiculous boast from that Sea King. A defeated foe even sends his daughter over. And this idiot calls him a familiar? How could the Uchiha be inferior? My dad said if you recognize and admire him, you can overturn the world. I love hearing that. It really aligns with Gunlan's goals. Overturning the world isn't just about Teyvat. You ignorant fool. Your father is the one I killed. And you expect your father's enemy to protect you? Gunlan threw Andusha away. Who would have thought she would land and immediately pounce, hugging Gunlan's thigh. Please don't leave me. I could do anything. If it comes to it, I'll let you touch my horn. Gunlan found her crying annoying, resisted the urge to incinerate her with Amaterasu, and pulled the little dragon down. He pondered how to handle her. Throwing her away could mean losing her, killing her might cause trouble with the demon god, or tossing her out to the sea. Just as he was about to mention it, Andusha's voice shot up. Wait, Gunlan suddenly thought. Why would the proud Uchiha care about her? Is she embarrassed by being called a familiar? Or does she feel it's unnecessary? No, keeping her would at least ensure a base level of demon god combat power. Plus, she is obedient. She might be useful in the future. Besides, it wouldn't be hard to keep her alive. She just has to fend for herself. It's definitely not because her voice is nice or her dragon form is cool. It wouldn't be impossible to accept you, but it all depends on whether you behave. Gunlan inexplicably spoke, smiling at her. Really? You're such a nice person. Andusha beamed, but Gunlan added a jab. I've planted a curse mark on you. If you don't behave, you'll die. You're so mean. Gunlan ignored her annoyance and stepped forward to explain to Daiwujuo. Daiwujuo had no objections, but was frustrated that he couldn't play with his brother. Thinking lying quietly for a lifetime would be okay, too. After speaking, Gunlan beckoned the confused Andusha over. This counts as me having a partner. Let us officially introduce ourselves. Uchiha Gunlan. I am Andusha. The little dragon happily extended its claws, but Gunlan turned around and left, not intending to shake claws at all. Hey! Gunlan looked at the little flying object coming back, feeling strangely like he had raised a dragon-shaped Paimon, which Lan'sTeyvat. In my previous life, I played Genshin Impact with Paimon. Now having a little dragon is awesome. She can talk and joke, and her combat power is way better than Paimon's. Let us head north. That's the territory of the Shadow Demon God. When it comes to fighting, you can fly around to save yourself. I want to count on you. Familiar, I am hungry. There are big fruits over there. Go pick them. You're the familiar. I'm the boss. Get your priorities straight. I want to eat. The little dragon flew into the woods, and Gunlan thought to teach her a lesson, immediately following. Gunlan entered this unrecorded forest. Tall trees with dense leaves shaded the sun, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves, quiet to a creepy degree. Just as he was pondering whether the trees were sandwood or Tsulan wood, the little dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. She, as a newborn demon god, couldn't outrun me. She was only fast in water, and with these trees, even Baldchong would be confused. Am I under an illusion? I laughed. Who can out-illusion me? Stifled laughter. 3 Tomo activated. Red light sweeping around. No elemental response from the little dragon. Touching a tree, my Sharingan could tell there was elemental power. During the Demon God War, even trees had elemental power. Could they be turning into tree demons? The little dragon ran off on her own. Gunlan didn't chase. She was just a potential teammate. Returning the way he came, stepping on branches felt the same as when he arrived. Continuing on, this path isn't that long. Running straight. No turns. Why am I confused? Crack. Stepped on another branch. The sound is the same. In an instant, I thought of Izanami in the dragon pouch, repeatedly stepping on branches. Is there a time traveler? Or a strange demon god? Whoever can put me under an illusion, surely isn't kind. I didn't even notice with my Sharingan. How terrifying. If I'm hit, I'll accompany you. The Sharingan turned into a boomerang, using Tsukuyami on myself. The world spun like a washing machine on high speed. Recovering, I looked. Nothing had changed. I got tense. Tsukuyami didn't work? The state in the dragon pouch is too dangerous. I haven't activated Susanoo. I can't withstand the demon god skills. A purple skeletal form appeared. Even if it's useless, I have to try. But there is no feedback from the illusion. Chakra feels fine. But there is no sign of anyone. How come nothing happened from being under an illusion? Did I automatically activate Susanoo? I punched a tree. The trunk snapped in half. Looking through the kaleidoscope, chakra on the tree ruptured and instantly expanded, covering the entire tree. Other than that, there were no other changes. It remained a perplexing situation. Forget it. Let us go all out. My hands formed seals super fast. The tiger seal in front of my mouth. Chakra turned into raging fire. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Flames spewed from my mouth, instantly transforming into a massive sea of fire. unstoppable as it surged into the forest, to turn this place into charcoal. The sounds of flames exploding, trees cracking filled the forest in an instant. Geng activated his Susanoo skeleton for protection, stepping back a few paces, his Sharingan intently watching the situation. No intelligence is truly troublesome. No wonder intelligence always comes naturally as T0. Oh, he gazed at the sea of fire. After the trees turned to ash, a layer of barely noticeable pink elemental power emerged. Like mist, it rose up, regenerating trees and flowers, only to be burned away again. Is this mist causing it? Repeatedly restoring the scene. Geng instantly dashed back the way he came, moving so fast he left only after images. Sure enough, he saw different sights. The boundary point of pink elemental power was jumping wildly. It turns out it was just an environmental illusion. Geng understood in an instant, releasing a massive amount of chakra like a hurricane sweeping the ground. Susanoo, piercing, half of his body covered in clothing, Susanoo rose from the ground, holding a purple arrow with a hooked jade, drawing the bow with black flames, aiming at the sea of fire. Whoosh! The arrow shot straight into the sea of fire, exploding into a massive, spreading sphere. Purple and black mingled like paint, instantly flattening the area. Seeing the original scene beneath the illusion, Geng understood. If it's about creating an illusion, I can just copy and paste to get out. All that effort was wasted. Grabbing some pink chakra, I activated the Sharingan to seek the source. At this moment, deep in the forest, the trees were extraordinarily tall, the leaves colorful, and the strange flowers and grasses arranged like a mystical yet eerie paradise. At the top of the tallest tree under the shade, two pale purple eyes appeared. Elemental power was explosive. It was a demon god. Yet this demon god's eyes actually showed panic. Was the southern illusion broken? An ethereal voice trembled. No, I need to find Oppa. The big tree trembled. A pink eagle head popped out. The pink body with a light green beak looked super funny, with a few golden feathers on its head like a crown. Its entire body was revealed, pink and colorful, fluttering like ceremonial clothing. She spread her wings. Under her pink wings were black pupils, but no eyeballs, soaring into the sky, leaving behind pink stars. On the other side, Geng chased the pink elemental power, activating his skeleton to hurry. The Susanoo skeleton wrapped around him, the skeletal arm wielding a purple chakra greatsword, swinging to break the illusion. He clearly sensed a powerful presence in the distance, estimating it was a demon god. Ordinary creatures couldn't reach this height. A low growl echoed. Geng ignored it and continued on. A golden tiger lunged at him, mouth wide open. Before it could get close, the Susanoo skeletal arm reacted instantly, the swift sword slashing down. The golden tiger was instantly crushed. Throughout the process, Geng didn't even glance. The tiger thought, did I really not get noticed? The flamboyant bird flew in the sky, while below, the illusion transformed chaotically. One moment it was half a fallen stone under rainforest trees. The next it was a desert with huge waves. It was the big bird controlling the illusion. Flying too fast exceeded the casting range, causing the chaos. Its ability is really useless and has distance limits. Is it possible? If she flies forward, the illusion behind her would be released, meaning there is no judgment behind her. Her name is Akuta, the demon god of the flower forest. After flying for a while, Akuta reached her destination. This was a pitch-black, desolate land. The sky covered in darkness, with no sunlight, only a black sandy substance remaining. Blue flames replaced the vegetation, and black monsters swayed, looking human but completely black and faceless, with long sharp spikes and no vitality. Akuta flew in front of a dark castle. Pale bricks, broken walls, ghostly flames attached to the walls like a haunted house. After landing, the monsters took a glance and swayed away, already used to it. Dopa, come out. After calling, she directly dove into the castle. The interior of the castle resembled a medieval noble's house, but it was extremely eerie. Akuta turned corners and finally found someone. In the middle of an empty room, a doll and wooden horse were messily placed, and a black body with blue flames lay there, with a little girl sleeping on it, rubbing its mane. This human girl is still here? Akuta was shocked. What are you doing here? Dopa's face was sinister. Don't be mad. What's wrong with taking a bit of your territory? We're friends. Stop talking nonsense. Ami is sleeping. Are you concerned about her? The blind girl is nice to you. Have you fallen for her? She is naive and strange, but my southern illusion was shattered. Akuta interrupted. What next? That person is super tricky. Destructive like a deliberately summoned demon. What next? He almost killed me and made a coat out of my fur. What next? I died and you're next. He is not my opponent. Have you been knocked silly by Morix? He easily broke my illusion, and you've once fallen for my illusion. If he catches up, we're done. I will run. You bastard. I'm afraid, bro. Akuta wants to hug. The leopard stares and gently lets go of the girl. Stands up and exudes an imposing aura without hurting her. Want to cooperate against the enemy? Yes. I can't stop him. Just add you in the army. I promise you. Not for you, but for me and her. Doppler looks at the girl with reluctance. Following her. He says his intel. Over 8 meters tall, super handsome. Need combat power. Can use fire and thunder. Summon a purple giant. Giant bow and arrow is super explosive. That's it. Key point. His ability relies on his eyes. Doppler suddenly laughs. Eyes are easy to deal with. Geng feels it's getting closer. An inevitable battle is approaching. The more excited Geng gets, the thicker the Susanoo becomes. Super looking forward to this enemy. Another sword slashes and kills the attacking beast. These monsters are clearly here to test. Using Susanoo to slash. Not because I'm afraid of leaking secrets, but this guy doesn't deserve me using other moves. If any monster can withstand one sword, I'll burn it to ashes with Amaterasu. Unfortunately, now, with Susanoo's strength, no one in this forest can withstand it. On the other side, Akuta and Doppler are racing together. Colorful eagle flies, Black Panther runs, the two demons speed up the scene, heading straight for Geng. Question. How long until the twin gods Geng arrives at the destination? Note, twin gods speed 11:45. Geng arrives at the peach forest. It's an illusion, but not broken. Just because of how grand it is. Sensing the other party's arrival, he directly finds a place to sit down. The twin gods are confused. Shouldn't we be ambushed? After a while, Geng pinches a peach blossom and activates his Sharingan. Ominous energy approaches. Looking at the cell, his eyes hurt. While rubbing his eyes, he suddenly tilts his head. Coming? Still showing a harmonious smile. A huge gap explodes behind him. The illusion shatters. Reality and illusion intertwine beautifully. Geng's eyes turn into a kaleidoscope. Black flames burn the illusion to ashes. The black leopard walks over with Amaterasu, super elegant. Hello. Distant guest. The leopard speaks maturely, enduring the flames with indifference. Geng is shocked. You didn't create this illusion? Geng Gonli. It's my friend. I apologize. The leopard bows its head. You're super cool with that Help me find my friend, and I'll leave. The polite one. Geng suppresses his fighting spirit. What does your friend look like? A blue dragon, silly. Akuta suddenly pops a light bulb. I threw her into the river of true knowledge. Doppler is confused. If you enter that river, you either become a doctor or a fool. Doppler breaks out in a cold sweat. Geng activates his Sharingan and stares at him. Where's my friend? This. Doppler erupts. Black mist attacks Geng. What are you accommodating for? Can't the two of us handle him? Doppler frantically throws black mist. That is more like it. This battle is exhilarating. Geng forms seals with one hand. The fire tongue enlarges into a sea of fire covering the black mist, pushing Doppler. Doppler leaps to dodge. Geng's hand flashes with lightning, accompanied by a bird-esque screech piercing sideways. The Black Panther is shocked. How does he know where I am? But he stares directly into Geng's eyes. Such beautiful eyes, oh no. Doppler stares directly into the Sharingan in an instant. Geng instantly cuts the triangular boomerang kaleidoscope, directly throwing Tsukuyami. Doppler hurriedly struggles to break free, but finds himself trapped in a strange space. It's dark here, with broken swords everywhere, like his domain. The sky is blood red, hanging a huge scarlet Sharingan, full of evil and ominousness. Doppler wants to run, but suddenly countless chains bind him to the ground. No matter how he struggles, he can't break free. Geng appears before him, the kaleidoscope flashing with dangerous light. Black flames instantly wrap around Doppler. The high temperature makes him scream. Enjoy the next 72 hours in silence. After Geng finishes, he returns to reality. Doppler exchanges glances and feels powerless, gasping for breath. Looking at the human before him, for the first time he feels fear. Those flames actually burned him for 72 hours. The mental attack almost destroyed his will. He barely survived thanks to his demon body. Otherwise he would have collapsed and cried long ago. Geng is shocked. Why did Tsukuyami have no effect? Looking at the survivor Doppler, he acknowledges the strength of the demon. Without giving him time to think, Geng unleashes Chidori. The lightning lengthens into a spear aimed at Doppler. But he doesn't dodge or evade. The attack only disturbs the black mist. Geng doesn't even feel the impact. Divine Might? Geng is confused. There's actually a space-type demon in this mountain corner. ISNT space-type, supposed to be rare? His eyes widen into windmill kaleidoscopes, instantly appearing in front of Doppler. Divine Might. Reaching out to grab him, he clearly senses the spatial fluctuations. But he directly passes through his body. Geng is shocked. Is Yang Jian's grab not prioritized enough? Why can't I catch the intangible? Doppler looks at him, directly activates his ability. Shadow Legion. Uncle Long's OS. Shall you let us run? Geng is stunned. Lan'sTeyvat? How did you create a Shadow Legion? Are you the Holy Master? Doppler releases a large amount of black mist, which solidifies into monstrous entities upon landing. Shapes vary, covered in spikes, with no faces. Some even can't tell their heads from tails. In an instant, a massive monster army is formed. They seem dazed, as if receiving information. Then, uniformly look up at Geng. Geng feels goosebumps from being watched. This thing is too spiritually polluting. The Shadow Legion emits a silent howl and charges forward. Previously watching the Aquaman's Sea Beast army felt nothing, but this time facing a group attack. With this momentum and this number, others would have given up long ago. But who is Geng? Uchiha. He directly responds. Create. Let them know what strength is. Not using Susanoo for defense, not activating ocular power, purely relying on physical strength. With a loud sonic boom, the Shadow Legion is like being hit by cannonballs. Limbs and broken arms fly into the sky. Some even explode on the spot. After finishing without any recoil, Geng grabs with both hands, the movement resembling the universal pull. Lightning wraps around him and expands violently. The screech of Chidori is ear-piercing. The lightning is like a fissure in the world, shattering every monster. Chidori flow. Instantly, the battle situation reverses. Geng charges with his body and adds Chidori flow. The originally unstoppable Shadow Legion has none that can get back up. If it were the real Shadow Legion, I'd still find it tricky, but these shrimp soldiers? No pressure. Geng mok dope. From too far away. He can't see the expression clearly, but at this moment, Doppler's leopard eyes are about to pop out. What kind of perverse power is this? Instantly shattering his creations, Geng doesn't even seem to exert much effort. Morix sees the Shadow Legion being smashed with giant rock spears. Without waiting for Doppler to react, Geng appears in front of him, trying to grab him while he's in a daze to test Divine Might. Divine Might. Sure enough, Yang Jian's grab is empty again. Geng is confused. Although it's the first time using Divine Might to attack, and I'm not familiar, it shouldn't be like this. This guy's spatial priority is higher than mine. Then why isn't he in the later plot? Invincible intangibility should be hard for Morix to deal with. Geng knows that Morix's shield is thick in Genshin and can move the world, but facing him, he still doesn't know what moves he has. To get back to the point, Geng adjusts his posture, using inertia to punch with Divine Might at Doppler. He just smiles and doesn't move. His fist passes through again. Is this guy cutting invincible frames here? Using the bug skill of Divine Might, instead of disgusting others, he's the one being disgusted first. Geng is unhappy but quickly calms down. Uchiha says anger gives strength. That's a matter for 1 to 3 tomo. He now has the eternal kaleidoscope. The red warmth only operates abnormally. Everyone's mindset in the duel arena must be stable, except for brutes. Doppler moves, posing like a transcendent master looking down at Geng. Geng ponders. Is it an illusion? Or does he have a major flaw? Doppler opens his mouth and gathers a black ball. A colorful black, imposing. The black ball explodes, and a purple skeletal frame instantly appears next to Geng. The explosion sounds deafening, and Geng is covered in black smoke. Doppler jumps back, watching the movement of the smoke. In the black mist, a giant purple chakra sword emerges, sweeping away the black mist. Skeletal Susanoo looks like a hellish demon, red light piercing towards Doppler. This purple giant is really huge. Doppler looks up to signal beside. As expected, the voice of Geng came through. He was in a thickened, soundproof Susanoo, looking at his uninjured arm, his eyes turning into a six-pointed star kaleidoscope. Your evasion is strong, but your damage is lacking. The half-body skeleton easily blocks damage. This guy is full evasion, low damage, and won't survive to the later stages normally. Geng swiftly moved, half-body, Susanoo followed. Another instant movement. Susanoo didn't appear as large as Yao's hanging Sima E, but appeared in sync. Susanoo raised its giant sword and struck forcefully. The sword smashed into the ground, waves of energy extending, and Duabala remained unmoved. He released a black sphere again, and Susanoo's bony arm grabbed the sphere and stuffed it back in his mouth, but still passed through. Duabala felt that Geng was wasting his efforts, but suddenly realized there was no one inside the purple giant. Unmanned? Detached Susanoo? He quickly reacted and turned to run. You give me a way out at this moment. Underground at the battlefield. Little colorful eagle and little leopard were digging in the dirt. They were Akuta and Duabala. Akuta was digging, while Duabala was in a daze. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were vacant, and then suddenly became clear. Akuta looked over, excitedly shaking off the mud on his claws, and approached. What's wrong? What's wrong? Have you solved it? Duabala picked up Akuta in his mouth, and the two transformed into black mist and sped away. What are you doing, ouch? Duabala dared to say this was the fastest he had ever been in his life. A sudden explosion behind them, terrifying heat and lightning seemed to grab them, and he ran even faster. This explosion was caused by Geng. He frowned as he observed the destructive power of the flame arrows from within the covered Susanoo. Akuta, being carried, didn't he know what was happening, only feeling a burning sensation in her rear, and shrank closer to Duabala's mouth. Discovered? Seeing the explosion in the distance, she instantly understood. Why did the two demon gods change to miniature forms? All thanks to Akuta's projection illusion technique, consuming elemental power to create 90 strength clones. And they were invincible the whole time. Even when Obito opened Kamui, it had to reveal its physical form. This was just cheating, but the cost was huge. After the two demon gods created their clones, they switched to energy-saving mode, which could only be said that Akuta was not very skilled. That guy sensed the main body and abandoned the clones. First, find the clones to regain strength. Duabala, carrying Akuta, mumbled, "Let me down. You're biting me while talking." Akuta pecked at him, spreading her wings to fly and catching up towards the clone direction. "You're so heavy." On the other side, Geng looked at the scene resembling a meteorite crater. Black light and black flames intertwined, with no death reactions from the demon gods. They must have run away. Thankfully, Kamui is explosive enough. If it's a projection, it's easy to deal with. Now, to chase those two, a big leopard and a colorful eagle. The targets are clear. Wait, they initially came to find Andugia. Andugia OS. We're the teammates. Help out. If I had known it was a projection, Geng would have marked Kamui to teleport and pull him out earlier. Now, he had to find someone. He had been on the road for days. Geng was parkouring through the woods, not afraid of illusions. If the way was blocked, just blow it open. During the high-intensity jumps, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Following the aura to a big tree, the pile of fallen leaves seemed to be hiding something. He brushed aside the leaves and saw a tree hole. Summoned Susanoo's bones to block his face and opened his Sharingan to peek inside. Even Sasuke's Rinnegan could be ambushed. He couldn't take the risk. Upon seeing what was inside the hole, Susanoo's skeleton grew dramatically. A giant purple skeletal arm, smashed the outer edge of the tree hole. Inside the tree hole, a little blue dragon was peacefully sleeping while hugging fruit, and the loud noise woke her up. Her eyes were hazy as she looked around. What happened? Did Teyvat explode? Upon seeing the dangerous Genglan, she immediately smiled. Hi. Good morning, Genglan. Just as she greeted, she realized and threw the fruit away, wanting to escape through the back door. But Susanoo was faster, grabbing her and bringing her in front of Genglan. Hi Genglan, are you hungry? I have fruit. Seeing Andugia smiling foolishly while offering fruit, Genglan facepalmed. Is she the stupid? Won't she die from neglect? He used methods to make Andugia recognize the size differences, and even taught her not to run around. Genglan looked at the dazed Andugia, pondering, why is she so silly? Will she become smarter when she grows up? What abilities of the sea god can you use? Since it's inherited, you should have some depth. I can summon little brothers. 3 colorful water rings emerged around Andugia. Water elemental power exploded, and the air became humid. The water rings turned into mirrors, and 3 cute water creatures popped out, a blue-haired little beaver, a bighorn silly deer, and a regular woodpecker. The summoned creatures followed their master. All 3 were dazed, circling around Andugia, calling out. Genglan looked at them and wondered how they resembled Funina. Are you also the queen of the waters? They can restore stamina. Andugia struggled to carry the 3, making the little guys blow bubbles. Seeing her expectant look, Genglan helplessly reached out to touch the bubbles. Elemental power surged in continuously. Moving his comfortable muscles and bones, he finally looked at Andugia seriously and had an idea. On the other side, Akuta was straining to fly with Duabala. After searching for a long time, there was no sign of the clone. Duabala wondered, is the projection invincible, or is it too far away? Just as he was about to discuss, a strange force from the ground pulled him, stopping the bird. He leaned over to take a look. 5 water bubbles containing amazing elemental power. Absorbing them could bring them back to their peak. Duabala didn't care who released them. Eager to absorb the elemental power, his body grew larger and larger. Leave some for me. Akuta came over, but Duabala ignored him. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. To take something, you have to see strength. The 2 demon gods were quickly recovering to their peak. Elemental power scattering, and Duabala suddenly had an ominous premonition. Pay attention. Next, it's high energy. The 2 demon gods were still immersed in the pleasure of absorbing elemental power, completely unaware of the deadly danger. The lethal arrows had already been aimed at them. Duabala finally sensed something was wrong. The environment was terrifyingly quiet, and these water bubbles were too suspicious. Remembering Genglan's terrifying power, without a projection, he could only run. If it's a real ambush, I'll take Akuta and escape to the barren land of Ami. Can't fight back and can't hide. Just as he thought of a foolproof plan, Genglan suddenly appeared in the air right in front of the 2 gods. The 2 gods hadn't reacted yet, and a deafening sound exploded. Centered around Genglan, a strange energy wave violently erupted, instantly spreading into a large net covering everything. Within the covered area, time seemed to freeze. The colorful world turned black and white, and all things moved at an absurdly slow pace. At the same time, the elemental power within Duabala and Akuta, which was about to go out of control, was magically halted. It stopped being restless, quietly floating beside them, bound by a powerful force field that couldn't move a bit. The wind didn't blow the flowers and grass, birds didn't fly or chirp, and rivers didn't flow as if frozen in a picture. Even the clouds hung in the sky. Time was completely stopped. The world fell silent, and all living beings seemed to have fallen asleep. Time stands still. Genglan lightly uttered 3 words, and his Sharingan instantly changed, a central pointed triangle, with a round ball at each corner, strange and explosive. This kaleidoscope technique was true time stop, not just speeding up time. If there was enough chakra, it could stop for 5 minutes. Genglan looked at the 2 colossal beings, swiftly used Kamui, and grabbed them into the Kamui space. The 2 demon gods vanished in an instant, leaving only Genglan lightly smiling in place. This power is so satisfying. He revealed his Sharingan, his mouth curving up in confidence. Completely immersed in the pleasure, little cat, sitting at the bottom of the cell. Then he also disappeared with the wave of space. The time stop was still in effect in the Kamui space. Genglan's eyes turned into a six-pointed star, and black flames raged around the two gods. You absolutely can't escape this move. Like venting the atmosphere of hide and seek before, it also mocked their helplessness. The clock gears turned, and time flowed. A full 7 seconds, and the two-god situation turned upside down. A fire that sensed the pain of the soul. Duabla howled on the spot. What is this? What is going on? Just saw him and ended up here? This fire is the same as in the illusion. The fire was too terrifying. Even the demon god's body was about to be burned to ashes. If he didn't run, he would truly die. Beside him, Akuta was in a worse situation. The high-temperature flames rolled in, and her splendid feathers were ignited in an instant. She screamed, flapping her wings to put out the fire. But it was completely useless. Her feathers burned to cinders, and if it continued, she would be left with nothing. Genglan stared at the two gods without speaking. Duabla moved first, black mist swirling around him, and his blue fire mane also caught fire. He slowly began to recall his past. From the initial chaos, he awakened and began a long and arduous journey. In that desolate land, he used his immense power and wisdom to successfully quell the surrounding turmoil and conflict, gradually establishing his own sphere of influence. Many brave and fearless subordinates flocked to his side, fighting shoulder to shoulder, conquering the south and the north, and becoming invincible wherever they went. Then he encountered the rock demon god. That battle was breathtaking. Both sides fought with all their might, and he still lost. This defeat crushed him severely, shaking even his beliefs. In his low point, a pure little girl walked into his life. She was not afraid or disgusted, and her smile and innocence provided him with endless comfort. Because of her, he regained his confidence. Memories transformed into boundless power. And Dabura roared, I am the king of desolation, the master of the Shadow Legion, the demon god, Dabura, who commands the shadows. The black mist turned into black light, a terrifying aura of creation. I will never fall here. The black light swirled around him like a tornado, his body undergoing a transformation. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid demon clad in black armor appeared. Armor as strong as a fortress, with eyes flashing with murderous intent beneath the helmet. He transcended into a humanoid form, his power exploding as he clenched his fists, betting everything. Genglan achieved his goal, overtime. Interesting. You want to make me look like a villain? No problem. Let me show you the gap. He activated his Sharingan, focusing on the new form of Dabura, completely ignoring the wailing Akuta beside him. Watch closely. Genglan observed Dabura unleash elemental power, not interrupting at all. His hands itched. Dabura was wrapped in black elements, forming a tornado, swinging his arm to create a void crack. And a pitch-black, long knife flew out. The blade was sharp, the hilt embedded with gems, and as he grasped the knife, his aura surged like a tidal wave. Genglan was stunned. The opponent was armed, yet he had no suitable weapon. The Kusanagi sword from Naruto, the Ten Commandments sword, looks great. I need to find time to get one. Before he could think of where to craft one, Dabura charged forward with a black torrent. Sword in hand, the blade was less than 2 inches from his face, yet he did not dodge or evade. Gotcha, Dabura said solemnly. No. Genglan finished speaking and vanished in an instant. A flash of blue light appeared. Dabura swung at empty air, confused. How could there still be teleportation in this space? In the blink of an eye, blue light appeared above him. Genglan held a blue energy ball, saying, I got it, like a basketball block. He slammed the ball hard onto Dabura. The high-speed rotating chakra exploded against the armor. The armor shattered, black energy overflowed, and the ball flashed, smashing Dabura to the ground. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Here comes the god. Genglan retreated, waiting for his move in the style of Beijing, Tianjin, and Shanghai. Dabura got up after a while. His fierce injuries almost healed. He was still puzzled about how Genglan could teleport. Although the blue ball stunned him, what about this power? I'm definitely going to win. Dabura swung his long sword. Crescent sword energy flew like lightning. The air was torn apart wherever it passed. A piercing shriek. Facing this fierce attack, Geng didn't even look. He waved a Susanoo's giant arm, effortlessly dispersing the cutting wave. Immediately afterward, Geng flickered and appeared on Dabora's right side in an instant. So fast that only an afterimage remained. He thrust a Chidori toward Dabora's head. This speed was too fast. Dabora had no time to react. Just as the sharp tip was about to pierce his skull, he suddenly reached out to grab Geng wrist, trying to push him down, but Susanoo's purple arm smashed down, knocking him back several steps. Dabora swung his sword, slicing through the ground of the Shinra Tensei space. Dust and debris flew. The space trembled. Geng formed a hand seal with one hand, chakra surging into his palm. A dazzling blue light exploded, condensing into a massive light spear. The light spear rushed to collide with the sword blade, compressing the air and distorting with a piercing screech. The moment of impact created an explosive sound. Geng charged forward against the attack. One hand defended, while the other swung a punch towards the helmet. This punch was like a meteor crashing down, with the force of thunder. A crisp crack sounded as the helmet was smashed open. Inside was a pitch-black, lifeless head, with hollow eye sockets flashing with eerie light. Dabora was furious. Elemental power erupted around him, forcing Geng to dodge, but he laughed. Tu Navi. Deep purple chakra surged, even more massive and ferocious than the black elements. A loud explosion erupted, smoke enveloping the space. Dabora flew back as if a bag had burst, his face filled with disbelief. The Crow Tengu, Susanoo, rose from the ground. The crimson light of fury exploded from the solid armor, and the purple chakra giant sword grew denser. Dabora stood up in a daze. I burned my essence to boost my power. How can I still not win? Who is he anyway? Unwillingness and anger erupted as he roared hysterically. Who the hell are you? Geng smiled, sighing at his poor mental quality, waving his hand. Just a passing Uchiha. Susanoo swung down. Dabora dodged at high speed, shooting an even larger black sphere, only leaving a bit of smoke on Susanoo's armor. Still so weak after evolving? Geng mocked. Dabora, in a fit of rage, sensed his essence rapidly draining, leaving only one thought. Give it everything. His mind was filled with images of Ami, her smile, her sleeping face. Her words, "I'm sorry." The surging elemental power erupted again. This eruption was too frequent. The black elemental power swirled like a storm, but Geng stood firmly in place, unaffected. In Sharingan, Dabora's energy response skyrocketed. With a crisp sound, Dabora completed his evolution again. Dabora, originally clad in hard armor and extremely imposing, suddenly changed. He became an absurdly thin black creature. His skin was like bone, devoid of vitality, and his pitch-black skin exuded an unknown fear. He opened his mouth wide, but made no sound, his gaze hollow and mad, filled with despair and anger, like a hellish demon breaking free to vent its rage. The air froze, radiating a chilling horror. As he sold his soul to the devil, Geng looked at his strange appearance and felt a bit regretful. Dabora clapped his hands violently, but there was no sound, and Geng observed his posture. A technological fortress? A mobile toilet? He was the only ninja here. Dabora was still surrounded by black mist, but he was about to move. Under the Sharingan, everything was in slow motion. Geng activated Susanoo, and the Chidori cried out, "Is this your strength? No need to watch you evolve." He instantly appeared before Dabora, who was just finishing his skills recovery. Like Naruto after a big move, howling to the sky, Susanoo's purple-boned arm wrapped in lightning, piercing like a sword towards Dabora. Unsurprisingly, it struck his head, and the black substance exploded, leaving only his skeletal lower body. Geng wanted to leave, fearing that the demon god's fall would affect him. Though he knew he couldn't break Susanoo, what if there were special abilities? Just as he was about to check on the colorful bird, his eyes stung slightly. He had used the kaleidoscope too much, completely unaware. At the place where the shadow demon god fell, scarlet light burst forth. Geng searched in the Shinra Tensei space. All gray rectangular prisms. Where was the colorful bird? If it was burned by Amaterasu, there should be ash, and there was no reaction to the demon god's fall. While he pondered, He quickly formed hand seals and turned sharply, spewing a powerful water column. Water release. Water severing wave. There was no cutting sensation or enemy, but he distinctly sensed the killing intent. He wanted to activate his Sharingan, but the surroundings turned dark, his emerald eyes turning gray-white as if blind. The feeling of unreality and danger exploded. He hurried to sense, but found the elemental power filling the Shinra Tensei space. The blindness was too sudden, and Gunlan stood there in a daze, like a ninja exposing his strength by being forbidden. Dabura, hidden in the shadows, laughed. You also have that expression? Seeing Gunlan flustered, he felt for the first time that he might win. Without further ado, Dabura flew out from the shadows, the black sphere in his hand radiating power. Gunlan stood as if he didn't see, and Dabura grinned. This victory scene was just played out. The Golden Saints wouldn't fall for the same trick. But he wasn't one of them. Just as the black sphere was about to hit, blue light suddenly appeared. Gunlan vanished in an instant. Dabura's eyes widened. Does it feel familiar? Gunlan appeared in the air, dragging a spiraling ball larger than himself. Super giant Rasengan. The azure sphere illuminated Dabura's black body. You think I would be defeated by the same move? Don't joke around. Dabura's speed increased. He swung his fist fiercely at Gunlan, like a punch wind. The black elemental power struck Gunlan. With a bang, Gunlan turned into white mist. Two giant Rasengans directly pushed against Dabura's face, like a rocket launching into the sky. It sent him flying. The blue light exploded with a loud sound. Super giant Rasengan double push. Although he was blind and unable to use his ocular techniques, Gunlan's physique exploded. Hashirama-level sage body. Ninjutsu was still in his grasp. Surprisingly, there was indeed a capability to counter him, and he carelessly fell for it. Coming to Teyvat, he often encountered counter abilities. It didn't seem coincidental, but rather intentionally arranged. Not painful, not itchy. Are you just scratching an itch for me? Duabula slowly got up, his arrogant demeanor leaving Gunlan helpless. Dude, just because you have a slight advantage, you get cocky? Seeing that the spiral shuriken hadn't caused any damage, Gunlan pondered for the first time. Even if I used 10 spiral shurikens, it probably wouldn't hurt as much as a Susanoo's flame arrow. Thinking about trying to communicate with natural energy, he suddenly realized, I'm in the Kamui space. Where would natural energy come from? The Sage mode failed, and the Sharingan was sealed. He couldn't use Kamui to leave, nor could he activate any other ocular techniques. Duabula was charging at him with momentum, as if he was bound to win. Was he in a predicament? Duabula quickly approached, his black claws stabbing forward. Gunlan sensed, if he didn't dodge, he would take a solid hit. Had he gone too far? Was he too cocky? It would have been better to solve this earlier. He didn't move, allowing Duabula to close in. Gunlan suddenly stood up, facing the attack head-on, just like when he used to perform the Chidori. Duabula's sharp claws pierced through his body, and he heard the sound of flesh tearing. Ecstatic. Finally hit him, but when he looked at Gunlan, who should have been blind, his gray-white eyes were fixated on him. In a flash, Gunlan, with a fist full of chakra, slammed it hard into Duabula's face. He flew back like a ragdoll, even carrying Gunlan's flesh. What the hell? Who do you think I am? Gunlan's eyes still held a rebellious glint. Duabula got up, dazed. How does he still act so cocky without power? Why should I be afraid? He scolded himself for being timid and shot a black sphere. Countless bullets fired toward Gunlan. Gunlan quickly formed hand seals, and a brown-yellow earthen wall rose from the ground, followed closely by a water wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. The black sphere crashed into the water and earth defenses, surprisingly matching their strength. Smoke erupted with a piercing sound. Duabula recognized it as lightning. Following the sound, he struck, his endless black mist transforming into a giant arm. Purely a low-tier Susanoo. Indeed, Gunlan rushed in at lightning speed with Chidori. Duabula was already prepared and smashed the target with a hammer. Another loud bang. The sound of Chidori echoed again. This move again. Get lost. Duabula silently roared, swinging his fist at the air. Just as he looked up, he couldn't believe it when he saw Gunlan piercing his abdomen with silent lightning. Duabula wanted to swing his fist, but but the lightning above came down like a cleaver, slicing through his skin. The attack wasn't painful, but he was enraged. You keep toying with me over and over. What do you want? Before he could finish expressing his feelings, another Geng appeared, holding a blue sphere that was turning white and had serrated edges. Then he experienced the power of this serrated spiral shuriken. Ah! Duabala screamed in pain. It felt like needles piercing every cell. Even a demon god couldn't endure it. Noverts. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Geng retreated far away. Though blind, he sensed Duabala was in immense pain, like a toothpick being jabbed into a fingernail and then kicking the table leg. But why was the damage so low? Geng realized. The demon god had tough skin. It seemed that all his strength was stacked onto the Sharingan. He didn't have time to think about this. Duabala was in a furious red-hot state, warning signs of imminent explosion. Still the same old rush, powerful enough to shatter the floor of the Kamui space. Geng formed a giant ball spiral, shuriken, and pressed it directly against Duabala. Duabala's furious punch struck the spiral shuriken, almost knocking him away through the sphere. Geng added chakra to try to push it away, but the demon god's strength was too fierce. He grit his teeth. What immense power! Actively releasing the force, he transformed into a blue light and flashed aside, but Duabala turned and attacked again. Geng wrapped his hands in chakra to narrowly dodge the attack, punching him in the face while grabbing his black arm, trying to throw him away. But without Susanoo, he couldn't throw him at all. Instead, he was knocked back by the recoil. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked Duabala in the abdomen, but it was like kicking a stone statue. Useless, Geng dodged again. Duabala was fast, but in Genglan's perception, he was moving at a snail's pace. He couldn't hit Geng, and Geng could only scrape by. Punches and kicks infused with chakra were ineffective. He had to change tactics. Geng retreated to avoid the attack, and Duabala was furious, going crazy. Why can't I hit you? Geng split into 3 shadow clones, each holding 2 spiral shurikens as shields. He retreated behind them, quickly forming hand seals. The clones, like Daidara smart bombs, dispersed after 1 round. Luckily, he formed seals quickly. If it were Kisame, he would have been knocked away by now. Geng spat out a giant fireball like a small sun. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Duabala slapped it, turning the fireball into sparks. Countless green wind blades followed. Wind release. Vacuum wave. He stretched out his hand to symbolically defend against them, and scathed as he charged forward. This made the Sharingan shine even brighter. Watching Duabala charge again, it looked like an ancient demon god veteran rushing at a 19-year-old Uchiha rookie's defense. What was he trying to do? Pass the ball? Bah! It was a shadow ball. A beautiful strike. How would the rookie respond? With flying Thunder God. He blocked it. Where's the applause? Where's the cheering? The rookie has created another miracle. The fans on the scene erupted. Refund us, damn it. Is Duabala worth our time? Morix has the rock god setup, and you use shadow balls as your main skill? Is there any damage? If you lose to Chidori, it's the end for you. Duabala was toyed with again, but it wasn't in vain. After stacking ninjutsu, Geng discovered that Duabala was extremely sensitive to flames. Although the great fireball was dispersed, Duabala had noticeably hesitated when the fire dragon flame bullet was used, and subsequent fire techniques also had an effect. What a bug in the darkness. Seeking light will only be burned, right? What kind of hellish single bro are you? Following that, Geng unleashed the Hokage technique. He sent the great fireball far away to extinguish it, used ash pile burn up close, launched the fire dragon flame bullet, and stacked the earth dragon swamp dual skills. The two circled around in the Kamui space for a long time. Not good. Dragging this out is pointless. Geng saw Duabala's red-hot state about to explode. He needed to activate the Sharingan, or would be the end. Sensing Duabala, who was like a bull-headed Ichigo, he was in a bind. Using a bunch of fire techniques only turned the black Duabala into a sunny rainbow unicorn. He missed the Sharingan, only using chakra and physical techniques. It seemed like he was pressuring him, but in reality, it was just scraping. Duabala felt no pain at all. Duabala charged again. Geng made a decision. He still started with the shadow ball. After so long, he was still thinking about this broken imitation spiral shuriken. Gunlon dodged to supplement the fire dragon flame bullet, grabbing the recoil only to strike him stiffly, helping him build up rage. After half an hour, Gunlon was stunned. Was he weak, or was Duabala's second evolution too explosive? Watching him full of life, burning with vigor, it couldn't be fake. If this dragged on, his nerves would snap. Weighing the options, he had to change tactics. The Sharingan was sealed, but he had Flying Thunder God. He could trap Duabala inside the red-hot state and free himself in the Sharingan. Brilliant. That's how it would be. Showcasing a wise gaze, he dodged into the blue light. Gunlon shouted from a distance, "Hiss, find the coordinates." Shaking his head, he exploded with rage like a scion. Duabala unleashed black mist. He formed seals and spat out a whirlwind. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As the black mist dispersed, Gunlon transformed into blue light, feeling through the space and pinpointing the coordinates to teleport into the forest. Chakra drained more than half. Using Flying Thunder God to teleport from Kamui was too costly. Sensing Teyvat, he quickly found Andreas. He lay on a long stone, his 2-meter dragon body radiating that vibe. "You finally came back." Jumping up to see Gunlon's gray-white eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" "Temporarily blind." Gunlon appeared steady, but was internally explosive. Andreas summoned the 3 little ones. "Go. Heal his eyes." The 3 little ones were stunned. "Us?" Seeing their foolish expressions, Gunlon held no hope. Who in Teyvat could purify? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. If he had known, he would have watched more plot. Looking around, Duabala couldn't turn the tide. Finding the giant silver rhino, he unleashed Chidori to pierce through. Verification complete. Even without the Sharingan, he was strong. Pure Duabala was too outrageous. Gunlon pondered where to treat his eyes from Mondstadt to Susanoo, and suddenly sensed a reaction of elemental power on himself. Is someone bestowing blessings? Giving me a divine eye? No way. The demon god war isn't over yet. Just as the horrifying thought emerged, Gunlon shouted, "Chidori flow." Countless lightning bolts coiled around him. Even if it hit him, it would still amplify the output. Andreas watched this self-harming Gunlon in shock, and one of the 3 little ones, the woodpecker, flew over. Before it could chirp, a small mass of black substance jumped onto it. The sound of bubbles bursting arose, and the woodpecker disappeared in an instant. Endless black elemental power surged, revealing Duabala's bony figure once again. Gunlon was astonished. "You can use Flying Thunder God too?" Duabala moved his limbs and grinned maliciously. "Thanks to your carelessness. Scratching my itch took too much energy, huh?" Gunlon realized. During the first use of Flying Thunder God, he sensed the intention. The black mist was not blown away by the wind, and without riding the wheel eye, he still felt exhausted. Doppler relied on the elemental power on his body to regenerate. So terrifying. Just a bit of cellular absorption of elemental power brought him back to his peak. He thought there was nothing wrong with being in the space of the divine power, but it turned out he had followed him out. There was no choice but to continue fighting. Gunlon gathered his spirits. This was not the monotonous divine space. He could try using chakra. Indugia, frightened, retreated, but still summoned the 3 little ones to assist Gunlon. Doppala, seeing this delicious treat, immediately pounced. "Did you summon this? I love it." He instantly appeared on the little deer's head, reaching out to grab it. He was already thinking about the exhilarating feeling of being filled with elemental power. Just as he was about to act, a flash of light exploded like a horse. Doppala disdainfully remarked, "Another annoying shadow clone. Are you blind? You can't hit." A familiar pushing sensation struck him. Why was this so fierce this time? Doppala was sent flying like a cannonball, as if he had been hit by a supercar. Rushing far away, a deep trench was left on the ground, and he broke countless thick trees, branches and leaves flying like a natural disaster. Beside the little deer, Gunlon was still in the posture of performing the spinning sphere, chakra and elemental power converging, swirling like a hurricane. Next to his blind eyes, there was a golden shadow. Once restored, it would definitely explode with handsomeness. Gunlon's cold voice fell, and Andugia stared in shock at the outrageous destructive power. What the hell? Doppala was pulled out from the ground and looked up at Gunlon. What is this now? Before he could express his surprise, a giant fire dragon came crashing down. The fire dragon was vividly alive, flames like a sea of fire, scales shining, claws icy. The air was distorted by the heat. Doppala was unfazed, bluffing paper tiger. So what if you sent me flying far away? I've eaten this skill more than I've eaten rice. Another shadow ball was launched. Vid author can't write other skills, right? The shadow ball grew larger and confronted the fire dragon head-on. The giant dragon roared, darkness surged, and they were surprisingly evenly matched. At this moment, both were somewhat surprised. Doppala exclaimed, "It's only been a few minutes. How did this flame go from being dispersed by a slap to so explosive?" Gunlan was also astonished. Doppala is way too tough. After over an hour, the whole time doing sit-ups, I'm out. I'm going wild. How come it's so hard to deal with? Other demons don't have so much trouble. See King Futuro. So? Big Crab. Do you have to be defeated in seconds to be happy? Naturally, evil Uchiha. Doppala dispersed the fire dragon and aimed the super large shadow ball at Gunlan. Gunlan prepared to use Flying Thunder God, and the two moved simultaneously. Gunlan formed seals, and 4 shadow clones appeared accompanied by white mist, each gathering. The main body retreated and vanished in blue light. The 4 clones charged at Doppala, who raised a shadow ball high. Countless black arrows shot out in an indiscriminate attack. The ground had been damaged before. This AoE wasn't too impressive, but the oppressive feeling of the countless black arrows filled the sky. The 4 little janglins charged against the wind. Be your own hero. It was unclear whether it was the clone's intelligence that dropped or what. They charged head-on. They forgot the clones didn't inherit the exploding after just one hit. You won S1. Gunlan felt that after the riding wheel I was sealed. His personality returned to simplicity. Riding wheel, I was like a switch. The 4 clones exploded one after another, and Doppala couldn't find a real body. So he simply aimed at Andugia. She was stunned. Why is the battlefield burning me? She hurriedly raised the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones saw the vast attack and turned back to look at Andugia, like being sent to fight Groudon as a wood owl. But they still bravely charged forward, vowing to live or die with their master. Doppala threw the shadow ball, enhancing it several times along the way, the momentum even more terrifying. The 3 little ones immediately recognized the situation. Not a dime to fight for our lives. They decisively self-destructed into 3 puddles of water. Andugia was so scared she looked like she had seen a ghost, almost lying on the ground. Help, 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 help. Doppala was fixated on her chaotic flight, calculating that Gunlan would come to save her. Someone asked, if Andugia can fly, why doesn't she escape? It's not that she is timid and can't fly. It's that the shadow ball's range is too large. The 3-stage Doppala is a genuinely strong demon, but he encountered a Gunlan who could showcase him. A preliminary demon can't dodge the skills of a strong demon. Plus, he had just summoned the 3 little ones with unstable elemental power. Doppala threw the shadow ball and built up another one inside. If saved, just hard take the skill. If not saved, the little dragon will have no bones left. Hearing the sound of flashing light, Gunlan raised the giant spiral ball behind him. The falling light in the darkness. You have nowhere to escape. Doppala smirked, taking a deep breath to gather all his elemental power. With a low growl, the power compressed to the extreme exploded. Space seemed to be torn apart. Shockwaves spread, distorting the air. Doppala recalled Gunlan's expression at that time, laughed out loud, and his fierce face became even more terrifying, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Doppala looked at the direction of Andugia's explosion. Huh? Where's this? The place was severely destroyed. But it wasn't the one just now. The key was that he didn't capture Andugia's aura. Looking up, there was the sea. It poured down like draining a pool and refilling it. Doppala jumped high, looking down again. An endless ocean. Flying Thunder God guided the lightning. Gunlan approached Andugia to check the situation. When he saw the shadow ball, he had already left the Flying Thunder God technique around her. He originally wanted to guide the lightning to let Doppala eat his own skill, but unexpectedly during the transfer, Doppala was fed, and he could only teleport away. Doppala, Flying Thunder God, was not familiar with one turn. The shot that was supposed to hit Andusia was brought back to Doppela's original position and exploded. To summarize, Doppela blew himself up at sea, and another shot blew up elsewhere. The destructive power was enough. This place was considered ruined. It would probably become a famous spot for anti-demons in the future. When Genglan found Andusia, she had been blown into a crack by the explosion, coiling her dragon body against the wall. Except for trembling and dropping little pearls, she looked a bit like the Holy Master. Genglan used the spiral ball to break the surrounding rocks and put her down. Andusia's big teardrops fell, looking at Genglan with a pitiful expression. Genglan, you're blind. Can't see, thank you. Ugh. She suddenly jumped on Genglan and wrapped around his neck. Her weight nearly broke his spine. Stop crying. Genglan said lightly. How much psychological damage would this big ball cause to a young demon who had just turned 2 days old? Andusia tightly clung to him, not knowing if it was a desire to survive or a bloodline awakening. Genglan's eyeshadow gradually lightened. He was shocked. Chakra was disappearing. Looking at the crying Andusia, her whole body radiated blue and white light. Then the eyeshadow completely disappeared, and the white light from her hatching reappeared. Genglan sensed something was wrong. The weight on his neck hadn't changed, but the feeling turned from hard dragon scales to soft. He took her down from behind, In front of him was a petite girl, light gray curly hair in spiral form, her gray watery eyes looking at him in confusion after crying. Although Genglan was blind, his perception could distinguish. Andusia had transformed. He shook the little Andusia. Did you absorb my chakra to transform? She responded nonchalantly. Genglan helplessly said, Transformation can happen anytime. Why now? Anything would be fine, but it had to be chakra, originally weak, now with no combat power at all. The dragon form could at least fly. He even questioned what use she was. Seeing Genglan sigh, Andusia became anxious, suddenly chanting a spell to summon a blue water ring, wrapped around a delicate bell. Then she recited a wonderful incantation, not Mickey Mouse's house bell. Activate. The crisp sound of the bell was like heavenly music, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, a clear spring flowing gently. As the bell rang, the world fell silent. The wind stopped, the leaves ceased, and time froze. Genglan listened, feeling dazed. It sounds pretty good. It even feels like the corpse spots faded. As he listened, his eyes suddenly itched. When he covered his eyes, a warm current surged. His long-lost eye power returned. The riding wheel, I was restored. Genglan slowly lowered his hand that covered his eyes. At this moment, those gray-white eyes had transformed into scarlet blood eyes with a 6-pointed star pattern. Feeling the long-lost power, it was like rain after a long drought. Genglan smiled again. Still that formula, that taste, Uchiha's exclusive crazy laughter. Uchiha Genglan is back. He touched Andusia's head, not noticing her transformed appearance. The overwhelming eye power turned into endless strength. Susanoo, looking at the purple chakra he hadn't seen in days. He felt like he was soaring. It was as refreshing as wearing new underwear to welcome the new year. Susanoo's crazy evolution. The half-body skeleton instantly transforms into a Tengu, followed by flames exploding from the armor, enveloping Susanoo to nurture the god of destruction. The thousands of meters high Susanoo crashes down like a towering mountain. The terrifying pressure threatens to tear the world apart. The wind and clouds change color. Thunder and lightning roar, and the violent wind shakes the heavens and the earth. If there were any living beings here, they would undoubtedly kneel and submit in an instant. This is the complete form of Susanoo. Those who see it cannot escape death. Genglan confidently declares in the cockpit that the god has descended. Don't worry, you won't die. He turns to look at the stunned Andusia in the cabin. Susanoo's giant wings spread out, blocking the sky and earth, exuding wild and terrifying pressure. Having played enough with the black kid, it's time to wrap things up. Genglan looks towards Doppera. A deep rumble rises, and Susanoo slowly ascends. Every movement causes a massive explosion. The takeoff's impact is so fierce that the shattered ground cracks. Debris and dust fly, and the shockwave sweeps through like an apocalyptic storm. The forest that once stood is now reduced in elevation. Who remembers it was once a forest? Susanoo, like a dark cloud, rushes towards Doppera at high speed. Inazuma stands in the cockpit, watching the rapidly retreating scene, astonished with her mouth agape. So amazing. At this moment, Dapura is just recovering from the explosion, bent over and gasping for breath. The cost of burning his source is coming. If he doesn't revert to his original form soon, he'll burn out. But the power he exchanged for his life cannot shake Geng. Clearly, he has sealed his important abilities, yet it cannot harm him in the slightest. Dragging it out will only lead to death. He calculates. Start from the weaker demon god. Increasing the intensity should work. Amy is still waiting for me. Did Akuta take her to safety? Completely unaware of the situation's reversal. Previously, even blind Geng could fight back and forth with the three-stage Dapura. Now that his Sharingan has recovered, how many rounds can he last? Dapura, fight against the complete Geng? Are you kidding? I would die. He still thinks Geng is blind, but panics when he senses the terrifying presence. Vigilantly looks in one direction. A terrifying presence rushes in at high speed. Just the perception makes him shiver. Dapura instantly understands it's coming to beat him up, so he hurriedly casts black mist to protect himself. He senses the defense is as fast as lightning, but the black mist hasn't finished yet. Suddenly, a powerful and suffocating strange force like a surging giant wave sweeps towards Dapura. This force is so fierce that he instantaneously loses control of his thoughts, his mind going blank. At that moment, the seemingly indestructible demon god is blown away like a fragile plastic bag by the fierce wind. His body, like a kite with a broken string, splashes into the sky like a wave. With a loud bang, Dapura is smashed into the sea mountain, flying thousands of meters and embedded deeply into the rock. Dapura's brain shuts down, feeling nothing, only a buzzing sound reminding him that he's still alive. After a while, the black mist drills down from the sea mountain, landing without knowing if he's alive or dead. He only feels the sky darkened, with no sunlight on him. Slowly getting up and looking up, an unforgettable scene explodes into view. A towering giant clad in armor stands there, its terrifying aura ready to engulf the world. Standing before it, he feels like an ant, only seeing its waist by craning his neck. Just gazing up crushes his soul, having just expended a large amount of life force to save his own life. The elemental power cannot hold on, reverting to the initial leopard form. A high-end demon god burning its source to the brink of death must shatter the opponent. Seeing that color, Dapura understands the plan has failed. He restores his Sharingan. He has lost, straining to lift his head to witness the great power. Without my Sharingan, you see me as a frog in a well. With my Sharingan, you see me as an ant facing the sky. Genglan's divine voice echoes, and Dapura feels suffocated. Burning my life cannot compare to his weakened state. How can I fight in full form? Inazuma looks at Genglan's profile, mesmerized. I want to do something so cool too. Genglan sees Dapura with no resistance in his heart, only seeking death, thinking after entangling for so long. Give him a dignified way to die. In an instant, the giant Susanoo raises its hand to grip the sword hilt. The suffocating power surges, and the dazzling purple chakra flows into the sword sheath. The sword body trembles, eager to be drawn, just revealing a crack. Countless sharp edges explode, like a true blade cutting through space. The destructive energy sends chills down the spine. This is Susanoo's strongest technique, Susanoo Jutsu Slash. Susanoo draws the cold, long sword like lightning. In an instant, the heavens and earth shake, day and night reverse, and time and space seem to be torn apart. The long sword, unsheathed, unleashes invincible power, with sword energy intertwining into a dazzling blade light, like a colossal dragon breaking through the void, rushing with destructive might. In the blink of an eye, the blade light reaches Dapura. It's so fast that the naked eye cannot catch its trajectory. As the blade light passes through, everything is turned upside down. The once calm ground is instantly sliced into countless fragments, dust flying, smoke billowing. The surrounding air becomes distorted and blurry due to the violent energy fluctuations, as if it were about to be torn in half. And Dapura, under this breathtaking blow, completely disappears, as if he never existed at all. In an instant, the world seems to be paused. The gale stops, the water waves calm, and time freezes. All sounds vanish, leaving only a dead silence. This eerie tranquility feels like a monumental change is about to explode. But after the strange silence, there is no movement at all. It remains as dead as ever, with not even a ripple. That astonishing blow seems to erase everything, leaving no trace. The once vibrant world turns into a void dream, instilling fear and confusion. Geng looks at Susanoo's destructive power with satisfaction. This blow, very few in the continent can withstand. After Dappura's death, the demon god self-destructs. He has no time to look at the massive dark technique, opening Susanoo to fly back to shore. He gives him enough respect, but it's just too costly. In the ruins of the former battlefield forest, a little girl with colorful light appears. Little bird, what happened here? Her voice sounds like a bird singing. She sparkles with colorful light. Oh no, Amy, I told you not to come. Dappura told us to escape quickly. An anxious voice rings out. It's Akuta, the flower forest demon god who has been missing for several chapters. She was previously burned nearly to death by Amaterasu, using a technique similar to the Sea King's demon god to escape, but her elemental power was exhausted, causing her to faint. Originally the weakest functional demon god, not dying in a high-level battle counts as Geng underestimating her. Dappura's cell regeneration took her along when he escaped, and just after escaping, Akuta uses regeneration again. If it weren't for Dappura's help, she would have fallen to the ground. After getting out, Dappura tells her to hurry back to the desolate area to safety, while he focuses on fighting Geng. Akuta, exhausted from running all the way, arrives at the desolate area, tired like a plucked chicken. Fortunately, she possesses Amy's body and wants to run away directly, but either Amy's will is strong, test point, or Akuta is too exhausted and gets repelled. Amy occupies the mind, and Akuta becomes the tailed beast's outer shell. After explaining for a long time without understanding, Amy insists on finding Dappura. Relying on Akuta's elemental power perception, she makes her way to the old war site. Although blind, she can still perceive the terrain, feeling only astonished. The destructive power is too explosive. Amy stands on the broken ground, scanning with her perception. Wherever she looks is a scene of devastation. Relying on possession, she can sense things ordinary people cannot. Countless purple elemental powers like thin veils covering the earth, flowing and intertwining into a mysterious and eerie atmosphere. She doesn't move, seemingly pondering where this elemental power comes from. Akuta, not caring about her days, directly seizes control of the body to escape. Dappura's elemental power is gone. He must be done for. The purple elemental power belongs to that man. She remembers Genglan's explosive perception. If we don't escape, he'll discover us. With his personality, he would definitely kill us in an instant while pretending to cover his eyes. Take a gamble? Don't joke. Akuta is purely a supportive demon god. Her combat power is roughly equivalent to the salt god Liyue. Just with special abilities, Dappura was already crushed. What can she do? When she tries to seize the body, a suffocating aura explodes. Amy and Akuta's consciousness in her mind buzzes. Hurry up, Amy. Run. Little bird, my legs, I can't move. Akuta looks closely and is shocked. Amy is trembling all over like a leaf in the wind, her legs too weak to support her body, collapsing to the ground like a broken sieve. Every cell is trembling in fear. It's over. Akuta thinks of these two words. She hasn't faced Genglan directly, nor has she seen him unleash his full firepower. At this moment, the sky darkens, and Amy lowers her head. Why did it suddenly become night? She has been blind since childhood, only left with pitch-black emptiness. Until Akuta possesses her, she sees the colors of elemental power. This is her first time seeing colors. Suddenly, an alarmingly strong perception explodes. A dangerous aura behind her moves as quickly as a shadow. The overwhelming purple elemental power surged like a tidal wave, its might terrifying enough to chill one's bones, capable of destroying everything in its path. The visible Akuta was directly overwhelmed, more shocked than when Dappura saw the complete body of Susanoo. You're still alive? Little bird demon, Gunlan stood on the crystal edge of Susanoo's head, looking down. He had sensed the familiar elemental power on the battlefield. Upon investigation, it was exactly the same as that bird's. Shocked that it survived Amaterasu, he activated Susanoo and charged towards the coast. Unexpectedly, he saw a little girl in a black dress. But the little bird's elemental power was unmistakable. Had it transformed into human form? Well then, I came here to find you, Gunlan said, raising his hand with Susanoo. Akuta saw the trembling Ami, gritted her teeth, and made a decision. In an instant, a considerable amount of colorful elemental power erupted. A battle god-level colorful bird flew out from the little girl. Its body resembled a phoenix, its tail feathers shimmering, flapping its wings and shedding starlight. Ami, run. I'll hold him off. This was her bravest decision in life, betting everything on her burning life to fulfill her dear friend's obsession. Gunlan was taken aback. Is it possession? He stared at the beautiful, colorful phoenix in the sky. I am the flower forest demon god Akuta, god of illusions. Bring it on, she cried out, her momentum soaring. Ami understood, turned, and fled. Boom! A loud explosion. Akuta rained down countless feathers on the ground, colorful feathers falling like rain. In the cockpit, Indugio was stunned. Such beautiful feathers. Akuta lay quietly on the ground, dazed. Too strong. One strike shattered my strongest form. Fragments of memories flashed in her mind. Born in a colorful, dreamlike forest, trees glimmering like a fairyland. Remembering the unique Black Panther Dopera, when they first met, both were stubborn, often quarreling but overcoming difficulties together. They traversed the crystal color forest, crossed the Liyue volcano, and trekked through thorny mountains. Unforgettable was the challenge against the rock demon in the Central Plains, a thrilling battle. And it was Dopera who brought her back to safety when she was injured. Since then, she went to the illusion forest while Dopera went to the territory of the Een soldier demon god. Now that place had become desolate, and he had become the ruler. Hundreds of years passed. She didn't even know how she felt about Dopera, only that she cared deeply. How funny. Back then, seeing how much Dopera cared for Ami, she was quite unhappy, but Ami and I are truly alike. She looked at the disappearing Ami, revealing a satisfied smile. I really want to see Ami grow up, but I'm going to die. Death? I'm scared, brother. Akuta's gaze dimmed. Her elemental power and life force dropping rapidly. Gunlan slowly landed, and Andugia fell beside him. He watched as Akuta's color drained like water. The six-pointed star in her eyes, transforming into a sickle-like windmill. Akuta's body emitted spatial fluctuations. A mass of undispersed colorful elemental power was pulled into the divine might space. At that moment, in the divine might space, a giant monster lay on the floor, looking human but covered in decayed bark, with 9 closed eyes on its head and dozens of grotesque protrusions on its back. Terrifying and disgusting, the colorful elemental power entered, as if pearls in milk tea were being sucked. Whoosh, flying into the monster's mouth. Instantly, a protrusion on the monster's back ignited with colorful flames, adding to the surrounding light gray, sea blue, and deep black flames, for types were gathered. The monster seemed to eat its fill and then fell asleep. This was the Outer Path demon statue, a creation of Otsutsuki, drained of chakra from the Ten Tails body. Just as it shattered Dopera, Gunlan sensed the monster in the divine might space. Upon entering, he saw this demon statue gnawing at the divine might floor as if it hadn't eaten in decades, super loud. He didn't know what the demon statue ate, so he decided to supply some chakra. The demon statue's back ignited with 3 types of fire. What a surprise. If I had this big guy when I was blind, I wouldn't have been afraid at all. After all, it's the ultimate move of Yongjian. Without divine might, without fire, without secret scrolls, without summoning, the position and time are guaranteed. Outer Path demon statue, activate. Go all out without hesitation. This is the character of a man, not asking how many bumps there are on the road of life. Ahem, getting off track. Back to the point. Don't be afraid of it turning into a big charcoal. After all, this is the Ten Tails body. If the fire on its back is completed, recalling anime operations, can this thing turn into 10 tails? We don't have tailed beasts, but if it can really transform. That would be explosive. But looking at the demon statue, Gunlan was dumbfounded. I understand the reasoning, but why is it so big? It must be at least a kilometer. My Susanoo is big enough. If it evolves into 10 tails, wouldn't it sit on Teyvat's landmark and shoot tailed beast balls at the void tree? Gunlan pulled back his thoughts. The self-destructing attack of the fallen demon god exploded. Illusions erupted, and the surrounding things distorted, making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Gunlan gently clapped his hands, and everything instantly calmed down. You are super fierce against other demon gods. But when you encounter me, I probably won't forget you in this lifetime. He looked in the direction Ami fled, thought for a moment, and disappeared with a whoosh. Inazuma panicked. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Oh no. Ami fell to the ground, touching her little leg. It was cool, definitely blood. Without the protective elemental power, she had returned to being a blind, weak little girl, stumbling and fleeing. If it weren't for the nearby explosion clearing the area, she would have fallen and gotten dizzy long ago. She struggled to get up, feeling both exhausted and tired, wanting to sleep without caring about anything. Images of the big black panther playing with her flashed in her mind. Leaning against its warm fur felt so comfortable. But now the black panther was missing. The kind sister was captured, and the big silly and little silly outside the castle were gone. Everything was heading towards the worst, and she instantly dreamed back to her hellish childhood. Tears of pain fell. Tears don't grow eyes on the eyeball, right? She stumbled and continued to run, wanting to return to the castle. The big panther must have gone back to the castle to find him to save her sister. Just as her thoughts broke, a familiar, suffocating feeling exploded. Ami wanted to escape, but her slender legs felt like they were filled with lead. She couldn't move at all. The suffocating sensation, accompanied by footsteps, grew closer. Her whole body trembled like a sieve, biological instincts setting her to tremble. The footsteps drew nearer, and Ami couldn't even turn her head. Then a warm current, like hot spring water, drilled in her body, like the warm spring sun touching every inch of her skin, warming her to the point of floating. She closed her eyes to enjoy it. This touch felt like the soft fur of the black panther. The warm current spread. Her body felt light, as if being lifted, and she couldn't help but hum softly, satisfied and joyful, breaking the surrounding silence. Suddenly, her eyes itched. She rubbed them and opened them again. She was shocked. The view wasn't pitch black, but a world made up of countless colors. I can see with my eyes. Although it felt a bit unfamiliar, she stumbled and almost fell, but she was so excited. After more than a decade, she could finally see things, and they were super clear. She looked towards the source of the breath. It was a super handsome older brother, just like me. Looking into his eyes again, such beautiful red. Suddenly, the world spun, and Ami's thoughts were cut off. When her consciousness returned, she found herself in a small village, sitting on a straw mat, surrounded by ancient wooden walls. She dazedly got up, looking around and enjoying the feeling of being able to see. A loud knock on the door sounded, followed by a shout. Ami, come out. The village chief is looking for you. A burly man broke through the door, setting the broken door aside, grinning. Sorry, I was too strong. He grabbed her thin arm and dragged her outside. Ami was stunned outside. Wooden houses, stone paths, and a massive tsuawa tree. This was her childhood village, the place where her nightmare began. She wanted to break free, but the big man's hand was like a steel claw. The big man saw her reluctance and slapped her. Ami covered her reddened face, and the big man scolded. You dare to resist. You were born. The village chief is elevating you. If it weren't for his mercy, you would have burned to death with your disaster-stricken parents long ago. The shout attracted the villagers, and everyone looked at Ami, whispering. Everyone was just watching the show. Not a shred of sympathy. You. Hearing her parents' names, Ami's eyes turned red, but what followed were a series of slaps. She desperately tried to block them. This pain was exactly the same as years ago. The big man directly yanked her arm and took her to the tallest building in the village, opened the door, and tossed her inside, disgustedly clapping his hands. Village chief, I brought the person. This little dog is quite stubborn. An old man dressed in strange clothes turned around. The outfit was a blend of abstract, sacrificial garments and normal clothing. He nodded in satisfaction. gestured for the big man to step back, and then looked at the girl on the ground, covering her arm. Ami, female, 9 years old. Her parents touched taboos and brought disaster. The village suffered heavy casualties from the fire. Currently residing at the weaver Liu Quan's house, living by working. Old Geng said slowly, "Don't stare at Ami like that. You're talking nonsense. My parents didn't touch the taboo. It was the management committee that did it." Ami glared at him with hatred, her gaze piercing like a drill. "Watch your words. You are the descendant of a sinner. Not executing you is already a form of tolerance." Old Geng replied seriously. He walked closer and reached out to touch her face, but Ami slapped his hand away. In anger, Old Geng slapped Ami to the ground. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. You have a beautiful appearance, but a stubborn heart. Guards, take her to the shrine. There will be a sacrifice tomorrow." 2 strong men came in and grabbed Ami. She wanted to resist, but as a small girl, she was no match for them. One man brushed her hair aside. "You're really pretty." The other man stopped him. "Don't act recklessly. She's a sacrificial offering to the God of Heaven." The big man immediately withdrew his hand and carried Ami into the shrine. Ami was thrown to the ground and couldn't get up. She hadn't eaten and had been beaten. Looking at the black ceiling filled with despair. "Why do I have to go through this again?" Tears streamed down in the small cell. When she woke up, a fat woman was changing clothes and scolding. "Demon child, so thin like a ghost." Ami could only mumble with something stuffed in her mouth. Dressed in a beautiful outfit, she was shoved into a coffin-like container. Trying to smash the lid to escape was useless. "If only I had the power to destroy the heavens, I would take my revenge." The coffin stopped, and she vaguely heard Old Geng reading. She missed her parents. A feeling of weightlessness came, and water started to seep in. Boom! The coffin exploded, and a green-skinned ghost emerged. Ami saw the water ghost pouncing towards her. She was grabbed painfully, screaming like a bubble, as the water ghost clawed at her eyes. Blood gushed out, and the water ghost released its grip. Ami was about to suffocate. Damn darkness. But she woke up. Her eyes were gone. Feeling around, she saw a black panther in front of her. Human little ghost. Awake? Ami was super excited to hear Doppela's voice and laughed as she hugged its neck. "It's always like this, no matter how many times." Doppela was stunned, and when he saw her face, he was moved. After that, Doppela carefully took Ami back to the castle. As he gazed at that familiar face, he felt not a shred of disgust. On the contrary, every time he saw her smile, he would involuntarily fall into a trance, as if time had stopped. Even the gloom from being defeated by Morix gradually faded away without him noticing. To take care of Ami, Doppela learned how to raise a child like a human. Clumsily imitating feeding her, he poured his heart into every detail, afraid of making a mistake. Ami felt warm and, after surviving the ordeal, experienced love again, lost in Doppela's embrace. But wonderful times always come to an end. Ami suddenly woke up from sleep. She could see again. Before she could rejoice, she saw Doppela and herself. Ami peacefully lay on the fur, and there was a beautiful big bird in the castle. It opened its mouth, and with a lovely sister. Listening to the two talk about the southern forest, that man caused quite a stir. Was it the sister asking for help from the panther? She suddenly recalled past events. The missing panther, the sister she thought had been captured, the suffocating existence. Terrifying thoughts emerged. Seeing the two gods stand up, she hurried to follow, but she was too slow. In her spirit state, she couldn't catch up. She ran for an unknown time until it got dark before reaching the coast. Nervously looking around, it seemed like there was guidance leading her to a place. She saw the panther and that man from afar. Ami comforted herself. The panther is super strong, definitely going to win, but fear filled her heart. As she got closer, the cries of countless birds exploded in her ears and pierced her heart. That man wielded blue lightning that pierced through the panther's body. After withdrawing, the panther stood trembling, about to fall. Panther! Rage and hatred filled its new eyes. The black pupils instantly turned blood red, spinning like a wheel, with one black hook jade appearing, then the second and the third. The 3 gems fused into a shuriken shape with 4 corners, with small corners between every 2. Thunder roared in her mind. Everything froze. Scarlet blood tears flowed from her eyes, and Ami's face became eerie. Why did you take everything from me? My parents, my eyes, the panther. It was just beginning. She screamed hysterically, her voice hoarse, but her emotions still rising. I want you to atone. The blood-eye pattern appeared, and more blood tears fell. A black and white sphere trembled in her line of sight, expanding, sucking in boulders, flowers, grass, and trees. Everything turned to dust upon entering. Ami, disregarding the pain in her eyes, crazily unleashed her eye technique. The black sphere suction was strong, wanting to destroy everything. But that man stood still, indifferent to it all. Ami grew angrier and pushed her eye technique to its limit. The sphere expanded, swallowing the coast. She couldn't hold on and canceled the eye technique, covering her eyes. Her face was covered in blood and looked terrifying. She saw that the man's position was already empty, and the coast looked like a huge chunk had been bitten off. The cut extremely clear. Ha ha ha! With the power of the Sharingan, Ami was assimilated by her bloodline and laughed maniacally, then stopped suddenly, not caring why she was going crazy. Touching Doppela's soft fur, she wondered why he wasn't smiling and petting her head anymore. Tears flowed, mixing with blood tears. A sense of crisis exploded. She activated her strange eyes, and a black skeleton appeared beside her, standing tall next to Doppela's corpse, just like how he once protected her. Then she heard clear applause, and the dizzying sensation returned. She tried to resist, but was instantly crushed. She opened her eyes again, and she was actually on the run. As soon as she opened her eyes, countless powers gathered into her eyes. Looking back, it's that man. Geng looked at Ami with satisfaction. I didn't expect this little girl to have such a past. The Sharingan suits her perfectly. I originally sympathized with her blindness, but she directly opened the kaleidoscope. Truly a gifted talent. He slowly reached out, and Ami, confused and not having seen Geng in the illusion, asked, "Who are you? What can your eyes see? What nonsense are you talking about?" Ami's emotions exploded, and she felt super annoyed looking at Geng, the riddle man. With these eyes, I will take revenge. Uncover their veils. Ami couldn't hold back anymore. You know about the panther? Tell me where he is. Having gained immense power, Ami was super confident. Opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, an evil aura chilled the air. Geng's eyes turned into a six-pointed star, a strong pressure crushing down on Ami. She froze in place, her eyes filled with fear. He is like me, but way too strong. Covering her eyes, blood tears flowed. I lost in every aspect with just one glance. Why is it so terrifying? Geng chuckled. Come back to me when you have eyes like mine. Then he disappeared, and Ami fell to the ground, feeling relieved. Geng returned to his original position with divine power, not seeing Andusia. Did you go look for me? He activated his perception search, discovering an unusual demonic element power. Andusia was actually following nearby. His fighting spirit ignited. His body fell hot. He wanted to move around. In an instant, he arrived at the elemental power location. This place, aside from being a battlefield for Doppela, was still lush and green. From afar, the coast looked like it had been flattened. Andusia sat nervously and obediently on a rock, next to a young man leaning against a tree. The young man had sharp features and was super handsome, holding a pure white longsword with closed eyes. Sensing Geng, he opened his eyes to reveal a blue color. Upon seeing Geng, it felt like countless sharp swords were stabbing towards him. What is your esteemed name? The young man's gaze was piercing. Uchiha Geng. Geng's dark elemental power spread. Speak your purpose. The young man smiled. That flat land is your doing, right? Geng nodded, and the young man said, I am the sword demon Sod, here to seek guidance. He gestured, holding his sword in preparation. Oh! Geng's dark elemental power erupted, like a storm crashing toward Sod. Sod became excited. Yes, that's the effect I want. I want Geng to strike first to make amends. The storm blinded him, but inside he was extremely thrilled. Suddenly, Sada's body shook. Before he could react, Geng, like lightning breaking through the sky, carried blue and white lightning and appeared in front of him in an instant. His eyes flashed with blood-red, killing intent. Like an ancient giant beast stalking its prey, Sod was overwhelmed by the powerful aura. In that moment of distraction, he was directly sent flying by Geng, shattering numerous trees along the way. He quickly stood up, looking down at the blood pouring from his arm, then restored to normal. The recovery ability of a demon god was extraordinary, incredibly strong. Just now, Gunglan's speed was too fast. Sod hadn't even sensed the sword intent. His mind didn't react before being sent flying. The wind demon god couldn't match this explosive speed. It was terrifying. He adjusted his stance, deciding to take the initiative. The long sword in his hand exploded with dazzling white light, like a bright moon. He swung his sword in an arc, and several giant white swords appeared out of thin air, rapidly circling around Sod, shining coldly with great authority. Bestow the sword to quell the four corners. Then they transformed into flowing light and dashed toward Gunglan's location. Gunglan stood arrogantly in place, waiting for the counterattack. I thought this strike would crush you. Laughing at the exploding scene in the sky, Sad. It can't be that easy. Not yet satisfied. Go. Sad also laughs, as several white swords swiftly stab at Gunglan. Gunglan remains unmoved. The white swords strike his body and pass right through, like nothing at all. In his eyes, a kaleidoscope transforms into 3 scythe-like windmills. Locking his gaze on Sad's head, Sad's heart races in panic, like a mountain pressing down on him, struggling to breathe. Something's about to happen. Suddenly, the breath of death explodes, like an invisible hand gripping his throat. He instantly swings both hands, and countless white lights transform into giant white swords surrounding him, shining brightly to form a solid defense. The spatial ability directly acts on the giant sword, creating a circular hole in front of Sad. Gunglan appears in an instant, with blue and white thousand birds igniting black flames, striking directly. Sad is startled and barely manages to block with his sword. Clang! The black flame thousand birds stab at the sword, the force unyielding as it continues to push. Sad is forcefully pushed out of the sword formation, stumbling backward. Gunglan adjusts his position in midair, quickly forming seals with one hand. In an instant, a giant fireball appears out of thin air, carrying a scorching airflow like a meteor crashing down on Sad. The fireball is enormous and fierce, wherever it passes. The air ignites. Sad reacts, forming a hand sign, like the double-barreled shotgun of God Eagle Brother. Several dazzling white swords emerge from thin air, like meteors streaking across the sky towards the fireball. Each sword contains endless power, capable of tearing through the void. The swords move at lightning speed, piercing through the space and reaching the fireball in an instant, easily piercing through the blazing fireball. Boom! 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 A shocking explosion erupts in the sky. The fireball explodes like a barrel of gunpowder, causing a chain reaction of fiery blossoms. The sky is illuminated brightly, like fireworks blooming beautifully. The shockwave surges like a tidal wave, stirring up strong winds and disrupting the air. Sad takes a deep breath, stabilizing the surging elemental force within him while suspended in midair. The long sword in his hand bursts with light like the sun. He swiftly swings the sword towards Gunglan, each swing accompanied by sharp sword energy, dense like fierce dragons pouncing. Flying sword style, 100 dragons feast, wild dance. Gunglan observes this wide-range attack and directly activates his divine might to become ethereal. He passes through the tide of sword energy. But those sword energies seem to have a spirit of their own, changing direction and flying back towards Gunglan. This divine might cannot be sustained. The continuous divine might cannot counter. Once the ethereal time is up, he'll be hit. Immediately after, a strong purple dark chakra surges, fierce like a tidal wave, instantly dyeing the surrounding air purple. The skeletal Susanoo appears, evolving into the armored Susanoo, becoming the strongest barrier. The breath is heart-pounding, like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all sword energy. But the sword energy does not retreat or dissipate. Like a swarm of locusts, it crazily attacks the Susanoo. Each sword energy is sharp, determined to break through the defense. Gunglan uses his Sharingan to scan. Sword energy is everywhere. Although some dissipate upon hitting the Susanoo, the quantity is still enough to obscure his vision. The Susanoo's eyes blaze crimson, gripping a gigantic earth element sword, swinging violently in one direction. The pitch-black flames turn into a crescent slash. The elemental force around Sad explodes, and in an instant, he undergoes a huge transformation. Gunlan forms seals, and 3 clouds of smoke appear. 3 identical Jenglins stand in the middle of the Susanoo. The 4 Jenglins look at each other, their eyes transforming from a kaleidoscope to dual divine might, each ethereal and leaving the Susanoo. The violent sword energy rushes like animals seeing water in a drought, crazily pouncing on the shadow clones. The shadows separate, becoming ethereal, while carrying sword energy away from the main body. Gunlan cannot perceive Sad's traces. He closes his eyes, activating the golden eyeshadow, entering Sage mode. Where is he? Teleporting away. Very close now, sensing the elemental force nearby. The blue light in his hand shines and spins, sharpening the wind element into a shuriken ball, directly throwing it. Sage technique. Wind release spiral shuriken. The blue ball accurately lands, causing a massive explosion. Gunlan's Sharingan reflects the blue and white light in the sky. Sad's elemental force is still there. Did he block my skill? Then the melodious sword sound explodes, like a celestial sound echoing through the heart. The blue and white light suddenly brightens like brilliant stars streaking across the sky, carrying unmatched momentum to slash quickly, tearing through the void. The spiral shuriken explodes, instantly being sliced apart, the residual force unyielding as it rushes towards Gunlan. Gunlan's kaleidoscope transforms into a 6-pointed star. Do you think I activated Susanoo to withstand this? Instantly transforming into 3 scythe-like windmills. Divine Might. The white slash directly pierces through Gunlan's body, disappearing into the sky. Divine Might's ethereal state is incredibly useful. After becoming ethereal, Gunlan sweeps in the direction of a slash, and a white shadow flashes. The corner of his mouth slightly raises in disdain, casually glancing aside. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shines from the right side, the powerful sword intent rushing in like a storm. This sword contains endless power and killing intent, aiming to tear the world apart. But the slash directly pierces through Gunlan's body. As if he doesn't exist, Gunlan looks at the white presence before him. Earlier, Sad donned a flowing white robe, standing tall like a pine. Elegant and unworldly, purely a celestial hero. Changing names to Li or Yi, Gunlan thought he had entered a fantasy world. But now, Sad's entire body is shrouded in dense white elemental force, like a tangible light draping over him, transforming into a wind-blown cloak. His long white hair dances like silk, waltzing with the wind. The white sword is not held in his hand, quietly hovering beside him like a loyal attendant waiting for orders. Several white swords circle around Sad, subtly vibrating with a heart-pounding sharpness. Each sword seems to have life, eager for battle and awaiting summons. What can I say? This Sad is purely in the white sword-holding form of the yellow ape. Gunlan stands quietly, his gaze locked on Sad in the distance, clearly sensing the terrifying elemental force on him, like an endless abyss. The air around Sad is distorted by a strong aura, creating an invisible pressure like a sharp sword piercing Gunlan uncomfortably. This must be high-end power in the Demon God War, larger than the elemental force of Duabala, with explosive aggressiveness. But Gunlan is not the least bit flustered. He could stand there for 10 minutes and remain unscathed. Divine Might's ethereal state can last 10 minutes. Sad is extremely surprised to see a sword miss. He initially thought Gunlan relied on speed to dodge, but his own elemental explosion was fast to the point of invincibility. Yet it was still evaded. He absolutely didn't react just now. Is it immunity? No, it seems like an ethereal method. He murmurs to himself, and countless flying swords appear around him, glowing white, sword intent swift like the wind, instantly dancing with numerous sword shadows. Each sword contains endless power and agility. With cold light, like meteors streaking across the sky, the air is stirred into a tempest by the sword energy, and the sword shadows intertwine and weave into a scroll of swords. The swords surge like a tide, forming an indestructible sea of swords, an unstoppable torrent, Sword shadows obscure the sky, dazzling to the eyes, creating a spectacular scene. Gunlan stares blankly at this magnificent sight, activating his Sharingan to clearly see every movement. So cool. Is this the legendary return of 10,000 swords to their source? It can only be described as magnificent, instantly bringing back memories of his youth. Cool as it is, this move is genuinely coming for me. The range and quantity could hit me for half an hour. I have a sword. Sad's light, airy voice comes from the sea of swords, snapping Gunlan back to reality. With such a large preparatory swing, even if I unleash it, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Gunlan just watches. What boy can resist the grand spectacle of 10,000 swords descending from the heavens? Even if he gathers all his strength, he still can't surpass me. Holding back laughter, dragon map, but open the heavens. Heavenly principle. Brother, don't mess around. The false heavens are not easy to build. Sad's voice penetrates the sea of swords, and Gunlan feels it is exactly as he imagined. So cool. I must learn swordsmanship too. He floats before the endless sea of swords like a speck of dust, truly an ant looking up at the sky. But who is the ant and who is the sky? He cannot deny that this skill is super cool, and the effect must be explosive. Gunlan's eyes, from a kaleidoscope, transform from a three-sided windmill into a six-pointed star, crimson light exploding. Go! Sad controls the well-turned sea of swords, countless cold, long swords like giant dragons, carrying fierce momentum. Overwhelming Gunlan. Cloud sword style. 10,000 swords break. The sharpness of the sea of swords stings Gunlan's eyes. Countless flying swords rush in like a meteor shower, each containing strong energy and killing intent, aiming to tear Gunlan into pieces. Facing this grandiose attack, he sneers disdainfully. Sad watches his masterpiece with satisfaction. This ability's damage range is among the top in my sword techniques. Previously, it severed a large portion of the body of the Wugong demon god with a single strike. His mysterious, ethereal state should be unusable now. It seems I have one. Sad laughs confidently, victory in his grasp. This is my 6th demon god victory. Next target, Morix. Countless flying swords continuously intersect, attacking, forming a massive sword net in an instant, firmly trapping Gunlan inside. Sad performs a flourish with his sword, elegantly to the max. I have a sword, capable of crossing mountains and seas, reaching the heavens. Declaring victory, he becomes overly inflated, completely unaware that danger is approaching. Saw the Susanoo frusa, a strange fear exploding in his heart. Just now, it felt like a fierce beast was staring at him, a shiver running through his spine. His heart was racing as if it would jump out. He trembled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, looking around for anything unusual. Slowly, he glanced at his arm. Sweat was streaming down. Why am I sweating in front of this enemy? In his confusion, a terrifying figure appeared in the sky, and a voice came, "What sword do you have?" In an instant, an overwhelming force crashed into him. His mind went blank, and everything went dark. The world disappeared. Boom! He was sent flying backward like a missile, arcing down hard toward the ground. Below, Inazuma was squatting on the ground, playing with a little beaver, scratching its fluffy belly. "Why did you three run away back then?" She asked angrily. The little beaver hid, awkwardly whistling to cover up. "It wasn't me." Seeing its silly look, Inazuma buried her face in its fur, so soft and comfortable. She looked up at the sky. They met and started fighting without knowing where to run. But she wasn't worried at all. Gunlan is the strongest. Suddenly, a white meteor streaked across the sky. Wow, a shooting star. There are shooting stars during the day. Yes, it's what you think. The scene and the star. The meteor crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, shaking the surrounding trees to pieces. Sad stood up from the crater, coming back to his senses, and looked up to understand the figure in the sky. A towering giant in purple armor, 100 meters tall, spread its wings and looked down at him. This height is impressive. The aura was explosive. Are those two knives? Sada's eyes burned as he stared at the giant sword in Susanoo's hand. Such a big sword. It resembles hers a bit. His gaze darkened, and in an instant, it was filled with battle intent. The immense elemental power and sword intent around him exploded, creating a sharp whirlwind that cut through the environment. Susanoo, wielding dual blades, dove from the sky, alternating strikes at Sod. Sod took a stance, white elemental energy surging skyward. Fierce sword-style Chaos God strike 6 strikes. Gripping his sword, he unleashed greater power, stabbing 5 swords at speeds invisible to the naked eye. The afterimages stabbed out simultaneously, transforming into a massive light column crashing towards Susanoo. Susanoo's dual blades struck the light column, surprisingly matching Sod's power. Sod channeled more elemental energy, a stronger force swirling around him, as if he were a giant dragon. He thrust his sword with great force, and a white dragon manifested through his sword technique. The mighty roar of the dragon exploded, directly striking Susanoo. Clang! Susanoo's massive body was actually pushed back. Seeing Gunlan's shocked expression, Sod smirked with pride. It's not over yet. He dashed forward like a swift arrow, carrying a stream of light above Susanoo. He must not have reacted in time, Sod thought. Fierce sword-style light shadow / continuous explosion extreme. He transformed into a sword, swiftly slicing at Susanoo. Susanoo spread its wings to block the attack. Sod's strike penetrated Susanoo's ability, reaching behind it, sheathing his long sword. Then grabbing the sword sheath and pointing it horizontally at Susanoo's back. He gripped the sword sheath tightly. Suddenly, a tremendous light burst forth, like a force of nature. A thunderous strike aimed at Susanoo. Boom! A white explosion enveloped Susanoo, shaking the very fabric of space. The indestructible Susanoo seemed to sway precariously, about to collapse at any moment. From a distance, Inazuma, watching the battle, tossed the little beaver away in shock, jumping up. Impossible! How could Susanoo be like this? Her heart raced. She wanted to throw a bell at Sod's face to help Genglan, but the sword energy surrounded her. Going in would turn her into dragon meat sashimi. Anxious, she spun around, trying to communicate her power, but couldn't unleash the strength her dad left her. She glanced at the silly little beaver beside her. What if I threw it in to replenish Genglan's strength? The little beaver replied, You dog? How are you the same as a dog? Praise from Eagle Brother. Sod looked at the anxious Inazuma, feeling quite proud. Kill the little demon god and eliminate future troubles? But then he thought, she's just as silly as my sister used to be. I can't bear to do it. Turning, he attacked the exhausted Genglan. Shadow sword style fierce, sky 100 shadows. Transforming into a blurry shadow, he wielded his sword with dazzling speed to launch a fierce assault. The air shimmered with residual images. Hundreds of sadas appeared simultaneously. Each sword swing brought a fierce sword wind crashing into Susanoo, the purple armor creaking, showing fine cracks on the surface. Sod urgently attacked the cockpit of Susanoo. He saw nothing in the cockpit, swinging his sword fiercely at the diamond-shaped gem on Susanoo's head. Crack! It shattered like glass, and Sod directly dove inside, seeing Genglan looking down, the shadow blocking his face. Have you given up? In disappointment, he stabbed with his sword. As the sword approached, Genglan looked up. His eyes were blood red, the black tomo merging into a triangular boomerang. Sod's long sword stabbed directly into Genglan's body, blood gushing forth. Genglan didn't move. The strange patterns in his eyes left Sod stunned. Suddenly, Genglan's body turned black, transforming into countless cawing crows that flew away. The demon god has fallen? No, just as Sod thought, his body suddenly lost control. His mind felt severed, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange red space. The ground was littered with broken weapons, the crimson sky oppressive above. Even more terrifying was the giant Sharingan suspended in the blood-stained sky, like a strange moon staring at Sod. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Red shadows appeared and magnified, returning to Genglan's eyes. Still the triangular boomerang. Foolish human. Immerse yourself in the kaleidoscope illusion. He lightly tapped Sod's forehead, ignoring the confused Inazuma. The older brother in front of him had just found himself asking about the relationship between him and Genglan. Of course, we're the best of friends. Inazuma felt extremely proud. Then the older brother asked how to summon Genglan, and she could only wait. When Genglan arrived, the older brother set a challenge and then froze. It's an illusion. He lost from the very beginning. Genglan said lightly, "Is an illusion a technique that creates hallucinations?" Andugia asked. "Yes, but an illusion is supposed to disrupt chakra. They fell for it even without chakra." Genglan pondered. Andugia's eyes lit up as she slowly approached and tugged on Genglan's pants. "Can you use an illusion on me?" she asked cautiously. Genglan looked at her reserved demeanor in confusion. "Why? I want to see my dad. Is that okay?" Andugia looked at him with bright gray eyes. Genglan felt this expression was familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. "Sure." Hooray. In the Tsukuyami space, Sod stood in a strange place filled with confusion and unease. The surroundings were eerie and shadowy, the ground shaking as if it would collapse. He heard deep echoes like countless eyes watching him, still holding his weapon in vigilance. Suddenly, a golden unidentified object flew down and struck the ground, and he immediately raised his sword. Beside the unidentified object stood a tall man, his golden hair striking, blue eyes like sapphires, handsome as the sun, wearing a green tactical vest with a strange symbol behind him. He picked up the short knife from the ground, took a stance, and looked at Sod, speaking in a sunny voice. "Did I arrive late?" Sod was confused on the spot. "What language is that? Is it Teyvat language?" Before he could react, a blue water figure dashed forward, leaving after images. Sod recognized the strong presence, grabbed his sword, and charged, his body exploding with white elemental energy, launching several sword energies to clear a path. Seeing the sword energy, the blue water figure inexplicably crouched down as if setting something up. In his confusion, Sod noticed the blue water figure was covered in a dense layer of white special chakra, like steam rising, exuding an overwhelming momentum. It charged toward him, braving the sword energy. Turning, he revealed a dazzling blue sphere and pushed hard. Super wind flashed spiral bomb. Sod swung a larger sword energy than before to block it. But the blue water figure didn't care, pushing the spiral bomb through the sword energy. Boom! Sod was violently sent flying by the spiral force. Strange sounds echoing in his ears. In the beginning, I must use my body to dominate and add the spiral bomb. What is this all about? Sod stood up, summoning several giant flying swords, like rain piercing the blue water figure. Grant sword guard giant sword shadow long range strike. The blue water figure grabbed the standard with both hands and swiftly threw out the love sword. Sod easily dodged the kunai, puzzled, but the next second he was stunned. The heavenly soaring swallow dance light instant shadow, zero style. The blue water figure transformed into golden flashes, slicing through Sod's body. Sod felt pain, receiving several slashing attacks. The blue water figure appeared instantly beside each kunai, picking up the standard and launching a fierce assault, with the giant sword dodging them all effortlessly. The shadow clone, I directly fly with the thunder god. Our blue water player has such skill. Sod gradually regained his senses, dazed, and instinctively swung his sword, hitting the blue water figure's landing recovery. The blue water figure was sent flying, and Sod was delighted, wanting to pursue the victory. Suddenly, a voice called, "Save me, Heron." Summon my animal friend. Directly at that moment, an unimaginably large, astonishingly massive poop-colored raccoon suddenly appeared. Its body stood like a small mountain, evoking a sense of awe. The giant raccoon rounded its belly, gathering all its strength. Open wide the blood-red mouth and spray a strong airflow. A massive windstorm instantly forms and expands at high speed. The ground violently turns into a terrifying vortex. Endless sand and dust swirl into a torrent. Dust storms sweep across the land with unstoppable force. No matter how hard Sod tries to escape, he is pulled back by the raccoon cat. This suction power is comparable to that of a Fiji shell. Qing Shui shouts, "Guard Crane, I love you. 6 blocks are worth it." Sod is flying in the sky, looking confused. What the heck is this? Suddenly, Qing Shui transforms into white mist. It's a reaction substitute. The wind stops here, the rain is silent here. It laughs at my infatuation. Sod falls down, looking strangely at Qing Shui still charging with his sword. "I don't believe your tricks." Rapidly advancing, Qing Shui crouches down again, White special chakra reappears. He becomes invincible again. Sada's heart sinks. Come on, this is the realm of the living. Qing Shui instantly disappears and reappears in the air, gripping the Rasengan like a basketball. He slams it down. Teacher Guanzhong, that arrow was not given in vain. Sad is furious. I'm so mad I could faint. XX. He gets pressed to the ground and stands up again. Is this never-ending? Quietly waiting for Qing Shui to do something. Suddenly, Qing Shui bursts into golden light, preparing to throw a full-strength throwing action. Shuriken directly hits Sada's face. FA. Impact sound effect. He flashes over and gives a big slam dunk Rasengan. Damn, paranoid Qing Shui. It's all filled up. The toilet is clogged. Sad, feeling lifeless, stands up just as he wants to swing his knife. But Qing Shui calmly forms seals. I'll use this move to end you. He swings his sleeve and shoots the sword of ninja love. Sad is caught off guard and gets hit, blinking to an unfamiliar place. An empty space instantly transforms into a small forest. Green leaves sway in the fresh air. Silence is suddenly broken. Qing Shui, like a ghost, flashes behind Sad, treating him like a sandbag and throwing him into the sky. Throwing him again. Sad arcs down and crashes heavily to the ground. Still dazed, Qing Shui gathers a massive Rasengan in his palm. It shines like the rising sun throughout the space. He swings his arm down on Sad. Boom! A blue and white explosion shakes the heavens. The shock wave sweeps the surroundings, uprooting trees and creating huge craters in the ground. Smoke fills the air. The Rasengan's heavenly light sharply cuts through the air, flashing into the small forest. Our player Qing Shui has incredible skill. Sad lies amidst the explosion. A scene appears before him. Qing Shui, holding a shuriken, smiles without blinking. Though you're an enemy, you're not bad. The image flickers like an old slide. Sad looks at this sunny face, nearly spitting blood. Another scene appears. A round white face with a beard and no ears. A content expression. One hand strokes its head, constantly shaking out residual images. Though this expression is cute, Sad feels uncomfortable seeing it. It's as if it's mocking him, making him furious. Sad lies on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. The shock given by the yellow-haired youth is too explosive. His own abilities are useless against him. Yet he easily crushes him. How infuriating. No, I must fight again. The more he thinks about that kitten-like head-stroking expression, the angrier he becomes, his rage intensifying. He regains his composure, stands up, adjusts his state, and readies his sword. He's going to have a death battle with the yellow-haired one. But all that's left in front of him is an endless red space. He feels discouraged and sits down, stuck in a secret realm, doing nothing but getting beaten up. It's too frustrating. He wants revenge, but has no one to fight with. How annoying. At this moment, a sharp aura locks onto him, like a blade piercing his chest. It's a swordsmanship expert. Flames of fighting spirit ignite in his eyes. I am the sword demon. My body is the manifestation of the ancient sword. Born to duel with swords. His body bursts with unparalleled sword energy. Each movement carries a sharp momentum, returning to a keen form. The sword in his hand shines with dazzling light. He communicates with the sword in spirit. Just been tormented by the yellow-haired Qing Shui. Now, encountering someone he can fight with freely, how can he not be excited? He eagerly looks for the opponent, waiting with bated breath. Finally, he sees the desired presence appearing in the distance. A figure in a blue robe and black cloak, fluttering like someone who has traveled through time. Blue armor peeks out from his pant legs, with two knives hanging at his waist. One scabbard is blue and the other black, differing in length. His head of white hair floats like silver snow, a handsome face sculpted, with two red lines on his cheeks like flames burning. His eyes are like red flames, exuding a pressure that dares not be looked at directly. This is Senju Tobarama, the Wandering Wanderer. Sad sees his imposing aura and instantly draws his sword. Tobarama also moves his sword from its sheath, gathering strength. A ethereal female voice booms. Second round, battle begins. Both sides move at once. Sad, rarely not shouting a verbose skill name, thrusts his long sword, carrying white light, directly stabbing. So fast, it's astonishing. Tobarama's aura explodes, his white feather robe sways. swiftly drawing his samurai sword. In an instant, he makes a horizontal slash, clashing head-on with Saad's thrust. Clang! The sound of swords clashing explodes. Both sides feel the other's strength. Seeing the standoff, Saad's eyes sharpen and changes his move. Unexpectedly, Tobarama's speed is shockingly absurd. He flashes through Saad's blade, slashing horizontally and hitting Saad. Saad is startled and retreats to dodge, but Tobarama pursues relentlessly, stomping the ground like a blue light, swinging his sword again. This sword contains a special force, like a sticky substance fiercely clinging to Saad. He is bound by immense pressure, unable to move. Meanwhile, Tobarama leisurely sheaths his long sword, then draws it at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. In an instant, several sword energies shoot out from his hand, appearing almost tangible. Rushing straight toward Saad, Saad instantly feels as if he has been struck by several blades. The intense pain nearly knocks him out, and that strange binding force finally disappears. He immediately summons flying swords to shoot at Tobarama, aiming for a surprise attack. Tobarama sees the flying sword, smirks lightly, and transforms into blue lightning, flying thunder god technique. His figure disappears, and Saad's attack misses entirely. His expression changes abruptly. This is definitely a formidable enemy worth fighting for. He raises his sword and strikes fiercely to the side. Sure enough, Tobarama flashes in like a ghost for a surprise attack, already anticipated by him. Swallow return. Tobarama roars, gripping his swords and spinning like a top as he leaps. The sharp blade slices through Saad's sword. A powerful wave of energy forces Saad back several steps. But Tobarama gives no chance to breathe. He uses the glowing teleport again. In the blink of an eye, he is right in front of Saad. Saad hurriedly swings his arc-shaped sword energy to counterattack. That sword energy shoots out like a full moon in all directions, not expecting Tobarama to change again in a blue lightning, floating like a ghost, charging straight at Saad. Saad's sustaining sword hums and vibrates, his fighting spirit surging within his chest. He stands firm with his sword held close. Tobarama's figure flashes again, the blade light cold and glaring, striking at Saad. Saad quickly raises his sword to block. The clang reverberates, numbing his hand. Immediately after, Tobarama draws another sword. Light as a flying swallow, he leaps up, unleashing that crowd-shattering swallow return again. In the air, the speed is so fast it leaves afterimages, flashing next to Saad like a ghost. The dual blades shine with deadly light, stabbing straight at Saad's neck. Water cut. Saad's hairs stand on end, feeling death approaching. His elemental power surges like a raging tide, explosively sending Tobarama flying. Tobarama twists in midair, adjusting his posture, and lands to continue his fierce assault. The attack is dense like a tidal wave, one wave after another without stopping. Saad grits his teeth and defends with all his might. The sound of blades colliding explodes continuously, the battle intensifying to a white-hot level. The scene is so tense that it makes people clench their fists, not daring to breathe. Tobarama's gaze is like a burning red iron, closely watching Saad for a flaw. Suddenly, he uses teleportation, thrusting at an exceptionally tricky angle. Saad reacts unbelievably quickly, awkwardly deflecting this move. Tobarama's red eyes burn even brighter, his dual swords suddenly flashing with pale blue light. Water flows and wraps around the blades. He twists his wrist sharply. The blades spin rapidly, and a terrifying giant water dragon appears out of nowhere, charging at Saad along with the swords. Saad refuses to admit defeat. He gathers all his sword energy to form a huge white dragon, meeting the water dragon head-on. Boom! Two dragons collide, creating a massive shockwave that shakes the very space. Tobarama attempts to use teleportation for a surprise attack, while Saad is recovering. But Saad is already prepared. He raises his hand and summons countless giant swords to crash down from the sky. Tobarama can only keep using teleportation to dodge, unable to counterattack at all. Tobarama retreats to a distance, closing his eyes, and the next moment a ridiculously strong aura erupts, swirling around like a hurricane. His white hair and feather robe are blown wildly, looking explosive. Countless streams of water rush out of nowhere. Tobirama slowly opens his eyes, palms together. Those streams shoot up into the sky, rapidly transforming into a gigantic tornado, looking as if it would destroy the world. Saad instantly feels an intense suction force, as if facing a terrifying giant raccoon cat. His body loses all control, being forcefully pulled towards the center of the water flow. He fought with all his might, but it was all in vain. The water flowed like raindrops hitting him, and Tobirama rushed forward with dual blades, easily lifting the defenseless Susanoo and intensifying the swirling water. Susanoo's mind turned to mush, feeling both pain and dizziness. Unable to hold on, Tobirama sheathed his swords, and Susanoo was thrown to the ground by the water. Just as he regained consciousness, images flashed in his mind. Tobirama, holding dual blades and smiling, saying, "So easy." The strength of a ninja has fallen to this level. Susanoo could only smile bitterly. He thought defeating a few demon gods was the peak, yet he was easily crushed. He hadn't even unleashed his full power due to the constraints, but this battle was exhilarating. Susanoo got up from the ground again, having been knocked down twice. For a 700-year-old demon god baby, who understands the damage of blue water combined with Tobirama, crying, "No time to grieve. The next wave of battle is here." The 7th Hokage of Konoha, the hero of the Ninja World War, best buddy of Sasuke, the reincarnation of Ashura, the yellow flash of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki Ninetales Link. Susanoo shuddered all over, this familiar feeling for the third time. The mighty demon god of the sword was being played so embarrassingly. A golden figure appeared in front of him, and Susanoo shielded his eyes, so bright. The person in front shone with dazzling golden light like a star. Wearing a golden cloak engraved with black ceiling patterns, his handsome face had 6 whisker marks. His yellow eyes with slit pupils could penetrate the soul, and his golden hair shone brilliantly in the wind. Being stared at by the yellow flash felt like being targeted by a prehistoric beast, and Susanoo broke out in a cold sweat. The yellow flash seemed to be waiting for something, slowly clasping his fists. A familiar, ethereal female voice boomed. Round 3. Battle begins. The yellow flash smirked, crouched down like a cheetah gathering strength, his power converging in his legs like a volcano about to erupt. Susanoo had no time to catch his breath, swinging his sword to block the surprise attack, but everything was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the yellow flash teleported in front of Susanoo. He only caught a glimpse of the yellow flash's confident and handsome face, which felt somewhat familiar, like that previous blonde. The next moment, boom, Susanoo was launched into the air like he had been hit by a truck. In the weightlessness, just as he tried to adjust his position, he turned to see the yellow flash charging at him at high speed. The yellow flash radiated an aura of heart-pounding energy, his right arm stretching into a giant golden arm like a mythological giant, transforming into sharp claws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For golden claws struck Susanoo's body like lightning, causing him to scream in pain. Susanoo, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, but the yellow flash was incredibly relaxed, retracting his chakra arm. Immediately, 2 blue Rasengan appeared in his hands, surrounded by white serrated edges like sharp shurikens. The yellow flash leaped high and threw these 2 shurikens at Susanoo at lightning speed. Faced with the sudden attack, Susanoo reacted in a split second. He condensed a massive white sword and countered the shurikens. The attacks collided in midair, resulting in a loud explosion. Susanoo saw that the yellow flash was also hit, lying on the ground. He secretly rejoiced. Finally, he had the upper hand. Just as he was about to treat his Rasengan shuriken wounds, he suddenly felt a powerful strike from behind. A flash of golden light exploded, like a burning meteor crashing down from the sky, sending the nearly unconscious Susanoo flying. He was so dazed that he involuntarily soared into the air. The golden light extended a giant arm, grabbing Susanoo and throwing him hard. Susanoo flew far away like a cannonball, disappearing from sight. Just as he was about to touch his dizzy head, he was struck hard again. Then it felt like an invisible giant hand squeezed him and threw him out again. What the heck? This is way too far. I'm already lying on the ground for a nap. He was feeling utterly distressed. Sorry, the familiar sound effect of the yellow flash's basic attack exploded. Susanoo was tossed around like a basketball, unable to fall. Those two before would at least let me down a struggle, but this guy completely disregards the rules. Is this the legendary power of the yellow flash? Too cool. The yellow flash, bored, transformed into golden light and charged at Susanoo. He had no time to react before being knocked away. The yellow flash extended his chakra arm to grab Susanoo's waist, yanking him over. Susanoo felt like he was being torn in half, and when he looked up, he was stunned. In front of him was the head of a giant golden fox, a bloodthirsty mouth with sharp fangs, the breath suffocating, ready to swallow him. Susanoo widened his eyes in an attempt to struggle, but was held immobile by the yellow flash. The nine tails mercilessly bit down. Thanks to Teacher Tom for the voice acting. What a miracle. My Lord Yellow Flash can still drop from a basic attack. Susanoo saw the nine-tailed head vanish and quickly began to heal. Fortunately, his body as a sword was sturdy enough. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. Finally safe on the ground, he touched the floor and sighed. Oh, so wonderful. The yellow flash stood far away, unconcerned, still playing with his claws. Susanoo stood up, watching him leisurely and feeling anger rise, but not daring to unleash it, muttering softly, "You little cutie." Though his voice was small, the yellow flash perceived the malice instantly. The yellow flash turned around dramatically, his 9 golden tails sweeping like a giant fan. Divine Fox's tail, Susanoo felt as if he'd been hit by a sonic wave, covering his ears and screaming. A huge roar exploded in his ears. "I'm up at 8. Super loud. Can this also be a counterattack, bro?" Just then, as Susanoo opened his eyes, he saw a large yellow foot. A strong sense of panic surged in his heart, and he unconsciously looked up. At the same time, he keenly sensed the terrifying elemental power reaction coming from above. Susanoo looked up and instantly realized it was a giant golden fox. It bent down, opening its massive mouth. Blue and red particles swirling into a giant black ball, which looked like it could destroy everything. The fox didn't stop, making the black ball touch Susanoo's face and launching it without hesitation. This is still a trade fair. Got it. He found a white cloth to cover his eyes, calmly waiting for the outcome. Images of blue water, Tobarama, and Geng Lan flashed in his mind. It must be him causing this. His power is too explosive. Then he recalled the past. "I'm sorry, sister. I shouldn't have left." A figure holding a giant black sword flashed before him, tears of regret flowing. Tailed Beast Bomb. The yellow flash's voice rose high along with the terrifying explosion filling the space. Without even activating a technique or using a technique chart, Susanoo felt utterly weak, as if he were falling apart. And the image of 2 fingers interlocking in a sign of reconciliation flashed in his mind. It feels better than being patted on the head. Am I being recognized? Thank you. He smiled lightly, preparing to drift away peacefully. Slap. His face stung, and he touched his face and opened his eyes. Lying on the lawn, in front of him was a little girl with dragon horns. Yes, awake. Run away. Geng Lan approached from above. Susanoo felt disheartened. I lost. My will has long been shattered by the world of the living. Geng Lan squatted down. Don't be down. You are the demon god of the sword. Aren't you going to challenge me? Why are you standing there not moving? Susanoo felt the strange atmosphere and turned his head away, saying nothing. The outcome is decided. According to the rules, I have the right to execute you, right? Susanoo wondered when such rules were established and recalled how he once wanted to kill Geng Lan. Not arguing. Your true form is a sword? Geng Lan stood up. Yes, I'll give you a chance to live. Follow me. You were hit by so many attacks from the yellow flash and didn't shatter. Pretty tough. Susanoo was confused. What kind of heavenly development is this? Change quickly. Geng Lan slapped his stomach. Susanoo was shocked. Such strong power. After the bright light, an ancient long sword was placed on the ground, just like the one he had before. "Isn't this a buddy? Not asking for my opinion?" The sword buzzed, transmitting a voice to Susanoo. Geng Lan glared with his crimson Sharingan, threatening. "Transform into the Kusanagi sword." "Bro, what does the Kusanagi sword look like?" "Like this. Here's a picture." Geng Lan looked at the sheathed Kusanagi sword, extremely satisfied, and used elemental power to engrave something that looked like a ping-pong paddle on the sheath. "Don't scribble on me. This is still the public Kusanagi sword. Gunlan tried the Kusanagi sword in his hand a few times, feeling it was super handy. He nodded in satisfaction and sheathed it. Looking down at his already tattered shirt, he casually used elemental power to shape a new outfit like Sasuke's and put on. He walked to the water's edge to stare at his reflection, tying the sword sheath around his waist. Does it reflect my stunning beauty? He pulled up a zipper at his neck, turned, and saw Andugia picking flowers. He waved, signaling, and Andugia ran over with flowers, her face full of anticipation. Gunlan bent down to match Andugia's height. However, before his eyes could turn into kaleidoscopic Sharingan to cast an illusion, a small yellow flower was gently pinned to his head. Gunlan looked at Andugia's joyful face and felt puzzled. Why does this little guy look so familiar? Kulme, look at me. The emerald-like eyes of Gunlan turned blood red in an instant, filled with mysterious power. The pitch-black pupils transformed in seconds, and 3 Magatama fused into a black boomerang with a blink. Tsukuyami, she whispered, and Andoja's eyes immediately went blank, as if her soul had been lost. Gunlan slowly stood up. I don't care about her relationship with the Sea King. Her father is the one I crushed. Peeking into people's memories is too dog-like. The key point is this Tsukuyami is explosive. It can change according to the memories of the victim, making personalized attacks, so it's easy to extract the key dialogue Andoja is hiding. Saad praised from the bottom of his heart. This eye contact attack? That's terrifying. He had just experienced it himself, feeling the chilling sensation of being forcibly pulled into the spiritual world. Delora understood as well. Back then, when she was separated by the illusion, she was burned for half a day by Amaterasu. Gunlan ignored him, still pondering why Andoja looked so familiar. On Andoja's side, her vision suddenly blurred and spun. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a blue world. Before she could react, the blue background lit up, revealing a spectacular ocean scene. Light blue stones transformed into stone bricks, instantly forming ancient colonnade architecture, resembling a sacred relic from the Western Middle Ages. She was dumbfounded. Why does this feel both familiar and strange? Unable to recall how she got there, her mind was blank, just as she was dazed. A school of colorful fish flew over her head, weaving into a dazzling fish swarm. Andoja's eyes were captivated, moving along with the fish, finally focusing on a round object that was blowing bubbles, constantly producing transparent bubbles, which was super interesting. Upon closer inspection, she found a small bell on a stone table. She picked it up and looked. Isn't this the bell that Gunlan used when she was blind? It's just older. Suddenly, she felt someone staring at her from behind and turned around sharply. Sure enough, a figure stood there. It was a muscular man over 2 meters tall, dressed in shining golden armor, with blue and white hair flowing with a faint glow. His face was as rosy as a jujube, yet devoid of any expression. Andoja swallowed. This guy looks tough to mess with. She stammered, you hello? The muscular man ignored her, mumbling, is it the 9th generation? He reached out to take the bell, infusing it with light blue elemental power. Ding! A crisp bell sound erupted like heavenly music, and Andoja's mood instantly improved. The sound seemed to transcend time and space, bringing an indescribable tranquility. In Andoja's mind, a magical and magnificent scene gradually emerged. Countless brilliant star rays fell like raindrops. Piercing through the clouds, they illuminated the dark blue ocean. The vast sea instantly transformed into a dazzling starry sea. The blue sphere was surrounded by countless stars, shining with enchanting brilliance. Look closely. A super bright meteor streaked across the sky, clearing the surrounding stars as if it exploded. The sea surface instantly fell into darkness, leaving only the pitch-black ocean. The once dazzling pearl also lost its light, its brilliance dissipating in the air. Suddenly, a giant dorsal fin emerged from the water, and a blue and white Godzilla popped its head up. This Godzilla had a golden dorsal fin extending from its back to its tail, extremely eye-catching. Its small front limbs fidgeted awkwardly, greeting the dim sphere. Hello there, handsome. Do you live here too? The sphere awkwardly lit up in response and hesitated before diving into Godzilla's body. Godzilla was startled, and then a cool sensation spread throughout its body. Its weary form instantly regained vitality. Powerful energy surged like a torrent, merging warm currents within. High energy arrived. Godzilla's body radiated deep blue light, as if wrapped in a magnificent cloak. Its arms were wrapped with giant blue ribbons, and a round object appeared on its head, embedded with 7 bright balls like stars. In that moment, it exuded an unprecedented powerful aura, transforming into a majestic and imposing being, no longer an ordinary Godzilla, but the ocean god of authority over the sea. Fugaro, countless images flashed. Giant seals, sea serpents, sea hares. All the ocean giants donned blue attire and wore matching decorations, as if inheriting a legacy. Finally, the image stopped on a giant whale. It exploded with dazzling light, transforming into a human form. Indoja widened her eyes in excitement. Is this my father? Coordinates suddenly appeared in her mind, and she opened her eyes wide awake. Sitting up, she saw Gunglon testing a blade. 1, 2, 3, it's the Chidori blade. Invincible turn Gunglon. At the sound, Gunglon paused, initially preparing to activate his dual swords for Susanoo, but forgot to turn left or right. I have a secret to tell you, Indoja said proudly, hands on her hips. What? Gunglon asked curiously. I'm a sea god. She lifted her chin, incredibly proud. Oh, I see, Gunglon responded flatly. Seeing Gunglon's indifferent expression, Indoja couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Why this reaction? She mumbled. Indoja didn't beat around the bush and directly told Gunglon everything that happened in the illusion. After listening, Gunglon fell into deep thought. So this is the inheritance of the sea gods? It can even pass to Godzilla? That's so cool. Coming back to his senses, he casually said, let's go to the sea god relic. Okay. Indoja rushed ahead, but after a few steps, Gunglon pulled her back. You point the direction, and I'll fly over. Look out. The purple chakra, mixed with elemental power, exploded, and a strong aura surged out. In the blink of an eye, a giant skeletal frame appeared, stepping out from the void, jumping over the skeleton and robe stage, directly entering the Yatagarasa mode. Beneath the heavy armor, scarlet blood eyes flashed with fierce light, and purple flames surged like a tidal wave. No. This body shape is wrong. Kusanagi Sad shouted in horror. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This Susanoo size is too explosive. The final form in the previous battle was only over 200 meters, and now it's actually 400 to 500 meters. The towering giant god landed on the earth, and the surrounding air froze, like an immovable mountain, exuding unparalleled pressure. Complete Susanoo. Susanoo spread its giant wings, blocking the sun, whipping up a violent wind that shattered stones and soared into the sky. Sada's whole sword froze. So all of that was just to tease me. Gunglon thought, the inheritance of a sea god is pretty good. Indoja has combat power and doesn't need me to protect her all the time. He turned to look at Kusanagi. The demonized sword also changes its intensity with mood. Too unstable, not a long-term solution. Susanoo soared like a giant bird in the sky, fast enough to create a howling wind. Indoja stood in the cockpit, curiously looking around. Wow, so high. Are those clouds? She shouted excitedly. Gunglon looked down at her crookedly drawn map. No kaleidoscope Sharingan could recognize it. Susanoo adjusted its posture and rapidly dived toward the vast sea below. Just before hitting the water's surface, it abruptly stopped, hovering steadily. Its impact created a hurricane that churned the calm sea into raging waves. Jump down. Susanoo casually destroyed this. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo disappeared in an instant, and Gunglon and Indoja plummeted from the sky. Gunglon caught the stunned Indoja mid-air, landing smoothly on the water's surface. Using strong chakra to stand on the water, the kaleidoscope Sharingan lit up, examining the wondrous scene below. This relic is hidden too deep. As her body slowly sank into the water, she wrapped herself in a transparent membrane with chakra and elemental power, like wearing an invisible protective suit. Indoja was super curious about her new outfit, poking at it and excitedly spinning in the water like a child with a new toy. Gunglon thought, Isn't Andoja a water dragon? Why can't she even swim? Andoja exploded, falling from hundreds of meters up. Who has the mind to swim? Before Andoja could react, a kunai made of water elements suddenly appeared in Gunlan's hand. Without hesitation, he threw the kunai into the depths, and it plunged into the Black Sea without losing any speed, like a streak of light. Gunlan gently placed his hand on Andoja's shoulder, whispering, "Be careful. Next, we'll use the Flying Thunder God technique." Before he finished speaking, their figures suddenly turned into blue flashes and disappeared. When Andoja opened her eyes again, she was shocked to find herself in a relic filled with an ancient aura. The layout and arrangement here were identical to that in the illusion. She didn't dare to delay and ran towards the direction of the bell, soon bursting into an open area. This place was incredibly spacious. Surrounding blue and white giant pillars formed a circle, unevenly arranged but all damaged due to age. The ground was paved with circular patterns, now resembling lightless cracks. In the center stood a strange structure, clearly meant for placing items. Wait, that is not right. The corridor in the illusion led to a bell room. How did it become an altar? Andoja was confused, but then thought, this altar must be super important. I need to find the bell and place it on top. A light bulb seemed to light up above her head. Gunlan did not respond, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. What a strong elemental power. He was sealed in an independent small space. This is definitely a place of inheritance. Just as he was about to use Kamui to break through the spatial barrier and reach the core, Andoja suddenly dashed off in another direction. He took a hurried glance and didn't interfere at all. Aren't you going to chase her? What if she gets lost? Kusanagi-san suddenly spoke up. No need. She has my Flying Thunder God mark. Gunlan slowly opened his eyes. His pupils turned deep red, like they were burning with intense flames. In the red pupils, 3 scythe windmill patterns appeared, twisting and spinning, filled with endless power. Kamui. As the words fell, the direction Gunlan was looking at, the originally calm space began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the space became unstable, like disturbed water. A crack of flashing blue and white light suddenly appeared, resembling a door to an unknown world, exuding a breath that made one feel anxious. Inside the crack was pitch black, nothing could be seen, and the mystery was overwhelming. It seems to be possible, Gunlan said, ready to transfer Andoja over. On the other side, Andoja was holding an old bell. Though tattered, it was exquisitely designed. She happily turned back to recognize the way. But a blue figure suddenly darted out from around the corner of the corridor. She didn't notice anyone behind her and ran toward Gunlan. The blue figure stared at her back in confusion and surprise, then chased after her. With each step, the air behind her turned icy. The water instantly froze, and then disappeared in a second. Andoja, with her short legs, couldn't outrun the tall figure, and was quickly caught up. She suddenly felt someone behind her. The breath was bone-chilling. Unlike Gunlan's indifference, which had a hint of warmth, this one was terrifyingly cold. She quickly turned around, but just as she did, the sensation of space displacement from the Flying Thunder God surged up. In her last glance, she saw an exceptionally noble and beautiful face, wearing a gorgeous blue and white dress, with a blue crown on her golden hair. She looked just like a queen. What a beautiful sister. I haven't even looked closely yet, Andoja thought, but the woman's hand was already on her shoulder. The Flying Thunder God directly transferred them both. Andoja didn't hear clearly what the woman said, and the two appeared in front of Gunlan. Gunlan had just finished transferring her and suddenly noticed a formidable character beside him. Elemental power exploding. Stronger than any previous encounters, this was currently the strongest. Gunlan instantly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the blood-red eyes spinning a 6-pointed star. I can definitely fight. Andoja stood by the crack, holding the big bell. But Gunlan ignored the bell, his gaze locked entirely on the woman behind Andoja. The woman had her hand on Andoja's shoulder, still looking dazed. Gunlan took a look, purple eyes, golden hair down to her waist, wearing a blue dress with a white fur shawl and black stockings wrapping her long legs. She exuded a noble and cold beauty. Could this be Cocolia? He instantly recalled the days of bouncing around. It looked just like her. If it were her, she would be the first-generation ice god, one of the 7 rulers of the world. So exciting. But Cocolia ignored Genglan's full battle intent and squatted directly in front of Andugia, face to face. She anxiously and gently touched Andugia's face. "Bologna, didn't I tell you to wait in the winter house? Why did you come here? You look just like a child who sneaked out," making Mom both angry and worried. Andugia was stunned, pointing at the bell. "Hey, my name is Andugia." Cocolia looked her up and down. She was different from her own child, but why did she look so much alike? Genglan, upon hearing Bologna, was directly stunned. Oh, so it really is Cocolia. The collapse is still chasing. Wait a minute. For the first time, he was so shocked, staring intently at Andugia, with a doll-like face, gray eyes, and gray hair styled into 2 spirals. This was exactly the little duck with dragon horns and a tail. This thought exploded. Genglan tried to act calm, but couldn't maintain it all. Did I pick up a duck? Or is she the future ice god? No, she doesn't seem to be Cocolia's child. That's more like it. Genglan walked over, and only then did Cocolia notice him, elegantly lifting her skirt to greet him. Genglan, without a hat, drew Kusanagi and performed a flourish to salute. "If you can't do it, I'll teach you." Saad spoke up, and Genglan gripped the sword tightly. Shut up, cold and ruthless, not caring about the sword's well-being. Saad was taken aback. "I'm fine." So smelly. "Hello, Barnabas," the worldly name Cocolia Ulrich, the god of extreme ice. Her voice was soft, as if it had magic. "Uchiha Genglan, the god of 6 paths." Genglan announced his name that resounded through Teyvat. Andugia, holding the bell, stared blankly at Cocolia. "Is this my mom? My dad's bear-like appearance doesn't deserve her. The 8th generation god of the sea. Is this called filial piety?" Cocolia looked at Andugia closely again, filled with curiosity and doubt. She couldn't help but ask, "Where does she come from?" Genglan, expressionless, calmly replied, "She hatched from an egg," as if this was just an ordinary matter. Cocolia seemed to fall into deep thought, and after a while, she returned to her senses. However, Genglan didn't care about what Cocolia was thinking. He straightforwardly said, "Is the purpose of coming here to seek the inheritance of the sea god?" Cocolia raised her head to meet Genglan's gaze. Her purple eyes were deep and mysterious, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. "It could be considered so," Cocolia simply responded. Upon hearing this, Genglan swiftly drew Kusanagi. His eyes instantly sharpened. The crimson Sharingan appeared, instantly transforming into the 3-scythe windmill kaleidoscope. "Same goal? Then let us compete. Let us see if you are worthy of obtaining the inheritance." He turned to Andugia and shouted, "Protect the bell. This thing is useful." His voice was filled with arrogant confidence. Cocolia was puzzled. Just now was quite friendly. Why suddenly want to fight? She was filled with confusion and vigilance. Her change of attitude was faster than flipping a book, but she had seen this personality before and reluctantly agreed. "Fine. It's been a long time since anyone challenged me." After saying this, she lightly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her attire changed dramatically. The sapphire blue dress disappeared, replaced by a gorgeous long white gown, with a high slit revealing her long white legs and a dark green plush cloak draped over her shoulders. Her aura transformed from an unattainable queen to a domineering one. Watch closely. Before Cocolia could finish transforming, Genglan had already locked his gaze on her. The space vibrated violently, and with a swoosh, it swallowed her in. Cocolia found herself in a dark space, filled with gray-black rectangular prisms, oppressive and mysterious. The high heels stepped on the floor of Kamui space, making strange sounds. Is this space created by him? She thought to herself. Channeling elemental power, an icy, piercing force suddenly emerged, causing the temperature in Kamui space to plummet. In the distance, the space fluctuated, and Genglan instantly appeared. To him, Cocolia was the most explosive enemy he had encountered in terms of elemental power. Her strength was like a colossal glacier, exuding a heart-pounding aura. With this power, she could stabilize her position as one of the 7 rulers of the world in the future. Genglan had long been instilled with the idea The 7 gods are extremely powerful. The demon gods he encountered before were all weak. The seafood monster was crushed with one punch. The Sea King was toyed with for a while before being eliminated by Kirin. The Black Panther was easily dispatched by Susanoo, and the little birds disappeared without a fight, easily dealt with by sword illusions. These characters had no names in the Genshin Impact storyline. But Cocolia before him was one of the most powerful existences in the future of Genshin Impact, aside from the heavens above. This opportunity was incredible. Let's test how strong I really am. Gunlan watched her gather elemental power to set up the arena, arrogantly, not interrupting. Cocolia waved her hand, blue light instantly scattering. Kamui's space howled with a white cold wind, piercing and whistling. Snowflakes fell heavily, draping the space in white. As the snowflakes touched the ground, they quickly froze, illuminating the dark space. Ice crystals shining brightly, resembling a dreamlike kingdom of ice. As far as the eye could see, the ice field was vast and endless. The ice surface mirrored the stars and moonlight, beautiful to the extreme. In the distance, icebergs towered into the clouds, crystal clear and exuding a mysterious aura. The cold wind howled, blowing through Gunlan's hair, giving a feeling of unprecedented chill. Gunlan was stunned. Isn't this a buddy? Where's my massive Kamui space? This scene-changing ability is too explosive. Who can tell what it originally looked like? A certain external way demon statue. Ache, so cold. Gunlan slowly reached out his hand, and the snowflakes vanished in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, several shimmering wind element shurikens appeared in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, the shurikens shot out like arrows. Enhanced by the Sharingan, the Uchiha throwing technique aimed at vital points with an angle so tricky it was hard to dodge. Cocoria remained steady as a rock, revealing several ice spikes. With a wave of her hand, she effortlessly knocked the shurikens away, unharmed. Gunlan felt helpless in the bitter cold. Why couldn't he land a hit? His eyes felt chilly, making him quite uncomfortable. But these shurikens were no ordinary ones. Gunlan instantly transformed into dazzling blue lightning, teleporting beside the shurikens. Gripping a shuriken in one hand and reversing his grip on the Kusanagi sword with the other, the sword crackled with lightning, producing a piercing bird cry mixed with the sound of thunder. He then performed the body flicker technique, charging forward with the might of thunder, moving as fast as lightning. He left behind a brilliant arc of electricity and the glint of his blue blade. Flying Thunder God technique. The Chidori blade swiftly struck at Cocoria's head. Cocoria, with her purple eyes, fixed her gaze on the Kusanagi sword. Gunlan swung the Kusanagi sword fiercely as the lightning danced joyfully, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Yet Cocoria calmly watched the lightning, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She lightly pointed upwards. A massive ice crystal rose from the snow, striking Gunlan before he could react. Gunlan was knocked away, quickly teleporting next to another shuriken. He delivered a spinning kick, launching a gust of wind at Cocoria, who revealed an ice spear to stab forward. Gunlan kicked the ice spear, feeling his leg go numb, then jumped off the spear, forming 4 hand seals with one hand in half a second. In midair, he puffed up, sending a giant fireball crashing toward Cocoria. The fireball engulfed in black flames. Fire release, great fireball technique. Cocoria saw through the power and left an ice clone to create an ice shield. The black flame fireball directly engulfed the ice clone, incinerating it. Cocoria suddenly revealed herself, holding a spear in a throwing stance. Blue-white elemental power gathered on the spear, launched with all her might like a roaring dragon. Gunlan threw the flying Thunder God Wind shuriken and teleported to dodge. Cocoria seemed to predict this, as a massive ice spike smashed down from above. Gunlan glanced up, pulled out the Kusanagi sword, its blade covered in black flames. Sad screamed, "Hot, hot, hot!" Ah! Gunlan swung the sword horizontally, instantly melting the massive ice spike with the black flames. Hey, can demons have children? After slicing through the ice, Gunlan suddenly asked nonchalantly, as if making small talk, completely devoid of the seriousness of battle. Why not? Cocoria was a bit stunned, her delicate fingers in white silk gloves lightly pointing to herself. Who's the father of the child? The demon god I created is born from the myriad forms of bright ice. Oh, Gunlan pondered, pulling out the flying thunder godwind shuriken. As soon as Kokoria saw the familiar green weapon, she knew he was about to teleport and immediately went on guard. Gunlan gripped the shuriken with focused eyes, swiftly slashing at the empty space in front of Kokoria. Quick as lightning, the slash tore through the void. Kokoria moved slightly, and the ground erupted with ice crystals trying to strike him, only to find that Gunlan was already far away. Ha! Is the pressure that great? You fell for it in an instant. Kokoria was quite cute, a bit silly. Gunlan chuckled proudly, quickly forming hand seals with one hand. Suddenly, a fire tongue burst from his mouth, instantly expanding into a sea of flames, like waves sweeping toward Kokoria. The surrounding icy environment melted under the high temperature, ice chunks turning into droplets. Although Kokoria was furious, she was also shocked by the explosive flames and immediately prepared to respond. A small white ball appeared before Gunlan, which blinked into an endless blizzard, like a natural disaster pouncing on the flames. The blizzard opened its mouth like a ferocious beast to swallow the fire. Cold winds swirling snowflakes and ice shavings into shockwaves. The snowflakes, like sharp blades, crashed against the flames with a crackling sound. The blizzard pressed through the flames. But Gunlan had already extinguished the great fireball, vanishing from sight. Kokoria couldn't find Gunlan and threw several small white balls without hesitation. The small white balls exploded, triggering an even more violent blizzard, like countless hurricanes sweeping through the divine space, aiming to deal area damage to Gunlan. Watch closely. As the blizzard raged, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared before Kokoria. She looked in surprise as a giant, transparent ice crystal emerged to protect her. At the same time, Gunlan appeared from the fluctuation, gripping the Chidori engulfed in black flames, fiercely stabbing at the ice crystal. The penetrating power of the black flame Chidori exploded, like a sharp sword piercing through tofu, shattering the ice crystal in an instant. But you absolutely wouldn't expect. It didn't hit Kokoria herself. What was pierced was only the ice clone, which shattered with crack. The ice crystal exploded into fragments. Endless white, ice elements surrounded Gunlan. Kokoria watched from a distance, satisfied yet regretful, as if lamenting for Gunlan. But Gunlan wouldn't be so easily defeated. He was tired of such little tricks long ago. Kokoria saw blue-white mist explode from the original position, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. Instinctively, she added an ice shield to herself. The white mist, initially peaceful, suddenly showed a hint of black, then exploded with a bang. Black flames engulfed the entire white mist. The black fire turned into a purple-black storm, swirling around, sparks flying like petals scattering. Kokoria panicked, stumbling backward. Suddenly, a black flame, infused with earth element power, fell like a meteor, smashing hard into the ice shield. Crimson flames spread like a plague, instantly covering the transparent shield. The terrifying high temperature felt suffocating from afar. It wasn't over. The destructive force expanded outward, refusing to stop until the ice shield was burned away. Kokoria retreated thousands of meters in an instant, the black fire tornado still expanding, completely indifferent to whether the divine space could withstand the flames. Suddenly, a giant brown head emerged, roaring. It was the outer path demonic statue. Having been sleeping peacefully, it was first chilled like an air conditioner, then frozen solid like a snow mountain, and then suddenly heated up, alternating between cold and hot, directly breaking through defenses. It roared deafeningly, ice crystals falling from its body, while black fire burned. Kokoria stared at this hideous creature, sighing at its massive elemental power. What kind of monster is this? Her eyes widened in panic. Just as she was confused about how to respond, a strong spatial fluctuation spread like ripples. Gunlan wasted no time activating his divine might, gripping the Kusanagi sword with cold light, and rapidly swung it toward Kokoria. Kokoria snapped back to her senses, instinctively reacting, and a thick ice shield quickly formed, but the sword was already coming down. The Kusanagi sword swung again, slicing through the ice shield. The blade shattered the ice shield in an instant, but the ice shield visibly began to recover quickly, even trapping the Kusanagi sword. Gunlan could break free, but was slowed down. Kokoria seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, launching a fierce spinning kick. Her long white legs and high heels kicked toward Gunlan like a razor. Gunlan's eyes flashed red, retreating gracefully, having predicted her move. The high heel brushed past his face by mere millimeters. Kokoria was stunned. How could that be? Was it luck? Immediately after, a light blue cross, sword over 2 meters long, appeared in her hand, gleaming coldly. She swung the sword fiercely, the momentum overwhelming. But Gunlan easily sidestepped, his movements flowing like water. In his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kokoria's speed appeared to be in slow motion. He could see every single movement clearly, dodging attacks at will. Kokoria, not believing in evil, swung the sword twice more, but Gunlan still evaded easily. Yet she quietly changed tactics, swinging the long sword fiercely. A massive slash accompanied by large chunks of solid ice came roaring toward him. The range was too wide to dodge sideways. Gunlan's eyes flashed red. The six-pointed star kaleidoscope transformed into 3 scythe windmills. His body became ethereal, as if he could pass through everything. The unavoidable attack went straight through his body. After passing through, Gunlan's hand flashed with blue lightning. Accompanied by the sharp cry of 1,000 birds, his speed increasing dramatically, like lightning rushing to stab Kokoria. Seeing this, Kokoria immediately mobilized the ice elemental power within her, preparing to unleash ice spikes to knock Gunlan away again. Golden Saints never fall for the same trick twice. Massive ice spikes suddenly appeared, and Gunlan instantly activated his divine might to become ethereal, sending the Chidori unimpeded toward Kokoria. Kokoria panicked, her survival instinct kicking in as she tried to dodge. The Chidori only pierced her arm, blue blood dripping. Gunlan wanted to add lightning chakra to paralyze her with the Chidori, but Kokoria immediately detonated a large amount of ice elements, and the scene instantly turned white. Gunlan jumped back to avoid the explosion range. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. He just happened to land next to the outer path demonic statue. He saw the statue howling in pain from the dual torment of ice crystals and Amaterasu, and quickly used earth element to recall the black flames. But the ice crystals were still crazily crawling all over the statue. Gunlan was anxious. If he didn't pay attention to the statue, it would turn into an ice sculpture. Upon closer inspection, the speed of the ice crystals expanded explosively. This ice crystal was just like Amaterasu. It would never extinguish, never stop. He knew that Amaterasu could be undone by shedding its skin or releasing chakra, but the exterior of the golem was like old tree bark. Shedding it was out of the question. Gunlan changed his strategy and struck the golem with a powerful punch. Blue-white chakra surged into the golem, condensing into an inner and outer layer that wrapped around it. The golem instantly felt a cool airflow, and the piercing sound weakened. Look closely. While Gunlan was focused on removing the eyes from the golem, it suddenly exploded. The surface of the golem's withered bark bulged up without warning, right next to Gunlan, like something was trying to break free. Following that, a fan burst out from the golem's skin. The fan was as tall as a person, with a gourd shape interwoven in black and white, featuring 2 pairs of 6-pointed jewels on it. Was this the Fire Cloud fan? That's right. It was the ancestral treasure of the Uchiha clan, resembling a giant military fan. It was hard and elastic, capable of utilizing the Uchiha's rebound technique. Many enemies had lost their lives due to not understanding its properties. Even Naruto's small-tailed beast bomb had been bounced away by it. This was the exclusive weapon of the White Mask and Madara. Gunlan quickly picked up the fan. It felt like it was meant to be his, and using it was effortless. Gunlan and Kokoria were engaged in a fierce battle in the Kamui space, while Andugia stood still, bewildered. What just happened? Where did everyone go? Did they go to the Kamui space again? Why didn't they take me? Complaining, she looked in the direction where Gunlan disappeared and thought, I have no combat power. Taking me would only be a burden, I understand. She found a smooth stone to sit on and quietly waited for Gunlan to return. The spatial rift glowed faintly, possibly because it had been opened too long without any objects passing through, and was about to close. Suddenly, the rift exploded with intense white light, directly enveloping Andusia, who was sitting on a stone and playing with her spiraling hair. The rift said, "You're already at the door. Come in and sit. Make yourself at home." Andusia felt the strong light sting her eyes, instinctively closing them. Then the world spun, as if she were in a washing machine on high speed, nearly making her faint. Just as the dizziness faded, the sensation of weightlessness hit her. She opened her eyes wide, and right in front of her was an astonishingly beautiful temple standing tall. The main color was a tranquil deep blue, radiating soft, mysterious blue light. Schools of fish swam around like spirits, and streaks of light passed by like shooting stars, enveloping the entire place in blue and white, interweaving to create a rainbow of colors, so beautiful it was intoxicating. Andusia hadn't seen enough when the weightlessness pulled her back to reality. Ah, help. She plummeted like a little shooting star, her face distorted by the rushing air, and tears streamed from her eyes in fright. As she screamed while falling, the bell in her arms suddenly swung and emitted blue light. This light seemed to have a spirit, instantly wrapping around Andusia. Ah, hey. She didn't feel the pain of hitting the ground. She was stunned and opened her eyes. She was actually suspended in midair, surrounded by blue light. Cautiously shifting her body, she was overjoyed. "I can fly again." She tried it out. It was exactly like when she was in dragon form, spinning twice in place, thrilled to take off. Strangely, after using the bell to purify Genglan's negative effects, she had absorbed sage energy and transformed into human form. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't revert to her powerful and cute dragon form, only maintaining a petite human shape. She secretly thought, "Remember when I was so impressive back in the day?" Hands on hips, after enjoying the joy of flying, she began to scrutinize the giant temple. It felt so much like the ruins above, flying to the side to touch the material. Sure enough, it was all made of fluorescent sea rock. Upon entering the temple, she discovered it was a massive architectural complex, several times larger than the ruins. She looked up at the grand structure, swimming forward. Though she was flying, she felt comfortable in a swimming posture, as graceful as a mermaid, with her double helix hairstyle and dragon tail attracting attention. Looking left and right, she picked up a beautiful seashell to place on a hermit crab shell. This hermit crab was super unique, with a red body and a square block shell. Rock Temple Giant Crab, what? Want to chat with me? Schools of fish swam by, their scales dazzlingly bright. She suddenly felt confused. I'm flying. So why are there still fish swimming? This doesn't align with Teyvat's science. Reaching out to touch a small fish, it instantly turned into blue light and dispersed, only to be replaced by new ones moments later. Andusia aimlessly swam around when something caught her attention. Looking up, she saw a building radiating a rainbow glow, the tallest among the ruins. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go observe it. Even if it was dangerous, she should be able to fly away, right? Andusia flew toward the glowing spot, and the bell in her arms shone brightly, like it was praising her wise choice. Behind the distant blue giant wall, two figures radiating faint light were staring intently in Andusia's direction. She flew to the side of the building and circled around, finally spotting what looked like a window. She bent down and slipped inside. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the scene inside. Above was a pitch-black night sky, with stars embedded like broken diamonds, shimmering faintly like eyes from the universe. Below stood an altar-like platform made of glowing blue stones, covered in ancient runes, with blue rings flashing soft light around it. Surrounding stone pillars were carved with exquisite patterns, as if telling an old story. A cool breeze blew, making the whole place feel mysterious and solemn. So beautiful that it was hard to look away. Wow! Andusia was mesmerized. Slowly approaching the altar, she noticed it was set up quite differently from the ruins above. Just as she got close, the bell in her hand erupted with dazzling light, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Ah, who threw a flashbang? The stars in the sky continued to twinkle, and suddenly one star exploded with strong light, illuminating the night sky like a giant gem. The beam of light shot directly at the bell, causing it to float away from her embrace, slowly flying in the air. The light wrapped around the bell, which emitted a crisp sound, like heavenly music, flowing like clear spring water in the air. The surrounding stars seemed to awaken, the light growing brighter and responding to that shining star. This place became a stage for the stars, light and sound weaving a dreamy scene. Indujia's eyes widened. This scene would make anyone want to post 50 updates on social media. Next came the high-energy moment. Countless starlights had just gathered when several dangerous red beams shot towards the central bell. With a loud explosion, the bell was blown off its light-gathering path by the red light, falling to the ground and dimming. Indujia instantly exploded with anger. Who did that? Disturbing my beautiful view. She looked in the direction of the red light, but saw nothing. Suddenly, a drop of unknown liquid dripped onto her white arm. She was so startled that she quickly shook her arm, and the liquid fell to the ground, corroding a pit and emitting white vapor, the sound making her teeth ache. Indujia panicked and looked up. The next second, she broke down and screamed. Wow, a giant spider. Above the starry sky, a colossal spider stealthily emerged. Its body was like a small mountain, glowing with deep blue light all over. Its legs like a row of sharp spears, piercing through the wall. Covered in armored scales that glimmered coldly, its body entwined with a flowing light. And 18 crimson eyes stared intently at something. Back to Genglan's side. He was overjoyed, holding the fire cloud fan and waving it like a cherished treasure. Instantly feeling the thrill of using it to attack like a Beto and Madara, he couldn't stop grinning. Then, he wrapped the outer path golem with a layer of chakra and peeled it off. The peculiar ice crystals immediately became ineffective. Although both the ice crystals and Amaterasu were infinitely persistent, the ice crystals were too useless, while Amaterasu could not be extinguished. Its high temperature could incinerate everything in an instant, while this ice crystal was merely cool to the touch. Genglan touched it, estimating that it was due to his sage body being too powerful. Genglan was engrossed in studying the fan, while Kokoria was desperately trying to escape the Kamui space. She was fully aware, if this continued, she would definitely be crushed. Murmuring, I never expected you to be this explosive. Both unwilling and relieved, she frantically searched for an exit in the space. Bronya is still waiting for me. I must not die here. Boom! With a loud bang, Genglan fell from the air like a meteor, landing steadily, pointing the strange fan directly at Kokoria. So how about it? Can we keep fighting? His voice was icy, sending chills down Kokoria's spine. Kokoria, clutching her injured arm, froze in place, torn between being the aggressive demon god or the protective mother. Genglan propped the fan on the ground, his crimson eyes glinting like knives as they pierced her. Give up resistance. You can't escape from the divine space. All that's left is to fight me to the death. You're just like a big villain. Genglan looked at her and thought of what he knew about Kokolia. She was a forceful and ruthless leader. Why was this Teyvat counterpart so indecisive? He picked up his round fan and teleported in front of Kokolia, swinging the fan to slap her. Kokolia's expression was serious as she closely watched his movements without daring to relax. As the ice god, she couldn't even fight back? How pathetic. Genglan's words were full of sarcasm, and Kokolia instantly exploded with anger. But she didn't act impulsively. Instead, she took a deep breath to adjust her state. She was still confused. Ice god? Is that an abbreviation for the god of extreme ice? There was no other choice. She could only fight head-on. Kokolia's eyes changed suddenly. The purple pupils turned ice blue and white, with snowflake patterns appearing in the center. 2 ice spears appeared in her hands, shining with cold light and endless power. She charged at Genglan with the spears, colliding with his round fan. Boom! A massive force sent her flying. Kokolia was undeterred and quickly gathered her ice elemental power. She waved her hands, and blue ice erupted, instantly forming a giant ice bear. Its massive body was covered in thick ice, looking majestic. The ice bear shook its hefty body and roared with a sound that cracked the ice, charging fiercely at Genglan. It opened its bare paw and slammed down, trying to crush him in one blow. Facing the ferocious ice bear, Genglan was instead excited. He held a fire cloud fan high, quietly waiting for the bear's paw to come crashing down. Just as the paw was about to hit, he smirked. "Tu navi." As soon as he finished speaking, the bear's paw slammed down hard on the fan. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. There was no intense confrontation, but rather a strong shockwave was unleashed. Geng stood firm like a mountain, not budging at all. The fan showed no signs of change, as if mocking Kokolia's weak attack. Geng smiled faintly, and Kokolia widened her eyes in shock. Uchiha rebound. In an instant, the impact of the bear's paw transformed into raging fire and wind. The violent elemental power erupted like a volcanic explosion from the fan. The giant bear couldn't withstand it at all and was torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Kokolia gripped her spear tightly, secretly relieved. Thankfully, she didn't charge in. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her ice elemental power, and ice puppets began to emerge, restoring the blizzard to its former state. Dozens of giant beasts roared, shaking the earth, and the blizzard echoed, creating a breathtaking scene. Geng looked at this display with great interest. Indeed, a future ruler. This ability surpassed countless gods. The blizzard could infinitely weaken enemies, with explosive destructive power. Each giant beast was as large as a Duwu, exuding a terrifying aura. Don't blame me for overwhelming you with numbers. You are the strongest god I have ever encountered. Kokolia's aura was unstable. Creating these must have consumed a lot of energy. But the recovery power of a god was explosive, instantly replenishing her. She looked at Geng in the blizzard with a complex expression, already acknowledging his strength and anticipating how he would break the deadlock, and unexpectedly developed a strange feeling for him. Gods naturally respect the strong, especially since she was so forceful. Geng, seeing through the blizzard with his Sharingan, burst into laughter after hearing her words. "Then let me show you something." He quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and several clouds of white smoke appeared, with each cloud containing a Geng. The Janglins exchanged glances and then dispersed to stand in position. Immediately afterwards, dark and terrifying purple chakra, wrapped in elemental power, exploded. In the next second, a giant, transparent, purple skeletal figure appeared, instantly growing flesh, clothing, and legs. This was the walking Susanoo in its armor form. With the armor enhancing its mobility, it also had decorative elements like a skirt, finally looking less bare. At this moment, the Susanoo erupted with extremely powerful elemental power, and its eyes turned blood red, resembling burning flames. A pitch-black flame giant sword was tightly held, its imposing might surpassing the pressure of the ice puppets. Even more despairing was that this explosive presence was not just one. It was a scene of nightmares. The shadow clones that had been sent out earlier appeared like phantoms, simultaneously activating their Susanoo from all directions. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as the entire world was shaken by this power. Over 20 Susanoo rose up like gods, each towering into the clouds, exuding a chilling aura. Their gazes met, converging into an unparalleled pressure, all bearing down on Kokolia. The oppressive feeling she had created earlier vanished in an instant, replaced by Genglan's even more terrifying Susanoo. Genglan stood on the high-tiled floor, arms crossed with a playful expression. "This is what overwhelming numbers looks like. Don't blame me for being despicable. You are the ice god." The Susanoo swung their armored flame swords, charging towards Kokolia's army like a torrent. Kokolia panicked, but had no choice. She gritted her teeth and ordered the ice puppets to attack. She knew that this might cause all her efforts to be in vain. After all, the Susanoo before her was too explosive. As Kokolia watched the ice puppets charge forward without hesitation, she felt both confused and helpless. Could it be that only by fighting hard could a miracle occur? Holding onto a slim hope, reality proved to be extremely cruel. The ice puppets had no power to resist in front of the Susanoo. Although they were all giants over 100 meters tall, their quality was far inferior. A mountain-sized ice bear roared and charged at the Susanoo, its paw shining with cold light, as if it could tear through anything. The Susanoo, however, was unafraid, its armor solid and exuding strong energy. The ice bear's paw slammed hard against the Susanoo's armor, only sparking a few sparks with no real damage. Instead, The Susanoo reacted instantly, swinging its fist with thunderous force and smashing the ice bear's head. The headless ice bear continued to charge, but the Susanoo swung its sword repeatedly, each slash carrying explosive force, completely shattering the ice bear into water. Countless ice puppets rushed forward, only to be crushed and shattered by the Susanoo. The high-temperature flames of the armored Susanoo slowly consumed the blizzard, and Cocolia's earlier advantage disappeared in an instant. She looked on in despair. This won't work either? Is there really no choice but to use that? Then she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Gunlon, from a distance, was extremely satisfied. The destructive power of the Susanoo was incredible. The divine space had recovered a large part. Let's see what else you can come up with. Cocolia's eyes shone brightly, and the temperature around her dropped even lower, with a surge of elemental power erupting. The Susanoo slowly surrounded her, looking like demons from hell amid the raging black flames. Cocolia's ice spear appeared in her hand. The Susanoo swung its armored sword to strike Cocolia. A tremendous force wrapped in terrifying heat attacking fiercely. At this moment, Cocolia was extremely calm. She had exhausted her elemental power. I'll attach my life to the spear and unleash an explosive attack. The judgment of extreme cold. She forcefully plunged the spear, glowing with dazzling blue light, into the ground, and white-blue light instantly enveloped the divine space. The sizzling sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. From afar, Gunlon was stunned. What is this giant cross-shaped ice spire rising from the ground? Cocolia unleashed most of her elemental power, pouring forth extreme cold. This was an attack akin to absolute zero. The Susanoo were instantly enveloped by the ice spire, unable to move. This was extreme ice containing her life force, the strongest control. Cocolia gasped for breath, waving her hand to shatter the giant ice spire, reducing the Susanoo to rubble. Gunlon watched with great interest. Being frozen means being shattered? Impressive. Gunlon looked curiously at the giant ice mass on the ground, while Cocolia took the opportunity to recover. She had just spent more than half of her elemental power on that extreme cold judgment. If Gunlon launched a sneak attack, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. As the ice began to crack, the shadow clones dissipated like smoke, leaving behind a ground full of blue ice blocks. And after the giant ice spire shattered, it left a chaotic mess of small ice shards. Gunlon observed the disheveled Cocolia and pondered. She had expended more than half her elemental power to create an effective attack. This move indeed broke the deadlock. He also discovered the special mechanism of the ice spire. Freezing something makes it brittle. No matter how hard the Susanoo's defense was, it was useless. As for Amaterasu, it was still locked in a deadlock with the ice spire and ice crystal. Neither Amaterasu could be extinguished nor the ice crystal could be melted, creating a humorous standoff. Amaterasu, you are still so weak. It seems to be a mechanism anomaly. Gunlon murmured. After speaking, Gunlon vanished like a phantom in an instant. Cocolia was startled, sensing his presence drawing near, and hurriedly raised her ice spear to defend. But as soon as she lifted the spear, Gunlon appeared before her like lightning. His red eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the fan came down with a sharp momentum. Cocolia was horrified. I can't defend against this. In a critical moment, she summoned countless ice crystals to block, and Gunlon struck down harder with the fan, shattering many ice crystals. But the remaining ones spread across the fan's surface, trying to freeze him. Gunlon's gaze sharpened as he switched tactics and waved the folding fan. This time, the fan unleashed an even stronger flame, instantly transforming into a massive fire tornado, bringing destructive power that swept towards Cocolia. The fierce firestorm. Cocolia felt the intense heat approaching and could only grit her teeth to withstand it, but the fiery wind was too fierce, like a wild beast, and blew her away. At that moment, Gunlon's attack followed closely behind, and Cocolia narrowly dodged this calamity. A sly smile crept onto her lips. Did you not expect this? This is my true escape route. With that, she adjusted her posture, preparing to land. Gunlon instantly used teleportation to chase her down, gripping the folding fan and swinging it with all his might. Three flames even larger and more ferocious than before surged out like fire dragons racing towards Cocolia. The grand fire dance, Gunlon shouted, resembling the white-masked master of the duel arena. Cocolia panicked at the sight. This attack would definitely devastate the arena. In midair, she quickly summoned an ice shield to envelop herself, the shield glimmering with a cold light, seemingly indestructible. She also created multiple ice clones to scatter around, hoping to confuse and buy time. These clones were so lifelike that it was hard to tell the real from the fake, and she aimed to recover her elemental power. But the three flames and winds, like a torrent, directly wrapped around Cocolia and the ice shield. The flames licked at the ice shield, continuously eroding and melting it, causing her to break out in cold sweat inside. The ice clones seized the opportunity, raising ice spears and hurling them at Gunlon. Gunlon, through his Sharingan, saw the ice spears were made of the same material as the previous ice spikes. In a split second, he decided to verify his guess. Before he could finish his thought, a massive purple energy skeletal arm appeared, like a guardian angel, tightly guarding Gunlon. The ice spears struck the Susanoo. You would never expect it. The seemingly indestructible spear shattered instantly upon touching the surface of the Susanoo. What was even more astonishing was that the shattered ice surged like a frenzied beast, instantly wrapping around three of Susanoo's fingers. Gunlon teleported away from the Susanoo, standing at a distance to observe. Sure enough, the extreme cold ice instantly froze the entire Susanoo, with jagged cracks spreading across the ice surface, and with a series of cracking sounds, both the ice and the Susanoo shattered into pieces. The previous shadow clone Susanoo could be said to be weak, but now the main body Susanoo shattered as well. This showed just how explosive Cocolia's extreme ice was. It seemed she truly had the qualifications to be one of the 7 rulers. But Gunlon was far from satisfied. He smiled slightly as he looked at the extreme ice, and a thought about dust release popped into his mind. Dust release was a bloodline technique created by the second Succumbs, combining the properties of wind, earth, and fire, with power so explosive it could disintegrate enemies into molecules. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Little Potato Anoki had used this technique to shatter Madara's Susanoo. Now it was my turn for Susanoo to take the stage. He glanced at Cocolia, who was rushing over, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Cocolia stared at Gunlon in confusion, hurriedly ordering her ice clones to restrain and buy time. Another wave of ice spears descended like a swarm of locusts. Gunlon instantly activated Susanoo. The massive skeletal frame appeared, only to be engulfed by extreme cold ice. Cocolia wondered, did he underestimate me? However, that was not the case. Next, let me show you what it truly means. Uchiha, known as the power of gods. As soon as the words left his mouth, the solid ice exploded with evil and chaotic purple chakra. Like a volcanic eruption, it surged forth. Following that, an even larger Susanoo broke free from the ice, swinging its thick arms and fiercely striking the ground, its eyes flashing with a vicious light like raging fire. Layers of armor enveloped it, leaving only its crimson eyes exposed. It clasped its hands together, performing a gentle yet firm motion, as if praying to the heavens and the earth, emanating an air of solemn reverence. In the next second, an indescribably powerful energy erupted from it, instantly transforming into boundless purple flames that shot into the sky, dyeing the entire expanse of the sky in brilliant purple. The terrifying pressure of this purple fire filled the entire divine power space, making it hard to breathe. Cocolia closed her eyes, afraid to think about what would come next, but mustered the courage to open them again, only to be stunned by the sight before her. A giant clad in purple armor, thousands of meters tall, stood towering above. Its body absurdly massive, with enormous wings extending from its back, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. 2 massive samurai swords hung crossed at its waist, their cold glimmer radiating a sharp aura that seemed capable of cutting through anything. Its crimson eyes locked onto her, making her heart race wildly. Just a glance felt like facing an invincible god. Complete Susanoo. Cocolia stared blankly at the terrifying Susanoo, feeling both shaken and afraid. This giant figure loomed like a mountain before her, exuding suffocating pressure, its whole body wrapped in dazzling purple light like a hellish demon, its cold, red eyes devoid of mercy, filled with murderous intent and destruction. Faced with such overwhelming power, she felt incredibly inferior. Are you a god, or am I a god? Struggling to swallow, her throat felt blocked, and she used all her strength to stand up from the ground. Geng coldly watched her feeble appearance, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. Cocolia's extreme ice was indeed explosive. When hit, it would freeze and shatter, a purely mechanical trick, much like Anoki's dust release, but it required a direct hit. However, Geng did not dodge or rely on speed. He learned from Uchiha Madara's technique, using his size difference to prevent her from striking at vital points. No matter how she unleashed her extreme ice, it could not injure Geng in the slightest. Geng stood like an indestructible fortress, rendering all her efforts futile. Madara's Susanoo was only about 300 meters, according to Billy's comparison data, while Little Potato appeared like a grain of sand before it. Even if Little Potato used lightweight rock, he couldn't reach Madara's cockpit. Geng was even more exaggerated. Super Susanoo, nearly 1,000 meters tall, while Cocolia's ice spears could barely reach 300 meters. Not to mention, she couldn't fly. This battle relied solely on numerical superiority, simple and brutal, with no technique involved. Cocolia's grip on the spear began to tremble. She didn't even know if she was struggling or giving up. Faced with such a massive power disparity, she had not a shred of hope for victory. That terrifying Susanoo stood silently, its mere size and pressure instilling despair. Even just looking at it from a distance filled one with fear and chills. Susanoo slowly moved its massive hand, reaching for the sword handle at its waist, gently lifting both the sword and sheath. Geng, however, felt a bit anxious. Drawing the sword directly might shatter the divine power space. The giant sword pointed straight at the fallen Cocolia, silently signaling. Cocolia's gaze grew dimmer, already foreseeing a tragic end. If I perish, Bronia will definitely seek revenge. Bronia and her people will suffer. Just thinking about this made her heart feel like it was being gnawed by ants. Yet she was not consumed by despair. Her eyes suddenly turned resolute. Even if hope was like a flickering candle in the wind, she would make one last gamble. For Bronia, using the extreme, cold judgment, she gritted her teeth, squeezing her just-recovered elemental power, and the spear she held, stained with blood, flowed down her arm, dyeing the ice spear red. With a bang, the massive ice elemental power erupted, shining like a brilliant gem, and inside it, the pale-faced Cocolia looked just like an ice and snow queen. Geng knew the battle was about to end. Susanoo's other hand also gripped the sword handle, preparing to strike down and finish her. Cocolia showed no fear, the blood-ice spear instantly transforming into a cross, white and blue elemental power gathering like a tide. The spear shining with dazzling light, illuminating the battlefield. She lunged forward with all her might, targeting the Susanoo and the Geng behind it. I'm all in. Extreme cold. Cocolia leaped high, the spear bringing tremendous force as it thrust towards Susanoo. The giant sword of Susanoo came crashing down to meet her. Judgment. In the instant the sword and spear collided, white, blue, and purple elemental powers exploded, dyeing the space in two colors. Both sides clashed fiercely, extreme ice and sharpness continuously clashing. Cocolia poured all her strength into the attack, while Susanoo also pressed down heavily with its sword. Ultimately, the purple blade sheathed the ice spike fiercely with a cracking sound. The weakened giant sword fell upon Cocolia. She despaired, a single image flashing in her mind of a white-haired figure with a cold expression. I'm sorry, Bronia. I love you. A thunderous roar echoed as Susanoo's giant sword embedded itself into the ground, and the divine power space finally fell silent. With the outer path golem also peacefully asleep, Cocolia slowly opened her eyes, seeing a white light obscuring her vision. Is this heaven? Her purple eyes dimmed, and tears flowed down. Hey, don't cry. A light, gentle voice came through, and Genglan appeared before her. "You, didn't he kill me?" Cocolia could hardly believe it. How was she still alive after encountering such a formidable enemy in this era? "This was just a contest. I only needed to win." Genglan's voice was calm as he took out a tang knife to admire. It had a red and white hilt, with the blade also in red and white, and a small gourd tied at the bottom. "This is indeed the tank kin. Sorry, I'm in great health," holding back laughter. Genglan stroked the tank kin as if it were a treasured possession. The outer demon statue stared blankly at the ground, feeling confused. "Why is he hitting me?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Indoja widened her eyes in terror as she looked at the giant spider in front of her, instinctively shrinking back. The spider was covered in sharp spikes and long legs, firmly embedded in the wall. Its back was covered in terrifying scale-like spots. And the most frightening part was its 18 blood-red eyes, aimlessly scanning the area as if looking for a target. "Why you? Hello? Are you also here to look for something?" Indoja mustered her courage to stammer, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. However, the giant spider ignored her, its gaze slowly shifting to the fallen bell. Then the 18 red eyes suddenly narrowed, locking onto Indoja. A chill ran down her spine, and she retreated a few more steps, her eyes flickering. Should I rush over to pick up the bell? Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The spider's eyes emitted a crimson light, and several sharp glances shot toward her like lightning. "Oh!" Indoja's soul nearly flew away as she turned and ran wildly. Whether it was due to the spider's poor eyesight, with each of its 18 eyes looking in different directions, or Indoja's erratic escape route, those deadly glances missed her entirely. Miraculously, she dodged the attack and continued to flee unharmed. Indoja kept her eyes on the aggressively approaching giant spider, secretly sweating. Suddenly, the spider moved again. Indoja instantly caught the movement, turned, and fled, even bending down to pick up the bell. But the giant spider was determined to get the bell, opening its sharp mouth parts and shooting blobs of ghostly blue liquid toward her as she bent down. In a critical moment, Indoja felt a chill on her back, sprinting with all her might to grab the bell and dash toward the exit. But how could the spider let her go? It pulled out its embedded sharp legs from the wall, its back appendages extending and widening like transparent membranes unfolding into wings, with high-frequency vibrations generating strong lift. The giant spider was lifted into the air. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Indoja. When she turned to look back, she was nearly faint. My God, a flying spider. The spider didn't hesitate, its numerous sharp legs all aimed at her, each glowing faintly blue, like rocket launchers. They shot out arrow-shaped elemental forces at an incredible speed, like a machine gun. Indoja's survival instincts kicked in, adrenaline surged, and her reflexes and endurance reached an extraordinary level. She sensed the bullets behind her, steadied her mind, and struggled to dodge, weaving through the hail of attacks. But after dodging a few times, a shadow blocked the light above. Indoja looked at the shadow on the ground, her spine chilling. The giant spider was already above her. The spider retracted most of its sharp legs, leaving a few to control the direction, while the rest maintained stability. Then several massive legs close to its abdomen extended outward. Strangely, the first segment of the giant leg was a decayed dragon head, which seemed to have its eyes closed, waiting for her to make a move. The spider's eyes suddenly flashed with intense red light, as if they were about to ignite. One of the gun legs with the dragon head began to tremble slightly. The dragon head slowly opened its mouth like a blooming flower bud, its golden eyes burning with fierce flames, exuding an aura of authority. At the same time, a translucent blue crystal sphere slowly floated out of its wide mouth, resembling a bubble in water, dreamlike and ethereal. Indoja's intuition exploded. It's about to unleash a big attack. Oh no! She exerted all her strength to accelerate, but the bell's glow dimmed, and her flying speed decreased. The spider quickly approached, presenting the open dragon head right in front of her. The bubble shattered before her eyes. The colorful brilliance was stunning, but the next second, a thunderous roar erupted, and Indoja was directly engulfed by the blue explosion. The spider watched this scene, thrusting its sharp legs into the explosion site to grab the corpse, only to find nothing at the center. Was it turned to dust? What about the Poseidon bell? The giant spider was bewildered. Unbeknownst to it, Andoja had quietly slipped away from its blind spot during the explosion. She had racked her brains and used a substantial amount of elemental power to create a decoy. This trick was learned from Geng, modified to create a demon god's life-saving decoy. Though not as convenient as Genglan's, it was enough to save her life. She cautiously moved, praying in her heart, "Please don't be discovered." But suddenly, the bell in her arms burst with bright light. Andoja was shocked, staring wide-eyed. "Why are you shining so brightly? Are you trying to set me up?" She jumped and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the spider that was about to crush her. The spider crashed to the ground, stirring up dust, locking onto her and spraying a blue, viscous liquid. Andoja fled desperately, seeing the liquid about to catch up in a critical moment. The bell slipped from her grasp, and when the liquid touched the bell, it bounced away. The bell acted like a small dream jack blocking light, continuously deflecting several blobs of liquid. Andoja was stunned, seeing the spider approaching at high speed, fear overcoming her daze. She jumped up, hugged the bell, and continued to flee. At that moment, the bell flashed with bright light, and a strange mixed voice entered her mind. "Don't run. Charge straight at the thorny dragon spider." Andoja was furious, slapping the bell and cursing. "If you're so capable, you go. How am I supposed to fight it? Throw you at it?" She ran while her cheeks puffed up in anger. The pale figures from earlier exchanged glances, as if communicating. Andoja searched for a way through the narrow passages, but found the ground was a maze she couldn't escape. She anxiously glanced at the walls, recalling Genglan's advice to look for the exit along the right side of the torch. Before she could try, the giant spider suddenly moved. A sharp, jade-like leg pierced through the wall fabric, directly stabbing toward her. Everything happened so quickly that Andoja had no time to react. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce her body, Andoja's heart stopped for a second, and she felt frozen in place. In a critical moment, the dragon spider's movement slowed slightly. That brief pause was enough for her to escape a disaster. She stared at the deadly threat just inches away, her legs weak, as if she would fall. "I'm just a little demon god. I've never encountered such danger, and I don't know how to deal with it." But she quickly gathered herself and continued to run. The bell in her arms gradually dimmed. Even the acceleration enhancement was gone. She could clearly feel her speed slowing down. The dragon spider easily caught up, stabbing down and collapsing the stone wall ahead. Sealing off her escape route, Andoja braked urgently without crashing into the wall, turning back to look at the imposing dragon spider, fearfully clutching the bell. At that moment, the bell flashed a faint light. The dragon spider didn't kill her immediately. Its mouth parts trembled, producing a screeching sound like nails on a blackboard. "Give me the bell, and I'll spare your life." Andoja glanced at the bell, hugging it tightly and saying no. Her attitude suddenly became extremely firm, completely different from her previous timid self. The bell flickered with interest and shone brightly. "Why?" The dragon spider raised its sharp leg in front of her eyes. Because... Andoja looked at the weapon, her voice trembling, suddenly realizing something and becoming resolute. "Genglan said it's useful, so I have to protect it." The dragon spider was taken aback. "Is Genglan worth your trust? Aren't you afraid he'll deceive you?" Its voice was filled with pressure. "No, Genglan wouldn't deceive me." Andoja shouted directly at the dragon spider. "You've only been with him for less than a day. How can you trust him so much?" I. Andoja stumbled over her words, her momentum weakening. "To trust someone so easily, should I call you foolish or naive?" The dragon spider laughed mockingly, slowly retracting its sharp leg. Andoja was also thinking, why do I rely on him after such a short time? The dragon spider saw her confused expression and shook its head in disappointment. "It seems you haven't realized then." "Gonna." The gun shot straight at her, leaving her stunned. "Am I going to die?" "No." At that moment, the elemental power within her surged explosively, instantly transforming into a new bell that floated in front of her, blocking the incoming sharp leg. "Genglan is an important person to me. I can't fall again. I must help him realize his dreams. A vision of Genglan's back flashed through her mind. I believe in what my master believes. She looked at the bell blocking the attack, and her heart found the answer. The old bell burst forth with dazzling brilliance, merging its light with the new bell's glow. The bells, the sea gods to protect important people and desire power. You've passed the test. A mysterious power surged through her body. A water-blue garment draped over her petite figure, and the sleeves fluttered like butterflies. A blue light halo rose up and hung behind her head, like a crescent moon highlighting her delicate and otherworldly appearance. At this moment, she was like a true deity. The dragon spider's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if saying, "Exactly. This is the awakening of the sea god I wanted to see." As Guaguala spoke, a surge of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into Andusia's mind. Oh no, I need to be smarter. She digested the knowledge, and a voice echoed in her mind, making her nod in a seemingly understanding way. She raised the bell above her head with both hands, slowly ascending into the vast sky, then closed her eyes, quietly feeling everything around her. Suddenly, a powerful blue elemental force erupted like waves, rapidly soaring into the air. Great sea god, the currents of stars and waters rush forth, enduring and immortal for thousands of years. Andusia whispered reverently, "Gods of the sea, come forth." As soon as she finished speaking, the small bell emitted a dazzling blue light, weaving like spider silk, spreading to every corner of the temple. The starry sky above reappeared, twinkling with stars. Beams of blue light shot from the bell, converging and merging into the towering figures of the gods. The giants stood between heaven and earth, wearing outfits similar to Andusia's, their eyes gleaming with a faint yellow light, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. They raised their heads and roared deafeningly, solemnly announcing the arrival of great beings. The first-generation sea god, Gasha, declares here. The second-generation sea god, Baitsi, declares here. The third-generation sea god, Wakezakina, declares here. The fourth-generation sea god, Rodenima, declares here. The fifth-generation sea god, Liyue, declares here. The sixth-generation sea god, Liyue, declares here. The seventh-generation sea god, Sanshuan, declares here. The eighth-generation sea god, Fugalo, declares here. The ninth-generation sea god, Andusia, is hereby born. The gods shouted in unison, their voices resonating throughout the world. Welcome your king. The coronation ceremony was spectacular. Elemental beings paused to watch, emitting colorful lights and cheers. Andusia felt the surge of destiny inheritance coming. The giants' voices stopped, and the scene fell silent. Gasha suddenly laughed and looked at Fugalo. "Why did you disappear in less than 50 years after becoming a god?" Fugalo was speechless. "I encountered an unprecedented explosive situation and was easily crushed." Sangshuan was curious. "I really want to spar with him." Gasha's laughter was like a barbell. Liyue sneered, and Liyue retorted, "Your death speed isn't any less than the 8th generation. Damn white-headed eagle. If it weren't for that." Just as it seemed they were about to argue, the second and third generations looked at Andusia. "Ninth generation? Where's your demon god form?" Andusia looked at all the sea gods staring at her and felt a bit at a loss. I'm not very good at." Fugalo looked at her awkward demeanor and helplessly waved his hand. "After my fall, she was born in the ocean. I let her find a power to rely on, and she directly found the one who crushed me, and it seems they get along well. Then your life is indeed tough." Gasha crossed his arms. "Oh, so you're not my dad?" Andusia was shocked. "I didn't say that. I just assist the next sea god. I died just as you were born. It's the will of the sea." Andusia thought. "Right, when I first saw Fugalo, I naturally thought of him as my father. Forget it. Sea gods are all one family. Come here, little girl. I'll teach you." The fourth generation Rodenima reached out. The third generation Wakezakina immediately pushed him away. "Don't pretend. You treated the sixth generation like that, almost losing the inheritance." Rodenima awkwardly laughed. His scheme exposed lost its fun. Wakezakina extended his hand, releasing blue elemental force. Flying towards Andusia, she caught the elemental force, feeling like she had taken a refreshing, cool shower. Following the water flow, her whole body transformed into a water mirror, and hundreds of meters of blue and white giant dragons poked their heads out from the mirror, their size even larger and more domineering. The water flow transformed into wheel-like sleeves, and Dugia flew a bit. This feeling is so refreshing. The sea gods looked at her happiness with satisfaction, and Andugia flew over, rubbing against each sea god's face, making them smile brightly. And you? She suddenly glanced at the dragon spider below, her eyes sparkling, about to dive down and crush it. Gasha immediately stopped her. No, that's Shimu, the inheritor examiner. We've been watching you through her to see if you qualify. It's clear you do, because you have something to protect. Oh, no wonder I always felt someone was watching. You could see us back then? What's wrong? It's nothing. Your true self is really explosive. Andugia looked at Shimu. Wait, why do your 18 eyes all sparkle? With the birth of a new sea god, we should leave. The gods responded in unison, each dividing a portion of elemental force. This is a farewell gift. But the second-generation sea beaver, fifth-generation sea eagle, and seventh-generation sea deer didn't give any. The sea eagle explained. Don't doubt it. Think about what you summoned. Andugia thought and was immediately stunned. Her little beaver, little woodpecker, little deer. Remembering what they said at that time, she immediately apologized. I'm sorry, ancestors. So embarrassing. Haha, it's okay. That was just our power incarnate. No consciousness. Only then did Andugia calm down. All right, Ghana. See you. The gods transformed into blue light and dissipated. Andugia was still digesting the changes when a sweet voice came from below. Sea god Sama. Shimu waved her gun to greet. Andugia transformed into human form and walked over. Looking at her 18 eyes, why does your voice sound like that? Is it pinched? Shimu seemed to smile a little. No, sea god Sama, this is my original voice. That voice was actually given by the sea gods to scare you and bring out your potential. They are indeed ruthless, but you also never went all out. How could I dare? Such a cute sea god I'm seeing for the first time. Why? Andugia was both surprised and doubtful. Because you're the only sea god who hasn't beaten me up, and you're really super cute. Andugia instantly felt insulted. At this moment, spatial fluctuations emerged in the air. Why did the crack close? It needs to be opened again. A purple figure drilled out. Andugia's eyes lit up but then instantly dimmed. She saw Gunlan under her arm actually carrying a woman, and upon landing, threw Liyue down. Oh! Gunlan immediately understood Andugia's transformation, the familiar elemental force and decorations. Exactly like the Sea King. Have you grown? I have become a sea god, Gunlan. I also met many previous sea gods, and Andugia spoke endlessly, while Gunlan responded faintly, looking at Shimu. Hello, I'm Shimu, a follower of the sea god. Very pleased to meet you. Gunlan was shocked. This contrast is incredible. What a strange combination. Aren't you the examiner? Why have you become a follower? I don't want to stay here. Nor do I want to see the next sea god ascend. Shimu looked at Andugia, her eyes filled with inexplicable emotions. Gunlan walked closer to Shimu. Staring at her 18 eyes, Shimu obediently looked back. He suddenly had a bold idea. Don't move, don't be afraid. The blue eyes instantly turned crimson. A pitch-black six-pointed star began to rotate, casting an illusion on Shimu. Instantly, Shimu became dazed, and all 18 eyes turned into six-pointed stars. Main character S in her thoughts. Cool. Releasing the control, Shimu looked at him with resentment. Want to follow Andugia? I'm a follower of the sea god. I'll cast a curse on you. If you have any ulterior motives, you'll die. Gunlan's gaze was icy, just like when he scared Andugia. Okay, Shimu looked completely obedient, and Gunlan was speechless. Can you change your appearance? This way I'm a bit scared. Andugia transformed back into a normal human form, feeling embarrassed to say, Ooh, does sea god Sama dislike me? So sad, but I'm a humble follower, so change. Blue gold elemental force enveloped Shimu, and in an instant, she transformed into a cute little girl with short black hair and sea-colored pupils, wearing a deep blue and gold spider-patterned short skirt with a spider hairpin. Gunlan covered his face. Damn, I senti this year. Have I encountered all the characters not appearing in Genshin? Inazuma found her much more pleasing to the eye. Gunlan looked at the sky. So that SY was wrapped in giant water and had no water. Let us go. I've obtained the sea god inheritance. He put his arms around both of them. Don't be afraid, flying thunder god technique. The three disappeared in an instant, reappearing at sea. The tide was rising, and the flying thunder god mark changed, causing the three to fall directly into the water. Using flying thunder god to teleport in another space is quite exhausting. Gunlan sensed his chakra was a bit low and said, "At this moment, the sun is setting in the west, sliding towards the horizon, and the sky is painted in shades of orange, red, and gold, with the evening glow as beautiful as a painting. The sea reflects the stunning scenery like a mirror, with shimmering waves sparkling like gold and a gentle breeze creating ripples. Gunlan sits quietly on a rock that has surfaced from the water, watching the sunset. Inazuma also looks towards that beautiful view, but more so at Gunlan. The dazzling golden light falls on Gunlan's resolute and handsome face like a light veil, giving him a divine radiance. His deep emerald eyes shimmer with an elusive, mysterious light, like the brightest star in the night sky, bright yet unfathomable. Inazuma keeps gazing at him, as if seeing her whole life. Shimu looks at the dazed Inazuma in confusion. What is Lord Uchiha Gunlan thinking at this romantic moment? Arriving in Teyvat in the morning. Now it's been less than a day, and he has already single-handedly defeated 6 Archons. Who can compare with me? From the rift, Cocolia. So, as night falls and the stars twinkle, Gunlan has been fighting from morning until deep into the night. His physical strength remains unchanged due to strong chakra. But his heart can't take it. It's only been 1 day since he crossed over, and he has fought many battles, feeling exhausted in both body and mind. He quietly watches the sun sink below the horizon, as the bright moon rises to cast its clear light on his weary face. Shimu gently pokes Induzia's shoulder, waking her from her distraction. Good times are fleeting, and the night will pass into dawn. Gunlan sits cross-legged on the cold stone, closing his eyes to enter meditation. The whole night is quiet, with only the sound of the waves accompanying him. The next day, the first ray of sunlight pierces through the clouds, and Gunlan slowly opens his eyes, rubbing his tired eyes and looking around. The tide has receded, and he is on the golden beach, with the sea roaring in the distance, and the salty sea breeze blowing on his face. Induzia and Shimu are happily building a sandcastle on the beach, using unknown shovels and buckets to create a mini version of the sea god temple. Gunlan slowly approaches, trying hard to suppress the wicked thought of kicking the sandcastle away. Gunlan, you're awake? Come look at the sandcastle we built. Induzia puts down her tools and joyfully invites him like a child. This is what Sister Induzia has been planning for a long time. She finally got Shimu to change how she addresses her. Not bad. Gunlan's voice remains cold, as if nothing is related to him. Frog Fun, Citrus Sea Group. Induzia curiously leans in closer. Gunlan ignores her, thinking, what should I eat? I haven't eaten a thing since I got here. Teyvat has so much delicious food, sweet flour wine chicken, and celestial wall soup. I need to get some food to fill my stomach first. Thousand Birds Sharp Gun. With a shout, thousands of birds screech across the sea. Blue electric arcs spread like little snakes, and a large group of fish flips belly up on the surface of the sea. Wow, so many fish. Induzia excitedly wants to dive into the sea to catch them. Look closely. A huge skeletal purple hand, emitting evil elemental power, suddenly reaches down into the seawater, scooping up all the electrocuted fish like a fishing net. The Kusanagi, sword stuck in the beach, looks dumbfounded. No way, dude. This is how you use such explosive power? But this extravagant method is super efficient, piling up a mountain of fish. Yay, we're having grilled fish. Yay, Induzia and Shimu circle around the pile of fish. The 2 Archon-level beings now look like 2 carefree children. Fish, hey, aren't you the sea god? Is this how you treat your subjects? Aminos. Shimu searches around for slender twigs, using her thorns to carve them into skewers. She carefully threads the fish of various sizes and shapes onto the skewers, like creating a piece of art. These fish grow freely, knowing there are no humans. They grow recklessly. Some are long, some are round. Some have scales that shimmer in rainbow colors while others are dull. Shimu sighs at the wonders of nature. Before long, all the fish are skewered neatly on a stone slab. Gunglon stands nearby, quickly forming hand seals with one hand. Fire release. Great fireball. In an instant, a giant fireball spews from his mouth, but this time the temperature is much lower. The fireball slowly descends above the fish, sizzling, and in the blink of an eye, the fish are grilled to perfection, the aroma wafting up to their noses. This ninjutsu skill is incredibly convenient. Gunglon casually grabs some seasoning picked up from the beach, sprinkling it on the golden, crispy fish. The rich fragrance instantly fills the air, making mouths water. He hands the first grilled fish to the drooling Andugia and takes a bite himself. So salty. Andugia also finds it salty, feeling thirsty after finishing. Glancing at Shimu, who has a blank expression, Gunglon doesn't care about this. It's been over a day since he last ate, and he has fought many battles. So he devours the grilled fish. After digesting, he ponders. Where to go next? What beach is this? Is it far from Oryx? At this time, his gaze falls on a large reddish-brown boulder, which has white spots and looks like a small mountain, exuding a mysterious, ancient aura. Look closely. The more Gunglon looks, the more he feels the stone is unusual. Just as he is staring at it, yellow rock elemental light suddenly erupts from the stone's surface. In the blink of an eye, a huge light gray crocodile slowly emerges from the glow. It blinks its small golden eyes, looking at Gunglon in confusion. Uchiha Gunglon? Deluder? Gunglon is shocked. He actually meets Deluder here. What are you doing here? Gunglon asks, most concerned. Deluder scratches his head with his rough claws, dropping a few pieces of white stone, and shyly explains. I sensed a similar elemental power and followed it here, choosing the nearest granite as a teleportation point. He further explains, I can travel through any granite and can also turn other things into granite. Gunglon and Deluder simultaneously glance at Andugia. That similar elemental power is her. Deluder laughs. She absorbed my elemental power during her stone phase, so she has my strength. So is Andugia now water plus earth, or water plus dragon? Or earth plus dragon? Deluder, how is it over in Liyue? Liyue, do you mean our side? As the two converse, several black dots appear in sky. Gunglon instantly notices, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan to see everything above. He sees several people with black feathered wings circling, each wearing a half-sharp beak red mask. Tengu, ancestors of the nine-tailed Suru? Gunglon's pupils constrict, and the Sharingan locks onto the sky. Among them, a handsome young man looks familiar, like Raiden's friend, Sasi Yuri. His scarlet eyes fixate on the people above. Hey, aren't those crows in the sky? Andugia tilts her head, squinting at the small black dots. Gunglon suddenly turns to look at Shimu, and she instantly understands. A giant spear emerges from behind her, a fierce dragon head appearing, opening its massive maw towards the Tengu in the sky. A blue light sphere condenses in the dragon's mouth, its immense power surging like a tide. The Tengu, discussing matters in the sky, notices the movement below, panicking and shoving each other. When the Tengu is actually pushed down, the Tengu dives like an arrow. And just as Shimu is about to unleash her energy cannon, Gunglon glances at her, and her actions immediately stop, her charged attack getting stuck. The Tengu is fast as lightning, and just as it reaches above their heads, it suddenly slams on the brakes, its speed astonishing. It gets so close that Deluder nearly swipes at it with his claws. The Tengu lands unsteadily, panicking and eager to get closer, but hesitating. Shimu reacts quickly, raising the dragon cannon to aim. The dragon cannon shines with a chilling light, extremely intimidating. The Tengu hurriedly waves its hands, looking both anxious and scared. Hello, can you hear me? Its voice trembles. I hear you. Hello. Andugia, not understanding the situation, responds politely upon seeing the other party's courtesy. Huhu. A Tengu, I want to meet this esteemed lord. Chuchu's voice shakes, and its black eyes involuntarily glance at Gunglon. Let them all come down. Gunglon says lightly, his gaze sweeping towards the anxious figures in the sky. Chu immediately shouts, "Come down quickly," resentful in its heart. "Why did I come alone? Don't you no yemichimid, sobi. Several Tengu dive down, and among them, a dignified man steps forward. Archon Lord. I am the clan leader Sasayuri. It's an honor to meet you. He looks up at Gunlan's cold face, hesitating before asking, "May I ask a bold question?" Gunlan nods in agreement. Sasayuri takes a deep breath. That day, the giant purple-winged divine warrior in the sky. Could it possibly be you? Gunlan's expression deepens. And after a moment of silence, he answers, "If it's Susanoo, then yes." His voice is calm, but Sasayuri does not appear calm. He looks exceptionally excited. "My lord, please allow the Tengu clan to join your ranks." His words are filled with sincerity, and his eyes shine with fervent light, as if seeing an idol he has long admired. "You are as magnificent as the Tengu daikami from our ancestral mythology." The tone is so excited, even with a bit of the fervor of a silver branch introducing a pure goddess. The Tengu daikami is a legendary figure passed down through generations, said to be towering and able to change the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. I grew up listening to his stories. The day I saw your godly warrior form, I believed it was fate, allowing me to meet the god I have longed for. But until now, I still don't know your esteemed name. After saying this, I knelt down, using the highest form of respect to plead to Gunlan. Indoja was taken aback and exclaimed, "His name is Gunlan." Sasabaiha looked at her gratefully, then turned to Gunlan and shouted loudly, "Honorable Gunlan, on behalf of our clan, I seek to join your ranks. Under your leadership, our clan will surely thrive. For your wishes, we are willing to dedicate everything." The tone was filled with awe and fervor, hiding the determination and confidence of the entire clan. Gunlan looked at Sasabaiha, who was swearing at his feet, feeling a bit at a loss. Looking at the other Tengu, they all knelt down, their eyes shining like stars, staring at him. Am I digging a pit for the Thunder God? He wondered. Could it be that the Susanoo armor made them believe so much like their mythical gods? Turning to the devout Sasabaiha, "Get up." The voice was soft yet carried an irresistible authority. Sasabaiha immediately raised his head, his eyes shining like the brightest star in the night sky. "My lord." The shout was filled with reverence and gratitude. I tentatively agree. As soon as these words came out, Sasabaiha trembled slightly, his face bursting with joy, almost kneeling again. "We will give everything to you, my lord." He was so excited that his voice trembled, not hiding his loyalty at all. Gunlan waved his hand for him to rise. Sasabaiha stood up respectfully, his eyes still filled with fervor. "All right, no kneeling. What about your other clansmen? Just these few?" Gunlan scanned behind him and asked. "Reporting to my lord, we are the fastest in clan." Sasabaiha hurriedly replied. "The whole clan was super excited to see your divine miracle and searched with all their might to find you. We were supposed to return empty-handed, but I first caught sight of the purple light on the coast and found you. How many people are in your clan?" "Reporting to my lord, about 4,000. At your command, we will all offer our hearts." That is quite a number. What was the last sentence?" Gunlan was momentarily stunned and asked again, after wandering around. "Do you know how many demon gods are in this sea area?" "Reporting to my lord, this is the outer sea of thunder, and it is known to have the Thunder Twin, Poison Shadow, Giant Armor, Sky Soaring, and Giant Serpent demon gods." "Thunder Twin?" Gunlan thought to himself. Could it be Baalzebub? She has a sister, right? Now the Inazuma demon god war? I understand. Thinking about the power of the Thunder God in the storyline, a hint of an evil smile involuntarily appeared on Gunlan's face. Indoja, Shimiyu, and Daiwudo looked at them with suspicion, completely unaware of what was happening. Gunlan gazed at the calm surface of the sea in the distance, smiling lightly. How big of a storm will this sea area stir up in the future? So what happened? Indoja was both confused and puzzled, her gaze shifting between Gunlan and the adoring Tengu. They are now under Gunlan's command. Daiwudo looked at Indoja with gray eyes, as if probing her elemental power. Wow, this is explosive. Indoja immediately approached Chu, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the dark wings behind her. Chu was initially flustered, but seeing her innocence, she calmed down, squatted down, and smiled. "Hello, little sister. I am a shadow, Tengu Chuchu. My name is Andoja." The two got along very harmoniously. "Go back and tell your clan. Come find me in a day." After Gunlan said this to Sasabaiha, he turned to Daiwudo. "What about you? What are you thinking?" He stared into Daiwudo's small eyes, trying to read something. Daiwudo looked back, his eyes showing deep thought. Gunlan actually had a special fondness for him. After all, he was the first person he could talk to normally after crossing over. And there was no hostility upon meeting. Not to mention Daiwudo's thinking was very avant-garde, seeing things very clearly. "I want to see her grow." Daiwudo looked at Andoja, who was playing with Chuchu, his eyes filled with affection. "You really long for family?" Gunlan suddenly asked. Daiwudo didn't answer, silently turning to look at him, his small eyes shining with golden light. After playing around, Chuchu said goodbye to Andoja and flew away with the Tengu. Daiwudo transformed into human form. His orange short hair was very mature, closely following Gunlan. "Come closer," Gunlan called out, and everyone immediately stood by his side. "Pay attention." A wave of evil, gloomy purple elemental energy suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, a giant skeletal frame appeared, rapidly growing muscles, dark purple clothing, and huge armor. Before the red light could emerge, a giant god over 1,000 meters tall had already stood between heaven and earth. "It really is you." Daiwudo was not surprised at all, but Shimiyu was shocked. "This power is more explosive than any previous sea god." The 8th generation was not wrong. She stood in the cockpit, trembling slightly, the diamond-shaped crystal flashing dim light. Her heart racing. She didn't know if it was out of fear of Susanoo or fear of heights. Andoja noticed her abnormality and opened her arms to hug her tightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Shimiyu felt the warm embrace, her fear dissipating, and nodded. "Thank you, Sister Andoja." Ignoring these little episodes, Susanoo spread its wings that covered the sky and flew straight up. Gradually, they reached a high altitude. Gunlan activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, clearly seeing the entire island. "Why does this island seem a bit small?" 5-foot measurement, it definitely isn't bigger than Inazuma. Could it really be a small island? He recalled the islands of Inazuma, Narukami Island, Yashiori Island. Couldn't he remember them all? After all, he had forgotten everything after exploring the map, and finding the way relied on watching the Up-Master-S strategy. But it seemed there was a big village on the other side of the island. Gunlan decisively dove down, shooting down like a meteor above the village. Then Susanoo suddenly vanished, and a few of them fell down together. "Well, you drive this thing just to see the island?" Andoja was pulled by the falling wind. Her face hurt, and her expression broke. But Daiwudo and Shimiyu were calm, landing gracefully. "Pay attention." The cold, shining kunai shot through the air like lightning. Gunlan stretched his hand forward. Whoosh, they disappeared in an instant. The next second, in a tranquil little grove, they suddenly appeared. So thrilling. Andoja clutched her chest tightly. Gunlan looked around, focusing on the open lawn surrounded by trees, his gaze sharpening as if he could see through everything. He shifted his gaze to the bushes. Inside, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a sinister light, as if searching for something. "Come out," Gunlan said softly, his tone calm, yet carrying an irresistible authority. This sentence was like thunder, and the yellow figure in the bushes suddenly trembled but didn't move, trying to play dead. Gunlan's mouth curled up in disdain, and in a flash, he appeared next to the bushes and reached out to grab. He stared at the struggling little creature in his hand, a golden-eared, fluffy-tailed little fox covered in dirt, but unable to hide its beautiful face. It turned out to be a dirty yellow fox demon. Gunlan fixed his gaze on the petite fox girl before him, using his Sharingan to see the chaotic elemental power within her, like a tangled ball of thread. "Let me go." The little fox twisted her body, trying to break free. Gunlan held her up in front of him. Sapphire eyes, 6 black whisker patterns, golden soft fur, small drooping ears. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Wow, the little fox is so cute. Andoja immediately leaned forward, her eyes full of curiosity. She suddenly realized, "We appeared out of nowhere. We must have scared her. Who are you?" "I was concentrating on training, and you popped up and caught me." The little fox glared at Gunlan angrily. Andoja hurriedly pleaded with Gunlan to let her go, gently stroking the little fox's head. Little sister, what's your name? Do you know where this is? Hey, I'm not small anymore. I'm 14 years old this year. The little fox dodged, stubbornly straightening her back, trying to appear taller. But she was still shorter than Andoja. 14 years old? A bit short, huh? Hee hee, maybe the food isn't too good, but I will grow taller. She awkwardly touched her head. All right, my name is Lulu. I'm a fox demon. This is the training ground in the woods outside Mookie Village. What was the training you just mentioned? Upon hearing this, Lulu immediately ran to the side, excitedly showcasing herself. Look, this is our training content. Lulu moved gracefully through the woods, jumping and rolling with agile movements. Like she was dancing. Andoja was captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She inserted a thick tree trunk into the ground and ran a distance away. Her whole body radiated a faint blue light, and the elemental power surged with energy. Then she charged at the tree trunk, aiming to demonstrate her strength. Pay attention. Halfway through the charge, the abundant blue energy suddenly flickered with a strange red hue, then violently agitated, causing the enhancement effect to disappear instantly. Lulu lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ouch. Huh. Andoja looked at her, who had just been so fierce, suddenly falling down. With a confused expression, Lulu got up, feeling defeated. Woo-woo failed again. Why can't I maintain this state? She wanted to change others' opinions through hard work, but ended up embarrassing herself in public. It's okay. You were amazing just now. I was shocked by that strike. Andoja hurried to comfort her. Lulu immediately perked up. I won't give up. I want to be the strongest in the village. She clenched her fists with determination in her eyes, filled with fighting spirit, and then demonstrated for Andoja. Gunlan had been observing with the Sharingan. He discovered that when Lulu failed, a peculiar force within her interfered, causing her control to decline. Moreover, Lulu's expression and posture made him hallucinate seeing an old friend from the past. Hey, why do you want to be the strongest in the village? Gunlan couldn't help but ask. To gain everyone's recognition. I'm not an abnormal fox spirit. I'm Lulu. Her voice was crisp and loud, causing Gunlan to feel a daze. A figure wrapped in golden light flashed in his mind, overlapping with Lulu. Why are you a fox spirit? I don't know. I remember the villagers disliked me, saying I was an abnormality. Lulu's tone was disheartened, her cute ears drooping down. Maybe because you look different from them. Usually, fox spirits have floppy ears, but yours are upright. Gunlan's mind immediately conjured the image of Ye Miko's ears, associating it with the Inazuma region, and he understood right away. Yes, that's definitely it. But I'll work twice as hard to become awesome, the strongest in the village. So everyone will recognize me. Lulu perked up again, her face regaining its sunshine. Gunlan gazed at her spirited face, secretly pondering. Naruto, is that you? Can you help us tour the village? We are travelers from afar. Andoja pointed to the other three. No problem. You're the first group of people who don't dislike me. I'll definitely help. Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Full of energy, what a lively little fox. Gunlan walked up to her, gently stroking her hair, a subtle chakra flowing from his fingertips in her body, so lightly that Lulu didn't notice. After a while, Gunlan figured out her physical condition. Not the tailed beast chakra he suspected, but two completely different elemental powers within her. One was a normal and stable blue elemental force, while the other was a violent and unstable red elemental force. These two powers were interdependent, but when one side was activated, the other would become extremely agitated. It seemed that this dilemma would need to be overcome through continuous practice. Gunlan initially thought it was the tailed beast chakra interfering, but now it seemed much simpler. He gestured for Lulu to lead the way, and she immediately joyfully bounced away, moving as lightly as a lively little bird. Gunlan turned to look at Diwudwa, his eyes questioning. She should be from the Bai Chun fox tribe. Diwudwa replied. Shimiao suddenly interjected. Lulu, do you know who the ruler of this island is? Lulu turned around with wide eyes, thinking, I heard it's something poisonous, super powerful. But I will surpass him sooner or later. The poison shadow demon god. Uchiha Gunlan is coming. Lulu walked ahead, signaling them to follow. Will we get detained entering the village? Indoja asked doubtfully. After thinking, Lulu confidently declared, I've helped everyone for a long time, and their opinions have changed quite a bit, so explaining should be fine. Seeing her confidence, the others chose to believe her. Slowly walking out of the woods, a tall stone wall encircled the area, with a large marble gate in the center reading Mujiji Village. Quite impressive, Indoja exclaimed. 2 guards stationed by the gate spotted them, raising their spears and rushing over with a cold glint. Don't move. Who are you? Their voices were ear-splitting. Another sharp gaze fixed on them, his tone rigid and full of hostility. They glared at Lulu with malice. It's you again, little fox spirit. What did you sneak out? We haven't settled the score from last time. Lulu felt nervous, thinking of someone beside her stepping forward to explain. They are travelers from afar, and I'm the tour guide. I came out because you drank too much and fell asleep. Upon hearing this, the 2 showed displeasure, pointing their long spears at Lulu. Dare to provoke us? You won't have a good ending. They sized up the group, their eyes greedily stopping on Indoja and Shimiao. Want to enter the village? You come over for proof. You 2 leave. They pointed at Indoja, Shimiao, and Genglan. Why? Didn't you say outsiders? Lulu was about to argue. Look out. A stone shot towards Lulu's head like an arrow, fast as if the thrower had used great strength. At the critical moment, sparkling waves appeared out of nowhere to catch the stone. But the villagers didn't stop, just as they picked up nearby objects to throw. Everyone froze instantly. Behind Lulu, Genglan exuded a chilling purple elemental force, filled with endless killing intent and overwhelming pressure, making everyone struggle to breathe. The terrifying aura coalesced into a ghastly demon god, Sasuke's 3rd power, smiling as if a demon god had descended to reap lives. Those villagers who bullied the weak and feared the strong, upon seeing this scene, fell down in droves. A few standing there looked dazed, muttering, It's a demon god. The fox spirit has brought a demon god for revenge. Lulu, unaffected by the pressure, turned around just as Genglan placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. Don't be too merciful. Their malice is undeniable. Lulu lowered her head, unsure what she was thinking. Genglan looked at her, a face clearly emerging in his mind, equally innocent, sunny, and kind, with a similar fate. You are like him, yet not like him. But I want to change everything about you. He secretly pondered, wanting you to walk without being disliked, enter shops without being scolded, not to create disturbances for attention, and to grow up happily like an ordinary child. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted as a tall, silver-robed, wolf-headed beastman approached. What happened? His voice was high-pitched like a wolf's howl. This wolf-beast-man was extremely arrogant, unconcerned by the circle of fallen people around him, utterly confident in himself. He scanned the crowd sharply, and Lulu sneered. This village still has to develop. It can't even handle this level of enemy. He then confidently stretched his limbs. Lulu whispered to Genglan, Brother Genglan, he is the village chief, Hao Xiao. At this moment, Hao Xiao noticed Lulu, and he sneered. Oh, the fox spirit is here too. Then I guess I know what is going on, hum. I should have just burned you to death back then. As he spoke, the wolfman's gaze turned sharp, like a hunter spotting its prey. He reached behind to draw a huge black sword, its blade gleaming coldly. The gaze was as cold as the biting wind, sweeping over everyone present, sharp enough to penetrate the soul, sending chills down their spines. Finally, the gaze locked on a Genglan, full of hostility. Was this the one who just released the pressure? The werewolf thought. I could sense it from far away. It's terrifying. But he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was overly confident in his own abilities, believing that Genglan couldn't stop him, as this was a gift from Lord Booties. Gradually, the werewolf's confident eyes met Genglan's. Watch closely. When it caught sight of those strange yet beautiful red eyes, an unprecedented feeling surged up. Instantly, everything spun, and its head felt like it was being brutally struck by a hammer, the pain unbearable, losing consciousness in a second. To outsiders, the werewolf's originally fierce momentum vanished immediately, its wolf-like eyes turning dull and lifeless. Sharingan illusion manipulation. Genglan sighed privately. Can't even handle the simplest illusion? Too weak, not even worthy of dance. Once Geng withdrew his overwhelming presence, the villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, more and more people rushed over, their guards, scholars, and even foolish onlookers who enjoyed the spectacle. Some guards held long spears, others drew bows, all looking like they were ready for a fight. Just at this tense moment, a small black ball peeked out from the crowd. A cute-faced, petite figure, black soft fur, black folded ears, and round big black eyes fixated on Lulu behind Geng. Mumbling, "Elu." This voice seemed to have magic, and even Lulu, who was further away, heard it. She immediately turned around to find the little black fox, revealing a healing smile. Upon seeing her smile, the little black fox trembled and hid behind its master, peeking out with a face full of blush. After Geng controlled the werewolf with an illusion, he directly searched its memories. Instantly, it was like opening a folder, and the werewolf's thoughts from birth to just now were laid out before him. He quickly scanned all the memories, and the target of the poison shadow demon god became clearer. Poison shadow demon god booties, located in the poison shadow mansion. He casually lifted the control, but the mental shock from searching memories had already messed up the werewolf's mind. Do you know how to get to the poison shadow mansion? Do you know where the poison shadow mansion is? Lulu shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. Geng looked disdainfully at the villagers attempting to resist, thinking, is it even necessary to stay here and watch these fools struggle? His gaze suddenly changed, his eyes transformed into Sharingan, 3 black tomo turning into a scythe-like boomerang. He locked his gaze tightly on Andoja and the others. Just as Andoja was preparing to use her abilities to break through the guard's encirclement, she suddenly felt a strange sensation rising in her heart. Just as she was filled with doubt, she was astonished to find herself in a snowy landscape. The ice blocks around Kikilia hadn't melted at all. Not just Andoja, but everyone else was the same, especially Lulu, who stood completely stunned, like a child who had never seen the world, gaping in place. The guards, seeing only Geng left, were all confused. Before they could figure it out, Geng disappeared like a ghost, leaving the group of villagers looking at each other, their minds filled with question marks. Deep underground on this island lay a shocking giant cave. The entire island seemed hollowed out, the scale breathtaking. Inside the cave stood a gray-brown giant mansion, resembling a solemn castle, incredibly magnificent. The mansion was built from an unknown type of wood, as hard as iron, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Above floated dark green gas, like thin clouds, adding to the mystery. Beside it was a lake, filled with green liquid, bubbling white foam, making one curious if it could poison a Daiwujuo. Inside the mansion, a grand banquet was underway. Attendees came from various races, dressed in bizarre clothing showcasing their uniqueness. However, the food was nauseating and the decorations were unbearable, much worse than my birthday party. Clearly, the planner didn't understand these things. Either the demon god thinks differently, or it's just considered normal in the demon world. On the high platform stood a hunchbacked old man, wrapped in a strange green mist, like clothing but also like skin, his whole body exuding a dead aura, but his withered yellow eyes concealed venom. "Welcome everyone to my banquet." His voice was old and weak, yet no one dared to underestimate him. He was the genuine poison shadow demon god Booties. He had gathered all the powerful figures on the island, clearly with great ambition. He droned on with his speech, like a principal dragging out a flag-raising ceremony. But no one in the audience dared to lose focus. This guy could truly slaughter them all. The newly born twin thunder demon god from the northern island. Still, in its infancy, if it weren't for having slain the flowing grass demon god, I would have thought it was a descendant of the thunder demon god. Booties suddenly became excited and slammed the table hard. The black round table shattered into pieces, yet no one dared to make a sound. "How dare your gathering of the monster clan covet the land of thunder? I called you here to level the northern island together, to show that pair of twin demon gods our strength." His eyes burst with fierce light, and the people below could only imagine the tragic fate of the twin demon gods. "So, that means you're very strong, huh?" A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Booties. He turned back suspiciously, seeing a tall man in purple clothing wielding a long knife, standing 3 meters away with an imposing demeanor. Just standing there made him stand out. And Booties thought to himself, definitely a demon god. He grinned, making a sound like dry branches rubbing together. Haha, another demon god has graced us with their presence. What honor. The newcomer is a guest. Please sit. Making a gesture for him to sit. Gunglan's expression was impassive, and in the next second, his figure flashed and disappeared. Booties was startled and hurriedly searched, only to find Gunglan had already seated himself, sitting upright like a noble from a prestigious family. Booties was slightly astonished by this speed, secretly lamenting he hadn't misjudged. On the other side of the banquet, a creature completely clad in black was staring intently at Gunglan, its body trembling uncontrollably. This creature was pitch black, resembling a ghost in the night. It looked human, but had no facial features, bizarre to the extreme. Even more eye-catching was its bright blue clothing, forming a stark contrast with its black body, sending chills down one's spine. Without a doubt, this was a leftover from the shadow demon god Dabora's shadow army. This little black was a survivor of Gunglan's 1,000-bird flow clear, having personally experienced Gunglan's terrifying power. At this moment, seeing Gunglan again, fear surged within it like a tide, trembling all over. Nearby, its pigment companion noticed something unusual and came over to ask with concern. Hey, Black Cloth, what's wrong? But little Black was already so scared it was dumbfounded, its lips trembling for a long time, but unable to speak, fear completely swallowing it. Back in the day, it had come out with its brothers, prepared to go on a killing spree. It thought Gunglan was just a backdrop. Just a glance would suffice, only to find in the blink of an eye, Gunglan had crushed its brothers, family, friends, and elders. The scene turning into a river of blood. It had narrowly escaped, and due to misfortune, gained self-awareness. Later, when migrating with companions, it met a human girl who regarded them as her own. She said that Gunglan had killed their leader, breaking down emotionally. It tried to persuade her for a long time to no avail. Later renamed Black Cloth, and was invited to the banquet, not expecting to run into an old enemy. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Black Cloth thought about fleeing on the spot, but the pigman stopped it. What are you running for? This is an opportunity to meet 2 demon gods. The pigman was exasperated, and little Black was sweating profusely. Run quickly. Otherwise, he will slaughter us all. Gunglan's gaze slowly shifted, a slight smile appearing. A female cat demon next to him looked at Gunglan's perfect face, blushing and shouting. Sisters, there's a handsome guy. Little Black, full of terror, trembled at the sight of Gunglan's face, wanting nothing more than to take the remaining clansmen and flee quickly. Gunglan sensed all of this, surprisingly running into acquaintances. With such a wide range of the 1,000-bird flow, there are still leftovers, truly interesting. But he didn't care about that for now, slowly turning his gaze back to Booties. Booties, with his dry, old face, revealed a disgusting smile. Do you know Minkai and Liyue? Gunglan fixed his eyes on Booties. Booties thought for a moment. Those names are too old. I can't remember. Gunglan smiled disdainfully. Only 7 years? Too short for a demon god, right? Oh, sorry. It seems they are inconsequential people. Booties feigned an apology, waiting to see Gunglan's performance. Inconsequential people, huh? Gunglan whispered, then smiled as if he had let it go. Booties looked at Gunglan's almost imperceptible smile in confusion, just about to ponder, when suddenly a chill ran down his back and a strong sense of crisis swept over him. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately turn around to raise his arm in defense. However, at the moment he turned, Gunglan appeared behind him like a ghost, wielding a white blade that shimmered with a cold light, stabbing towards his head at an incredible speed. Booties was greatly surprised by Gunglan's speed. Yet a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Since you are so eager to seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish. You ignorant brat, he growled, green mist rising from his hands, his poisonous claws disregarding the Kusanagi sword that had pierced his chest and directly grabbed towards Gunglan. As the foul-smelling poisonous hand was about to slap Gunglan's face, Booties revealed an evil smile. Ha! Foolish one, you don't know how to dodge. Soon you will know what I... Before he could finish his sentence, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his head, followed by an immense force surging in. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, and his whole body flew out. Look! Gunlon firmly pressed Beauty's head down, just like Ulquiorra did to Ichigo, and threw him away. But it wasn't over. Gunlon crashed out of the mansion, dragging Beauty's on the ground for hundreds of meters. Everything happened in an instant. Beauty's couldn't react or resist, completely restrained. Beauty's crashed into the dark cave wall like a cannonball, producing a muffled bang. It took him a while to regain his senses. Coughing as he got up, "You damn rat. Don't you understand respect for the elderly and love for the young?" Old Beauty's was so angry his face turned pale. But Gunlon completely ignored him, his hand glowing with blue lightning, like thousands of birds screaming. With a wave of Gunlan's arm, the 1,000 birds shot through the air like lightning, creating dazzling blue arcs. Beauty's immediately stopped pretending to be old and got up to dodge wildly. But as he leaped up, Gunlan's lightning energy exploded, instantly transforming into a brilliant spear, rushing towards him with the speed of wind and lightning. Beauty's couldn't react at all and was pierced through by the sharp spear of the 1,000 birds. The lightning penetrated and paralyzed him, causing him to scream in pain. Gunlon lifted the spear, its penetrating power directly splitting Beauty's in half. Immediately, the green mist erupted, rushing towards Gunlon like a hurricane. Gunlon slowly formed a hand seal, Sage Mode. Golden shadows appeared around his eyes, and boundless natural energy transformed into magical energy, bursting forth like a storm, blowing the mist away. Frog hand seal, an explosion. Are you not convinced? The mist was blown away by more than half, and Gunlan's strength increased again. But Beauty's, who transformed the poisonous mist, was stunned. There's a problem. Has he been enhanced? He decided to test it, trying it might lead to death. Black poisonous mist gathered into a large mass of spikes, some big, some small, some thick, some long, all shooting towards Gunlon. Gunlon casually glanced at it, and a dazzling blue energy sphere surged in his palm. The energy sphere spun wildly, instantly transforming into a white shuriken with sharp saw-like edges. Gunlon tossed it out, tracing a magnificent trajectory. It charged towards the enemy with an invincible might. Sage technique, wind release, spiraling shuriken. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed against the ground, as if it were going to tear the entire world apart. A blue storm swept through the entire underground space like surging waves. The cave trembled violently, dust flying, countless stones falling, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. Beauty stared wide-eyed in fear, lamenting everything before him. He turned and ran, but the power of the spiraling shuriken was explosive, far beyond imagination. No matter how far he ran, he couldn't escape. In an instant, it felt like thousands of sharp needles pierced every cell in him, the fiery pain nearly making him forget he was alive. His body swayed dangerously, almost losing consciousness from the explosion. Before Beauty's could catch his breath, Gunlon appeared in an instant. Beauty's was still stiff and was grabbed by the throat and lifted up. He looked into Gunlan's eerie red eyes, instantly terrified. He couldn't even dance. It was truly ugly. Beauty struggled desperately in Gunlan's grip, his neck held tightly. Unable to move, completely restrained. Gunlon, with a blank expression, mocked. "You're too weak. Among the demon gods I've encountered, you're the weakest." Remembering the previous Sea King and the Shadow, both had unique abilities to maneuver. This poisonous shadow demon god talks big, claiming to provide the Raijin sisters with good fruit juice. But his actual strength is only at the first form of the shadow. Perhaps you can only use poison in a sneaky way. It's a pity you misjudged my strength. Not running, but trying to fight back. Gunlon said coldly. Now there's no need to think. Your life is at its end. Minkai and Enlulu, a loving couple 5 years ago. Your underlings, because of your selfish desires, you pushed them into a dire situation, causing their deaths and leaving behind an orphan. His voice was as cold as a judgment. Isn't that right? The Scarlet Sharingan was filled with killing intent. Those two guys. Beauty's throat was choked, his voice slow but thinking. You ordered them to protect their companions, but in reality, you sent them to their deaths. And even spread rumors that their child was a disaster star fox. Beauty's eyes widened in disbelief. shocked at how Geng knew about this. Fool! What kind of nonsense is this from a demon god? I don't even know what to say to you. You don't understand this. Beauties didn't finish his sentence. Geng suddenly exerted force and threw him into the sky. Beauties was thrown into a dizzying spin. His instinct to survive made him instantly turn into a dense poisonous mist to escape. Idiot! Geng Snow, his hand glowing with brilliant blue lightning. Familiar thunderous sounds of 1,000 birds rang out, as if they were going to tear through space. The surrounding air currents spiraled around the 1,000 birds, which gradually turned black and white, burning with high-temperature black flames. Sage technique. Add the earthly life to the 1,000 birds. Geng's voice fell, and he dashed like lightning in a black arc towards Beauties. The black sparks and the black and white magical lightning intertwined, leaving a thrilling trajectory. Beauties looked at Geng's astonishing speed in terror, feeling completely helpless. He realized he could no longer escape Geng's pursuit and could only watch helplessly as that deadly attack approached him. It was a done deal. Not a single point could be hit. The values were purely monstrous. Then came a huge explosion. The black and white 1,000 birds pierced through Beauties' demon god-hard outer shell without any obstruction. In an instant, the black and white lightning brought powerful paralysis and magical force into his body, filling him like a flood. The earthly life on the 1,000 birds also exploded, igniting within Beauties' body, burning fiercely. The terrifying high temperature made him scream, echoing through the sky. But suddenly, Beauties stopped screaming, his face full of determination staring at Geng. Is this fire? His voice was filled with despair. Geng ignored him and directly increased the output of the 1,000 birds. Upon seeing this, Beauties' eyes flashed with determination, giving up all resistance, allowing his life force to rapidly drain away. Memories flashed like slides, but he had no time to care. He suddenly reached out to grab Geng's arm. Geng was quick to notice, instantly sensing it, and kicked Beauties with his foot, using the recoil to leap back, retracting the 1,000 birds and jumping high. Then, with one hand forming seals at a dizzying speed, he spat out a blazing orange-red fireball. Fire release. Great fireball technique. But Beauties revealed a cunning smile. Confident about what was to come, he intended to use the enormous poisonous mist from the demon god's reaction after death as his last weapon, igniting the poisonous mist with the fireball, triggering a devastating explosion, aiming to perish together with Geng. But this Beauties was truly foolish, completely lacking the wisdom a demon god should have, constantly engaging in shady dealings. Geng fixed his gaze on the great fireball shooting towards Beauties. Just as Beauties was about to die, countless poisonous mists surged out like a tide. As expected, "You want to perish with me?" Geng thought darkly. "Your thinking is too naive." Geng's eyes turned black with a 6-pointed star rotating, transforming into a 3-bladed windmill shape. Divine might. Beauties' figure became ethereal, and the next second the great fireball collided with the poisonous mist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. The dazzling flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, filling the entire cave, ready to consume everything. Beauties, before dying, still wanted to see Geng's demise. Staring wide-eyed, you would never expect. Geng was leisurely walking amidst the explosion, unaffected by everything around him. Countless evil deeds flashed in Beauties' mind, flooding him with deep regret. This must be the punishment I deserve. Under the blazing flames, his life came to a hasty end, not because he was weak, but because Geng was ridiculously strong. Geng easily walked out of the explosion zone, disappearing in an instant. Everyone in the mansion was stunned. What just happened? Where's Lord Beauties? Everything happened too quickly. Geng threw Beauties away for the kill, a total of 2 minutes, truly the fastest legend. Just as they started to panic, Geng suddenly appeared on the high platform of Beauties, looking down at the people below. I asked the Sage of 6 Paths about the 9 cuts of the sky. Breaking a frivolous voice came over, followed by an invisible pressure that rushed towards the demons. The crowd of demons was overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, collapsing in heaps, leaving only a few strong ones barely kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. It seems like there's no need for that anymore. Gunlan scanned the pile of incapacitated demons, and his gaze locked on his Xiaohong, instantly floating to his side. Xiaohong was so scared that he trembled, his featureless face revealing despair. What stood before him was not a handsome guy, but a demon of death. As Gunlan exerted his pressure, Xiaohong couldn't break free from his meager power. Even his screams were choked in his throat. The two stared at each other. Xiaohong's heart was screaming for his life. But Gunlan was pondering about Xiaohong's smooth face. Does this guy even have eyes? After considering, he directly tried. Emerald eyes instantly transformed into scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. For a level like this, using a kaleidoscope would be a waste. The moment Xiaohong saw the eyes, he froze, and scarlet eyes actually appeared on his smooth face. Illusion succeeded. In the next second, his vision went black, and all his memories were stripped away by Gunlan. Flipping through like a file folder in front of Gunlan, being born and dazed while looking for his big brother, dazed while walking. All were just working dazing, until playing with the old lady's daughter finally revealed some new content. After that, there were fragments of being summoned by Duabla, followed by being instantly defeated by Gunlan. Even the memory images were shaking, clearly terrified for being beaten. Later, Xiaohong regained consciousness, established a new clan, and encountered that little girl again. The girl in his memories looked as haggard, as if she would shatter. It turned out that Gunlan had previously lost his vision and, feeling sorry for her, transmitted elemental power to help her create new eyes. But unexpectedly, her bloodline was too pure, directly altering her constitution and turning her into a Uchiha. This girl also had explosive talent, and when her emotions were stirred, she directly broke through. Without Sharingan, she leaped to three-tomo and jumped straight to the kaleidoscope. But now her mental state was completely chaotic. Sharingan requires mental impact, and her level jump caused greater injury, possibly driving her mad. Gunlan thought to himself, if she can hold on, the Uchiha will be revived. As for Duabla, not being able to create eyes, how could a god of darkness help others see the light? After checking the memories, Xiaohong directly slumped down, unable to get up. Gunlan raised his hand to draw a circle and vanished into the Kamui space. The Kamui space was still icy and snowy, but had already recovered a bit. Anduja, Dioduo, and Lulu were shoveling snow below. Anduja crashed into the ice, breaking a large piece with a snap. Dioduo swallowed the everlasting ice crystals, instantly transforming it into elemental power. What a tough stomach. Lulu, wrapped in bubbles, was digging ice, but it was of no use. Only the god level of extreme ice could break it, and she couldn't even leave a scratch. Anduja told her to take a break, saying they would handle this. But Lulu stubbornly replied, "Never give up is my motto." Then she continued to dig with all her might. Gunlan slowly appeared, signaling for everyone to stop, and his eyes instantly transformed into the six-pointed star Eternal Kaleidoscope, adding Earth Life Spiral Storm. A massive pitch-black tornado swept through the entire Kamui space, with a few people on the spot already dodging away from this high-temperature zone. The Outer Path Golem shouted on the spot. At this moment, on the northern island of the Bathing Thunder Sea, an incredibly beautiful scenery, cherry blossoms in full bloom, petals falling like rain with the wind. Hidden within the pink were hints of purple. Under the cherry blossom tree stood a stunning woman, dark purple long hair braided, the ends gradually lightening, with a tear mole at the corner of her right eye. She wore a dragon bellflower decoration on her head, black and gold celestial armor on her left shoulder, and dressed in a purple kimono adorned with dragon bellflowers. Her collar was untied, exposing her shoulder, and the hem was short to her thighs, with wide sleeves stopping at her arms. A red belt secured her waist, and a purple waist ribbon tied, with 3 thunderbolt decorations, with golden and purple tassels hanging down. Black knee-high socks paired with brown-heeled sandals, stunningly beautiful. This was the future Raijin's ruler Balzef, Raiden. Although she was just a newly born god, her combat power was explosive, having already achieved feats against demon gods. She quietly admired the cherry blossoms, her purple eyes flashing with a faint light, suddenly looking to the side. The atmosphere shifted from calm to thunderous roar. But she wasn't looking at a person, but at a small knife made of wind element, which read, Central Northern Island, 5 Gods Conference. She softly murmured, falling into contemplation. Raiden wanted to draw the kunai, but as she approached, it turned into a gentle breeze. With a head full of confusion, she decided to discuss it with her sister. Not long after, Raiden arrived at the center of the northern island. At the top of the towering mountains, the purple thunder elemental power was active, signifying the extraordinary. Behind her followed 3 people. Her sister, the Thunder Godball, real thunder, with flowing purple hair and a gentle yet determined gaze. The Oni clan girl Liyue, with a big sword and heroic demeanor. And the White Fox clan member Hujai Palace, who had a super close relationship with her. These individuals were all important figures from the Demon Clan before the establishment of Inazuma, only missing that man with black wings. Although worried, they still came for the fate of the island. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they saw a mysterious figure waiting, a frail, pale person in a gray-white long robe, with purple wings folded behind him, adorned with purple pointed feathers. He stood quietly, blending into the environment, with a beautiful face devoid of expression, and pale purple eyes gazing at Raiden and the others. The Thunder God? The Blue Flower God was shattered by you, right? His voice was ethereal. Just as Raiden was about to speak, her sister preemptively laughed and said, "You are the Thunderwing God. Hearing that you are the most beautiful dancer today indeed." Before she could finish her words, a hearty laugh erupted. "Ha! This little broken bird dares to call herself the most beautiful dancer?" Laughing to the point of losing teeth. Everyone turned to look. A tall figure in pitch-black heavy armor, towering at least 4 meters high, with a helmet sporting a giant stag beetle horn. The giant armor god, huh? The armor is thick enough, I wonder if it can withstand my blade. Liyue and Hujai Palace whispered to each other, their voices neither loud nor soft, as if afraid of being overheard, yet also deliberately so. The giant armor god had explosive hearing, and suddenly his gaze swept over. Huh? Is there a bug chattering? His tone carried a threat, and his gaze was sharp enough to pierce the soul. He didn't realize that he was the enormous bug himself, facing the provocation. Liyue showed no fear, slowly drawing her sword against his gaze, her movements steady and composed. The air instantly tightened, as if they were about to fight right there. Fortunately, Hujai Palace timely stopped Chiyo, and though Chiyo was reluctant, she sheathed her sword. Hujai Palace exchanged glances. Now is not the time. Chiyo understood and temporarily held back, but the giant armor still wanted to stir trouble. Suddenly feeling a chill down his back, a numbing sensation spreading throughout his body. He looked around and found Raiden not far away. Raiden's beautiful eyes sparkled with purple light, and an overwhelming aura burst forth. "You got some skill, little ghost." The giant armor gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing apprehension. Knowing she was not to be trifled with, he had no choice but to relent. But the Thunderwing was displeased, charging straight at the giant armor, glaring at him with a face full of anger. The scene of the 4-meter giant armor standing next to the less than 1-meter 50 Thunderwing was absurdly comical, like a farcical play unfolding. Before long, a calm voice came, and a person with a snake head and human body appeared. "Sorry for being late." The snake fighting god, Raiden pondered. Is the remaining one the thunder roar or the poison shadow? Suddenly, a loud laugh interrupted her. A thunderous clap struck down, sending dust flying. Once the dust settled, an incredibly powerful creature appeared. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur like silk, with muscles so bulging they could tear steel. It were only a pair of pants, yet exuded an overwhelming authority. It resembled a lion, but had human features, with a large head revealing fangs, eyes gleaming sharply, and its entire body crackling with electric arcs. Dominating the scene, I measure lion dog. Looks like everyone has arrived. This demon god's voice was rough and penetrating. Raiden instantly understood. It was the thunder roar god who summoned everyone. This was the strongest demon god in the area, and before the 2 sisters were born, he was already the overlord. She worried that if a battle broke out, they wouldn't be able to win. Yet the next sentence from Thunder Roar left her stunned. "Who sent me here? Was it you, little long bug?" His gaze fixed fiercely on the snake-fighting god, brimming with battle intent. Currently present were the Thunder God Ball, Zeph, the Thunderwing God Molna, the giant armor god Kabutora, the snake fighting god Oroba, the thunder roar god Elio, yet to arrive, but will be here shortly, the sea god Andugia, the granite god Geoduo, the dragon spider god Shimo, the sword god Sod, the six paths god Uchiha Gunlon, and a cute little fox Lulu. Raiden's expression was filled with suspicion as she gazed at Elio, silently pondering. This gathering was clearly initiated by Thunder Roar, yet he keeps saying there is someone else. Thunderbolt really couldn't understand. There were no other demon gods in this region besides her and her sister. Could it be, huh? Her doubts went unanswered as Elio continued. The Wind Blade must be a new demon god. As he spoke, he rubbed his sharp claws, blue static electricity flashing. However, since everyone was present, Elio's blood-red beast eyes flashed with sharp light. Thunderbolt instantly sensed the killing intent, and a purple energy Naginata appeared in her hand, her full attention fixed on him. Oomph. Elio sneered contemptuously, his whole body bursting with dazzling blue lightning, forming a hard armor around his robust physique. The little brat still in diapers needs to be taught a lesson. The surrounding air trembled. Elio's figure flickered like lightning, accompanied by a booming sound, instantly appearing in front of Thunderbolt. His entire body crackled with lightning like a thunder god descending, swinging a devastating heavy fist towards her. Thunderbolt did not retreat, her purple eyes shining, the Naginata spinning rapidly to meet the heavy fist. Watch closely. Two bolts of lightning, one purple and one blue, exploded like they were about to tear the world apart. The two powerful energies collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that twisted space. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, and the land collapsed. The towering mountain was directly blasted away, becoming a flat-topped hill. The two powers truly shook the ground. Ouroboros glanced over, then shifted his gaze away. The peeping Tom should be showing up now. Huh? Did I get discovered? Andugia slowly appeared, awkwardly scratching her head. So, have you eaten? Several demon gods were confused. What is this little guy saying? Didn't he eat? Then eat this punch. A giant water fist, accompanied by a raging wind, smashed towards the gods, its range comparable to Susanoo's skeletal arms. Three demon gods dodged in an instant, but Thunderbolt, Kaiakio, and Fox Zhai Gong couldn't match that speed. Kaiakio drew her sword, her eyes reddening, facing the water fist, swinging her sword up. Even with great strength, it would be hard to handle. The water fist was heavy and absorbed power, and Kaiakio couldn't muster any strength for her slash. Suddenly, the water fist increased its force, sending Kaiakio flying into the mountainside, then exploding into a stream of water. Kaiakio, Fox Zhai Gong shouted anxiously. I'm fine, cough cough, that hurts, you bastard. Kaiakio got up, red elemental energy swirling around her, her red eyes frighteningly furious. Demon Clan Ghost God mode, daring to call themselves gods? Kabutora sneered, yet the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Hee hee, then I'll be off. Andugia transformed into water and disappeared, leaving an enraged Kaiakio. Meanwhile, Elio and Thunderbolt were locked in a fierce battle. Purple and blue lightning colliding in the air, thunder echoing across the northern island. Little brat, is this all your strength? Are you just tickling me? Elio mocked as he stretched his muscles. Oh really? Thunderbolt's purple eyes deepened, purple lightning surged, her power climbing to a new level. That's more like it. Elio's lightning also swelled, his entire appearance dyed blue, exuding immense power. As both sides prepared for the next round, a green shuriken appeared out of nowhere, instantly approaching the two, and before they could react, it collided with them. In an instant, the space changed. Elio felt dizzy, and the next second found himself in a strange black-gray place. Gray rectangular pillars beneath his feet like a floor. What's going on? He scratched his head. His thunder mode still active. Is it that little brat's doing? He glanced at Thunderbolt, who also looked confused, and upon looking around, saw Tianshang and other gods present, who was messing around, just as he was about to curse. A sense of crisis surged as if a gun was pointed at his head. He reflexively dodged to the side, and all the gods looked in the same direction. Standing atop a tall pillar was a man in purple robes, tall and handsome, arms crossed, looking down at them with an imposing presence. Is the sense of crisis coming from him? Liyue was both angry and confused. I am the overlord of the Thunder Sea. Afraid? Impossible. Little brat. No matter who you are, you have angered the lion. His voice was loud as thunder, his momentum rising. Gunlan slowly looked at him. Wrangle? The next second, a scarlet Sharingan appeared. Gunlan merely moved his finger, and a terrifying pressure exploded towards the gods. Everyone felt as if a giant stone was pressing down. Struggling to breathe. Wow, what? Tianshang directly half-kneeled, looking extremely disheveled. She was a demon god after all. The divine might shattered the floor of the space. Thunderbolt stared at the person above, her mind racing with thoughts of who he was. Bastard! Liyue angrily charged forward against the pressure, but found himself unable to move an inch. A strong opponent. This is I like it. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Letting out a lion's roar that shook the earth, his mighty aura mixed with lightning charging towards Gunlan. Lightning exploded from his entire body, his hair standing on end from the electric currents, his cells excitedly jumping as if merging with the lightning. His mane entwined with lightning stood upright, looking incredibly majestic. Thunder mode activate. He instantly transformed into dazzling lightning and charged forward. This move had never failed him, even impressing Thunderbolt. But in Gunlan's eternal kaleidoscope eye, his trajectory looked like a kitten running. Gunlan thought to himself, this state resembles Thunderbolt. I have the purple Susanoo. Could it be that I become Sasuke? Little brat. Don't underestimate me. Liyue arrived in front of Gunlan in an instant, throwing a heavy punch, faster and more powerful than before. Gunlan's scarlet eyes watched him, lightning flashing in his hand, Chidori appearing in an instant. Facing a punch that came too fast to react, Gunlan casually sidestepped, Chidori directly stabbing at Liyue. Liyue's eyes widened in astonishment, but steadied himself. Thunder mode is the best defense in the world. If I haven't broken through your defense, I'll counterattack. The sound of flesh tearing rang out. Chidori pierced directly through his right abdomen. Intense pain surged to his brain and then vanished, lightning filling his body like a stimulant. He roared and reached out to grab Gunlan, wanting to embrace him. Gunlan's eyes displayed a six-pointed star pattern, emanating a sinister and dark purple skeletal figure that directly approached Liyue. Liyue grabbed the enormous purple skeleton and with a force lifted it up over his head. Gathering powerful lightning, roaring loudly, held demon god heavy slam. Liyue slammed the skeleton along with Gunlan hard onto the ground, lightning exploding. But as the lightning dissipated, the skeleton only cracked a small seam, utterly useless. Bastard! He raised his foot and kicked Gunlan away. Gunlan remained unharmed within the skeleton, just feeling a bit dizzy, landing smoothly. Then he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, with Chidori directly attaching to the blade. Sad, Mama. Liyue transformed into lightning and moved at high speed. Running on all fours, almost like a flying lion from Teyvat, he roared as he charged up, elbowing Gunlan, lightning and power exploding against the Susanoo, causing it to move slightly. Sorry, this Susanoo's defense is ridiculously strong. Gunlan endured Liyue's attack without budging an inch. The Susanoo's incredible defense did not extinguish Liyue's fighting spirit. Instead, it made his eyes redder, and lightning surged more fiercely. Little brat, don't underestimate demon gods. He roared loudly, charging towards Gunlan with a wave of lightning sound. Gunlan's eyes narrowed, the kaleidoscope's six-pointed star transforming into three sickle blades, a big windmill, divine might. His figure became ethereal, teleporting outside. Immune to sound wave attacks, divine might is indeed more useful than expected. Gunlan deactivated his ethereal state, looking at Thunderbolt and the others, all standing by, not assisting in battle at all. Indeed, why should unrelated people help? Does the demon god War Eris speak of helping others? Deal with them. Gunlan fixed his gaze on Andusia, spatial fluctuations surrounding several people. Several were confusedly sent out of the divine might space. Andusia was accustomed to it. Looking at the bewildered Thunderbolt, did I fight them? Really? She tested by launching an attack. Blue elemental energy emerged from her body, forming sleeves and a wheel, instantly entering the sea god mode. At that moment, her power, speed, and stamina were all enhanced. Rise! Water columns appeared out of thin air, crashing towards the dazed individuals. Thunderbolt reacted super quickly, like lightning swinging her Naginata, lightning flashing before her eyes, instantly forming a fierce blade light. The blade light, like a thunderous strike, slashed down, boom. The water column was easily sliced apart, yet it didn't T-splatter, turning into countless small water droplets suspended in the air, like stars in the night sky. Oh no! Fox, Zhai Gong observed closely. These water droplets are going to explode. The shadow is fast. Before she could finish her sentence, the Naginata erupted with powerful lightning. Surging like a volcanic eruption, the shadow Naginata danced at high speed, its blade technique flowing like water, yet unpredictable, lightning being drawn and condensed into an impenetrable lightning barrier. In an instant, countless water droplets were shattered by the barrier, the shadow materializing, purple eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. The entire space was enveloped in purple lightning, dancing joyfully in the air, showcasing the terrifying power of the shadow. Andugia felt a bit scared, but was nothing serious. She clasped her hands together, and several streams of water formed a gigantic water sword, pointing at the shadow. The shadow transformed into a Naginata, charging towards Andoja with a burst of purple lightning. The speed of the shadow was absurdly fast, and Andoja couldn't even catch a glimpse before the sharp blade of the Naginata was already upon her. The Naginata effortlessly struck Andoja, but a strange sense of stagnation made the shadow feel something was off. It was as if something was blocking her, negating her strength, and preventing her from following up with more force. The shadow immediately withdrew the Naginata, but unexpectedly, a massive water orb emerged from the ground. She tried to dodge, but was slowed down, trapped firmly inside. A giant sword hovered above the water orb, resembling the one above Fukulosa's head. Just as the giant sword was about to fall, the shadow was surrounded by raging purple lightning, when suddenly, a flash of red burst into the fray. The newcomer wielded a massive cleaver, the blade glinting with a cold light that concealed murderous intent. A thick blood aura swirled around her like red mist, wrapping her up completely, making her look like a demon crawling out of hell. Terrifying. She widened her eyes, her gaze wild and furious, using all her strength to lift the blade, swinging it towards the giant's sword with thunderous might. Boom! A powerful gust of wind howled as it collided with the giant's sword, deafening. This strike altered the trajectory of the giant's sword, causing it to veer off and plunge deep into the ground. She landed and laughed maniacally. Ha! I am a demon. I am a demon. Her laughter, combined with her ghastly appearance, was incredibly frightening. She stomped on the ground and charged at Andoja. Andoja recognized her as the one who had been knocked away and, worried for her mental state, used the water mirror to block the murderous attack. Ha ha ha! She laughed madly as if she had just recognized something, only to stop laughing the next second. A massive, menacing water element giant dragon appeared, biting down on her, and Chio was immediately taken out of the fight. At that moment, the raging lightning broke through the water orb, pursuing Andoja with its residual force. The Naginata, infused with powerful lightning, slashed down. Andoja did not dodge or avoid it, instead taking it head-on. When a Naginata grazed her skin, the shadow's expression changed. Something was wrong. The sensation of the blade was off. She retreated at high speed. She saw Andoja transform into a pool of flowing water, her figure vanishing from sight. The shadow searched around but couldn't find her, suddenly feeling a mysterious aura, and looking up, clear skies were instantly covered by thick clouds. Like a dark curtain descending, the air became damp and oppressive. She made a quick decision to race towards the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, she was shocked to see a tsunami dozens of meters high, like a giant beast with claws outstretched, was about to engulf the land. The roaring waves carried the destructive power to instill fear. The shadow gripped her Naginata. She could dodge, but the island couldn't, even if the crowds were evacuated. They could only move from one end to the other. In an instant, her gaze became resolute, as if she could crush the whole world. With both hands gripping the Naginata firmly in front of her, purple lightning surged continuously. The purple lightning twisted like a spirited dragon, radiating energy, eager to showcase its power. As time passed, the purple lightning became denser, ultimately coalescing into a colossal pillar of purple lightning. The lightning pillar shot into the sky as if to tear the heavens apart, shattering and dispersing the dark clouds in its path, continuing to pierce through the cloud layers into the sky. At this moment, the entire world was shaken, as if paying homage to this powerful being. Somewhere on Sky Island, a wise sea cucumber wondered, what kind of commotion is that? In an instant, all the thunder in the world belonged to her. Within the lightning, the shadow wielded a lightning-infused katana, standing majestically in the air, while the surrounding lightning danced wildly, proclaiming her explosive power. At this moment, the arrival of the Lightning Queen was welcomed. The shadow, she raised her sword above her head, countless bolts of lightning converging. This strike contained the power to annihilate the world. One strike, as the blade swung down, the massive lightning blade surged towards the catastrophic tsunami. The blade light sliced through the sky like a flash of lightning, aiming to cleave through disaster and split the world. Endoja, hiding in the shadows, watched this eruption, her heart tightening in surprise. This oppressive feeling was exactly the same as when Fukalos encountered Gunlan. The blade light and the tsunami collided head-on, and in an instant, the tsunami was split in two, merging back into the sea. The shadow's gaze scanned the surroundings, instantly detecting the hidden Endoja. She transformed into a giant lightning bolt. Pouncing like a fierce tiger, Endoja could no longer hide, surrounded by the giant water orb, preparing to counterattack. But the shadow's blade struck with explosive power, easily cleaving through the water orb, revealing a bewildered Endoja inside. Then the shadow executed a strike so fast it was jaw-dropping. Endoja panicked. Can she take it? Desperate, she reached out to catch the blade with her bare hands. The shadow simply changed her stance, pressing the blade directly to her neck. Endoja couldn't dodge anymore. At the critical moment, a delicate blue and white bell appeared, firmly blocking the blade. Endoja looked at the shadow with a surprised smile. Open. The crisp sound accompanied by the melodious chime. Countless white threads erupted around her. Blue and white dragon horns and tails emerged, adorned with more elaborate decorations. Her eyes shadowed with a mesmerizing gaze. Did you think you were the only one who could transform? Endoja raised her hand, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Rushing toward the shadow like a torrent, caught off guard, the shadow was sent flying, rolling through the air with a look of astonishment. The shadow steadied herself as she landed, eyeing Endoja with full vigilance. Why does this opponent seem so unfamiliar? Her power exceeded her understanding. She took a deep breath, her left hand thrusting the blade forward at high speed, reaching Endoja in an instant. Endoja didn't even glance at her. Raising her hand to summon the water mirror, a giant blue eagle burst forth from the mirror, screeching as it dove to engage. The shadow temporarily changed tactics, swinging her sword energy to try to disperse the giant eagle. The eagle's eyes gleamed sharply as it flapped its wings, unleashing a fierce gale. Launching a brutal attack all around. Boom! A massive tornado appeared out of nowhere, created by the giant eagle. The tornado roared like a dragon, transforming into an immense vortex. Just as the lightning sword energy was caught within, it was instantly shredded by the wind's force. As the sword energy vanished, the tornado also dissipated. But the giant eagle remained vigilant. It knew the enemy would still cause trouble. The shadow was puzzled. Why wasn't that eagle done yet? The giant eagle used the tornado to soar higher, adjusting its position, diving down even faster than before, like a swift arrow charging towards the shadow. The shadow had no time to ponder her doubts and charged straight at it. The giant eagle screeched, aiming to pierce her. Watch closely. A dazzling purple light flashed. Boom! The menacing giant eagle was instantly torn to shreds by the overwhelming lightning. The shadow's figure suddenly appeared in midair, then blinked like lightning to strike at Andoja. Andoja clasped her hands together, puffing out her cheeks, white mist swirling around her like a thin fog. Her gaze was determined. Let me show you the technique Genglan taught me. Celestial technique, white sur technique. Once she finished chanting, a powerful energy erupted from within her. An enormous blue dragon appeared out of thin air. The dragon's massive and majestic form lunged forth from her mouth, its claws clutching an ancient bell that shimmered with faint light. As it spun rapidly in front of the shadow, it exploded into blinding white light like the sun. The shadow was instantly blinded, darkness enveloping her. How is this technique so explosive? An unprecedented threat approached. She intended to dodge at high speed, but the dragon was spinning and emitting light. Her eyes stung painfully, unable to open. Worse was yet to come. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon erupted. A sonic attack far more terrifying than Elio's lion's roar. The shadow clutched her ears, trembling in pain, as if the world was shaking. Her body felt like it was being torn apart, her bones vibrating. Yet she gritted her teeth, enduring and seeking a countermeasure. Seeing this, Andoja charged forward, a blue blade appearing in her hand to stab at the shadow. You absolutely wouldn't expect this. Ding! The shadow instinctively blocked it. Andoja was stunned. Wasn't she supposed to be controlled? The shadow's senses were fading, but she instinctively blocked the attack. This was the power of a battle deity. In an instant, the shadow discerned Andoja's location and swung her blade again. Andoja couldn't evade, struck by what seemed to be an ordinary blade, blood spraying like an arrow. She hurriedly retreated, displaying pain on her face, thankful she was short. Otherwise, her head would have been gone. This attack was too explosive. She clutched her long wound, which healed in an instant but still hurt terribly. She opened her mouth towards the shadow, sleeves, wheel, and dragon horns flashing with blue light. A straight ray shooting towards the shadow. The shadow seemed unresponsive, directly getting knocked away. Andoja wanted to chase after her. The lightning shadow laughed. Ha ha ha, didn't see this coming. Little duckling, this is my escape route. The lightning shadow was sent flying far away by the blue ray, just managing to escape the range of the white surge technique. It turned out that she hadn't been slow to react. She was just pretending. By the time Andoja chased out, it was already too late. The lightning shadow regained her senses and shot into the sky. She would never fall for the same trick twice. Following that, several lightning figures wielding sharp blades charged at Andoja. Andoja swept her gaze across the numerous shadows, summoning a blue and white blade to engage. She swung her blade at a phantom, but it was easily parried, and she was countered twice. Not believing in evil, she swung around, taking 3 solid hits to her nose. Damn it, I'm a mage. I shouldn't be playing with knives. Andoja regretted it deeply. Chains of lightning transformed into a prison around her, and Raiden Mei's true form slowly approached, black thigh-high stockings stepping on wooden clogs, each step pounding on her heart. Just as the transformation began, Andoja panicked. Not like this. Raiden Mei swung her long blade, entwined with explosive lightning, without hesitation, aiming to slash Andoja. Andoja closed her eyes, waiting for death. Is my head gone? Sorry, Genglan, but she felt no pain. Upon opening her eyes, she was overjoyed. Genglan suddenly appeared, firmly clamping down on the murderous intent with an Uchiha fan. Genglan smiled at Andoja, then turned to mock Raiden Mei now. It's my turn. With a flick of the fan, Raiden Mei was sent flying, the fan inserted into the ground in an incredibly arrogant manner. Raiden Mei's expression turned serious. He's here. Did Raiden get shattered? Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. You little brat. Let's settle this once and for all. A massive white figure crashed down from the sky, shaking the earth. Liyue glared at Genglan with red eyes, full of rage. Genglan looked at the two gods, shaking his head. Double Raiden, charging up? Are they going to go all out? Just as he finished speaking, Liyue appeared in a flash, kicking towards them at a speed that even Raiden Mei found shocking. Genglan took a glance and retreated slightly to narrowly avoid it. Clearly a difference in skill. Genglan felt it was about time, his crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly, revealing a mysterious 6-pointed star. Watch closely. A chilling purple skeleton appeared without warning. This damn thing again. Liyue cursed through gritted teeth. This skeleton's defenses were explosive. He couldn't break through, but this was just the initial form. After a moment's pause, the skeleton rapidly evolved. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic purple skull, roaring silently, with a grinding noise like a curse from hell. Blood-red eyes fixed on Liyue. Filled with murderous greed, Liyue was stunned. This monster can evolve? Then flesh and tendons surged forth, wrapping around the skeleton, giving it life. In an instant, the purple skull became a living entity, adorned in magnificent hunting attire, with armor like a torrent of steel, resembling a half-crow tengu. Finally, its blood-red eyes glinted with cold light, its aura suffocating. Liyue was completely speechless. The gap is too vast. Just moments ago, he wanted to destroy the skeleton, and now it seemed like a fool's dream. The Susanoo under heavy armor stared at the two, as if they were thorns in its side. At that moment, the blood-red eyes suddenly flashed with intense light, and purple flames surged like a tidal wave across its body. In the blink of an eye, it overshadowed the sky. A terrifying, complete form of Susanoo standing before them. Faced with this colossal entity and the suffocating pressure, the two demon gods couldn't help but swallow hard. Geng looked down at them from above, raising his hand. Susanoo raised its giant arm into the air. In an instant, the heavens changed color, dark clouds rolled in, and blue-white lightning flickered. Liyue's face was filled with disbelief. He wants to wield the power of lightning? How ridiculous. Showing off lightning in front of two thunder demon gods. That's like brandishing a big sword in front of Guangong. Next came the high-energy moment. A gigantic lightning spear was grasped tightly, with countless bolts of lightning converging like a dragon, piercing the sky towards the lightning spear. The scene, paired with Susanoo, was terrifyingly apocalyptic. Cold sweat dripped from Raiden Mei's forehead. Give up struggling and die obediently. Genglan's voice was calm, as if stating a trivial matter. Susanoo, god of thunder, descends. The Susanoo's lightning spear summoned the thunder of heaven and earth, harboring the power to annihilate. Give up struggling and die obediently. Its raised hand slowly descended. Endless heavenly thunder stirred, as if guided, joyfully leaping. Dark clouds were torn apart, revealing a sky interwoven with blue and white. A blue-white lightning sphere formed in the sky, shining like a dazzling gem that made one's heart tremble, only to shatter like an egg. Countless bolts of lightning sprayed from the lightning sphere, their speed creating a deafening roar. The range of the lightning strike was vast, and Liyue and Raiden Mei did not dare to be careless. Although they were thunder demon gods, Genglan's momentum was too explosive. Mei feared she couldn't withstand it. The two demon gods transformed into dazzling lightning, darting through the falling bolts, their figures like lightning avoiding the deadly strikes. The falling thunder crashed into the ground with a thunderous roar, not fleeting, but like blades stabbing the earth. Centered around Susanoo, it expanded wildly, becoming a gigantic cage meant to trap everything. This strike made the entire northern island tremble. This was a true ground shake, the island threatening to collapse. As Raiden Mei dodged the skill, she suddenly felt something was off. Why was the ground beneath her buzzing? In that moment of distraction, the god of thunder struck directly at her. For the first time, she was hit by lightning. There's something strange in this lightning. It hurts so much. She focused her spirit, wanting to attack the center of the storm, Susanoo. But the ground suddenly shook. Cautiously, she flew into the air, seeing the ground filled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could break at any moment. Liyue suddenly halted mid-air, a red light flashing in his eyes, blue lightning erupting from his body. Surrounded by dense lightning like a thunder god, he unleashed his fury. "I will definitely bring you down," he shouted, shooting into the sky like an arrow, diving into the divine punishment of thunder. Raiden Mei var stund. Just as she wanted to follow him in, she suddenly received an urgent message from her sister. Unknown heavenly thunder is attacking the base. There are many subjects there, including both demons and humans. Upon hearing this news, Raiden Mei frowned, pondering. The attack range is so wide. Are they trying to cover the entire island? What on earth do they want? Raiden Mei's expression became solemn as she stared at the divine figure that reached the heavens, swinging her blade to unleash a cross-shaped lightning sword chi, shooting like a meteor towards Gunlan. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the clouds. A massive lightning lion's head emerged. Its size was like a small mountain, radiant with lightning. Its momentum comparable to Gunlan's Kirin, but slightly inferior. The beast opened its massive mouth, revealing fangs, exhaling a powerful airflow accompanied by a roar, overwhelming the battlefield. Take this. Taste my demon lion annihilation cannon. Liyue stood his ground, taking a deep breath and throwing a punch with all his might. The lion's head shot forward like an arrow, carrying the aura of destruction towards Susanoo. At that moment, Raiden's sword chi also arrived. You definitely wouldn't expect this. The beast didn't even look, opening its mouth to swallow the sword chi. Delicious. After absorbing the sword chi, the pure blue lion's head revealed purple patterns, its aura sharper. Liyue and Raiden were ecstatic. This is our perfect combination technique. Roaring dual gods thunderstrike. Gunlan observed all of this, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. He waved his arm, and the lightning spear danced, resonating with the lightning sphere. Next came the high-energy moment. The sky revealed even more enormous and powerful thunder. With countless thick bolts of lightning swirling like silver snakes falling, a divine punishment meant to incinerate all. God of Thunder descends, second stage, crashing into roaring dual gods thunderstrike. Whoosh! A dazzling white light erupted, like the sun descending to the world. In an instant, it illuminated the heavens and the earth, a deafening roar shaking the ground, causing it to tremble violently, threatening to tear apart. Everything collapsed, raising clouds of dust, the sound of shattering continuous, as if the world was on the verge of collapse. Raiden Mei's vision flashed white, the world spinning as her body swayed. Once stabilized, she opened her eyes wide. Everything around was in ruins. She flew into the air to assess the situation, only to be stunned. The northern island had been forcibly split apart. The complete island shattered, drifting like plates into 6 pieces. Gunlan said nonchalantly, "I'm not familiar with your Inazuma. Let's change it to something I'm familiar with." Raiden Mei's eyes widened in anger. "My subjects must be suffering." She glared at Gunlan, while Gunlan looked at her through the Susanoo cockpit. "Shadow!" A shout brought her back. A white-haired fox in red and white clothing rushed over, its fluffy ears flopping in the wind. "Fox Shrine Palace, are you all okay?" Shadow anxiously ran over, looking at her charming face. The Fox Shrine Palace smiled, as if escaping disaster. "I truly awakened my power to open up new space and protect everyone." Shadow smiled too. On the other side, a blackened Liyue fell into the sea. Just now, he had recklessly charged into the God of Thunder, intending to use his body to block the world-destroying lightning. But unfortunately, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gunlan looked towards Raiden Mei's side, suddenly noticing the beautiful white-haired fox beside her, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Raiden Mei, hearing the message, felt a sense of relief and smiled, then turned to look at the colossal being above. "Now it's just you left." Her eyes sparkled with fierce lightning, determined to shatter Gunlan no matter the danger, for the sake of protecting her home, her dear friends, and all living things. With unwavering conviction, Raiden Mei resolutely drew her blade. "I will challenge you to a duel before the bath," signaling Fox Shrine Palace to retreat to safety. "Watch closely." A strange green glowing kunai suddenly appeared between them. Raiden Mei instantly recognized it as that strange object from before, swinging her blade to slash it away. Before the wind kunai could fully reveal itself, it was instantaneously shattered into energy fragments by her blade's chi. She remained vigilant, glancing around as she moved behind Huzagong. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." This statement made Huzagong feel incredibly reassured. Raiden Shogun, usually carefree, became serious and cautious. Suddenly, she was startled. Where did Susanoo go? Before she could react, a flash of purple shadow appeared. Shadow instinctively swung her knife, but it was caught by a strange folding fan. Having just used her lightning abilities, the fan unleashed a scorching gale that blew her far away. Shadow stood up, still dazed, and when she saw Husagong beside her, she panicked. Husagong, no. Gunlon appeared beside Husagong without warning, and Husagong thought it was a friend until Gunlon turned around, and she instantly sensed something was off. It was definitely, even 12 times, wrong. She tried to summon the demon clan's secret lightning, but was locked on by crimson eyes. Her movements froze, as if she was being targeted by a primordial beast. She widened her eyes in fear, trembling, her ears nearly folding back. The Bai Chun Fox clan, right? Gunglan's tone was calm and gentle, but it sounded terrifying to her. Before Husagong could nod, an image flashed in her mind. A picture of a handsome blonde man holding a white-haired girl with straight ears, both looking extremely happy. Do you know them? Husagong, having traced her ancestry back 18 generations, still didn't recognize them. Gunglon muttered to himself. Aren't they from the Baichen clan? I thought they were relatives of Lulu's mom. After pondering Lulu's race, after all, she was a fox demon, he looked at the terrified Husagong. 3 Tomo appeared in his eyes. The moment Husagong saw those eyes, she lost consciousness. She stopped trembling and became dazed, her golden eyes turning into evil blood-red ones. Bastard, what have you done? Let her go. Shadow charged in an instant, her knife heavy and terrifying, aiming to slash Gunglon. You destroyed my home and hurt my friend. You deserve to die. Just as the blade was about to touch Gunglon, the 3 Tomo in his eyes merged into a connected circle. Heaven stands firm. The words fell, and everything around them froze. Time was halted. He swiftly grabbed Husagong, surprised by how soft she was, then tossed her away, far from Raiden Shogun. Watching Raiden Shogun's knife-swinging motion, the murderous intent was already on Gunglan's face, but now it was halted there. Gunglon approached Raiden Shogun, staring at her face. So it really is Shadow. Dazed, handsome, and cute. How do they all blend together? Raiden Shogun is the strongest in the world. Gather all the fans of the general. Show your strength. As time resumed, Raiden Shogun's attack missed. She looked at the gully on the ground, bewildered. Is it because he was too fast? No, wait. She turned around in a fit of rage. Gunglon was holding the unconscious Husagong. Put her down. Shadow charged again. Next, the energy intensified. The sky erupted with a loud bang, and a purple lightning bolt surged from Husagong, illuminating the entire space. Husagong was enveloped in mysterious purple light. In the blink of an eye, her alluring form vanished, transforming into a giant white fox. The white fur was as white as snow, its presence overwhelming, and its red eyes stared at Shadow with extreme unfamiliarity. Husagong, what's wrong? Shadow's voice panicked. She had never seen such a scene. The white fox roared and pounced at Shadow. Wake up. It's me, Shadow. Shadow was so anxious she was almost crying, dodging the attack, but unable to strike back. Gunglon leaped onto the white fox's head, crossing his arms and looking at Shadow. Shadow's knife instantly hardened. Gunglon muttered, the body strength is a bit lacking, but Fox is fine. Susanoo will supplement you. As he finished speaking, the purple evil elemental power and chakra surged towards the white fox like a tide, overwhelming it in an instant. As the purple energy flowed, dazzling purple armor emerged from the white fox, spreading like a living being, instantly forming an indestructible shield. Even its tail was covered in armor, kicking up a dust storm on the ground. Susanoo climbed up the fox's neck, transforming into a helmet that rested on its head. Only the crimson eyes and a blood-red mouth were visible. The white fox moved slowly but with immense power and authority, gradually standing up, opening its mouth wide to emit a mournful long howl that pierced the heavens and was terrifying. How does a fox call? Great Chu rises. Chun Sheng is king. The sound of armor clashing stimulated Shadow's nerves. The armored Susanoo, difficult beast. Gunglon finished speaking, feeling extremely satisfied. Raiden Shogun was enraged. I'm furious. A shocking purple lightning bolt shot into the sky, and the terrifying sound was all her wrath. Gunglon stood in the cockpit of the armored Susanoo, looking down at Shadow from above. Is this what Ban felt back then? But this is a tailed beast controlled by the Sharingan. With Susanoo on, its strength is far inferior to Naruto and Kurama. He estimated. Husagong's demon form is over 50 meters, With Susanoo, it's 60 meters, far from my previous 1,000-meter Susanoo, but it should be enough. Raiden Shogun was burning with rage, her lightning echoing throughout the world. She fiercely drew her knife and gripped it tightly, as if focusing or solidifying her beliefs. Meanwhile, Geng Lan tried to feel the handling sensation. He found that controlling Huzagon's body was relatively easy, but he was puzzled as to why he only had one tail now. Time was of the essence. Geng Lan couldn't think too much. Raiden Shogun launched a fierce attack. An enormous purple lightning blade howled towards him, its edge sharp as a real sword. The blade struck the surface of the armored Susanoo with a piercing sound that was heart-stopping. The armored Susanoo let out a chilling scream, raising its arm protected by Susanoo, which had enhanced claws, to firmly grasp the blade's edge. Crack! The blade shattered into lightning elements, leaving purple traces and arcs in the air. Then the armored Susanoo's feet powered up and leaped, spinning in the air, slamming its massive tail down at Shadow. The tail hit the ground, shaking the earth as if it would tear it apart. But Shadow easily dodged, countering with a lightning sphere. The lightning sphere accurately landed, instantly transforming into 4 towering lightning pillars. Each pillar flashed with purple light, continuously radiating paralyzing currents. Suddenly, a strong lightning explosion surged. Circular shockwaves surrounded the lightning pillars, rapidly expanding. The armored Susanoo jumped to evade this unusual attack. It pounced like a hungry white fox, diving toward Shadow from the sky like a missile. The speed was dizzying, but the large size still made it a bit slow. Shadow flickered and dodged, instantly swinging her knife to slash at the armored Susanoo's arm. This knife was incredibly fierce, cutting a deep gash into the hard armor, exposing the white fur inside. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. The gash healed instantly, as if it had never been harmed. The armored Susanoo's defense exploded. As soon as it landed, several lightning blade edges flashed and rushed towards it again. The armored Susanoo spun violently, its massive tail sweeping around. Boom! All the blade edges were knocked away, embedding into the ground and leaving cracks. The armored Susanoo reached in the void and grabbed 2 enormous purple swords. Waving the swords, the sound of them slicing through the air was ear-piercing, and the airflow was so strong it seemed to tear the sky. It roared again, its crimson eyes fixed on Shadow, swinging both swords and charging forward. As the distance closed, the twin swords aligned to strike down from above, like Ling Hu Chong striking the peak of Huashan. Shadow did not retreat. She raised her knife to block. Boom! The 100-meter giant sword collided with the 1-meter-long knife, the tremendous sound deafening. The powerful impact enveloped in purple lightning exploded, astonishingly. The 2 forces were actually evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Is Raiden Shogun stronger, or is the armored Susanoo more dominant? This question seemed difficult to answer, but in that instant, Raiden Shogun instantly changed her tactics. Transforming into a lightning figure, she passed through the armored Susanoo's attack, appearing right above it, mercilessly striking down with her blade. The armored Susanoo was still in a standoff when Shadow suddenly vanished. The double sword struck the ground, causing a small earthquake, yet Shadow's attack had already arrived. Inside the cockpit, Geng Lan smiled lightly, the 6-pointed star kaleidoscope transforming into a 3-bladed windmill eternal kaleidoscope. Locking onto Shadow, divine might. Mysterious spatial fluctuations erupted from Shadow, but she was so focused on attacking that she didn't notice. Suddenly, a strong pulling force came, and pain exploded. She wanted to dodge, but was trapped, her face showing distress, unable to hold her knife. Victory and defeat seemed to be decided. You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just as divine might activated, Geng Lan suddenly felt an unusual spatial fluctuation. The Sharingan revealed. A new space was being opened. Shadow was sucked in without resistance. Huh? Geng Lan was stunned. Dare to take someone from me? He opened divine might again, tearing a crack in the void. Inside was an enormous space. A sea of pink flowers with cherry blossoms fluttered, and a beautiful red torii gate stood tall. But within the beautiful scenery were tattered, terrified refugees. A flash of lightning appeared, and Shadow found herself there, clinging to a woman in white who looked remarkably like her. "Sister, Husagong." Shadow's voice choked, tears welling up. Leaning against her sister, she was no longer the god of thunder, but a fragile little crybaby. "It's okay, Shadow will save Husagong." Raiden Makoto gently comforted her sister by touching her face, while Shad hugged her tightly and cried uncontrollably. Raiden Makoto looked at the Susanoo in the crack with a serious expression. "Is it him? The power is too explosive." She clenched her fist and vowed to protect her people. Geng Lan saw the Raiden sisters and the refugees and coldly shouted, "Get out here!" The Susanoo opened its mouth, and a purple orb appeared, aiming to fire at the crack. If this strike hits, Raiden Makoto's recently learned Pure Land won't be able to close the channel, and everyone will suffer. "Geng Lan, innocent mortals!" A familiar voice exploded in Geng Lan's mind, and Dujia. He was momentarily stunned when a spatial gap was sealed. Geng Lan was annoyed and tossed aside the charged pseudo-tailed beast J. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted. He activated his Sharingan to find Andugia. Is this telepathy, or... Just as Geng Lan was pondering, a massive lightning sword suddenly emerged from spatial crack, lunging at him like a giant dragon. Geng Lan instantly sensed this explosive attack's aura and reacted in a split second. The Susanoo gripped its dual swords tightly, spun around, and delivered a powerful slash, cleaving the incoming lightning sword in half. But things were far from over. In the next second, countless sword lights surged in from all directions like a tidal wave, each with greater power and speed. Geng Lan calmly assessed this wave of attacks, secretly astonished. "For me, it's slow as a turtle, but the Susanoo might not handle it easily." Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. In an instant, countless white air currents swirled like a whirlwind around the Susanoo, continuously pouring into its body. Boom! The white air exploded violently, and the resulting shockwave sent all the sword lights flying. "Sage mode, explosive aura. How about this operation?" Geng Lan chuckled, his face showing that everything was under control. Immediately afterward, Sage Chakra, mixed with elemental power, surged into the Susanoo. Next up, high energy. Originally just a stylish fox in armor, it evolved on the spot. Suddenly, for extra arms sprouted on either side, 2 heads appeared, and 9 tails emerged. The purplish exterior gradually revealed black and white patterns, forming mysterious magatama that looked unfathomable. Once the Susanoo fully formed, its aura shot straight up to the sky. The combined power of Sage Arts and Susanoo surged forth, attacking like a torrential storm, stunning onlookers. It transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure with 9 tails. Its massive body absurdly large, like a legendary demon descending, terrifying to the extreme. "Foxshy Palace, I'm off to work at 8. Shad flashed into the air, gazing at this Azura in 9 tails form, feeling a twinge of panic. The Susanoo was already strong, and now this evolution is even more explosive. But thinking of everything she had to protect behind her, her eyes instantly became determined. "Then I'll unleash all my power and fight him." As soon as she finished speaking, boundless lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth, enveloping the entire world. Thick bolts of lightning struck the ground one after another, the thunderous roars deafening, like welcoming this lightning deity. In this breathtaking scene, Shad completed her transformation. Look closely. She was enveloped in brilliant light, held steadily by a massive hand. A triple halo of lightning hung behind her head, emitting power fluctuations that made people uneasy. Energy arms formed on both sides, 3 on the left, with the middle one grasping a heavy golden vajra, shining with mysterious golden light. The right side was a giant arm filled with evil eyes, holding a lightning blade that looked incredibly imposing. Shad's hood had no excessive adornments, just simple standing objects and neck armor. The standing object had a shovel-like shape, adorned with her own floral decorations, adding a touch of elegance and mystery. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall, the ends tied with a meticulous water ribbon, decorated with a fan that swayed gently with her movements. The purple armor clung to her body, perfectly outlining her figure. The armor was mainly purple and white, noble and elegant. The chest and abdomen bore the triple lightning pattern, signifying her noble status. Her legs were mostly covered in light purple, with a section of absolute territory on her thighs, resembling purple thigh-high stockings, sexy and fierce. She also added elements of heavy armor, a gorgeous large sleeve on her left arm, and her lower body was draped with grass and matching armor, making her look both cool and imposing. She directly transformed into her true form, just changing the doll for awakening. As if Hawking met the divine gate, trying hard not to laugh. Raiden Makoto completely unleashed her power, her aura not inferior to the Azura and Ninetales. The three heads of the Azura Ninetales let out shrill cries, their voices chilling to the bone. After the cry, she gripped her dual swords, and the Ninetales propelled her into a high leap. Her tails coiling behind her like a meteor, she raised her blade and struck at Shad, Gon Na's ultimate move. Shad looked up, and the giant lightning blade on the right suddenly moved, swinging as purple lightning streaked across the sky. The left three arms reacted instantly, throwing lightning spears with fierce momentum. It was so fast it made one's head spin, as if time had stopped. Evil Eye, exorcise all evils, attempting to block the Azura Ninetales attack. But with Sage Arts, the Susanoo's defense was no joke. It slammed down hard. The dual swords clashed with Shad's giant blade, neither side giving way. Both had evolved, and neither could win. Gunglon immediately felt bored. I should have used my own Susanoo. Fokshai Palace's strength was too weak. Seeing this, Shad immediately exerted force. Her right arm's giant sword sparkled with light, shooting 5 vertical lightning sword lights directly at the Azura Ninetales' face. The Azura Ninetales reacted quickly, jumping aside just in time to dodge. Shad didn't give any breathing room, following up with a horizontal slash, a massive blow like a mountain crashing down. Evil Eye, segmental destruction. The Azura Ninetales swished its tail to evade, but Shad's hands and eyes suddenly surrounded it, forming an encirclement to trap it. These hands and eyes seemed conscious, immediately trying to close in to control it. Evil Eye, prison of the god of calamity. The Azura Ninetales raised its dual swords to resist the attack, using strength to knock both hands and eyes flying. Seeing Shad still wanting to move, the Azura Ninetales retreated 100 meters, raising its 6 arms to assume a combat stance. This was to gather energy. Moments later, a powerful energy burst forth, with white air currents and blue-purple elemental forces mixed with chakra and sage chakra, coalescing into a rapidly spinning sky-blue energy ball. The ball's surface flowed with purple elements. Super mysterious. Look closely. The ball's outer edge sprouted black, sharp sawtooth, spinning like a giant shuriken, cutting through the air, the piercing sound deafening. Surrounding the shuriken were several small purple balls, like asteroids orbiting around it. The scene incredibly spectacular. Sage technique, planetary spirale shuriken. The Azura Ninetales was even more explosive. He forcefully threw the spiral shuriken, which sped toward Raiden Makoto with unparalleled momentum, stirring up a whirlwind along the way. This shuriken held a frightening amount of power, as if it could destroy everything in its path. Raiden Makoto focused her gaze on this explosive strike, not hesitating to react instantly. The giant arm on the right instantly transformed into violent lightning, dazzlingly bright. Behind her, a massive purple crack appeared, fierce lightning bursting forth, as if it were going to tear the sky. As the crack widened, an even larger lightning arm grasped an astonishing giant sword, resembling a battle god from another realm. The arm swung the sword down hard. This blade's might was so great that it twisted space. An invisible giant slash enveloped the sky with lightning, like a destructive storm racing toward the planetary spiral shuriken. Evil Eye, 10,000 calamities in a dream. Shad's voice shook the clouds, her gaze cold and determined. The spiral shuriken spun at high speed, attempting to break through the defense of 10,000 calamities in a dream. Suddenly, the blue orb swelled and was about to explode. Boom! It exploded in an instant, light and heat erupting like a volcano, illuminating the entire sky. 10,000 calamities in a dream was even more ferocious, producing a glass-shattering effect. The sword chi capable of slicing through anything. The two ultimate moves collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. The energy wave illuminated the sky like daylight, capable of turning split islands to dust. Gunlon looked up at the bright sky. The Azura Ninetales gripped 6 giant swords, leaping fiercely to throw them. Giant swords streaked across the sky like lightning, carrying endless might towards Shad. Just as Shad finished her move, her body weakened, and she couldn't evade. She widened her eyes in panic, watching the giant sword rush toward her. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. A pink space suddenly appeared, enveloping Shad and pulling her in. This was Raiden Makoto's Pure Land. The giant sword had no target and plunged straight into the coastline's sandy beach. Raiden Makoto. Gunlon recognized the space, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes, and activated her divine might to break through. As the divine might rang out, the space cracked open. A shadow was just at the opening. Her gaze turned icy as she threw 3 lightning spears at the Azura Ninetales. Evil Sun, 3 Cobalt. The Azura Ninetales waved its 6 arms and easily dispersed the spears. But the shattered spears released lightning elements, and when they hit the ground, they exploded into powerful lightning pillars. The battlefield was covered in lightning elements, with thunder and lightning clashing everywhere. The lightning pillars erupted with shockwaves. But the Azura Ninetales didn't even look, charging straight at the shadow in the space. The shockwaves hit its body, creating ripples, but it was useless. I had to restart dozens of times to achieve this. The Azura Ninetales raised 5 giant swords, having thrown one earlier, and stabbed at the shadow. The shadow raised its right arm with a lightning giant sword and disappeared into the space again. Gunlon opened her divine might to break through, just in time to see the charging shadow. She raised the giant sword above her head, countless lightning forces converging towards it. The sharpness of the lightning coming at her face, just from the momentum. One could tell how explosive this move was. Evil Sun breaking beam, an absolute spear. The giant sword came crashing down, and the Azura Ninetales looked up, its 6 eyes fixed on this strike, watching the lightning approach its red eyes. It suddenly felt a tremendous pressure, as if the entire world was about to be severed by this sword. The giant sword shone with dazzling lightning, wielding endless power as it struck down at the Azura Ninetales. But the Azura Ninetales just stood there, ready to take it head-on. Gunlon looked at the enlarging Ninetales, a flash of disdain in her eyes. With Susanoo here, it can withstand it. It didn't T-dodge or evade, raising its head to prepare for the impact. Pay attention. A scarlet figure suddenly appeared, exuding a bloody aura, like a demon crawling back from hell. It was Yichu, who had just fought for 300 rounds with the water dragon's illusion. Her clothes were wet, revealing her curves. But her demonic appearance overshadowed her beauty as she raised a blood-red long knife with all her strength to strike at the middle head of the Azura Ninetales, where the Fox Shrine Palace's head was. Gunlon didn't even notice her. The energy response was too weak. Daring to ambush at this moment? Simply reckless. But Gunlon sneered. It can't break my defense. It's too weak. She let the long knife strike her head without any reaction, turning to look at the prepared lightning. Come, let me see your capabilities. Fox Shrine Palace. The sound of thunder truly erupted. The pink elemental force seeped through the blood-red long knife into the Fox Shrine Palace's mind. Gunlon was still in a daze, but the next second she was shocked. The Azura Ninetales raised its head, looking at the shadow with disdain. And the white fox inside could actually resist. The armor that had covered its head suddenly loosened, its color fading. Gunlon frowned, wanting to thicken Susanoo, but suddenly felt a shock. Can't control it? Is the ordinary Sharingan illusion this week? She was both surprised and angry. The will of the Fox Shrine Palace was too strong. Shadow, attack me. The Fox Shrine Palace shouted resolutely. Although the shadow felt reluctant, it still swung down the knife. I will definitely shatter you. The gigantic slash struck down directly at Gunlon in the cockpit. Just a layer of Susanoo separated them. The overwhelming lightning broke through this thinnest defense and struck the completely unguarded Gunlon. Gunlon was sent flying by the immense force, crashing directly into the sea. Susanoo dissipated, and the Fox Shrine Palace fell to the ground in its original form, powerless. The shadow and its companions shattered Uchiha Gunlon with courage and bonds, protecting their home and companions. Was this ending good? But could it really work? Gunlon was struck by this explosive slash and flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the seabed. The place where he fell. Blue and white elements streaked across the surface like shooting stars, plunging into the water. Gunlon, I'm coming to save you, Koya, Andusha shouted as she rushed over. Gunlon sank like a stone into the deep sea, not struggling. He let his body sink naturally, feeling the cold seawater rising, skillfully using chakra to wrap around his body, forming a thin shield to prevent the seawater from seeping in. I can't become a drowned Uchiha. He looked through the deep blue water at the surface, which seemed to glimmer with faint light. A streak of bright red spread through the water, like blooming flowers. Gunlon was stunned. Is this my blood? Only then did he feel a chill on his right cheek, and when he touched it, there was a small wound. Is this the first time I've been hurt in this world? He continued to sink, his thoughts drifting far away. The last time he was hurt was when he was working and injured his arm. It's been so long since he felt pain. Suddenly, the figures of his family popped up in his mind, and a wave of nostalgia surged. I wonder how they're doing now. Suddenly, an enormous piece of information appeared in Gunlon's mind without warning, like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dizzy. Gunlon never expected this situation, caught off guard, wanting to check this sudden message. But in a moment of carelessness, his thoughts became chaotic. Then he made a fatal mistake, accidentally swallowed a mouthful of seawater. Gulping down, his throat filled with water, he coughed violently and struggled. Water spewed from his mouth, forming small bubbles rising to the surface. Gunlon was having difficulty breathing, his chest feeling like it was gripped by an invisible hand, almost unable to catch his breath. At this moment, the mysterious message was still flashing in his mind. Like a ghost, he desperately tried to see the words clearly, but he couldn't understand anything. When he realized he was trapped in a strange space, a strong feeling of suffocation surged to the top of his head. The scene in front of him gradually blurred, transforming into a glass-like, transparent image. Several bright shadows flickered in and out of view. Gunlon focused and stared wide-eyed. It's my family. The next image, Mom wearing gorgeous clothes, a dazzling necklace around her neck, exquisite earrings in her ears, and a gemstone ring on her finger. The jewelry was so expensive it dazzled the eyes. Dad sat on a luxurious sofa, laughing and chatting with the neighbors, already in good health and in great spirits. His brother stood beside him, wearing brand new designer clothes and holding the latest model smartphone. He had said he wanted to be independent and leave home, yet now he had returned. They've been doing quite well after I left. Gunlon sighed inwardly, but upon closer inspection, something was off. There wasn't a trace of him in the house. The photos on the walls, the items on the table, all had nothing to do with him, as if he had never lived here. He frantically searched the details of the images, but found no clues related to himself, feeling both confused and lost. Do you think this is nice? A sharp voice suddenly exploded. Gunlon was taken aback, looking around warily for the source of the voice. Economically prosperous, happy and healthy, successful in their careers. Everything is going well. Who are you? Gunlon vaguely guessed. Is it the one who made me travel through time? Look how happy they are, but do you know when this is? Gunlon slowly became confused. The night you died. The sharp voice was icy cold, piercing directly into Gunlon's mind. The night I died? He looked at the images again, and his family was laughing obliviously. It seemed they had forgotten about him. Who was it that worked tirelessly during old Geng's serious illness, taking care of his brother and mother, doing everything possible to support the family? Gunlon fell completely silent. You wanted them to be well at the end, right? But they don't care about you at all. This voice was piercingly sharp. You just died, and they used the best conditions to treat their illnesses without even mourning, directly enjoying huge compensation. Did you want to exchange your life for their happiness? Even so, isn't it too much to ask for a thank you, for them to remember you? But look at them. Is this what you hoped for? Gunlon's eyes widened, unable to speak. Ha 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 ha. You care so much about them, but they don't care about you. You seem to be dispensable. Oh no, you're still useful. You brought in a lot of money. Ha 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 ha. This voice was like 1,000 judges whispering in Kiana's ear, softly saying, "The immeasurable Takiko is already dead." That kind of penetrating power left Gunlon speechless, and he trembled slightly. Is everything I did in vain? Was I never watched by anyone? Why? I clearly did so much, love them with all my strength, why? He desperately asked himself, his emotions reaching a breaking point, about to explode with rage. That voice seemed to have succeeded, immediately canceling the space and kicking Gunlon out. Gunlon's consciousness returned, struggling in the water. Why was the seawater so bitter in my mouth? The scarlet eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan emerged, his expression twisted in rage. His whole body exploded with purple-black chakra and elemental power, reacting violently and fiercely, clearly furious to the extreme. In this surging purple storm, a streak of green suddenly appeared. If Gunlon were calm, he would definitely recognize this as the wood release that caused the explosion. He frantically urged all his strength. The storm of elemental power and chakra surged towards the surface of the sea, shooting straight up to the sky, consuming the enormous lightning energy. He looked at the surface. Why is the reaction so fierce? He is still not dead. I can't accept this. The water level surged dramatically, and the immense energy caused the surface of the water to boil. Raiden Mei frowned and swung her sword, striking the sea with a colossal lightning sword chi. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a massive creature emerged from the water, its enormous form crashing through the surface, sending water flying into the sky. See water, wow! I've never flown this high in my life. Raiden Mei looked through the water curtain at the giant figure, seeing Hu Zhaigong being supported by Yuyochio. Frozen in fear, Yuyochio's hand holding the sword was trembling. Androsia, seeing Gunlon being knocked away, immediately transformed into water form and jumped into the sea to save him. Just as she found Gunlon, she was sent flying by a massive elemental force. The force was like a volcanic eruption underwater, blasting her out of the sea. Wow. Androsia twisted in the air and fell back into the sea, exhausted from the elemental explosion. Just as she poked her head above the surface, she felt something was off. A chill ran down her spine, as if she was being targeted. Why did the sea go dark? Has the sky turned black? She looked up at the sun, stunned, her mouth agape, unable to speak. Brighter than the sun, the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. On the vast surface of the sea, a giant brown wooden statue sat cross-legged, its height defying the heavens and terrifying. Upon closer inspection, it was a Buddha statue draped in a wide gown, eyes closed as if unable to bear the suffering of the world. But the most terrifying part was behind the Buddha statue. A circle of enormous arms encircled it, the wooden arms densely packed like a tree nest, each one 4 to 5 times larger than the statue. Previously, Gunlan's complete body Susanoo was about the same size as this Buddha head. This giant deity directly overshadowed the sky, dozens of times larger than Susanoo. Its oppressive force was beyond words. Clang! Yuyochio's blood-red sword fell to the ground, like a steel pipe hitting the floor. Raiden Mei appeared calm, but her hand gripping the sword was slightly trembling. What kind of monster is this? Hu Zhaigong was in despair. How can we fight with such a huge gap? It would take forever to fly up. He really held back. Raiden Mei's expression was serious. It seems there's no need to struggle anymore. Can we talk to him? Raiden Mei asked hopefully. Roar. An enraged roar echoed from the top of the giant Buddha, piercing through the clouds and reaching everyone's ears as if it would shatter their eardrums. In the scattered sky, islands above, a figure with long white hair floated there, watching everything with a grave expression. The variables are too great. Human speech. What the hell is this bid doing at my doorstep? Look closely. The giant Buddha suddenly shook violently. Countless pieces of mysterious purple armor surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly covering every inch of the Buddha's surface. But the Buddha was too large. The Susanoo that could wrap around Hu Zhaigong in 2 seconds now took a whole minute to completely envelop the giant Buddha. The people below didn't dare to attack first, and the reason was simple. They didn't dare to move at all. The Susanoo armor gradually covered the giant Buddha, and one half of the ghostly face appeared on the Buddha's face, perfectly merging with its original appearance, while the other half retained a compassionate look. At this moment, the giant Buddha became a terrifying hybrid of half Buddha and half ghost, its aura frightening. Even the huge arms behind it were covered by Susanoo. Thousands of giant hands donned hard armor, their defenses maxed out. Most of the giant hands held sharp giant swords, resembling a forest of blades, while only half of them holding swords. Just look at Geng Lan in the cockpit to understand. His eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, his face twisted in agony. He roared in anger, abandoning the immortal art chakra, squeezing out all the chakra and elemental force within him, exerting all his strength to shape this giant Buddha. Its strength was comparable to the chakra he could mobilize. At the same time, he activated a super-wide Susanoo to wrap around, but this excessive consumption drained his vision as well. Now he was in extreme danger. His stamina was depleted, and his mind was on the verge of collapsing. His brain was a mess, his thoughts blank, unable to concentrate even on imbuing the giant sword with divine might or enhancing its earth attributes. Raiden looked at the raging Geng Lan on the Buddha's head and knew the situation was beyond salvage. There's no point in negotiating at all. With him like this, we can't talk at all. Raiden Mei was in despair, understanding that Geng Lan had completely lost his sanity and couldn't hear anything anymore. She recalled the previous battle when the purple armor enveloped Hu Zhaigong, where they had struggled and barely won. At that time, Geng Lan had even voluntarily weakened himself, using Hu Zhaigong's frail form. But now, Geng Lan was even larger than the giant holding the lightning spear before, leaving them with no way to proceed. I'll pull you into the Pure Land to relocate. Shadow knew they were in danger, proposing the only feasible plan. But Shadow was unwilling. Yet looking at the giant Buddha, fear and panic surged in her heart as she saw her trembling hands. Is this fear? Hurry, there's no time. Raiden Mei decisively thought about opening a space to escape, but no matter how she adjusted the elemental force, it was of no use. The space remained still. It must be the giant Buddha's doing. It affected the space. In reality, it was Geng Lan's loss of reason that triggered the ocular technique to go haywire. Raiden Mei cried out in despair. Marula! Alla Marula! Then there's no choice but to gamble everything. Shadow struggled to suppress her fear, lightly slapping her cheeks to overcome her instincts. But Yuyo was trembling all over, unable to even bend down to pick up her sword, the atmosphere suffocating. Raiden Mei resolutely looked towards the giant Buddha, her tone firm. Perhaps from today, the northern island of Thunder Sea will cease to exist. But no matter what, I will fight until the last moment. Shadow, you are not obligated to fight an enemy you cannot possibly defeat. Raiden Mei shouted loudly, her voice shaking the very space. Her eyes were full of urgency, wanting to stop Shadow from advancing. But Shadow did not stop, resolutely moving forward. She knew the path ahead was a life-and-death battle. Yet she was not afraid at all. Turning back to look at Raiden Mei, her eyes flashed with determination. Sister, we can't possibly win? I don't understand. After saying that, she turned and charged towards the giant Buddha. Raiden Mei watched her retreating figure, feeling both helpless and pained. She knew that once Shadow had made her decision, it couldn't be changed. The giant Buddha's size and speed should have slowed down. There might be a chance to escape. But if they escaped, the people of the Pure Land would be doomed. Look closely. The giant Buddha suddenly raised its hand, a powerful light exploding from its palm. Raiden Mei finally understood that she had been too naive. This giant Buddha could still use divine might to attack across space. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would still be hit. A certain pink stand-in. As the words fell, Shadow launched her attack. All the elemental power in her body surged like a torrent, strong enough to warp space. This was her strongest strike, the full force, end-of-days attack. Suddenly, a tremendous power surged into Shadow's empty body. Turning her head, she saw Raiden Mei, Hu Zhaigong, and Yuyo raising their hands, transferring all their elemental power and demon power to her. 3 golden streams flowed toward Shadow. Looking to the other side, countless golden streams cut through space and surged into her body. Divine Lord, don't lose. Go for it, Divine Lord. Please accept this. This is my last wish. This is the people's wish. The voices exploded in her ears, filled with hope and blessings. The golden streams gathered around Shadow, forming a massive halo behind her. The wheel was full, filled with golden energy. The originally purple Shadow now shone with golden light, like a dazzling sun, full of willpower exploding like thunder. Kid, don't underestimate us. Boom! Shadow rushed towards the giant Buddha at high speed, the massive sword raised behind her, the blade condensing a colossal golden lightning light, swinging with all her might. The golden lightning cleaved down, splitting the heavens and earth, exploding the scene. Wrapped in the people's wishes, the demon's power, and the elemental forces of the gods, the power was 10 times stronger than the later motionless strike. The Susanoo giant Buddha responded in an instant. Countless giant hands violently shook, shooting out like arrows. Giant fists and swords densely packed together, attacking Raiden's light like a torrential rain. Bang, bang, bang. The giant swords and fists collided with the sword chi and lightning, resonating with deafening sounds. The sounds of swords shattering and wooden hands cracking continued. As if space was about to be torn apart, Shadow exerted all her strength to cleave forward. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't advance even an inch. The Buddha's attack grew fiercer, the giant hands relentless. I'm sorry, I'm disappointing everyone. Shadow shed tears and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling blue lightning streaked across the sky, roaring with thunder. The lightning sword light exploded, surprisingly pushing forward. She opened her eyes to see a lion enveloped in lightning stood before her, exerting all its strength to strike towards the lightning sword light. Little brat, our battle isn't over yet. Elio roared loudly at Geng. As for the few other demon gods, they were being dealt with by Shimu and Duo in the divine might space. At this moment in the divine might space, don't you think this place is a bit unstable? Duo sat upright, a tiny Shimu perched on his head. Shimu insisted on placing a giant black insect horn on his head. It seems that thinking about this is not as good as thinking about how to settle it. Super cool. Shimu's eyes sparkled as he made alterations. Diwudwa looked speechless, and the demon god who was knocked down next to them was even more confused. Kabutala's horn was broken, lying on the ground half dead. Morna was crushed by Shimu's dragon cannon and woke up with no one caring for her. Arobaz was being held down by Diwudwa, getting hit, unable to break through the defense, and almost being torn apart into arrow and BAS. Lulu was desperately practicing her explosive energy, controlling her own abilities. Outside, both sides were still engaged in a fierce battle. Elio's joining was completely useless, just delaying the time for the lightning to be dispersed, and they still couldn't win. Elio decisively flashed. Then let's perish together. I'll blow up with you, you little brat. What's the difference between Minglei and Paolei? As he poured all his elemental power into Wanji Yimeng, the answer came out in an instant. It's an explosion. In an instant, the lightning burst forth, covering the entire sky, engulfing the great Buddha and the lightning shadow. The countless arms of the great Buddha were still madly attacking, breaking through the lightning to hit the two, but after only a few punches they shattered. The lightning explosion engulfed everything. Boom! The huge sound shook the entire continent, causing everyone to look over involuntarily, especially a certain golden young elder. The massive air current swept the entire island away. Fortunately, there were 2 lightning-type demon gods holding it up, otherwise the seabed would have been exposed. In the explosion smoke, the lightning shadow fell down. Her gaze blank. Did he let go of the great Buddha? Just now, Elio threw her out to let her escape. But she was still affected. If it weren't for the great Buddha suddenly letting go, she wouldn't even have a corpse. She fell heavily to the ground, covered in injuries. And the lightning really rushed over, just like back in the day when he hugged Jun. Shadow, wake up, Shadow. He shouted anxiously, tears streaming down his face, dripping on his Shadow's face, but Shadow remained motionless. Boom! Another thud hit the ground, dust scattering. Geng stood there intact. His face had 2 bloodstains, and his scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Below the blood tears were black markings, another form of the immortal mode. His eyes flashed with fierce light, drawing the Kusanagi sword to charge at the two, regardless of his trembling body from exhaustion. Suddenly, a petite figure darted out, holding onto his lower body. "Gunlan, wake up. Something's wrong with you. Something bad is going to happen." Andugia raised her head and shouted anxiously, tears welling in her eyes. Having seen the confrontation, she noticed Gunlan's injuries were severe, his spirit nearly going mad. She had to stop him even if it meant death. Gunlan wanted to kick her away, but had no strength, glaring down at her, as if to eat her. "Let go. No way." Andugia clung on tighter. "This is too dangerous for you." Gunlan suddenly felt even weaker. The aftereffects of pushing his body were coming, but he still wouldn't give up. Bloodshot eyes glaring, Gunlan turned the Kusanagi sword into a dagger shape and fiercely stabbed towards Andugia. Andugia closed her eyes in fear, yet still held onto his arm tightly. Suddenly, the sword vanished in an instant, and a man in white ancient robes appeared like a ghost, grabbing his hand. "Gunlan, wake up. You're losing control." The man before him was actually Saad, having just experienced a thrilling moment at Gunlan's waist. He was very clear on how dangerous Gunlan was right now. If he didn't stop him, the after effects would definitely explode later. Saad himself was confused. Why would I, a slave, care so much about Gunlan? Perhaps it was because Gunlan's charm was too overwhelming. "Kench Tobarama, damn. You've been tainted by the beautiful Uchiha." Gunlan glared fiercely at Saad. His gaze could kill. Saad would have died 100,000 times. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred, as if he wanted to burn Saad to ashes. "Pay attention." Gunlan's eyes glowed red, and in his other hand suddenly appeared a red and white great sword along with its sheath. His hand was controlled, and he couldn't draw the sword in time. So he directly used the sheath to stab at Andugia. Whoosh! The sword sheath, carrying immense force like lightning, pierced through Andugia's shoulder. "Ouch!" She cried out in pain, but still held on to Gunlan tightly, her face both stubborn and determined. She wouldn't let him go even if it meant death. Saad was stunned. He actually had another sword. He immediately stepped forward to try to control Gunlan again, but Gunlan didn't give him the chance. He quickly drew the sword, leaving the sheath deeply embedded in Andugia's shoulder. He swung the great sword to attack Saad, who was unafraid and lunged directly, just as they were about to clash. A melodious bell suddenly rang out. This sound was like heavenly music, capable of cleansing the soul. The bell sound came from a blue and white bell, lightly shaking in the air to produce a crisp sound. After doing all this, Andugia collapsed from exhaustion. Her face was as pale as paper, extremely weak, but her eyes flashed with reassurance, and then she fell to the ground. The bell sound stunned Gunlan for a moment, and then he was directly knocked down. His mind instantly cleared, and Saad was on top of him. Their eyes met, and Gunlan turned his face away, not knowing what he was thinking. Saad looked down at Gunlan, confused. "Dude, you're still so handsome even when you're getting beaten? Are you out of your mind? Get up." Gunlan's voice remained cold. "Saad, that's the right feeling." Immediately bouncing up, a bit shy, Gunlan stood up, looked at Andugia, transmitted green elemental power to her, and then looked at Saad. "You handle the rest." Saad looked at the wary lightning sisters, confused. What were we here for again? Then he drew his long sword, wanting to eliminate the roots. Gunlan shook his head at him, and then vanished in an instant. Saad was even more confused. Weren't we here to take them out? Just to the point. Just to the point. Really, you didn't say that when you wanted to blow up our home. In the Kamui space, as soon as Gunlan appeared, everyone looked over. Diwudwa had Shimu and Lulu hanging on him. With huge horns on his head, the elemental energy link was unstable. Shimu and Lulu were decorated with feathers. Gunlan looked at Kabudala lying on the ground motionless. Morna curled up and shut off. Aroba's lying there looking defeated, all tortured terribly. Diwudwa, look, I have 2 tails. Invincible, kids. I probably solved it. Gunlan's eyes were not right, noticed by Diwudwa, who gently put down the 2 kids. "Are you okay?" His face filled with worry. He could see the exhaustion and confusion in Gunlan's eyes. Definitely something had just happened. "It's fine. I'll take you out to meet the people of Inazuma, and it's over." Then, without waiting for the others to speak, He took the few lying on the ground out. Gunlan's emotions were extremely calm now. After being purified by the bell, his mind was no longer active. The previous nightmares had also quieted down, but when he thought of those things, his head still hurt, and he really didn't want to believe it. Diwuduo, Ximu. And the others appeared in the Inazuma wind building. Is this Inazuma? Shimu asked Lulu, who shook her head. I don't know. In front of them were all kinds of Inazuma spirits. Tanuki spirits, fox spirits, cat spirits, dog spirits, Kamaitashi spirits, and Dakoi spirits. There was also a handsome man with striking black wings behind him. Ah, everyone has arrived? Sasabaraki smiled and welcomed them, and all the spirits turned their gazes over. Wow. Everyone uniformly knelt and bowed, sincerely proclaiming loyalty to the great Omakami. The sound of heads knocking left Diwudwa and the others dumbfounded. And when they turned around to look, Gunlan had already vanished. Gunlan directly appeared in the bedroom of the Lightning Sisters. The Lightning Shadow lay weakly on the bed, unconscious, while Raiden Jun was sleeping at the bedside. Upon hearing the noise, Jun immediately woke up, her beautiful face marked with tear stains, feeling extremely heartbroken. Seeing Gunlan's eyes flashing with anger but suppressing it, she forced a smile. Lord Gunlan, thank you for. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. No need to say it, I went too far, I'm sorry. At this moment, Gunlan was apologizing like he was knocking on someone's door. The bell not only purified the soul, but also elevated his manners, making him extremely polite. He thought to himself, before I called the demon gods without distinction, slapping people in the face right away, and even wanting to blow up their whole family, which was indeed not kind. If it were the normal Uchiha Gunlan, he would have blown up. Do you question me? Who are you to tell me what to do? He walked to the bedside, seeing Shadow's face pale as if she were about to pass away. And in front of Jun, he placed his hand on her forehead, pouring in light green elemental power. Shadow's complexion gradually turned rosy and improved, slowly opening her eyes to see Gunlan's stunning beauty, blinking her purple eyes. I lost. You can do as you wish. Get well soon. Gunlan turned and left, vanishing at the door in an instant. Shadow stared blankly at his back. Tears could no longer be held back. Jun immediately hugged her to comfort her, and Shadow cried out, Sister, I let everyone down. I didn't win. Jun patted her back. It's okay. You were amazing. Don't cry. Shadow cried even harder, venting in Jun's arms. Fox Shrine, our deity can't beat humans, crying like a little pitiful one. On the other side, Fox Shrine and Yukichiyo were handling affairs. Several islands in the north have exploded. We need to contact the people on each island. The Tengu said, this is now the territory of the great Omakami. Hey, what does it feel like to be possessed and wear armor? Chiyo asked with a smile while carrying a sword, and Fox Shrine replied, no feeling, but it's super tiring afterwards. It's like... Her face turned red as she spoke. Chiyo looked stunned and leaned closer. No way. Fox Shrine couldn't hold back her laughter. Just kidding. It's just that my Yukai power is depleted. Look at your silly face. Fox Shrine, you bad egg. Don't call me Red Oni. Call me Yellow Oni instead. Bastard. Stop right there. I'll chop you up. With contact established between the islands, it was finally confirmed. These islands all belong to Amaterasu, the supreme great Omakami, namely Uchiha Gunlan. Well, it's also about building one's own territory. Night fell. Gunlan stood on a mountaintop looking at the full moon, not knowing what to ponder. Then he made up his mind. His scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared. Go to Liyue, crush Morix, then return to the original world. He stayed up all night, staring at the moon, thinking. He didn't figure out, but the sun came up. The sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, warming it up. But Andugio was still dazed, staring at the ceiling, not fully awake. Rubbing her eyes and sitting up, she saw Jio Udu, Shimiao, and Lulu surrounding the bed, their expressions extremely serious. She hurriedly scanned everyone's faces, as if looking for something important, and finally locked her gaze on Shimiao. Where's Gunlan? Why can't I see him? While speaking, she nervously looked around, her heart racing with panic. Shimiao shook his head helplessly. I don't know where he went. Andujia's expression darkened further, biting her lip. Her eyes filled with disappointment and worry, silently lowering her head in thought. Pay attention. A gentle breeze quietly blew into the room, bringing a fresh scent. Everyone looked up in surprise as a kunai, with mysterious light, slowly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Shimiao quickly picked it up, examining the writing on it. His expression gradually becoming serious. This is a message left by Ganlan. You look at Andugia while speaking. Andugia immediately leaned forward. What information? Where's Ganlan? Her voice was urgent and expectant. Shimiao took a deep breath. He wants us to gather at Liyue Harbor. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but was confused. Why doesn't Ganlan show up and do this mysterious operation? Shimiao frowned in dissatisfaction. That Ganlan, always being mysterious. Andugia sighed and comforted. He probably has a plan. This time it's a big deal. We need to prepare. Although it sounded forced, everyone still believed it. Who would have thought Andugia suddenly became full of energy? Let's go. Go to Liyue. In Liyue, a delicate woman in white sat at a table, seriously assembling parts. Lord Guizhong, the monsters on the northern city wall have increased. A little soldier reported anxiously. Guizhong rested her chin for 2 seconds, confidently exclaimed, "Use my latest developed crossbow arrows. Blow them up." Understood. The little soldier retreated. Guizhong finished assembling the parts and gazed into the distance. "Morix, come back soon. Something big is coming." "Morix, I told you to guard Liyue, and all you do is cause trouble." At this moment, the northern defense line was in chaos. Countless bizarre, beast-like monsters surged in, frantically attacking the borders. The warriors raised long spears longer than themselves, fighting with all their might to resist, faces filled with determination. They had to protect their homeland with parents, wives, and friends there. Reinforcements from his second team. Block the gap. We must not let the monsters into the city. The commander shouted urgently. In the heat of battle, a giant rat half the height of a person lunged out of the crowd, charging toward the soldier. That soldier reacted quickly, immediately raising his spear and thrusting it towards the giant rat's head with all his strength. The giant rat was hit in the head, but did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward, biting down hard on the soldier's hand and refusing to let go. Seeing this, a comrade rushed to help, accurately stabbing the giant rat with a spear. Without injuring his teammate, he successfully killed it. "Are you okay?" the comrade asked with concern. The bitten soldier grimaced in pain. "Don't worry about me. The monsters are corrosive. You all hurry and retreat." "But," the comrade hesitated. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't waste time." The soldier's tone was extremely firm, urging them to leave. With tears in his eyes, this soldier plunged back into the fray, and not long after, he fell to the ground. "When will this fight end?" "I'm sorry, shall we? I can't go back." In that moment of closing his eyes, he was enveloped in purple mist and turned to ash, as a purple giant rat emerged and bared its teeth, charging out. "Hold on. Everyone hold on." The soldiers were temporary recruits, untrained, and found it extremely difficult to fight. Yet each one had red eyes, wanting to perish together with the monsters. There were people they wanted to protect behind them. Boom! A loud sound came, and the soldiers kicked the monsters away to look. A super-large Guizhong machine stood tall, the arrow shaft long enough to pierce the sky. It was Lord Guizhong's divine device. The soldiers instantly saw their savior. "Everyone get out of the way. Don't get caught in the crossfire." A person with beast ears jumped onto the Guizhong machine, shouting while channeling divine energy. The Guizhong machine exploded with dazzling light. Arrows infused with elemental and divine power shot out, precisely killing each monster in seconds. As the tide of battle turned, a pair of scarlet eyes wrapped in purple mist drew closer. With the Guizhong machine's powerful bombardment, the monsters were finally driven back, and the soldiers took a breath. The beast-eared General Inuji, three-eyed five-manifestation immortal, continuously channeled divine energy into the machine. He was the guard left by the Geo, Archon. The Archon collaborated with the god of dust, and the villains were causing trouble for the divine beings. The Archon led the army to punish them, declaring, "Though I have no intention to hunt, I know the suffering of the people. I only wish to cleanse the land and protect a corner of life." Recently, the monster attacks have become more frequent and fierce. Thankfully, we have the divine device sent by Guizhong. Inuji thought to himself, the bastard sending monsters. I hope the Archon crushes them. Seeing the monsters retreat, he breathed a sigh of relief, but remained tense. This is a battlefield. We cannot relax. He charged forth like a relentless power bank, channeling divine energy until the soldiers shouted, Lord Inuji, the monsters are all gone. Be careful, they might counterattack. He gasped while touching the Guizhong machine, having enough divine energy to shoot for a long time. After getting off, the machine autonomously fired arrows, piercing a rogue wild boar monster. He sat down, satisfied, wiping his sweat. The Guizhong machine was still not perfect, consuming divine energy and power equally. Lord Inuji, are you okay? I'm Fine. I'm an immortal. How could I be tired? He stood up, patted his chest, and laughed heartily, full of confidence. And the soldiers finally felt at ease seeing him like this. Immortals, can they die? A hoarse voice suddenly erupted. Inuji's tail stood straight up, abruptly pushing away the soldiers beside him. Run. A soldier fell to the ground, terrified, staring ahead. The shadow flashed like lightning, and only half of Inuji's body remained. Blood and organs sprayed like a fountain on the soldier's face. Lord Inuji, you bastard. The soldier's eyes turned red. Inuji was his idol. Raising his spear to stab at the shadow, making a light sound, he directly turned into a blood mist and dissipated. In the shadow, a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Kicking Inuji's corpse aside, glancing at the Guizhong machine. Higanthos will only mess with little trinkets. With a wave of his hand, the Guizhong machine shattered instantly, grabbing the dispersed divine energy with a sinister smile. Next, it's your turn. Transforming into a shadow, he dashed towards the resting soldiers. Guizhong fiddled with the parts. When will Morix return? A sense of foreboding. Lord Guizhong, the northern city wall has fallen. What? Guizhong was stunned. It's actually the demon god attacking the rear. What are you thinking? A hoarse voice whispered in his ear, and Guizhong turned to see the Qilong. Weren't you supposed to be battling? You're being foolish. I know the stones are powerful. The Qilong moved closer, thin threads suddenly binding his arm. A little trick? Boom! A giant golden creature crashed into the Qilong. The Qilong was knocked away and landed to see a golden light buffalo. I am Jiao Cheng. State your name. An animal little immortal floated? The Qilong pierced Jiao Cheng with black light. Jiao Cheng stomped his hooves, creating shockwaves, and the Qilong dodged to attack Guizhong. Suddenly, a crossbow arrow pointed at his head. Boom! The Qilong was shot away. A cold and beautiful woman in purple appeared. My sister says purple has a lot of charm. Yifun, this guy is hard to deal with. Jiao Cheng stepped forward, maintaining his divine beast mode. These two are the divine beings guarding Guizhong, Yifun and the two immortals. Currently, I truly don't know how to win. Guess why the original plot had Guizhong send it. Before Yifun could finish speaking, the Qilong had already quietly appeared in front of them. The Qilong struck quickly and fiercely, sending both of them flying with a powerful hit. This is for you. After the attack, it turned in a black light and chased after the two in the air, wanting to take advantage of their inability to dodge and crush them in one go. Watch closely. Just as the Qilong flew out of the house, several machines suddenly activated simultaneously. The immense divine power instantly gathered into arrows. Countless arrows with sharp winds swept towards the Qilong like a torrential rain. With such a dense attack, the Qilong didn't have time to dodge and was hit directly. Boom! The explosion and smoke spread, covering the space, while the machines continued to shoot arrows into the smoke. Suddenly, a purple-red beam swept out from the smoke, instantly exploding all the machines. The Qilong's figure became visible, with traces of elemental power at the corner of its mouth. Qi blood fluctuation. It looked up at the direction of the two, opened its mouth, and shot another beam. At that moment, Yifun suddenly appeared above it, holding a talisman. Countless purple crescent light blades circled around him, super mysteriously beautiful. The light blades hit the Qilong's mouth like a tsunami, and just as the Qilong looked at Yifun, the horn punishment charged over, glowing with golden light, crashing towards him with invincible power. The battle erupted dramatically. On the Guizhong side, Liyue activated the mechanism creations right after being attacked, and also sent a message to the battling Morix. Far on the other side, Morix had just subdued a group of Yiksha minions. The dream demon god angrily accused Morix of stealing her subjects and scolded him. Morix was not angered, calmly replying, "Your subjects willingly followed me, proving you are a total failure as a demon god." The dream demon god treated the Yiksha as mere tools, selfish to the point of being worthless, which angered Morix. The dream demon god continued to spew insults, and just when Morix was about to engage in verbal sparring, after all, harmony is precious, he suddenly received a transmission from Geng. Opening it, he read the last sentence with a very ugly expression, despicable and shameless. Morix's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he clenched his fists, vowing in the dark, "Dare to move against Geng? You must be tired of living." He turned to look at the dream demon god, who immediately sensed his killing intent and shut up obediently. The heavens moved and the world changed. A gigantic rock spear broke through the clouds and smashed towards the dream demon god. Dream demon god, "Hey, what's the deal?" Morix immediately commanded, "Return to the city for support. We need to bring the army back to Liyue and fight the demon god that ambushed us to the bitter end, leaving none alive." Meanwhile, Geng anxiously awaited Morix's return, worriedly looking towards Yifun and Horn Punishment, silently praying for their safety. She walked outside, and the ground was riddled with scars and holes, all evidence of the fierce battle. Seeing this scene, Geng felt a wave of sadness surge in her heart, took a deep breath, and was about to speak when suddenly her heart palpitated, clutching her chest. Looking up at the sky, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a humanoid being dressed in a snow-white robe, similar to a mysterious priestess attire, adorned with feather decorations that fluttered in the wind, and embellished with strange beast bones, ancient and mysterious. The most eye-catching feature was his handsome face and a pair of white eyes that sparkled like stars. Geng thought, "Cataracts? Let me check. Who's this strange guy? Long time no see. Haganthos, do you remember me?" The humanoid being spoke softly, his tone teasing and provocative. "Long time no see. Haganthos, do you remember me?" Geng frowned and stared at him, searching her memories but couldn't recall any intersection. "I don't remember," she replied firmly and decisively. "Since that's the case, let me help you remember." A circle of airflow emerged around his fist, aiming at Geng to unleash a massive white whirlwind, cold and sharp, instantly wounding Geng. Geng, in pain, retreated and tried to escape, and he looked utterly satisfied with this. This is the demon god of heaven's duel, wants you, who loves to watch others suffer. Stop playing, you idiot birdman. A scolding voice came, belonging to a nearly 2-meter tall man. His upper body was tattooed, and his lower half was covered with cloth. With a rhino horn on his head, the demon god of the giant rhino, Riano. Just as Geng barely managed to stand up after escaping, she saw Riano looking stunned. The most powerful demon god in Liyue. What a shame to be stealing from home. Truly, bird language and floral fragrance. Riano spoke, wondering why we are here. Morix is too strong, and even together we can't defeat him. So why not let him experience the pain of losing a loved one? These words sent a chill down Geng's spine. 3 cowards. A massive ball of air appeared, expanding upward. Geng felt despair. She was a scientist without combat power. Her subjects were in trouble. The immortals' lives were uncertain, and they would cause Morix pain. She flashed through the thought of dying together, at least to protect her subjects. Tears streamed down her face. "I'm sorry, Morix. I've let you down." She activated her elemental power, preparing for one last desperate fight. Watch closely. In the midst of despair, a flash of green suddenly appeared. A green kunai stabbed into the ground, and the sound of space shifting rang out. The airflow ball instantly disappeared, and a shockwave erupted in the distant open space. A blue flash appeared beside the kunai, revealing a handsome man in purple clothes. He landed gracefully, grabbing the kunai, and lightly smiled. "Did I arrive late?" His smile was confident and sunny, as if everything was under control. Gunlon, the thunder god, entered the scene, directly using the flying thunder god to redirect the lightning attack. Guizhong looked at the reliable figure in front of her, stunned. Who is this person? Gunlon stood up, his gaze sweeping over Tiendo and Riano, gently shaking his head. He didn't regard the two of them at all. Tiendo, inexplicably furious. Where did this ignorant immortal come from? Dare to underestimate me. With a sneer, he spun a white whirlwind. Come on, let me show you the gap between a demon god and you. With an angry shout, he transformed into a massive hurricane, charging at Gunlon with endless might. Gunlon's lips curled into a slight contemptuous smile. His eyes instantly transformed into eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, an extremely mysterious and powerful pattern of black triangles. The hurricane rushed in, and Gunlon's ocular power erupted, enveloping Tiendo in an invisible force. Tiendo's vision darkened, time and space seemed to freeze, and his body couldn't move, only able to watch the hurricane dissipate, revealing his own comical self. What is this? Gunlon suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Tiendo's head and applying slight pressure. Ah! Tiendo immediately cried out in pain. Gunlon tugged at his hair, checking its quality a couple of times, then violently threw him. Tiendo crashed to the ground, dazed for a while before coming to his senses. Damn it! Is he another demon god? I just met him, and I've already lost. The giant rhino focused on Gunlon, pondering whether that was some kind of immobilization technique. Gunlon turned to look at the giant rhino, his Sharingan flashing with piercing red light. What are you looking at? Take my illusion. The giant rhino suddenly froze, as if trapped in a quagmire, with two gigantic red eyes appearing in front of him, filled with overwhelming, killing intent. Damn it! What the hell is this? He struggled in pain, deeply resisting the strange feeling. Listen closely. Thousands of birds screeched explosively. The giant rhino squinted and looked. Gunlon had instantly charged in front of him, holding a ball of electrifying lightning. The giant rhino felt pleased. You think you can pierce me? My defense is top tier. If Gunlon knew, he would definitely sneer. The last one who said that has already turned into paste. The screeching thousands of birds traced an arc, directly piercing the giant rhino's upper body muscles. Poochie! The sound of flesh tearing was ear-piercing, and the once confident giant rhino was instantly stunned. No way. Are you playing this cruelly? Thousands of birds pierced through his chest. Gunlon withdrew the birds, kicking him in the head, and coldly shouted, Amaterasu! Black flames erupted out of nowhere, spreading at lightning speed. The moment the giant rhino touched the fire, he jumped up in agony. The pain of burning bones was too terrifying, and he even broke free from the illusion, frantically jumping and rolling to extinguish the fire. But the pain only intensified. He gritted his teeth, flashing gray-white light, instantly transforming into a towering gray giant rhino. The enormous size shook the ground. A layer of armored skin fell off, and the Amaterasu instantly burned away the outer layer. The giant rhino looked in fear at the fire on the ground, then turned to stare at Gunlon. His giant horn burst into strong light, elongating like a giant sword. He kicked the ground with his hind legs and charged fiercely. Wanted to ram Gunlon. Be careful. Guizhong broke into a cold sweat. Gunlon remained completely calm, closing his eyes and then opening them again. The corners of his eyes were surrounded by golden shadows. Elemental power combined with chakra exploded into a storm. Bang! The giant rhino charged hard, but stopped in place without moving blocked. Gunlon grabbed the giant horn with both hands, relying solely on brute force to withstand the collision. His physical body is too explosive. Guizhong sincerely praised him. Gunlon exerted force, slowly lifting the massive creature. The contrast between the petite figure and the giant beast is extremely bizarre. Gunlon forcefully swung, and the giant rhinoceros crashed to the ground, causing a small earthquake. The giant rhinoceros was stunned. By being lifted? How was that possible? It lay on its back for a long time before accepting the fact that it had been thrown away. Hey, do you think I only have brute strength? You're dead wrong. The giant rhinoceros got up, tenderly touched its proud horn, and shook its head to wake up. Suddenly it looked up. Its eyes turned red with a chilling light, and its nostrils sprayed two jets of hot air as if to burn the air. The airflow became fiercer, and thin steam rose around it, thickening into a massive vortex. The corner of the giant rhinoceros's mouth revealed a proud smile as it took a deep breath and let out a deafening roar. This roar was like a thunderclap on a clear day, and it was as stirring as a war drum, shaking the entire Gili plain. With this roar, the steam surrounding the giant rhinoceros churned violently, finally condensing into a massive steam rhinoceros. This rhinoceros was made entirely of steam, like a giant fog, extremely mysterious and majestic. Every breath it took sprayed thick steam, showcasing its power. The giant rhinoceros stared ahead, as if seeing the dawn of victory. It launched the steam rhinoceros, charging toward Genglan like a moving train, with fierce determination and confidence in its heart. Look closely. Facing this explosive attack, Genglan remained extremely calm. A red light flashed in his eyes. His pupils transformed into a kaleidoscope of 3 scythes. Then, his body instantly became ethereal, as if he had melted into the air. The steam rhinoceros charged straight through his ethereal form and continued its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Genglan threw a high-speed shuriken, aimed directly at the giant rhinoceros. The moment the giant rhinoceros saw the shuriken, it sensed danger. It opened its mouth wide and sprayed strong steam, blowing the shuriken to smithereens. Quick reaction and explosive power. Impressive. Just then, a strange occurrence happened. From the original position of the shuriken, a black-purple energy ball suddenly appeared, emanating an uncomfortable elemental force. This is the Qilongs. The giant rhinoceros widened its eyes in shock at the black-red sphere. The next second, the ball exploded into blinding white light, instantly filling its field of vision. Following that, a tremendous explosion shook the earth, and Guizhong hurriedly raised her hand to shield against the shockwave. After the smoke cleared, she focused on the giant rhinoceros's position. Surprisingly, the giant rhinoceros was still standing proudly, as if uninjured. But that was not the case. The giant rhinoceros cursed inwardly. Damn it! What is Qilong doing? Using the Qi Demon Dan to deal with a small ant is absurd. Cough, cough, cough. Blood oozed from the corner of its mouth. It endured the pain and looked at Tiendo, and the two understood each other in an instant. Tiendo quickly adjusted his state and shouted, "Your opponent is me." Just as Tiendo was about to throw some trash talk, Genglan's figure flickered and instantly appeared at his right side. The giant rhinoceros couldn't react in time and felt a weight on its shoulder. Genglan placed his hand on its shoulder and drew the Kusanagi, sword to attack. Tiendo hadn't even reacted when a blood arrow shot out directly. He stared dumbfounded at the person in front of him. How is it so fast? Genglan's Kusanagi sword flashed with lightning, like a god of thunder descending, striking at Tiendo with overwhelming force. This time, Tiendo clearly saw the movement and immediately raised both hands. A white vortex instantly appearing in the center, trying to absorb the attack. But Genglan's sword carried explosive power and struck fiercely on the vortex. Genglan entered Sage mode. His body's strength surged, enhancing his physique and power to an extreme. This strike made Tiendo's face change instantly. The sword struck the vortex with a thunderous sound, and Tiendo felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, gritting his teeth and pushing with all his might. But Genglan's power was too overwhelming. His efforts were like a drop in the bucket. What incredible strength! Tiendo was secretly astonished. Genglan continued to strike the vortex with his sword, unleashing powerful force. Tiendo's arms gradually sank, feeling like they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He gritted his teeth and held on. Just then, the blade transformed into intense black fire, seemingly capable of swallowing everything, making one feel uneasy. Tiendo panicked instantly, remembering the giant rhinoceros's expression earlier. He knew this fire was extremely terrifying. Not daring to hesitate, he threw the vortex, transforming it into a hurricane, and turned to escape. As he left, he didn't forget to throw a few big treasures at Genglan. Several compressed wind balls, like arrows released from a bow, whizzed toward Genglan at high speed. Facing the surprise attack, Genglan was completely unfazed. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he lightly flicked the long white blade in his hand, directly sending the white vortex flying. Then, with a powerful wave, the black fire wrapped around the whirlwind, transforming into a brilliant ribbon, turning into a sharp sword energy charging straight at Tiendo. Look closely. As the wind balls were about to hit, Genglan's figure turned sharply, dodging all the wind balls with ghostly agility, performing a stunning spin at the same time. He raised a long sword and struck the ground fiercely, unleashing an even larger sword energy. The two sword energies surged forward and backward with immense momentum, like roaring waves crashing toward Tiendo. Tiendo turned around in shock. What a magnificent turn! He desperately ran forward, wanting to escape Liyue, but the sword energy was incredibly fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye. His body split into countless Tiendo figures from the white whirlwind. Some dodged the sword energy, while others were burned to ashes. Tiendo felt pain, realizing that the sword energy had disappeared and immediately transformed into human form, his fingers moving slightly, revealing a massive white disc spinning at high speed in the air, resembling sharp saw teeth. The wind wheel melody. The giant disc was released, cutting through the air, aiming to slice Genglan. It resembled the spiral shuriken. Genglan pondered the technique and chuckled. Then I'll use this to return the favor. A blue ball appeared in his hand, and the white airflow wrapped around the dazzling blue light, also transforming into saw teeth, spinning at high speed, concealing terrifying power. Sage art. Wind release spiral shuriken. He threw it towards a wind wheel, eager to see the outcome. Tiendo was taken aback. Instantly learn my technique? Learning ability is explosive, but it was useless. He quietly infused elemental power into the wind disc, confidently meeting it head-on. The two high-speed rotating saw teeth collided, producing an ear-splitting buzz, constantly slicing through the surrounding wind. Boom! The spiral shuriken collided with the wind disc. In an instant, it was as if time had stopped, and the world was left with two powerful forces clashing. The two killing moves collided, their sharpness cutting through everything, and the air was being swept into a whirlwind. They stood facing each other like spinning tops, unable to determine a winner for a time. Next, high energy. Tiendo's eyes flashed with determination as he charged at his wind disc, infusing elemental power into it and forcefully pushing the spiral shuriken, aiming to cut through and directly attack Genglan. But he was thinking too simply. Just as Tiendo was about to reach, the high-speed spinning spiral shuriken suddenly exploded with blinding light. Huh! Tiendo was startled, and before he could react, the world-destroying energy erupted. The massive blue explosion directly engulfed him, and the spiral shuriken exploded into countless chakra wind needles, continuously stabbing into Tiendo's body. Tiendo felt pain as if every cell had been pierced. The excruciating pain almost made him cry out, and tears were about to fall. Unable to maintain his balance any longer, he fell straight from the sky, kicking up clouds of dust. Genglan stood at a high point like an invincible king, coldly overlooking the fallen Tiendo. Tiendo struggled to rise, his wounds healing extremely slowly. He realized that the energy from the blue ball had suppressed his self-healing. Tiendo glared at Genglan with anger, full of unwillingness and humiliation, hating that Genglan looked down on the demon gods. But he could do nothing. The giant rhinoceros, seeing this, wanted to attack again, using steam to accelerate and sneak attack Genglan. But as soon as he moved his hooves, Genglan's blood-red eyes locked onto him with overwhelming pressure. The giant rhinoceros felt a chill rise from its spine, like a thorn in its back, causing it to tremble all over. The giant rhinoceros pondered inwardly. Why am I afraid of him, even though we are both demon gods? Is his strength far beyond ours? The giant rhinoceros silently questioned. On the other side, Guizhong remained calm. Genglan didn't put pressure on her, frowning and murmuring. Who exactly is he? How come I've never heard of such an explosive figure? She searched through demon god information, but found no trace of Genglan. This mysterious, powerful figure's origins and motives had become a great doubt in her mind. Suddenly, Guizhong had a flash of insight, as if a light bulb had popped up next to her head. She clenched her left fist and slammed it into her right palm. Could he be that enormous giant god from the other day? The colors match. Both are purple. And his eyes are red. So that's it. If Gunlan knew, he would definitely say, wow, you know all this. Gunlan saw the two gods shrinking back and felt bored. Is this how demon gods are? Let's end the demon god war quickly. He then raised his hand, and dazzling lightning appeared, thousands of birds screeching all around, piercing their eardrums. The sage art energy combined with the earth element, forming a black and white yin-yang color, and the lightning continued to extend. As he raised his hand, an ultra-long black and white lightning spear appeared, emanating a terrifying aura. Sage art, fire release, earth element, thousand birds sharp spear. As he spoke, the lightning spear stretched violently, directly piercing through the giant rhinoceros's proud skin armor. The giant rhinoceros howled in pain. My kidneys. Gunlan's gaze grew colder. The thousand-bird sharp gun crackled like an enraged beast ready to strike. The giant rhinoceros trembled in fear like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Gunlan's lips curled into a slight smile. It was almost time to end this. Victory was secured. He infused his lightning attribute into the lightning spear and thrust it forward. The spear pierced through the giant rhino's skin, splitting it in half at the waist. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The giant rhino's body was severed, blood splattered and stained the battlefield. Gunlan looked expressionlessly at the fallen creature, devoid of pity. It's the demon god war. Can't blame your situation. Tiando looked up, his face filled with fear and despair. He knew he couldn't escape. He could only wait for death. His body trembled, his eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. No, I don't want to die. But Gunlan did not stop, quickly gathering chakra, and unleashed the thousand birds sharp gun again. A bolt of black and white lightning shot from his hand, like a ferocious dragon soaring towards Tiando. Tiando widened his eyes in terror as he saw the lightning approaching, wanting to flee but unable to move, as if bound by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pierced through his chest. Tiando coughed up blood. The lightning rendered him immobile. What was worse was the addition of the earth attribute. Black flames burned through his chest, spreading across his body. He struggled to lift his head to see Gunlan approaching, filled with unwillingness and resentment. But his life was at its end. Gunlan stood beside him, looking down coldly, without a trace of sympathy. The fiercer black flames blazed, engulfing Tiando completely in a towering inferno. The screams grew weaker, and the signs of life in Tiando diminished. Then, centered around him, a terrifying elemental sphere began to form, with power even greater than his. It was Tiando's self-destruction. Be careful not to touch it. It will be swallowed by the cold hurricane. Guizhong reminded, having seen much. She saw through the terrifying self-destruction of the demon god at a glance. Gunlan chuckled lightly. No need for that. After speaking, the black triangular boomerang in his eyes began to spin, transforming into a windmill with 3 sides. Gunlan's gaze locked onto the elemental sphere. Strange spatial fluctuations emerged, and in an instant he seized the sphere and absorbed it. The elemental sphere was sent to the divine might space. The air immediately calmed, though it was a bit tragic in the divine might space. The outer Dao demon statue. Wow, what is this? Guizhong stared in astonishment at this scene. Just a glance and Tiando's self-destruction vanished. She looked at Gunlan with eyes full of admiration. Then looking over at the giant rhinoceros, there's only a pile of ashes left without any self-destruction movement. Could it be that the demon god's self-destruction can be controlled? Gunlan glanced at Guizhong, pondering. Is this the immortal lord from Zhongli's side? Your name? Hello. I am the demon god of dust, Haganthas. Guizhong greeted enthusiastically. Although Gunlan's combat power was as explosive as Morix's, or even stronger, he had saved her, and she had to treat her benefactor well. Gunlan contemplated. Demon god of dust? The one taken down by the citizens was the god of salt, right? Who was it again? You can also call me Guizhong. Gunlan suddenly realized. Oh, Guizhong, an ally of the Rock King. She was the one who created the Guizhong machine. The one that shot him earlier was the Guizhong machine. He thought to himself. In the original story, she died in the siege of the demon gods, and now I saved her. Before he could finish his thoughts, Lan looked to the other side. The giant rhino ran away. He had seen through this escape plan early on, the demon god's skill shield perception, but the flying thunder god mark couldn't be dispelled. Flying thunder god transmission. As he spoke, a black spiderweb seal appeared in the air, and with a bang, the giant rhino emerged from the smoke, looking bewildered in its humanoid form. The giant rhino, though powerful, was in a dire state, its body charred and blackened, and as soon as it arrived, it lost its balance and fell to the ground, clearly still escaping when it was transmitted. It looked around in confusion, only seeing Gunglan's feet. What is this? It looked up in fear and was instantly frightened into the air. Voice of the divine eagle, ah? It never expected to be caught after running so far. Seeing Gunglan, who looked like a devil, it was just about to plan another escape, but had no chance. Gunglan kicked it on the head, why rewarded? And the giant rhino rolled aside, quickly getting up to assume a combat stance. I'm about to unleash my ultimate technique. Its eyes burned with fighting spirit. After all, it was a demon god that dominated a region, never backing down. Gunglan showed some interest, just as he gripped the hilt to draw the Kusanagi sword. The giant rhino gathered its strength and turned to flee, kicking up dust as it sped off. You give way. Big deal leaving behind two disheveled figures. Huh? Guizhong looked adorably confused at the direction the giant rhino ran, and Gunglan shook his head helplessly. This is really interesting. Just as he was about to teleport it back, two strong elemental reactions emerged in his perception. Gunglan used his Sharingan to look. Qilong and Zimiu were fighting, with birds and bulls assisting. They have arrived. Gunglan saw Qilong looking puzzled. Who is this guy? After the purification of Andugia, I feel like I've been formatted. Did the ancient text have a task for Qi? The Qi bone sword was made by him. Right. Zimiu still looked like a little girl, but behind her were several terrifying spider spears. She gripped a pitch-black spear and threw it at Qilong with all her might, while Qilong caught the spear with one hand, charging forward to try to incinerate her with a mouthful of energy. Zimiu's hand shimmered with golden elemental power as she grasped her own spear, then directly stuffed her elemental power-encased fist into Qilong's mouth, which was trying to blast her. A black and red explosion engulfed both of them. Qilong burst out of the explosion, flying backward, kicked away by Zimiu. Zimiu quickly closed in, her spear shining with golden light as she threw it with all her strength, transforming into a golden meteor that pierced through Qilong's body in an instant. Qilong howled in pain, then roared loudly, unleashing a black-red sound wave, indiscriminately bombarding the surroundings. Zimiu summoned another spear, dancing it skillfully into a tight, golden sphere, deflecting the sound waves entirely. Then, with her spear, she cleared a path, ignoring the sound waves as she charged towards Qilong. Qilong reached out to grab a spear. Good news, caught it. Qilong chuckled lightly. Your attack. Bad news. The spear exploded. Boom! The golden elemental explosion left Qilong battered and bruised. Damn it! Qilong yelled angrily. Playing with two immortals, suddenly a little girl appeared, and without warning, he was blasted away, then subjected to a frenzied attack. The two immortals shouted, Heroine, hit him in the head. Horn punishment, hit him in the groin. Wing fan Gunglan nodded. This mad dog fighting style is amazing. Use your skills. Zimiu accelerated her offensive, throwing several golden spears at Qilong. Qilong opened his mouth to gather a purple-red elemental sphere, bracing against the charged spears. He inhaled deeply, spewing a black-red giant beam. Qilong's roar. Zimiu laughed. Counterwave? Behind her, the spider spears formed a birdcage, converging at the dragon's head, unleashing a golden beam to blast forward. The two waves were evenly matched at first, but the golden beam overwhelmed Qilong in an instant. Qilong was swallowed without a scream, crashing into the mountains. Struggling to crawl out and gasp for air, a white-socked jade foot appeared, kicking him away again. Are you crazy? Qilong roared, while Zimiu gathered power for the dragon pressure cannon. Gunglan looked up. They can all fly? I need to solve this quickly. He formed seals to summon the flying thunder god, and the giant rhino was transmitted back. It looked dumbfounded at Gung Lan, retreating and falling to the ground. Shouting, "Don't come near me!" Gung Lan ignored it. The three-bladed windmill in his eyes slightly moved, and spatial fluctuations appeared next to the giant rhino's head. The giant rhino didn't react. Its head was already severed. In divine might. Outer, Tao, demon statue, what is this? It didn't die when stuffed in. The giant rhino self-destructed, and steam to start arise before being sucked into the divine might. Outer, Tao, demon statue. What is this again? Warm and cozy. Guizhong wanted to say something, but hesitated. Zimiu was pressing Qi Long down hard. Are there any enemies left? Gung Lan asked Guizhong. Who was astonished? You want to smash a few more? Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark and cloudy, about to rain heavily. Guizhong was confused. New danger? Gung Lan laughed. Just right for the Qilin to come. Zimiu wondered. Is it elder sister? Qi Long shouted. Sister, don't hit me. Don't step on my face. Gung Lan, with keen perception, immediately recognized that this weather was not created by Andugia. The weather created by Andugia always contained his inherent elemental power. So who was it? At the seaside? Gung Lan suddenly vanished, leaving Guizhong bewildered in the wind. Guizhong was confused. Huh? Gung Lan instantly arrived at the seaside. Thankfully, there were divine might anchor points placed everywhere, and there happened to be one at the seaside. The sky was thick with clouds like ink, pressing down oppressively. Below, the sea roiled violently, as if being stirred by an invisible giant hand. Watch closely. Several gigantic creatures were swimming on the surface of the sea. All were serpentine outlines made of flowing water. It seems separate, but is actually whole, with each serpent having 9 dragon heads, like legendary dragons, but different, their heads towering into the clouds, extremely frightening. They twist around, super active. The scene is both terrifying and mysterious. This storm is all it's doing. This is the vortex demon Osail. Gung Lan calls out its name. So familiar. I used to have a fear of the deep sea because of it. Are you the sea god, or is Duck Duck the sea god? Osail notices him on the shore. Several heads howl to the sky, and a massive water sphere forms from their combined mouths. Showing hostility towards me? Gung Lan chuckles lightly. Purple, evil chakra emanating from him. The giant water sphere rushes towards him, exploding around him. Osail is about to speak when a tremendous force strikes. One head is grabbed. The remaining dragon heads widen their eyes. A colossal purple giant stands in the sea, towering even higher than itself, with blood-red eyes and a terrifying appearance. Osail is left stunned. The intense pain brings it back to reality. Susanoo crushes one of its heads. Osail roars as the other heads bite and crash into him. What the heck? So tough. Osail is dazed. The pain in its head is unbearable. Just mere gravel. Susanoo pulls out a massive sword with no special effects, slashing at the dragon heads. Several heads are cut off in an instant. The remaining heads scream. I chopped him. What is your name? It slashes at another head. Osail cries out in pain. 8 times the pain. I want T, let this go. It roars, trying to crash into Susanoo with brute force. But the attack that could normally send gods flying has no effect on Susanoo at all, only giving it a headache. Gung Lan counts the dragon heads. Crushed one at the start, chopped 3, and then chopped 3 more. How did 9 become 4? It must have regenerated. Little Brat still plays this mechanic. Gung Lan thinks, and the giant sword transforms into the 10-fist sword, a powerful weapon that can seal the earth. With a gourd appearing at Susanoo's waist, he directly stabs the 10-fist sword into one of Osail's heads. An immense suction force comes. Osail is sucked in like a frozen snack, instantly drawn into the gourd. Without its elemental power, the sky is about to clear up. Guili was once a bustling market, but after the city was destroyed, it became nothing. The monsters went berserk, turning it into ruins. A little girl with white hair trembles through the debris, crying out, Daddy, Mommy, her world has collapsed. Her parents, sister, and friends were all killed by the monsters. Her voice is hoarse from crying, only able to sob softly. The sky is overcast with dark clouds, and the broken walls are filled with despair. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shines on her face, bringing warmth, as she raises her head through her tears, seeing an unforgettable scene. Sunlight shines down from the clouds like a divine presence. In the center of the light, a tall giant stands, bathed in sunlight, majestic and dignified like a deity descending. The little girl stares, forgetting to cry. Susanoo looks at her. In her eyes, Susanoo is incredibly handsome and admirable. As Susanoo dissipates, the girl becomes dazed as if her world has collapsed, rushing over. A hand suddenly rests on her shoulder. She turns around to see a handsome face smiling. What are you looking at? She instantly knows. This is the god who saved her. My name is Nanning. I am the Snow Woman. Her tone is plain, but trembling. Geng thinks about the terrible environment and says, if you want to cry, then cry. Nanning throws herself into his arms and cries out loud. Geng doesn't push her away. She sees only him now. The little blue and white creature points like a telescope. Is that Geng? The young man nods. Inazuma. Geng. She rushes over, seeing the girl frozen. Who is she? Geng gestures to look around. Inazuma understands in an instant. I'll carry her. Geng looks at Nanning. Did she faint? Inazuma picks up the girl. I'm about the same size as her. Geng heads to Guizhong. The Kusanagi sword trembles. Morix must not be underestimated. He instantly moves to the center of Guili. Upon arrival, he sees Zimi beating up the Qilong. Purely one-sided play, just as Geng wants to remind. A massive elemental reaction bursts in his perception, thick as a millennium rock and still raging. In the sky appears Morix in a white hood. His eyes shine with golden light, stone hands circling around, creating a pressure shield over Guili. Guizhong. He shouts angrily, I'm here. Morix is confused. What's going on? After being dazed, he becomes excited. As long as nothing's wrong. Morix looks at Zimiu and the Qilong, killing intent overflowing. That little girl is an ally. Guizhong shouts. Your voice is clear to me. Zimiu retreats to the side. The Qilong panics. Morix. The breaker will be punished by the rock of food. The rock spear appears, launching the Qilong, crashing into the sea. The Qilong embeds into the sea rock, looking up to see a massive spear of the rainbow descending. In an instant, the rock spear falls, causing tremendous rock elemental damage. A gigantic island forms in an instant. Suppressing the evil dragon demon, Qilong Morix watches the Qilong's curtain call, flying back to Guili, gazing at the broken walls of Guili, feeling a mix of emotions. Guizhong, are you okay? He lands to see a crowd of deities surrounding Guizhong. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Pingek ops Guizhong's hunt, cluing. Luckily, otherwise, I wouldn't have any opponents for my mechanism. Liyue, borrowing the wind, looks composed, but is secretly delighted. Plus, there are many other true deities like Liyue and Zhuyang, just small animals with divine power. Everyone, Guili has been attacked. Morix just starts to speak when he is interrupted. Pay attention. Geng suddenly appears in front of the deities, his aura fully charged. What happened? Guizhong tilts his head to ask. Geng stares at Morix, who locks onto him with golden eyes. Thank you, little friend, for saving Guizhong. I will help you in the future. Morix is sincere. No need, let us fight. Geng draws the Kusanagi sword and points it at him. Morix, want to fight? I'll give it my all. Geng, the first target in Teyvat is to smash you. In the next moment, he pulls Morix into the divine space. Everyone is stunned. Is he going to fight the Emperor? A small head pops up. With little dragon horns, are the little animals having a meeting? You are. Liyue roars angrily. And upon seeing it is Inazuma, Diwood holding the child nearby. Is Sister a crane? Inazuma instantly runs to Liyue's side, speeding up the scene. Before finishing her sentence, she darts to Liyue and Zhuyang. Little deer fairy? She asks Ping again. What is your original form? I'm a being of divine power. Wow, Inazuma's eyes sparkle. I can use divine techniques, so I'm a fairy, right? The deities are confused. Inazuma closes her eyes, emitting white mist. White mist spirals into a storm. The deities grab the ground to avoid being blown away. So powerful. Yixiao Dao Tian Jinjuan is amazed. Next, high energy. Inazuma opens her eyes, activating her divine form. Purple eyeshadow, long dragon horns, long tail, her aura explodes. The deities are stunned. The same species? She releases her mode, chatting peacefully with the deities. Seeing the tragic state of Gue, Li, and the little girl, she lowers her head. Peace is truly important. Genglan pulls Morix into the divine space, staring at him expressionlessly. Morix observes, "Looks like my cave, but different." "Morix." Genglan speaks, and Morix stares at him, searching for emotions. None. "Little friend, why do you insist on challenging me?" Morix shows a contemplative expression, solemnly asking, "Little friend, why do you challenge me?" "Just want to test my own capacity." Genglan replies indifferently, his tone casual, as if nothing piques his interest. Then he slowly draws the Kusanagi sword, the blade slightly trembling, like responding to its master's excitement. Sod shouts, said, "Smash him." "I see. Then I accept. In the name of the rock, Demon Morix." Morix crosses his arms, a powerful elemental force surging. The air becomes dense. "Oomph. Remember you are the challenger." Genglan points the sword at Morix, smiling in a strange and sinister way. Next, high energy. Genglan takes the initiative. Black fire wraps around purple lightning attached to the blade. He preemptively uses chakra for heat insulation. "This wave of gentleness will make me cry." He swings the sword, unleashing the Earth Command Sword Chi, rushing towards Morix at high speed. Morix stands still, his golden eyes shining. A golden cylindrical elemental shield surrounds him, wrapped in golden rock's jade shield. This is the skill of the safest man in the future. At the peak of the demon god, with hundreds of thousands of health points, the shield amount is unimaginable. The Earth Command Sword Chi slashes fiercely against the shield, causing it to ripple as if about to crack. Although it blocked the attack, the black fire climbs up the shield, burning fiercely, and the shield shakes. Genglan's figure flickers, feigning an attack. Morix immediately looks over, and with a thought, a massive rock pillar appears in the air, ready to smash him. But this is the thunder clone. The rock pillar strikes and disintegrates instantly, exploding with blue and white lightning all around. Morix furrows his brow in confusion. Where is he? I can't sense him anywhere. Suddenly, something feels off behind him, a murderous intent surging up. He immediately turns around to counterattack with a rock spine. Genglan wields a black flame, the thousand birds screeching, cleaving the rock spine in half, charging straight towards Morix's shield. The black flame and thousand birds pierce the shield, causing it to ripple more violently. Morix raises his hand, and numerous rock spines erupt around him like spikes, indiscriminately bombarding the area. Genglan's figure disappears, and Morix misses his counterattack. Is it spatial movement? Then a booming voice erupts. Would release. Birth of the tree world. The ground trembles slightly. Morix frowns, his expression serious. He looks in the direction of the sound. Gray pillars in the Kamui space shatter, cracks spreading wildly. Countless thick trees burst from the ground, their roots deeply embedded as if they wanted to swallow the world. The trees intertwine into a vast sea of trees, charging towards Morix like a giant bulldozer. Morix is startled for a moment, but quickly regains his composure, silently strengthening his shield. The moment the sea of trees collides with the shield, it emits a whooshing sound, like a plant person after opening a door, listening to their heart and lungs stop. But the impact from the sea of trees is too explosive. Although Morix's shield is indestructible, it is pushed away, like a kite with a broken string drifting in the air. The shield hasn't broken, but it can't withstand the force. Directly sent flying, Morix's expression changes slightly. The sea of trees has him disoriented, and he doesn't even know where he is. He quickly looks at his shield, his pupils suddenly shifting. Morix discovers that the strange trees are absorbing the elemental energy from his shield. If he hadn't been continuously increasing the output, the shield would have been gone long ago, and what was being absorbed would have been him. He immediately reacts, golden light flashing in his eyes as he prepares to unleash a divine ability. In the sky of the Kamui space, golden clouds appear, and a giant rock spearhead breaks through the mist. Turn to stone for me, trying to petrify the entire sea of trees. Can Genglan allow him to do so? Pay attention. Genglan forms hand seals at an incredible speed. His right hand is close to his mouth, chanting, golden shadows appearing at the corners of his eyes, and white vapor erupting around him like a volcanic explosion. Celestial art. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. He takes a deep breath, filling his lungs, puffing his cheeks to gather power, then suddenly exhales. First, a thin tongue of fire is sprayed, and the next second it expands into a massive sea of flames. The blazing fire rushes in to engulf the sea of trees. The power scale of this celestial fire release far exceeds that of a normal fire release. The sea of trees ignites in the blink of an eye, instantly transforming into a sea of fire. The flames are so fierce that the oxygen drops rapidly, causing ordinary people to faint from lack of oxygen. Moryx's expression is grave, accelerating the descent of the rock spear to mitigate the damage. But Gunlan isn't done yet. He sheathes his sword, revealing an Uchiha fan, the white mask and the artifact of reconciliation, which he uses most comfortably. Those in the know understand. He tightly grips the fan and swings it forcefully. Instantly, a massive white storm tornado howls out, directly engulfing the sea of fire. The storm wraps around the sea of fire, instantly transforming into a giant flame tornado. Dozens of meters high, with a thick diameter, like a roaring giant beast swallowing everything. Although Moryx is inside, he has a shield but feels extremely uncomfortable, watching the rock spear and complaining. Why did it feel so slow before? The rock spear is about to hit the ground, but Gunlan isn't finished yet. With his crimson eyes, the black three-bladed windmill transforms into a triangular boomerang. Amaterasu. The black fire attaches to the flame tornado, making it even more uncomfortable for the old man inside. Boom! The rock spear finally crashes to the ground. The strong elemental energy crashing everything. Burning trees turn to stone. The black flame tornado is controlled. Moryx emerges from the petrified ashes to see Gunlan, but finds an enormous purple giant half-figure, like a towering mountain, incredibly oppressive, appearing behind him. Gunlan stands atop the giant's head, holding a giant bow glowing with mysterious light. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, his crimson eyes bursting with fierce light. The burning black flame arrow is primed and ready to unleash its might. He aims at Moryx, preparing to unleash Susanoo. Flame penetration. Moryx senses the threat but does not retreat, trusting his shield. The weight of the rock is incredibly reassuring. The next second, Gunlan releases the bowstring. The black flame arrow streaks across the sky like a meteor, carrying a scorching destructive force towards Moryx. Moryx squints. Before he can react, he's shot away by the tremendous impact. The flame arrow quickly penetrates the shield, and with a thought, countless rocks wrap around the flame arrow to pull it apart. I recognize the strength of my young friend. I will give it my all too. Golden light flashes in his eyes, and the golden patterns on his white hood also glow. Roar! The deafening roar echoes through the clouds. Moryx frowns, looking towards the sound, and sees an unbelievably massive brown monster appearing before him. This monster is covered in rough, hard skin, like wearing heavy armor. It has human teeth and a fierce face, looking terrifying. At this moment, it raises its head and howls with its eyes tightly closed. A full sense of terror. What kind of monster is this? Moryx wonders. Before he can think further, the Outer Path monster suddenly roars, filled with rage and murderous intent. At the same time, the uneven pillars behind it blaze with fierce fire, each one a different color. The interweaving of several colors creates a bizarre and spectacular scene. These fires seem to come alive, jumping with explosive heat. Light gray, Diododo, deep blue, Fujiayo, pitch black, Doppala, rainbow, light white Sod, light blue, Banabas, dark green, Booties, gray-white, Alio, goose white, Morena, light purple, Oroba, gray-black, Kebitra, radiant purple, Balzeb, gray-white, Wangshi, black-red, Qilong, dark gray, Ruinuo. Water blue, Aesail. All are the shattered demon gods. Demon God Slayer. Achievements are verifiable. The multicolored flames converge on the Outer Path monster. It slams its hands onto the ground, roaring as it pours countless elemental energies into the earth. In an instant, multicolored lightning strikes Moryx. Give it your all. Don't hold back. Moryx is shocked. This is the elemental power of various demon gods. Looking at Genglan, he is secretly astonished. This guy is terrifying. Shattering so many demon gods? He reinforces his shield without dodging. Various elemental forces smash against the shield, causing waves of energy, and countless elemental crystals fall to the ground. While blocking, he creates rock spears above the outer path monster, trying to seal this creature in one fell swoop. Its size and power are outrageous. The giant rock spear descends like the giant sword of judgment, crashing down. The immense weight crushes the outer path monster, which lets out a mournful roar, vanishing in an instant. Genglan immediately returns to the scene, watching the fallen rock spear. Dark purple flames erupt into the sky, the complete Susanoo manifesting in the Kamui space. Its enormous form looks down on Morix, an overwhelming sense of oppression washing over him. So is you. Morix feels extremely serious. This is troublesome. Multiple rock spears form to resist Susanoo. Genglan smiles indifferently. A few hours later, Genglan slowly descends, looking at the damaged Morix lying on the ground. Morix, you are truly strong. I will remember this for a lifetime. Genglan praises. Morix feels discomfort all over, his white hood torn, revealing his skin, blood covering his face. You have won, young friend. Your strength is explosive. Genglan replies, thinking, how do we fight in Sky Island? Morix keeps it as support. Young friend, will there be peace in the world? Why ask me? You such a strong person must have insights. There will be. Just end the demon god war. It will be realized soon. Really, I understand. Genglan nonchalantly answers, locking his gaze on Morix, taking him out of the Kamui space. Outside the Kamui space, the Gilliard has already passed several hours, and the immortals have begun discussing the reconstruction of Gilliard. Genglan appears with the spatial wave, glancing at the crowd. Finally, his gaze settles on a few people in the distance. A middle-aged man in yellow clothes, a girl in a black robe with a black giant sword twice her size on her back, and Morix lying on the ground appear together. Morix? The middle-aged man is stunned, rushing over. Ruochuo, I lost. Morix's tone is not defeated. Ruochuo looks at Genglan, directly acknowledging his strength. The stone monster was shattered? This guy is so strong? The girl in the black robe stares at Genglan's Kusanagi, sword in surprise. The immortals gather around, all in disbelief and worry. Then get back to your business. Genglan vanishes in an instant, leaving everyone bewildered. Quickly heal the stone monster. The girl with the sword shouts. Ruochuo supports Morix. He is strong enough to overturn Teyvat. Everyone panics. It's over. But he supports peace. Everyone relaxes immediately. Allied forces. We're safe. Genglan looks for Geododo. Instantly seeing Geododo is setting up a stove, teaching him how to use it with a small bear the height of a person, with a rock fire pattern on its back. Nanning sits quietly beside, making people feel heartbroken. First this, then that. The little bear is dazed. Guoba, Genglan calls. So handsome. Bah, I am a stove demon. What could be repaired? Oh, Guoba, Daiwujuo. This is my friend. Guoba is the name he gave. Nanning acknowledges and becomes distant again. What are you guys doing? He cooks but no one eats. I will teach him. This is the divine cooking machine of Liyue. Genglan takes a glance and instantly moves away, seeing the little bear's DNA activated. Back then on the snow mountain it spewed fire and froze Xiangling. Kusanagi, sword sounds. Saad, report. I need to go to the bathroom. White light appears. Can you deal with things? Please, go ahead. The girl with the big sword looks at you. Is it your business? Saad lowers his head. Genglan asks again. Your sister? Saad is surprised. How do you know? Your auras are similar, right? We are twin demon gods. Genglan interrupts. No time for disputes. Hurry up and go. Saad flies away on his sword. Andugia should be with Ximiao. He senses it and instantly moves over. Woohoo! Ganyu is flying up. Andugia holds a blueberry cake in the air. The little cake cheers. Below, a mature woman with blue hair and black-red horns looks at this scene indulgently. Ximiao leans against a tree, taking a break, while the other immortals are busy with their own things. Strong ones like Liyue and Xiang and Jiao Chang stand tall. Simply put, they're doing hard labor like grinding ashes, building houses, and moving things. Smart Liyue borrows the wind, arranging mountains and waters, planning the appearance of Liyue with great care. Liyue shouts, "This has to be done with my magical tools." Lishan retorts, "Girl, if you put this here, it will definitely block traffic." The other immortals are also doing their own jobs, building new homes with their people. The true lord of the auspicious Qilin, playing with a cute girl. She is indeed a Qilin. Just standing there, people feel the luck exploding. Life becomes suddenly smooth. Inazuma and Shimiao are outsiders. Though they're doing well, they are still guests since friends have broken the human master. Genglan has already forgiven Morix. What else do you want? When the little fox Lulu arrives, she spins around looking for various immortals and finally finds one. She dashes past Shimiao and rushes to the enchanting woman little sister is looking for. Huh? The woman's voice is incredibly alluring, but she pauses when she sees Lulu. Lulu sees the woman's white hair, upright furry ears, and large white foxtail. "Hello, sister. My name is Lulu. Do you know my mother?" Like finding a fellow clan member with stars in her eyes. The fox immortal strokes her hair. "Your aura is like my old friend." "Really? Is she my mother?" "Probably not, but she also has white hair." Lulu's ears droop, feeling super disappointed. The fox immortal immediately smiles. "But your elemental power and aura are from our fox clan." "Really? Does Lulu have family now?" Lulu perks up instantly. The fox immortal feels sorry, not knowing what she has been through, of course. "I am the true lord of the blazing prairie. From today onwards, I am your family." She gently strokes Lulu's hair, and Lulu happily responds. This white fox becomes more and more excited as she touches her. The scene is super warm. Genglan is about to realize his wish. Dawujuo is searching for the family to protect. Inazuma is happily playing. Shimiao watches her happily. Lulu is looking for her clan. Saad wants to reunite with his sister. This ending is worthy of champagne. Drink today, forget about tomorrow. But can it really go as wished? Genglan just arrived beside Inazuma to speak when he suddenly feels someone calling him from afar. "Genglan, you are here. Look at the little coconut sheep I caught. So chubby and cute." Inazuma holds Ganyu up for him to see. Genglan glances, indeed chubby. No wonder it can choke a demon god. "Ganyu, how rude." He looks at the beautiful woman with a doting gaze. Is this Ganyu's mom? Still alive? Cough. Wrong thing to say. Genglan didn't have time to greet and instantly moves away. What thing dares to call me? He uses Flying Thunder God and rushes. Discovering the voice is across the sea. What is across the sea? It is the complete Susanoo. The complete Susanoo takes to the sky, flying towards the direction of the sound. In a moment, it breaks through the clouds and dives down, arriving at a place where the stars and the sea are connected, with no boundary. This scenery is stunning. Posting it on social media would attract national attention. However, Genglan has no mood to enjoy the scenery. He just wants to know who is calling him. Genglan flies through the star sea using perception and the eternal kaleidoscope. Below, 8 giant swords are arranged in a circle, comparable to Susanoo's great sword, as if suppressing something. In the center is a crystal blue sphere. All of this looks familiar. The elemental power of the giant swords is like Indujia's transformed water blue decoration. He activates the complete Susanoo, looking down from above. A voice suddenly resonates in his mind. You called the wrong person. Can you leave? Genglan immediately raises the giant sword to strike. Instantly, multiple voices shout. Yamaluo, stop. Genglan is stopped by the noise. He hates sound waves. Please, let us explain. Genglan stays silent, which counts as tacit approval. Can I let you enter the space? The voice is timid, knowing he is strong. No need, I can open it myself. Dispel Susanoo. Kinui directly opens a spatial hole to jump in. Inside is like the 2-8 Island Mona's secret realm, super dreamy. 8 people of various shapes stand in front, tall, short, fat, thin, old, young. And one person catches Genglan's attention. Fugalo, the sea god he previously defeated. The sound waves have bothered him for a long time. Honor that you remember me. What do you want? They glance at each other, pushing a plump woman forward. The woman awkwardly scratches her head. Actually, we were calling for the 9th generation water god. All the sound waves were blocked by you. What do you want with her? The woman extends her hand. Please take my hand. Genglan contemplates. Just as the woman is satisfied, he sees evil purple skeletons emerging around him. the skeleton hands grabbing her hand. Huh, that works too. Please watch the VCR. Geng sees a slideshow in front of him. Stars falling into the sea bestow power to the demon gods, similar to what Andugia saw. Internally, am I going to be the 10th generation? Andugia is not dead yet. Follow-up. The demon god gains power and becomes invincible. The first generation Gosia, top-level demon god amplification, runs rampant. The natural order comes and eats her with a breath. Suddenly a change occurs. The sea's blessing goes berserk. Purple energy surges. Stars collapse and the sea floods. Gosia wants to stop it, but it's useless. The pearl of power points the way. Use all seals to disrupt. Gosia resolves to be an unnamed hero, sealing the source of disaster. But with limited power, the seal will loosen. The pearl has no choice but to choose a successor, using life to reinforce the seal against the disaster. Geng frowns. Does becoming the sea god cost a life? A flash of Andugia's innocent smiling face crosses his mind. He looks at Gosia with icy eyes. Why choose her? This is her fate. She is the natural dragon demon god, the strongest sea creature. Fate? The cold gaze makes Gosia tremble. Next second, his scarlet eyes appear. Let fate try. Evil elemental power surges like a tide. Dark purple flames intensify. The majestic giant god reappears. The 8 sea gods are stunned. Gosia guessed it. Want to shout stop, but being suffocated by the pressure. Geng and Susanoo uses his eyes to the extreme, blood tears flowing. Susanoo's hands grip different giant swords, fiercely stabbing towards the sealing place. Energy clashes for a moment, the wind and rain calm. Geng slowly appears below, but Susanoo still maintains that position. Geng covers his eyes, looking exhausted. Involving the laws? Interesting, but I believe great strength produces miracles. He leave a large amount of elemental power and chakra there, also throwing down 10 fizz swords and the heavenly cloud sword, the one that cut Andugia. Anyway, it can hold until he opens the reincarnation. I had to come back and clean up. Speaking of which, with the eternal kaleidoscope immortal body all set, why hasn't he opened the reincarnation eye yet? Is the bloodline impure? Impossible. His bloodline is pure to an absurd degree. Is it a lack of heart? After doing all this, Genglan's head aches as he rubs his temples, only to realize blood is flowing from his eyes. That pain is real. Now the body is overdrawn. How long will it take to recover? Last time he relied on Andugia's bell to recover quickly with a sip immortal body. This time, it will be delayed again. He looks at the dazed sea gods, knowing from their words, that bell can only be activated by Andugia, and it consumes a huge amount of elemental power, if not enough. It will consume life force. The first time Andugia used it, she borrowed energy from the divine arts and the protective elemental force of the demon god, which is why she was fine. I remember when she summoned the bell. She suddenly went weak and fell over. She had just finished fighting Raiden Makoto and was already drained from being hit by the Buddha's attack. Yet she still forced herself to activate the bell. Silly girl. Geng used his teleportation to leave and activated the guilt of departure's anchor point, instantly returning to this sunny and harmonious place. Look closely. The disaster has finally rolled away. The sunlight is shining on the earth, bringing hope. The ruins of guilt of departure are bustling again, with people busy rebuilding their homes. Construction workers see the immortal following them, full of energy, laying bricks and tiles to repair houses. Engineers listen to the wise immortal's guidance, carefully designing durable buildings. The infrastructure mania is well-deserved. He was out for just a while and already built a lot of things. In the church, children are sitting in bright classrooms, learning knowledge. In the fields, grass attribute immortals help farmers plow and sow seeds. The commercial street is being rebuilt, and people are in urgent need of supplies. There are crowds on the street, with stalls filled with rare goods, and the citizens are happily shopping. They just aren't used to using Mora, the precious metal created by Morix, for transactions yet. In the future, this little golden round coin will surely become the common currency in Teyvat. Flowers bloom, and trees provide shade on the land. The elderly leisurely stroll and chat, while children play and laugh joyfully. The citizens and immortals are united in development, everyone wearing smiles and eyes filled with hope for the future. Although they have suffered disasters, unity can create a better tomorrow. This is good for Morix. But Geng feels it has nothing to do with him. The warm sunlight hits his face as he looks up at the sun. He remembers the legend of the false sky. Attempting to communicate with his body, he feels as if he has been robbed of more than half of his rice barrel by a rice thief, leaving less than half sad. After discussing with Morix and guilt of departure, the Immortals decided to undertake a significant project to establish Liyue, to give people a home during the Demon God War. All the Immortals voted in favor. Inazuma, who came with Ganyu, raised her hand in agreement after hearing Morix's ideas. She strongly supports peace and doesn't want to see tragedies like Nanning again. During this meeting, the foundation for what would become the most prosperous nation on the continent of Teyvat was established. After the founding of Liyue, various demon gods rushed to imitate it and came to declare sovereignty. Inazuma, filled with hopes for the future, sought out Geng. Turning around the construction site, she saw him looking up at the sun. She immediately jumped over. Geng, there you are. I've been looking for you for half a day. Why did you suddenly leave just now? She looked at him with her big, watery eyes. Inner thoughts. Genglan's eyes without the Sharingan are a work of art. Geng also stared into her eyes, thinking, should I mention the matter of the sea god? Seeing Indujia's relaxed demeanor, he swallowed his words back. Inner thoughts? Let her live happily. I'll take care of everything else. How have you been feeling lately? Geng suddenly asked. After pondering, Indujia replied seriously, I suddenly felt light all over. Super smooth. She gestured, feeling more comfortable. Geng understood. It seems the seal is temporarily lifted, and the restraints have eased. That's good. Seeing him silent, Indujia lowered her head and whispered, it must be because I saw Geng. Her voice was smaller than a mosquito. Geng didn't activate his perception and completely missed this remark, turning around to leave. Indujia, realizing it only when she saw his back, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Then she became angry. Why did you just leave? Looking again at the sword demon god Saad, Kusanagi, sword Chidori blade, like a stalker following a girl with a huge black sword. The girl was examining the new weapons at the blacksmith shop, which had just opened, and the blacksmith was showcasing several fine divine weapons to boost sales. She stopped in front of a white sword, her expression complex. The blacksmith, seeing a customer, immediately welcomed her. Seeing the girl, he was stunned, then overjoyed. It's the sword demon god Saad Mira. What a fortune! Saad Mira, noticing his excitement almost to the point of tears, knew her identity was significant. But she was really annoyed by the flattery. I'm just here to look at useful weapons. Don't worry, my lady. Everything in the shop is the best. The blacksmith replied with a smile. Saad Mira nodded and walked to the white sword, lightly touching the blade. This sword looks a bit familiar. The blacksmith immediately introduced. This is our shop's treasure, the frost and snow sword, made from 1,000 years of cold ice, sharp enough to cut through steel. Saad Mira's expression was calm as she grasped the hilt. Not bad, it's a good sword. Seeing her interest, the blacksmith eagerly praised it again. Saad Mira directly interrupted. How much is it? My lady, this is our shop's treasure. Just tell me the price. The blacksmith was taken aback. I can't charge you. It's a gift. Saad Mira felt a headache. I got impulsive, annoying him with his chatter. Inner thoughts. The stone monster knows I bully humans. How should I be criticized? She directly threw a bag of high-quality forged ore, far exceeding the sword's price. The blacksmith's eyes lit up with joy. Saad Mira glanced at him disdainfully and grabbed the sword to leave. Take care. My lady Saad Mira really wanted to use elemental force to crush him into meat paste. But this is the territory of the stone monster. Inner thoughts. The stone monster is too gentle. How can the citizens stand on their own like this? My method isn't wrong, but both my brother and the stone brother don't agree. Speaking of her brother, she looked at the white sword with an especially fierce gaze, thinking about it. She walked to a place far from the blacksmith shop. Behind her, Saad, who had been following, was puzzled. This white sword looks so much like my original sword. Why is my sister buying it? Does she miss me? Absolutely impossible. Let's take a look. Saad Mira found a less populated area, took out the sword as if to examine it, then crushed it in an instant. Saad. Hiss. How long have you been following? Saad. She turned around and stared at Saad. When did you notice? When I was buying the sword. Their eyes locked. Saad looked elsewhere in a fluster. Mira shook her head. Our ideas are different. Let's not get entangled. But sister, don't call me sister. She unleashed her elemental power to suppress Saad. Saad didn't move an inch. You regard human life as grass and weeds. Then you're not my brother. Mira glared, her chest trembling. Saad was silent. Never see you again. She left, leaving Saad alone. Gunlan left Andusia, pondering how to get to the Sky Island. He wants to leave Teyvat. He can't just sleep for hundreds of years waiting for the little yellow-haired one. That would be too boring. When he came, the plot was only at the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, which is tens of thousands of miles away from the Sky Island. Break through forcefully? He tried that at the beginning. After the fiery thunder struck, the island ran away. Can't find it. Above the heavenly principle, there are primordial beings, and they can't come out for now. Can he fight the Sustainer with more than half of his battle power? The spatial divine might can be exchanged. There are many ruling powers, but can their abilities match? Fly out directly? Can Susanoo be used in the universe? Don't bring the star iron. Forcefully break the false sky. If Teyvat explodes, how will he return? Knowing dead, he can't remember the plot clearly. Hey, I have an idea. Sumeru has the world tree, which remembers everything. Climbing the tree is faster than thinking about the plot. He estimates Sumeru's location, over by the chasm. If the Jada didn't fight, he roughly knows the position. He teleports away, thinking about how to activate Susanoo. It's too inconvenient. He needs to figure out self-flying. The repulsive, I can't handle it. Thinking of the little potato. The light and heavy rock technique. After trying it, he flies directly, conveniently developing dust release. His attack methods are too monotonous. After testing, he flies to Sumeru. The wind blows against his face. It feels amazing. As long as the wind isn't too strong, that's fine. Gunlan flew over many lands, flying into dense jungles. Is this the great Mercy Tree King? He flew over the tall trees to pick fruit. No poison, took a bite, sweet. Speaking of which, he activated his perception, wanting to sense the great Mercy Tree King. After all, it should be easy to find such a powerful demon god. But Gunlan was mistaken. There was no aura of strong beings here. Logically, there should be at least 3 demon gods, the Scarlet King, the Flower God, and the Tree King. But he found nothing. Could they be in the desert? He thought it might be feasible and flew towards the hottest direction to find the demon god. Gunlan used the light and heavy rock technique to fly into the desert. The air became increasingly dry and hot. He wrapped the wind attribute elemental force around him like a mobile air conditioner, feeling incredibly comfortable. Moments later, he saw a sea of sand, scanning the desert. Big scorpions and big birds. All are the little brothers of the sanctified beasts, but there's no big boss. He slowly landed, staring at the closest scorpion. The scorpion turned its head in confusion to look at him. Then in the next second, it was engulfed in black fire, and the scorpion was instantly gone. Scorpion, humans are bad. This little monster counts as an animal in the game, dropping beast meat. Now it's sizzling and full of juicy meat. He's hungry and would love to catch it and roast it. But Gunlan wasn't hungry at all. He squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. It could be burned in a glass. Just use a furnace coal, wood, or magma will do. Then he flew up to sense, discovering a super strong elemental reaction. He flew towards it and soon saw a person. Black skin, long white hair, gray long robe. Susanoo? No, it's not. It's his ancestor, the Red King Amon. Gunlan and the Red King locked eyes. The Red King lost directly. Gunlan knew his strength and used his maximum ocular power to activate Tsukuyomi. Instantly breaking through his mental defenses, he pulled him into the illusion of Tsukuyomi. Red King. I got up, took him out in one glance. What else there to say? The Red King was extremely confused. Having nothing to do, he went to find the flower goddess, and on the way saw a floating figure. Rubbing his eyes, he remembered what Bayir said about the ghost. How could there be a ghost during the day? After sizing him up, the ghost stared into his eyes. The Red King only remembered that those eyes were like rubies, and then he felt the world spinning and was pulled into a red space. Those beautiful eyes hung like the moon. The atmosphere was strange, and he wanted to slip away. Amon, a sweet voice came. The Red King immediately perked up upon hearing the familiar voice, turned around, and saw a stunning woman, wearing a gauzy dance skirt, adorned with horn ornaments. Her long pink hair floated like cherry blossoms, faintly fragrant. Her skin was as white as snow, eyes like a deep lake, lips carrying a gentle smile. Her lines were graceful and movements elegant. The appearance under the veil was soul-stirring, and the Red King was immediately captivated. "Marikata, why are you? I know. You can't find me, right?" The flower goddess smiled as she approached. The Red King was extremely flustered. Yes. I want to talk to you about my people." He paused while speaking, like a shy big boy seeing a girl he liked. "Yours?" The flower goddess raised her delicate finger and poked his face in doubt. The Red King was dazed by her cute appearance. Just as he was about to speak, the flower goddess directly reached out to hug him. The Red King felt the softness and warmth in front of him, immediately puffing out steam like a steam engine. The boy's face turned redder than love confessions. Geng shook his head while watching. Is this really what Amon wants the most? I thought he was researching forbidden knowledge, exploring the world, solving the mysteries of the world. But it turns out he's just engaged in love affairs with me. No, I must not let you have your way. Geng quietly modified the Tsukuyami illusion, then stared at the two hugging together, like watching a big show. The Red King naturally returned the hug to the flower goddess, his face turning into that of a lovesick fool. "Marikata, I'm so excited. You're so soft. I really like it a lot. Is this the strongest combat power in Sumeru?" He looks just like a love-struck kid. So funny. Pay attention. Fun things are coming right away. The Red King cautiously reached out to touch the flower goddess in his arms, muttering, so soft, Des closing his eyes and indulging for just 2 seconds. He suddenly felt something was off. Why was it so hard? Touching again, it turned out to be solid muscle. He opened his eyes wide in shock and was instantly thrown 3 meters away. The fragrant and soft flower goddess was gone, replaced by a muscular man with black skin and sunglasses, who was teasingly looking at him. "Kid, had enough of the hug. This is the 4th Reikage A in the state of the 3 beans." With electricity sparking all over his body, the Red King was dazed by the contrast, unable to speak for a long time. Reikage grinned. "Had enough of the hug, right? Take this move." He directly locked onto the Red King, and thunder roared violently, smashing him to the ground. Thunder burst bomb. The massive thunder left the Red King dizzy. After regaining his senses and looking up, the Reikage had already entered the 4 beans Lightning King mode, with lightning wrapped into a ball of light. Arms crossed over his chest, pressure at its peak. Next, it was high energy. The Reikage unleashed a series of combos. Duck neck, duck strike, exhausting the kid with a full-screen attack. Each punch carried thunder, beating the Red King into a staggered mess, with no substitute to be pressed into the ground. Suddenly, the Red King was turned 10 times and thrown away. Before he even landed, he heard another cough, and BM, a big man with black skin and sunglasses charged in. The 2 big men flanked him, using strange postures to trap the Red King, bringing thunder and crashing down from above. The Red King lay on the ground in a daze. He knew it was an illusion, but the pain was real. Before he could recover, he looked up again to see the flower goddess's stunning face. Just as he was about to feel moved, Geng suddenly popped up and the flower goddess disappeared, leaving the Red King pinned down and unable to move. Pretending to be the flower goddess to trick me and then beat me up. Pay up. The Red King glared at Geng and shouted. Geng raised an eyebrow. You seemed quite happy hugging just now. He asked about the Tree King's whereabouts. Amon scratched his head. The Mouse King? Oh, by ear. I'll learn some knowledge from her. There is something. Amon looked him over. You're handsome. By-ear will definitely like you. Geng kicked him away. If I had gotten the intel earlier, I would have just teased him. The Tree King is in the flower goddess's territory. The 3 demon gods are having a team-building event. Geng flew according to the Red King's mental map. The Red King endured 72 hours of knives in Tsukuyami. The demon gods are tough. Geng flew fiercely, using his Sharingan to scan a few circles to find the entrance to the secret realm. Upon entering, he was instantly in a fairyland. Clouds and mist swirling, dreamlike. Majestic peaks towered into the sky, shrouded in mist, appearing like a celestial abode. A clear stream flowed between the mountains, the water rippling and making a pleasant sound. Exotic flowers and grasses densely lined the stream. The fragrance was soothing. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, adding to the mystery. Here, there was no worldly noise, only tranquility and beauty. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making it sound like nature was speaking. The air was fresh, creating a sense of isolation from the world. In the distance, in a valley, a group of elk were elegantly grazing. Birds flew by, leaving behind song. This fairyland was directly beautiful, like a painting, making it hard to look away. Pay attention. In the painting, there were also two women even more beautiful than the painting, the flower goddess Marikata and the tree king Bayir. The tree king sat leisurely drinking tea, wearing a flower crown full of intellectual beauty. The flower goddess held a self-made flower crown, smiling with immense joy. There was movement at the secret realm exit, and they thought it was the Red King coming. Just as they were about to welcome him, they looked up and were directly stunned. The person who came was much more handsome than the Red King. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The flower goddess instantly became vigilant and glared at Genglan. Genglan was extremely calm. "I just fiddled around and got in. I'm not looking for you, it's her." Saying this, he pointed straight at the tree king drinking tea. The tree king opened her eyes, looking as if she had anticipated it all along. "Visitor from afar. I know your intention. Please sit." Genglan instantly appeared in front of the seat, frowning at Amon's wooden stool. "Forget it. Just get to the point." The tree king spoke. "We will withdraw from the fight and support you as the sole demon god." Genglan was instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell? Do you think I came to seize territory?" Internally, he directly scoffed. "I just saw you as a prophet. Thought you knew I was looking for the world tree. But it turns out you misunderstood. Wisdom is truly the enemy of the god of wisdom." He raised his hand and tapped the tree king's head. "Fool, I'm not playing your demon god games. I'm only looking for the wisdom tree you manage." The tree king let out a pitiful sound, and the flower goddess dropped her jaw in shock. "You're not here to fight?" Genglan looked at the flower goddess with a cold smile. "Be grateful. If I were to act on a whim." Saying this, he revealed his scarlet Sharingan. The flower goddess was so scared she immediately hid behind her seat. Genglan felt amused inside. This is completely inconsistent with what the Red King said about being smart and gentle. The tree king calmed down. "Is it the world tree? I'll take you there, but you have to say what you want to see." She was secretly worried. "This guy seems like a terrorist. Don't let him cause trouble with the world tree, or it'll be over once that one above knows." If Genglan heard this, he would definitely be excited. "Heavenly principle? Just what I wanted. I want to know the secrets above the high heavens." The tree king initially didn't take it seriously, but the next second she froze. "What? You want to find my boss?" She was freaking out internally. You could just go underground to catch the filth. Wouldn't that one come down to suppress it? After hearing this, Genglan exclaimed, "A celestial being is pointing the way." Looking at the tree king's shocked expression, Genglan internally scoffed. The ruler of the law isn't stupid either. Why is he a bit dazed at this time? Not wanting to wait patiently. He was just about to activate his Sharingan to control strongly, when the next second he was directly stunned. He was already standing in front of the world tree. The massive trunk, pink leaves, shocked him and reminded him of the divine tree. "I should be able to replicate this too." He turned to the tree king. "Aren't you afraid I'll cause trouble with it?" The tree king confidently shook her head. "She said you wouldn't." Genglan was puzzled. Who is she? The tree or the heavenly principle? Never mind, let's look first. Then he directly shouted, "World tree, activate." The world tree emitted dazzling light, tightly wrapping Genglan, as if it were a warm and mysterious shield. At the same time, Genglan felt a powerful force surging into his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable and fulfilled. Genglan closed his eyes to feel the magical energy flowing within him, and when he opened his eyes, he was directly stunned. A person unexpectedly fell into a blue alternate space, surrounded by shimmering circles of light that sparkled like stars in the night sky. "Is this the world tree?" he murmured to himself, his eyes glowing red. "Look closely." He took a step closer to the circle, each step feeling like traversing dimensions, enveloped by a peculiar atmosphere. He stopped in front of the circle, gazing at the blurred images and text inside, and activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Instantly seeing everything clearly, it was overwhelming. The circle was filled with information about Teyvat. flooding into his mind like a tidal wave. Gunlan reminded himself, "Don't be greedy. Only look for what you need." He reached out to touch the circle, and his thoughts were struck like lightning, directly connecting him to the information. Blue light erupted from the center of his eyes, paired with the red-black Sharingan, enhancing his vision to see through the essence. The World Tree was considered enough to provide a down-to-earth way to access the information. Gunlan flipped through it like a database, quickly landing on the part about the sky, and with a sweep of his Sharingan, he finished reading it all. What a waste. There was no mention of how to get to Sky Island. He only remembered what the Heavenly Principal had done, a plot he already knew. After searching for a while, Gunlan directly complained. "This World Tree is incredible. It even records how often Ping or S-Dog goes to the toilet. But it doesn't mention anything about the Heavenly Principal. If I had known back then, I wouldn't have acted rashly. That shot at the Heavenly Principal scared them so much they moved, and I couldn't find them. If I hadn't messed around, I would have already gone to Sky Island and crushed the maintainers of the Heavenly Principal." Not finding any clues, Gunlan exited the search, scratching his head. "I can't just wait for the Heavenly Principal to come knocking. That thing is hard to even catch a glimpse of." He had no choice but to return to reality, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the Flower God approaching to ask questions, while the Tree King calmly sipped tea beside her. The Flower God was puzzled. "I've been trying to get into the World Tree for a long time, and this guy gets permission right away. Too suspicious." Without her data, Gunlan glanced at the Tree King, directly ignoring the Flower God. The Flower God's mind raced. Is he male or female? In the next second, she imagined a grand drama of charging for love, instantly giving Gunlan a thumbs up. Gunlan looked confused. The Tree King calmly took a sip of tea and said, "I expected this." Gunlan suddenly understood. Earlier, the Tree King said she knew he wouldn't cause trouble, which must have been a message from the Heavenly Principal. "No wonder I couldn't find any information. The Heavenly Principal had already checked. Feel free to investigate. If you can dig up my secrets, I lose. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." Gunlan walked towards the exit of the secret realm, glancing at the Tree King as he passed the tea table. Her hand holding the tea had slightly trembled. Gunlan chuckled to himself. Is the pressure that great? Did she think I was going to silence her? The Tree King's earlier movements had been slightly shaky. Is the pressure that intense? You think I would silence you? A kunai suddenly clattered onto the table. The Tree King and the Flower God jumped in shock, and the Tree King's heart raced. "I'm just a data clerk. I have no combat power." She was frantically pounding in her mind. If Gunlan doesn't achieve his goals, will he take out his anger on me? I'm the incarnation of the World Tree. If I'm gone, Teyvat would go into chaos. With the Crimson King absent, we're both intellect-based. How can we fight? The Tree King was terrified but tried to maintain her composure. Gunlan saw through the fear in her green eyes and suddenly spoke. "Although there's been no progress, I've still helped. This Flying Thunder God Kunai is for you." The Tree King looked down at the green dagger, and Gunlan added, "In case of danger, channel your elemental power, and I'll come to save you." The two locked eyes, and the Tree King suddenly smiled gently. "Thank you," she thought to herself. "The color corresponds with me." He is quite proud. The Flower God was going crazy beside them. He gave a gift. The eye color is also similar. I must test the fate of their relationship. The Flower God's prophecies are extremely accurate. She even predicted the attack on Kandaria. Look closely. A flash of pink light appeared on the Flower God, and a pink flower bloomed in her hand. The petals fell, transforming into flowing light. Her expression instantly turned serious. She panicked. What is this supposed to measure? If the result is revealed, won't Gunlan crush me? The Flower God hesitated, but Gunlan had already noticed the commotion and glanced back at her. The Flower God shyly approached. "Gunlan, I learned your name through the Flower Fate appointment. It's a prediction of the future." Gunlan was curious. "A fortune teller? Did you predict I'll ascend beyond Teyvat?" "I saw in the future." The Flower God hesitated. "The person burdened with sins will be pierced and killed by the most trusted spear in the cold, unobserved world." Gunlan trembled all over, activating his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in an instant, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. What a tragic future! Gunlan stared at the Flower God. his gaze frightening her into shaking. Perhaps that could be an error. Let me try again. Genglan's mind exploded. I will die? Killed by the most trusted person? Who? Undertake. He can't beat me. Dialect? No motive, but who knows in the future? Sad? I don't trust him. Lulu? Impossible. Nanning? I've only known him for a few days. Morix? Just signed a contract, eliminated. The Inazuma crowd? There's a bit of possibility, but I don't believe it. Genglan was so angry he wanted to use Amaterasu to burn this. But he remembered not to vent his anger on others. He turned and instantly slipped away. Using the Kamui mark, he hurried back to the original location, heading straight for Dialect. Amidst the fluctuations of Kamui, Genglan appeared near the commercial district, instantly arriving at the beach. He immediately saw 2 people and a bear by the fire pit on the beach, rushing over and activating his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Dialect turned around and, seeing Genglan, immediately smiled and showcased the cooking results he had painstakingly learned. Marcus covered his face on the spot, his expression utterly speechless. How can someone not even understand cooking? Look closely. The moment he saw Genglan's eyes, Marcus was struck by an illusion and immediately returned to clarity. Genglan had already activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and had gone through Dialect's memories. All of them were about how Genglan had left and that he must follow closely, providing great support like family, sharing his thoughts about how difficult cooking was. Genglan sighed in relief. Dialect was temporarily eliminated. He glanced at Nanning and instantly vanished, leaving the 2 and the bear dumbfounded. Nanning's eyes dimmed in an instant, while Dialect felt wronged. Did my cooking taste that bad that I scared someone away? Genglan hurriedly traveled, passing by and spotting Sad and his sister together. The 2 were trying to convince his sister not to eat candied hawthorn, while he turned around to buy cotton candy. Genglan cast an illusion and instantly accessed Sad's memories, causing Sad's sister to become alert and explode in anger, searching for the culprit for a long time, but could only get angry in place. After finally persuading her, why did it go back again? After finishing his memories, Genglan laughed. Sad is a pure sister con. His mind is full of his sister. Their argument was because Sad thought humans were insignificant, while his sister loved humans yet was absurd, using sword energy to practice on the citizens, only rewarding those who survived, building a knife forest that surrounded the village, saying it was to protect the citizens. No wonder this giant blade demon, Sad, will be crushed by Morix. The next second, Genglan instantly appeared at Lulu's place. Finding it amusing, among a group of white foxes, there was a golden dumpling Lulu, like suddenly pulling a gold card. Seeing Lulu having fun, Genglan was relieved. She was too weak to withstand illusions, so he instantly left without disturbing her. At Andreas's place, it was even funnier. She was exhausted, leaning against a tree wailing about how tiring it was to take care of the child, surrounded by little coconut sheep, little fairy birds, and little deer, all calling out, their voices both cute and noisy. The summoned little beaver looked hopeless, watching as the little fairy beast climbed all over its back, not daring to move. Genglan's eyes flashed red, not wanting to disturb, and slipping away. He instantly dashed into Morix's Rock King's palace. This palace was built by the immortals out of respect. Although the gods do not need rest, the appearance must be there. Sensing around, he didn't TC anyone, and Genglan suddenly recalled. Last time he clashed with Morix in close combat, that old fellow's gun skills were overwhelming. He only barely managed to hold his own with a fire cloud fan. Fortunately, in the end, he used Yang Jian's grasp to break through his jade shield, secretly leaving a Kamui mark. Genglan activated Kamui to find the anchor point. Indeed, it was on Morix. Upon seeing the location, he was stunned. How did this old fellow sneak over to Natlan? If he is expanding his territory, he should go to Mondstadt. That place is closer, and the gods are weaker. If Andreas and Dehaya find out, they'd jump up and curse him. Genglan didn't ponder blindly and directly activated Kamui, teleporting to Morix's location. Morix, dressed in a brand new white hooded robe, floated in the air with his arms crossed protectively over his chest, as steady as an old dog. What are you thinking about? A clear female voice pierced directly into his mind. Morix gazed into the distance, deep in thought. when suddenly a hand pressed down on his shoulder. He shuddered but quickly steadied himself, turning to see it was Genglan. "Is it that time? What are you looking for?" Genglan did not answer, his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on him. Moryx pointed ahead, and Genglan looked. Good heavens! A giant volcano that looked like it could erupt at any moment. "Are you planning to evolve into a lava demon god?" Moryx was momentarily speechless. Can demon god powers even evolve? "The Fire Dragon King will be born here," he said seriously. Genglan snorted lightly, his gaze sharper. "Stop talking nonsense. Who are you just talking to?" Saying this, Genglan grabbed Moryx by the collar, staring into his calm golden eyes, his expression nearly losing control. Moryx remained silent, and Genglan's Sharingan began to spin, ready to cast an illusion. "Pay attention. High energy incoming." A crack echoed through the sky, gears buzzing and spinning, spreading like ripples on a lake. The clock hands ticked like a solemn symphony. In the next moment, a faint golden light enveloped the surroundings, soft as the dawn. But everything was frozen. Flowers did not bloom, trees did not sway, the wind stopped blowing, and the sounds of birds and insects vanished. The world seemed to be in a deep sleep. Time was directly bugged. A tall figure floated down, her white dress like a blooming white lotus, a starry cloak sparkling with starlight, holy and elegant, exploding onto the scene. Long white hair cascading down to her waist, her face full of charm, and in her golden eyes, a clock pattern appeared, mysterious and intimidating. She floated there like a perfect sculpture, and as she arrived, the surroundings dimmed. "This is the arbiter of cosmic order, the ruler of time, Istalu." Moryx and T thought it through. No need to think any more of the outsider state. ISNT good enough. She floated next to Genglan, smiling as she looked at his handsome face. "If I had known you were this weak, I wouldn't have listened to Asmod." She reached out, intending to lift Genglan's chin, as if asserting he was her prey. After all, she believed no one could surpass time. Suddenly, Istalu froze. Her outstretched white arm could not move. Her expression changed in an instant, the smile freezing on her face. "What is going on? I can't move? This is impossible." She looked towards Genglan. Good heavens! Genglan's eyes no longer held the 3 sickles, but were replaced by 3 connected circles. Genglan's lips curled up, a ripple spreading out. Now, the time stop was covered by the eternal order. Genglan moved, and under Istalu's terrified gaze, he grabbed her hand, coldly smiling. "I didn't expect it to be you, Moryx. But it's fine. I've hooked you now." Genglan maintained 3 circles in his left, while his right changed back to the 3 sickles. Spatial fluctuations surged, directly twisting Istalu into the divine space. Why not twist her hard? She carried spatial fluctuations. A slow twist was not as good as pulling her indirectly to shatter. Inside, there were also external magic figures that could seal her. If space powers came in and the door was closed, it would be perfect. Genglan turned to look at Moryx, who was caught in the time stop, and pulled him in as well. Moryx's inner thoughts. Here we go again in this broken place. As a few people entered the divine space, the time stop in the outside world vanished in an instant. As soon as Genglan entered, he summoned the external magic figure. The giant ugly creature roared out, releasing its oppressive aura, and Istalu was momentarily stunned. She immediately resonated with her neck necklace, wanting to activate her power. But the magic figure's skeletal arm shot out to grab her. "Pay attention. High energy incoming." A beam of light suddenly blocked the way. A crack appeared in the divine space, revealing the profile of a white-haired woman. Genglan recognized her. The arbiter of cosmic order, Asmod. Her golden-orange eyes stared coldly, like a queen. Genglan had no time to pay attention to her. Facing a prison break, he directly activated the divine space to counterattack. The space distorted, and Susanoo forcefully grabbed the fleeing Istalu, squeezing her slender body in hand and about to crush her. An anomaly suddenly occurred. A clock appeared on Istalu, ticking, the hands turning counterclockwise, and she slipped out of the skeletal grasp like she was phasing out. The hand stopped at her original position. Was this a time reversal? Genglan pushed both hands forward, and the white rectangular barrier transformed into a cylinder and shot out. Dust escape, Original realm separation technique. Istalue calmly activated her ability, instantly creating 3 clones that teleported to the side. Gunglon tried to use Dust Escape like the Water Dragon King, but after turning around, he found she had teleported into the air. Was Dust Escape not applicable in mid-air? He immediately raised Dust Escape to target the sky, and the 3 Istalues said, "There's no time. Let him play with you." A golden light halo enveloped Gunglon, faster than a shell. Gunglon was stunned. I can react to shells. This reaction is like a dam. Instantly feeling nauseous, he returned to the position he was in when he first entered the divine space. Did she reverse my time? Would a longer return make me invincible? Unfortunately, it didn't work. Istalue had already slipped away through Asmod's spatial ability. Gunglon felt defeated. Is it really this weak? Can't even hold a 5-second time stop. That broken seal had been draining his strength, like being crazily attacked in Genshin. Morix looked up, just meeting Gunglon's fierce gaze. Morix, why? Gunglon thought of throwing his sword at him, but found the sword was nowhere to be found. Only a fan remained, which he threw directly. The clang of metal echoed as Morix stumbled from the hit. Young friend, I'm sorry. Gunglon pounced directly, knocking him down to the ground with a punch. The crimson Sharingan spun, prying into his memories, and the truth made him even angrier. In Morix's memories, the demon god war intensified. He sought peace, summoning the immortals to establish Liyue and calling for a ceasefire. This is the plot. But things changed. One day, while handling Liyue's affairs, a mysterious voice suddenly drilled into his ear. Morix. The voice sounded distant, but clearly pierced Morix's ear. He stopped and looked at the immortals beside him. It wasn't he there barking, and he looked around for the source. Pay attention. A powerful air wave suddenly swept over. Morix's body felt weightless, being pulled into a strange space by an invisible force. This place was all white, with no other colors, and in the center, a gigantic screen emerged, the image shifting from blurry to clear. On the screen was a man, entirely enveloped in shadow, his eyes filled with sinful blood, looking terrifying. Uchiha Gunglon, Morix exclaimed. The man's figure vanished, and words jumped out. The one with blood-red eyes brings disaster, shaking the world and toppling everything. When that time comes, the world will surely perish. Morix's heart trembled. Isn't this some demon god stirring discord? Then a wave of information flooded in, and he fell silent. Unfortunately, this memory was brief, and the original record could not be found. As the imagery ended, Morix pondered, Gunglon doesn't seem normal. Could he really be a villain? Gunglon finished prying through the memories and exploded. Another betrayal. Just a few empty words determined the future? Didn't you say that oathbreakers would be punished? Why did you violate the contract first? His fists trembled. Family betrayal was not enough, and now friends were in on it too? The burning anger made him more restless, and he punched Morix in the stone face, then followed up with several more punches. Then he forced himself to calm down, sitting on Morix, his hair covering his eyes. His voice as cold as ice. Morix, do you believe me? I'm not sure, Morix said honestly. Gunglon clenched his fists, his expression dark. You want peace by trading me? Then I'll destroy this peace. He threw Morix away and walked off. Morix understood the meaning. Feeling complicated but could only act, immediately returned to Liyue, shouting at the prosperous homeland. Everyone, level 1 alert. Prepare to repel enemies. After shouting, he was stunned himself. Why am I so stupid? It's like I've been dumbed down. Why is my desire for peace so strong? Just because of suspicion, I was led away, completely disregarding Gunglon's feelings. But then he thought, we've only known each other for a few days, and he even beat me up, so it seems reasonable. On the other side, Inazuma was lying on a tree trunk fishing when she suddenly received the full alert order. Stunned, another demon god is here to fight? She immediately jumped from the tree to find Gunglon and asked what was going on. Suddenly, a wind kunai fell right at her feet. Picking it up, she saw it was engraved with the words, "Come to the beach." Inazuma thought about the location of the beach. It was where they had first met. There must be something important, and she dashed toward the sea. Upon reaching the beach, the salty sea breeze felt incredibly familiar, but the vast sandy shore had only a few small crabs, and there wasn't a single person in sight. At that moment, Diodor and Sod also arrived, and Andugia was stunned. Did you guys receive news from Genglan too? Yeah, it was a direct hit to my forehead. Diodor pointed to his head expressionlessly. It was hard to tell he had recovered. Could it be that we're supposed to help Liyue? Andugia raised her head in thought. Sod crossed his arms and said solemnly, most likely. Morix said Liyue is going to be attacked, and my sister went too. You have a sister? Hey, who are you? Andugia asked, suddenly forgetting, and Sod helplessly replied, the knife on Genglan's waist. I helped you control him before. Oh, it's you. What happened to your sister? Not on good terms, headache. Andugia wanted to ask more, but suddenly a figure appeared ahead. Turning around, it was Genglan. Wow, Genglan. Why did you keep appearing and disappearing before? Andugia smiled happily, but Genglan had a blank expression, even showing signs of irritation. Pay attention. I want to destroy everything. Who opposes it? His blood-red eyes scanned the crowd, slowly speaking, and the pressure filled the air, making the three tremble. What's wrong with Genglan? Diodor asked tentatively. You all come as you wish. I won't force you. After all, we've only known each other for a few days. When Genglan pulled this line from Morix's memory, his heart shattered, including Liyue. Sod couldn't believe it. He had just found his sister. Genglan glanced at him and looked away. Sorry, I can't do it. Diodor raised his hand first. Nanning and Marcus are really nice, staying with them. Before he could finish, Genglan's eyes showed three-side windmills, but he didn't take action. Take your friend and go. Isn't this the family you want? Huh, but you. Diodor wanted to say more, but Genglan released immense pressure that nearly crushed him. Leave. If you dare appear on the battlefield, I will show no mercy. He turned his back to the sea, ignoring them. The three exchanged glances, and Sod stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Genglan, you're too impulsive. Liyue just established. Genglan turned around and slapped his hand away. Then come help me crush Morix and everything about him. Their eyes met, and Sod felt uncomfortable under his gaze. I can't do that. Right, you still have a sister. Genglan smiled self-deprecatingly and was about to leave. But Andugia immediately chased after him. Genglan's surrounding space began to fluctuate, ready to activate his powers. Andugia grabbed his clothes, and the two entered the space together. Genglan, what's wrong? Andugia asked with concern. Genglan looked at Andugia, who was shorter than him, and remained silent for a long time. He felt wronged but couldn't say it. How could the Teyvat natives withstand that pressure? Who understands this feeling of being unable to express one's pain? It's just a moment of whim. Genglan replied lightly, and Andugia immediately leaned closer. Because of this, you want to destroy Liyue? Just based on your momentary thought? Andugia stared into his eyes, trying to discern something. Genglan kept quiet, and Andugia grew anxious. Why the sudden change? We clearly shook hands and made peace. Peace is coming. She tried to persuade him while probing for her trump card. She had the bell. If he really went crazy, she'd purify him. What if this peace comes at my expense? Genglan's words made Andugia tremble all over. It won't. I trust them. Genglan sneered. If you trust them, then you don't trust me? He was about to activate his powers and leave, but Andugia grabbed his corner. Don't go. Don't do something stupid. Genglan looked at her, nearly crying. Why don't you leave like the other two? We've only known each other for a few days. Andugia's face turned red as she lowered her head, then suddenly raised it with a very firm tone. Because I like you. I don't want to see you do something stupid. I don't want you to get hurt. I'm so worried about you. Her voice was choked with emotion. Genglan looked at the tears falling from her eyes. Do you understand what love is? Andugia touched her heart. No one taught me. I prove it with pain. When you get hurt, I hurt. When you're sad, I hurt. When you're with someone else, I hurt too. Right now, my heart is always in pain. I can feel your heart. Genglan was still silent and pondering, and Andugia held onto his clothes tighter. Pay attention. Suddenly, Andugia's vision went black, her eyes instantly turning into Sharingan, and she became dazed. Heh, I don't have time to play love games with you. Genglan picked her up and activated his powers to leave. When they landed, they were in a snowy field, a magnificent and dreamy ice castle. In the most luxurious room, Kakolia was reading a story to a blue-haired girl with a single spiral. Gamatona received the seed of dreams, and the gods cheered for him. Little Bronya looked disdainful. A precious item and 4 gods against 1, and they still got counter-killed? Cocolia quickly covered her mouth. Don't curse. If you do, Sucre will come out. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation erupted. Cocolia immediately protected Bronya in her arms. Now she had the mother buff, her combat power skyrocketing. Gunlan appeared, holding Andugia, and stuffed her into Cocolia's arms. Help me take care of her for a while. Thanks. Though Cocolia was confused. She couldn't resist Andugia's cuteness and still owed Gunlan a favor. So she agreed. Gunlan looked at Andugia for a few seconds, then turned and disappeared. Bronya peeked out from her mother's embrace, shocked. I thought my mom only gave birth to me? On the way, after sending Andugia away, loneliness and coldness surged up, nearly suffocating him. In the end, still, he had nothing. What was the meaning of everything I had? My family treated me as a tool for money. Friends betrayed and distrusted me. The feeling of suffocation grew heavier, and the sky suddenly began to drizzle. On his face, it was unclear whether it was rain or tears. The Uchiha are a clan of love, but he doesn't understand love and has never been loved. On the other side, at Liyue Harbor, the immortals gathered for a major plan. The wind-born true monarch shouted, Lord, lead the enemy to the northern wasteland to fight. Reduce losses and use the terrain to counterattack. The true monarch of the mountain and water replied, I'll go lure them. They had thought through the troops, defense, and terrain. Suddenly, a voice popped into Morix's mind. You will lead Gunlan to the designated area. At the same time, Gunlan was flying toward Liyue, and when he looked down, he saw someone running wildly. It was Shiomu. She called out Gunlan's name, and Gunlan thought, I almost forgot about you. Gunlan. Shiomu looked up with expectant eyes, and Gunlan coldly asked, What's wrong? Where did Lady Andugia go with you? Gunlan glanced at her and directly stuffed the location of Andugia into her mind. Thank you, Gunlan, Shiomu said nervously, clenching her hands. Go find her, I won't blame you. After Gunlan finished speaking, he flew away. Shiomu stared at his departing figure, then followed the map to chase after Andugia. Gunlan cast aside all emotional ties and became a true, lonely person, without the troubles of love or friendship. Only one goal remained, cutting off all ties, severing the way back. What awaited him next? He had no concerns, only needed to unleash his anger, letting the crimson Sharingan ignite and burn everything in front of him. Pay attention. Gunlan flew into the air, instantly sensing the presence of the heavenly principle. This spatial fluctuation couldn't be mistaken. He activated his Sharingan, and it directly locked onto the heavenly principle behind the space. His vision focused, and the space was torn open. On the other side, the ruler of the void, Asmodeus, glared at him through the opening. Gunlan threw an illusion over, and she closed her eyes and raised her hand, her white arm covered in black and red material, transforming into a cube that rushed towards him. Gunlan didn't dare to be reckless and directly activated Susanoo. The giant skeletal arm grabbed the cube with a loud bang. When the cube touched Susanoo, the dark purple skeleton turned transparent and then restored, becoming light purple. Gunlan recognized it. This was the binding technique used against the Traveler and Lumen at the beginning of Genshin Impact. Before he could figure out what the color change was about, what you absolutely wouldn't expect, the cube suddenly shattered. The fully powered Lumen and Ether couldn't even cut it, but it inexplicably broke in Susanoo's hands. Gunlan stared blankly at everything in front of him, his mind filled with question marks. Why did this block react with Susanoo? Why did Susanoo's arm turn transparent when touched? And why did he inexplicably shatter? The question spun in his mind, but time waits for no one. Gunlan had no time to think. He had to take action. On the other side of the space, Asmodeus watched coldly as Gunlan's eyes instantly changed, his crimson eyes marked with triangular black patterns. Heavenly constant. A ripple spread out, but suddenly, his eyes stung. His seal consumed too much eye power, and heavenly constant already strained his vision. He could only maintain it for 3 seconds, or else the pain would make his head explode. Heavenly constant indeed caused a commotion, freezing Asmodeus on the spot. Gunlan conjured black flames of the earth element, 1,000 birds, which flew rapidly through the space gap to stab forward. He had to end this quickly. Pay attention. As soon as he entered the space, Asmodeus suddenly smiled while time was stopped. A clock appeared in the air, and Yisteru floated out from inside, wearing a mischievous grin. Layers of spatial barriers swooped in. In Gunlan's black flames, 1,000 birds directly crashed into them. The barriers shattered like glass, scattering everywhere. As soon as time resumed, Gunlan wanted to shoot Asmodeus with 1,000-bird sharp gun, but suddenly felt the surroundings grow hot. Looking up, he was dumbfounded. The ground was covered in yellow sand, and a sandstorm was about to sweep over. These two Archons were up to something. No need to look for trouble with them. There were people hiding in the distant sand dunes. The Liyue squad was sneaking a peek, and the Immortal shouted, as expected of Morix. The prophecy is spot on. Gunlan's Sharingan scanned everything clearly. They were all from Liyue. A killing intent surged up. The Liyue soldiers were hiding behind spiritual sand, trying to launch a surprise attack. Dream on. Gunlan raised his hand, summoning a massive white storm that charged like a giant dragon towards the sand dunes. Leave the wind to the true monarch anxiously shouted. My lord, can the spiritual sand withstand this? Morix remained silent, communicating secretly with the people. As the storm blew, the spiritual sand scattered, revealing thousands of soldiers, some of whom were directly blown away. Fortunately, the spiritual sand was made of divine power, leaving behind some debris as armor. But their positions were all exposed, a sea of black people staring up at Gunlan. Gunlan looked down at the thousands of people. He didn't know whether to take this as a metaphor or if he genuinely looked down on them. His crimson gaze swept over, and some people trembled on the spot. No matter how strong Liyue's forces were, they were insignificant in front of him. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the crowd. He stood straight like a pine tree, towering over the soldiers, standing out like a crane among chickens. His face was chiseled and solemn, wearing magnificent armor that glimmered coldly. With a plume on his helmet, holding a giant sword that shone terrifyingly. His steps were steady and powerful, as if the entire battlefield was under his control. This general was intimidating, as if he was born to protect and conquer. As he appeared, the panicked soldiers immediately steadied themselves. Soldiers, we cannot lose this battle. Our families and children are behind us. We fight to protect. The general's booming voice erupted. With the Emperor's protection, we will surely win. The soldiers seemed to have taken a calming agent, but they were still apprehensive. The opponent was a demon god who had defeated the Emperor. Could they really win? Even knowing they were frontline cannon fodder, they couldn't retreat. Behind them were their wives and children, thousands of households. No matter how afraid they were, they had to charge. Thousands of people raised their weapons, their battle cries surging like a rainbow, their morale soaring. Each one resolved to die. Morix's army was truly top-notch. According to the plan, one army charged while archers and the return machine provided cover, with the immortals and demon gods pushing from behind. Gunlan watched all this, falling from the sky and kicking up dust as he brushed off his clothes, his gaze sharp as a blade. In an ordinary world, this would be a tragic solo battle against thousands. But this was Teyvat, coupled with Gunlan's strength. It was the army that should be tragic. He swept his crimson eyes, seeing through the return machine and ambush entirely. The carefully laid trap was instantly exposed, and they were still in the dark. Gunlan stood there, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a top demon god. Everyone was sweating. Just one glance, why was it so terrifying? In fact, Gunlan could end it with just one look. But it was too boring. Right now, he just wanted rivers of blood. Who cared about moral boundaries? Charge! One soldier couldn't hold back any longer. Shouting and raising his weapon to charge, the others followed suit. Despite the vast difference, knowing they would die, they dared to advance. The song of humanity is a song of courage. Gunlan remained expressionless, inwardly sighing. Respect, but differing stances. Your ridiculous bonds will shatter with just a touch. Gunlan sneered, not summoning a weapon, and dashed into the crowd. The soldiers shouted in response, "Don't underestimate our bonds. Watch closely." Gunlan instantly reached the leading soldier. That person was about to raise his gun to stab. An outrageous force struck down on him. He instantly felt the world change color, losing consciousness. Gunlan smashed his fist into the soldier's head, blood and brain matter splattering on him. utterly unconcerned. He turned around, grabbing the incoming spear, yanked it violently to pull the person over, and kicked him, exploding him. He seized the spear and swung it with a wind release, cutting through several people. More rushed forward, and Gunlon easily dodged their attacks. One punch and one kick resulted in blood explosions, swinging the spear like a windmill, severing both soldiers and weapons in half. In an instant, blood mist filled the sky, staining the sandy sea red. Gunlon scanned the entire battlefield with his red eyes, tossing the spear into the sky. As the soldiers charged with their spears, he leaped low to evade, spinning to kick a group away, then caught the falling spear and infused it with lightning, throwing it fiercely. High energy incoming. The lightning spear pierced through countless people, finally exploding with a thunderous roar. Electric arcs enveloped the explosion point, shocking all the soldiers, leaving only ash amidst the explosion. Gunlon stepped on the spear and leaped over their heads, forming seals in the air. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, like the sun, smashed down towards the crowd. Seeing the situation collapse, the general immediately shouted, "Use the Geo formation centered on me." "General, the Geo formation is not yet formed. Using it rashly is dangerous." "Who cares?" he yelled. "Did you not see what happened to the soldiers? Execute it." The general's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Gunlon, who was slaughtering in the crowd, each strike taking down a group of people. Tears fell. These were the children he had watched grow up. He took out his command token, his gaze resolute, shouting, "Born of demon gods, I will fight you." As he raised the command token, a golden elemental power erupted, connecting all soldiers. "The general is summoning us. Trust the general." The soldiers erupted with golden elemental power. Charging forward, Gunlon casually killed a few, finding it quite interesting. This level was purely a gift. The Geo formation was solid, and the towering mountains were immovable. The battle cry shook the heavens. Their determination was devout. In an instant, countless golden elemental powers coalesced into a giant golden general, glaring fiercely at Gunlon. The giant Geo spear sparkling blindingly, ready to pierce with full force. "Interesting," Gunlon said appreciatively, directly summoning Susanoo. Dark purple evil energy emerged, forming a giant skeletal frame. Then growing other parts, a massive demon skeleton appeared, even taller than the giant soldiers. The pitch-black burning giant sword swung towards the giant spear. The two forces collided, an overwhelming momentum knocking down a large number of soldiers. The general roared, veins bulging, his face red. Gunlon remained calm, as if nothing was happening. The general pushed with all his might against the skeletal giant sword, nearly closing in. "Pay attention." The skeleton suddenly sprouted muscles and flesh, growing even taller, transforming into a full-body Susanoo. The crimson eyes locked onto the giant soldier. Just moments ago, they seemed like peers, but now it was an adult fighting a child. The general's eyes widened. How is this possible? Having been easily overwhelmed, his eyes dimmed, and as the Geo formation backfired, his body rapidly aged. The outcome was already decided. Suddenly, a streak of golden light cut through the sky, heading straight for Gunlon. That streak of golden light, carrying immense power, slammed into Susanoo. Its effect was minimal. Susanoo remained unmoved, the giant arm coming down hard, trying to swat this intruder away. A dazzling light flashed. It was unclear whether Susanoo hit or missed. Gunlon looked through Susanoo's transparent shell and saw clearly. It was a burly man, bare-chested, with giant deer antlers. He had just crashed into Susanoo wrapped in giant rock elemental power. The burly man braced his fists against Susanoo, struggling to withstand the impact. A golden shield rising around him to barely block it. Gunlon recognized him. The strongest immortal under Morix, the true monarch of Yunxiao Daotian. Although the strongest has some exaggeration. Even when Morix came, he couldn't break Susanoo for a while and could only rely on petrification seals to break the defense. Yixiao's arms bulged with veins as he exerted force, his muscular build intimidating, trying to push Susanoo away, but Susanoo stood still like it was rooted to the ground. "Huh!" he shouted, turning red all over, with countless golden elemental forces transforming into a deer's head behind him. with enormous antlers, all smashing towards Susanoo. The attack frequency was incredible, like Pegasus Seiya's meteor punch. But even with all his strength, he couldn't shake Susanoo's absolute defense. You would never expect it. Morix was packing some hidden goods. At the place where the antlers attacked, golden stones slowly emerged, gradually petrifying Susanoo. Geng took a glance and thought that with such speed, it was absurd to think they could seal Susanoo. Geng thought to himself, except for Morix coming down personally, no one could break his Susanoo. But using Susanoo was too boring. It needed some spice. Susanoo swung its giant earth element sword, and Yixiao cleverly dodged. Another wave of soldiers was lost with that swing. Geng dispersed Susanoo and formed a single-handed seal. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A slender flame tongue transformed into a sea of fire, rushing down like a giant dragon. This was divine power. The soldiers were stunned. This fire was more explosive than the flame gods they had seen. Several immortals immediately appeared to gather their celestial powers, supporting a giant half-circular protective shield to block the fire. Water attribute immortals used all their strength to spray water, and the flames clashed with the water columns, creating an atmosphere so tense it could explode. 5 people sustained the shield while 6 sprayed water, finally blocking the sea of fire. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they became alert again. Through the steam, they didn't see Geng. Pay attention. Several green darts flew over. The quick-reacting immortals dodged, still not understanding what it was. Geng appeared in an instant, grabbing the head of an immortal, his red eyes flashing with red light, kicking the person into the crowd. The severed limb exploded with pitch-black flames, and Amaterasu instantly wrapped around the immortal. Before they could scream, they were burned through. Their companions tried to extinguish the fire with water, but the flames climbed along the water, even more terrifying. 2 hurricanes, one purple and one red, swept across the ground, rushing towards Geng. Geng's eyes moved slightly as he easily dodged, reaching out to grab. It was the human forms of the hurricanes. It was the true monarch Yifeng Ta'an, purple, and the true monarch chasing Wenqi Dai, red. They coordinated well to evade capture, wielding wind blades to get close. The sneak attack was seen through by Geng, yet he did not dodge or evade. The 2 thought he had no reaction, but the wind blade pierced through him, leaving them momentarily stunned. Divine might. Geng phantomed to dodge the ambush, snatching the wind blade, and was about to stab it into their foreheads, when the wind blade self-destructed, transforming into a hurricane that sliced his arm, blood gushing. Learning quickly, huh? Yifeng blew a whirlwind, and chasing wind followed, 2 Morix-enchanted whirlwinds blowing Geng away. Geng landed steadily. Looking up to see Yifeng's cold, beautiful face, she charged at him with both hands holding a sword. Geng admitted she was pretty, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. Geng's eyes widened, and Yifeng froze in place. I can't move my body. Geng reached out, grabbing her neck and lifting her up, his gaze like a sharp cone. Do you want to dance too? Let her go. Chasing wind swung his halberd towards him. Steel release. Geng's arm wrapped in golden light, reaching out to block the full force strike. Chasing wind changed his move to stab forward, and Geng directly used Yifeng as a meat shield. Defense arrival. Chasing wind was startled and quickly retracted his halberd. Geng threw the half-dead Yifeng over. Chasing wind fumbled to catch her, seeing Yifeng unconscious, looking up at Geng with eyes wide in rage. It's truly ridiculous. After exhausting so much military power, what was the result? Geng stood there, ridiculing everyone present until they couldn't lift their heads. Don't say everyone. Chasing Wind's whole body erupted with wind and thunder, looking like a Super Saiyan possessed, his eyes glowing, clenching a scarlet energy ball in his hand. You scum who don't value lives, die for me. He charged at Geng, ready to perish together. Suddenly, a bizarre fire cloud fan appeared in Geng's hand, steadily preparing to block. Chasing Wind poured all elemental power and half his life into the celestial technique ball, slamming it onto the fan, only to hear a crisp crack. Instantly, extreme heat exploded and a violent whirlwind swallowed Chasing Wind. As the storm dissipated, Gunlan looked at the scorched earth, planting the fan on the ground, sneering. As expected, useless. Gunlan casually crushed several combat immortals, scaring everyone present out of their wits. So many had died, and so much energy had been expended, yet he didn't even get his clothes dirty. How did they provoke such a ruthless character? Just as everyone was in despair, a massive sandstorm suddenly rolled in from the distance, about to engulf the battlefield. The soldiers of Qianyan cried out, "Another natural disaster? Just for a market trade. Marla, all Marla, pay attention." A green shadow floated in the air. A small green bird was thrown out by the true monarch Liyue. The green whirlwind of the bird instantly controlled the sandstorm. The Qianyan soldiers cheered. "It's the true monarch. We're safe. We're safe," an immortal worriedly asked. And Liyue patted his chest. "No one understands wind elements better than me." Saying this, he directed the sandstorm towards Gunlan. The sandstorm roared as it approached. And just when Liyue relaxed, a light, airy voice came. "No, there are also wind attributes, and I am here." Gunlan spiraled a shuriken of wind in his hand, throwing it towards the sandstorm. The bird was instantly devoured. The sandstorm instantaneously transformed into the shape of the shuriken, rebounding towards the Qianyan army. The Qianyan soldiers and Liyue shrank back on the spot. "Please spare us." Just as they were at a loss, a pitch-black blade light sliced through the sky, cleaving the sandstorm. Far away, a massive pit exploded. Supermassive elemental power slammed down like a black comet towards Gunlan. Gunlan swung the fan to block it, the powerful force pushing him back several meters. As the black mist cleared, he looked down in confusion. A petite girl was confronting him with an enormous black greatsword. "What are you looking at? Rude. Am I very short?" The girl shouted angrily. Gunlan flung her away. "Sadie, where is he? Who's his sister?" Her greatsword exploded with black elemental power, instantly elongating dozens of meters as it struck down. Gunlan reached out, dark release. The blue light drained the elemental power from the sword, leaving Satamira stunned. Gunlan pushed both hands forward, a transparent white barrier emerging from his palms. Satamira's hair stood on end. Sensing danger, she turned back. Gunlan appeared holding dust release, great jade spiral shuriken. Satamira hurriedly set up a black shield, but this shield was as fragile as paper, breaking upon contact. Seeing this, Satamira immediately retreated. Gunlan's dust release spiral shuriken shattered 5 black shields, realizing she had run far away. He was not in a hurry, channeling wind elemental power to neutralize and form a spiral shuriken. A golden shadow appeared at the corner of his eye. White gas exploded. Celestial technique amplification maxed out. Celestial technique, dust release, wind spiral shuriken. With a flick of his small hand, the ultimate move flew towards Satamira. Satamira saw the outrageous elemental power and thought she might die. This monster. How could Sad be so evenly matched with him? Sad. He beat me into 7 segments in 3 minutes. If it weren't for Sadie's sister, you wouldn't qualify to see me. Gunlan shook his head. She was too far from Sad. Pay attention. A dragon's roar echoed in the sky. Countless pure, white, flying swords broke through the clouds, forming a sword net to intercept the spiral shuriken. The already unstable ultimate move was interfered with, exploding with a bang. As the massive explosion spread, the white light flashed and was cleaved in half. Sad stood in front of Satamira, holding a sword with one hand, looking down. "Do you ultimately intend to be my enemy?" Gunlan stared at Sad, his gaze growing colder. Sad remained silent, and Satamira quietly called out, "Brother, why did you come?" She looked down, not daring to look. Sad turned around, pulling her up, forcing a smile. "Who told you to be my sister?" Satamira felt guilty, rubbing her hands. Turns out it had always been her selfishness. Sad looked at Gunlan. "I'm sorry, I have no choice." He slapped his head to calm down, only wanting to protect his sister. However, Satamira had already been marked for death by Gunlan and couldn't escape. Sad held his sword, chanting the sword formula, white swords swirling around him. His hands trembled, unable to strike, but knowing that not resisting would mean death. Gunlan had no sword, so he had to use 1,000 birds as a blade. Opposite him were the sword demon Sad and the great blade demon Susanoo, renaming just to suppress his brother. So childish. Gunlan looked at the siblings. It's nice to be loved. At that moment, in the Chinyan army, a man drew a blue longbow aiming at Gunlan. He is confronting the demon god. He can't escape the immortal's arrow. The silent arrow flew at high speed, and when it was 10 meters away from Gunlan, he still hadn't reacted. The man weakly said, "Hit." You would never have guessed. As the arrow was about to hit his face, Gunlan dodged like Trump avoiding a bullet, casually tilting his head. The carefully designed strike was effortlessly neutralized. Gunlan turned to look at the sniper hundreds of meters away, and with one glance, dark Amaterasu was emanating from that person. The blue-haired woman hurriedly rushed over, but was stopped by an immortal. "Rueline, don't get close. The fire will spread." "My husband." Rueline cried until she broke down. Her lover, who had just married a few days ago, was suddenly burned and screaming. What was originally a beautiful love story between an immortal and a mortal turned into a tragic love story in an instant. "Don't go over there. Rueline, Ganyu is still young. We can't lose her mother again." She could only cry, and the immortals looked on with heartache, their hatred for Gunlan reaching a peak. Gunlan didn't care about the heart-wrenching cries over there. He was tired of hearing it. He coldly looked at the siblings supporting each other in front of him, and a murderous intent surged, ready to swallow the entire world. With both hands pushing forward, chakra surged violently within him. A massive dust technique transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight at Saad. Saad knew this move was terrifying, hurriedly telling his sister to hide, while he gripped his sword and swung it with all his might. The sword energy gathered into a storm to clash with the dust technique. But the dust technique was too overwhelming. The storm couldn't withstand it at all, being effortlessly broken through. Gunlan's immortal mode sensed the explosion. Someone is about to ambush. With a thought, a brown wooden figure split apart. Would release, would clone. The wooden clone turned its sharp eyes and scanned. Saad Mira suddenly appeared. A black light, great sword wrapped in elemental power, slashed down, trying to take advantage of the skills gap to deliver a fatal blow. Using a clone to block me? Useless. It was hacked to pieces. She gripped the sword with both hands and slashed towards the wooden clone. The sword light flashed, and the wooden clone was sliced in half like cutting tofu. The cut was smooth, revealing the wooden grain, but his face remained indifferent. No pain at all. Look closely. The wooden clone's fingers moved slightly, and its figure instantly vanished. The next second, it appeared in front of Saad Mira, its pressure fully unleashed. Her heart tightened, and the wooden clone shouted, "Insertion technique." Its body exploded into countless wooden spikes, covering the sky and shooting forward. Saad Mira swung her sword to block, but the wooden spikes were fast and numerous, penetrating her defenses and piercing her body. The wooden spikes continued to grow inside her, the wounds expanding in an instant. Suddenly, she was pierced by dozens of wooden spikes, blood soaking her clothes. Saad Mira gritted her teeth and pulled out the wooden spikes, each one taking a piece of flesh with it. But the demon god's vitality was robust. Her wounds visibly healed. So painful, she widened the distance, every movement causing her to gasp in pain. The wooden clone, repairing its body, was about to pursue, clapping its hands and shouting. Would release. Birth of the tree realm. Countless giant trees broke through the sand and soil, madly pressing towards all living beings. The roots of the giant trees spread like a sea, large enough to engulf the Chinyan army. They looked to the immortals in prayer, only to find that the immortals were at a loss as well. But there was still defense. Countless return machines loaded with immortal power shot at the sea of trees. The crossbow arrows that could pierce through several demon creatures left only shallow marks on the tree roots, only to be absorbed by the roots, growing even more fiercely. Saad Mira pulled out all the wooden spikes, but there were still remnants inside, making it hard for her to move. Seeing the sea of trees rushing over, her eyes hardened, and she infused her great sword with elemental power for a desperate fight. Uchiha rebound. Just as the crisp sound fell, a white shadow was suddenly blasted away. It was Saad. Saad rolled a few times on the ground, opened his mouth and closed his eyes, performing the traditional two-horse style. When he opened his eyes, he saw little feet. Sister? He immediately jumped up, just now while dodging the dust technique. He tried to ambush, but was struck in the face by Genglan's fan. Wasn't this fan supposed to absorb and rebound damage? I didn't do anything. His mind was filled with questions. Turning around, he saw Saad Mira covered in wounds, and Saad approached with concern, only to be pushed back by her as she pointed around. The sea of trees was so vast it could turn the wasteland into a rainforest. Saad was shocked. I've seen this move when fighting Morix back then, and now I'm the one getting beaten. Observing this move as a victim was both despairing and spectacular. The sea of trees' defense was overwhelming and absorbed elemental power. It was simply a bug. He could only think of Morix's rock spear seal. He couldn't possibly use fire, right? That would suffocate. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As Genglan shouted this, Sada's heart broke instantly. Brother, you really came? The sea of fire met the sea of trees. Like two Genshin players on a bus, suddenly meeting and exchanging pleasantries. If they continued to burn, the foundation of Liyue would be completely destroyed. Both soldiers and immortals would perish, leaving two demon gods with no way out. Sada's mind was screaming, Morix, where are you? We're not done. Complaints aside, with Morix's absence, it was up to him and his sister to shoulder the burden. The two exchanged glances and nodded, slowly rising into the air, black and white elemental power intertwined. You and I are twin souls, separated by beliefs. Now, reconciled, we advance and retreat together. With this sword, we shall slay the enemy. The two floated in the air, black and white elements communicating with the heavens. The sky was overcast with dark clouds and thunder roared. A dazzling light streaked across the horizon. The giant's sword shone blindingly, its blade sharp enough to slice the heavens. It fell with incredible speed, igniting the air into a fiery tail. Piercing through the cloud layer, it aimed straight at the sea of trees. The moment the giant's sword touched the sea of trees, time seemed to freeze. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the earth, and the tree roots were shredded into wood chips. The giant's sword fell like divine punishment upon the sea of trees, leaving a deep gully. But it wasn't over. After the sword struck the ground, an explosion of energy occurred. A massive light ring expanded. The Qinyan army stared wide-eyed, waiting for death, when suddenly a golden cylindrical shield emerged to protect them. Ultimately, the energy peaked and erupted into a shocking explosion. Fire soared into the sky, and the sea of trees was engulfed by the sea of fire. The shock wave swept through, erasing all traces of the sea of trees. The dark clouds dispersed. Sunlight poured down, and the sea of trees transformed into a giant pit, leaving only charred trunks and dust. Look closely. Dazzling purple chakra surged like flames into the sky, as if hurrying to steal the spotlight after the performance. The sky turned gloomy again. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled lowly in the heavens, as if heralding an ominous sign. On the battlefield, the soldiers immediately stopped their actions to examine the shield. An indescribable sense of oppression made their hearts race. My intuition tells me an explosive force is about to arrive. Pay attention. A blinding light broke through the clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a massive outline gradually emerged. A kilometer-high armored giant made its entrance, shaking the ground with every step. It was Susanoo, the legendary messenger of the gods. The chakra-concentrated body emanated an intimidating aura, with blood-red eyes cold and deep, able to see through every corner of the battlefield. As soon as Susanoo appeared, everyone was stunned. Resisting in front of it was purely futile. The Qinyan army panicked. Just looking at its size was terrifying enough to paralyze them. Within the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanoo's head, Genglan recalled the Taishu sword god. Shaking his head, he looked down at the small black dots. Have you finished fighting? It's my turn. Susanoo stood majestically like a mountain between heaven and earth, dark clouds swirling around it, and the thunder sounded like a war song blasting. High energy incoming. Susanoo slowly raised its giant arm, gripping an ultra-giant sword, both sharp and destructive. The sword's body glimmered coldly in the darkness, reflecting an indestructible will. Time seemed to freeze, and all eyes were locked onto Susanoo. It moved. The motion was slow, but carried the power of heaven and earth. Swinging the sword down, the sky shattered and the earth split. The sword blade tore through the air with a sharp sound, striking Sod and his sister directly. They couldn't escape the range at all and were hit head-on. The residual sword energy slashed towards the mountains behind them. The mountains crumbled like sandcastles upon contact. The sword light swept across, splitting the mountain in half, rocks and dust shooting into the sky and crashing down, shaking continuously. Countless peaks crumbled into rubble and dust. The earth quaking as if the world was shaking. The sounds of breaking, rolling, and vibrations formed a symphony of destruction. In front of Susanoo, nature itself appeared small. This was not merely splitting mountains. It was reshaping the landscape. There was nothing the sword couldn't conquer. As the dust settled, the continuous mountain range transformed into a vast plain with giant rocks. Susanoo stood quietly on a new ground. The area below had already become unrecognizable. Gunlon had cleared the screen with this move. In the ruins, Sadmira opened her eyes, her whole body in excruciating pain and unable to move. She glanced at the scene before her, her pupils suddenly constricting. Her brother was left with only half a body lying there, his breath so faint it was almost gone. Brother. She struggled to crawl forward, tears soaking the ground, just wanted to catch another glimpse of him. A transparent white cube flew by, and all she could see was white. When she opened her eyes again, she saw her brother. Dust fled with the sad brothers and sisters, and Gunlon shouted into the void. Morix, come out. A golden figure appeared, his face frighteningly dark. What's up? Gunlon showed off his achievements, fist raised towards Morix. Don't blame me. Your oath is like dandelion fluff? His hand slowly opened, and the wind blew through his hair. Morix was silent for a moment, a spear emerging from his hand. 5 elemental powers converged around him. Gunlon stared in confusion. No way. These 5 elements are wrong. Deep green, light purple, light green, pale blue, light red. Each reaction was extremely intense. Gunlon looked at these 5 elemental powers, purer than any he had seen before. Power exchanged for a contract with the heavenly principle? If I understand, this makes it easier for me to crush you. Susanoo stepped forward, its giant blade cleaving towards Morix. The 5 elements leaped around Morix, his white hood wrapped in flowing light. The giant blade of Susanoo struck down, the gust of wind bringing murderous intent. The collision created a loud bang, shaking everything around. Gunlon was stunned through Susanoo. Morix activated his jade shield, and with the 5 elemental powers, he actually blocked this strike. He has gotten much stronger. Has he sold his soul to the heavenly principle? Morix swung his spear, a giant fireball directly hitting Susanoo. Gunlon activated his Sharingan. Left eye 6-pointed star, right eye 3 sickle-shaped windmills. Susanoo planted its giant sword into the ground, forming seals with both hands, spewing fire from its mouth, space fluctuations wrapping the fire into a fire tornado, then enveloping it in pitch-black Amaterasu. Fire release, storm dance. The ferocious flames charged at Morix like a fireball. Pay attention. Gunlon keenly sensed. The fireball wasn't swallowed. It pierced through the storm dance and charged at him. The giant orange fireball smashed into Susanoo's head, exploding in a flash of flames. A large portion of Susanoo's head was blown off, and Gunlon, inside, became intangible to dodge the fire. The power is explosive. Watching Susanoo's head rapidly regenerate, Gunlon pondered. Fire authority? Didn't he give Morix the wind, fire, grass, thunder, and water authorities too, did he? What a big spender. Susanoo conjured a large bow, knocking an arrow. Giant thunder arrows crackled, wings spreading to cover the sky. As he drew the bowstring, Susanoo emitted a dazzling blue light, its wings growing larger and larger. At the critical point, black flames wrapped around the arrow, the aura of destruction rushing towards him. Do you think you can win with borrowed power? Ridiculous. Gunlon's expression went out of control. Susanoo released the arrow. Susanoo, complete arrow. The arrow flew so fast that Morix couldn't react. He raised both hands, 5 elements converging into a light column around him. The complete arrow collided with a light column, the immense impact sending Moryx flying into the sky. Susanoo spread its wings to chase, the shockwave lifting a layer of soil. Moryx flew far away, but managed to block it. However, the 5 elemental authorities needed to recover. Just as he thought this, Susanoo's purple appeared against the blue sky. Particularly discordant, Susanoo's wings shook, scattering the white clouds. Hands reaching out, several pitch-black shurikens emerged, all infused with spatial fluctuations. There were also 9 sacred jewels, a total of 9, all infused with divine might and thrown out. They homed in on Moryx as if they were self-guided. No matter how he flew, he couldn't dodge them. Just as Moryx activated a shield, he was startled by the 9 projectiles. All of them are spatial power? How do I play this? The first divine might shuriken arrived first, directly tearing apart his proud shield and smashing into him. The remaining 8, note, correction made to the original text to avoid double counting, followed one after another, and the last sacred jewel exploded with a bang. Geng used his Sharingan to see Moryx in the smoke. His power was extremely weak, but the 5 elements were swirling around him. Bright light tore through the smoke, and Moryx appeared unscathed, shocked as he looked at his hands. I've died once already? You'll never be enough, even if you die 1,000 times. Several shadow clones emerged, the complete Susanoo appearing in an instant. A huge blue spiral shuriken appeared, each one infused with different ninjutsu. Dust release, melt release, magnet release. Various giant spiral shurikens came to life. Which one do you want? Speak. The main body of Susanoo pulled back its bow. Wings spread wide. The divine might space surged with various elemental powers filling Susanoo. The outer path magic statue. I feel like my body is being hollowed out. Susanoo unleashed elemental power, its armor fully expanded, revealing its lightning body. Susanoo. Amaterasu. Various colors melded into electric blue. Geng, bleeding tears, didn't he care? Drawing the bow to its limit, the aura of thunder enveloping the sky. Moryx's perspective was shattered. Countless giant gods covered the sky, each storing moves to annihilate him. This is simply the end of the world. Can these moves break the false sky? The arrows shot, the spiral shurikens were thrown. Susanoo. Indra's attack. The attack blinked to Moryx's side. He looked at the 5 elements. Can I still trust you? 5 elements. Trust your damn. In an instant, bright light covered the sky. A loud noise shook the continent. Another instant of silence. An explosive purple circular crack appeared. Time and space shattered. Moryx disappeared. Geng's eyes stung. He immediately closed his Sharingan, and Susanoo's clones turned to smoke. Floating with the weighty rock technique, he looked at the mess he had caused, and with a sly smile, rushed towards the space crack. The area around the crack expanded like shattered glass, and Geng passed through. Inside was pitch black, with no light, but he sensed a familiar aura. Divine might tore the space again, and Geng passed through, leaping down from the high sky. Below was the sky island he had been thinking about. Asmodeus. He roared in the air, like when he called Hashirama in the Valley of the End. Patterns of divine might emerged in his eyes, and a giant humanoid monster appeared out of thin air. The outer path magic statue. The outer path magic statue roared and smashed towards Asmodeus, who looked visibly shocked. Stretching her red-black gradient arms, the black-red square charged out, surprisingly blocking the magic statue. The magic statue slowed down, and Geng quickly unleashed a giant fireball, elemental power chakra. Asmodeus waved the square to block, instantly covering the fireball, like in a game where one covers a screen. Another giant fireball came, and Asmodeus repeated her trick. Looking at her scorched hand, she was stunned. Geng instantly appeared in front of her to kick her head. She teleported to dodge, and before she could react, the magic statue roared and slapped over, but the square easily blocked it. Special attack against elemental power? No wonder it kept pressing the 7 gods hard. Geng activated Sage Mode, golden eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, forming seals with one hand to throw a spiral shuriken. Asmodeus's pupils shrank, her eyes shining with gold. The shuriken vanished. Geng swung a punch beside her, she nimbly dodged, just about to counterattack when a huge force hit her in the face, sending her flying. Didn't Ti dodge? Did the environment change? Asmodeus disappeared, and Gunlan scanned his surroundings with his Sharingan, suddenly sensing elemental power stirring. Are they launching a big move? He looked up at the sky, only to see a gigantic blue, circular ring appearing, its brilliance shimmering. From the light emerged a huge pillar, adorned with blue crystals and glowing ancient patterns. The nail of the cold sky? Gunlan was stunned, immediately using divine might to travel into space. Also recalling the outer path magic statue. It was temporarily useless. Magic statue, alive, Dad. I'll follow you in the next life. Returning to observe with an intangible body. There are no traces of a nail of the cold sky. Asmodeus was causing trouble in the air, and Gunlan released dust release to shoot at her. She didn't T-dodge or avoid, and the dust release passed through her body with no change. A clone? Why couldn't T the Sharingan see through it? In his confusion, a white shadow emerged. Gunlan recognized it as Isterl, probably used time reversal. His eyes produced a triangular circle. Stopping time. He instantly moved past and stabbed a wooden stake into Isterl's body. Time resumed. Gunlan, bleeding tears, didn't T-care and used Chidori to strike. The wooden stake exploded inside Isterl, piercing her whole body. She glanced at him and shattered into nothingness. Before Gunlan could understand, the black-red square smashed over. At his peak, he could take out two in an instant, but now even holding on for 2 seconds was difficult, feeling empty. He used a fire cloud fan to block the square, putting all his strength into it to send it flying. At this moment, the nail of the cold sky in the sky exploded with scorching light, clearly about to fall. Gunlan's body emitted Susanoo's skeleton, preparing to hard resist this plot nail. Suddenly, 5-colored elemental power emerged, holding the nail back and suppressing its agitation. Gunlan saw the colors, and a black line exploded on his forehead. A familiar figure appeared. Yang was doing sit-ups? Gunlan looked at the one-armed Morix cosplaying Yonghua in front of him, wanted to speak, but hesitating. You didn't T-die from this? You're Volter, right? I'm Kevin. I died again, but when I woke up, nothing had changed. Morix said. Gunlan knew Indra's attack had taken him out early. This was obviously a time rewind. I woke up with much clearer thoughts. Previously always making foolish choices in the predetermined direction. Morix recounted. Floating Asmodeus spoke. Found out? What? I don't mind telling you. She was like a question-answering star. My lord created the demon gods, and although you, Morix, are descender, you rely on my lord's power to become a demon god. I am the shadow of the sun and moon, sharing the same origin as you. Manipulating your thoughts is easy. Is all this just for that? Gunlan provoked. Looking at her, a faint blue light appeared on Morix's back, which one would not notice without a close look. Manipulation is irrelevant. I just want to crush you now. Gunlan's eyes turned blood red. The 5-colored elemental power shifted towards Gunlan, and he looked at Morix. Sorry, consider my compensation. Feeling the immense elemental power, able to control everything of the corresponding attribute, but Asmodeus was particularly effective against elemental power. Forget it, just replenish my strength. Gunlan threw several wind shurikens, and Asmodeus knocked them far away. Her eyes glimmered with golden light, and an invisible slash came. Gunlan felt he couldn't dodge and was cut in half. Boom! He turned into smoke, leaving only a half-cut wooden stump in place. As everyone knows, S-class ninja substitutes are behind. Gunlan appeared behind Asmodeus, executing the divine might thousand birds thrust. Asmodeus didn't react. With a flick of her hand, a black-red cube blocked. At that moment, this Gunlan also turned into smoke. In the distance, Gunlan reappeared, raising his hand to summon 5 elemental flying dragons. The dragons roared and lunged at Asmodeus. Seeing the elemental power was familiar, a black-red cube suddenly emerged, instantly smashing all the giant dragons. In the gap where the elemental power dissipated, taking advantage of the cube's lack of reaction, Gunlan swiftly appeared, so fast that Asmodeus was stunned. He grabbed her by the neck. Ghana. The divine might Amaterasu activated. Black flames wrapped around the spatial fluctuations and exploded, Asmodeus's body shattered in an instant, and a clock-like figure emerged in the air. Another time rewind? Indeed, Istil didn't cool down. Gunlan sealed her, directly throwing her into the divine might space. Let you run again with the rewind. One-on-one is always better than a group fight. The Sharingan scanned the surroundings, locking onto Istil in an instant. This eye is too useful. He rushed over, a purple skeletal frame emerging around him, attached to the spatial fluctuations. Reaching for Istil, Susanoo Yinjin's grasp. The zero-frame grab was unmissable. She was caught in his hand. Gunlan ignored Asmodeus, who was rewinding behind him, and aimed to take out this EIK. Istil's body instantly separated into head and body. Gunlan immediately expanded Susanoo to block Asmodeus, his eyes suddenly stinging. Closing one, I didn't delay anything. Susanoo was pushed back a distance by the black-red cube, but quickly stabilized. Gunlan pulled out the disc synthesized from the Magatama and threw it. Asmodeus activated spatial power to transfer the attack. Gunlan saw her state was full and was speechless. Finally understood how annoying it is to face Hainua. Asmodeus attacked again. Countless cubes pressed down. Gunlan used divine might to become ethereal. Just as he was about to devise a countermeasure, a sharp pain pierced his chest. He spat out blood, seeing the light spear piercing his body. Retreating into the divine might space, he turned back in confusion. Morix, his left eye was a blue clock eye. Just now, Asmodeus was reshaping in the divine might space. Hearing Istil shout, "Transfer Morix. Use the god-slaying spear." Transferring the confused him, Istil snatched the body. "Let me take over." Wait for Gunlan to become ethereal. Choosing him was to attack the mind, catch Gunlan off guard, while also shielding elemental power to deceive the demon statue. Gunlan was in so much pain that he couldn't move. The pressure from the light spear was too overwhelming. Asmodeus mocked. Being killed by the god-slaying spear is an honor. Istil attached to Morix and touched the demon statue's head, instantly refining it. The suction exploded, and the 5 elemental powers returned to their places. Demon statue, enough of this. Morix transformed into a half-scaled, half-dragon appearance. Then the light exploded and flashed. After a moment, the light dissipated, and a massive dragon tail smashed down onto the divine might floor, causing it to shatter. In the deep sky, a black figure broke the silence. A giant body overshadowed the entire space. It was a black dragon, agile, with scales shimmering in a rainbow of black, its dragon horn sharp enough to pierce the heavens. One gold and one blue vertical pupil deep and bright, as if able to see through everything. Dragon whiskers floated, limbs robust, claws sharp. The tail swayed with the force of wind and thunder. The black scales were as hard as iron, surrounded by 5-colored auspicious clouds, so strong that it shook the ground. "We have recreated Nibelungen." Asmodeus sighed, looking at Gunlan. "Do you still want to resist?" Gunlan tried to rise, but the god-slaying spear continuously consumed his body, making it impossible to move. Gunlan extracted chakra. The suppressive power of the god-slaying spear was too fierce. When he saw the outer demon statue being consumed, it was refined, hurting him to the point of being unable to use even the Rasengan. This Nibelungen 2.0 was too powerful. Top local demon god time governor, various elemental powers, ancient dragon authority of 5 elements, demon statue descender. Each one alone is SSR, and the combined strength is unimaginable. Asmodeus descended. The outcome is decided. Who told you to block the order of the heavens? She indicated Nibelungen 2.0, and the opponent opened its massive bloody mouth. A ball formed from various elemental powers. Annihilation of the gods. The ball transformed into a giant beam of light that tore through space, heading straight for Gunlan. His crimson Sharingan reflected the white light, and in an instant, the surroundings became quiet. Opening his eyes revealed a pure white space. "Did you reset me?" But the burning pain still remained. "Where is this?" Looking around, everything was white, with only his purple-black hue. Is this the end? Heh, the prophecy is really accurate. Those burdened with sin and possessing eyes will be pierced by the most trusted spear, dying in the coldness of no one watching. He self-deprecatingly laughed, squatting down and allowing the spear to pierce him. Pain didn't matter anymore. He recalled his experiences, first bearing the pressure of reality, sacrificing himself for his family's happiness, inexplicably crossing continents, gaining the eye technique family pack, fighting everywhere with his eyes, not knowing when he became as proud as Uchiha. Was it bloodline modification or hiding weakness? He couldn't figure out if he was Uchiha or Genglan, nor was he possessed. Looking at his palm, this hand had once taken lives with lightning. Repentance or regret? Would not exerting effort on the meaningless make a difference? Family, friends, and doja. Is it really meaningless? He was originally an innocent child, only understanding how to repay those who treated him well. He sacrificed his life for his family's happiness, wanting only a thank you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have angrily unleashed the Buddha's wrath on others. No one had ever loved me. It was all self-inflicted. Genglan laughed silently, as if also crying. At that moment, a segment of imagery emerged, and Genglan recognized it as the broadcast from earlier. A review of my past life? He smiled bitterly but continued to watch. The screen was filled with snowflakes, then quickly appeared. In the image, a woman was kneeling in front of a broken building, crying out. That was his mother. Genglan's gaze instantly fixed on the screen. Little Lan, my child. The woman was pouring tears, crying heartbreakingly. The scene changed. She was sitting on a stool, her eyes red and lifeless, surrounded by a pile of messages from relatives asking for money. Lan's mom, Little Lan. Lend me money to buy a house. Cousin, lend me money to buy a car. Anyway, you can't spend it. Genglan clenched his fists. This group of vampires. The woman stood up amidst the noise, silently buying jewelry, turning to tell her relatives. No money. Then she placed all the jewelry on Genglan's room table, remembering how he said he would earn money to treat Dad's illness, buy her gifts, and buy food for his brother. She looked at the table full of gems, tears unable to stop. These will never shine again. Genglan remained silent. The scene shifted to his father. A middle-aged man woke up from the hospital bed, the surgery arranged by the superior of the culprit. Only his wife and brother were by his bedside. Not a single relative. I got better. I knew Little Lan would make it. He laughed heartily, seeing the two of them silent. Where's Little Lan? Dad, Liyue has passed away. The thunderclap exploded in Lan Dad's mind. He instantly remembered Genglan's mischievous and sensible demeanor. Wanted to get up to find his son, but couldn't move. The mother and son quickly comforted him. That night, his brother woke up, seeing Lan Dad, diagnosed to be unable to walk for half a month, standing by the bed, touching the family portrait, looking kindly at the smiling Genglan in the picture. His brother thought, science can't explain, so leave it to love. Later, Dad got better but left with mental illness, telling everyone, my son is extraordinary. I'm so proud. The scene shifted to his brother's past, and Genglan lowered his head, tears streaming down. Is all this true? The scene shifts to Diwudwa. He squats at the meeting place, looking at Andujia's birthplace, thinking of Genglan. I seem to understand. Nanning beside him smiles at the sea. Family are cherished people, and I cherish you very much. The scene cuts to the sad siblings. Brother, is Genglan really that amazing? Of course. He deserves my lifelong dedication. Thousands of words of praise omitted. The scene shifts to the ice castle. Bronya wants to comfort the despondent Andujia, but she is feeling very low. Cocolia squats down to pat her head. What's wrong, baby? Genglan doesn't want me anymore. Andujia struggles to hold back tears. How could that be? He likes you the most. Cocolia gently says. Andujia looks up, but why? She still cries. Cocolia wipes her tears. I am the demon god of affection, and seeing how carefully he loves you, he must have his reasons. I need to find him. As soon as Andujia stands up, she is pulled into an embrace. The scene ends, and Genglan is still immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Is this an illusion? No, he wants to believe. He has not been abandoned. Someone cares for him. Someone loves him. Pay attention. Suddenly, everyone appears on the screen. Parents, younger brother, Diwudwa, Sad, Andujia, Lulu Nanning. No matter how you choose. We will always love you. You are my son, brother, family, best friend, older brother, savior, loved one. Genglan watches this scene, his body trembling, tears streaming uncontrollably. In this moment, his mind surely exploded. False? Deception? Moved? Shocked? But without exception, he is extremely happy now. His heart is clear and bright, finally understanding, right now. I am neither Uchiha nor Gunlan, but the pure white space fades away, and Gunlan returns to the divine might space. Asmoded and the dragon are before him. Uchiha Gunlan. The knot in his heart is untied, his inner strength exploding. The eyes of Yin power, the body of Yang power. What is being born is the scarlet Sharingan black pattern spinning, turning into circles. In the blink of an eye, the purple ripple eye appears. With 6 Magatama on each ripple, God's dual eyes, the reincarnation eye, the world instantly collapses. A massive beam of light disappears in an instant. Asmoded stares wide-eyed in shock. Gunlan slowly rises, the god-slaying spear snaps. His wounds heal in an instant. The purple eyes reveal a divine calmness. Not good. Asmoded slaps his face. How could he feel admiration for him? Gunlan looks at the dragon and softly calls, High Emperor Chansham. His eyes emit swirling patterns, and a more terrifying beam erupts. The dragon doesn't even dodge, getting overwhelmed on the spot. The divine might space trembles. Asmoded is still in shock when he suddenly finds himself under the blue sky and white clouds, next to the half-dead Istalu. How could this be? Gunlan floats before him, exuding an invincible aura. Just standing there makes him feel absurdly strong. I am the first of the 6 paths, the only one in the world. Asmoded grits his teeth, black and white light exploding in his hands. Countless souls emerge, transforming into the fallen demon gods. Heavens fight Shadow, Hurricane, Ghost Fire, Giant Rhino, Evil Dragon. Even the first Dragon King has come. Invader's lackey, desecrating life. Call fans here. Where is the Dragon King? Duabala and Wanchi look at Gunlan. The aura is different now. Even more terrifying. Asmoded, gasping for breath, looks at him smugly. How did you do this? It's too noisy. Gunlan looks up, his purple eyes devoid of emotion. Everyone suddenly feels a pulling force. Countless stones rise from thin air, wrapping every demon god and ancient dragon into meteorites. In the blink of an eye, over 30 Earth exploding stars hover in the air. Gunlan stretches his hand towards Asmoded. Universal heavens pull. Before she can react, she is pulled over, instantly appearing before Gunlan. A black rod pierces her neck, and she collapses to the ground. Gunlan can fly without the weight of the rock. Landing on the devastated ground, he finds the nearly dead Morix. Gunlan looks down at everything, his eyes shining slightly. Warm purple light radiates. The earth is instantly reshaped. The dead holy spirits come back to life. Everything returns to its original state. This is not a regression, but what you believe and will respond. Wishes come true. Morix recovers, looking at the restored surroundings, then at Gunlan in the sky. He knows that Gunlan is no longer like he was back then. Morix, watch closely. I will personally write the future of this world. After saying that, he instantly disappears. This habit hasn't changed. Gunlan appears in Sky Island, closely examining this false sky. Written above is the predetermined fate. The throne is eager to enforce the order of the heavens. What for? He slowly flies, glancing at the false sky and rushing towards the outer sky. What enters his eyes is a starry sea. Is this the universe? Without a doubt, no. As he flies over, he discovers that this is everyone's star of fate, seat of life. He glances at the immortal dragon seat and continues forward, instantly breaking through Teyvat, reaching even farther places. He sees the world bubbles, his own a bit deflated, looking through the world bubbles at others. It feels as novel as watching Sero travel when he was young. But now he can take charge. Lan'sTeyvat. He chooses the largest world bubble nearby, his eyes shimmering slightly. 2 world bubbles merge into one. Teyvat alive. From now on, it will be called Teyvatlan. At this moment, he senses a breath, turns around in shock. An enormous dragon appears. Its entire body is pitch black with starlight, circling around the planet, its eyes as large as planets. Its size terrifying enough to make one sweat. Although it doesn't make a sound, Gunlan understands what it says. Finally, someone has come out. Where's fans? Can't defeat me and harm my little brother. Only daring to emerge after corroding the world. Fans is dead. I am now the strongest. Dead? Sending you? Interesting. Reluctantly collecting food, Gunlan looks at the smug starry dragon, shaking his head. I told you I am the strongest in the world. His hair gradually turns white, draped in a white Magatama robe. Not long after, Interstellar Peace Company branch, Market Development Department. Director, we've discovered a brand new star system. Tell me about it. Surrounding billions of star systems are empty. Was the void star system researching? No. There's a small ball at the center of the star system. Have we sent out an exploration team? Witness the new star god. From now on, Gunlan steps beyond Teyvat, declaring the unproclaimed. On the Teyvat side, Gunlan and Morix's Indra's attack can destroy the world, and Morix along with the two rulers desperately block and repair, resulting in the continent shattering. The seawater evaporating. But with Gunlan's reincarnation eye technique, everything is restored to its original state. Only the terrifying memories remain. Mondstadt, the deep green-haired youth, holds a small chain looking at the sky. It's Barbados. Just rebelled against the demon god and lost a dear friend. The demon god gave him power to commit suicide. Without calming the people, a gigantic golden ball flies from the sky. The golden giant is so fast that before he can react, he loses consciousness from the intense heat. When he wakes up, he finds himself inexplicably restored. Turning around, he sees a blue and white giant wolf walking gracefully towards him. Liyue, the resurrected Qinyan army, touches themselves. We're alive. We're alive. Cheers, holding hands and crying. Yifun gets up and squats on the grass, looking at the super blue sky. The immortals gather. She puffs out her chest, steel plate configuration, and joins the cheers. Morix raises his head, looking in the direction Gunlan left. Morix, you're here. That's great. Guizhong suddenly appears, hugging him tightly. There's a huge height difference. Like a koala hugging a tree. Cough, cough, Guizhong. The Dragon King Ruochuo, Pinger, and Liyue also arrive. Ruochuo defended the rear during the Great Battle, but was also instantly killed by Aoi, and feels light and fast after resurrection. The five Yakshas bring their clans in astonishment. The karmic obstacles have actually dissipated a bit. On the coast, Diwudwa looks at the sea surface, feeling sad. Sad wakes up, and his sister hasn't woken up yet, but his sister's hand is tightly gripping his hand. Inazuma, Raiden Shogun feels dazed as if dreaming, hurriedly running out the door. Fox Shrine, Chiyo, and Shin all run out, looking at her in surprise. The sky is filled with the Suzuki lilies left by Gunlan, managing Inazuma, and the Shogun is with the Tengu clan here. The Kujo clan is in Liyue. Sumeru, flower god Marikata looks at the distance and smiles. You have won against fate. The Red King Amon looks dumbfounded. The Great Mercy Tree King looks at the World Tree in confusion. I don't have enough authority? Am I not the World Tree's spirit? Fontaine, Idurlia feels lighter. Is something happening in the sky? Is the war about to end? Nada, Tada open. Tada open. Competition. Competition. To the winter ice and snow castle. Indugia lies on the big bed, feeling extremely down. Bologna pokes Duck head. Look at this. With a flick of her hand, it turns into a flower. Here you go. Indugia receives the flower. Thank you. Shimu pops up, towering over the two of them, obviously the dominant one. Hard to say in the future. Bologna scratches Duck head. Why are you still gloomy? Cocolia appears, doting on Indugia, like her own child. Don't be sad. Fenglon Vuntedi. I want to find him. Let's go tomorrow. Rest first. It's not good to have a crying face. Indugia nods. The next day, Cocolia accompanies her to Liyue to find Morix. Morix already knows. Gunlan's whereabouts are unknown, but he's currently causing a scene, so there's no danger. Indugia's tail droops, feeling dejected as she returns home. Along the way, she retraces the path she took with Gunlan. She visits her birthplace to see Daiwujuo. Looking at the familiar stones, she was born here, and Gunlan had once scared her with a curse. Along the way to the forest, she sees the tree hole where they once lay, the fruits they ate, and the deep cave. The water inside is super hot. She can see Gunlan's shadow everywhere. At the sea god ruins, Cocolia, how do you know this? The Archon told me. I originally wanted to give it to Bologna, but I chose you instead. But the sea goddess legacy carries a curse. Accepting the power means giving everything to the sea. Why am I fine? It must be because Gunlan took it for you. Your existence is proof. Andujia's tears well up. No wonder he was in bad shape later. It was because of me. Don't cry, darling. No more talk. Cocolia wipes her tears and takes her to Inazuma Beach. Andugia looks at the familiar beach. Then, using her powers, she catches a few fish and starts grilling them. Gunlan is great at grilling fish. I was playing over there with Shimu, and he was grilling right there. The firelight reflects in Andujia's gray eyes. Tears blur her vision, and the fire pit crackles. At that time, it was just ordinary. She bites into grilled fish, sobbing, "Idiot, why is it so salty?" Cocolia silently stays by her side. "Sis, will Gunlan hate me? Why? I didn't help him when he needed it most and trusted others. He must have been in so much pain at that time. He won tea. He is different with you." Time passes, and the one above reappears. He issues the decree of the 7 Archons, selecting 7 gods as winners in the Archon elimination match. Anemo Archon Barbados, Geo Archon Morix, Electro Archon Ball, Dendro Archon Bur, Hydro Archon Egeria, Pyro Archon Mika, and Cryo Archon Barnabas. Teyvat enters an era of governance. With gods helping the 7 nations, opportunities explode and develop rapidly. But among the divine protection, the human-run nation of Canria emerges. Its technology is strong enough to rival the 7 nations, but it's still immature. While developing technology, scientists accidentally encounter strange elements. Greed and ambition lead them to make a disastrous decision, sending 6 elites to control this power, resulting in the elites obtaining a force that denies Teyvat, unable to resist temptation. Canria's disaster erupts. The Dark Royal Nation. Only the Sword of the Endlight can return. After that, the entire continent explodes with abyssal filth. The maintainer of heavenly principles awakens, dragging its broken body to summon the gods to clean up the mess. Before reaching Canria, Hydro Archon Egeria sacrifices her life to transform into pure water, while the divine bird Simic drinks it to gain power against the beast tide, blocking the largest abyssal mouth, while also creating a sea of sweet dew flowers. Dendro Archon Bur returns to the World Tree, leaving only 5 gods to go to Canria. On the Sumeru side, Bur sees the World Tree and is about to sacrifice herself. Suddenly, a bitter mist emits light from her body. This is given by Gunlan. "If there's danger, I will come to help." She infuses elemental power, and green light bursts out, connecting to her eyes. Her left eye turns into a purple, wave-patterned eye. Transcription seal wheel, grave border prison. A half-transparent purple figure emerges. It's Gunlan in the wheel grave. "Gunlan, is that you?" Bur cries out in excitement. He has been missing for hundreds of years, and that little girl from Winter has been looking for him for a century. Bur explains the situation and Andujia's quest to find him. Gunlan looks stunned. "National disasters in every nation? Don't worry about me. Go help them." "No need." Gunlan thinks for a moment, and several wheel graves emerge, vanishing in an instant, leaving one beside her. "Let me see what is going on." He directly accesses the World Tree and immediately discovers countless filth and disasters. The Great Kind Tree King explains how this thing is so against the heavens. And Gunlan nods. "Understood." The reincarnation I manifests, and an invisible might bursts forth. Bur feels like she wants to submit. "All right." "Huh?" The Great Kind Tree King is stunned. "It's all gone? How is that possible?" On the Canria battlefield, Morix is slacking. Barbados is goofing off. The Pyro Archon is stomping around, and the Cryo Archon is absent-minded, but their powers are explosive. Only the Electro Archon is truly struggling, aside from dodging skills. She can't do anything and is desperately escaping. Suddenly, a figure appears in the sky above Canria. Is this it? Gunlan floats, and the 5 gods are stunned. Gunlan, Morix, Ball, and Barnabas shout in unison. Barbados and the Pyro Archon look bewildered. Who is this? Gunlan doesn't even look at them, raising his hand and coldly saying, "Only pain can awaken people, the pain of a fallen nation. Do you understand?" Then he floats higher. Divine punishment from heaven. An invisible repulsive force creates a transparent barrier that bursts open. The 5 gods instantly feel dizzy. When they wake up, they're all confused. Where is this? Cocolia has already sent news of Genglan to Andusia, and she instantly feels invigorated and rushes out. Transforming into dragon form, she flies across the mountains. Catching a glimpse of a purple figure, it's definitely him. She chases after him and reaches out to touch him, but his massive skeletal arm pushes her away. Even more certain it's Genglan. Genglan, the wheel grave Genglan turned around. Don't look for me. I'm here to fight. Go to Canria. After saying this, he disappears, and Andusia immediately rushes over. Mondstadt. Monsters invade. The Knights of Favonius hold on. Just as they are about to turn the tide, a giant dragon appears, leaving them in despair. The Lion of Light and the young wolf grit their teeth. Rosalind, you broke our promise. Suddenly struck by a terrifying force, they are sent flying, and when they get up, they see an unforgettable sight. A giant purple god floating, drawing the bow of judgment. The people go from despair to ecstasy, shouting for the Emperor. Lightning arrows instantly hit the giant dragon monster, exploding its spawn point. At the same time, Susanoo appears in Inazuma, striking down the void and extinguishing the evil. Saving Raiden's friend. He looks urgently at Raiden. Your sister is still alive. He flies to the peak, using the reincarnation eye to plant trees, sacred sakura trees. The people see the evil being easily suppressed and the trees being planted, cheering for Amaterasu's supreme might. In Liyue, Susanoo instantly suppresses the layered rock abyss, clearing the entire scene. The older generation immediately stands up. Our teammates are stable. They shout for the true god. Sumeru, Fontaine, Natlan, and Winter all reveal their giant gods, and the situation reverses in an instant. As the Canria incident comes to an end, Andusia finally arrives. Genglan dodges a wave of blades, looking at the flattened Canria, and meets the sinner Golden who helped a bit. Suddenly, a loud shout is heard. Genglan! Cocolia turns around. It's Andusia. The wheel grave Genglan turns. Andusia, can you come back? She holds back her tears and reaches out. I'm sorry. We will eventually reunite. Then he dissipates. The Canria incident concludes a perfect ending. The maintainer of heavenly principles crazily seals the abyss, intercepting 2 meteors for sealing. One escapes and encounters the sword of the end light and a strong red-haired girl. 1,000 years later, in Teyvat, Liyue Harbor is the most prosperous commercial area in Teyvat. Andusia, sister, haven't you tried the snacks here? Let us go. At the dock, a blonde girl with fox ears bounces around in the sunlight, wearing a trendy jacket with a short skirt. Her movements are full of vitality. Behind her, a tall, cool girl in winter administrative attire, draped in a purple coat. She even has 2 blue and white little horns on her head. Players from Genshin Impact immediately recognize. I test. Big Duck. In Mondstadt, 6 figures in red cloud robes overlook the square where a green-haired drunkard is passed out. Sumeru. The great sage Azar reports to the person in the shadows. Only one red eye is revealed. In Fontaine, a girl in a spider skirt is surrounded by Mei Lucian, laughing. This is Teyvat, 1,000 years later. Volume 1 ends. At this moment, in Blue Star, an Anime Up master reviews new shows. Guys, September's new shows are all trash. Not a single one is good. Looking at the computer, September 28th, 2020. Opening the anime software on a small broken site. Oh. Genshin Impact has new news. Clicking to take a look. The barrage exploded. Genshin Impact? Made by MiHoYo? Old Me has been holding back an open-world mobile game. This counts as a confident game, right? The jar shouts. Don't say it. Just watch. What can the biggest venue in China do? The streamer is guaranteed to be stunned. Beta testers say it's explosive. The jar clicks on the video, Billy Game, text flashes, and a cold voice of a young boy rises from the black screen. We haven't said goodbye yet, so I won't take this as a farewell. He instinctively clicks on the description and sees a string of names, pauses to take a closer look. Friends. The regions in the front are Mondstadt and Liyue, guessing about 8. The back represents various regions. Barrage. The main package guesses accurately. Come work at our company. Despicable outsider, illusion. The jar sees the barrage and looks at the CV. Liyue is unfamiliar, but teacher Sunyi is familiar. Barrage. Who is this? I am Bear Grylls. This is the right vibe. So it's this teacher. How come this Rai is marked no? No voice acting? No way. I have to figure out who this Rai is. Clicking to continue the video. Sun Yi voices Dane, talking a bunch of riddles. And the jar is confused. I should have looked into the plot beforehand. I don't understand what this guy is saying. Barrage. Main package. Even understanding the plot still doesn't help. Then the twin stars appear in a sea of flowers. The jar points at the screen. This must be the main character. The younger sister looks stunning. Her eyes are sparkling. Music plays, and the foreigner with green fluorescence appears. The jar shouts. The dragon that has guarded the free city-state for 1,000 years. This prototype is from America, right? A wave of flames sweeps by. A red-haired, black-clothed man holding a fiery greatsword appears. The barrage explodes. Husband. This guy's incredibly handsome. 5-star fiery greatsword dialect. Top-tier strength at launch. 5-star is equivalent to S? Yes. 90 pulls as a guarantee. 160 per pull. Really? Then I must play. The scene shifts, and a distant figure appears. The jar reads the text closely. Shocked on the spot. My God. The deity was assassinated. This plot is too interesting. On screen, an elegant and noble white-haired woman appears. With a flick of her jade hand, several golden stones fly out. The jar, originally leaning on the gaming chair, instantly straightens up to the screen. Wow. This one is great. This is amazing. Barrage explodes. Main package, get a grip. This sister is stunning. I super like her. In another live room, Bunny Girl, Kozer Yuhua looks at Ningguang with bright eyes. Family. This outfit design is amazing. So beautiful. Barrage. Hua Hua. I want to see you cosplay. I can't even imagine how good you'd look. This blue star Mihoyo dominates the gaming world, and streamers across all platforms rush to watch Mihoyo's new PV. In the live room, there are those going crazy, guessing the plot, digging for details, analyzing. Everything is there. The jar sees a lot of characters. And Kamisato Ayaka from Inazuma directly hits him. My God, this is my ideal type. But he still hasn't seen the Rai in the description. Who exactly is this? Until the end, after Dane finishes his farewell speech, the words Genshin Impact appear on the black screen. The jar is stunned. Where's Rai? Could it be the one adjusting the sound next to him? Suddenly, Dane speaks again. I've lost too many memories. But I always remember she liked these flowers too. The jar instinctively leans closer to the screen. Sure enough, there are subtitles. A clear and clean voice rises. All right, then I won't disturb you. Sinner goodbye. He immediately rewinds to listen again. Family. This voice acting is incredible. Just listening to the voice makes me feel blown away. Barrage. This voice hits me. Who is the voice actor? The text is off. Is Dane confessing to Rai? Is Dane the sinner? The beta test only has Mondstadt's part. I need to play it myself. I made a reservation. The server opens at 11 to grab UID. Genshin veteran player reporting. The jar sees the barrage. The last line in the Japanese version is amazing. Then I must try it. Switching to Japanese to listen again. The last line Ghana rings out. And the jar is instantly stunned, rewinding the progress bar. Wow. This Ghana is too enchanting. Barrage. Did the old man exert himself? Why is the main package reacting like this? This voice is sexy. I practiced it several times. Instantly, the hot search exploded. Genshin footprints PV explosive. Genshin unbeatable. Kamisato Ayaka. Genshin server countdown. Mysterious character Rai. Ghana. Especially Ghana, shooting straight to the top of the hot search, going viral across the internet, spawning a bunch of secondary creations. The jar gains hundreds of thousands of followers by imitating Ghana, directly sparking a Ghana craze. In Teyvat, the bustling commercial street of Liyue, a child runs with a candied hawthorn, suddenly trips and falls. When he opens his eyes, he sees a speeding cart rushing towards him, and there's no time to brake. The child, scared, closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he finds himself sitting safely beside it, and the cart is fine. Nearby, a young man in luxurious patterned black robes nods in satisfaction and turns to leave. His white hair fades to purple at the tips, looking as stunning as the readers. With an incredibly exceptional figure. At his waist hangs a long red and white scabbard, like a meow knife, but not quite a katana. His eyes are the most special. The whites are golden, and the pupils are green. This young man is Uchiha Geng Rai, who has been traveling outside for over 3,000 years. After wandering through countless worlds, Geng Rai finally returned home. Suddenly, a virtual screen pops up in front of him, and he pauses for a moment to recall, starting to look at the information above. Strongest popularity system. Wishing you to become the most popular character. Geng Rai is speechless, dude. Look at my abilities. Do I need your enhancement? I could erase you in a minute. But after wandering for so long, how can I resist the fun served on a platter? He sees something network-like in the system. So it turns out Genshin is about to launch. Memories flood back. And this system actually allows him to become a game character to earn popularity points. This is so much fun. Clicking on the top right corner for my profile. After circling to load, Geng Rai bursts out laughing at the panel. Host, Uchiha Geng Rai, race, Otsutsuki clan, strength, ninjutsu from wind, fire, and lightning release to flying thunder god. Spiraling sphere is all maxed out. The physique is even more explosive. Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan from 6 to 9 Tomo, Rebirth, Sage Body, all of them. Techniques and Sage techniques also have special abilities. All objects include a virtual 10 tails. Comprehensive evaluation. Trees have been eaten. Purely an over-the-top fusion monster. Sure enough, Genshin opened its server early. The hype exploded directly, and a large number of players surged in, UID skyrocketing. The jar, preparing 6 computers to grab UID, is stunned. No way. How did I get a UID starting with 131? Can't worry about that much. Genshin start. Famous streamer Deng, Golden Scream Little Bread, also entered the game. She wears a snug white pajama, and the audience calls it boring. Right off the bat, she challenges the heavenly principle, and Deng is shocked. Is this Kiana? Is the black rod in her neck a special preference? Barrage explodes. My Kiki has received a script. I'll take her home. Dude, wake up from your yellow urine. Everyone ignores the black rod on the heavenly principle's neck, thinking it's just decoration. But with the black rod present, the twins who originally would have been taken down instantly actually have a back-and-forth fight with the heavenly principle. When the twins attack the heavenly principle, the screen freezes. Select player. Deng looks at the barrage, all shouting to choose brother or sister. She points to the screen center. Can I choose Kiana? She asks next to the main character. Barrage. The streamer is a genius. I never thought to choose the one in the middle. At a glance, the one in the middle is incredibly strong. After clicking the middle several times with no response, she can only choose the sister. I'll choose her. I want to see a sweet romance. But just after she finished selecting, she was sealed by a seamless series of moves from the heavenly principle. The scene cuts to the beach, and Paimon floats out. So you were stopped by a strange god and got separated from your blood relative? Deng is melted. Wow, baby. You're a little treasure. This Paimon is similar to the original, but the cloak design is strange. There are starry skies and dragon scale patterns on it. The two team up to try the controls, and Deng shouts. This game has an absurdly high frame rate. It's super comfortable to play. Then they enter a small forest, directly encountering the Anemo dragon and a mysterious green-haired man. The barrage instantly explodes. No way. Are we fighting this dragon right at the start? This dragon model looks amazing no matter how many times you see it. After meeting Amber, I was brought to Mondstadt. The Anemo dragon suddenly struck. It blew people into the sky. Next came intense ace pilot mode. In the game, Deng, the big genius, indeed lived up to expectations, taking 3 tries to pass. This is a must-pass plot you can get through without changing direction. Hey. Just as Lumen was about to defeat the Anemo dragon, it suddenly unleashed countless wind projectiles, with erratic trajectories all aimed at Lumen. Watch closely. A hawk's cry erupted. A massive whirlwind swept in, and Lumen barely stabilized. She opened her eyes in confusion. A giant blue eagle, comparable to the Anemo dragon, flew in the air, spinning and sweeping away all the wind projectiles. This reversal effect was on full display like Godzilla dodging cannonballs, visually stunning. The barrage of comments exploded. Old me. This effect is so cool. The eagle dove down with a dance of power. Dragon type defeating dragon type. Smash it. The giant eagle surrounded by blue water. Hidden dragon head shape dove like a giant dragon colliding with the Anemo dragon. The Anemo dragon was stunned. Why does this giant eagle have a dragon's aura? In its confusion, it suddenly remembered, thousands of years ago, it was a little wind dragon, almost turned in a hot pot by the sea dragon. This familiar feeling triggered a nightmare. But the giant eagle was immensely powerful, directly flipping the Anemo dragon. The Anemo dragon stabilized its dizzy head, sensing the familiar elemental power on the ground. Even though it was controlled, a bit of consciousness was shouting to run. It immediately retreated. The giant eagle saw Lumen, who was in free fall, and with a flap of its wing, it gave her a shield, allowing her to land safely. Then, like bubbles bursting into gentle rain, it left a rainbow. Mondstadt is not peaceful. The familiar sound of ding ding came, and she immediately widened her eyes to look at the screen. Lumen turned around. Ding ding stood up directly. Her pajamas were almost bursting. Wow. The big duck with dragon horns. So beautiful. In front of her was a silver-haired beauty in professional attire, both professional and elegant. Her silver hair was styled into 3 spiral shapes, paired with a purple coat that was noble and mysterious. Black high heels plus black stockings made her legs look super long, and the little blue-white horns on her forehead added cuteness. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, exuding an incredible aura. Ding Ding looked from head to toe. This must be the post-collapse big duck. The modeling was breathtaking. The comments were filled with wife at first sight and Duck Chef going crazy. In the game, Andugia smiled at Lumen. Hello? My name is Andugia from Susanoo. You look super cool fighting the dragon. Ding Ding exclaimed. The name has ya. A brand new dragon duck. Her smile was stunning. Lumen shyly scratched her head. Actually a bit awkward. That giant eagle must have been summoned by her, right? Far away in Liyue Harbor, Geng had just come down from the Yujing Pavilion with property and permits, not paying attention to the skyrocketing popularity on the screen, and headed directly to the most expensive Yujing terrace in Liyue. Back in Mondstadt, applause and footsteps were heard. Although Ding Ding was annoyed that the plot interrupted her watching the duck, she still took it seriously. I must pull this duck. Ding Ding clicked through the dialogue to continue the plot, and then saw a black-skinned, blue-haired guy clapping as he approached. She was stunned. Isn't this guy paired with Dainsleif? His voice is way too similar. The comments exploded. Ding Ding guessed it perfectly. No way. What does Dainsleif mean? Does Dainsleif like to sleep? Duck treasure guy. I love ducks the most, hee hee. Ding Ding continued through the plot. When Kia said he was a good citizen, he inadvertently glanced at Andugia. Sorry. The nights were negligent and made you laugh, Kia explained with a smile. No need. I came without notice, not your fault. The camera cut to Andugia leaving, and Amber rushed over. Traveler, are you okay? You scare me to death just now. After checking Lumen, she glared at Kia. What were you doing just now, cavalry captain? Kia awkwardly scratched his head. Taking Lumen to the knights. Paimon asked, who was that beautiful sister just now? Amber was shocked. The vice mayor of Susanoo. Paimon was confused. Vice mayor? So strong? Ding Ding shouted. Susanoo is like Mondstadt. This position is second in command under the god. Paimon added. Finding her to understand the gods is super reliable. Kia slipped away, and Amber took Lumen to the Knights building. Ding Ding guessed. The duck must be a key person in Susanoo, leading us to find the ice god. The comments. Just arrived in Mondstadt, and thinking so far? Look strong just by appearance. Reversed by Old Me, Villa by the Sea. Upon entering the building and seeing Kia, she said, sorry for the delay. Entering the office, Amber shouted, Acting Grandmaster, the people are here. Lumen saw Jean and Lisa, and Ding Ding exclaimed, wow, this sister is also stunning. Welcome, I'm Jean, and this is Lisa. Jean introduced. Lisa smiled. What a sweet child. So cute, the comments. This must be pulled. She said I'm cute, hee hee. Lisa explained the current situation, and Jean made a request, which Lumen and Paimon agreed to. Lisa mentioned going to 3 ruins, and the tasks were not mandatory in order. Ding's eyes lit up. Let's explore the city first. I can pull cards now. She opened the original stones and saw the green character design. The sister next to the dragon is super cute. Let's pull. Seeing the original stones were low, she opened the mail. Olmi sent 30 pulls. Clicking the 10 consecutive pulls, she was stunned. Why is it the permanent pull? Forget it. The comments. Newbie pool is toxic. Don't touch. Ding Ding opened the newbie pool. 8 balls for 10 consecutive pulls. Can pull again. How considerate. The comments. waiting for 50 pulls for 5 purples. I only pulled weapons. Deng Deng shouted. Let us do 10 consecutive pulls. She clicked the mouse. The sky appeared. White clouds hit a vortex, and blue meteors streaked across, followed by many shooting stars. The card pulling animation was nice. A blue meteor with a whistling wind flashed with golden light. Deng Deng was stunned, pointing at the screen. Huh? Did I get gold? The comments flooded in. Jess, no way. Won 10 consecutive pull and got gold? Non-lucky player, take my spear. The result was a 2-star weapon silhouette, and she also received 15-star glitter. Deng Deng couldn't react, asked her friends if she got gold, and after receiving confirmation from the blue screen dog, laughed wildly. Huh? I knew my luck was explosive. California Big Cow. Did you forget the last 500 boxes didn't get a skin? Shut up. Let me see what I got. Hiya hiya hiya. She clicked the mouse. The 7 elemental symbols rotated, pinpointing the electro element vision. Deng Deng shouted, It's electro. It's that purple cat head. Then the silhouette flashed. In her youth, she practiced swordplay with a young man, grew up anxious holding a scroll, and moved at high speed with the lightning sword, leaving a lightning shadow. The purple cat head character design appeared with golden light, 5 stars appeared, and the name Kaching came with lightning effects. Deng Deng excitedly called to the camera. Wow, is this the recruitment animation? Awesome, she can create clones. So cool. The live chat was sour. The main package was probably the first in the entire network to get gold with 2 pulls. Non-lucky players were all crying. Strength quality check. Kaching is the main C of the server. Just level her up. Woohoo. So happy. After clicking a couple more times, purple light flashed, and a 4-star spear appeared. Raiden. The name was so cool. The design looked like Raiden. She continued clicking, except for Noelle, it was nothing much, but she was already super excited. She clicked another 10 consecutive pulls. Unsurprisingly, blue skies and white clouds, just 1 Razor. Drip Luna, not bad. Razor is top tier for starting out. Why can I only pull 20 times? Looking at the newbie pool disappearing, she switched to the permanent pool and eyed the cover. Want that one with the hat. It must be related to Lisa. Bye. Is the hat a family characteristic? Confidently smashing the remaining pulls, Deng Deng slumped in the gaming chair. The first 10 consecutive pulls yielded the purple diamond weapon Zhaoxing, and the rest were all this thing. 3 Zhaoxing. It should be called heartbreaking. After finishing her complaints, Deng Deng entered the character interface, went straight to the purple cat head. Wow, you're so cute. Hee hee. She fangirled to upgrade Kaching, looking for weapons that were all blue, for purples that couldn't be used, and could only equip a 3-star. Opening her backpack, she looked at the disappointing introduction. Increases attack with additional damage. Not bad. Then she looked at Raiden. Raiden's attributes popped up. Base attack 44. Critical damage 14. 0. Passive carries the Thunder of Destruction. When HP is below 70, casting elemental skill grants a layer of Thunder of Destruction, increasing attack power by 11-23, stacking up to 3 layers. When above 70, it loses health. Story. Born under the annihilating thunder. Should be called the God of Thunder. This effect is amazing. It also increases critical rate. Isn't this just casually graduating from the panel? But without a spear character, Deng Deng shouted, Let's level up first. Wait for future use. Then the team was formed with Kaching, Ying, Amber, and Noelle. Razor. The world has completely forgotten me. While on the way, I caught a glimpse of a shadow in a restaurant alley. I immediately turned and rushed over. My eyes. There's definitely a story here. Let's go ask. California Big Cow. Didn't notice. Hidden mission, right? I controlled Ying to walk over and saw the shadow in a red cloud robe staring at a dead end. Not knowing what to think. Lord Andusia, aren't you here? The shadow turned around and saw a sneaky blonde approaching. The wide sleeves revealed a black stick, and the gray-brown eyes turned sharp. These pain don't have Rinnegan. Only the Heavenly Path does. Guess who the Heavenly Path is? Paimon panicked. No ill intent. Don't take action. After explaining, the other party finally put away their weapon. Actually had it the whole time. I exclaimed, another big sister. Why are there so many beautiful ladies in Mondstadt? Bullet comments. Who is this? Not in the closed beta. Duck Duck wasn't in the closed beta either. Mihoyo. Release everything hidden. Ing greeted. I am the Traveler. And this is Paimon. The other party didn't team move. Paimon suddenly said, the Andugia you mentioned is the vice mayor of Winter, right? We've met. The woman immediately looked up. Really? Tell me where she is. I'm looking for her. Who are you? Pain, the human path. What does that mean? Pain is a general term. I am a human path. Oh, codename. We also don't know where she went. Should we search together? The traveler also wants to ask her about something. Pain frowned at Paimon, and Paimon touched her face. Is there something on my face? Okay. Pain walked over. And I was confused. What organization is this? Does the human path manage the human world? Brown rice. The main package found the first one. Others are rushing to the main line. Tractor. Just love wandering around the corners. A normal person would have teleported by now. Ing and Pain teamed up to look for Andugia, but Pain didn't answer any questions. When they got near the hotel, Ing jogged over. The Fatui stopped her. Stop. Outsiders, get lost. I want to check in. Get lost. This area is controlled by the Fatui. Don't make me use force. The attitude was extremely bad. Paimon quietly complained. How can they act as gatekeepers? The Fatui was about to retort, but when they saw Pain, they immediately wilted. Lord Pain? Why are you here? Is Andugia here? She came by this morning and went outside the city. Tell her to be careful. Pain turned and left, leaving the Fatui sweating. Paimon and Ing followed. Pain, you're so powerful. You scared him just by showing up. Are you also from Winter? No. I just have dealings with them. Soon the group arrived outside the city. Where should we look for Duck Duck? I completely forgot the main line and wandered around with Pain for half a day. The key is that there are no task prompts. It's crazy. Where can she go? Pain and Ing pondered. At this moment, Paimon poked Ing. Traveler, look at that. Don't make a fuss. Paimon poked again, and Ing got annoyed. What is it? Following the direction she pointed, they saw a figure in a purple cloak. Paimon shouted, Pain, it's Andugia. I burst out laughing. They were thinking for half a day here, and Duck Duck is just nearby. The group walked over and saw Andugia standing by the lake watching a girl fish. The girl swung her rod. This time it won't be empty. I'll definitely catch a big fish. Andugia just smiled. Paimon flew over to check the fish box. It only had water, not a single fish. Paimon was speechless. Is this a fishing fraud? Bullet comments. The fishing fraud is everywhere. How do you know I caught one? Pain excitedly stepped forward. Miss Andugia, we finally found you. Andugia turned around. It's you. I thought the Hell Path had come. The Hell Path is preparing in Liyue. Soon all 6 paths will come. This is a letter for you. Andugia glanced at Ing and Paimon, opened the letter, and read. They want me to return to Liyue again? That little girl. I hugged the Duck Duck plush toy and inhaled deeply. Plush toy, looking infatuated. Andugia, with a thought, created a new envelope. Sorry, I have to stay in Mondstadt. She looked at Ing, and I shouted. Are you going to do something again? I'm willing. Gonna big. The main package is going for the hidden line. Unlocking new character storyline. Traveler, can you help me with a favor? There's a reward. Ing and Paimon discussed and accepted the envelope. The task deliver a letter appeared. Reward unknown. I looked at the task details. Winter Female Executives Commission. Deliver a letter to someone in Liyue. Does a friend want to progress? She smiled. Not me going. Want to progress? Huh. Shangshi Big Sheriff. Lord Andugia. I really want to progress. Duck Duck Boy. Russian Female Executive. Sahasa. I also chuckled and looked at the task. No specific content. Clicking it doesn't mark the direction. I ran to eavesdrop on Andugia and Pain. Bullet comments filled the screen with he. California Big. The live room is hyped up? I decided to follow the storyline and sought a path to the ruins. In another live room, a handsome main package was using the Lisa that night and gave him to fight monsters. Bird Paw. Knight and Sister. I got Kaching in a 10 pull. Knight and looked at the Chi-Chi that he barely got with his spending, feeling a bit sour. 1, 2, 3 discharge. Huh, why did the action disappear? He used Lisa's normal attack to bully the Hilichurls, discovering that a segment of the normal attack was missing. Can I use this to dodge damage? Knight and stopped attacking and found a ranged Hilichurl to 3A in place. When a rocket came, he dodged with 4A. Frog fun. This segment is invincible. Instantly in love with you. The main package is a genius. Rigorous brother. This is hilariously fun. After demonstrating a few times, he blurted out, This is called invincibility frame. He was confused himself. How did this term come up? Now he has less than 10,000 fans. And his live room has less than 200 people, completely unaware that the wheel of fate has turned. And in the future, he will make a name for himself in the new gameplay of Genshin Impact. In another live room, an unknown strategy master started playing Genshin Impact as soon as the server opened, releasing strategies at 2 a.m. after the 12 a.m. launch. The canister used the newly released dialect for exploration, and when he saw the bullet comment saying that I found hidden storylines, he clicked on our live room out of disbelief. Welcome, Canister Bro. Applause. I gave face to Canister, who generously sent 5 big rockets. Thank you, Canister Teacher. Hidden storyline. Let me tell you, she excitedly said she wandered the city and found the human path pain, then followed to find Andusia to receive a strange task. Even describing the style of stockings. Canister sent 2 more rockets and rushed back to Genshin Impact. Teleporting to Pain's location, Canister was shocked. I go. This modeling is top-notch. He admitted that Genshin Impact is stunning. The character in the PV with a cool voice, the exhilarating operations. The outrageous special effects, giant eagle shooting bullets and film is a selling point, and various pushing mechanics. Then he, like me, looked for Andusia to get the letter. Rationally analyzing. This is the Liyue pass, right? On my side, I easily completed the ruins task, and after purifying the knights, I had nothing to do. I came out aimlessly wandering, and Paimon ending thought of the girl who talked to the dragon. Paimon pointed to the green-hatted head rushing down the stairs. Isn't that the up character? The poem of the cup. Roman table lawn. It's the poem of the cup. I laughed, controlling Ing to catch up, arriving at the statue of the Anemo god. Oh my, the statue is so big. Wait, I wandered around the square, N times, big nose listening. Why hasn't the plot triggered yet? Suddenly the plot started, and Vinny began to recite poetry. I asked, didn't you notice that the Anemo statue and Vinny statue are together? Pure-hearted boy. The main package just realized? Pulling Vinny would know he is the Anemo god. Huh, the national deity is here singing? So pitiful. In Vinny's song, there were scenes. The wind dragon called Storm Terror, 2 giant dragons invaded. It fought fiercely. The emperor appeared. A light arrow took down one, and severely injured another. The injured one was the poisonous dragon, and it self-destructed with Storm Terror. Poisonous blood went up, and the Anemo god was blown into a deep sleep. Gunlan OS. Quite lucky, just tossing a pill calmed it down. I realized that Storm Terror was corrupted and was interested in the emperor. 3 dragons were fighting. Lightning arrows fell from the sky, and in the next second, only the half-blood poisonous dragon and Storm Terror self-destructing were left. Does Mondstadt have gods and emperors? Mythical stories. Don't take them seriously. The 2 then went up to find Vinny. Wendy smiles. Yes, it's all true. Scaring away the dragon means we need to help Ding Ding is immersed in Wendy's white stockings. All right, I'll do whatever my little sister says. Great Britain, main package. Wendy is a boy. What? A boy that's this cute? No way. Little South girl. Wendy takes the 2 to the church to borrow a piano. Big sister no. You try it. Pay up, penguin voice, standing outside. The 3 are directly rejected. Wendy's eyes light up. Hey, I have an idea. So Ding Ding follows to steal the piano. After failing a full 8 times, they finally reach the last step. The bullet comments mock them. Their mentality is red hot, and their bodies are exhausted. Ding Ding shouts. Family, the days of being mocked are over. Just as they step forward, lightning flashes. The Thunder Sorcerer laughs and slips away with the piano. Aminos, pure-hearted boy. A girl's blush is the best love letter. Holding back laughter. Liyue Yujing Terrace, the most prosperous and expensive area. A store quietly opens. Gunglan takes Ningguang's permit and leads the development team to build houses, along with a purple cat's head, Kaching, and a golden fox's head. Kaching looks at the blueprints and sighs at the exquisite design, glancing at the teasing dog Gunglan. Why did Ningguang say the emperor helped him in a dream? Looking at her blonde best friend eating ice cream nearby, she immediately pounced on Gunglan upon seeing him. Clearly we. A roar comes. Kaching looks at Gunglan's dog, completely black and gold, sharp all over like it's covered in armor, claws floating. What kind of normal dog is this? This is a puppy of the beast realm with dyed golden, blue, red, and black fur blood dog. The dog holds out a kunai with the words thunder, rainbow, quick, rain written on it. Kaching looks again. Geng Lan has long disappeared. In the game, Ing doesn't care about Deng Deng's red-hot mentality. The matter is exposed, and she runs away faster than a train. She crashes into a couple. Red robe. Sorry, can't stop. Flying through the acceleration zone to the angel's gift. Deng Deng stubbornly claims, I ran over here. I didn't even hit the acceleration zone. When opening the door, they almost hit the volcanic monster bird, Barton, and nearly run out of time. Upon entering the bar, they see Dialek with red hair. After some negotiation, we are criminals. Come on. There's someone in the private room on the second floor. The knights are just, damn. After stating their intentions, when he shouts, the team adds a new member. The fire-breathing Dialek then exclaims in surprise, the acting leader is here too. As soon as Jean enters, Deng Deng smiles. Jean has become prettier. Looks good. Are we going to catch the dragon? We've fought before. Let us find Duck Duck to let Eagle kill Turin. The best bard. Why are you so selfish? At this moment, Andugia comes down the stairs holding a high-footed cup. Oh no, should I not have come? No. You came at the right time. Want to try the specialty of the winter? Paimon shouts, flame burst. Ing shouts, big character explosion. Deng Deng laughs, laying on the table. The dragon-slaying team is officially formed. Traveler Ing, stand-in name Paimon, ability super eating time pause, fake. Dialek Ragngvinder, stand-in name Dawn, ability high temperature flames money ability. Jean Gunhilder, stand-in name Dandelion Lion, ability restore health high altitude throw. Barbados Windy, stand-in name A, ability to slack off and drink a company to chat. The seventh part has a similar chatting stand-in. That guy has explosive luck. Andugia Ulrich, stand-in name Sea God Dragon King. Ability Fairy Arts Authority of the Sea God. Can summon 9 Sea God statues and also use the 10 Fist Sword. Players can only see Fairy Arts. When he shouts, alright, let us go. The few of them step forward simultaneously, and strange fonts pop up. We're off. The next second is dead silence. Paimon can't hold back and bursts out laughing. Deng Deng directly lays on the table laughing until his stomach hurts. Ioho baby. The production team is so funny. Laughing crazy. Blue sky, white clouds. Paimon, being a little one, takes a step and looks up proudly, laughing until she crows. Deng Deng suspects the production team's mental state. Wendy being funny is one thing, but what s with Jean's high-altitude throw? Eternal consciousness. Jean's combat skill throws people. Falling damage maxed out. Duck Duck's stand-in is explosive. See God Dragon King. Both God and Dragon are present. Double fried egg. You call yourself a God Dragon. Which God and which dragon? No wonder it's Duck Duck. The drama is high, and it's still strong. This is Hanser's work, right? So similar. All forests, it's her, but not revealing any news. The group splits up to find clues, wearing masks to sneak into the Fatui-S base. Big pot. I'm with the Fatui. Pass. They chop monsters all the way to the end. Ing takes off the mask. The enemy is stunned. You are actually. Damn it. XX. I'm dead. Easily taking the sky piano, they step outside and see a figure in a black and red cloud robe, with one eye glowing crimson. Ing takes the piano to the Dawn Winery to find the acting leader. Wendy says the piano needs to be repaired, and Jean lets Ing handle it, dripping a few drops of sharps. Okay, charge. Let us fight the dragon and eat dragon meat. Deng Deng excitedly shouts. Turin angrily throws the Abyss Mage. Damn. The Abyss Mage curses. You're just like a dog. Upon reaching Starfall Cliff, Deng Deng declares, a mere little dragon. I'll definitely smash it. When he starts the dragon summoning technique. Respond to me, Turin. The 1,000-year song resounds. A hurricane sweeps in the giant dragon. Deng Deng is shocked. No way. It's so big. There's nothing to discuss. You're clearly reminiscing about this song. Turin's gaze drifts to Andugia. Hesitating, a flow of light rushes in. The sky piano is struck and blackened on the ground. The Abyss Mage shouts, Shibby Bobby. Turin angrily responds, damn it, just about to go berserk. The Abyss Mage uses Abyss power to manipulate the poisonous thorns. Turin roars in pain. I'm hungry. Feeling like Wu Jing being electrocuted. Are you here to hunt me? Roaring angrily, he flies away. Wendy is still sad. Jean comforts him, and everyone discusses the next step. Deng Deng says, "So the Abyss Mage is bad. I thought it was fluffy and cute. Next time, I'll definitely smash it. Winnie baby." "Don't be sad," Dialect talks about the Abyss Mage. Just as he finishes speaking, the player's perspective cuts to another side. A blonde boy stands on a peak looking at the Wind Dragon ruins, followed by several fluffy Abyss Mages. Isn't this the protagonist, brother? Why is he mixing with the fluffy ones? The Abyss Mage humbly says, "Your Majesty, your servant has brought back victory." The perspective cuts to a frontal view. He frowns looking at his arm, where there is a black hexagram. A voice echoes in his mind. The mark of the flying thunder god will never disappear. He immediately covers his arm. Deng Deng is confused. What does that mean? What is flying thunder god? California Goose. Main package. That's Aaron. The voice in the PV is super cool. It sounds good, but I don't understand. Apple pie. I actually fell in love with a voice I've never seen. The group leaves Starfall Cliff to the Wind Dragon ruins. Deng Deng runs around in a circle. There's a wind wall outside, following the plot to solve the guiding mechanism. After searching for a long time, they finally open the high tower on the relic. Entering the dungeon. Start. Genshin transitions to the 7 elements. Finally stuck on the rock element, Deng Deng shouts, "No way. This is also stuck on rock." Finally getting in, she is shocked. The perspective can't be turned. Still on the big platform. In the distance, the Wind Dragon appears, battle mode fully activated. Dialect, Windy Jining, Paimon, and Dugia fall from the sky onto the platform. The Wind Dragon dies with an angry roar. When he takes out a small piano and plays music, "You've been enhanced. Hurry up." Ing takes out the unforged sword. Dialect holds Wolf's gravestone. Jean raises the Favonius sword, and Dugia stands still watching Turin. Dialect ignites flames attached to his great sword. Judgment. The Firebird charges at the Wind Dragon, but is scattered by the dragon's body. The Wind Dragon's sharp claws shine with cold light as it dives. Be careful. Windy uses wind elements to lift everyone into the air, narrowly escaping. Ing, the iron-headed girl, finds the right moment and attacks the Wind Dragon as she falls. Turin is stunned. Has she always been this brave? Ing uses the unforged sword to slash the dragon's back. 2 normal attacks don't work, like normal type against dragon type. The Wind Dragon shakes and throws Ing off. The wind makes her face hurt. Dialect, with fire enchantment, performs Dragon Slash on the dragon's head, breaking some scales, but the effect is poor. He also gets caught in the northwest wind. Turin OS. I am the East Wind Dragon. Should be called Northeast Wind. In the sky, Vinny discovers a blind spot, and the wind carries the voice. Attack the poisonous stinger. The purple spike one. Ing stares at the Anemo dragon's neck, like a pimple. She exchanges nods with Dialect, who is consuming the wind, and they grab a dragon scale to feel their way forward. Suddenly, the Anemo dragon performs a massive spin. Jean jumps down, and the windborne blade flashes with green light, poking the two. Scatter. The wind blows them away, and in midair, they turn to execute a double dragon slash on the poisonous stinger. Poisonous blood splatters, and the Anemo dragon roars in pain, creating a gigantic tornado that confuses everyone. Can't hold on anymore. Ying's hand slips, about to fall. Vinny jumps back into the fray, dragging the 3 out. He easily breaks a hole in the tornado created by the Anemo dragon, and then they are out. The Anemo dragon, dizzy from the spinning, turns back in confusion. Where are they? Looking around, what greets him is Dialect, Jean, and Ing wrapped in wind elements. Even Paimon is attacking fiercely. Only Andrea stands still on the platform, unaffected by the wind and rain. Ding Ding shouts, "Vinti, why didn't you say we could play like this earlier?" Ing enjoys playing the Thunder Warplane. Dodge the skills. Shoot the poisonous stinger. Ing shoots quickly. Dialect shots burn. Jeans are even bigger, and Paimon's are mini. The Anemo dragon attacks furiously, but the few of them move like an elite team, dodging skills smoothly and coordinating well. Its neck is hurting, going almost insane, but it can't do anything about it. Damn Barbados. It breathes towards the sky, gathering wind elements to form a collapsing ladder that smashes down. An all-encompassing, massive AoE. I don't believe you can run. Ing panics. Vinny, think of something. Vinny is pondering whether to unleash his ultimate. Watch closely. The previously idle Andreas finally moves. She walks on air, raising her right hand above her head, pointing at the sky. Water flows around her, and blue light gathers into a giant water mirror. A drop of water falls onto the mirror. A giant blue whale pokes its head out, its voice melodious yet eerie. The giant whale swims towards the battlefield. Who can't fly now? The Anemo dragon is confused. We're not in the sea. Swimming in the air with no support? Useless. My move is ready. Let's blow up together. The giant whale looks slow, but is actually fast, crashing into the ultimate move in an instant. It makes a strange sound, and water flows envelopes its body, reacting with the wind element. Violent wind elements instantly transform into sage mode. The storm calms directly. The massive AoE is blocked by an enormous purification. Turin is dumbfounded. Why is that? The giant whale's small eyes gaze at the wildly jumping Turin, opening its abyssal mouth to gather a water flow light ball, shooting a water column directly at the poisonous stinger, crushing it. The Anemo dragon regains consciousness. Meanwhile, the players, still confused, try to turn, but are struck by the Anemo dragon's dive. In a daze, the dragon lies on the table, spewing breath wildly. Deng covers her head and scurries away. Dodge the attack. California Goose. Main package, hit its claws to break the shield. Shield broken, paralysis. Deng switches to Kaching, throwing a lightning strike and teleporting to Slash, dealing 214 high damage. She slashes a few times but stands too close to the dragon's claws. Breath sweeps by. Kaching couldn't escape, getting killed by the high-frequency breath. Oh, my Kaching. Deng heartbroken, feeds an egg, stuffing sweet flour chicken, and places Kaching behind. Turin doesn't wait, takes off to dodge Vinny's arrows, then smashes down hard. The shockwave topples Vinny, and the dragon's face sweeps across. Vinny's health is nearly gone. Deng panics. Jaina Radish. Main package, use this technique. No character summons. Just rely on skills? Sexy Ganaman. With all due respect, try using Vinny's 3 arrows to break the shield. If we had been dealing damage, we would have shattered the dragon long ago. Deng is momentarily speechless. She truly didn't react in time. But the audience loves this noob. After practicing, they still ate quite a bit of sweet chicken and finally managed to paralyze Turin. Turin lies on the platform, exposing the dragon's neck. And Deng instantly understands the switch to Kaching to unleash her ultimate. Lightning wraps around her sword, slashing the dragon's skin. Why is there no damage? Pure-hearted boy. Main package. Hit that stinger. What? Climbing up to slash the poisonous stinger. Turin instantly rises. What the hell? Hypnosis powder wakes up in one turn? Deng breaks down. Fortunately, the attack was seen through. I can hit. Just as she was about to dodge the breath and shake her head, Turin spun his tail and flew far, performing the dragon dance. Wind bullets come crashing down, and Kaching jumps and runs to avoid. Did you see that? I've got the skills. Bohemian lullaby. Even my grandmother could dodge. Vinny shouts, be careful. Ultimate finale area. The platform glows and wraps around Hurricane. And Deng jumps. It's hot on my feet. Stepping on the wind seed, whoosh, take off. Flying to the side. After losing Lisa, they finally reach a safe platform. They're all low health. This time they must take him down. Deng controls Kaching climb the dragon's neck, pouring in damage. So close. Just as the health bar is about to disappear, she is about to pop the champagne. Turin twists his neck and flies away. Deng is dumbfounded. The health bar is white and the shield is full. My throat feels sweet. I want to vomit blood. Steadying her mind, Turin unleashes the ultimate finale again. Deng stuffs sweet chicken, picks up the wind seed, and jumps, flying left only to discover there's no platform. She stands on the hot floor, confused. Am I playing Bull Demon? Jace Blue. Main package is in a hurry. Bird Pass. Learn from Guangzhou. He gets it done in one go. Deng wants to smash the keyboard, watching the suffering Kaching. The real battle has just begun. Swapping to Lisa to take damage, enduring the hot foot buff, using Vinny to break the shield. Lisa dies. No medicine in the backpack. Noelle is long gone. And Vinny is also about to go. Turin breaks through the defenses again. Vinny finally dies, switching to Kaching to take the damage. The health bar flickering like a candle in the wind. She throws a lightning strike above the dragon's head. Sword out. Kaching strikes the poisonous stinger like lightning. Health bar hits 0. The loading screen pops up, and Deng slumps in the esports chair, feeling relieved. Gonna Goose, how did you make this scene so intense? After the cutscene, Turin unleashes a wide-range attack, trying to wipe them out. Deng watches the screen helplessly. Watch closely. High-heeled black stockings appear. Long legs fill the screen, and Deng sits up straight. I need to get up to see this. Andreas walks on air, wind blowing her hair as she raises her hand to communicate with the heavens. Water flows into a water mirror, and the giant whale appears, making a sound. Oh my, this voice gives me goosebumps. Duck is the summoner. Deng cheers up. The giant whale neutralizes all attacks, releasing a water cannon at the poisonous stinger behind Turin. Duck baby man, hee duck, hee duck. The poisonous stinger on Turin's back shatters, and the purple dissipates instantly. Vinny uses divine power to clear the wind, washing away the dragon's curse. The storm stops, and the platform can't hold up and breaks. Several people in the sky lack enough wind elemental power, falling freely. Vinti, Ing falls and shouts. Andreas is just about to catch her when Turin rushes in like wind and catches her steadily. The wind dragon breaks through the dark clouds, sunlight shining on its newly revived body. This is his resurrection. Vinny lies on the dragon's back. It's been a long time since we flew together. Why didn't you let me guard earlier? I don't want you to listen to the abyss, but you don't have to listen to me either. The freedom given by the gods is also not freedom, right? Vinny hands the wind element to Turin, and the dragon changes to the color of the wind. This is the power bestowed by the Anemo god. I am no longer the guardian of the four winds. Without an identity, you are still guarding us. Fly with blessings. Take it easy. Deng sighs. Vinti is so gentle, counting the people on the dragon's back. Red hair, green hat, golden hair, yellow hair, white hair. Where's my duck with silver hair? The scene cuts to Andreas, who hovers watching the flying Turin. Come out. 3 fluffy abyss mages pop out from the corner of her eye. Sea dragon. Failing to summon the wind dragon, use you instead. Just as she was about to give the order, a massive water dragon appears, instantly taking out all 3, not even opening the shield. The water dragon circles Andreas. Her gaze cold. This is stunning. As wallpaper, before she could take out her phone, the scene cuts to Jean's office. Jean narrates that the dragon disaster is over, and it's a big reunion. A day after the challenge ends, Ing and Amber chat outside the city, asking what the people in the city say. An adventurer shouts, "The dragon is gone? I haven't made my appearance yet." Running to the church, Jean introduces a blonde girl with twin ponytails and white stockings. Deng brightens. This little sister is cute. Returning the sky harp. For you, little sister. Seeing Vinny hesitate, Deng is surprised. Wasn't Jean destroyed by Turin? It's over. Barbara is shocked to see the harp, and Deng feels embarrassed for her. Little sister, the Anemo god is right in front of you. Vinny helplessly takes the harp and repairs it, and Barbara's eyes widen as she hugs it. Radish toast. I'm the sky harp, very soft. Vinny shouts, hurry and run. The repair spell won't last. A singer. Deng laughs. Only Barbara's injured world has been achieved. Just ran out. 2 dark shadows ambushed Vinny, and Ing counterattacked, knocking the debt collector away. High-heeled jade feet appeared, and with a snap of her fingers, the shadows rushed in, and Vinny didn't even react. A kick sent Ing flying far away. Vinny took a massive hit to the abdomen, and then those crimson eyes stare him down. Just as he was about to summon the wind for help, a black stick stabbed down from above, piercing his palm and pinning him to the ground. Enemy attack. Vinny was hit. Deng screamed. Miho yo, is this a knife after the big reunion? Vinny was immobilized, with 6 figures in red cloud robes standing on the railing, looking down at him, orange-haired with crimson eyes. The one in the middle had purple wavy eyes devoid of any emotion. Vinny tried to break free and turned to see the high-heeled jade feet. A broad-shouldered lady stepped out. Finally found the hamster back home. She kicked at Vinny, causing him to bite down on his teeth in pain. Geng angrily said, "This woman is so arrogant. I'm gonna show her my blood bar and crush her." Jiuji. Main character, don't say anything. Attack immediately. Super difficult. Veni released elemental power, and a fierce wind surged. Ing awakened and rushed forward, unleashing her wind main skill to kick up a tornado. The lady didn't even look, and one of the six instantly teleported over. A lean man faced the tornado with one hand. A transparent blue barrier appeared. Sealing technique, absorption. The tornado was directly absorbed. Ing was stunned and flew-kicked the barrier. The man retracted his hand and dodged. Ing pounced next to Veni, throwing a wind ball and striking with her dull blade. The lady waved her hand, freezing the wind ball. Taking advantage of the gap, Ing rushed in with ice element-infused sword strikes. The lady disdainfully blocked the attack. But Ing smiled. Behind her, Paimon was desperately pulling at the black stick. "Hold on a moment while I sing." The shadow appeared. It was a sturdy man. Deng shouted, "This is Pain's outfit." Pain's organization? The Azura path reached out, and Paimon panicked. "Don't eat me." A crack sounded. The black stick shattered. Paimon was dumbfounded. Veni regained his strength, and wind elemental energy surged wildly. "Pain you." The lady turned around and shouted angrily. But the heavenly path glanced at her. She instantly recognized her defeat and then attacked Ing. Veni gathered power again, the fierce wind swirling around him like a core of tempest. The wind ball dispersed. Veni donned a white divine outfit, with pure white wings behind him like an angel. "Wow, so beautiful." Deng was mesmerized. Vinci glared fiercely at the lady, and dense wind blades shot out at high speed. The lady panicked. "Pain, I'm the employer." Several people looked at her, and a hungry ghost path stepped forward to open the sealing technique, blocking the attack. Elemental power is useless. This ability is outrageous. Veni saw the wind blades being absorbed and urgently shouted. Ing rushed over. "Are you all right, Veni?" Paimon flew away to get reinforcements. Deng sighed. "Our people are really nice. Even after being beaten up, they still care about Veni. I'm so likable. Be careful. I'll give you wind power. Don't overdo it." The green wind enveloped Ying's body, filling her with energy. The lady complained while approaching the hungry ghost path, but the hungry ghost path ignored her. "Pay attention." All six paths emerged. The beast path activated a spiritual technique. A giant bull charged at Veni with its sharp horns. Veni created a wind barrier to block it, but the elemental power bull directly broke through. Veni was shocked. What a domineering power. He flew into the sky, trying to apply pressure, while Ing, familiar with her new ability, charged straight at the heavenly path. Veni looked dumbfounded. Has she always been this brave? The camera zoomed in on Veni's wide-open eyes. Deng shouted, "I'm a bit dumb. The middle one has different eyes, but I like it." A strong person swings their sword at an even stronger person. Ing, empowered by the Anemo god, accelerated her attack speed, and the blade was pressed against the heavenly path's face. The heavenly path looked up and slightly dodged, grabbing Ing's sword hand. Ing was stunned. How could I be captured? She looked up at the heavenly path's purple eyes, trembling all over. In an instant, the environment changed. Ing was on a vast stone ground, surrounded by mist. Rain fell, dispersing the mist, while the heavenly path floated in the air, the rain deliberately avoiding him. Ing swallowed hard and raised her dull blade. The player interface jumped to a boss battle. Deng was speechless. I just smashed Turin. Now, there's an even harder one? A rapid drumbeat started, and the tension in the scene reached its peak. Ulmi's music. Goosebumps erupted. Deng immediately switched to Kaching, rushing towards the heavenly path. The heavenly path extended his hand, and his wide sleeve shot out black sticks. Kaching reacted slowly, and all three black sticks hit. The health bar hit 0. Kaching is gone. This damage must be a numerical monster. Kaching. The heavenly path raised his hand to absorb. Ing had a red circle flashing beneath her feet. The suction pulled her into the sky, and then slammed her down hard. Deng filled the empty space, but Lisa still fell to her death. Switching to Noelle, she activated her elemental skill to gain a shield. But the shield shattered in just 1 second. Noelle was taken out instantly. Switching to Kia, He dashed in, opened his backpack to revive Keqing. But Kia was in midair, floating too high. Can't hit. There's no airborne judgment, you bastard. The Bai Ting. Main character, don't attack. Inevitable loss. Just play for a bit. The heavenly path loomed above. Deng Deng quickly switched to Keqing, throwing down a lightning arrow and teleporting, dealing 16 points of damage. Are you crazy? This defense. I dealt hundreds to Little Bao with a single hit. After 2 successive hits with extremely low damage, Deng Deng doubted life and opened the character panel. No problem. After 2 more hits, it was still low, and he decisively retreated. It felt like something fell down. And then what to do? Can't win anyway. Just give up. The heavenly path activated the universal heavenly pull, and Keqing was pulled up and fell to her death. The heavenly path landed, and Deng Deng shouted. It fell. Can we fight now? Kia rushed up. The heavenly path raised his hand, purple eyes glowing with magic power. An invisible repulsive force turned into a barrier, pushing out, sending Kia flying and peacefully passing away. Switching back to Lisa. No. What is going on? Vanishing into thin air. Main character. There's no way. Pain and heavenly path s numerical mechanism double exploded. All sent into the plot. Deng Deng sighed. Remember the heavenly path. One day I will smash you. For characters were casually taken out by the heavenly path, and the game went into a cutscene. Ing was blasted away by the repulsive force, struggling to open her eyes on the ground. The heavenly path walked slowly, close up, extending a black stick from his sleeve. Damn it. Get up. Ing pushed herself up and was hit by the Shinra Tensei again, her whole body in pain. Unable to exert strength, consciousness blurred. The heavenly path stood in front of her. Who are you? I am Pain, I am a god. Ing looked up at the black stick, her pupils dilating, thinking of that stick that grabbed her brother's neck. The heavenly path raised the black stick to stab Ing's head, and Deng Deng shouted, Marula, don't tell me Vinny is going to exchange his life for mine. Chen Shi Xianwu. Main character, did you lose your mind from collapsing 3 times? Lai Bao. What's next is super cool. Die gracefully? Or was there hidden power? Pay attention. The black stick suddenly stopped just before it was about to stab. The white-haired man in a black robe grabbed the black stick with one hand. Kakashi's iconic scene. Close up his face. So handsome. Wow. Beauty crit. Who is this guy? MiHoYo's rendering made Geng Lan look stunning, playfully grabbing the stick with an amused expression. The heavenly path glared. You. Sorry. I can't let you succeed. The heavenly path understood, abandoned the stick, and retreated, unleashing the Shinra Tensei. Geng Lan remained still. Deng Deng recognized the voice. The next room streamer jumped up. This is Lan. That guy from Ghana. The model looks just like me. Jia Qingju. I'm up directly. The streamer sat on the chair, grinning. I'm a Lan fan. Facing the Shinra Tensei, Geng Lan drew the long sword from his waist, still sheathed. The black-red sheath aimed at the skill. The sound of Shinra Tensei abruptly stopped. The sword sheath rippling like waves on a lake. Wow, a sword stills the water. The Shinra Tensei failed, and the heavenly path stood still. Not knowing what he was thinking, Geng Lan sheathed his sword and turned to Ing, green elemental energy bursting from his palm. Touching Ing's body, she instantly fully revived. Bursting with energy, she jogged to Geng Lan's side and realized he was really tall. She had to look up to see his face. Deng Deng directly paused the plot, eyes glued to Geng Lan. My goodness, this figure, those long legs, male model level. Old Mi's modeling is incredible. The intensity and sense of security are off the charts. I'm in love. The hero saving the beauty is a bit klitsch, but who can resist being handsome? She shouted, Ing, listen to me. Don't look for your brother anymore. Androsia Kong. Intensity quality check. This guy must be on the same level as Vinny. Ing blushed and quietly said, Hello, thank you for saving me. Deng Deng burst out laughing. If Kong was here, he would have exploded. My sister is being taken away by handsome guys, regretting picking the male lead for a day. Rebellious heaven. Actually, younger boys are also okay. Do by big brother. No more talking. Let us get back to the comic. The screen was filled with excited bullet comments flying by. And Deng Deng clutched his heart, Mom. I think I'm in love. Pain stared at Geng Lan. How could he not recognize that face? Just as he was about to speak in excitement, Genglan shot him a look that immediately silenced him. He turned to Ing. Traveler, consider yourself lucky to have escaped with your life. Come find me again when you reach that level. As he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and a strange power enveloped Ing. She was directly transported out of the room. Deng, who had just pressed her face against the screen, suddenly recoiled. Huh, it's gone? I wasn't done watching yet. From the moment Genglan appeared, she had been glued to the screen, staring intensely. Both were top-tier male characters in an Otome game. But Genglan was clearly more explosive. His aura, his looks, even the men watching had to admit he was handsome. Even the attacks that Wendy couldn't handle, he easily blocked, resolving bugs that he himself had triggered multiple times. And the sense of security he exuded completely captivated Deng. I'm going to create fan art as soon as I log off. I have material for my dreams tonight. The audience went wild with laughter. Deng must be lovesick. If it were me, I want to get married. I've even thought of baby names. In another space, Tiandao and Genglan stood facing each other, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Tiandao clenched his fists and then relaxed them. After a long pause, he managed to say, I'm sorry. I let you down. Genglan scoffed lightly. It's fine. Since the day I fought you as pain, our little conflicts have long been settled. Tiandao lowered his head in silence. And Genglan asked again, did you find the other 5 paths? Yeah, they're all kids I picked up. That's good. You have family now. By the way, where's Nanning? Nanning is an executive in the Winter, codenamed Angel. And Doja is the deputy mayor of Winter and also a descendant of the ice god. Minglu is the Qixing Kaiyang star in Liyue. Shimu is a dual agent in Fontaine. Saad is hiding in Liyue, living as an immortal. And Sadmala is raising dragons in Natlan. I know, I saw Minglu not long ago. The little girl has grown up so much. Genglan didn't expect to mention her. But Jiaowu Duo said everything, smiling with relief. Jiaowu Duo saw him smile and felt ashamed. You should look for Doja. She has been crying for nearly 1,000 years. Genglan was silent. I will. Jiaowu Duo mentioned the task. Assist the lady in obtaining the Anemo god's heart. Pain's 6 paths are mercenaries for Winter, and they directly listened to Doja. Genglan didn't understand why the ice god was against the heavenly principles, but he just wanted to have fun. Okay. Genglan vanished, and Jiaowu Duo exited the illusion space. This was an expansion effect of the reincarnation eye, similar to Tsukuyami. Ing was thrown out of the illusion, standing dazed at the church entrance. The divine-equipped Wendy was being suppressed by the lady and Pain's 5 paths. The 5 paths were all slacking off. The hungry ghost path opened a shield. The beast path unleashed birds to harass. The hell path was slacking off. The Shura path fired missiles, and the human path was just watching the show. The lady didn't dare to speak, as all 5 paths had powerful identities and abilities. The sealing technique disabled Wendy's abilities. The beast path's giant bird was still thick with health. The Shura path shells left Wendy immobilized, and the human path helped the lady dodge attacks. The lady activated her witch mode and managed to deplete Wendy's health. Just as Ing was about to help, Pain's 5 paths suddenly vanished, leaving the lady bewildered. Wendy gasped with delight. Look out! A terrifying aura erupted from above. The 6 paths, wielding black rods, instantly appeared, stabbing towards Wendy. The suction force immobilized Wendy, and the 6 black rods locked his whole body, nailing him to the ground. Wendy! Ing shouted, suddenly dizzy and collapsing on the way to save him. Deng panicked. Wendy's going to be slaughtered. Where's Genglan? The battle in front of the church was fierce, and in just over a minute, the outcome was clear. Just as the lady was about to humiliate Wendy, Tiandao glared at her, scaring her into retreating, taking the Anemo god's heart and leaving. This left the unconscious Ing and the pinned Wendy behind. Wendy was in so much pain he was about to shed little pearls when a man in a black robe with white hair suddenly appeared. He reached out, and all the black rods vanished. He gestured for Wendy to save Ing, then disappeared. From the player's perspective, Ing woke up and saw Barbara, asking about Wendy's condition. After Barbara relayed the message, Ing rushed to the Windrise. Under the big tree, she found Wendy and asked about his injuries. Wendy waved his hand. I'm fine. I was saved by that man in the black robe. Deng instantly understood. Isn't that Genglan? Genglan is simply a god. Deng Deng finished her excitement and started asking Wendy questions. Wendy smiled. I don't know, you all should go to Liyue to find the Geo Archon. He is the longest living Archon. Traveler, as you embark on your journey again, remember the meaning of the journey itself. Everything in Teyvat is part of your journey. Wendy's words made Ing and the players reflect deeply. Deng Deng praised. The writing is heartfelt. Well said. Syntax south, although Wendy was beaten badly. He was super cool just now. Magic orange. Is this the meaning of the journey? The task ended, and the Mondstadt main storyline came to a close. Next up, it was time to level up crazily and unlock Liyue. Some buddies had already gone to Liyue. Deng Deng received her rewards. Looking at the 3,000 primo gems on her account, the barrage asked what she was saving for, and she shouted, "It's for Genglan." She directly pulled a 6-5. Seeing the time was past 2 o'clock. That's it for today's stream. See you next time. She decisively ended the stream. Big Nose listening. Don't go main package. I just finished making my late night snack. Cloud Sky. Little Broken Station already has Genglan fan art. At 2:33 a.m. Beijing time. Another live stream room surged in popularity. The number of viewers broke 680,000, and Cat Tooth was at its peak during this time. The name of the live stream room. Everyone 6'5", the master of techniques battles against Pain and Tiandao. Main Baozi was determined to challenge Tiandao, who had never been defeated in blood. All the unfortunate souls who were crushed by Tiandao came to watch. Let's see if they can crush Tiandao. In the live stream room, Dialek, fully equipped with health and energy, swung his wolf's end at Tiandao, but the damage was only a few hundred. Tiandao swung his black rod, and Dialek immediately used a dash invincibility frame to dodge. It was clear he knew a whirlwind attack was coming. The barrage exclaimed, "So skilled it hurts to watch." Looking at the top right corner, the challenge count was 295 times, and the screen was filled with gasps. Zijin dodged the little Shinra, switched to Bennett to start a wonderful journey, boosting the whole team's attack and healing. He switched to Winnie to take off, while Mona received the predetermined destiny, and Dialek stepped into the circle to take a damage-boosting potion. At this moment, the verdict was announced. A massive firebird roared and pounced at Tiandao. Zijin shouted, "This time it should at least break 1,000. I didn't have Bennett last time." The firebird hit, exploding with 2,145 damage. Muna dialing. My catching is only at 7. This is money ability technique blowing the scene. Zijin pressed on, using Wendy's wind to leap high and attack on the descent. Tiandao teleported to dodge the direct stab, and Dialek jumped to cancel his recovery, dashing to avoid damage and then jumping to smash down, dealing 774 damage. This was the 296 challenge, and it had been 2 hours. Zijin's energy was waning, shoulders aching, fatigue washing over him, but his gaze was resolute. He absolutely would not give up. There was a reason he had to win. His willpower sustained him. He had to crush Tiandao. He had to secure the number 1 kill in the entire server. 600,000 viewers were watching him, believing in him. Zijin bore everyone's expectations. An hour, 2 hours passed. He operated frantically, and Tiandao's health was ground down to below half. The barrage was all cheering. "Don't die on us." Power surged into Zijin's body. "Damn Tiandao. Don't underestimate the bonds between me and everyone." He narrowly dodged a basic attack to deal damage. And another hour passed. The blood of Tiandao was down to 1/5. The livestream room's popularity broke 1 million, rushing to the top of Cat Tooth. The sun was rising, and viewers flooded in, the barrage scrolling wildly, rockets flying everywhere. Jiamusi. He has been fighting since 3 in the afternoon yesterday until 11 this morning. He didn't rest at all. Tiandao's health was nearly depleted. The screen was witnessing history being made. This would become a significant moment in Genshin history. Zijin's eyes were bloodshot, grinding down the last bit of health. Red health turned faint, then became empty health. He secured the win. It was recorded in history. Dialek's final blow sent Tiandao staggering into the CG. What's that about? Oh, in the CG, Ing summoned a powerful whirlwind that blew Tiandao away. With Wendy's divine power, enhancing the wind to create a tearing effect. Tiandao's left shoulder was torn, exposing strong muscles and the black rod decoration. The screen was filled with "I can handle this" mixed with physique. The frantic music stopped, dark clouds gathered, and the sound of rain was prominently featured. Watch closely. A strong light surged, uncovered her eyes, and then moved them away, instantly widening her eyes in terror. The light burst through the dark clouds. Tiandao spread his arms wide like a god descending. A pure, noble female voice began to chant, filling the air with a sense of holy ritual. He possessed both order and wildness, and the oppressive aura exploded. Zijin stared blankly at the screen. Zooming in, the words "Tiandao Super" jumped out. What the hell? How come there's a second form? Zijin roared, nearly smashing the keyboard. The barrage of question marks was neat. Has Mihoyo gone crazy? The difficulty has even added a second phase. Tiandao's overwhelming pressure feels like a god. Even the 7 archons are this terrifying? I am pain, I am. A god. Before he could react, Tiandao instantly kicked him. No wind-up and super fast. When he kneeled in seconds. While Mona burrowed underground to avoid damage, Tiandao waved his hand and unleashed the instant cast of Shinra Tensei. The impact sent Mona flying from underground, her health bar emptied. Soaring high into the sky, Zijin and millions of viewers felt like they were being knocked away. Someone even scaredly dropped their chair, specifically calling out certain people. What is this? Mona flew who knows how far, landing in a deserted area resembling Mondstadt, peacefully dying. Bennett then suffered. A strong suction force came, and he was sucked away without any resistance. His 20,000 health instantly cleared, from Mondstadt straight to Musk Reef. Zijin quickly opened his backpack to revive Bennett. Switching to the ace dialect, Tiandao stood in front of the Abyss teleportation portal, a ghostly blue light shining on him, his purple eyes locking onto Zijin. The fear choked him. The immersion exploded. Dialect unleashed his ultimate, Nirvana, invincible during the ultimate. Tiandao didn't even look, waving his hand to unleash a fully charged Shinra Tensei, sending the Firebird crashing toward Dialect. Dialect took damage from his own Firebird. His health bar emptied as he lay on the ground. Only the just revived Bennett remained. Zijin was trembling. The aftermath of hours of intense focus hit him. He lay back in his gaming chair, gasping for breath. The barrage exploded. Tiandao is too terrifying. After battling through one phase, there's an even crazier second phase. The officials are determined not to let it pass. Although he hadn't won, Zijin gained the recognition of millions. He won. It'll definitely go viral. The game footage continued. After when he died, a CG appeared. Tiandao looked at the prostrate Lumen, rising high into the sky with both hands raised. A radiant light enveloped him, the perspective shifting to a view of Mondstadt. Feel the pain. Understand the pain. The camera zoomed in on his ripple eyes, the endless Shinra Tensei expanding. A massive sphere descended with a terrifying sense of oppression. Heaven and earth collapsed. The ground shattered wildly. And wherever the power spread, it left devastation in its wake. After the attack ended, Mondstadt completely disappeared, leaving only a gigantic pit. The screen fell silent. This display of power is incredible. Tiandao will be renowned everywhere. In an instant, the scene restored, Tiandao remained as he was. A blue flash appeared, and a black-robed, white-haired youth Lan showed up, laying the unconscious Lumen on the ground. The screen was instantly flooded with Lan's name. Seeing too much made it hard to recognize the character. On the Liyue side, Geng Lan was watching construction while teasing the bleeding dog. Bored, he opened the panel. 77, 856. 663 popularity points stood out. The contribution list was led by Diwu Duo, and he pondered what the Shadow clones said to Diwu Duo. Moving to the shop, buy a collar and walk you. He touched the bleeding dog. This was the consciousness of the outer Dao magic statue, fished out from Nibelungen 2.0, which had detached while raising the 10 tails and shrunk inside the Golden King beast. Geng Lan watched the construction workers, then turned to the side. A purple-haired girl sat on a chair under the tent, carefully examining the flying Raijin Kanai. Next to her, a blonde girl with fox ears squatted down, grooming a nine-tailed orange fox with black fur. Ninglu, what job does Mr. Lan do? Keqing asked. Ninglu looked up. He's considered a traveler, wandering around. Really? At this moment, Geng Lan walked over, holding 2 bottles of strange drinks. Try this. He shoved the 2 bottles into their hands. Keqing looked at the black, mysterious liquid with a strange expression, then looked at Geng Lan. He had a harmless smile on his face. Ninglu completely trusted Geng Lan and opened the cap, gulping it down. Wow. It's delicious. The tea-drinking era was conquered by otherworldly beverages. Keqing shook it skeptically, and the sound of bubbles was very obvious. Geng Lan had already guessed something would happen. Keqing twisted the cap. Airflow burst forth. The cola sprayed, white foam all over her face. She was dazed and quickly pulled it away. My beautiful clothes. I was originally wearing this to play, but now I got called by Ningguang to oversee construction, and now my clothes are all wet. This is called cola. It's fizzy. It will spray if you shake it. Geng Lan said. Keqing instantly transformed into a sad cat face. Geng Lan, finding it amusing, reached out. Keqing's clothes instantly became clean. Ah, is it done? How did you do that? I have a secret for cola restoration. Ninglu laughed crazily. Yuhing Star is surprisingly a bit airhead. So cute. I'll be going now. If there's anything, tell the outer Dao. Geng Lan pointed at the bleeding dog, a shrunken version of the Golden King beast, staring at the little fox. The little fox looked at the outer Dao. Why do you look so familiar? The outer Dao sensed. This was his bloodline that had scattered after being blown up before. This little dog looks so fantastical. Isn't it cool? The outer Dao magic dog. Keep blowing. I love to listen. Geng Lan walked to the Yujing stage for the sacrificial ceremony, seeing people burning incense to worship the Geo Archon, Morix. He can't stand my worship. While enjoying the scenery, he arrived at the Liyue Pavilion. The scholars were working overtime, taking on a human form. He had Ningguang's jade pendant. Liyue was easy to stroll around. He wandered to a private office, knocked on the door, and when no one responded, pushed it open. The room was full of documents. In the white-toned room, a splash of blue was particularly eye-catching. Ganyu was startled awake from her desk, softly saying upon seeing the jade pendant, "You are the esteemed guest that Ningguang mentioned? I'm sorry, I was too busy to greet you." Geng Lan saw the grown-up Ganyu and remembered the last time he saw her. She was still in Andrasha's arms. Are these documents cumulative? No. This is today, yes. There is another batch coming in a bit. Geng Lan was shocked. The god of work. My parents traveled months ago, and I usually handle it with my mom. Geng Lan silently gave a thumbs up. Ganyu grew up in love. So amazing. Leaving the Liyue Pavilion, Geng Lan headed to the divination hut. As he got closer, he smelled a strong herbal scent, slightly bitter yet fragrant. There was no one inside, but he spotted a short figure under the counter. Upon entering, he realized there was no one, but Geng Lan could see the short figure under the counter. "Hello, may I help you?" A slow voice came, and Geng Lan looked down. It was a short purple little zombie. The small head with talisman paper was dazed, incredibly cute. But it wasn't cute when it was time for the base guarantee. "Hello, guest. Would you like some coconut milk?" "Coconut milk. Chi-Chi wants to drink it." Chi-Chi took out a small notebook to recall. When Geng Lan teased her, a green-haired boy dressed lightly appeared. "Hello, guest." Geng Lan had already noticed, but deliberately ignored it, turning to see a young man with a white snake wrapped around his neck. Bai Shu. No wonder the voice was familiar. Geng Lan remembered eating his instant noodles in the Honkai world, and later he brewed the final cocoon and refined it. The purple at the ends was the final power. "I'm looking for pure gray grass." Bai Shu was confused. "I've never heard of it. Grows in autumn. Taking it can reach the realm of pure purity." "What is the realm of pure purity?" "Pure and undisturbed. If you have skills, throw them away. If you have big ones, open them." Geng Lan tricked Bai Shu into believing in the pure gray grass, and upon learning there was none, he feigned sadness and left. Arriving at Liyue Harbor's commercial street, stores filled with a dazzling array of goods, truly the richest nation. Entering Xingyue Pavilion, just as he was wondering if the Ningguang jade pendant could allow him to eat for free, he heard next door, "Mayor, come with me." Turning to look, Liyue officials were introducing someone behind them. Geng Lan was shocked. Andrasha? Geng Lan was instantly stunned. The person in front had changed in form and aura, but all his cells were shouting, It's her. Andrasha received a souvenir, her heart suddenly racing. Why is my heart racing so fast? Andrasha, a familiar voice came, and she turned around abruptly. This was the voice she had thought of day and night. Blue-white dragon horns sprouted from her forehead, entering full deity mode, amplifying her perception. Sensing a presence like the sun, amidst the crowd, the black-robed, white-haired figure was exceptionally eye-catching. Gunlan, the gift box fell to the ground. Andrasha ignored the dazed receptionist and rushed out directly. Mayor, officials wanted to chase. Pay attention. An inexplicable wave spread like ripples. The world instantly froze in black and white. All color vanished, leaving only black and white, and everyone's movements froze like sculptures. A few seconds later, the colors restored, but everything remained still. Andrasha ran wildly towards Gunlan, her steps fast, as if fearing he would leave. Gunlan stood still, and Andrasha suddenly lunged at him, tightly embracing Gunlan. Gunlan was completely unprepared, and he was directly knocked to the ground. Gunlan felt a coolness on his face and instinctively looked up at Andusia. Crystalline tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto his face like pearls. Why? She cried, wanting to express 1,000 years of grievances. Without complaints or excessive words, Andusia tightly embraced Gunlan, burying her head in his chest and crying loudly. Gunlan slowly extended his hand to wrap around her, gently patting her back. I'm sorry. His movements were gentle enough to melt away. After an unknown amount of time, the two got up, and Gunlan helped her wipe her tears. You've grown up, don't cry like when you were little. Andusia smiled at him and reached out. Let's make a pact of reconciliation. I was wrong before. Before she could finish, Gunlan's fingers connected with hers to form a seal. Now, let's start anew. In the still world, the two witnessed eternity. As the pause in time ended, the receptionist was in a daze looking for Andusia. There would be big trouble if the high-ranking officials of Winter lost her. But they had long disappeared. Look closely. With a flash of spatial fluctuation, Gunlan and Andusia appeared at the top of Liyue's high mountains. This mountain was casually created by Gunlan while he was in Teyvat, high enough to touch the false sky, and no immortal lived there yet. Andusia smiled. The feeling of spatial teleportation is so familiar. Why are you so happy? Because I can still be with you. Gunlan pinched her face. Looks like you're eating well. Mom treats me well. So should I call Kokoria my mother-in-law? The two sat side by side on a rock. The starry sea above sparkled like embedded jewels, and the sea of clouds below was as white as waves. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow dyed the sea of clouds in a flowing gold. Between the starry sea and the sea of clouds, a golden line connected the two realms. The scene was both illusory and real. The two sat in silence. Only the sound of each other's breathing remained, their cheeks flushed. At the same time, they turned to look at each other. Gunlan's eyes held gentle love, while Andusia's gaze was filled with affection. Sunlight shone on Gunlan, illuminating his handsome face like an angel cloaked in golden light. Andusia's heart raced. I found someone to entrust my life to. Gunlan noticed her slightly flushed cheeks, and the golden light seemed to drape her in a wedding gown. He leaned in and gently kissed her, and after a long time, their lips parted. They entrusted everything to each other. The 1,000-year wait came to an end, and the Uchiha who longed for love finally found true love. The Liyue receptionist shouted angrily, I've been looking for you too. You are here, being lovey-dovey. I'm going to report this to the central government. The Archon can't manage it. Just play dead. After an unknown amount of time, Gunlan and Andusia appeared in the city. Andusia looked for Ningguang. No need to send someone to find me. I am handling personal matters. Ningguang immediately sent someone to call back the receptionist who was dispatched to mine at Blackcliff. No need to be punished. The few people who had been mining for a long time instantly became happy and ran back cheerfully. Young miner Xiao Zhang was confused. Luga, they don't have to suffer anymore. Why isn't anyone jealous? Luga laughed. Xiao Zhang, you're too young. Without us, who will support Liyue's mineral channels? Xiao Zhang lowered his head. Isn't it all for money? After Andusia notified, she jogged to the outside of the Chuanyu pavilion, Gunlan was staring at a precious flower. The secretary-like Baisher explained. This is a Yuxiang cold dragon, from Mondstadt's dragon's pine. Lord Guang's. Gunlan pointed at the flower. Its spirit is off. It's all droopy. Baisher panicked. Mariela, this flower is super hard to take care of. She was temporarily assigned to take care of the flowers, studied for half a day, and even asked Ganyu. Ganyu only said it tastes sweet and sour. Now the flower has wilted, and her salary will be deducted. Gunlan extended his hand to release a faint green elemental force. The flower instantly perked up. Its spirit doubled. Baisher shouted excitedly, Miracle! You are an immortal. Gunlan thought to himself. I am indeed a 6 paths immortal. After sending off Baisher, Indusia ran over, and the two left the Chuanyu Pavilion. Look closely. A woman in blue appeared at the top of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Yelan, the dual-role agent of Liyue. The Night Queen. She was confused. What kind of person did Ningguang arrange? Disappearing silently and still related to the vice mayor of Winter? Suddenly, Yelan's mind shook, and she fell directly down, just as Baisher, who was happy about not having his salary deducted, was knocked out. The two lay on the ground with dizzy heads. Baimin, hearing Baisher bragging, shouted at a super high decibel, echoing through the Chuanyu Pavilion. It turned out that Yelan was forcibly implanted with a scene. Gunlan turned around with red eyes, shooting daggers, murderous intent piercing her mind. Yelan, were you spying on me? Her mind short-circuited, and she fell. The two were sent for treatment, and all medical expenses were deducted from their salaries. Baisher cried, Why is that? Baimin held back laughter. Gunlan and Andusia appeared in Liyue's commercial street. Let's go eat. I just saw you and wanted to enter a restaurant. The two entered the snack street, quickly filling their hands with snacks. Teyvat's food is just too complete. From north to south, basically Andusia was showing off. Passers-by were amazed. This girl must be a foodie, right? Gunlan touched her smooth little belly. Can a dragon eat this much? Andusia paused while eating a skewer. Won't I get fat? Andusia shook her head while chewing. Gunlan looked at Andusia like this and couldn't help but laugh. Turned into a big duck. Still as silly as before. Those people from Winter, especially the Harbingers, would definitely be shocked. The two continued to stroll. Gunlan looked at a small decoration from a merchant. A small figurine of the Geo Archon in dragon form. He pinched the figurine's face and tugged at it. The quality was quite good. As they walked, they were suddenly bumped into by someone. Sorry, I was in a hurry. Are you okay? Just as Gunlan was about to say it was fine, he looked up to see a girl with reddish-brown gradient twin tails, wearing a Chinese pattern dress and a Bagua hat, her peach blossom eyes full of apology. Confirming that nothing was wrong, she immediately ran away. Gunlan saw Andusia with oil all over her mouth and then spotted a few familiar figures. A blue-haired boy in a black blue shirt with bare legs. An orange-red clothed blue-haired girl with a cute orange bear, and a blue-haired boy in a Taoist robe holding an ice pop, all hurriedly chasing Hu Tao. Gunlan sighed. Youth really has energy. After all, we are all several thousand years old. Actually, Gunlan has lived for tens of thousands of years. He walked down the street, hoping to meet Zhongli, but didn't he? Instead, he was attracted by a yellow-haired flying object with white hair. The yellow-haired girl, Lumen, and the little white-haired girl, Paimon, were staring at the alchemy stall's red gem fragments, ember agate shards. Lumen asked, Boss, does this firestone have impurities? The boss, holding an apple, angrily replied, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Lumen awkwardly said, Can you make it cheaper? Get out. Lumen quickly took Paimon and ran away. Paimon was listless, so hungry. It's all your fault for ordering that dish. Hey, you fly out too. Lumen suddenly spotted the conspicuous Gunlan and Andusia in the crowd, and jogged over to bow. Thank you for saving me back then. Andusia recognized her. Traveler? Did you deliver the letter? Gunlan was confused. What did the shadow clone do? Paimon flew over. I still don't know your name. Gunlan thought Paimon looked a bit familiar. A red light flashed in his eyes. My name is Lan. Andusia was puzzled. Why didn't he say his real name Uchiha Gunlan? This name is super famous in Teyvat. Lumen shouted. Just arrived in Liyue and met Brother Lan. I'll bow to you. As she said this, she was about to kneel. Gunlan was confused and quickly pulled her. No, you are Lumen, not Xing. Changing the topic, Were you just looking at stones? After the pain and dragon incident, Lumen idolized Gunlon, who could refuse a handsome big brother who saved them in times of crisis. Paimon rubbed her hands. After eating too much in Mondstadt, I want to gamble on stones to supplement the household income for the treasure hunting team. Andusia laughed. Dare to take advantage of the treasure hunting team? You're bold. Seeing Paimon staring at her snacks, she handed over a portion. Paimon shouted, "You are a good person," instantly accepting the snack and taking a big bite. Lumen hurried. Spit it out. Just as the two were about to get tangled up, Andusia easily separated them with a few skewers of meat. Don't rush. We bought too much and can't finish it. Lumen and Paimon looked at Andusia as if she had a layer of holy light. Lumen and Paimon's stomachs growled, taking Andusia's skewers. At first, they ate elegantly, but in the next second, they devoured them hungrily. Andusia looked at them gently, like watching two greedy kids. The god of winter is a god of compassion. She is transformed after thousands of years of study. Lumen thought, Andusia could be my mom. Did the letter I entrusted get delivered? Lumen excitedly shouted, it was delivered. You didn't say the recipient was the 7 stars, the opening star? Paimon spoke while chewing. I also met the Jade Star. Arriving in Liyue, I encountered 2 big figures. How did you end up together? Gunlon took out the jade pendant. I am the Liyue receptionist, and she is a high-ranking official from Susanoo visiting. Andusia nodded, and Paimon quietly said to Ing, their backgrounds are absolutely explosive. Gunlon looked at the sky. It's getting late. What's the plan? Spend the night outdoors and pick up the commission in the morning? Wrong. The nightlife has just begun. Tonight it's on me. Gunlon is awesome. The 2 little ones rushed into the night market, eating things they've never seen, eating things they've seen before, trying strange flavors. Must try things that taste bad, but are still awesome. Insert comment. My friend got me some honey snow glutinous lemon tea, and I drank 3 cups and still thought it was good. Gunlon and Andusia followed slowly behind, like a couple with kids. They had just reunited a few hours ago. Why do they feel like an old married couple? Andusia thought. 3,000 years of simulation. This time I won't miss my chance. Merchant. The cake is 80 mora. Gunlon, put on Ningguang's tab. The merchant immediately flattered him, while Ningguang thought, did you guys eat 2 million mora worth of food? Playing until the late night? Gunlon was sustained by the energy from the Archon War, while Andusia was busy to the point of dozing off. Paimon looked at the sky. It's really late. Ing asked, should we book a hotel? No need of trouble, but the next second, wow. This big bed is amazing. Ing jumped onto the bed and rolled around, while Paimon lay on the bed in bliss. This is 100 times better than sleeping in a tree. A knock on the door came, and Ing opened it to see Gunlon. Can I come in? Ing immediately pulled out a red carpet and, along with Paimon, acted as the welcoming committee. Brother Gunlon, please come in. Gunlon felt awkward. Why does this traveler seem a bit divine? Andusia must have entrusted you to deliver a letter, right? Ing did a knightly salute. If there's a mission, I will give it my all. It's not a new mission, it's this time's reward. Ing insisted, no. But her body leaned forward to open her pocket, displaying a classic red envelope expression. Gunlon flipped his hand, and Ing stared at his jade hand. There's nothing? She looked in her pocket. Ing was stunned. The pocket suddenly felt heavy. The crisp sound of clinking filled the air. And looking down, her pocket was filled with sparkling blue crystals, original stones. Her eyes widened as she pulled the pocket, and the original stones tumbled all over the ground. Just as she was about to rush down to count these little treasures, she suddenly remembered Gunlon was still there, quickly stopping her actions to act composed. This is 450 original stones, the reward from Andusia's commission. She heard someone say you particularly cherish this kind of thing. Ing was directly dumbfounded. What? She only got 60 original stones after defeating Dvalin and winning against Vinny, and at that time Vinny looked like he was in pain letting go. 450 original stones. She has to do daily commissions every day and grind endlessly to accumulate that much. Don't worry, there's also my personal thank you gift. Thank you for helping her. Ying's pupils trembled. There's more experts? Gunlon handed her a carved wooden box. Just looking at the box's pattern, she knew it wasn't cheap. And her hands trembled as she received it. Paimon, this is for you. A large bag of mora was thrown over, and Paimon hugged it with a grin. Oh my god. Others are getting thinner, but he's making sure we eat more so we don't go hungry. I'm crying. In 2 days, there's a divine ceremony in Liyue. You should go and see. It might help in finding your brother. Genglan turned to leave, and as he closed the door, he added a sentence. By the time Ing reacted and chased after him, the corridor was empty, not even a shadow. Paimon put down the mora bag and flew over to tug at Ying's hand. Quick, open the box. Hurry. Ing nervously unlocked the clasp. Inside lay 2 round, fiery red gems resting on velvet, shining as if they were hot jade. Flame-wish agate. Ing leaned in to take a closer look. The purity was flawless. This quality could fetch tens of millions of mora in Liyue, and with good luck, even over 100 million could be fought for. In the past, she would agonize over scraps from bosses, and now she directly held 2 of the highest quality ones. Is this the world of the rich? Ing stuffed the gems into her pocket, took out a stick of incense, and placed it in front of the statue of the Geo Archon in the hotel, raising her neck and shouting. Ing has drifted through half a lifetime, yet has not encountered a wise lord. As she prayed, she reminisced. This morning she was still a homeless person in Mondstadt, starving to the point of thinking the dandelion seedlings looked tender. Then she went to Liyue to submit a commission and encountered 2 beautiful female leaders, and by the afternoon, she tried to trick a merchant and was thrown out. Turned around and bumped into Brother Genglan, who directly covered her meals, drinks, and accommodation. And now he even threw a pile of rewards at her, directly transforming from a broke person into a little rich lady. She rolled around on the bed with Paimon, delighted like a maggot wriggling around, and before long, she fell asleep surrounded by the original stones. On the other side, Genglan and Andugia were staying in the same room, and the atmosphere was completely different from those 2 lively ones. The next morning, Ing jumped up. First, she threw Paimon out the window to wake herself up. Then while getting dressed, she touched the original stones and agate in her pocket, confirming it wasn't a dream, and bounced into the hall. Just as she arrived in the hall, she spotted Genglan talking to the front desk. Brother Genglan, you're up so early. Ing jogged over, leaning into the front desk to see what big move Genglan was making. Good morning. Your routine is good. You slept so late last night, but still got up so early. Where's Andugia? Is she still in bed? Ing hesitated for a moment, turning to look at the front desk. The receptionist was quickly processing paperwork. If you ever have nowhere to stay, just come here. I've registered you in the system. You can stay for free for at least a month. Ing was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. Brother Genglan is so thoughtful. After the paperwork was done, Genglan handed her a card. Use this to come and go freely, and for meals, just go to the cafeteria. After saying that, he turned and left. Should we find Andugia for a meal? No. Brother Genglan said she hasn't gotten up. Interrupting someone's dreams is super annoying. The 2 little ones gave up on the idea of a surprise attack, and after a simple meal in the cafeteria, they rushed to the Adventurers Guild. Paimon curiously asked, Is Liyue's Catherine the same person as Mondstadt's? Running over to take a look, sure enough, it was a familiar figure. Miss Catherine, when did you arrive? I teleported here after taking the task. She opened the map. Today's work, start. Teleporting to the nearest waypoint, the passers-by thought it was just decoration, but they knew it was a traveler-exclusive handy tool. Look closely. The black sickle windmill mark on the waypoint flashed. Arriving at the task point, Ing raised her unsharpened sword and shouted, Bold hilichurls. Take this, stone breaking heaven. She smashed rocks to knock the hilichurls away, swiftly dismantling the camp before heading to deal with the pillars. On the other side, Genglan woke up early, not feeling energetic. His little house was finished. He directly used his powers to appear at the construction site unnoticed. Keqing was looking at the blueprints when she was suddenly patted on the shoulder, startling her. When she turned around to see Genglan, she relaxed. So impressive. I didn't even react. Brother Genglan. Minglu rushed in angrily with the outer Dao dog. It stole food from Xiao Jiao and even hit someone. Tears were welling in her eyes. The little fox was very important to her. Genglan reached out. The outer Dao dog instantly teleported over, obediently whining. You can handle it freely. It said it's willing to accept punishment. Inner thoughts of the outer Dao dog. Wait. Buddy. Gunlan and Kuching went to check out the new house. It looked exactly like the blueprints, and the efficiency was top-notch. Satisfied, after handing over to the renovation and guarding workers, the main team withdrew, earning wages and getting extra bonuses, feeling great. Kuching then went to Yujing Terrace to discuss matters with Ningguang. Gunlan entered the new shop. It was spacious, had ample displays, and decorated in a modern style of fontaine. After communicating with the decorator, he tossed a bag of rewards and left. He was dazed after using his powers. What was I here for again? Returning to Teyvat to find fun every day, and now suddenly lacking a goal. Randomly picking a place to use his powers. Just as he landed, a cold wind rushed in. Although it wasn't as cold as the one from Kokoria, Gunlan still shrank his clothes. The black robe was frost-resistant, and he looked around. Is this Dragon's Pine? The location is just in front of the 7 statue, floating up to overlook. The endless snow is so spectacular. He was going to find Durin. Sure enough, as he flew, he saw the massive white dragon bones standing atop the peak. Landing on the dragon's head, he looked at the former toxic giant dragon and stepped on its head. Gunlan remembered Durin, an alchemical creature made by golden rind ornament. It was just born with a child's heart, unaware it was causing chaos, and followed its mother's words to find others to play, only to end up in big trouble. 1,000 years ago, he came with his good brother USA and directly unleashed Susanoo, taking down an enemy in an instant. Now he wonders, was USA there at that time? He only remembers seeing a dragon pulling a bow and firing an arrow. With a thought, a shadow clone far away at the Mondstadt and Nemo Archon statue bursts into smoke. A flood of information rushes into his brain, and Gunlan's expression instantly becomes wonderful. It turns out Ink directly fought against the heavenly Tao. USA came later. They should have fired 2 more shots back then. Overjoyed, he laughs out loud, then gets confused. Why is the lady still corrupted? Isn't her husband alive? Scratching his head in confusion, he also understands why Ing is so in awe of the pawn meeting. Who could withstand that? Gunlan gazes into the distance, even without activating his Sharingan. His vision is extraordinary. He spots a patch of purple. A thunderstorm? Perfect, let's go check Inazuma. Communicating with the god of war's mark. He appears on the purple island. The environment is still so gloomy. Looking down at a white object, he sees the bones of a giant snake. Ouroboros? Why is it gone again? Is he recalling past events? He is speechless. At that time, Shimu and Dyodwa had beaten them half to death, and he thought they had given up, yet they sacrificed themselves for their people. What a waste of a snake. The heavens have been shattered. What is there to fear? Flying, he sees the cleaved void blade's narrow space and thinks. During the cataclysm of Kenria, no one died, so why is there still no thought or intention? Flying to Narukami Island, he passes through Tatarasina and sees the Thunder Shield. Leave it to the traveler to fiddle with. He loves watching people work. Suddenly, he sees a familiar place. Flying over, he realizes the borrowed scene pavilion. Phasing through the wall, the interior is super typical of Inazuma. Why is Sho still creating puppets? Isn't her sister supposed to be alive? Gunlan is stunned. If this secret room exists, it means Scaram Match has been created. He remembers that Sho used to create puppets only after all her sister's friends had died. Now that her friends are all here, why can't she think straight? He has a bad impression of Scaramouche. They fought over 200 times against the boss. Low health makes it easier to vent frustration. So it was all planned out beforehand. Flying over various islands, their ISN team much change, except that 3/4 of Inazuma SC area is pockmarked. Insufficient water supply, leaving large empty spaces. This is the result of the clash with Raiden Makoto back then. The god of war and the heavenly realm were carelessly scattered, affecting the present. Mondstadt. He arrives at the cherry blossom purple island, heading straight for the Tenryu Commission's tower. Inside the tower, a woman in a purple kimono sits on the ground with her eyes closed. Gunlan suddenly appears right in front of her, face to face, observing. Are you the general? The general is immediately startled upon opening her eyes and seeing someone so close. She instantly draws her sword and strikes. Her mind races. How did I not sense anything just now? The purple blade wrapped in endless lightning strikes. Facing this powerful blow, Gunlan's choice is he extends a single finger. Ding! The Electro-Archon strike is effortlessly caught by Gunlon with just one finger. Your sword isn't faster than hers, nor is it stronger. The general's beautiful eyes are filled with astonishment. Her expression changes as she withdraws her sword, attacking Gunlon with even greater speed. The blade is about to graze Gunlon's neck, but stops just a millimeter from the skin. No matter how much force is applied, it cannot cut. It's online? Show. Gunlon looks at her dazed and fierce eyes and recognizes it's Raiden Makoto. Gunlon grabs the block sword and takes a look. A regular lightning sword. Where is Raiden Shogun? Upon hearing the real name, Sho's small mouth instantly puffs up like a pufferfish. She went out to play with Kitsune Saigu. Gunlon is stunned. Huh? She really doesn't seem like someone who would leave you behind. Aren't you too close? When did she leave? Sho answers seriously. About 1,000 years ago. Gunlon is further stunned. 1,000 years and you managed the country? Didn't play with explosives? What about the Suzuki Lily? She went out to play too. Why did they leave you? I made puppets using my own body. If I couldn't go out, I was left behind. Sho wants to cry without tears. Gunlon is at a loss. Why make puppets? I didn't want that at that time. My sister said we should travel Teyvat, and I wanted to go with her. But someone said to leave a puppet to handle state affairs. And it ended up like this. Gunlon exclaims, "This silly girl. What did that person look like? Wearing an orange spiral mask, with eyes just like yours. I thought they were your friend." Gunlon is startled. Oh, my clansman. I previously saved a little girl who didn't go crazy. It's just that doing this is a bit unethical. How many puppets did you make? 2. One was made with materials that didn't succeed, and I couldn't bear to destroy it. So I sealed it. Gunlon interrupts. Is it in the form of a little boy? How do you know? In his heart, there's a foul-mouthed criminal in this world. He has traveled to various realms and seen star gods, already understanding that his reincarnation is quite against the heavens. Poor child. Do you really believe you can manage the country well? Analogy, really leave food in the fridge for a month, and Sho would finish it on the first day. I wonder where those few went to play. The scene shifts to winter, icy cold winds. A group of people gathers around a bonfire to keep warm. A purple-haired woman, a red-horned woman, a white-haired fox-eared woman, and a black-winged man. The purple-haired woman speaks. How is Sho doing now? The red-horned woman replies, don't worry. You've left a backup plan. The fox-eared woman adds, Sho is super smart. Inazuma hasn't been destroyed. The black-winged man remarks, and we still have our subordinates and the divine child. The purple-haired woman nods. We still owe her. We shouldn't have let her become a puppet. It's okay. Just consider it training for Sho. The 3 agree. Their friendship warms like the bonfire. Then the scene shifts. Gunlon is feeding the wronged Sho 3-color dango, and Sho immediately beams with joy. Do you know where your first puppet went? Sho shakes her head. Gunlon contemplates. Now that I've just arrived in Liyue, Scaramouch should be at the Eye of the Storm factory. As he thinks, hurried footsteps come from outside. Sho, are you okay? The pink-haired fox, Miko, rushes in wearing a shrine maiden outfit, her figure striking. Upon seeing Gunlon feeding Sho dango, her brain short-circuits. Androsia in her heart. There's a cow. There's a cow. You? Gunlon instantly flashes to the side of the divine child. When did Kitsune Saigu give birth to this? Quite cute. The divine child instantly goes berserk. Who is that woman's child? As she speaks, she tries to pounce, but is stopped by Sho's glare. Sho laughs. It's the first time I've seen you like this. Usually, it's her teasing others, but today she's the one being dealt with. The divine child is about to cause trouble, but Gunlon pats her shoulder. Pretty solid. Huh? I wonder how you compare to Kitsune Saigu? Upon hearing this, the divine child inexplicably feels anxious. Gunlon laughs. How fun. Turning to Sho, he says, you continue sitting here in confinement. I have matters to attend to, so I'm leaving. Just as Sho wants to retain him. Did he come here just to mock me? Why has he become so peaceful? As soon as he finishes speaking, Gunlon directly disappears, leaving the divine child still confused. Who exactly is he? Gunlon flashes to the Eye of the Storm factory. The massive factory is shrouded in green gas blocking information. Looking for trouble, he blows it up directly. This broken factory wasn't a good thing to begin with. It was created by the doctor, and he needs to deal with this little thing when he has time. Pay attention. His right hand shines with blue and white light. The High Priestess. The purple ripple eye flashes. Elemental power chakra erupts into a dazzling blue beam. The beam rushes toward the factory. Boom. After a huge explosion, the light flashes. The Eye of the Storm factory disappears without a trace, not even leaving a scrap. The entire mountain is flattened. The power is great and absurdly precise. After blasting the factory, Geng perceives no one is here. The eye opens in his palm. The golden reincarnation eye opens, vortex sucking away the remnants of the demon god. He still isn't used to having an eye in his palm. Now that he has come to Inazuma, let us find someone too. The images of the past flash through his mind. Those were the good old days. Opening the god of war to return to the Tenryu Commission. The divine child is questioning Sho. Is he a demon god? Is he as strong as absurd? Yes. Not even the Lion King can defeat him. The Lion King was taken out by him in an instant. I fought him for a long time. Sho shows a nostalgic expression. It was hard to accept back then, but later at the Seven God Summit, she learned how explosive Geng truly was. After Kenria, Geng saved her. And the old matters have long been turned over. Huh, then the Raiden Shogun hasn't died yet? Geng suddenly appears beside the divine child. The divine child is startled. Her hair standing on end, but she quickly calms down. Just as she adjusts her mindset, she feels her ears warm. Geng actually reaches out to touch her ears. Her mindset collapses instantly. What are you doing? You're a fold-eared fox. Isn't your mother a straight-eared one? Who said she's my mother? She can at most be considered my elder. Yae Miko's expression goes out of control as she screams hysterically. Geng laughs. This pink fox hasn't experienced much pain. Unlike before, she is not as mature. It seems that Kitsune Saigu and the others are still around. The original Yae Miko had thought of rebuttals. But this one is still too inexperienced. You mean Elio, right? He is indeed alive, but he's half broken. He talks a lot, claiming how powerful he was back in the day. Now, in Inazuma, he is considered a top influencer, and it's said that Miko grew up listening to his stories. Shadow thinks that White Lion walks unsteadily, yet shows off, shaking his head helplessly. If he hadn't thrown himself out of the range of the Divine Thunder back then, he would have died early. I heard he also brought the Red Oni. Not sure how that turned out. Geng contemplates. Alive is good enough. No need to dwell on not having taken him down back then. Let us fight again, so he understands what the six paths are. After saying that, he glances at Miko, activates his divine power, and leaves. Miko is confused. What did he come over for? Little fox. I heard it. Geng suddenly pops half his body out of nowhere, smiling at Miko. Wow. Geng strolls around Narukami Island, stuffing a big rice ball in one hand and holding a box of sushi in the other, with a thick grilled fish and tempura hanging on him, not stopping his mouth. Passing by a small store, he sees a girl in a kimono, Kakuramio, who notices him. That outfit is amazing. She jogs over and whispers, "Excuse me." Geng stops eating and leans in, putting his hand to his ear to mimic Zoro. Kakuramio is startled. Which master made your clothes? Geng tugs at his robe. Designed by the owner of Chiokia. Kakuramio realizes, and Geng continues to browse. Look closely. A girl with golden long hair catches his attention. Wearing red clothes with a big butterfly buckle. Bandaged up, she is talking to an old man. Dad. The Shomei family has ordered fireworks. It took him several calls to hear her. Geng walks over. Hello. Hello. I'm Yoimiya. This is my dad. I'm called Ran. You don't look local. Just arrived in Inazuma? Yes. I knew it. I've heard that Nagano fireworks are exceptional. Came to see for myself. Yoimiya is embarrassed. No. Leave it to me. I'll make the most spectacular ones for you. Geng feels it's familiar. Indeed, she has a voice actress. Geng asks Ryanosuk, when did your dad hurt his ears? A few years ago. Luckily we have Yoimiya. Ryanosuk puffs out his chest proudly. Yoimiya is puzzled. Ran? Your voice isn't loud. How can dad hear so clearly? It's nothing, just familiarity. Yoimiya pulls Geng into the house. How grand do you want it? Super spectacular, right? Yes. For one person. Yoimiya gives a meaningful smile. Leave it to me. After leaving the fireworks shop, Gunlan thinks about where to go next. Yuamiya is super approachable, nice to everyone, looks easy to chase after, but the key is she is nice to everyone. Gunlan continues to the iconic building of Inazuma, hiking up to see the shrine maidens doing their own things, not coming over to stop him. He goes around the building to the sacred sakura tree. This fox-shaped big tree was planted by him. Originally, it should have been Raiden Shogun who paid with her life. But now he used the Eye of Rebirth to create one. If it were cut in half, the cross-section would look just like the 6th Tomo Rebirth Eye. Hoo-hoo! I won! Nine-tailed turtle! Ha-ha! A mad laugh erupts from behind. Gunlan turns around. It's a stout figure, white hair and red horns, with an odd yet silly face. It's Arataki Ito, the #1 brawler. Next to him, in military uniform and wearing a red bird beak mask, is Kuju Sera, Bushi. Nine-tailed Sera and Arataki Ito. Speaking of which, the Tengu hasn't fallen. Why is their surname Kuju? Listening to Ito's laughter, Gunlan also laughs, recalling the days when he was brainwashed by that laughter. Just as he's about to walk over, 3 more people arrive. A green-haired girl with a mask, Kuki Shinobu, Arataki's big brother, a white-haired ponytail lady, Kamisato Aika, and a wine-red-haired detective boy, Shikano and Haizu. Gunlan is shocked. Wow, a whole bunch came. Boss, Kuki Shinobu shouts, comparable to the old Shu Road Mountain. Ito turns around with a tremor and laughs. Look, I won against the 9-tailed turtles. Little deer, face bombs. Ayaka uses a folding fan to cover her face, definitely a proper young lady. Sera is displeased. I didn't compete with you. Then why did you come along? Lost face. Huh. Sera gets angrier. Just received the general's order, and it got cancelled, changing from leading to trailing. Shadow is mumbling. Looking for someone to throw out the trash? Forget it. Let the general handle it. Raiden Shogun internally. You brat. You're surnamed Kuju? Gunlan flashes to Sera's side in an instant. Sera is startled. She had seen his expensive-looking clothes. Didn't he expect him to teleport over? You have black feathered wings, right? Aren't you a shadow of the Tengu? Should be surnamed Sasa. Huh. Sasa? Sera is confused. Kuki Shinobu adds. The Tengu separated 1,000 years ago. She is from a branch. And Kuju is the name bestowed by the general. The Tenryu Commission is the Kuju family. Who is the Tengu leader? Amaterasu Amakami. Gunlan hears this. This is the name people gave back then. Quite a mouthful. I'm called Ran, a traveler passing by. Everyone responds in turn. Ayaka smiles. We came out with Ito. He said there is something super explosive. Gunlan looks at Kuki Shinobu, who is dealing with the aftermath. Ayaka sneaking off. Little deer looking for fun. And Sera, who came reluctantly, with the instigator Ito. So, you all came to watch him race? Everyone looks at Ito, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ito awkwardly laughs. No way. Something super amazing is coming. Confidently pulls something from his pocket. Use your imagination. What is this? Everyone looks and understands at once. Tada, a giant golden Oni beetle. Impressive, right? Everyone looks at Ito, their fists hardening. We're in out just for this? A golden Oni beetle. What is the use of this? Kuki Shinobu looks at the excited Ito, speechless. This thought process is too peculiar. Even the Oni aren't that dumb, right? Did his mysterious big brother teach him? This one is quite big. Where did you catch it? Haha, I knew Haizu would be interested. Caught it in the Guardian Forest. That old black one, it was shining golden. I spotted it at a glance. Gunlan looks at the beetle, unintentionally reminded of the Kamen Rider movie version of the golden beetle. But the species is different. One is a stag beetle, and the other is a tropical giant beetle. But this one has a super strong elemental reaction. Ayaka remains silent. She rarely comes out. And this time she sneaked away without telling her brother. Gunlan is surprised. Why is Ayaka here? I thought the one with Ito was her big brother Ayato. I remember in the story Ayaka said she had no friends, but now she has a whole group, right? I wonder how her parents are doing. If the Wanderer shows up, it's probably bad news. Thinking of the Wanderer again, he is confused. Is this the White Wanderer or the Black Wanderer? The white one can still be saved, but the black one. Look, how big it is. So powerful. So sturdy. From now on, it will be called the Magnificent Golden Flash King. Ito excitedly introduces, his eyes sparkling. Everyone awkwardly laughs along. Gunlan ponders. Isn't there a demon beetle demon god? The black one. If used for beetle fights, that would be explosive. No worries, I'm leaving. There are matters at the estate. Sarah turns coldly and walks away. Gunlan suddenly says, going back to find the general? Right now. You can see what you want to see. Sarah stops and looks back at him. What will happen if she sees the general flaunt snacks? Then what should we do? Little Deer looks at Ayaka and Kuki Shinobu. This feels like inviting friends out, but having nothing to do. If it were now, they'd be sitting there playing on their phones. Gunlan can still squeeze one out. Since they came to the shrine, let us draw a fortune stick before leaving. Ayaka suggests, and everyone agrees. Gunlan also joins. He has a natural affinity that makes people unconsciously trust him. Kuki Shinobu suddenly becomes uneasy, remembering there are relatives here. Just as she was about to run away, Little Deer pulls her back. No worries. My sister is also here. Internally screaming. Can this be the same? Everyone finds the shrine, Maiden Jinjiro to draw sticks, shaking the stick tube with a clatter. This lord will definitely draw the biggest one. Ito hands over the stick. The results come out. Kuki Shinobu is good luck, Little Deer is bad luck, Ayaka is medium luck, Ito is big misfortune, Gunlan is great luck. Hiss. Draw one for the Kuju Tengu. Ito gasps and draws again, medium luck. What is going on? Why? Ito briefly doubts life. But the next moment he perks up. I don't believe this. Internally, good draws are blessings from heaven. Bad ones are superstitions. Gunlan bids farewell to everyone and continues to find fun. These days have been too bland, just eating and playing without fighting. Gunlan flies to a nearby island. The people are confused. What is floating in the sky? He flies too fast to see clearly, leaving them all in a fog. In the impression of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun suppressed 4 merchants, and I could still see teacher Toma. At that time, the islands of Inazuma and Narukami were preserved intact under the divine presence. Suddenly, I saw a young female vendor selling dry pot grilled fish and fried meat patty sandwiches next to a stall. This is a special dish from Monica and Haizu. I bought 2 servings to eat. So delicious. In my past life, I was too busy working to enjoy gourmet food, and 1,000 years ago, I only had grilled fish once. Now that I'm here, I must show off. You ask if I didn't eat anything else in so many worlds? No. The meaning is different. After finishing the last bite of the sandwich, I spotted the rooftop. There was a large head Raiden Shogun doll that caught my attention. I walked over to take a look. The big-headed Shogun sitting with a sword is super cute. The big-headed Kuju, Sarah, holding a wolf fawn club, looks angry. Why is she not holding a sword, though? And the obedient, big-headed Kitsune Saigu, so adorable. And the white-haired Raiden Shogun in transformation pose. Everything is super cute. Pay attention. The last one left me dumbfounded. A big-headed Susanoo in purple, wearing armor and a mask, with little wings on the back. How did they make it so cute? I don't understand. I bought them all. And for my own, I bought 3. There are also blue and orange versions. Who knows how they correspond? I hugged them and looked at their cuteness, but the materials are fragile, so I stored them in my space. I went to the Inazuma dock. It was much colder compared to Liyue Harbor. I looked at the sea. This is the place to play with the cannon fish. I used to catch a lot while refining harpoons. I took out my fishing rod and sat down to fish. And the fisherman next to me looked at me. A newcomer. Let us see if he can use up his bait today. After a few minutes without catching anything, I thought, how about I give a shock? With a little shake of my hand, the electric arc dropped into the water. The electric effect was outstanding. All the fish floated up. I quickly stored them in my space. Air Force guys never run out of fish. The fisherman next to me was dumbfounded. Something's off. It was 10 or even 12 times off. I quietly threw a cannon fish under the fishing rod, pretending to catch. Here it comes. I pulled the rod hard. The fisherman sensed something was wrong, and the next moment, the cannon fish was pulled out of the water. Its green scales were dazzling. The fisherman approached respectfully. Little brother, impressive. This fish is too big. I puffed out my chest. Though I used a bit of trickery, it felt good. I secretly stuffed a cannon fish under one of the fisherman's rods. The fisherman was shocked. A big fish. He touched his decades-old rod. Old friend. Help me one more time. He exerted force to catch the fish, proudly holding it up. Wow. Everyone surrounded to congratulate. Used to be an Air Force guy. Now a big fish king. When my friend wanted to touch the fish, I directly handed it over. The nearly dead fish suddenly flopped around, and my friend couldn't hold it. The fish fell on the ground and jumped back into the sea. The fisherman looked confused at my friend, and from then on, the fish grew bigger in his tail, while my friend kept saying it was smaller. I smiled and left, gazing into the distance at the dock. Oh, sea, you are all water. After a dangerous statement, I stared at the calm sea. It was really boring. In the past, I never had this idle time. All day long, it was either fighting or fighting. Is it because my mindset has calmed down after opening the reincarnation eye? Or have I become indifferent to life after tens of thousands of years of travel? To be honest, I haven't done much in these tens of thousands of years. Just eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere, shearing some wool in every world. At this moment, a large pole suddenly emerged from the sea. My green eyes instantly turned crimson like a Sharingan. It's a lookout tower. A sailor on top was looking this way with a telescope. It seemed to be a ship. On the Death Star, Susanoo shouted, "Big sister." We've arrived at Inazuma. At the bow, a red-clad, masked beauty, Beidou, looked heroic, good. Full speed ahead. The Death Star sped up, followed closely by a cargo ship. All here to do business in Inazuma. Susanoo sighed from the lookout tower. Finally arrived. It's always so troublesome to come to Inazuma. He aimed the telescope at the dock. There are still so many people fishing. Suddenly, his view went black. He blinked, and it was still black, just as he was about to check the telescope. He realized he was blind. Susanoo froze and fainted, falling headfirst. The people below were confused. How could the old lookout fall down? Beta noticed at a glance. Susanoo, wrapped in lightning, she rushed down, just about to catch him, but missed by a hair. Big sister. Everyone rushed over. Beidou stared at the sea with regret. If only I'd been a bit faster. Huiyun felt disappointed. Susanoo. Everyone lowered their heads, and suddenly, awe. Susanoo fell again from the lookout tower. Everyone was stunned, but quickly reacted. Beidou rushed in again. No matter what happens, if I can save him again, it's a win. Susanoo was confused. He had just been stunned by the crimson eyes, and now he was slapped awake, only to find himself weightless in the air. The gentle purple element wrapped around him, feeling a bit comfortable. The next moment, Beidou caught him in her arms. Big sister? Susanoo was still in shock, slumped in her embrace. Beidou placed him down and called for the ship's doctor. That was really scary. What happened? Huixing chatted with Huiyun. Could it be a precognitive ability? I think so. Do you think so too? Huh? Huixing turned around, and a figure in a black robe with white hair appeared. The first reaction, wow, so handsome. The second reaction, who are you, buddy? Huiyun shouted, and everyone on the Death Star looked over. The ship behind was confused. What is the main ship doing? Why isn't it moving? Everyone was on guard. This person's background is unknown. I scanned the crowd, and all familiar faces, but I don't know them. Only Beidou. Beidou took out her black rock great sword to confront, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. I looked at the sword and smiled. Hey, I have one too, but mine is the black flame great sword. Who are you? Beidou asked straight, while I thought she would be a bit more polite. Don't be nervous. I'm not an invader, just a passerby. The ship is so fast. How did you sneak on? Qianlu shouted and then hid. I'm just here to settle accounts. Don't hit me. It's simple. I took out my electro vision. Electro speed. Captain Beta knows. Oh. Beidou remained on guard, and I sighed. As expected, I'm not suited to explain. Pay attention. A red light flashed in my eyes. Everyone drew their weapons and charged. The armed fleet is not just about ship weaponry. I stood still. Beidou struck with lightning, and others attacked simultaneously. Logically, Beidou should be the fastest, but they all gathered together. I smiled and lightly clapped my hands. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and everyone froze. Blue and white ripples spread throughout the scene. Actions reversed. Beidou flew backward. The sun instantly turned to the moon. And the scene rewound to when they had just boarded the ship. As the ripples faded, Beidou became enthusiastic. Brother Lan, what brings you to Inazuma? I altered their memories to make them think we were old acquaintances. Readers may ask why I was harsh with Zhongli as Shadow. Answer. My Zhongli is a construction site boss, while Shadow is a long-eared fox. I came out to play out of boredom. What a coincidence. I smiled. Beidou patted my shoulder. Want to come aboard? It's super fun at sea. Let us have a drink then. Sure. Beidou pulled me to the wooden tea room. There was even hot pot in the tea room. Upon entering, I saw a big Shiba Inu at the bar, barking cutely. I thought, it's cuter than my magic dog, but I can't beat it. Magic dog's inner thoughts. Bleeding dog with long fur is super cool. We sat down in a booth. Just the two of us? The crew went to play. Beidou wrapped her arm around my neck, and I was stunned. How did altering memories turn out like this? Forget it. The hot pot was served, and I tried it. Not bad. Beidou poured drinks to the brim. Bottoms up. Liyue's infinite flying thunder god. I raised my jug and drank. Refreshing. We each took turns drinking. Eventually, Beidou passed out on the table while I was slightly tipsy. Naturally, I'm fine. My body breaks down whatever I drink into energy. No matter how much I drink, it's like drinking water. My face was slightly red from the hot pot heating the room too much. Looking around, there was no air conditioning, and it felt sticky. I got up, thinking about how to handle Beidou. On the other side, Huiyun and a few others were drinking dumpling milk at a stall. Huixing tasted it and praised. Inazuma's little snacks are super novel. The boss puffs out his chest. Kid, Thor's selection. How's Beidou and Brother Lan doing? Beidou's drinking capacity is definitely secured. I'm afraid she might drink until Brother Lan kneels down. Don't talk nonsense. Geng Lan walks down the street, with a drunken Beidou floating eerily behind him. This is the effect of the heavenly path. The shops close early in the evening, but playing for a day is still pretty good. And Dujia's inner thoughts. Where is everyone? Time to pay the bills. Geng Lan takes Beidou to the hotel to check in, asks the waiter to take her inside, and turns to leave. The guard at the door sneers. Humph. A guy who lures girls. Geng Lan hears, but doesn't pursue it. But the next day, this guard is fired for taking a deep breath first. Inner thoughts. It's not that I have a small heart. You misunderstood. I'm super law-abiding. Geng Lan strolls through the quiet streets at night. Arriving at Munin Cuisine, he remembers the special effects channel Munin Workshop. No smartphones in Teyvat. Let us make one. With a thought, a black rectangular object appears in his hand. The waiter at Munin, and Na, is shocked. Criminal? She looks at the brick in Geng Lan's hand and prays. Please don't rob me of my money or my virtue. Geng Lan fiddles with it and turns it on, leaving Munin dumbfounded. Holder of the vision. Maru Spicy. Under the car, Maru Spicy. The phone powers on. The software is still configuring the explosive scene. The screen swipes smoothly, and he opens Billy. 2,233 Chan is lying on the ground in guilt. No internet. Not a chance. Geng Lan's eyes flash purple. A strange power envelopes Teyvat. The ley line is confused. What has entered? Looking at the restored Billy. Ninja World War. Rakeage? Geng Lan is baffled. How does this one-armed ninja work? For beans upgrade? Use little potatoes for combo skills? Ridiculous. He flips to the 4/8 event rhythm and clicks his tongue. So abstract. Old me is crazy. The Wanderer must be found. The blonde needs special training. They've all become cameras. Zhongli can fight me with 5 elements. He flips to a video of Snow Crow cosplaying as a girl dancing, silently saving it. I'll have Indugio wear this when I get back. Hee. Flipping to the new storyline of Honkai. Star Rail. Huh? Thunder and Lightning Man? Transforming into a werewolf for you? He remembers going to Honkai to run a small errand, wandering through the universe and seeing abundant items. Looking from afar, they resemble ants. And when he perceives malice, he rewards with a light arrow explosion. Those who didn't know thought the hunt had started. He has never seen a werewolf. So let my magic dog imitate it. Outer down magic dog's inner thoughts, transforming into a werewolf for you. Munin sees Geng Lan staring at the glowing brick with a frown and a smile, mustering the courage to step forward. Meanwhile, the green-yellow square cat box also stirs. A moment ago, it was just a box. Sir, your street food is ready. Oh, thank you. Geng Lan smiles and takes the bag, sensing Munin's nervousness. What's wrong? It's nothing, sir. Geng Lan notices Munin's gaze is entirely on the phone, so he hands it over. The nearby cat box suddenly jumps up, enveloped in green elemental force. Munin screams in fright, and the neighbor's lights come on. This isn't a brick. It's called a phone. Little kitty, don't scratch. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Let go of me. After a while, that wasn't tea finished. Just scroll up. Wow, what is this? Munin and the humanoid Liang are completely enchanted by the phone, forgetting how late it is. Munin's mom is anxious. Is the child okay? Oh no, it's so late. Munin hurriedly returns to the shop, and Genglan laughs. Don't rush. Try this. Adjusting the phone settings. Munin sees her mom's name and is confused. Did you open my mom's number? Dialing. Munin's mom's table bursts with a blue transparent rectangle. Pressing the red button, looking festive, the call ended. Dial again and hang up, finally connecting on the third try. The video call connects, and Munin's mom is confused. How is the camera moving? The young man is quite handsome. Genglan jokes. Old lady, your daughter is in my hands. Munin's mom. You scoundrel. Qiliang Liang's cat head leans into the camera. Brother Lan, this is amazing. Munin quickly explains, hangs up, and the brick disappears. Brother Lan, I'm sorry. I have to go. Here, your fried skewers. Genglan waves his hand, and Qiliang Liang's big eyes are filled with I still want to watch. Genglan has no choice but to give her the phone. This Billy is curated. He can't let her know she is fictional. At Liyue Hotel, Ing asks, Indugia, where is Brother Lan? He hasn't replied. I'm waiting for him. You've been waiting for a long time. I'm used to it. I've waited thousands of years. So this is no big deal. What is this, Brother Lan? Qiliang Liang leans over, and Genglan looks. It's a video of cosplaying Shark Girl. Looking back at Qiliang Liang, she is drooling. Flipping to a video of Shiji Nyang torturing a little cat, Qiliang Liang breaks into a cold sweat. Is this liking little cats? Sister Qian Ji often does this. Genglan is surprised. Qian Ji looks cold on the surface, but secretly does this? After playing enough, Genglan puts away the phone, and Qiliang Liang cutely pleads, meow, 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 no use. What time is it? 2:15. Smart little cat. Bidding farewell to Qiliang Liang, Genglan uses the divine power to teleport near the hotel, and as he enters the hall, he sees Indugia sleeping in a seat. Genglan looks at Indugia, feeling a bit of loss. She has just woken up from overtime. Ah, you're back. Indugia senses instantly, stands up, but nearly falls due to her high heels. Genglan quickly rushes over to support her, directly picking her up in a princess carry. Sorry for coming back late. It's fine. Indugia shyly covers her face. Being carried back to the room, the front desk's inner thoughts. Internet cafe grass. After placing Indugia on the bed, she lies there covering her face. Come on. Genglan lies down next to her and shows her. Look at this. Indugia takes a look. There's a glowing brick in his hand. The two of them scroll through their phones all night. Indugia's inner thoughts. Internet cafe grass. Dragons really need this. The next day, Genglan covers the sleeping Indugia with a blanket, and as he steps out, he bumps into Ing. When did Brother Lan come back last night? Probably just after you guys left. Ing, come with me. Reaching out to touch her shoulder. Ing is confused as they teleport to the empty space of the Guli Yuan. Wait, Paimon. Paimon gets angry seeing the two disappear, suddenly being pulled in. Upon landing, she shouts, and Ing gives her a smack to calm her down. Now, special training. Ing is super excited. Brother Lan, teach me cool moves. The one that moves the big energy ball. Oh, flying thunder god technique? Sure. At this moment, Cat Tooth, wearing a Chong Sam, starts the broadcast on time. Player perspective activated after a long absence. Cat Tooth opens Genshin, and after loading, it freezes at the rock area. MiHoYo. My configuration is explosive, and it still lags? At least I got into Seekaching's back. My Kaching is so cute. Opening the taskbar, she is confused. No original stone tasks? Just leveling up? Bullet screen. Main package progress is behind. Choosing the Mondstadt advertisement task. The yellow circle only marks the range, but not the specifics. Cat Tooth searches blindly for a long time without finding it, and the water friends are going crazy with complaints. Check the strategy. Searching Billy on the phone. Hi bye Rai teacher. Sound good. Bullet screen. Hi bye Rai teacher is a god. Oh, here it is. I wanted to go this way. Cat Tooth proudly puffs her chest. Bullet screen. Sahasas. How can? After finishing the task, flipping to the homepage, she sees the latest video title. Invincible Hidden Plot, The content is too explosive, but he can speedrun directly. Do you guys know? Cattooth curiously clicks on the video, and upon seeing the content, she gasps. Wow, it's Brother Lan. The live stream's water friends explode. Main package live streaming, slacking off, deducting wages. Show us. Cattooth, afraid of being reported, immediately turns the phone towards the camera. Look at my brother Lan, so handsome. Suddenly remembering to switch screens and search for Hibairai on Bilibili. Budit screen, ni nistmom. Heavenly Wealth catches up. Clicking on the video, the beginning is Gunglan's handsome face. He and Ing, Kaching, Eula Dialek, and other Mondstadt characters are all standing on the rooftop. Outside, a storm swirls through the clouds, resembling the end of days. In the distance, a magical dragon roars with dark green energy, shockwaves exploding. Everyone's faces show a determination to sacrifice themselves to protect their homeland. Is this a great war? Didn't T the dragon finish fighting? Cattooth is serious. MiHoYo's rendering is too top-notch, making her feel like she wants to rush in. Gung Lan stares at Ing. Are you ready to bet everything in battle? His green-yellow eyes seem to see through her. The screen presents 3 options. 1. Sacrifice your heart to protect everything. 2. Protect the beauty of the world. 3. Let me prepare a little more. Deng Deng was taken aback. Option 2 sounded just like what the neighboring white-haired cat said. Players of Genshin Impact 3 know the value of the choices. Most of them choose option 2. But Hey-Ri preferred option 3, leaving Deng Deng puzzled as she continued to watch. Exiting the dialogue, the comments said most players controlled Ing to roam the rooftops, watching the knights fight to the death before launching an attack. However, Hey-Ri found another rooftop and pulled out a strange dagger from the wall. Comments. This is Lan's appearance. So cool, it's perfect for wallpaper. No spoilers. I'll clear the true ending myself. Deng Deng selected the dialogue next to the dagger, and Gung Lan appeared in an instant. What's wrong? 2 options appeared. 1. I don't want anyone to get hurt. 2. Is there a better way? Choosing option 2, Gung Lan thought for a moment. Let's give it a try. Consider it a test for the entrance exam. If it doesn't work, I'll step in. Deng Deng was stunned. So cool. So domineering. What happens next? The knights? Don't worry. No one got hurt. Here comes the high-energy part. CG animation explodes on screen. Gung Lan disappears in an instant. The perspective shifts to a drone, flying and rotating in front of Ing, sweeping over the apocalyptic scene. MiHoYo is showing off. Dizzy. In the calm music, the perspective moves to the dragon in front. The dragon freezes, its murky eyes staring at the screen. Its terrifying appearance made Deng Deng lean against her gaming chair, turning to glance at the cabinet. Her heart raced. Suddenly, the world changed color. Everything turned black and white, as if time had been paused. Deng Deng's heart tightened, and all the viewers in the live chat went silent, fixated on the screen, waiting for what's next. Pay attention. The dragon's massive body began to crack inch by inch. Cracks covered its entire body, until it finally shattered into pieces. What's absurd is that the fragments transformed into countless feathers and blue-white light, flying through the air to create a stunning light rain. After the light rain dispersed, a strong light flashed. Scarlet eyes filled the screen, and the black triangle above spun eerily, the sense of oppression making it hard to breathe. Deng Deng gasped. What secrets are hidden in those eyes? The sound of spinning began. The eyes shrank. Its master revealed. White hair and a black robe billowed. A handsome face unforgettable. His gaze was as cold as ice, able to see through everything. The strange left eye shimmered with a faint light. An aura so lonely it made one hesitate to approach. It became the focal point of the entire scene. Gung Lan softly murmured as he released the seal. Foolish creatures, immerse yourselves in the illusion. As his voice fell, a strange light spread like ripples, enveloping everything around. The screen zoomed out. The gloomy sky was torn apart by the strong light, and the dark clouds dispersed in an instant. The dragon was actually behind Gung Lan. Its immense body wrapped in black mist formed new armor, green mist serving as the pattern. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, and it breathed fire that turned the river red. But Gung Lan remained motionless, The apocalyptic scene behind him contrasted sharply with his calm demeanor. In the next moment, the dragon transformed into countless black mists soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Geng Lan stood in the wind, his black robe and hair flying, his gaze still cold. That was just a farce. The final scene froze with him and the background in a snapshot. Appearance fans went crazy. Oh my, so cool. Chef Lan made the right choice. Mihuyu, hurry online. I'm fully charged. Comments. The performance is explosive. Watch it 9 times. Acting like a big shot. Lan is godly, more fierce than Barbados. Deng stared at the photo for a long time, screenshotting and printing it to stick at home. Kids, I've finished watching the hidden plot. Let us rush to the main storyline. Looking back at the photo, her heart raced, finally understanding the feelings of dating simulation players. Restarting Genshin Impact to farm materials. Comments said to max out the characters. The main storyline is difficult. She released the monsters and laughed foolishly at the camera. Comments. Is the main package possessed? Going crazy. Must be XLD. Were you calling XLD? Deng immediately retorted, notifying the management to ban the truth teller. Big Snot. Ha! Didn't he expect this to be my alt account? Soon after, Big Snot was also thrown into the black room. Comments. He heroically sacrificed himself, bro. Deng smirked, choosing not to look at the comments, and focused on grinding Genshin. Now, she was in the return to departure region, looking for treasure chests. Quickly completing tasks to level up, just for Lan's mission. When will Brother Lan go online? Comments. His abilities are explosive. Definitely lightning type. Making characters is tough. It's okay. I'll wait. Deng's eyes sparkled with golden light. In another live stream, the main package, Guanzi, was cooking at the entrance of the Hunter's Lodge, making 154 sweet pepper chickens. Call me the original chef player. Displaying his backpack, he used Barbara's talent to make a few more. Comments. It's sweet pepper marinated chicken. Other main packages show off their skills. And you're cooking? Paid messages flooded in. Main package. Brother Lan's new storyline is super cool. As soon as Guanzi saw the character Lan, he rushed away from the stove to the computer. Really? Did I cook myself, silly? Is there something happening outside that you didn't tell me? Comments. Who told you to cook without watching the comments? No more talking. Let us go to Bilibili. Opening Bilibili to search for Hey Ri. 3-hour video with 14 million views. Data explosion. Clicking in, it was instantly clear. Hey Ri was the first on the internet to find the hidden plot, giving Lan fans an exaggerated performance. And the Lan chefs were celebrating. Guanzi watched the whole thing in excitement, then inexplicably ended the stream. Comments. Guanzi is about to break the pipe again. Something off with you. On Deng's side, after enduring the pain of a secret, being tortured by a boss, and dying twice from burning gold coins, she finally reached the story level. As soon as the upgrade animation finished, Paimon jumped out. Traveler. Is that Amber? Deng followed Paimon's direction and looked. There was a red figure, super eye-catching. Let us go see what Amber is doing. After Paimon said that, she took Ing and flew over. Amber was strolling by the fruit wine lake, looking like she was on vacation. Hey Amber, Paimon, traveler. What are you doing here? Amber was super happy. I haven't gone to Liyue yet, just passing time here. Paimon patted her head. Deng was speechless. Is she talking about me? I'm way slower than others. Amber is out for a walk. Yeah, after the dragon disaster was resolved, I came out to stroll. It's a bit boring with nothing to do, but resting is nice too. Amber smiled at the two. We're idle too. Let us play together. The traveler unusually spoke up, and the three formed a group. What does Amber do when she has nothing to do? Does jumping from a height to practice flying skills count? That's dangerous. Deng nodded in agreement. The two-dimensional world is really different. As they spoke, they arrived at Starfall Cliff. Not sisters. Are you really taking us paragliding? Deng looked in disbelief at the three who had climbed up the cliff. All right, let us start from here. Let us see who gets to that rock first. Amber pointed to a distant rock, confident. I'm the flying champion of Mondstadt. Switching to the player-controlled perspective, Deng saw the acceleration circle and wind field. Memories of past failures attacked her. She couldn't even count how many times she had been stuck during the flying test. And now seeing this familiar sight made her head ache. But for the beloved Lan, she would give it her all. Recognizing a thief as a mother. Can a person abstract to this extent? My grandma could do it. Fancy fish fry. Suspecting the main package is acting. Old bonds. This baby is passing the level like Zijun fighting the heavenly path. Deng looked at the comments in frustration. If I were capable, would I be stuck for so long? Finally, hard work paid off. She passed, but regrettably lost to Amber, because Amber's talent boosted her flying speed. Plus, the crash speed was unbeatable. After the match, she was still in the air preparing to descend when the animation suddenly triggered. Amber landed first, hands on her hips, proudly looking at Ing in the sky. Just as Ing was about to land, a strong wind surged like a shockwave, directly knocking Amber on the ground into the sea, let alone Ing in the sky. Paimon fell into the water, thrashing around, sinking deeper while shouting. Stop yelling. Ing pulled Paimon up, but she kept shouting nonstop. It was so annoying. Amber, are you okay? Amber broke through the water's surface, taking a big breath and wiping her face. I'm fine. Deng laughed at the three who had fallen into the water. Paimon was already rescued and still shouting. The group swam ashore to find the culprit. Ing opened her elemental sight and discovered residual unknown wind elements, leading Amber to chase along the traces, finally arriving at the entrance of a ruin. This should be the Temple of the Lion of the South Wind, right? Ing recognized it by its facade and location. Elemental sight points here? Whatever. Let us go in. Pulling Amber into the ruin. It hasn't changed much. Deng smoothly made her way to the depths, encountering a locked door and trying to activate the mechanism. Nothing worked. After pondering for a moment, Ing said, I have an idea. A thick wind element erupted from her hand, gathering into a ball while swirling around like a wind blade. Amber was shocked. This reaction is explosive, even more powerful than Captain Jean. The power given by Veni is still here. Deng complained. I thought it was a one-time thing, but Veni is really thoughtful. This wine buddy is somewhat useful. You two hold on to me. I'll break it open. Amber and Paimon grabbed the hem of Ying's clothes. Ing presses the ball infused with the power of the Anemo god against the door. An explosive surge of wind elements erupts, and blades of wind fly everywhere. Ing is a bit strained, while the two behind are holding on, feeling like they might be blown away. The wind blades hit the large door, and cracks spread from the middle throughout the area. Ing strikes down with her sword, and the door collapses instantly, debris scattered everywhere. The three look inside the door, making such a big commotion, we won't sneak in anymore. Let's go all out. Watch closely. Several blue water blades shoot through the air straight at the two. Ing, with her sword wrapped in Anemo energy for attack and resistance, seizes the opportunity to block the water blades. In the next second, a large, bizarre, humanoid creature appears. Deng looks. This monster is pretty well made. It's water blue and wearing armor. Is it a blood relative of the Majesty? The creature stares at Ing and asks. Ing pauses and draws her sword without a sharp edge, while Amber pulls out her windborn hunter bow. Want to interfere with us? Even if it's a blood relative of the Majesty, I'll smash you myself. Kong, is it? What are you saying? Blue light flashes, and the creature's double blades become sharper. It roars and charges at Ing. Ing grips her sword, enveloped in elemental power, and strikes. When their blades collide, the two-handed blades actually hold their ground against her one-handed sword. Ing is stunned. Then they enter the combat phase. Deng sighs lightly. How long will this take? Looking at this monster, named Abyss Apostle, it must have evolved from an Abyss Mage, probably a Water Mage. Deng's current team, Kaching, Bennett, Jean, and Noelle. First, Bennett rushes to the front of the Apostle and firmly holds the elemental skill. Sword in hand, main package, full power, looking for a chance to hit after the cooldown. Deng is stunned. Isn't this thing supposed to have high damage? In the next second, the Apostle slashes and interrupts Bennett's charge, sending him flying. Deng sees that the health isn't too low, and without the pressure of instant kills, immediately shouts, Kids, we can fight. It's stable. Elemental burst right on the spot, throwing up thumbs-up circles. Swapping to Noelle, she wants to activate the elemental skill, but unexpectedly, the Apostle charges in with a spinning sword attack. Just as Noelle raises her great sword to open a rock shield, she gets hit by the Apostle. Bennett activates his burst with fire enchantment. colliding with the fire attribute Apostle and instantly vaporizing, taking out over 3,000 health. Deng is stunned. The shield was blown away. In a fluster, he switches to Kaching. And with a lightning dash, it's a slash. Then, switch to Jean, and the prototype Amber cuts through the rock. After fighting for a while, Deng looks at the entire team wiped out on the red interface in silence. This monster is too disgusting. Bullet screen, practice more. Restarting is fine. Just go straight for the Apostle, but the health isn't full, and it's not good. Bastard. I will definitely crush you today. After an unknown amount of time. The Apostle's health is almost gone. Woohoo. So close. The black-haired guy is talking. Bullet screen. Main package. You're a treasure. Deng is furious, clicking the mouse furiously. Suddenly, the Apostle, who was being attacked, stands straight and water elements spread out. Is the death animation this long? Next, high energy. The Apostle's body explodes with water elements. A massive explosion directly kills Kaching and activates the water elemental enchanted armor. Deng realizes how devastated Zichen must have been at that time. Abyss Apostle's inner thoughts. Roar. Zina. Mirje. It crazily outputs against the just switched Jean. After fighting for a while, Deng, blushing, finally wins. This must have died, right? It's in the animation now. Slumping in the gaming chair, feeling lifeless. In the animation, Ying sword technique creates explosions, and with wind blades accelerating, she pressures the Apostle. Amber shoots arrows to interfere, and Baron Bunny flies out, only to be cut down by the Apostle. Humph. Trying to trick me again? Suddenly, a rain of fire arrows falls. The Apostle dances with his sword on the spot. Water, elemental, sword energy exploding and cutting through. Ying accelerates with Nemo elements to dodge, and after repelling the Apostle, she wipes her sword. Light green wind elements turn blue-green, sharp explosion. Barbados, borrow power. Surrounded by wind elements, she charges at the Apostle at high speed. The Apostle blocks with dual blades, wanting to counterattack, but a gust of wind blows past and confuses him. Where did the person go? In the next second, a sharp pain in the waist, looking down to see a massive wound. Purple abyss energy and flowing water elements emerge. If it were just a bit more, it would be a waist chop. Ying appears behind, wiping her sword, and as the wind elements dissipate, the Apostle erupts with a great wind element. She puts away her sword and looks at Amber, who gives a thumbs up. Deng praises. This is how the main character should be. So cool. Bullet screen. Barbados is doing serious business. Ether is the real boss. Suddenly, a loud explosion sound spreads, and the three are stunned as they look toward the sound, only to see the background they hadn't paid attention to explode. A heat wave rushes toward the three. Ying immediately uses wind elements to form a circular shield to protect them. Now she uses wind elements to create a pure furnace. If she fights pain again, even the heavenly Tao would shout. The black stick is about to be his second. The heat wave approaches, and Ying can only lead them back, rushing out. Finally breaking out of the ruins, a massive fireball erupts from the ruins gate, crashing into the sky before settling. The three are stunned by the spectacular scene. What exploded? I don't know. Ying wants to go back in, but the ruins gate has already exploded and collapsed, blocking off the space. If only Genglan were here, they could enter as soon as the divine might opened. Unfortunately, he's not here. They seem to have a purpose. Let's go check out the other Four Winds temples. The three come to an agreement and head to the next one. Player perspective shifts to Mondstadt. Jean is working overtime in the office. If Teyvat pays her for overtime, she can rank in the top 3. Jean. Lisa pushes the door and hands her a piece of paper. Look at this. Jean examines it closely, shocked. Abnormalities in all creatures in Mondstadt. Jean looks at the report seriously. Data loss is clear, and they're asking for support from the knights. The Grandmaster took most of the people, and the knights are stretched thin. All the pressure is on Jean's shoulders, and she's dizzy. It's okay, you still have us. Lisa leans down to relieve her stress. Help me call the knights. Thanks. Jean nods tiredly. Meanwhile, Ying is crossing the terrain to reach the Windborn Dandelion Temple. Too fast. I can't take it. Amber is accelerated by the wind elements, and she can't control it. Only running wildly. It's okay, stop. Paimon is also accelerated into a thunderbolt fighter. Amber shouts all the way, just about to reach the ruins. Then suddenly, a violent explosion. The three freeze in place, looking at each other. We haven't even entered yet. How did it explode? A cold voice comes. Hey, Amber. Amber turns around in surprise. Wow, a beautiful lady. Deng looks over. An icy, beautiful lady walks over. Short blue hair with a black lace headband. Knight's outfit neat and elegant. Cryo vision on her shoulder. High-heeled long boots with spurs. Bullet screen. I really love this cool lady. Eula, what are you doing here? Just finished a mission. Jean is gathering the knights. And I happen to be on my way here. Amber is confused. What gathering? It was sent by carrier pigeon. Ing looks at Eula with only two thoughts. She's so tall. These are the two thoughts. Eula notices their gaze. Puts her left hand on her hip and looks up. You're sizing me up without greeting? I'll remember this grudge. Deng laughs. The cool and aloof lady turns into a tsundere little fool in an instant. Such a cute contrast. Traveler, don't mind it. Eula speaks like this. Feel free to define me. I'll remember this grudge too. Amber awkwardly laughs, while Paimon thinks. Isn't she remembering grudges too quickly? Eula, then I'll remember you too. Eula is the spindrift knight of the knights. Super strong. So Amber, you are the outrider. Who is stronger between you two? It's not the same league. There's no comparison. By the way, do you know a handsome guy in a black robe with white hair and yellow-green strange eyes? Paimon gestures, while Amber and Eula ponder with their chins. Deng outside the screen is all ears. No such person. I've seen white hair, but the eyes are different. Oh, okay, what is up? He saved us, but I still don't know his name. When fate arrives, we will meet. Traveler, you're the honorary knight, right? Shall we go back and see Captain Jean together? Sure. Ing wants to report about the Abyss Apostle. Just as the four are about to set off, another voice comes. Turning around, they see two people. Hey, Lan'sTeyvat Bennett. Who's the girl next to him? She is pretty, like a witch. A young boy with short white hair and green eyes, wearing an adventurer's uniform, full of vitality. A girl with golden hair and green eyes, her left eye covered with an eye patch, in a gothic outfit that is super eye-catching, wearing high-heeled boots with bat wings. Bennett shouts. The two jog over. What a coincidence. Bennett, Fiscal. Amber says hello. You are the legendary honorary knight? Bennett's eyes sparkled when he saw Ing. Fiscal patted her head, striking a middle schooler pose. Roar. I am the Princess of Judgment, summoned by fate to descend. A purple raven appeared with a flash of lightning. The lady means she's very happy to meet you. Dong was stunned. Are all Mondstadt people this interesting? Some are vengeful. Some are middle schoolers. After chatting, they learned that the two were from the Adventurers Guild, returning from a mission and came over when they saw a few people. Hearing that the knights were gathering, they were immediately interested and joined in. Inner thought, there are few people in Mondstadt. We need to gather a team. The group headed towards Mondstadt City, laughing and joking, completely unaware that trouble was brewing. At the city gate, Ing saw a bridge with pigeons and a little boy, suddenly showing a mischievous smile. A green light emerged from her hand. After a while, the child named Timmy stared blankly at the bridge below as the pigeons circled neatly and pecked at him. Ing and her group rushed into Mondstadt City straight towards the knight's headquarters. The residents were puzzled, but when they saw the honorary knight, they fell silent. Only Eula passed by, and everyone else backed away in disgust. Logically, the travelers should be cheered, right? Bennett was confused. In his impression, powerful adventurers were always surrounded. Not to mention Ing had defeated the Anemo dragon to save Mondstadt. He then glanced at the silent Eula in front and immediately understood he had said something wrong. Lowering his head, there was a problem. Eula definitely had a problem. Dong noticed the little interlude, knowing it would be explained later. The group arrived at the fountain, and Amber and Bennett had just come up the stairs. Travelers? Eula shouted in surprise, and the two turned around, stunned. Look closely. Ing didn't take the stairs, but climbed straight up the wall. Paimon followed without surprise. Truly a traveler from another world, just like the destined stars foretold. They were causing a scene. Fiscal struck another middle school pose, and Oz flew out. The lady means the traveler is truly special. While a few were stunned, Ing had already climbed up and turned back to urge. You guys are so slow. Climbing walls is so fast. Ing scoffed. If everyone can climb walls, She must be the last. Those who understand will understand. Bullet screen. The Lord is so cool. I really like it. Ying's door. Entering the Knight's headquarters. Many people were already there. You guys are here. Kia appeared with a smile. Follow me. He led them to the second-floor conference room. Previously, they either went to Jean's office or the library, but had never been here. Upon entering, they saw a huge round table, with Jean sitting in a prominent position. Traveler, great to see you again. Inner thought. The traveler is reliable. Arranging seats. Dong looked at it from Ying's perspective. The round table was surrounded by colorful people. Brown, red, amber, deep blue Kia, bright blue Eula, deep purple Lisa, white, red Bennett, dark purple Fiscal, blue-white Barbara, plus the aloof nun in fishnet stockings, the little red-hatted guy, and the blonde guy. Wow, all playable characters. They put so many at once. Dong was excitedly rubbing her hands. Jean spoke. Everyone must be confused about being summoned. Everyone nodded, and she explained the strange happenings in Mondstadt. The monsters, the hilichurls were all agitated, and there were attack incidents everywhere. Ing raised her hand. Captain Jean, Amber, and I discovered that the 4 Windsguardian ruins were infiltrated by the Abyss Order. 2 ruins were blown up. We suspect it's related. Jean nodded seriously. This is not good. The other ruins are likely. The blonde guy spoke up. Is there any information on the Abyss monsters? The little red-hatted guy next to him poked his head out. Brother Albedo, is the Abyss Order furry? Dong was melted by the cuteness. Such a cute little lowly. Albedo nodded, and Ing sympathetically handed over a new sprout from the Earth's veins. After Albedo took it, golden light enveloped the new sprout. It's an Abyss Apostle. Extremely tricky. You actually defeated it. Amazing. Ing proudly put her hands on her hips, and Dong beamed. Say more. I love to hear it. What if it takes an hour? As long as we win, it's fine. Jean assigned tasks, and Ing initially thought, I'm tired, I want to do it. As soon as she saw the generous rewards, her expression changed instantly. To defend Mondstadt. I, the little blonde, am duty-bound. Jean's inner thought, changing faces. Huh. Ing accepted the task, and set off on her journey. Dong opened the task panel. Go to the Wind Dragon ruins. It must be to protect Barbados. Other temples have exploded. Only he has a physical form. Let us see if Barbados is still sleeping. Reward, 40 Primo Gems. Love the captain. Just in time for the weekly boss. Barbados. Bro, what is going on here? Dong didn't waste time and directly teleported to the Wind Dragon Ruins 7 statues. Just as expected, they were sealed by a wind wall. After being knocked back several times and dying with Kaching, she slumped in her gaming chair. Miho I logged in early. Kaching in her thought. I also logged in early. Died hundreds of times a day. Where does all this fried egg come from? Listening to the viewer's words about nearby anchor points, she finally breathed in fresh air, running towards the yellow circle. She revived Kaching and took her along, using the massive forward and backward sway of the flying Raijin to speed up. My review. Is the dead water still shady? Dong manipulated Kaching into the yellow circle. As soon as they entered, they saw several hilichurls surrounding an Abyss mage performing a ritual. Bullet screen. This is called sword discussion. The room manager muted them. It was unbearable to watch, having to see them every day for commissions. Ignoring that, she directly engaged. Next was high energy. Dong showcased her ultimate skills. Whatever opened, she used, successfully clearing it in one life. All 5 monsters were defeated under her skirt. Ha! She stood up, laughing to the sky. CG animation triggered. The blue Abyss mage swayed, standing among the fallen hilichurls, fearfully retreating. Don't come any closer. Bullet screen. This Abyss mage still has charm. Are you really hungry? Ing and Paimon walked over with mischievous smiles, stepping on a mage's heart with every step. Suddenly, a transparent water bubble crashed into them. Ing drew her sword to sweep, and a gust of wind blew over. The bubbles all burst. The Abyss mage was also pierced by the arrow of wind, turning into energy. The bard slowly descended with a beautiful bow, singing, Vinti, can't you change your title? Vinny covered his face, and Paimon scratched her head. I'm used to it. What are you doing here? Do you know about the biological riot in Mondstadt? Captain Jean said so. I came to see Barbados. He is also considered an animal, right? You really don't know what is going on? How would I know? I'm the weakest god. Ing saw his aggrieved expression and didn't ask. After all, he was weak enough to be taken down by the Fatui. Vinny's inner thought. Sis, do you really believe it? Who among those orange-hair guys can get through? Bullet screen. Vinti is the weakest god. The Fatui's pain can easily beat him. Lan is guaranteed to be a god level. The protagonist meets top-tier strength. It's explosive. Dong Dong looked at the bullet screen with her hands on her hips. My brother Lan is just fierce. I'll be watching him tonight. The level of the lady is top-notch. Gung Lan's inner thought. Incredible. Let us go. I'll take you to find Barbados. Vinny used wind elements to drag the two up, entering Barbados' old home. He lives in a secret realm, right? It's scary outside. Upon entering the secret realm, they arrived at the pillars. Weather changed from stormy rain to blue skies and white clouds. Wow, so beautiful. A turquoise giant dragon flew in Barbados. What brings you here? Just came to see you. Feeling comfortable lately? Comfortable. Never felt this good. That's great. Ing saw Barbados showing happiness. No problem. Let us go. Just as they were about to leave, Vinti suddenly turned around. Traveler. A black-purple starry sky portal appeared. Ing was taken aback. Familiar water blades flew in with a whoosh. She only reacted then. Their an enemy attack. Protect the escort. Drawing her unsharpened sword just as she was about to block. She was shocked. The water blades were incredibly fast. Before the sword could be drawn, she was hit and sent flying. Vinny reached out, and countless emerald green wind blades sliced through the air, but the portal disappeared in an instant. Damn it, Ing got up, extremely annoyed. Looking around, she didn't see the Apostle's figure, feeling even angrier. Vinny hurried over. Are you okay? This level isn't anything. Ing smiled, showing her almost non-existent biceps. Running away after one slash is too babyish. 9,090. Suddenly, Vinny shouted in discomfort. In my arms. Barbados. Instantly transformed into a hurricane and rushed away at high speed, leaving Ing in a daze. She immediately reacted and chased after. She saw Barbados in pain, locked to the ground, with his limbs, tail, neck, and wings all entangled in purple chains. Dragon, your betrayal will be paid back in full. A lightning attribute abyss apostle chanted from a book. Stop. Vinny was furious. Bullying my dragon in front of me? Do you really think I'm the weakest god? Countless wind blades as fast as the wind swept away. But the apostle slipped into the spatial gate. The apostle, sensing the speed and force of the wind blades, was stunned. The information is wrong. This power is not one that is severely injured and has little chance of survival. Angrily scolding her colleagues. If you want a promotion, just say it. Why frame me? Wendy rushed forward to cut the chains, and the Electro-Apostle seized the opportunity to amplify the abyssal filth. Chains of purple light shot towards Wendy. A massive gale erupted to suppress the chains, but the chains still struggled to pierce through the storm and stab Wendy. Countless small wind blades hidden within attacked the chains, causing no harm to Tartaglia at all. But the chains were indestructible, and Tartaglia's spirit was becoming increasingly lethargic. Lumen rushed over and immediately understood, joining the battle. When he controlled the wind blades, not to hurt her. Lumen, wielding a sword wrapped in wind elements, slashed at the chains. Useless. Huh. The moment the chains touched the sword, they darkened as if purified, and with one slash, they were cut apart. Winnie's eyes sparkled. Hurry, cut. Save Tartaglia. Leave it to me. Take this sword, you scoundrel. Welcome to the Genshin Impact 1. One special storyline, version grand, event Dragon and Knight. Cast, the wise and beautiful traveler Lumen Ether. The slightly influential, white-haired flying little one Paimon. The leader of the Knights of Favonius, acting as the door smasher Jean. The well-known fire starter and scout Knight Amber. The mysterious grudge-holding Knight Eula. The suspected pirate descendant, cavalry Captain Kia. The economic pillar of Mondstadt, the Dark Knight hero Dialek. The unfortunate but strong and cheerful boy Bennett. The ever-dramatic princess of Sin, Fiscal. The electric librarian Lisa. The water system idol of Mondstadt, Barbara. The Dark Knight Nun. Sweet flower wine supplier Rosaria. The handsome boy Albedo. The explosion-loving little son Klee. The broke but wealthy astrologist Mona. The shy green-haired sugar who loves to experiment. the wolf cub Razor, who has Susanoo, the cute little cat Diana, who hates drinking, the maid knight Noelle, who longs to be part of the knights, and the most heavyweight, Uchiha Ganglan, the strongest who could turn into a cat girl for fun. The reversal camp? Ganglan politely declined. Now, the performance begins. Lumen just cut open a chain and rushed to the other side, when suddenly the ground shook. The tightly locked chains were all pulled away. Before the others could react, Tartaglia let out a weak wail and fell to the ground. Tartaglia! When he rushed over, damn it! The Abyss Order drained Tartaglia's elemental power. The little green dragon is about to turn into a little white dragon. Wendy, feeling heartbroken, touched the dragon and, after transmitting elemental power, sensed the surroundings. The abyssal aura has completely disappeared. It's all my fault for not noticing in time. Wendy felt guilty, and Lumen panicked seeing him downcast. After a while, Tartaglia awakened and rubbed his face against Wendy for comfort. He teased, "Dude, you're a dragon. Why do you act like a dog?" Lumen analyzed. They drained Tartaglia's elemental power, then went to the Four Winds Guardian ruins. They must be trying to steal the Wind God's power. Why not just rob me directly? Abyss Order's inner thoughts. You made me laugh, Paimon concluded. They want the power to do bad things. Isn't that obvious? Paimon immediately shrank back. Go find Amber and the others. At Wolf King's place. Wendy created a wind cloak and took the two to rush to the wolf territory. Just as they entered the woods, a chilling wolf howl came. Not good. They accelerated to the Wolf King's trial ground. Blue and white big husky, Wolf King, was struggling on the ground, trapped by chains. Amber was unconscious, and the hooded boy was fighting the Abyss Apostle with a broken sword. Bennett, Fiscal, and the others were all neutralized. Drink up. The sound of the abyssal tide. Water blades came rushing in, and Razor raised his great sword to block, looking terrified. But he had to protect Lupika. Bennett rushed up. The Traveler's sword erupted in flames. Fiscal drew her bow and summoned Oz, transforming into a thunderbird with a purple lightning shield. Oomph! Serve the abyss. The apostle accelerated. The blade aimed at Razor. Hurricane surprise attack. The apostle quickly retreated to dodge, but Razor felt the warmth of the hurricane. Damn it! It's the wind god. The apostle cursed and tried to enter the portal. Watch closely. A green hurricane swept by, and Lumen appeared instantly, passing through the portal without being teleported. After a moment of surprise, she delivered a flying kick to the apostle. Did I let you go? You bastard. Lumen landed and transformed into a green fawn. When he drew his bow, Fiscal synchronized and Bennett and Razor unleashed a heavenly fire and thunder combination skill. The Abyss Apostle was dumbfounded. My life is over. All attributes exploded. Overloading the screen. Spread out. Ding Ding was excited. Who understands? Working together is so exhilarating. Bullet screen. The grandpa is too fierce. The protagonist dares to kick the one who teleports. Too much element. Can't even imagine. The apostle directly collapsed, turning into blue materials. Razor, exhausted, leaned on his sword, and Bennett stepped forward to support. Everyone thought it was over and went to check on the Wolf King. The noble ascension. A lightning-type Abyss Apostle suddenly appeared, reciting praises. The blood pressure of the group skyrocketed. Lumen hadn't even had time to unleash a skill when the Abyss Apostle instantly teleported away. So fast, it was ridiculous. Damn it. Warm reminder. If the rating reaches 7, 0, 10 more chapters tomorrow. Share to increase popularity. 7, 5, add 15 more chapters. 8, 0, 20 more chapters, though that's impossible. The Wolf King's residual soul had absorbed too much elemental power and couldn't maintain its form any longer. Barbados. Weekly looked at the group. Lord and Emo? Bennett was shocked, looking around for the wind god. Wendy awkwardly patted his head. To the snow mountain. I sensed it. Their target is Durin. Wendy's expression turned serious, and he took out his harp to play. The group instantly became lighter, wrapped in high-intensity wind elements, and took off, charging straight towards Dragon's Pine Snow Mountain. The Wolf King watched this scene and lay down, his body dissipating into elemental power. Wow, first time flying. Faster than Oz. So high. Scary. Lumen was already used to it, having been flown by Wendy countless times. Vendi flies super fast. And soon they saw Dragon's Pine Snow Mountain. This was the only remaining ice and snow brushed by the winds. Once a giant dragon fell, its body turned into giant bones. Hence the name Dragon's Pine Snow Mountain. The continuous mountain range was covered in snow, like a giant draped in a white cloak guarding the earth. The sunlight shone through the clouds on the peak, sparkling like diamonds. The base was lush and green, contrasting sharply with the cold snow mountain. At high altitudes, vegetation was scarce, leaving only rocks and eternal ice. Bennett and the others understood. 1,000 years ago, Wendy could have cleared a large area. Geng was even more explosive. The eternal kaleidoscope could wash Teyvat. And now, with just a thought, he could destroy and resurrect. The group flew towards the poisonous dragon Durant skeleton, with Wendy's wind protecting them from frostbite. Looking up at the giant bones, the terrifying size made them feel as if they were seeing the ferocious dragon from 1,000 years ago. Ding Ding asked, "This dragon is bigger than Tartaglia. How do we win back then?" Bullet screen. Durin invaded Ursa. The god's arrow instantly defeated Ursa. Durin fled to the snow mountain to battle Tartaglia. The god was a purple entity high in the clouds. Bullet screen. Is the god the top combat power of Teyvat? Is he stronger than the heavenly principle? Brother Pain is still the heavenly Tao. Ding Ding was anxious. Stop talking. I only care about when Geng will appear. Bullet screen. The twins don't seem like protagonists. Genglan's configuration is too high. Love at first sight. Nightwatch Captain. Then Lumen flew directly to Durant's head, circling twice in the giant eye socket. This dragon bone is terrifying. Its size is a joke, right? Bennett was dumbfounded up close. Genglan's inner thoughts. Brother, have you seen a Susanoo bigger than a planet? In this icy cold land, it signifies our attack on the evil dragon. Fiscal walked up to the dragon bone, and Razor flew over too. Wendy continuously used Mondstadt's wind to sense the surroundings, suddenly looking toward a certain place. The wind that blows across Mondstadt. There seems to be a place it can't reach. He led the little ones over, soon arriving at a cave. Here, red light was emanating. Are you sure you want to go in? Bennett was intimidated by the bottomless cave. No choice. When he wanted to go in, but Lumen stopped him. I have a better way. She snatched his song of stillness. When he was left with a face full of question marks. 1,000 winds. Obey me. Lumen instantly drew her bow. A storm gathered on the arrow, and the 1,000 winds condensed into the sharpest arrow, releasing the might of the wind god's weapon. Inside the song of stillness, this person is willing to use force. Unlike certain Wendy, who just wants to drink and fish while trying to sell me for wine. The wind arrow was released. High concentrations of wind elements blinded the eyes, illuminating the entire cave. The next moment, a roaring explosion sounded. Giant elemental power exploded. Wendy immediately shielded the others. After the storm dissipated, the cave turned into a sinkhole. Ding Ding looked dumbfounded. Is this the destructive power of the wind god? Wendy was previously humiliated by the heavenly Tao. Pain's inner thoughts. The demon god alliance is something to be reckoned with. Ing, hands on her hips, smugly declared. Fear comes from insufficient firepower. The group slowly descended into the pit and saw a massive scarlet meat mass embedded in the wall, still pulsating rhythmically, surrounded by green elemental power, filling up their sanity points. Is this Durant's heart? When he recognized it at a glance. The heart of the giant dragon outside? Why is it not damaged? Bennett was trembling at the sight. Just as Wendy was contemplating the elemental power, the heart's pulsation suddenly accelerated as if about to explode. Quickly, get away. Wendy shouted that it was bad. In an instant, the giant heart throbbed wildly and exploded. Blood and purple-red elemental power surged towards them. Wendy unleashed a protective wind, but the purple-red elemental power struck his arm, instantly leaving it bloody. He immediately sensed danger, and a whirlwind swept the others away. The wind was too strong, flinging those who were caught off guard out. Ing flew out of the pit, rolling around, urgently shouting, "Wendy," as the group just regained their senses from the impact. A chilling roar echoed from afar. It was as piercing as a morning alarm. Everyone covered their ears to shield themselves. But the next roar was even more outrageous, with countless voices overlapping, making them dizzy. Finally, the dragon's roar exploded like a thunderclap. The group stood frozen in place, shocked. Immediately after, a monster over 10 meters tall appeared, a western dragon made of purple-red flesh, with exposed bones and flesh buds wildly growing, as if evolving and mutating. Ing drew her unsharpened sword, wrapped in a whirlwind, charging upwards like sweeping leaves. The movement was absurdly fast, cutting off the dragon's arm with one strike. But the giant dragon didn't care at all, its burning scarlet eyes fixated on Ing. Then another hand swiped at her. The dragon's claw came crashing down with tremendous force. Ing quickly dodged, shooting a lightning arrow that felt like hitting cotton, all absorbed into the dragon's body. Don't come closer. This guy is not right. Run and inform Captain Jean. Ing turned back to scold Bennett and Razor. She wanted to take on the monster dragon alone without knowing where Wendy was. Turning back, she slashed at the dragon's body, slicing off a large amount of flesh. Dodging attacks gracefully, wind blades bombarded the dragon. Geng complained. This dragon is so disgusting. After waiting so long to see its skeleton, is this all? But then she thought of the overwhelming pressure of its complete form. Could it be evolving after consuming the elemental power of the Wolf King? Turin? Bullet comments. Our elder is fierce, taking on the dragon alone for the experience. Combo skills are amazing. The giant dragon roared, opening its mouth to bite. Ing didn't take it head-on, sidestepping to avoid, skillfully maneuvering behind the dragon. She kicked off the dragon's arm, using the reaction force to soar high. Strong wind elements surging in her hands. A massive whirlwind tornado formed. Like a meat grinder, it rolled around the dragon's body, producing a continuous sound like countless knives cutting. But the giant dragon didn't retreat, exploding with purple-red light. Without hesitation, Ing charged into the storm, gripping her sword and fiercely stabbing at the dragon's head. The blade penetrated the hard skull, and blood splattered everywhere. The dragon was still evolving, suddenly sprouting blood-colored wings from its back, swinging them towards Ing. Ying's heart raced as she flipped to dodge the fatal blow. Her mind yelled that she needed to replace it, but her hands wanted to attack a few more times. In the next moment, the giant dragon erupted with countless sharp spikes, shooting out like a rain of arrows. Ing hurriedly condensed a green wind ball to deflect some of the spikes, but unexpectedly, the deflected spikes split into even more smaller spikes, raining down upon her. Unable to dodge, she was pierced and sent flying, crashing into a giant rock and getting pinned. Gasping for air, her face pale, heavily injured but struggling to stand, she reached under her skirt and pulled out sweet flour brewed chicken, dazzling herself and instantly recovering to full health. Deng laughed. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out like this. Ing raised her unsharpened sword, striking a dramatic pose, looking stunning. The giant dragon's body was enveloped in purple-red light, opening its mouth to unleash a roar infused with purple-red elemental power. Ing formed an elemental shield, and in the next second, it shattered like glass. She flew out, landing on the ground, paying tribute to the legendary two knights with her eyes closed. Traveler, are you okay? Paimon flew over. She had just been knocked out by Wendy in the first wave and woke up to seeing flying overhead. I'm Fine. Paimon, be careful. This guy is extremely dangerous. Let's run. We need to go back and find Captain Jean. Paimon anxiously circled around Ing. At this moment, the giant dragon spread its wings and charged up without taking off, wildly flapping towards them. Ing, holding her sword with determination. Paimon. Heroes cannot flee in the face of danger. The small figure against the gigantic dragon radiated a terrifying black-purple aura, forming a masterpiece. Paimon stared at Ing in awe, and Deng was also mesmerized. This is what a protagonist looks like. Ing resolutely charged forward, her unsharpened sword cutting through green light. Breath of the Wind Ying's form gale, severing slash. Enveloped in a storm, the giant dragon was swept up in the whirlwind. Yet the giant dragon flipped the tornado away and charged forward. Ing darted out like a fong against the dragon, decapitating it. The dragon's head that fell to the ground stared at Ing, but the headless dragon's assault didn't relent, its flesh buds regenerating its head. This is tricky. Ing created distance. This fast-recovering and immortal monster was very unfriendly for melee combat. She wanted to find a glass bead inside the dragon's body that controlled the regeneration, like poros. Desperately trying to open her eyes to see the transparent world. But all she could see was the disgusting flesh on the dragon. Give me back my clear vision. Ing charged again, wildly slashing to find the glass bead. One blade stabbed the dragon's belly, cutting deep 3 times, only revealing white bones. Dodging attacks, as she retreated, she shifted her target to the dragon's tail, cut off its lineage. One slash aimed at the groin, purple blood gushed out. Ing retreated instinctively. This blood is not right. Why is it this color? Bullet comments. Is this the Geng? Room manager. Let him fly out. Another bullet comment. I'm a worker. This is professionalism. You fly too. Finally, the battle segment began. Deng Deng remarked. Look how well Ing fights. She's white and long. Bullet comments. You're not right. You're not right at all. Then Deng Deng began to suffer while grinding the monster. This dragon was actually easy to deal with. It had a slow wind-up, was heavy, dealt low damage, but looked absurdly eye-catching. Comparing to Super Brother, 0 frames to start, half a second across the field, normal attacks one-shot people. But Super Brother is just a joke. Even if the boss is weak, Deng Deng found reasons for the AI. The keyboard got stuck. The client lagged. A phone call came in. Looking at the bullet comments distracted me. The screen was filled with AI complaints, so practice more. Deng Deng turned red. Her pale skin instantly flushed red. Bullet comments. First time seeing red on a human. Chameleon Achu Milov, right? After relentless effort, they finally got through. Bullet comments. Watching the old woman livestream. Either stuck or going crazy. You're the old woman. I'm only 21. Deng Deng retorted. And as the new plot unfolded, she immediately fell silent. Ing slashed deeper into the dragon's belly, locking her sight onto a hint of green inside the dragon's abdomen. She charged up and grabbed it. The sound of tearing fabric erupted, and Ing was flung back from the force. Adjusting her posture to create distance, she looked down at what she held. It looked like Wendy's clothing. When she lifted her head to continue attacking, she suddenly gasped in shock. Wendy. At this moment, Wendy was inside the dragon, wrapped in a massive swirl of purple-red elemental power, countless flesh chains connecting him to the dragon's body, eyes closed and unconscious. Abyss's inner thoughts. Kid. Elemental power special attack. Ing was stunned. The highest combat power in my team is sealed. In an instant, her movements slowed, and she was slapped far away by the giant dragon. Oh no, this dragon ate Wendy. How disgusting. Bullet comments. What the heck? Tentacles, ovaries, child-rearing male daughter. This combination is invincible, bro. What is this? How do we fight it? No, Brother Ran will be here soon. It's fine. Wendy, you're just sleeping inside. Wendy's inner thoughts. Aminos. Ing got up and pulled out a northern apple braised meat, dazzling herself, and then throwing the plate wrapped in wind elemental power at the giant dragon. The giant dragon wasn't fazed, biting it to pieces and charging. This time, it flapped its wings and finally took off. The ancient giant dragon flew into the sky. Who's going to cry when its feet don't touch the ground? Ing saw the dragon flying and threw her wind sword at its wings. The giant dragon was unafraid, opening its mouth to roar, compressing all its weight to dive. The hot flow of elemental power condensed into a dragon's shape and slammed fiercely. Not good. Ing wanted to dodge, but found the dive range too large. Escaping would be even more dangerous. She could only take a gamble. Ing raised her sword to block, channeling wind elemental power around her to withstand it. A huge sound and the dragon's roar exploded, a massive spherical shockwave spreading as if to tear the world apart. The player's perspective zoomed to the top of the snowy mountain. This sphere actually covered a third of the mountain. Bullet comments. What kind of monster is this? The expressiveness is explosive. It must be national level. The screen lowered, and amidst the smoke and ruins, Ing knelt half-heartedly, propping up her sword, covered in injuries. The blurry vision sees the evolving giant dragon gamble lost. The player watches the dragon approach through her hazy perspective. Bullet screen, Maru Spicy. Is it going to be a defeat CG? You need to watch it in heaven. Deng Deng stares at the screen, seriously. The screen goes black, and white text appears. not knowing how much time has passed. Then a white screen with 7 elements reads. The green wind element turns purple-red and burns. Then it freezes. Mihuyu. Is it the underlying code? At this moment, what a pain. Finally, it unfreezes. First, a piece of black, slowly gaining vision as if waking from a dream. Opening her eyes, she sees 2 white blobs. Traveler. Great, you're awake. Ether looks up and sees Jean, Barbara, Lisa, Kia, and other main forces of Mondstadt all gathered around the sickbed. Are you okay? Ether touches her head, feeling a sharp pain. What happened to the giant dragon? Vinny was eaten. Eager to get up, she's pressed back down by Barbara. Your condition is too bad. Emergency report. The magic dragon appears in the distance of Mondstadt. The order sounds like thunder. Ether struggles free from Barbara and quickly rushes outside. Standing at the church door, she looks into the distance. The polluted sky is covered in darkness. Scarlet light flashes like fire. Dark purple mist carries a scent of death. Circular dark clouds gather into a ring hanging in the sky, so heavy it feels like it's going to crush down. These dark clouds look exceptionally heavy, seemingly ready to press down at any moment, making it hard to breathe. This grand and magnificent scene directly shocks everyone in the live stream. Even having gone through the plot and looking again, it still makes the heart tremble. This setting is too outrageous, so immersive. A purple-red giant dragon quietly hangs in the darkness. Below it are magic creatures corroded by purple-red elemental power. Its scarlet eyes pierce through the thousands of meters distance, directly stabbing Ether's heart. Wow, it's incredible. Dungding's mind is filled with this image. No game has ever made the environment so realistic, making one feel as if they are truly there. Ether clenches her fists, and the knights immediately rush up. Ether, don't be stubborn. Your body is already in bad shape. If you force it again, it will leave irreversible damage. Ether turns to Barbara. Thanks for your concern, but I have no choice but to fight. Inner thoughts. I can't live if I don't fight. No kidding. A broken, sharp-less sword is in hand, scattering green light. In the eyes of the knights, this light is brighter than anything. The traveler hasn't given up. How can we admit defeat? Jean waves her hand and shouts. Ether looks at them with relief, firmly focused on the magic dragon. Pay attention. 6 shadowy figures stand atop the tower. Are they going to act? The leading man with purple wave-patterned eyes. No. The 6 disappear in an instant. Other areas. A handsome man in traditional Chinese attire drinks tea, solemnly looking towards Mondstadt. A golden-haired fox and a purple cat are eating in Wanmin restaurant. Both foxes dumbfoundedly staring that way. Should we join the fun? Never mind. Ning Wang is arranging to meet the big shots. Back to Mondstadt. The knights are all in position outside the city walls. The sky turns from black to white, but is completely covered by dark clouds, with only a few rays of light shining down. Jean holds the windborne blade and announces, everyone fights to the death, facing the destructive magic dragon. Like our ancestors fought against the dark calamity 1,000 years ago. Let the wind guide us. Listen to the wind's song. The slogans rise higher and higher. Morale soaring. The west wind weapons are excitedly humming. Deng Deng sighs. This sense of a decisive battle is incredible. Like the dawn before a great war. The sense of fate is overwhelming. Seeing everyone ready to face death almost brings tears. Without divine favor, yet steadfast in protection, the knight spirit is directly forged. The roar of the dragon explodes and echoes through the sky. The knights are shaken by the dragon's might, and Jean delivers another speech to rally morale. Bullet screen. Is Jean German? What a great speaker. You move me. Ether stands at the back, touching the bladeless sword. This is the one she picked up from a treasure chest when she first arrived in Teyvat. The shiny golden great sword has long been taken by the laws of heaven, accompanying her to slay countless monsters. It's on the verge of breaking. Suddenly, purple lightning rushes in. It's Lisa. She holds a small box. Traveler. This is Mondstadt's treasure from generations. The freedom oath from the era of the Lonely Tower. Place your hand on it to draw power. I believe you are favored by the wind. Lisa, who usually appears lazy, is now extremely serious. This box has troubled her. Found in the ruins, said that only true heroes can open it. Countless people have failed, but now she sees hope in Ether, willing to bet her life on something completely unrelated to her, to protect those she values. Ether is unsure if she can do it, but still places her hand on it. She doesn't know if she is a hero, only doing what she should do, what she can do. The next moment, the wind element within Ether transforms into a bond, linking to the box. I knew it. You can definitely do it. Lisa shouts excitedly. The bond wraps around the box, and the box bursts with blue light. After it opens, the light continues to shine, transforming into a circular blue light that flies into Ether's hands. The light disperses. The azure blade appears. The exquisite sword body features golden string patterns, and the blade shines with brilliance. It looks absolutely stunning. The way Ether holds the sword is like Genshin's avatar bursting with divine gear. This is the oath of ancient freedom. The literature says it is the ancient people's desire for freedom. You have been recognized. A true hero. Don't call me a hero. I am Ether, just Ether. I am Lumen, just Lumen. These words from the twins hit the player right in the heart. Holy sword. Hero. Slaying the dragon. Isn't this just a classic scene from the comics? The initial excitement and passion all come back, reconstructing the protagonist's glory. We have a duty to uphold. Genshin's inner thoughts. As long as you're happy, I have no objections. Ether raises the oath of ancient freedom, pointing at the magic dragon, her eyes sparkling. Come, let us fight. Everyone shouts, raising their weapons to charge at the corrupted monsters. Jean, Kia, Amber, and others all shout, charge. Tardigo, bullet screen, Mondstadt's grand charge. Alliance tactics, even the cooks are going. How can we not? The monstrous army roars and charges, more mad due to the abyss's corruption, looking down on humans. But this time is different. The ones who used to run from monsters now bravely fight. Even severely injured, they don't retreat, defending their homeland to the end. Liliana, we will meet in the next life. I am Demia, a West Wind Knight, not a coward. Countless knights spill blood, forging their faith on the battlefield. With swords as their oath, arrows rain down, freeze, boom, sparks. Various elemental powers explode everywhere. Ether, wrapped in a whirlwind, charges into battle. A bear from the abyss jumps out wanting to smash her, but flaming arrows whistle through and pierce the bear. Ether turns back. Amber gives a thumbs up, kicking the monster away. Ether charges at the giant dragon. The dragon's size has grown, looking at Ether like she's a little bug. The dragon's might roars in. Ether's azure blade bursts with a symbol of determination, wrapping in green elemental power. With all her strength, she swings. The giant crescent blade sweeps through thousands of monsters. All the knights are invigorated, their power buffed directly. 1,000-year grand symphony, the song of resistance. Is this what it means? Ether charges again, in the blink of an eye reaching the magic dragon, jumping up its body to run upwards. Familiar spikes and purple-red aura emerge, wanting to corrode Ether just like it did to Vinny. Ether waves her hand. Her unique mystical purification combined with the power of the oath of ancient freedom instantly dispels all obstacles and charges towards the dragon's chest. Although she doesn't know where Vinny is, smashing this dragon can only try this move, not caring if the oath can resonate with the poem of final lament. She goes for a first. She leaps up. The azure blade fiercely plunges into the magic dragon's body. This sword is sharp, changing with the wielder's will. Now it can cut through anything. A stab goes in, and with a fierce pull, the magic dragon's belly opens a hole that's neither big nor small. Ether condenses a wind ball on the sword blade. Like a ball being hit, it slams inside the magic dragon, producing a huge explosion inside. But the magic dragon feels no pain. This commotion only makes it realize someone is on it. Its entire body flashes purple-red, forming a barrier to try to throw Ether off, but Ether stabs the barrier fiercely with her sword, surprisingly grabbing hold of it and using the force to stand on top. Break for me. After a huge bang, the barrier shatters, and she slashes at the dragon's body again. Suddenly, Paimon pops her head out. Huh? Paimon, how did you get up here? I flew up. Never mind. Ether holds the blade-less sword in her left hand and the azure blade in her right, quickly spinning like a top, fiercely cutting the dragon's body, continuously moving from its feet to its neck, and finally delivering a powerful chop to the back of its neck. Purple-red blood gushes out. Ether shakes the sword to fling off the blood. With both swords raised, spiral blade, high-speed whirlwind wraps around the swords, creating a massive wind to blast into the dragon's chest. It's your turn, Paimon. Ether single-handedly grabs Paimon, throwing her out in a pose like throwing a platinum star. Get wind out. Lumen ties a rope around Paimon's neck. Paimon's inner thoughts. I'm done for, bro. Comments. Truly a master at work. Lumen is the best. Paimon instinctively reaches for Vinny while being choked. Lumen pulls the rope hard. Paimon is almost stretched out, but hasn't snapped yet. Is this Paimon's relaxed state? Next chapter's protagonist is coming, looking for a crucial rescue in the fourth battle. Paimon is being pulled and is barely holding on. Inner thoughts. XX. Lumen pulls Paimon with all her strength, while also dealing with the tentacles around Wind's side. Finally, a shattering sound comes. It's not Paimon breaking, it's Vinny being pulled out. Lumen's face turns red from the strain. Suddenly she eases up a bit and flies out. Rolling over, she sees an H-shaped Paimon and a soaked Vinny. Lumen can't bear to think about how much Vinny suffered inside. Paimon's inner thoughts. Aminos. Lumen blows Paimon back to her original form and quickly carries Vinny away. Ding Ding laughs. Paimon is almost torn apart, but can still blow up balloons? This serious battlefield is too funny. Comments. Wet and sticky Vinny is so cute. The room admin lets him fly. This is something only I can think of. Comments. The main package is so babyish. Lumen holds Paimon in her right hand, wields the sword in her left, and carries Vinny on her back, weaving through the battlefield, slashing one by one, looking just like the god of war, Zhao Zilong. She rushes to the back to hand the two over to Barbara and immediately rushes back to the battlefield. Is Mr. Vinny okay? Where's Paimon? Barbara searches all around but can't find Paimon, guessing she secretly followed along, focusing on checking Vinny's condition. Lumen charges back into battle. All the monsters panic. This devil is too terrifying. A real monster slaughter queen. Lumen glances at them and then ruthlessly slashes down. This super long CG directly amplifies Lumen's status as the game's protagonist. Almost there, the real protagonist is about to appear. Lumen charges at the dragon, gracefully dodging layer upon layer of attacks, eager to give the dragon a massage. The dragon sees her keep attacking and opens its huge mouth. Countless black and purple elemental powers gather into a sphere. Lumen's instinct tells her, this thing is ridiculously strong. It absolutely can explode on the battlefield. She jumps up to interrupt the skill, but this monster is like a Tautai in invincibility mode, frantically charging energy. Lumen slashes through the energy balls, but it does nothing. Even if it explodes on me, that's better. Why can't it explode? She thinks of the Mondstadt people, initially thinking they were giant babies, later realizing that commissions are a form of trust and recognition. It's not that Lumen was recognized when she became the flame. It's that being recognized is what makes her the flame. If she lets the sphere explode, Amber, Jean, and the others will all die. Lumen interferes with the wind elemental power. This isn't being conservative. It's practically an indestructible body. It's impossible to break. Watching the sphere grow larger and larger, Lumen charges in front of the dragon and yells, "Focus on me. Hit me." But the dragon is pure-hearted, holding onto the sphere without letting go. Lumen's eyes well up with tears. Losing her brother. Does she have to lose everything again? Ding Ding angrily curses Mihoyo. So painful. Why make me cry? Comments. Let's storm Mihoyo's headquarters. Big brother Do, be smart. Soul dulled. Lumen swings her sword to obstruct the charging energy. It's all in vain. Tears blur her vision. There's no way to escape this range. If the juvenile form explodes a third of the snowy mountain, she can't even imagine the full form. A tall man in a black cloak with white hair watches this scene. A hero cries because of bonds. This isn't a bad plot. Even if it's just a shadow clone, it's enough. No, the sphere stops growing, but the energy multiplies several times. It flies toward Mondstadt at high speed. The Mondstadt people are stunned by a sphere larger than the city. The monsters are confused. Are we going to get blown up too? We just came here to earn a meal. Lumen immediately rushes in front of the sphere, gripping her dual blades with tears, determined to take a final gamble. The dual swords are filled with wind elemental power, maximizing the strength Veni gave her. A sword dozens of meters long slashes at the sphere. Noelle, I'm familiar with this ultimate move. Even if it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she has to charge for everyone. Watch closely. The screen shows a tension bar. Geng stops, sobbing, and frantically clicks the mouse. Lumen must win. No amount of frantic clicking can change the situation. The sphere's power is too strong. Lumen is being pushed back little by little. Comments. The main package is useless. Even a clicking tool can't save her. Mihoyo, why do you always create broken plots? Why take the hit? Geng breaks down and shouts. In the scene, Lumen is crying. Memories flashing. Getting caught while delivering food to Sarah, still receiving the reward and baked vegetables. Teasing little Diana at the Cat's Tail Tavern. Tricking Flora by saying the flower is a rare one. Teaching Eileen swordsmanship dozens of times until she became a knight. Finding Anna dozens of times until she became an adventurer. Amber teaching flying to become Count Bunny. Lisa reading stories over afternoon tea. Various beautiful memories echo in her mind. Wah, Mihoyo, just kill me. Why do this? Geng directly breaks down and cries. Comments. Main package. Something big is coming. This will be very cool. Geng cries until her eyes blur, completely ignoring the comments, just staring at Lumen's tear-streaked face. Suddenly the perspective shifts to Mondstadt's people, from Jean, Lisa, to Flora and Anna, all showing shocked expressions. Geng wipes her tears and continues to cry. The perspective shifts back to the sky. In the overhead view, Mondstadt is behind, and the giant sphere is a kilometer ahead. Watch closely. The giant sphere instantly disappears. Everyone is stunned. What? The perspective returns to Lumen. Her tears haven't dried. Suddenly she eases up and almost falls, completely dazed. A shuriken flies into the ground. A figure appears and picks up the shuriken. Am I late? The next second, a huge explosion booms from afar. A terrifying mushroom cloud, so big it's hard to see. Jean Jihai, what happened? Lan turns to look at Lumen, chuckling. I'm Lan. Are you ready for the explosion? The live stream audience and Geng let out sharp cries, directly moved to tears. Warm reminder. There are 4 chapters left. Lumen stares blankly at the person in front of her, unable to speak. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? You were there at the time of the heavenly path. Lumen stares blankly at Geng Lan, not knowing what to say. All right, hero, go shatter the evil dragon. Everyone is watching. Lan's tone is extremely gentle. Geng lies back in the gaming chair, still sobbing. Comments. The main package is still crying? Cheer up. Lan, I love you. Geng shouts hoarsely, vigorously wiping her tears. Mihoyo, you're the best. Her voice is choked with sobs, still quietly sniffling. Lumen looks down at the oath of freedom, gripping her sword tighter. All right. Geng Lan sees her like this and gently places his hand on her shoulder. Lumen is dazed as they arrive on the roof of Mondstadt, where a group of playable characters is also present. Is this space teleportation? Albedo curiously looks at his hand, while Klee jumps and shouts that it's fun. Lumen looks at Lan, who stares at her and asks, Are you ready to gamble everything in battle? His green-yellow strange eyes seem to see through Lumen. The screen shows 3 options. 1. I will offer my heart to protect everything. 2. Protect the beauty of the world. 3. I need to prepare more. Geng is momentarily stunned. This is exactly like the video she watched. The first 2 options lead to the plot. The last one leads to Lan's plot. She decisively chooses 1. I will offer my heart to protect everything. The dragon instantly charges a new sphere, much faster than before, and in the blink of an eye, it's half the size. Lumen stands ready with her sword. The edge of the sword is broken. Now, it's single-blade mode. Lan smiles, signaling her not to panic. If you want, I can shatter it right now. These words are light, but they explode like thunder in Lumen and the player's ears. Comments. Who understands? Lan's words are so reassuring. Definitely related to Sky Island. Room admin. I'll forget it. Let's watch together. Comments. Abstract resistance Dungding's first victory. The dragon roars. You say you could defeat me easily? Stop talking nonsense. It shoots the sphere into the sky. It will explode into countless small spheres up there. Let us see how you dodge. After gently patting Lumen's shoulder, Lan slowly walks over. The black cloak and white hair flowing in the wind. This reliable back view is stunning. Comments. This back view is priceless. The sphere flies high into the sky, as if declaring to the world that it has arrived. Lan doesn't look back, but Lumen hears it's directed at her. Lumen traveler, you finally made it this far on your own. One day, you will find the truth. Then he reaches out as if to grasp something. Pay attention. Comments. Haha, I want it all. A small, pitch-black sphere flies beneath the giant sphere, exploding with terrifying gravity. Even the sphere, thousands of times larger, is drawn in. The ground collapsed, and the earth, giant rocks, and mountains were all sucked into the sky, forming a star ball larger than a magic Dragon Ball. What is this? I went from crying to being dumbfounded just watching Brother Lan shine in the sky. Bullet screen, casually creating stars. Is it fiercer than Yinlu? Don't argue about combat power. Although it's heated, it's annoying to watch. Bullet screen, Brother Lan can suck up continents. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Gammy was muted. It got quiet. Gunglan's inner thoughts. I travel in units of galaxies, and the laws have all been absorbed by me. After releasing the Earth Explosion Star, Lan instantly summoned powerful lightning. Its sound was like the mournful cries of 1,000 birds. He sliced through the Earth Explosion Star with 1,000 birds, instantly cutting it. Even the sealed balls inside shattered into pieces. Lan turned around, the explosion's flames reflecting on his face. His looks directly skyrocketed. Before that, we will be your shield. Looking forward to the moment you find the truth. Ing stood there dazed. The bullet screen flooded with comments for Brother Lan. Love you. The number of viewers in her live stream skyrocketed from 200,000 to 8 million, directly rushing to the top few spots. The top few were all streaming Genshin Impact, especially Jean, who had already become a top main package. The lower main packages like Kalami and Old Yin wanted to try streaming Genshin Impact, future new versions. They would open their own new era. In the game, Lan walked over and adjusted Ying's sword. Go. Do what you think is right. Ing looked at him with a super moved smile, and Lan quietly walked away. He wanted to watch her grow. Ing raised her head with determination, with Lan backing her up. She was not afraid of anything. She raised the Oath of the Ancients and prepared to launch a wave of explosive attacks. Ing held up the Oath of the Ancients, took a deep breath. A melodious sound of a zither came from behind. When he was sitting on the roof, playing the zither, smiling at Ing, Ing nodded in response. The sound of the zither seemed magical, stirring the hearts of everyone. Everyone in Mondstadt heard it and remembered it. This is the song of freedom. It is the song of victory. A green light flowed through everyone's bodies, all converging towards Ing. Ing felt the power surging within her. Looking at Wendy, this is everyone's belief. I give you all the beliefs of thousands of years. When he continued to play, and the light on Ing turned golden, she directly opened her golden body. She looked at the dazed magic dragon, which couldn't comprehend what was happening. All it knew was that when Lan looked at it, it became completely immobilized. Then she looked at the dazed magic dragon, which couldn't support its mind to understand anything else. It only knew that when Lan looked at it, it couldn't move at all. The light on Ing became brighter and brighter. Now she was the idealistic war god relying on bonds. Next to her, Lan watched this scene. Remembering when Raiden Makoto also exploded with idealism, he had never experienced this feeling. The Oath of the Ancients was filled with belief, growing longer and brighter. The magic dragon couldn't move at all. Go ahead and hit me. And behind it, the manipulator, the abyss apostle in the darkness tilted its head. A companion came to check. Another one dead. The task is heavy. With the remote control gone, the magic dragon returned to its main consciousness. It was confused. Am I a magic dragon? A wind dragon? A wind wolf? Memories were in disarray, only remembering Dulin, created as a weapon 1,000 years ago. It was seconds away from being defeated before it could even fly. Its mind stuck in childhood. Was the purple giant here to play? Forget it. Let us die again. Its crimson eyes dimmed, then were illuminated by golden light. Knight's Oath. Ing shouted her new move. and the giant sword transformed into a pillar of light that cleaved the magic dragon. In an instant, the blade split the dark clouds and struck the dragon's body fiercely. The magic dragon was enveloped in light. What am I? Why do I exist? What is my purpose? The light sword did not answer, only crushing it effortlessly. Even rebirth would be useless. That was Dulan's desire for life, but now it no longer mattered. In the last few seconds, Dulan thought, the light is so warm. This isn't a displacement move. It's taking the big move head-on, cosplaying as Emperor Ampila. The magic dragon was shattered, and the sky returned to normal. The terrain was ruined. Lan said, Mondstadt's ground is strong. It will grow back by itself. The knights all fell silent. Sir, what is your name? Thank you for protecting Mondstadt. I represent everyone to express our gratitude. Jean sincerely bowed. My name is Lan. No need. Take her for treatment first. Jean wanted to express her gratitude when Lan heard. Isn't this little yellow-haired kid talking about being an honorary knight? He already has a divine title, which is cool enough. Barbara supported the exhausted Ing, who collapsed to the ground. Lan chuckled. Loves to sleep, but did her best, not bad. He turned and disappeared. Jean came late with the medal. Lisa teased her. Maybe he doesn't care? Jean immediately exploded. If you can't talk, then shut up. Lisa slipped away. You're only 20. Don't look so serious like an old lady. Ding Ding took out a tissue to wipe his nose. It's so beautiful. Mihuyo, I love watching. Bullet screen. This event is a perfect score. The protagonist is fierce. Brother Lan is handsome. Mihuyo will shape characters. Save up for primo gems. In the game, the traveler rested in the church. A surprise guest quietly appeared. Interesting. Just came to see the dragon and got smashed? The dragon-slaying girl looks so embarrassed. He stepped out of the darkness. It was a short boy, dressed in purple with a hat bigger than Mona's. He had a mocking look as he stared at Ing on the hospital bed. His gaze was caught by the sword next to the bed. Humph, the dragon-slaying sword. The Scaramouch stepped forward to take the sword, but his hand suddenly became immovable. He looked up in confusion. The purple wavy eyes in the shadows were staring at him. His puppet body feeling hair-raising, playing tricks. Just as he was about to release lightning, he inexplicably appeared on the walls of Mondstadt. Looking up, 5 pairs of crimson eyes on the tower were staring at him. Turning around, the purple-eyed person was standing behind him. The creation of the god of thunder, right? What did you say? As soon as Scaramouch heard this, he turned red with anger. Aren't you a puppet too? You all have elemental transmitters on you. The Pains looked at their black sticks. That makes sense, but puppets differ in rank. The heavenly Tao grabbed Scaramouch's hand and lifted him up without waiting for his reaction. After examining him for a long time, he put him down, looking at a certain spot. A figure in a black long robe with golden hair stood on the rooftop. Is it you? The heavenly Tao spoke, and Scaramouch also looked. This figure is a woman, right? The human path also stared at the rooftop. The long black-haired woman looks quite proud. Her mask is strange, and I can't see her face, but I can see through. The heavenly Tao stared at the masked woman, and the two remained silent. The woman reached for her eyes, competing in visual power. Seeing her discomfort, the heavenly Tao confirmed. Just wanted to use illusion on me. Using illusions on the Rinnegan? Foolish. Where did your eyes come from? You don't understand. This is a hopeless world given. The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. At this moment, a patrolling West Wind Knight shouted, Oi, oi, are you cosplaying? Hurry down. The masked woman swept her crimson eyes over. The knight's body twisted and disappeared as if swallowed. The heavenly Tao thought, is it a spatial elimination type? Similar to the divine might of the beast path and hell path. Kid, she is not someone you could touch. The masked woman said to the seated Scaramouch, none of your business. Scaramouch disdainfully tried to stand, but someone pressed his shoulder. Looking up, the masked woman was right in front of him. He couldn't move. His body became ethereal and transparent. This is just a warning. The woman disappeared in an instant, leaving Scaramouch in a daze. Damn it. Information gap. Next time, I will win for sure. The heavenly Tao opened the Rinnegan. Void-Eye technique? Stronger than etherealization. Watching her head towards Ing, with Gunlan around, it doesn't matter. Turning back to Scaramouch. You go back. After all, there's a commission with the Fatui. The human path advised pain. But Pain remained silent. The human path squatted next to Scaramouche. "Little guy, help me deliver a letter to the Fatui." "Who's the little guy?" Scaramouche was unhappy, but could only look up. "Damn Barbados. Why is the initial height set so short?" "Don't care. Just deliver the letter to the executive angel." As soon as Scaramouche heard the angel, he immediately looked up. That is a big shot of the first seat. A national idol in Snezhnaya. Combat power, even more explosive than the captain. "But what does it matter to me?" "Ridiculous. You're just a bunch of mercenaries." Just as Scaramouche was about to mock the human path, the heavenly Tao slid out a black stick from his big sleeves, making a sheen sound. Scaramouche thought, "Damn, still a Siscon." He immediately, obediently took the letter. The human path, even stuffed in a feminine headpiece, only able to accept it under the heavenly Tao's intimidation. "One day, I will make you all." The black stick that the heavenly Tao just received slid out again. Scaramouche instantly fled. Damn it. Just came to see the magic dragon, and unexpectedly encountered these talents. Ing woke up over here. A celebration banquet was held at the Knights of Favonius building. Razor didn't come, and the most hard-working Lumen took center stage at the banquet. The little blonde was so flattered that she was about to float away. Outside the window, a woman in a golden mask used her Sharingan to watch Lumen intently. "You really look like him." Her voice hoarse, fading into the night. The next day, a reluctant Lumen was awakened by Paimon, who urged her to get up and go to the street. Mondstadt residents were throwing a farewell ceremony. Lumen floated out of the city gate. "Paimon, give me a wild boar." Paimon's inner thoughts. "I'll protect you." Key point. "I'll protect you" in Shandong dialect, risking my life to protect you. The two saw a guy grilling by the roadside. Lumen was stunned. "Oh my, am I seeing things?" As a result, believing Paimon's tempting words, she bought the grill outright, only to find out it was completely useless, and the seller ran away. Just starting to enjoy a prosperous life in Mondstadt, she immediately ended up living in a slum. This is Lumen's story in Mondstadt. The journey is still long, and the two set off for the next country. Deng started the Genshin Impact livestream on time, with dark circles under her eyes that were quite pronounced. Comments. What did the main character do last night? Stayed up late? What are you talking about? Impossible. Comments. Getting anxious. Even Razor has turned into a succubus. Deng blushed and changed the subject. Today we're going to Liyue. I've reached the required level. As soon as she logged in and teleported to Liyue, she remembered she had taken on the hidden task of delivering a letter to Ducky. "I'm sorry, Ducky. I'm now in Razor's form." Climbing over mountains to Liyue Harbor, the night was bright with lights. Deng felt a strong sense of belonging. This Liyue Harbor is amazing. This is a special enhanced version. Following the road to find the quest point, she was careful not to climb haphazardly and affect the city's appearance. Bustling commercial streets, the giant Tiger Rock, bustling docks, the Nabu Pavilion, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, the Ye Publishing House. Deng was pleasantly surprised. "It feels like strolling through my hometown." And she conveniently completed a task to gather information. Paimon whispered to Lumen, "Liyue people believe in the Geo Archon, and there's also the Six Realms Immortal." A nearby Liyue resident immediately chimed in. "That's right. The Geo Archon provides protection, and the Six Realms Immortal guards all directions. Back in the day, we relied on him to fend off foreign enemies. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic." This Liyue resident was evidently a fan of both, but there were some who only supported the Six Realms Immortal, and others who only supported the Geo Archon. But the common point was that they all respected both immensely. To find news about her brother, she needed to find these two. The Geo Archon descends once a year, while the Six Realms Immortal only appears a few times, but has made explosive contributions. It's better to find the Archon first. Lumen guessed. Vinny, the god of freedom, is super laid back. The god of contracts must be a serious middle-aged man, right? And the Six Realms Immortal? He must be an old gentleman with white hair and a youthful face. The two arrived at Eugene Terrace and were immediately confused, relying solely on the big yellow circle for directions. The text said to find someone who knows Anduoxia, but didn't T specify who it was. Lumen didn't T dare to open the letter and asked around for people. Switching to Deng's control, she immediately spotted a purple cat with a head peeking out from behind a flower bed. Ka-ching. My ka-ching. She rushed over to find Kaching eating a Chien Koenmora cake. Key point, piled together, it called Chien Koenmora Tower. Kaching mumbled. Ningguang said there would be special rewards, but it turned out to just be a few cakes. I finished them all. Hee, a lavish bite. Deng Deng laughed. So cute. Lumen approached. Hello? Kaching instantly changed her expression. What's wrong? That expression change was incredible. Do you know Andoxia? The vice mayor of Winter. Why are you asking this? I want to find a recipient. How am I supposed to know? They didn't say who to look for. They just told me to deliver it. Are they playing with you? Lumen lowered her head to pretend to be sad, and Kaching immediately panicked. I didn't mean to. I'll help you find it. She was super free. Minglu is looking for Ganyu, but the construction team hasn't arrived. After wandering around a bit, Lumen shouted out who the letter was for. Kaching suddenly became alert, grabbed the envelope, and looked. Their SA name. They had been wandering around for so long for nothing. Lumen praised. You're so smart. Deng Deng's ant-like laugh. 2 little treasures. The recipient is Minglu? My friend, let us go together. If we'd done this earlier, it would have been over. At Yuhai Pavilion, a girl walked out. Her golden hair shimmered, her fox ears twitched lightly, and her blue eyes hid wisdom. She wore a white sports jacket with a black shirt, her skirt flowing out in a nice curve, with golden floral patterns complementing her golden hair. A traditional charm hung at her waist, with 2 little fox pendants. White socks matched her sneakers, and light makeup highlighted her natural beauty, her skin glowing white and luminous. When she saw Kaching, her initially aloof demeanor instantly collapsed, and she rushed over. Deng Deng was amazed. What a beauty! How does she manage to be both charming and lively? Warm reminder, 10 updates, kids. While others are dating on Chi, I'm frantically typing. She wasn't wearing makeup, just light eyeshadow and lip gloss, perfectly enhancing her natural beauty. Her skin was fair, radiating a healthy glow under the sunlight. Upon seeing Kaching, her previously cold demeanor immediately crumbled, and she rushed over. First, I wish everyone a happy Chi. Spend this day well with the person you like. The afternoon in Liyue is super comfortable. The sun is warm and the breeze is gentle as Lumen Paimon and Kaching sit on a bench waiting for Minglu. Lumen had just delivered Andoxia's letter to Minglu. Paimon excitedly whispered, "What is written in the letter?" Minglu looked so excited. Lumen patted her head. "Don't overthink it. Just wait for her to buy you food." Just then, Minglu arrived with big bags. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for delivering the letter. Here's a return gift. Dishes from Xinyuexuan and Liyue Pavilion. Super delicious." Lumen politely thanked her, and Minglu smiled. Viewers in the live stream were all captivated. Comments: White Moonlight Fox Spirit. So sunny like Kiana. Minglu's blue eyes sparkled. "This letter is super important to me. Here, as a small gift for you." Lumen initially refused. "No need," but then immediately leaned in. "Quick, tell me what the gift is." Comments: "I also want to lean in." Minglu took them to a tea house, exquisitely decorated with Eastern charm. She personally brewed the tea, and the fragrance filled the room. She also brought Liyue's specialty snacks, and Paimon was munching happily. "So delicious I could cry." "Minglu, you're too nice." Comments: "She looks lively, but how is she so good at brewing tea? More stable than the bugs." Minglu laughed. "My friends used to love drinking tea, so I specially learned how to make it." Paimon praised. "Your friend has such good luck." Noticing Minglu's expression darkened slightly, comments: "There's a story. The friend might not be around anymore." Genglan's in her thoughts. "I'm not taking the blame for this." After bidding farewell, Lumen and Paimon explored Liyue. There's still the divine ceremony to attend in 2 days, so let us have some fun first. Liyue still has many stories waiting to be explored. Their adventure is just beginning. The marketplace was bustling and fragrant. Paimon, with her keen nose, was immediately attracted to a grilled fish stall. "Lumen, look! The grilled fish smells so good." She dragged Lumen over. An amiable old man handed over a grilled fish. "Try Liyue's specialties." Paimon took a bite, her eyes shining. "So delicious. You try too." Lumen saw her like that, thinking about how she wanted to pawn Paimon there. Checking her bag, she found only 700 more left. Tears almost flowing. "If I had known, I would have packed for Minglu." The audience in a live stream empathized. So real. Life is tough. Lumen painfully paid 50 mora, pulling Paimon to run, looking for something filling and cheap, like instant noodles with seasoning to last a month. They saw a shop with exquisite snacks. Paimon's eyes lit up seeing all the delicious food. Lumen, I want that. Lumen had her check the prices, and Paimon was stunned. What? 5,000 for one? This price is insane. Let's run. Paimon flew over to take a look, her eyes widening. 5,000 for one? What kind of crazy prices are these? Let us get out of here. They spotted several super tempting snacks, the famous Liyue dish, grilled tiger fish, and tomorrow's egg. After tasting a bit, they felt even hungrier. Just as they were about to leave, a glamorous lady approached. It was the wealthy merchant Chilua from Liyue Harbor. Two travelers. It seems you really enjoy Liyue's cuisine. Chilua smiled and asked. Lumen politely replied, it really lives up to its name. In her thoughts, but I can't afford it, so it's just okay. Unexpectedly, Chilua invited them to tonight's banquet. There will be more delicious Liyue food. Lumen and Paimon were stunned. Why invite us? Is it a trick? Ordinary travelers might doubt. But you're the hero of Mondstadt. The acting grandmaster entrusted this to me. Ing understood instantly. In this world, identity is confidence. Can't wait for the banquet. As night fell, the two arrived at the Chilua mansion. The banquet was filled with mountains of delicious food, and there were song and dance performances. The atmosphere was explosive. Paimon was eating like crazy, while Ing observed as she ate. This is the welcome banquet. The highest official might not even be revealed yet. Bullet comments. Who in Liyue can compare to these two? After the banquet, they returned fully loaded. This city is too warm. Everyone was toasting to her. Super cool. But once they came out, they were dumbfounded. Her pouch still had that pitiful amount of mora. She wanted to ask Chilua for help, but she couldn't find anyone. Damn it. A little sponsorship would be nice. Ing was very regretful. Why did I impulsively buy that barbecue grill? What a big mistake. Now I wouldn't be wandering the streets. Paimon came up with an idea. How about we raid a hilichurl camp in the wild? Ing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Paimon, let's go gamble on stones. If we get green, we'll be rich. Ing decided to take Paimon to find a small stall. No way they could enter a big shop. They wouldn't let her choose, right? Is there anyone in the live stream who understands stones? The bullet comments were a mess. And Ding Ding dismissed the thought. It's true that there are mixed fish and dragons. All fish, no dragons. Continuing the story, the Liyue night market was brightly lit and ridiculously lively. As everyone knows, Liyue Harbor is all about trade and adventure. The two strolled through the night market. Captivated by a shabby little stall, Ing exclaimed, look, Paimon pointed at the stall, this one. Do you trust our luck? Ing smiled, let us go. With my luck, we'll definitely win. If we earn money, we can eat all the delicious food. She had already imagined it. Walking up to the stall, a crowd gathered around a big table, piled high with uncarved raw stones, for gambling. The shrewd stall owner enthusiastically explained the rules. If you pick one containing precious, or you can take it home for a low price. If you pick wrong, a deliberate pause for laughter. Paimon's eyes sparkled as if she was already imagining a night of wealth and sweeping through the food street. Ing was more cautious. This game is risky. Encouraged by Paimon, Ing decided to give it a try. She carefully examined each raw stone, finally choosing one that looked plain but felt super heavy. This is it. Ing was extremely determined. The stall owner used professional tools to peel off the surface layer. Watch closely. The cracks in the stone shone with dazzling light, illuminating everyone's faces. That was a night anchor stone worth a fortune, more precious than any gem in the shop. The crowd erupted in amazement, and Paimon jumped up in excitement. Ing, you're amazing. We're really rich. Ing smiled. She knew that succeeding in gambling on stones wasn't just luck, but more about careful observation and intuition. They decided to sell the gem for travel supplies. Let's go, Paimon. Our adventure is just beginning. The two figures disappeared into the crowd of Liyue. This experience becoming a beautiful memory of their journey. Paimon looked at Ing, who was grinning silly. What fun things does the traveler want? Ing calmed down and pulled Paimon to the stall. The owner glanced at her with a shadowy look, but said nothing. Aren't you going to introduce it? You don't know how to gamble on stones? You old man. Ing was dissatisfied, but patiently chose. Ding Ding was drinking water, feeling amused. So it turns out that was just Ing's fantasy. I thought it worked. Ing was confused. Where are the raw stones for gambling at the stall? They were all breakthrough material stones. Boss, which one do you like? Don't you have any raw stones? Have you been possessed by a novel? Ying's fist tightened. She picked up a fragment of the flame wish agate, fantasizing about buying it cheap, activating hidden powers to sell at high quality. The reality was, boss, this firestone has impurities, right? The boss put down the apple and glared at her. Are you looking for trouble? Ing scratched her head awkwardly. Can it be cheaper? Get out. All right. The people of Liyue are truly simple-hearted, and the two ran away in a hurry. Look closely. Ing's perspective shifted to the distance. Ding Ding's eyes lit up. No way. It's Ganlan. Bullet comments. A chance encounter with Ganlan in Liyue. With Duck Duck. Gossip vibes incoming. Ing jogged over, bowing sincerely. Thank you for saving me back then. Andugia recognized the little yellow-haired Mondstadt traveler. Traveler? Did you deliver the letter? Ganlan was confused. What did the shadow clone do? Paimon flew over. I still don't know your name. Ganlan. Andugia looked at him in confusion. Why not say your real name? Uchiha Ganlan is super famous in Teyvat. Just arrived in Liyue wandering around. Didn't T expect to run into Ganlan? I want to bow to you, Ing said as she was about to bow. But Ganlan was instantly flustered and quickly stopped her. Bullet comments. About my adoptive father. Meeting Ganlan makes me want to slide and hug his leg. Were you just looking at stones? Out of money and hoping for luck, planning to sell high to the treasure thieves. Andugia laughed. That's impressive. Ding Ding stuck to the screen. She and Ganlan are both too good-looking. Night fell, and the streets of Liyue Harbor were brightly lit, bustling with people. Ganlan and Andugia stood at the entrance of the night market, looking at the throng of people and smiling at each other. Ganlan looked at Ing, who was so poor she wanted to con the treasure thieves, feeling a bit sympathetic. The little yellow-haired girl is really pitiful. The money from the commissions probably all went to Paimon's food. And then there's Paimon, even though she's trying her best to hide it. Her aura is still too familiar. At this moment, Paimon's gaze slowly shifted to the big bag of snacks in Andugia's hand, her eyes shining with desire. Bullet comments. Paimon's little expression is too cute. I want to raise one. Andugia saw this and directly handed over the bag. Here you go. Wow, you're such a good person. Bullet comments. Andugia is so gentle. Paimon is polite and cute. By the way, did you deliver the letter? I did. I delivered it as soon as I got to Liyue. Ganlan nodded and said to Ing, it seems you helped her. I see you're interested in the night market. Tonight's expenses are on me. Thank you for your help. Ing's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much. But I have a question. Why are you two together? As soon as this was said, the live stream and Ding Ding focused on the screen. Bullet comments. Oh right. Why is Ganlan with Duck Duck? I can't guess. Ganlan calmly took out a jade pendant. I'm considered a high-ranking official in Liyue, and she is an envoy from the Frostlands. I'm taking her to experience the local customs. Ing saw the jade pendant and instantly believed. Ganlan is actually a high official in Liyue. He has connections everywhere. Bullet comments. Ganlan is powerful and wealthy. These two look good together. Paimon was so excited she flew in place, spinning around like a black soil spiral. Ganlan really treats us? Sounds delicious. Let's go. The four entered the night market, weaving through the crowd to a small restaurant lit with colorful lights. Inside, the ambience was warm and the voices lively. Andugia pointed to the menu. This is Liyue's signature Tianshu meat. Created by the Tianshu star, it's super delicious. Paimon's eyes sparkled. Tianshu meat? Must try. Ganlan recommended. There's also Xian Tiao Chong. This is the strongest dish. Just looking at the ingredients, you can tell it's amazing. Bullet comments. This is the only golden food in the whole game. I'm leveling it up to red. Ing nodded. They all sound delicious. Let us get these. In her heart, Ganlan, Duck Duck, I love you both. The dishes arrived, and the four sat around and started eating. Ing and Paimon were raving, praising endlessly. Ganlan and Andugia watched quietly. It was so warm. Bullet comments. Like a family. Ganlan is the male mom. Warm reminder. Susanoo hasn't been released yet. After dinner, the four strolled through the night market to digest. Ing and Paimon tried snacks, played street games, and even listened to storytelling at a small tavern. Paimon was full of curiosity, pulling Ing to ask about everything. Ganlon and Andugia smiled beside them, really like two parents. The lights in the night market gradually dimmed, but the laughter and conversations of the two were still floating in the night sky. This night was super wonderful, filled with warmth and joy. As the night deepened, Ganlon and Andugia noticed it was getting late. Ing and Paimon, carrying their food, were discussing whether to ambush the Hilichurls or the treasure thieves' camp. "Should I book a hotel for you?" Ganlon asked, looking at the two's awkward situation. "No need. You've already helped us so much. But after a while, wow. This big bed is amazing." Ing suddenly jumped onto the soft bed and rolled around, burying herself in the goose down. Ding Ding laughed. "This transition is brilliant." Refused 1 second, and the next second she jumped onto the bed. Ing was confused, scratching her head 1 second, and the next second waving her hand to lie down. It was incredibly smooth. Bullet comments. "Salute to adoptive Father Ganlon. I dream of having such a great brother." Just as Ing was enjoying the big bed, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, it was Ganlon. "Can I come in?" Ing rolled on the spot and spread the red carpet on the ground, formal like a welcoming team with Paimon. "Lon, please come in." Bullet comments. "I laughed so hard at the protagonist's move." Ganlon awkwardly stepped in. "Why does this traveler seem a bit divine? Did I get the wrong person? Did Andugia commission you to deliver a letter?" "Delivered. If there's another task, I will do my best." Ing performed a night salute, which was quite funny. "It's not a new task. It's this time's reward." Bullet comments. "Here it comes. The big one is coming." "I'm shocked." Ing said, it can't be, but her body slowly leaned forward, opening her pocket while still being polite. Classic red envelope face. Bullet comments. "Just like how I collect red envelopes during the new year." Ganlon flipped his hand, and Ing glanced at his jade hand. "There's nothing, right? Look at your pocket." Ing was taken aback, suddenly feeling her pocket heavy. Ding ling dang. Looking down, it was all blue crystals. Original stones. Dang Dang's eyes lit up. The original stones are coming out in the plot. Ing lifted her pocket, and the original stones fell all over the ground. Just as she wanted to kneel down and count, she suddenly remembered Ganlon was there, and immediately stopped. "This is 450 original stones. The task reward from Andugia. She heard you like this." Ing was stunned a lot. The live broadcast comments flooded with a lot. Dang Dang was incredulous. The main quest only gives 60 original stones, and this is directly 450? That's outrageous. This must be from my real dad. Bullet comments. "Thanks. Brother Lon, I just used the stones you gave me to pull for Vinny." Ing looked at Lon in shock, and Ganlon said again, "There's also my personal gift. Thank you for helping her." Ing was even more confused. "There's more?" Ganlon handed over a small box. Ing looked at the box and thought it was super cool. "And these?" Ganlon then tossed a large bag of Mora to Paimon. Players directly received 10 million Mora. With resources scarce in the early game, characters needed to be leveled up for playtesting. This 10 million was simply a huge fortune. For a moment, praises for Lon were endless. "Don't starve yourself, eat more." Bullet comments. While others want to lose weight, he tells them to eat more. "I'm really crying." Paimon was stunned. "These are all my words. In 2 days, there will be a divine ceremony. You should go take a look. It might be useful for finding your brother." Ganlon turned and left the door, just as Ing wanted to see him off. She opened the door and found he was already gone from the corridor. "Traveler, this money bag is so heavy." "Paimon, you can put it down." "Really? You're so smart." Bullet comments. "Ha, silly Paimon." Paimon put down the money bag and flew around twice, her gaze fixed on the box in Ying's hand. "Hurry and open it to see." Ing opened the box latch. Inside lay 2 crystal-clear red gems. Flamewish agate. Upon closer inspection, a rare item. This quality could be sold for tens of millions or even over 100 million Mora in Liyue. Players added a box item to their backpack. Dang Dang opened it and was dumbfounded. This box was too insane. Breakthrough materials from white to gold. You can choose 2. Dang Dang immediately switched to the character page. Keqing only needed 2 purple stones to advance. Decisively exchange stones to break through. Huh, why is there no response? Looking at the Mora account, only 4,450. Dang Dang was directly stunned. Can this game still lack Mora? Suddenly remembering the Mora bag given by Brother Lan. In her backpack was a brown small bag printed with a silly Andusia. Wasn't this a board duck? It was printed on it. Bullet comments. All expressed the same emotion. Click to use it. Able to withdraw any amount of money. One more to 10 million was fine. Deng accurately withdrew the Mora needed for Kaching's breakthrough. Kaching successfully advanced. She was super happy. Kaching's battle power is even more explosive. Let us go crush the cryo tree. But 3 minutes later, the revival screen popped up. Deng supported her face with one hand. No one said this thing had so many skills. Bullet comments. First time seeing the cryo tree with so many skills. Main character's cabbage makes me laugh. Aye. Deng visibly turned red. Check it out. I'll prove my strength sooner or later. Let the little black guy shut up. In a fit of anger, she madly clicked to revive, teleporting to the statue to recover and daze. Bullet comments. Main character is a bear? Hurry up and use the original stones. Deng was tough. Just now I was using my super brain to simulate. I've already figured out the cryo tree's abilities. I must take it down. Bullet comments. Get the bowl and chopsticks ready. Newbies wait for the highlight. Veterans eat first. Then Deng confidently summoned Kaching and arrived at the deep pit where the cryo tree was. Bullet comments. Which skill will the main character be killed by the cryo tree? Doesn't this tree just use its head to smash the ground? Actually, it has a dozen skills. Deng walked to the cave entrance, switched to walking mode. Kaching stepped gracefully and even adjusted the fitting BGM. Will we win, kids? Bullet comments. Guaranteed loss. Just as Deng was about to jump down, a blue thing popped out of the ground. Dandelion Knight. Hee, hello, and directly hit Kaching. Deng didn't react in time, and Kaching flew back into the pit. She frantically clicked to jump, but couldn't move. Her hit action was still falling. No, bro. Don't. Slap. Realistic sound effect. Kaching fell to the ground. Her health bar emptied. Disappointed. Expectations. Kaching is dead. Deng cried. Bullet comments. Huh. This death method is amazing. Stunned. Is it good luck or bad luck? Deng saw the bullet comments mocking her by the thousands. Her face flushed with anger. Dog Son's Dandelion Knight. I want to crush all the Dandelion Knights in Teyvat. Red warmth at the moment of Kaching's death. Chi came on stage. Chi tilted her head to look at the cryo tree. Maru spicy. Deng noticed the bullet comments and forgot to operate. Cryo tree. Eat my full force rocket head hammer. Chi Buga. Directly knocked away. Health bar emptied. Why is my Chi gone? Deng heard the death sound effect and came back to her senses. Chi was defeated, and it switched to Vinny. The cryo tree opened its petals to reveal its core. Cryo beam launch. A pure white laser blasted Vinny, who had no toughness, evaporating in an instant. My Vinny. Deng scrambled to click the map, accidentally exiting. Mona came out, and the laser didn't stop, taking her away. A big revival popped up on the screen. Bullet comments. If the main character is human, I'll eat. This operation looks like acting, but it's like a noob. Ha ha ha. Deng felt both red and confused. Even wanted to laugh. She had dumbfounded herself. God bless me. Revived at the statue again, she opened the wish in her face. Looking at the original stones that were more than Mora, she thought of Brother Lan's handsome face. Brother Lan, I'll leave all the original stones to you. Save me. She wiped her tears, doubting her strength. Inner monologue. Sister, did you just realize you were bad? Bullet comments stopped mocking. It's okay. Main character. Skills can improve. Perfect show effect. I love watching you be bad. Bullet comments. Main character. Hurry and cry. So cute. Bullet comments. Upstairs is amazing. You're dumb. And you still guide. Deng looked at the alternative comfort and felt red. Beyond. Are you comforting or mocking? Get lost. Rejuvenated. She looked at the cryo tree. Today's shame. I will repay double in the future. Cryo tree. I'm not done with you. She looked at the sky in Genshin Impact. The game time was nearing afternoon. The sunset sinking below the horizon, painting the sky orange-red. Golden sunlight spread over the land, draping everything in golden gauze. The distant silhouette of Tianheng Mountain was soft and mysterious. Birds returned to their nests. Their chirping echoed in the tranquil air. adding a touch of vitality. The clouds in the sky were dyed into splendid evening glow by the sunset. Their shapes changed endlessly. Some looked like raging flames, while others resembled rolling waves. The sunset pierced through the clouds into beams of light, as if a portal to another world. By the sea, the afterglow scattered on the surface like golden scales, shimmering. The waves gently lapped at the beach, the sound super soft. People on the beach either sat or stood enjoying the sunset. Some took photos, while others were deep in thought. The skyline of Liyue was stunning under the sunset. The outlines of classical architecture clear, with flickering lights intermingled with the afterglow, creating a dreamlike sensation. Pedestrians on the street hurriedly ended their busy day, warmly wrapped in the afterglow on their way home. As the sunset descended, the sky transitioned from orange-red to deep blue. The stars twinkled to announce the arrival of night. The sunset took away the noise, leaving tranquility and anticipation. Geng looked at this beautifully rendered scene, completely entranced. Will I still be able to remember these painful yet joyful times in the future? Saying this, she teleported back to the hotel to complete her tasks. Ing was excited on the hotel bed for a long time. Transition black screen annotation. You excitedly throw Paimon into the air and then roll around on the bed. Geng laughs. Kids, are you just like those watching the live stream? The raw gems are so satisfying. As soon as the clock strikes, it's the next day. The scene cuts to a sleepy Ing, wearing a white pajama with star patterns. Her golden hair slightly messy, but her beauty shines. Bullet chat. Ing is so cute. Welfare is here. Ing stretches and pulls back the curtains. The eastern horizon is tinged with pink. A new day is coming. The deep blue night fades away. Replaced by soft purple, nature awakens the world. Stars gradually disappear. The moon retreats to the edge of the sky. The sun's outline appears on the horizon, like a shy girl slowly peeking out. The first ray of sunlight breaks through the clouds and bathes the earth. Everything is dressed in golden clothes. Ing recalls yesterday. It felt like a dream. The sun rises. The sky transitions from pink to orange-yellow, and then to bright gold, like a splendid oil painting. The clouds are dyed in various colors, some like flames, others like cotton candy. The morning mist dissipates, revealing distant mountains and nearby fields. Trees, flowers, and buildings are touched by the morning light, tranquil and harmonious. People wake up to welcome the good day. Vendors push carts onto the street. Elderly people practice Tai Chi to stretch their bodies, and workers rush to work while eating breakfast. The air is filled with fresh hope, and one can't help but take a deep breath. Bullet chat. Mi Huyo, this scene is so warm. It feels like watching a documentary with a sense of belonging. The camera cuts back to Ying's face. A gentle breeze tousles her hair. What is she thinking? Lost from her family, seeing this warm scene? Then it shifts to the player's perspective, allowing free movement in the room. Geng spins around. Discovering the model is still the regular Ing. Thought there would be a pajama Ing. Bullet chat. Mi Huyo, please release a Ing skin. Why are you so selfish? Ing walks to the bedside. Paimon is still sound asleep. Geng quickly clicks the observation option. In the warm room, soft light illuminates the big bed. Little Paimon is super cute. Her white hair like silk threads sprawled on the pillow, small hands bent in front of her chest, long curled eyelashes fluttering with her breath. Her little nose is upturned, mouth slightly open and breathing steadily, occasionally letting out a light snore. The room is peaceful and warm. Paimon's breathing and the ticking of the clock create a lullaby. Outside the window, the moon hangs high and the stars twinkle like a little guardian angel. Paimon's face bears a smile, even laughing foolishly in her dreams. This scene is so healing, one can't bear to disturb it. Geng is melted by the close-up. Ah, I'm dead. Such a heavenly sight. Bullet chat. Paimon is the cutest in the world. I could watch this image hundreds of times. Ying's heart melts. Not wanting to disturb Paimon, she quietly goes out. Just outside, she sees Lan waiting at the front desk. Lan is up so early. Ing jogs over to peek at the front desk. Good morning. What schedule? You went to bed late last night and still got up so early. Where's Andusia? She is still in bed. Oh, Bullet chat. Something's not right. It's definitely not right. Does old me dare to ask about last night? Ing hesitates a bit, and looks at the front desk. The receptionist is processing paperwork. If you have nowhere to stay, come here. I've registered you. You can enjoy the services for at least a month. Buretcha, dad. Simple and correct. Ing feels even more grateful. Lan, you're so thoughtful. After a while, Lan finishes her work and hands over a card. Here you go. With this, you can come and go freely in the hotel and eat at the cafeteria. Ing holds the card, almost dropping her little pearl. There really are such good people in the world. Ing and Paimon arrive at Yujing Terrace. The celestial ceremony specifications are explosive. The grand scene is dazzling. Ing, there are so many people. Paimon flies up to see the sea of people. It's her first time seeing such a solemn occasion. She thought the Mondstadt farewell ceremony was impressive, but didn't he expect there would be more skilled ones? The people of Liyue truly believe in their gods. Ing looks around, and everyone's eyes light up at the mention of the Geo Archon. She wonders, can I find my brother's whereabouts and outshine this group of fervent believers? By the way, does the Six-Path Sage have a ceremony? I heard that he refreshes the probability like Pokemon legendary beasts, not appearing for hundreds of years. Maybe he has already passed away, and it's not allowed to mention it. Luckily, the Geo Archon is alive. With Winnie's connections, I should be able to ask, right? Not every god is unknown. Deng sees two people squeezing into the front row, looking left and right, causing some dissatisfaction among others. You should know your own identity when you're out here. Bullet chat. Do you see if the people next to them dare to say anything? It's all about people, and we can still get a front row position, as expected of us. Deng watches the two little ones squeezing in front, looking left and right, causing some dissatisfaction among others, feeling it's a bit funny. Then the ceremony begins. A white-haired woman in luxurious golden attire appears. She walks with a powerful aura, clearly a big shot from Liyue. Bullet chat. Isn't this a character from the Footprints? Is she the Geo god? Dialect is also in the Footprints. Isn't he the Anemo god? Ningguang is accompanied by Kaching and Minglu, and the three look down at the stage. Ningguang starts reciting the ceremonial ode. The Geo Archon leads Liyue to prosper, industries booming, achievements phenomenal, directly raising Liyue to its current height. Deng listens like it's a flag-raising ceremony with the principal lecturing, but it's not annoying at all. Who let Ningguang be beautiful and have a sweet voice? 1,000 times more pleasing than a scruffy principal. In summary, it's just one sentence. The Geo Archon is the best in the world. We love him to bits. Seeing the excited and convinced expressions of the Liyue people, Deng is astonished. Wendy's carefree god can cleave dragons with his faith. How powerful must this ever-present Geo god be? Bullet chat. God Amora, the master of making money. Can't imagine how rich he is. If the 7 gods come out as characters, I bet he'll be rolling in wealth. Pay attention. Ningguang announces the start of the ceremony. The sacrificial altar is filled with jumping Geo elements. Countless golden stones emerge, swirling and leaping, soaring into the sky under the gaze of thousands, ready to meet the true king of Geo elements, Morix. The altar is surrounded by clouds and mist. The sky is filled with swirling dark clouds, and golden divine light illuminates the ground. A sense of holiness is directly maxed out. Everyone holds their breath, and players in front of the screen clench their fists waiting for the god to descend. The next second, high energy, the mist suddenly vibrates. A majestic dragon beast pokes its head out from the clouds. Its crimson golden eyes shine, sweeping across the crowd, and cheers erupt from below. Lord Archon. Archon-sama. Bullet chat. How did an Inazuma a person get in? Fly out. Deng shouts out. This golden Chinese dragon is too handsome. 100 times stronger than that weird bird dragon from Tulin, the disgusting dragon in its juvenile form, directly hitting all fantasies about dragons. You absolutely wouldn't expect. The Geo Archon suddenly shakes violently and dives down at light speed. Outsiders are all hyped. The god is personally descending. But the locals in Ningguang are all confused. What is going on? Why is the Archon suddenly descending this year? Just as people were about to cheer for the goddess' arrival, the Geo Archon crashes to the ground in a super cool pose. His body softens, and he directly lies flat and unmoving. The crowd instantly petrifies. Ningguang and Keqing exchange confused glances on the spot. Minglu's eyes suddenly turned into blood-red vertical pupils, staring intently at the Geo Archon's body, not even blinking. Ningguang calmly approaches to check, wanting to communicate with elemental power. Is the Archon cosplaying? But you are a dragon, not a phoenix. Looking at the dragon lying flat, she wants to wake him up but fears the public opinion will explode. Ningguang sighs and waves her hand. The Archon has been attacked. Lock down the entire area. The people of Liyue twist in panic. Wah. Bullet chat. Did he really get attacked? Mariela. The Qinyan army seals off the scene to catch the culprit. Except for Minglu, who can fight Morgs for a while. Ing would be crushed without Wendy's power. Ing turns to run, instantly becoming a suspicious target. Catch her. Thief, take my punch. The people of Liyue see her run and get furious, fists blazing with fire. Ing dodges the flying fists. It's not me. Using elemental power to turn into a green whirlwind, she rushes through, knocking down people and further angering the crowd. Still dare to resist? Ing rushes to the outskirts of Yujing Terrace, switching to the player perspective. Deng Deng is confused. Why did I fly and suddenly stop? Seeing the alert level skyrocketing. Isn't this the classic scene of Mondstadt stealing the piano? She climbed for 2 hours back then. Clicked on Paimon to pause time and think of a strategy. Bullet chat. Time pause is invincible. Main package is pure vegetables. The room manager muted him. Bullet chat. Getting anxious. Salute to the warriors. Deng Deng pauses time to observe the Qinyan army's route. Show strength. One life super god. Small steps to test the waters. The Qinyan army's alert level rises in seconds. Step back and drop. Huh. Forward and it rises, back and it drops. Deng Deng laughs. This is fun. Bullet chat. Like cat and mouse teasing a dog. The NPC's judgment range is small. Just mess around. Avoiding the Qinyan army. She was targeted again. She immediately crouched down to hide from sight, crawling in the shadows on the ground. Did you see that? Not discovered. The first step to clearing the level. Ha 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 ha. In front of me, the vigilance level of a Qinyan army soldier quickly rose. Then, he hurriedly took a few steps back. And as a result, the vigilance level of this Qinyan soldier dropped again. Huh. With a stomp forward, the Qinyan army immediately became alert again. Then, with a stomp backward, their alertness decreased once more. Ah, how amusing. Kamikaze rescue. Feels like the Tom and Jerry I watched as a child. Painting young master. That dog was on a chain. And then Tom messed up, right? No, not satisfied. Cat and mouse team can still play without cutting. This NNC judgment range is too small. Just this. I've seen it messed up before. Then, as she slowly walked around the Qinyan army, another Qinyan soldier fixed his gaze on her. She immediately crouched down, avoiding the line of sight, and crawled bit by bit in the shadows on the ground. See? I still haven't been noticed. I've passed one level, ha ha ha. I saw the NPC acting like an artificial idiot, and my confidence instantly soared, popping champagne right there. Slowly moving forward, I suddenly got confused. Where have I climbed to? Just stood up. Alertness skyrocketed. She instantly shrank back. Something's wrong, family. There's a problem. Bullet comments. Waiting for the main package to fail. Countdown to the trend. Deng Deng switch perspectives. Qinyan army. 1, 2, 7. Am I back in the encirclement again? Damn. So many Qinyan soldiers. Can't show my head. Barrage. The main character throws stones to get attention. Thump thump. Slapping legs. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Cut out a stone and throw it in one direction. The stones hit the ground with a clatter. The Qinyan army was indeed attracted over. Deng Deng suddenly realized, no, if they go that way, they'll see me. The stone landed right next to the cover. Marulala. My brain was running at high speed and then crashed. The hands were frantically tapping the stone, but were on cooldown, sweating profusely. Then a slip turned the stone into a squat. The fluorescent speed squatted and then stood up again. The surrounding Qinyan army all looked over. Ying's inner thoughts. Okay, brothers, Deng Deng is just an idiot. He got caught offline directly. Bullet comments. Happy to receive the training package. After reopening, I analyzed the road conditions. I just ran back to the festival. This time, I took small steps and saw that the Qinyan army's vigilance had skyrocketed. So I immediately hid behind a box. As soon as he turns around, I leave. No, that's not right. My alertness is still rising even after hiding behind the box. Why can he see me? I've been taken away again. Bullet comments. Main character, you expose your little head. The light is just taller than the box. I'm so mad. Let's do this again. Dang dang, restarted N times. My hand holding the mouse is all red. Who would have thought the game would get stuck here? Bullet comments. Should have mentioned the main package would get stuck. Might as well have an artificial idiot. Dang dang, watched the bullet comments directly. Who's the noob? I'm super smart. After rebutting, I was found out again. Adjusting my mindset to try again. This time it went super smoothly. As I was about to break free from the encirclement, my body was trembling. Finally. Bullet screen. Is the main package opening technology? The moderator closed the comments about the small toys. Dang dang glanced at the bullet screen and focused on running away. Finally arrived at the place and stopped, triggering the plot. Oh, everyone stand up. She jumped up with relief. It's like clearing the battlefield after being constipated for 5 days. Bullet comments. Clearing a level got me pumped. I can't remember how it started, but incautiously moved forward, always paying attention to the situation of the people around. This is exactly like me. Dang dang couldn't help but laugh and cry while watching Ing carefully touch the road, thinking it was quite cute. Suddenly, there was a crack. Ing stepped on a small twig. As soon as I looked up, I saw the eyes of the Qianyan army locking onto me, rushing over with weapons in hand. Damn it! Ing transformed into a green hurricane and ran back. Ding Ding confidently said, just run casually. Is this movement speed? Steady. The hurricane speed is incredibly fast. Pay attention. A flash of light passed by. Ing suddenly stopped. She touched her head, feeling a bit dizzy. When she looked up, she saw the golden-haired figure blocking her way. Minglu? Ing recognized that this was one of the Liyue Qixing. Minglu stood quietly, her crimson vertical pupils fixed on Ing, exuding an overwhelming intimidation. Traveler, you have the power to explain. That gaze pierces the heart like a cone, resembling an ancient giant beast. Ing wants to turn into a hurricane and run. The surroundings feel completely sealed off, unable to move at all. Bullet comments. This blonde girl must be a military officer. Her gaze makes me shudder. Hui quickly explained. Minglu, listen to me. The Emperor's assassination has nothing to do with me. I just arrived in Liyue and know nothing. Paimon chimed in. We can't compete with a deity. Barrage. The main character's normal state can defeat the immortals below, with the power of the wind god. They can even match the higher-level immortals. Ding Ding got distracted while reading the barrage. How great would it be if Brother Lan became Sister Lan? I am drooling. Minglu didn't say anything, and the Qianyan army rushed over to surrounding. You have to trust me. Then why did you run? Ing was instantly at a loss for words. At this moment, Minglu let out a light sigh. The Qianyan army was about to capture Ing, and she raised her hand to stop them. Step back. Her voice was calm, and the Qianyan army immediately obeyed. What followed was high energy. The wind element in Minglu's hand swirls wildly, forming a wind ball. Its power is terrifyingly explosive. Ing warns. This ball is more ferocious than all the balls she has ever created. Minglu suddenly appeared in front of Ing, and the wind ball exploded directly. Go! The storm swept across Yujing Terrace, and Ing was blown away far away. Bullet comments. Is the beast-eared girl so strong? But she didn't use much force. Ing got up and saw Paimon worried. I'm fine. She held back. The footsteps were getting closer. And just as she was about to unleash a hurricane, a dog bark interrupted her. Turning his head, he saw a luxurious store with a closed for business sign hanging, and a small gap in the door through which barking dogs could be heard inside. No matter. As Ing rushed in, he was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a dreamlike place. When Ing pushed open the ancient wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood rushed towards her, causing her to involuntarily take a deep breath. As soon as she saw the decor inside the shop, she completely forgot about the chaos outside, the pursuit by the Qianyan army, and the panic. It feels like traveling through time and crashing into an ancient gathering. The landscape painting on the wall is exquisite, with rolling mountains shrouded in mist. Standing in front of it feels like stepping into a fairyland. The bluestone floor is polished to be smooth and has an ancient charm, with vintage chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and warm light illuminating the entire shop, creating a very cozy atmosphere. The small sculptures displayed on the showcase are all vivid and lifelike. Some wear battle armor while wielding long spears, their eyes resolute as if they are about to charge. Others don scholars' robes, gently waving folding fans, with an air of literary elegance emanating from their brows. There are also various novel shapes. The yellow mouse holding a big ingot in a new spring outfit, shaking its lightning tail to celebrate. The gray werewolf in a suit sitting on a throne, proud beyond measure. The black dinosaur beast howling to the sky, with its blue dorsal fin shining brightly. The most amazing thing is the two beautiful girl figurines. The one in the blue and white Hanfu has an elegant posture, as if she has floated out of an ancient painting, and the rabbit beside her is super cute. The doll's materials are top-notch, with skin so fair it seems to have warmth, eyes embedded with small beads that sparkle and captivate the heart, and little dragon horns on its head that are adorably heart-melting. Next to her, the Tang Dynasty girl in Hanfu is even more stunning, a light pink top embroidered with peonies. The petals layered with a gradient of colors, a deep blue skirt adorned with golden tassels that jingle with every movement, silver spiral long hair pinned with a jade hairpin, with jade pendants swaying and chiming. This doll also comes with a special base. The lotus flowers are blooming beautifully in the small lotus pond. The green lotus leaves match perfectly with the girl, and the edge of the pond is carved with exquisite patterns. Standing in front of the beautiful figure, I couldn't move my feet, completely captivated by their charm and grace, feeling like I might be bent out of shape. Bullet comments. Ancient-style duck. Me who you. Hurry up and release it. No matter the cost, I'll sell everything to buy it. Ing was mesmerized by the figurine, having completely forgotten about being wanted. Pay attention. The white hooded deity doll appears. The white robe with dragon patterns is so detailed that each scale is clearly visible, with a solemn face and commanding gaze. Truly exuding an air of dominance. It doesn't look like Zhongli at all. Woohoo! These are all made by Master Sama's own hands. Each one is unique. A strange sound suddenly echoed, and when Ing turned her head, there was no one there, only to see a giant figurine standing at the front desk. Ing walked over and looked at the figurine, which was a sculpture of a wolf. It was quite cool. Ah woo, ah woo. Every figurine hides the owner's imagination. He wants to gain fans through this and earn more money. The handsome big dog suddenly started barking. Ing was startled and, after observing carefully, realized that it was the dog that had spoken just now. Comments. This dog looks so unique. Quite handsome. Like a monster. Pay attention. As the player's perspective shifted, a special walking effect appeared. An experienced chef recognized immediately. This is Lan. Oh my. The scene cut to the white-haired Lan, who smiled and greeted Ing and Paimon, who were staring at the dog. What a coincidence, running into you here. Just as Ing was about to get up, she suddenly remembered that she was a wanted criminal and hesitated instantly. Lan walked over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Ing, feeling adventurous, confessed everything. "I went to invite the divine ceremony, and suddenly the Geo Archon disappeared. I got scared and ran away, and now I'm a wanted criminal." She was anxious. Lan is a high-ranking official in Liyue. What if he gets angry and sends me flying? He previously displayed terrifying power, but for some reason, she trusted him. After hearing Ying's words, Lan chuckled lightly under her worried gaze. "Is that all? I'll guarantee your safety." Comments. Daddy. Ing was directly arranged by Lan to stay in the shop for protection. When the Qinyan army came searching, they completely bypassed the shop and showed great respect. Paimon was shocked. Lan shop has such a big presence? The Qinyan army didn't even glance at it. Ing was also confused. It definitely wasn't that they didn't see it. Comments. Land status in Liyue is incredible. It's definitely not just about being rich. Suddenly, a strange sound came. Ing turned around and saw a bizarre creature, like a dog, but not quite. It was an outer Dao demon dog. Comments. This guy looks so cool. Adorable. I want to raise one. The demon dog approached and sniffed Ing, who stepped back, making the demon dog confused. Are you seriously stepping back? It pointed its claw at Ing. Ing didn't understand, and the demon dog, unhappy, turned and pointed at Paimon. Paimon pointed to herself. Me? The demon dog nodded. Paimon cautiously flew over and the demon dog's paw opened. Purple elemental energy surged into Paimon's body. Paimon felt so good that she floated. All my fatigue and bad mood are gone. So refreshing. Seeing Paimon like this, Ing also reached out sincerely to the demon dog. Comments. Haha, I want one too. Just as the demon dog was about to move, footsteps were heard. It immediately stopped and flew towards the sound. Ing looked up and saw a man in a black robe with white hair, elegantly. It's the Lan she had pushed. How about it? Have you thought about what to do? Hearing Lan's words, Ing rested her chin in thought. She had just arrived in Liyue to meet the Geo god, but the Geo god was assassinated. Ing impulsively ran away and was marked as a suspect by the Qinyan army. Fortunately, she was clever and spotted Lan's shop by the Yujing Terrace, quickly hiding inside. Lan's influence is definitely more significant than it appears, but now she needs to clear her suspicion. How come she becomes a wanted criminal in every country? A naturally wanted person. Ing suddenly looked at Geng Lan, who smiled when he saw her sincere gaze. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Ing instantly felt dejected and lowered her head. Looking like a disappointed little kitten, Lan's inner thoughts. I can handle this directly. What fun is there to watch? More footsteps approached. What a coincidence, traveler Paimon. Ing turned around. Andreas, it really is you. Paimon was super surprised. While shopping, Andreas's gaze locked onto a doll, so similar to her when she was little, without dragon horns or tails, but with more technological elements. Comments. Oh no. Caught red-handed. Andreas was stunned. Why is there a doll of me? Is this illegal? Sorry. That's not for sale. Just taking it out to show. Geng Lan quickly smoothed things over. Ing and Paimon were super awkward in the middle. Lan changed the subject. These two need your help. Ing and Paimon instantly perked up, rushing over to complain and squeeze out a little pearl. Andreas nodded. The Liyue Qixing's orders were too hasty. He pulled out a business card. Go to the North Country Bank and find Tartaglia, the 11th of the Fatui. He can help you. Upon hearing Tartaglia, Ing was momentarily stunned, recalling how she had been disgusted by the lady. She then remembered that Andreas was a high-ranking official in Snaznaya. But seeing her gentle gaze, she still accepted the business card. My dada wouldn't harm me. Ing and Paimon left, and Lan instructed the Qinyan army to search elsewhere. Andreas stared at the doll, feeling uneasy, and Lan laughed. This is called a figure. Only I will properly collect it. Andreas felt relieved. The outer Dao demon dog obediently squatted beside, lying down and preparing for a nap. Ing smoothly left the Yujing Terrace, not even catching a glimpse of the Qinyan army. The chaotic scene had stabilized early, and she quietly slipped away. Arriving in the North Country Bank area, she looked at the towering buildings and was confused. Which way to go? She approached a passerby to ask, "Excuse me, how do I get to the North Country Bank?" That person looked dejected with a downcast face and a lost expression, constantly murmuring, the Archon, what is wrong with you?" Seeing this person in such a state, Ing was perplexed. She found a few more people, all crying for the Archon. "Archon, take me away. How can I live without you? The Archon is gone. The sky has fallen." Comments. Haha, it's a mess. Finally, someone mentioned the Six Paths Master coming out of retirement, but Ing didn't pay attention. Only wanted to find the North Country Bank to meet Dada. Finally, she fumbled her way to the North Country Bank. Ing and Paimon crossed the bustling street, climbed the stairs to the entrance. This bank was super solid, with maximum security measures, the most reliable financial institution in Teyvat. Paimon, let us go in. Ing pushed open the heavy door, and as soon as she entered the hall, she was dazzled. The high ceiling was adorned with exquisite chandeliers, and the wall decorations were all rare artworks. The staff were busy moving around, handling financial affairs. Pay attention. Tartaglia from the Fatui appeared. This guy doesn't have much brains, but loves to fight. You're here because the deputy mayor called for you, right? Ing, Paimon. Nice to see you. Ing looked at the tall young man. Tartaglia? Comments. So handsome. The Snaznayan Queen's aesthetic is solid. Tartaglia smiled. I know about your situation. Just so happens there's a way to clear your suspicion. He pulled an ancient scroll from his pocket and handed it to Ing. This is the Forbidden Talismans. Absolutely useful. Ing took the scroll and looked. Complex runes glowing with mysterious power. Paimon leaned over. What is this? A divine scroll that can lift all taboos. Tartaglia explained. But it requires the power of a sage to activate it. So go find a sage to help. Paimon was confused. Why do we need to find sage? Ing understood immediately. Thanks. We'll go. Comments. We're about to meet a sage. So exciting. Ding Ding started chatting. The Geo Archon is so powerful. It's definitely not something a normal person can assassinate. Let us have a prize-guessing game on who did it. Comments. Abyss Order. The designated villain of Teyvat. Comments. Fatui. They want the Gnosis. Comments. Pain can't beat the Geo God. Vinny's faith is too high. Comments. Who says having many followers makes one strong? Comments. Go ask Mondstadt. Vinny can take down the lady in an instant. Ing and Paimon held the forbidden talismans, and while Paimon was still confused, Ing had already figured it out. The god was assassinated, and we can only find a sage to connect. Bobufini. Who says having many followers makes one strong? Pain and the others are watching from the sidelines. Not because they're unsure, but letting the lady take down Vinny to collect a head. Right? Comments. Disparaging Chao Gu's suggestion to fight for a day. Pain has no desire to fight. Comments. Obviously 6 pains, plus the lady fought with Vinny for a long time. Comments. Stop arguing. The Geo God's body is still there. Let us see the follow-up. Ding Ding quickly controlled the scene. Stop debating. Chao Gu's Shinra Tensei is powerful enough to easily stop him. Lan is definitely stronger. As soon as she mentioned Lan, she sparkled with excitement. Comments. Lan is tentatively ranked among the mid-level gods. Teyvat's combat power is divided into Heaven's Reason, Gods, 6 Paths, and 7 Governors. Comments. Is Lan and Chao under the governance? Otsutsuki Gung Lan held back laughter. Even the full-power god Pain was holding back laughter. Ing took Paimon straight to the Jueyun Karst, targeting the true monarch of the Moonlit Tower. This place was shrouded in clouds and mist, filled with a mysterious aura. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting down on the stone path of Jueyun Karst. The two stood at the entrance, looking at the divine mountain with both awe and anxiety. Paimon's voice trembled. Ing, do you think telling the sage about the Archon's death will help us? Ing took a deep breath, her gaze firm. We must say it. This is currently the best choice. We can only gamble that the sage has a good temper. The two slowly walked along the path, each step feeling heavy. They both knew that once this news was released, Jueyun Karst would definitely explode. Paimon asked again, are we really going to find other sages next? Ing turned to look at her, her tone leaving no room for retreat. At this point, what other options do we have? You can only go all out and take a gamble to find a breakthrough. Bullet comments, what will the immortal be like? I'm so looking forward to it. Paimon's eyes lit up instantly, and Ing nodded silently, continuing to hurry along, silently reminding herself that the talisman given by the young master must be useful. Along the way, the two traversed dense forests, climbed steep peaks, and even played in a clear stream for a while. But the deeper they went into the absolute cloud realm, the more mysterious the surroundings became. Finally, they arrived at a misty valley, where a faint aura of immortality floated in the air, and every step felt like walking in a fairyland. The two were carefully searching for the immortal in the valley, when just as they were about to give up, high energy arrived. A majestic voice boomed, travelers from afar. Why have you come to this absolute cloud realm? Ing and Paimon quickly turn around. Pay attention. A colossal deer, golden with hints of orange-brown, appeared, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Ing quickly spoke respectfully. We are here to seek the immortal and request a favor. Although she had already guessed that this deer was the immortal, she had to maintain the act. The golden-eyed deer slowly scanned the two with a flicker of light and said leisurely, I am the true monarch of the moon-cutting and sun-building. I know a little about your matters, but first, deal with the trouble behind you. Ing and Paimon were stunned and turned around. Thousands of rock soldiers were chasing them with long spears, ready to capture them at any moment. The true monarch shook his head helplessly. Those who disturb the tranquility should be crushed quickly. A strange power instantly enveloped Ing. Ing immediately felt her body explode with strength. Bullet comments. This amplification is outrageous. The ultimate skill is unlimited. The battle is explosive. After being shocked, Ing and Paimon immediately took their stances. No one gets away. Get lost. They directly summoned Kaching to patrol the streets. Countless lightning bolts wrapped around sword light, sweeping the rock soldiers. Although the single damage was minor, the frequency was maxed out, directly crushing them. With seamless transitions into invincible frames for ultimate skills, all counterattacks from the rock soldiers were dodged. Like a spirit possessing a body, they showcased their opponents to a red-hot state, grinding down health to win. This was the easiest battle for Ing to play in Genshin Impact. Bullet comments. If the main pack can't win, then it's just a real-life AI. Ing returned to the True Monarch side. True Monarch. I have important news. Bullet comments. Dear Power Immortal. Guess what news I brought? The True Monarch opened his eyes with a sharp gaze. Speak. What is so urgent? Ing took a deep breath. True Monarch. The Emperor has fallen. As soon as the words were out, there was an instant silence in the absolute cloud realm. The True Monarch's face turned pale, and his body trembled. Impossible. The Emperor. Paimon looked nervously, and Ing added, about the matter on the Immortal Ceremony. The 7 stars are still wanted for me. The True Monarch suddenly exploded in anger. You dare to lay hands on the Emperor? Ing panicked. It wasn't us. How could we fight against a god? It's a frame-up. The True Monarch's anger gradually subsided. That's true. You don't look like assassins. Good job bringing the news. I'll investigate personally. Liyue's 7 stars are causing too much chaos. Ing and Paimon breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the True Monarch would take action. The setting sun cast its glow over the absolute cloud realm, and the True Monarch's figure was lonely yet resolute, as the two silently left. This storm has just begun. Leaving the absolute cloud realm and heading to Hulao Mountain. Does every peak in Liyue have an immortal? What will the next immortal be like? At this moment, Chuanyu Pavilion floated above Liyue, and Ningguang and Mingzhu overlooked everything. Ningguang looked at the contemplative Mingzhu with red eyes. Mingzhu, how will this storm unfold? Mingzhu looked at the bustling Liyue. In a country that has lost its deity, can it achieve transformation in a short time? Ningguang remained silent. Isn't this the transformation period that the purple cat often mentions? But for the native Liyue people, without the Emperor, the sense of security in their hearts is directly missing. Mingzhu suddenly smiled gently. It's okay. If there is something I can't handle, I'll step in. This smile warmed the heart, and Ningguang's chaotic emotions instantly settled. Ningguang suddenly playfully scolded. Little fox spirit. Taking advantage of Mingzhu's inattention, she reached out to pinch her fluffy tail from behind. Such a great feel. Mingzhu didn't rebut and allowed her to pinch, but the next second, she vanished with a swoosh. Ing and Paimon finally arrived at Hulao Mountain. Wow, this mountain is too high. No wonder it's Liyue. Just saying goodbye to the angry horned deer, True Monarch. The two panted and climbed while chatting. The immortal accompanied the Emperor for the longest time, so she must care a lot about his matters. Ding Ding looked at the mountain path on the screen and pouted. Can't there just be a cut scene to teleport us up? Why do we have to climb ourselves? Complaining aside, she still praised. But the mountain view is truly stunning. Genshin's scenery is incredible. Bullet comments. Chinese scenic spots confirmed. The real-life prototype plus 2-dimensional is even better. Pay attention. There's an orange stone hidden by the roadside, crystal clear and reflective. Ing and Paimon approached and knocked on it, producing a sound of thud, thud, thud. Paimon's eyes sparkled. This stone is of excellent quality. If we sell after knocking it loose, we will definitely make a fortune. Ing was conflicted about its legality, then took out the oath of freedom and struck it. The stone shattered, and a wild boar came rushing in. Paimon was scared and retreated frantically, while Ing countered with a knife, and the wild boar fell instantly. Ing was delighted. Dinner is settled tonight. I'll process it into meat and stuff it in my bag. They encountered another large rock. Ing was afraid of bad luck and pushed Paimon. Go. Smash it open. Paimon, speechless, swung her fist. Her hand instantly swelled up. Bullet comments. Why not use a rocket hammer? It would be much more exciting with a big-headed Paimon. Ing chopped the rock into pieces, and a delicate treasure chest emerged, glowing with gold. Ing mischievously smiled and hugged Paimon, looking for another stone. Let us continue opening blind boxes. Paimon shook her head desperately, but it was no use. With a single slash, a dull slime popped out. Ing cast a wind ball, and with a bang the slime was gone. Slime. XX. Paimon shook Ying's head aggrievedly. It's all your fault. My hand still hurts. Ing awkwardly apologized. I'll do it next time. After comforting her, they continued to climb. Halfway up, Paimon shouted to stop. Look, a golden stone. It's even glowing. Ing leaned in to take a look. This stone is definitely extraordinary. Do you know what this is? Paimon, I don't know. Ing teased. Are you a guide or a restaurant? Paimon exploded. What guide remembers this? A regional specialty tour guide should introduce it. Paimon scratched her head. Hee. Bullet comments. Paimon is so cute. Just be responsible for being cute. Ing kicked the golden stone. It was hard as a rock. She took out the Oath of Freedom and slapped it horizontally. With a thud, the stone cracked. Susanoo in her thoughts. Is this how you use it, girl? I wish I had known it was in a broken box. Bullet comments. Divine artifact smashing stones. The effect is still great. Ing slapped it a few more times, and the stone shattered into bits, revealing sparkling gems. Ing hurriedly picked them up and stuffed them in her bag. These gems must be useful. Ing ran up the mountain with the gems. Thinking, climbing mountains while listening to Don't Sneak, finally reaching the mountaintop. There was actually a treasure hunting group member kneeling and banging his head, breaking his forehead. Ing was stunned, seeking immortals and asking for fate isn't that extreme, right? As she approached and just started to speak, the person cried out, Great immortal, have mercy. Let my brother go. Ing was taken aback and asked in detail to understand. My brother and I came to seek immortal fate, greedily wanting to take the divine stone. But my brother disappeared in an instant. With big tears rolling down, Ing raised an eyebrow. Was it a big, bright, golden-orange stone that took your brother? Yes. Ing immediately transformed into a green hurricane. Wait here. Along the way, she saw many blind box stones, fearing there might be people inside. So Ing didn't use her ultimate skill and just chopped them one by one. Susanoo in her thoughts. This is bad luck. She opened wild boars, slimes, and finally, a fainted young man fell out. Ing shouted to Paimon. Carry him. Paimon was dumbfounded. Me? I can't even carry a wild boar. Ing checked the young man. Thankfully, he has just fainted. She splashed water on his face, and he woke up instantly, opening his eyes to see white long socks. Angel, where's my brother? Ing smiled. Your brother is fine. Let us go find him. The two couldn't use the hurricane to climb the mountain. Had to wait for the young man. At the mountaintop, the brother was still kneeling. Tears and blood mixed together. Brother, suddenly hearing a familiar voice. Hey, Nokurain. The younger brother turned around sharply. Brother. He pounced over, crying. I thought I would never see you again. The older brother smiled. You little rascal. How could I leave you behind? Looking at the reunited brothers, Ing felt a pang in her heart, and the perspective shifted to show Ying's side profile. Bullet comments. This scene is so beautiful, but thinking of the traveler's experience, it's heart-wrenching. After sending off the brothers, Ing approached the immortal's residence. Paimon worriedly said, This immortal seems to have a bad temper. Ing just wanted to say that she hadn't done anything wrong. Bullet chat. Unless something unexpected happens. Suddenly, there was an explosion, trespassing at the mountain gate, allowing them to escape. Bullet chat. Maru spicy. Pay attention. A golden-brown crane flew over. Paimon was confused. All the Liyue immortals are in beast form? Budesha, Pultrimitix 3. The crane angrily shouted, Ignorant mortals, quickly accept the. Ing had no choice but to obediently step forward. If only she had known they were. Ing stared at the crane, secretly pleased. It looks really beautiful. I want to raise one at home. The crane continued to scold. And you destroyed the amber on the mountain. Extremely rude. Paimon leaned over and whispered. So fierce. The crane flared up. No whispering while receiving. Paimon immediately backed down. Okay. Bullet chat. Like a child being scolded by a teacher. Ing quickly said, We have a reason. The true monarch of the crescent moon has sent a message. The crane was stunned to see the talisman. I haven't seen this divine talisman in 100 years. Speak. Ing revealed everything about the fall of the emperor. The crane's expression changed from red to pale, angrily spreading its wings. How is this possible? Can a mortal injure the emperor? The crane, furious to the point of wanting to explode, said, Go to borrow the wind from the true monarch of Liyue to report this. Gather the immortals, too. Geng was anxious. That's not necessary. Liyue can't handle the chaos. After a long persuasion, she finally stopped him. Bullet chat. If the immortals really come, Liyue will be flattened in minutes. Ming Lu is the hidden big boss. Geng suddenly leaned over and pulled out a gem. Immortal. Can I take this? The crane rolled its eyes. Amber. If you want it, take it. Geng was overjoyed. You're a good immortal. She grabbed Paimon and ran away. The crane reacted angrily. I didn't say you could take everything. Geng ran wildly towards Mount Aozong. At this time, in a corner of Liyue Harbor, Hu Tao and her companions were gathered around a small table. Hu Tao was staring at the food with shining eyes. Xiangling was mixing spices. Xiangling asked, did the emperor really pass away without explanation? Hu Tao lay on the table, feeling lifeless. I want to hold a grand ceremony to send him off. The group prepared a food basket and set off on the path to seek the immortals on Mount Aozong. Paimon expressed her doubts. Will the immortals eat this? This is a very special time. In my opinion, the chances are slim. Mount Aozong stood majestically, shrouded in clouds and mist, like a portal to another world. When Hu Tao and her group reached the foot of the mountain, they looked up at the legendary residence with great anticipation, and after winding through the mountain roads, they finally arrived at the front of the true monarch of Liyue's residence. On the other side, Geng and Paimon suddenly shouted, Xiangling, Xingqiu. Reuniting with old friends was a huge surprise. Xiangling enthusiastically introduced. This is Hu Tao from the Wangsheng funeral parlor and the exorcist Chongyan. This is the traveler who defeated the giant dragon. Hu Tao immediately came over. The famous traveler. Nice to meet you. Chongyan greeted politely. Bullet chat. Hu Tao is so cute. My wife. Geng said. We're here to deliver a message to the immortals. Hu Tao suggested they team up, and they quickly reached an agreement. When they arrived in front of the residence and saw the seating, Xingqiu interpreted, borrowing Liyue, borrowing the emperor, borrowing the return to the end. This is the emperor and empress's position. Paimon was confused. What is an empress? She asked the wife of the Geo Archon. Geng looked at the food Hu Tao brought and shouted at the residents. True monarch of Liyue, we brought Liyue delicacies for you to taste. The door slowly opened, and a gentle voice came, Mortals, come in. The group followed the true monarch into the residence, which was beautifully decorated and hid mechanisms. The true monarch smiled. If you want to see me, you can't just bring food. You must solve mechanisms to prove your abilities. Hu Tao's eyes lit up. She loves puzzles. Geng was very cautious, while Ding Ding wailed. More puzzles? The strategy has begun. The first mechanism was a stone plate with engraved symbols, and after observing, Geng deduced it was related to natural landscapes, turning it to the right position to open the door. Next was a series of multi-mechanism puzzles, and the group worked together with great teamwork, solving them all. However, Ding Ding stared blankly at the 5 fire element stone tablets. Did a human make this? Finally, they reached a giant crystal ball, and the true monarch said, Place your hands on it, and I will know your intentions. Geng took a deep breath and raised her hand. Her inner thoughts were all seen through by the true monarch. True monarch's thoughts. Nice voice. Good child. Want to rob the Chi-Chi people's money? Still need to practice character. The emperor was assassinated. The crystal ball suddenly burst with light, illuminating the residence like daytime. The next moment, the secret realm shook violently, and the group almost fell. How outrageous! The true monarch shouted angrily, and everyone was instantly transported outside the secret realm. In their confusion, a blue-green crane descended. Budesha, Beastix de. Why is there a piece missing? Refund. The crane's bird head was on fire. Looking like the fiery head captain, lead the way quickly, bring me to Liyue Harbor, and smash the 7 stars. Seeing the true monarch's bird head was on fire like the fiery head captain, everyone looked confused. Wait, how come your appearance as immortals doesn't team match your temper? Looking at the most aggressive Shiyue Zhuyang, he had the best temper. You look like a carefree, elegant immortal, yet you have the most explosive temper? True monarch, don't destroy Liyue. It's not destruction. It's to smash those thieves from the 7 stars. We signed a contract with you to protect Liyue with food. You can't go back on your word. The true monarch snorted angrily. Even the god of contracts is being assassinated. How despicable. Fine. Tell Waietcha they are waiting at Wangshu Inn. I will go to Liyue Harbor to demand an explanation. Ing quickly stopped. There is no need to be so impulsive. Paimon tugged at Ing's sleeve. Traveler, what should we do next? The sky gradually darkened, and the carefree Ding finally got tired. Looking at the number of viewers in the live room increasing rapidly, then seeing Kuching's standby action on the screen, she checked the time. It was 5:15 a.m. Goodness. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into the shape of Genshin Impact. She stretched lazily and said to the audience, "Family, that's about it. I'll stream for a bit longer and then log off." The live room instantly flooded with messages of agreement. Hurry and rest. Although they called her an old woman, they cared about her health. Don't let my electronic pet die. Ding smiled as she exited Genshin Impact. Opened her computer to Bilibili. The homepage was completely dominated by Genshin Impact. Clicking in, it was the game download page. Then she exited. The little broken station has been completely occupied by Genshin Impact. This popularity is explosive. Scrolling through the screen was all Genshin Impact videos, with just a few lifestyle videos mixed in. The trending topics were even more outrageous. Mihoyo's new work Genshin Impact wins Big Show Your Genshin Impact, pulls Mondstadt storyline quality Lan, who is the main character Genshin Impact, MOP Scores Award. Ding looked satisfied, quickly clicking on Lan's trending topic. The homepage was a fan art of Lan. In the picture, Lan sat quietly at a stone table. His posture elegant like a painting. He gently picked up the hot tea and savored it. A gentle breeze blowing, golden leaves slowly falling down. Sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting mottled shadows on him, creating a super atmospheric scene. Mai's too immortal. Ding stood proudly, decisively saving and collecting it, putting it in a special husband folder. Scrolling through the comment section, it was all praise for Lan. In 3 days, countless fans have been collected. Fell in love at first sight. Like my white moonlight. This temperament is amazing, just like my senior. He is my destined other half. Ding became happier the more she read. No matter how exaggerated the praise is, Lan deserves it. He is the best. The bullet chat was also flooded with Lan fans. Every action hits me hard. So handsome I can't breathe. Subsequently, Ding switched to MOP, and sure enough, she found the Genshin Impact character rating guide. Without saying a word, she clicked in. The first was the game protagonists. Ether and Ing were both there. Wow, my rating is so high. Looking at the score, she was directly shocked. 9 for points. Clicking on details, there were rows of 5-star ratings. That moment when a magic dragon fired cannon, Ying's memories really made me cry. Bullet chat. Exclusive, elemental power. Divine blessings. Protagonist treatment, full marks. Bullet chat. The more I look at Ing, the more attractive she becomes. Mihoyo, hurry and let the twins reunite. Ding nodded. That's right. Ing is the best protagonist. This is the kind of presence a protagonist should have. The next one was Paimon, the best partner rating 9. 4. Bullet chat. My emergency food. Bullet chat. Lively little angel. Dream daughter configuration. Bullet chat. Fixing the protagonist's talkative bug. So useful. Scroll down from Mondstadt's little angel Amber. Rating 9. 1. Comments. Got into the game for her. Count Rabbit is coming in. Comments. The standby dance is so cute. Next is Kia without a horse. Rating 8. 5. Comments. Lixian. What you doing here? Cavalry captain without a horse. Comments. Teacher Sun Ye's voice acting is amazing. Little Peacock is so cute. Then we have Billy's electric sister Lisa. Rating 8. 9. Comments. I love the lazy big sister. Comments. Free delivery and invincible frames. Let's get married. Acting Grandmaster Jean follows closely. Rating 9. 1. Comments. Mature big sister. 3 pulls for a permanent character. Comments. Supporting Mondstadt is amazing. Mondstadt's Anemo God Barbados is here. Rating 9. 1. Comments. May the Anemo God bless you. Get to work. Comments. Little girl in white stockings. Wife. Wolf Boy Razor rating 7. 5. Comments. Take me to conquer Mondstadt and Liyue. Spicy sauce in the cafeteria. Comments. Hot-blooded anime cold male second Lee vibes. Mondstadt's popular idol Barbara. Rating 9. 2. Comments, my idol. Full constellation can revive. Comments, I will always love Lady Barbara. The Princess of Judgment. Fiscal. Rating 8. 5. Comments, Chinibi girl. Shoots through Liyue. Comments, rare purple hair. Melts in the mouth. The unlucky adventurer Bennett appears. Comments, healing and attacking at the same time. Now incredibly strong. Comments, simply the god of fire. Absolutely powerful in several versions. Made Night Noel. Rating 9. 3. Comments, shielding and slashing is so satisfying. High Constellation is like a Gundam. Comments, the weight of the original stones is reassuring. Always trust Noel. Next, the little cat Diana. Rating 6. Pietzi Kono Diana. Comments, Diana hasn't come out yet. Just her appearance is so cute. Little cat girl is adorable. Next is the green-haired girl, Sugar. Rating 8. 4. Comments, the girl with the eyes is too charming. So delicate and wants to bully her. Comments, beast-eared girl. Great for gathering monsters. Assassination, Nun Rosaria, is here. Rating 6. 0. Comments, who are you, girl? First meeting is a conclusion. Comments, white slime fishing net. Mihoyo, hurry up and serve it. High energy is here. Night hero dialect. Rating 9. 4. Comments, Teyvat's Main Street. Brother Lou, hand over the cigarette. Comments, the feeling of pulling is explosive. Monsters that couldn't be beaten before are defeated in seconds. The runaway sun, Klee appears. Rating 9. 5. Exploding the scene. Comments, Girl Goose. Little sun, can explode everything. Comments, administrator of the confinement room. Running and bouncing is super cute. Alchemist's child Albedo. Rating 8. 8. Comments, so handsome with style. Chief Alchemist has no words. Knight of the Waves Eula. Rating 9. 1. Comments, wife. Perfect figure. I will remember this grudge. Comments, hurry up and release. I want to pull for full constellation. Astrologist Mona. Rating 8. 1. Comments, astrologist Mona Megistus. Comments, damage increase human rights card. Crossing the sea is okay. Chef Xiangling. Rating 9. 1. Comments, I want to eat. Strong enough to use any weapon. Comments, definitely the god of fire. So amazing. The hydro god Xingqiu follows closely. Rating 9. 1. Comments, aren't those legs female? Strength is off the charts. Comments, heroic spirit is full. Speedy swordplay. Taoist Chongyun. Rating 6. 4. Comments, not out yet but shy and cute. I'm dizzy watching Chongyun. Liyue Zhang San. The speaker Yin Fei. Rating 9. 0. Comments, sweet girl. Teacher, is it illegal for me to like you? Comments, her underwear and Eula's headscarf look alike. Little zombie Chi-Chi. Rating 7. 8. Comments, is a zombie this cute? Hungry true lord. Want a hug and kiss. Master Kiki Chi-Ching is here. Rating 9. 4. Comments, purple cat head. Launching a big C. Comments, beautiful and powerful. Pull and play until the server shuts down. The shopkeeper Hu Tao. Rating 9. 5. Comments, quirky and I love it. I must pull for her. Comments, this style is too amazing. Who can get it? Liyue's richest Ningguang. Rating 8. 8. Comments, rich lady, hungry for food. Unmatched beauty. Comments, from a vendor to a top power player. Exploding the scene. Coconut sheep Ganyu. Rating 9. 4. Comments, black silk jade feet. Ideal wife. Comments, tranquil and gentle. Waiting for her to be released. Zhongli. Rating 9. 1. Comments, master level. Eastern beauty. Powerful without words. Next, Xiao. Rating 9. 0. Comments, Xiao baby, mommy loves you. Wait for me to take you home. Comments, is he a bit short? Disrespecting the immortal master. Next is the main event. Vice Mayor of Sumeru, Andugia, appears. Rating directly 9. 8. Exploding the scene. Comments, Duck, is that really you? Grown-up version yay. Comments, so gentle like a mother. Liyue's storyline hits the heart. Comments, giant eagle and giant whale drop jaws. Strong and cool. Comments, don't touch me. Brother An, the leader of the 6 paths of pain. The Deva path follows closely. Rating 9. 7. Comments, creating the most ultimate villain. Suffocating sense of oppression. Comments, god of expressiveness. Skills fly out of the Genshin dream. Comments, battling the Deva path feels like a roller coaster. Heart is grip tight. Comments, the strongest villain of the year. So cool, no friends. Finally arrived. Ran actually took the finale. So amazing. The strongest person, Ran, appears, rating directly 10. 0. The first full score character on Cat Pounce. Comments, first time seeing a full score on Cat Pounce. Fell for it at first sight. Comments, Big Dad, the safest support. With him we win. Comments, handsome is Ran himself. Can't sleep thinking about him. Comments, aversion exploded with this heat. Genshin is invincible today. Ding ding. Looking at the full screen, praising Ran. The sense of achievement is exploding. At first, I thought it was being spammed, but as soon as I saw Ran, I understood. Everything is worth it. Ran's charm is too amazing, like it can absorb all attention. After watching the character, I refreshed Billy, and the comments shouted, "Main package search 6 paths sage. There's new news. 6 paths? Ding ding, click on the video. I remember the 6 paths are the dual gods of Liyue, on par with the Geo Archon. The text says skilled in martial power, while the Archon is skilled in literary power. Even if they're weak, they're still god level, right? But after watching, I was directly stunned. Not weak, but ridiculously strong. The video starts with Raiden Mei facing Kevin. Comments, Mihoyo universe confirmed. Their dialogue is all about the previous civilization resisting the collapse. The scene suddenly cuts to the moon, silent explosion. Super terrifying. The moon is about to explode. The camera zooms in, all familiar faces. Grizio goes to the Ark, Susanoo at the base, Sakura passed away. Apocalypsis merges with Paradise, Alicia sacrifices. Players of Genshin Impact 3 understand. The tears of Paradise haven't dried yet. And this time, going to the moon to fight the end, there are only 8 people, namely Kevin, Eden, Mobius, Pardo, Shinjia, Vilvi, Cosmos, and Fuhua. They immediately set up a defensive formation. The storm dissipates, several faces serious staring at the opposite side. Kevin knows best how terrifying the opponent is. Pardo is scared but still stands up bravely. Pay attention. The perspective shifts, and there's a white figure floating opposite. The ethereal voice of a male and female echoing. Interesting humans. Golden eyes with strange patterns. A red 9-hooked jade reincarnation eye embedded on the forehead. Dressed in white Haori. Surrounded by a black ball and golden sword. White hedgehog head with a black tin staff. Overwhelming sense of oppression. Ding Ding is stunned. What is this? The end? The voice is so strange. The end opens. This is my posture of peering into the ultimate simulation of the stars. 6 paths of the end. The moment the tin staff swings, the impact directly flips the surface of the moon. The heroes are shocked and retreat madly. Just moving a hand can destroy the terrain? Too terrifying. The end laughs, not coming. Then I will. The next second disappears directly. Fuhua's pupil shrinks suddenly. Too fast. The enlarged knee suddenly slams into the face, too virtual. Before finishing the shout, he is sent flying, and the surface of the distant planet explodes with a huge sound. One down. Comments, my Fuhua. Is the immortal okay? The end looked at the heroes with eyes wide open, laughing madly. Can't you do anything while your friend is dying in front of you? I'll send you to reunite. Fixing his gaze on Pado, Kevin shouted urgently, "Be careful." Pado was startled by the ripples in her mind, and the mental damage shattered her directly. She fell to ground, dazed. Shinjia was furious and transformed into a blazing form. Bastard. Attack the end. This speed was something that even the previous Hershers couldn't see clearly, but the 6 paths of the end had a false reincarnation eye, making Shinjia's speed seem as slow as a toddler learning to walk. The flame dragon, fueled by all his power, smashed forward, but the end casually raised a hand to catch it. All the flames were sucked into a black hole, and Shinjia found himself unable to retreat. The end injected the Tao-seeking jade into his hand, and Shinjia was directly beaten to a pulp. After enduring until the next morning, he opened the curtains and was stunned. I made it to daytime again. He looked at the live streaming equipment in the studio. Conflicted about whether to continue the broadcast, he had just finished over 10 minutes ago. Forget it, it's come to this, I'll take a nap first. A beautiful girl needs enough sleep time. In the world of Genshin, Lon stood in his figurine shop, staring at the empty display case, muttering to himself, still not open. I need to mold the most eye-catching merchandise. After all, in Liyue, everyone is either a crazy fan of the Emperor or a twisted fan of the Emperor. And this belief is absolutely full. Lan still doesn't know he is already a top idol in Liyue. After pondering for 2 seconds, an idea struck. He quickly filled the cabinet with exquisite Emperor Dragon figurines, each vividly lifelike, dominating the scene. Then a bunch of cute, plush Emperor Dragon toys popped up, soft and pile high. Lan laughed and scolded. "You owe me, little brother. You need to act as my lucky cat now." Suddenly noticing the feminine Emperor figurine in his hand, Lan raised an eyebrow. "If I put this out, won't the Qinian army take it away? Even though no one dares to touch him given my status in Liyue, but this figurine is too outrageous. Keeping it is annoying, and selling it I wouldn't want to part with it. After all, I already have Andosia's, and just thinking about Morix's ancient appearance makes me lose interest." Years ago, Morix had given him the elemental source of Teyvat, only to be shot through and explode the elemental force, almost causing his demise. Although it might have been a case of good intentions gone awry, Lan couldn't be bothered to dwell on it now. A light bulb moment. The wealthy Pantaran in Sumeru is a twisted fan of the Emperor. Sending him something will definitely stir things up. By the way, let us check the work of the Ice God in Andosia. At this moment, the Winter Kingdom was about to hold an executive officer meeting, and the Wanderer would also come. Lan finished a few figurines and set the opening for the next day, then turned to leave. An idea struck, and the clear sky instantly transformed into a light drizzle. The rain covered the entire Teyvat. Rain Tiger's free spirit technique. Sensing everything. Sure enough, he spotted Lumen and Paimon at the Wangshu Inn, where there were also the Wind and Fire Yikshas. During the Corruption War, he was indeed the benefactor of the Yikshas. Glancing at the absurd heat value on the panel, Lan was shocked. This heat is off the charts, but I can create things with just a thought. So this value is useless. Lan instructed the outer Dao demon dog to watch the shop, patted its head, and instantly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a snowy place. The vast snowfield's name had long been buried by the wind and snow, leaving only a pure white tranquility. This was the kingdom of winter, cold to the extreme, but pure to the core. The azure sky resembled an endless gem, sunlight sprinkled on the snow, and every snowflake sparkled like a shattered diamond. Lan's white hair blended into the snowfield, and he was dazed. When did I dye it white? Did I open the 6 paths dyeing technique? In the distance, the snow-capped mountains looked like guardians, the snow on the summit shining dazzlingly. At the foot of the mountain, the pine trees bent under the weight of the snow, but still stood tall, their vitality explosive. The creatures on the snowfield also found their way of survival in this cold environment. A herd of reindeer leisurely grazed on the snow, their hooves leaving deep marks, and snowflakes tumbled down along the hoof prints. A snow fox poked its head out from snow mound, its round eyes scanning the world, and when it saw Genglan, it immediately got startled and yelped, wanting to dive into the sea of snow. Just as Genglan glanced over, the little snow fox swiftly flew into his arms. The little fox was so cute. Genglan's petting technique was smooth, his fingertips gliding through the soft fox fur, making the little guy squint in comfort as it rubbed against his palm. This snowfield concealed the kingdom of winter, a miracle blessed by ice and snow. Sunlight refracted through the ice crystals, creating a rainbow halo, dyeing the kingdom into a dreamy fairyland. The central ice palace was made entirely of pure ice crystals, the blue and white light dazzling. The palace doors were adorned with ice flowers, and the interior ice sculpture all hung with enormous ice lamps, while the ice murals depicted the history of the Ice Kingdom. On the ice throne, the ice god Bronya looked cold and noble, but her heart was anxious, drumming. Why hasn't T-Sister Andosia returned? Why is she taking so long in Liyue? How can I live without her? She raised her hand to summon blue and white elemental power, which scattered into countless pieces of information. The Fatui executive officers are gathering. Everyone who is free, come here. As night fell, the starry sky sparkled like it was sprinkled with pearls. The moonlight draped a silver veil over the snowfield, and all creatures fell silent. but tonight was destined to be explosive. Except for those in Liyue, the ladies, the young master, and the judge on missions in Fontaine. All the other executive officers gathered in the Ice God Palace, each wrapped in thick cloaks to withstand the cold. They sat in order after meeting the queen. The harbinger clown, the first seat angel south, the captain, the doctor, the girl, the servant, the rooster, the wanderer, the puppet, and the rich man. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The captain was the first to notice, turning around sharply but finding no one. Just as he turned back, Geng had already teleported in front of the wanderer. His speed was so fast that even the ice god and the executive officers didn't see clearly. The wanderer instantly froze, his eyes wide. "Who are you? Why can't I move?" He tried with all his might to lift his hand to point, but his whole body felt weak. Geng looked down at him, speaking leisurely, a puppet created by Balzebul. As soon as these words fell, the wanderer's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He mentioned that forbidden name. Geng rubbed his chin, puzzled. "What is your purpose for existing?" "Balzebul's friends are alive, and there's an older sister helping. So how are you doing AI maintenance?" Looking at this wanderer, he was just like he remembered, but he felt much more honest, staring at himself without saying a word. He remembered this little brat had quite a dirty mouth. Geng reached out, taking off his large hat in front of the wanderer's terrified eyes. He glanced at the hairstyle and put it back on. The wanderer secretly gritted his teeth. This bastard dared to humiliate me. The executive officers finally reacted. The woman beside the queen fixed her gaze on Geng. The queen looked curiously at the days south. "South, do you know him?" This was the first time she had seen a field operator with such an expression. South's heart surged with waves. He is still alive. Her thoughts instantly returned to the past. The tsunami of extinction took everything from her, and it was Geng who saved her like a god. Geng stared at South in confusion. "Who are you? I don't remember you." "Geng, I'm South Ning." South Ning stepped forward, her eyes shining. Geng was taken aback. "South Ning? Isn't that a place name?" Suddenly, he remembered the little girl he had saved back then. It was her that was under the care of Tud. Looking at the tall and elegant woman before him, Geng was shocked. "Your change is like a beetle invading Konoha." Back then, she was shorter than Andosea, weak and fragile, easily blown over by the wind. Now, she stood taller than Xiao, with blue and white gradient long hair, exuding a presence of 3 meters and 8. Thousands of years have passed, and while Andosea grew from a little duckling, Tud's alchemical life became pain. South Ning changed so much too. Geng touched his white hair. "My temperament has only calmed down, but my handsome face hasn't changed. Sorry for not recognizing you. Little girl, you've grown up." Geng smiled gently, and South Ning's eyes instantly turned red. He was still the same as he was back then. Just as she was about to speak, the ice god suddenly interjected. "Hey, breaking into the ice god palace will get you frozen solid." Geng looked over, and this girl looked 90% like Andosea, wearing luxurious clothing with an arrogant posture. "Andosea?" The ice god fell silent. "How do you know my sister's name?" Behind her, Piero facepalmed. "Your Majesty." This information was made public long ago. The ice god suddenly realized, and Piero was speechless, really like a split from Andosea. One an external brain, and the other a power unit. "You must be Andosea's younger sister, right?" Geng asked with great interest. "Wasn't this the little one that Kakolia held back then?" The ice god puffed out her chest proudly. "Sister is the best. I like her the most." Geng laughed. "Just as silly as Andosea back then. You must have been raised to be foolish." Suddenly imagining, could it be that the smart Bronya beside me is actually the silly Andosia? Shaking my head, what nonsense. I still know what Andosia is like. The ice goddess leaned in with eager eyes. "Do you know where my sister is?" Nanning next to her was also speechless. Their own empress usually behaves like an incredibly majestic ice queen, but in private, who knows what she is like? Geng looked at the ice goddess, who appeared cold and elegant, but was striking a near-pouting pose, and couldn't help but laugh. "Where is Andosia?" "Of course I know." The ice goddess immediately leaned in, her eyes shining like light bulbs. "Hurry up and tell me. Where's she hiding?" Geng deliberately dragged out the tone to tease. "Of course. In my bed." "What?" The ice goddess exploded on the spot, her voice rising by 8 degrees. "At 4:40 p.m. The jar master finally opened his eyes from bed. Sleepiness still glued his eyelids shut. His soul seemed to float away while he lay limp on the bed. Suddenly, a red and silver figure appeared in front of him, with muscular chunks that stood out, and a white bulbous head came right up to him, buzzing like a big fly. "Jar team member, open your eyes. I'm Shafulin." A peculiar Chinese accent crashed in. Team Lan died fighting the deep-sea monster Andoja, suddenly loud. The jar was completely confused. What were you babbling about? Something fell onto his chest with a thud. He tried to look up, but could only see his white bare pajamas. Damn it. So tightly wrapped. Shafulin opened his mouth again. "Jar team member, I brought 2 lives. One is mine." The jar's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I died from staying up late? Died in a dream? Just as he thought this, Shafulin delivered the finishing blow. "The other one is also mine." The jar completely broke down. "You're out of luck. Aminos." Realizing he had been played, the jar mustered his strength to shout. "Humph. Ah." After shouting, he realized it was useless and could only glare at the silver-headed fly in front of him. This is a super-powered bracelet. It can fight any deep-sea monster. The next moment, the world spun, and he fell into a vast ocean with a splash. "Damn, what did you throw me?" Looking at the endless sea and then at himself, he had actually turned into a red and silver body. Looking at the reflection in the water, his body was like Shafulin's, but his head was still his own. At this moment, 3 similarly strange beings popped up. "Teacher Jar, the dream can still be connected?" "Ninen, look at it." "Jiang." In the distance, a man shouted, "Kids, the Ultraman 4 brothers have arrived." The children replied, "We're doomed." The sea surface roared and surged. A sea dragon soared into the sky. The jar was dumbfounded. The model looks like a stick with spikes. The dragon's head actually thudded. Geng watched from the shadows, completely stunned. Ing was at the Wangshu Inn, finishing her order, looking for the immortal. Paimon, eating while confused. Immortals live in such a lively place? Ing analyzed. Maybe they are close to humans. The two walked to the counter, and the proprietress for Godet looked up and instantly smiled. Finally here, these 2 treasures a compliment. "Is there immortal here?" Paimon asked directly. Ing was speechless. "Paimon, how can you be so blunt?" But Godet laughed. "The immortal Shao doesn't tea come often. If you want to find a chef for a chat, you can invite the immortal." Paimon was confused. The chef invites the immortal? Could it be that cooking attracts the immortal? Deng added. This sentiment is not wrong. The 2 followed the task to find the kitchen, where they saw a burly man frowning in the kitchen. Paimon flew over. "Hello." Yin Xiao turned around to take a look. White and floating. He was so scared that he flew out, landing on the ground. Ing and Paimon were both dumbfounded. Why did he fall? After explaining for a long time, Yin Xiao stood up, crossed his arms, and acted aloof. "I'm Yin Xiao. Speak if you have something to say." Deng laughed. "This face change is unbeatable. The proprietress said you could help find the immortal Xiao. I can make delicious food to invite the immortal, but which one is uncertain. Hurry up and make it." But Yin Xiao sighed. "My hands shake a lot. I can't do it." Ing asked why, and only then did Yin Xiao say, "I saw a ghost at the inn, fainted from fright, and have been shaking ever since." Ing and Paimon were speechless. This is the place of the immortals. You were scared by a ghost? Incredible. Yin Xiao suddenly raised his hands. There are 5 immortals who often come. Fuxia, Fannan, Xiao, Ingda, and Minu. All are the guardians of Liyue. The comments exploded. 5? Corresponding to the 5 elements, right? The prophet was right. Ing said goodbye to the Yikshas and returned to Liyue, thinking she would be wanted. But the whole city was listless. The god of faith was gone, and the Qixing had no follow-up. Ing took off her mask, used wind elements to scout the way, and headed straight for the north bank. As soon as she reached the door, she stopped and blocked Paimon. Paimon peeked. Qinyan army was grappling with the Fatui. Ing raised her hand to wrap the 2 in wind elements, whooshed into the bank. The guards were instantly shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. The receptionist recognized them at a glance. These 2 are key targets. Combat power explosion. Is the young master in? The receptionist quickly smiled. The young master asked you to go to Xinyue Pavilion. He has set up a banquet. Ing thought for a moment, transformed into a gust of wind, and left the north bank. Paimon was dumbfounded. Not familiar. I haven't even gotten on the car. A gust of wind whooshed in, directly sweeping her away. The two landed at Liyue Pavilion, pushed the door in. The young master was already waiting. Oh, partner, we meet again. Seeing this, Ing took a step back. The young master helplessly said, Are you seriously retreating half a step? Saying this, he led her inside. Paimon was stunned by the luxurious decorations. It's even more extravagant than the previous banquet. No wonder it's Liyue's top luxury. Pay attention. The cut scene is here. Behind the screen, a young man in a brown suit poured tea, elegant and noble. The comments went wild. This guy looks rich at first glance. The protagonist's connections won. At the table, Zhongli lifted his golden eyes and gestured. Sit. The young master smiled and introduced. This is Brother Zhongli from industry. This is the traveler. Paimon panicked, leaning close to Ing's ear. What does the industry mean? Great industry? Assassin? A glance at Zhongli's face made her even more afraid. The camera cuts to Geng, returning to Liyue, sitting in the store looking at figurines. No one came for a long time. I need to do something to attract customers. Even big shots with connections have worries. Getting up to go out. Light rain drizzled. Geng sensed everything. Ing is running to the golden house. Is she going to fight the young master? With a wave of her hand, she disappeared into the rain. At the golden house, Ing and the young master were at odds. The atmosphere tense to the extreme. Young master, you have some nerve. Ing raised the oath of freedom and shouted angrily. She had been tricked terribly. The young master readied his water element longbow. Partner, don't say that. Combat prompt. The young master flicked his bow. I'm not good at using bows. 5 water arrows shot towards Ing. Ing swung her sword. Combat power 50. Wind elements exploded. The water arrows were instantly shredded. Ing transformed into a hurricane, rushing towards the young master. Her speed explosive. The young master's eyes lit up. Now that has some power. The water bow trembled and transformed into a water spear, dancing quickly to stab at the hurricane. Pay attention. The hurricane dodged max. Avoiding the spear, it charged straight at the young master, slashing down. The young master quickly changed tactics. The spear blocking the sword. With a loud clank, sparks flew. Your sword is incredible. The young master was excited. The aura is explosive. Ing seized the opportunity to try to slash the spear. During the standoff, suddenly erupting, wind blade max. Endless wind blades shot towards the young master. The young master swung the spear fiercely, directly knocking Ing away. Next, Ing realized that the standoff would inevitably be disadvantageous on that blue sword blade. Endless sharp wind blades flew out, hitting the young master. The young master swung his spear fiercely, knocking Ing away, watching the wind blades flying towards her face. Geng smiled lightly, her hands suddenly grabbing. Purple lightning elements erupted, instantly shattering all the wind blades. The next moment, the red Fatui mask was put on, holding the lightning double blades, staring at Ing with predatory eyes. Pay attention. When Ing and the young master were at a standoff, the golden house suddenly shook and exploded. Countless mora poured down like a golden sea rushing over. Paimon's eyes turned into mora shapes, but she was still carried away by Ing. Ing glanced towards the exit, and the Demon King's armed son gripped his giant spear, glaring into the distance. Is the heart of the gods not here? Battle alert. The son threw the spear with all his might. The giant spear flew towards Ing like a cannonball. The speed was outrageous. Ing dodged max. At the critical moment, she leaped up, transforming into a green hurricane that rushed towards the sun. Along the way, massive boulders fell from the rock constructs, sealing off the sun's escape. The sun's eyes narrowed, and purple energy erupted around him. Endless elemental force gathered into a violent storm, roaring out to collide with the boulders. Golden and purple light enveloped the area, distorting the air, but Ing missed her target. The sun used the impact to leap into the sky. His giant spear charged with power, glowing brightly in purple. Descend. The sun roared, swinging the spear. Purple lightning covered the golden house's roof, causing the ceiling to crack. The lightning wrapped around the giant spear, crashing down on Ing with overwhelming force. Green elemental energy surged around Ing, bringing a feeling of divine freedom. wind elements attached to her ancient blade, and she lunged at the sun. The deep blue blade was sharp enough to pierce the heavens. Purple lightning and green fury collided. Everything around them was blown away. Even Paimon shouted, "Buga!" The ground of the golden house collapsed, and both of them fell down. Geng wanted to take advantage of the weightlessness to strike, and the sun thought the same. Green and purple collided again, crashing faster towards the ground. The moment they landed, Geng charged up again. Shockwave. "I won't let you live." Geng swung her sword, and the sun blocked with his spear, teleporting behind her for a fierce purple lightning attack. Geng stepped back, and golden spikes erupted, blocking the attack and sending the sun flying. The sun stabilized himself as elemental power surged wildly. An ancient whale's roar exploded. Geng looked up in shock. A massive blue water whale leaped from the ground, charging straight at her. Geng glanced at the falling sun, transforming into a hurricane to attempt a follow-up attack. The sun released his Demon King armor, and the side effects surged like a tide. Ying's ancient blade pointed directly at him, but the sun remained calm, waving his hand to unleash a flash of golden light. Geng was blinded by the intense light, but quickly recovered, and countless talismans appeared out of nowhere, swirling around the sun. Cough! The sun coughed up blood, slowly standing up, the talismans shaking incessantly. Geng recognized at a glance. The 100 No Restrictions talisman? Geng instantly recognized this as the talismans the sun had given her to find the immortals. But now, what did he want with them? Was he trying to summon the immortals? But the immortals, seeing the sun coveting the divine body, would be lucky if they didn't fight him. Just as Geng was puzzled, the sun slowly opened his hands. Let's wait and see. Will a godless realm be devoured by ancient malice? Countless talismans shot up into the sky. Geng sensed something was wrong and tried to stop them. But the talismans erupted with towering beams of light, shooting straight into the sea. Paimon panicked. This is bad. They're about to unleash something big. Geng tightened her grip on her sword. What are we afraid of? Just like before, we'll smash him. The two rushed out of the shattered golden house. The weather outside had completely changed. Dark clouds covered the sky. Golden pillars of light connected the heavens and the sea, and sea tornadoes stood like giant columns. Geng transformed into a hurricane, charging with Paimon, and looked up to see a dark shadow. The Chuanyu Pavilion was floating by. She immediately flew up, and, upon landing, saw all the big shots. Liyue and Borrowing Wind, Xiao, Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu were all present. Everyone was shocked. This elemental power control. The speed can rival the great sage of demon subjugation. Geng asked Ningguang, what is that? Granny Ping explained. The vortex demon god, Osail, sealed 1,000 years ago. Today he has broken free. Liyue and Borrowing Wind said solemnly. The seal is broken. He is about to descend upon the sea. Ningguang clenched her fists. The emperor has passed away. We will protect Liyue. The sea was raging, and 9 water-blue spheres flew into the sky, gathering into a 1,000-meter-high demon god body, the 9-headed dragon. Osail roared at the sky, scattering the clouds. Susanoo, Morix. Geng gripped her sword tighter as she stared at the size, even larger than the demon dragon. Ningguang revealed the Guetong machine, Empress's divine machine. 8 immortal-level big shots rushed up to infuse their immortal power. 5 more than in the original plot. Osail, you filthy loach. Just wait for the fun. Countless golden arrows shattered the sky, raining down upon Osail. Osail couldn't dodge, howling in pain. This thing really hurts. Pay attention. The Chuanyu Pavilion suddenly opened a portal. Geng was stunned. Are the Abyssal Apostles coming for a visit? The next moment, people in purple, green, red, and yellow military uniforms emerged. It was actually the Fatui. The Electro Hammer, Electro Yinger, Ice Fat, and Hydro Fat all arrived. It was a gathering of the living. They looked fierce, and it didn't seem like they were here to help fight monsters. The fire gun raised his hand and fired a flame bullet at the Guetong machine. Windblade. Geng reacted explosively, flicking her wrist with her sword, sending out several sharp wind blades that precisely shattered the bullet. What do you guys want? Ying's gaze turned icy as she stared at the growing Fatui. The Fatui didn't respond. They directly attacked. Ice Fat suddenly sprayed cold air from his jetpack. lifting his massive body and smashing towards the Guidon machine like a cannonball. The other Fatui rushed in like madmen, wanting to crush the Guidon machine under their weight. Ing cursed under her breath, gripping the knife handle and dodging Ice Fat's charge just in time. Then the wind elemental power surged onto her blade, easily breaking through Ice Fat's elemental armor, and with a kick, she sent the big guy flying. "I'll expel all of you today." Ying's eyes flashed with determination, swinging her sword and unleashing more wind blades. Fatui equipment was of high quality, and the light wind blades couldn't break through their defenses. She charged indirectly, targeting the weak points in their armor, hitting them accurately one by one. The electro hammer suddenly erupted with purple lightning, its crimson left eye glowing with malice. Lifting a hammer larger than Ing and smashing down hard, Ing knew she couldn't rely on brute force and immediately dodged just in time. To her surprise, the electro hammer actually dropped the hammer and kicked towards Ing with immense power. Huh, he can kick too? Ing couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, crashing heavily against the railings of Chuanyu Pavilion, barely managing to hold on. Pay attention. Ying's body suddenly transformed. She became a hurricane, rapidly swirling towards the Fatui. The fierce wind blew through, knocking down all the Fatui, with over 7 of them instantly breaking their defenses and falling. The remaining ones were about to adjust their tactics, when Keqing directly blew the scene apart. Keqing wielded the thunderclap, flashing purple lightning, darting through the crowd like a bolt of lightning. This was not the game version of Keqing, but the true prison breaker of the Yuheng Star. Every move was explosively sharp, precisely hitting the enemy's vital points, taking them down one by one. Ningguang raised her hands, and a massive screen appeared behind her, with countless golden flying stones raining down like a storm onto the Fatui. The Fatui could only rely on Wind Fist to harden their defenses, and Keqing instantly flashed behind the Wind Fist, swinging her sword with a whoosh, directly knocking the Wind Fist down. In the distance, the fire gun attempted a sneak attack, but he underestimated Minglu. Just as Keqing was about to teleport over, Minglu's Frostflower arrow had already hit the fire gun, exploding with ice elemental energy that shot into the sky, turning into 3 ice spikes that smashed into the ground. Seeing this, Water Fat picked up a water cannon and jumped towards Minglu. This was pure suicide. Minglu stood still, and just as the water cannon was about to hit, she suddenly vanished, transforming into a golden streak of light, sweeping past several Fatui. Even the fat ones who had activated their defenses were sent flying without any resistance. The barrage exploded. "What is up with his sister? Now you know how strong she is, right?" "Sorry, coming through." Minglu appeared, looking at the Osail who was being attacked furiously. The barrage exploded. "Wow, this is too cool. Sister, kill me." "Sigh, coming through has become my catchphrase." Pay attention. The perspective switched to the player. The player fumbled with their controls, realizing they were dealing damage and still had to defend 8 Guidon machines. Fortunately, the Immortals came to save the day. Granny Ping unleashed shockwaves with super speed and full control. A single hit could take down monsters, making it feel exhilarating. But there were too many Fatui, and the AoE was still hitting the Guidon machines, leaving them at a disadvantage. How could they defeat them all? The player was frantically attacking, rushing at anyone they saw, unable to clear them out. Suddenly, the plot cut in. Ing knocked a hammer away, and the hammer coughed and shouted, "I'm dead, it's useless. There are countless Fatui reinforcements behind. Next, there will be even more than now." Ing was stunned. Are they still just the advanced team? Damn it. The hammer laughed loudly and grabbed a walkie-talkie, calling for reinforcements. The walkie-talkie buzzed, but remained silent, and Thunderhammer was stunned. Is it broken? After several attempts, it finally connected, and the voice on the other end yelled hoarsely, "Enemy attack. The military camp is under siege." Thunderhammer glared at Ningguang in anger. "You are really cunning." Ing gave a thumbs up. "Ningguang is amazing." But Ningguang shook her head. It wasn't Team E. Everyone was confused. If not Liyue, then who? Suddenly, the walkie-talkie shouted sharply, "There's only one invader. Blood-red eyes. It's the god of death." The voice cut off abruptly. The portal suddenly stopped, leaving the Fatui in a daze. Next came the high energy. The portal surged again, and a massive blood-red slash shot out, instantly killing all the Fatui. A white-haired man in a black robe slowly walked out, his hand on the hilt of his sword, the sheath completely stained red. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother Ran? Mr. Ran? Thunderhammer's eyes widened as the walkie-talkie rang again. Urgent report. Outside the military camp in Liyue, 75, 600 people have been wiped out. No one survived. The walkie-talkie fell to the ground, and Thunderhammer's pupils dilated, completely stunned. The sight of Ran filled Thunderhammer with despair. More than 70,000 people are gone. You are Jura. You are a demon. Saying this, his heart stopped, and he collapsed. Ing and the others heard it too, all shocked. 70,000 Fatui? That's insane. The barrage went wild. Brother Ran is ruthless. Is it still 12? Ran walked to the celestial platform, gazing at the sea monster that had been blasted. Ojul sensed him, roaring in anger, 1,000 years of resentment surging to the sky. At this moment, various elemental forces surged from Liyue, rushing towards Ojul. Ojul looked at the countless elemental forces, accepting them gladly. The elemental powers drilled into Ojul's body, and he instantly understood. This was the resentment of the divine being slain by Geng, Ran, and Morix. Using his resonance to help, they aimed to crush that guy. Ojul roared, "Everyone, I understand." Countless elemental powers frantically surged into his body. Evil dragons, giant rhinos, celestial battles, dreams of the demon gods. Various divine powers gathered into a ball, shining with colorful light through Ojul's transparent body. The next moment, his body erupted in a huge transformation. A mixed beam shot straight to the sky. Ningguang and the others didn't stop attacking, but the celestial arrows were merely scratching Ojul, having no effect at all. Ran looked on with interest. So even the villains have this kind of idealistic connection. Ing scolded with a serious expression. Why is it in a new form again? Do I have a grudge against this thing? This setup is even more explosive than that time with the demon dragon. Mondstadt. The fully evolved Ojul appeared. An enormous shadow rose from the sea, covering the entire surface. His size was more than a circle larger than before, having grown a new body. Deep blue and dark green scales absorbed light, with 9 heads, each having different faces, some fierce and others bizarre. 9 giant tails whipped like sea snakes, sending towering waves crashing. Come die. The 9 heads roared in unison, shaking the sea. The returning machine, arrows, couldn't even penetrate the storm around him. Kaching was stunned. What kind of monster is this? Too terrifying. The immortals also wore serious expressions. The emperor is gone. Can we hold Liyue? But Ing remained calm, raising the oath of ancient freedom high. Countless powers of the Anemo gods swirled around her, the ancient wind blowing through everyone. Take this, EX curry stick. The endless wind wrapped around her sword and smashed forward. Ojul didn't even look. After a huge crash, Ing's full power strike, enhanced by her own strength and the Anemo goddess power, surprisingly didn't break through Ojul's defense. Ing was stunned. Isn't this like fighting Digga against Gatanger? The strongest move is just a tickle. Ran expressionlessly commented. What a scene of despair. The barrage exploded instantly. Flying up, Hajamusi. Who do you think will save the day this time, Brother Ran? Level 3. Isnt Brother Ran, just standing there. At this moment, Minglu slowly walked over and said to Ningguang, Ningguang, I told you I would step in. Then he pointed at Ing. Can we fist bump? Of course. As Ing's fist collided with Minglu's, a surge of energy rushed up. She looked down. She was wrapped in a layer of golden yellow clothing. Looking up again, Minglu had transformed into a golden shining mode, also known as the yellow ape mode. The barrage went wild. Wow, this is too cool. Golden legend. So awesome. Minglu stared at Ojul, extending his hands and shouting. Let us go, Kai Bai. An endless burst of golden elemental power erupted, dyeing the entire Yujing terrace golden. Ing moved her hand away from her eyes, stunned to see. An enormous golden giant fox appeared, wrapped in black stripes, radiating hope. The barrage exploded. A man's dream. This wife must be married. Kai Bai roared angrily, leaping high into the air and spinning, its 9 tails smashing down towards Ojul. Ojul was stunned. There are experts? I will crush everyone who obstructs me. Taking the opportunity, Ningguang explained to Ing. This is the ancient guardian of Liyue, Kai Bai. It disappeared after repelling the monsters 100 years ago. I didn't expect Ming Lu to be it. Watch closely. The sea suddenly stirred up a fiercer storm, with waves surging even more violently. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world grew dim. People panicked. Marla, why is there an upgrade in disaster? A massive shadow emerged from the center of the storm, pressing down like a mountain. Countless colorful lights burst forth from the shadow. It was Ojal, fused with several divine beings. Kai Bai stood on the surface of the sea, its golden fur billowing, eyes firmly locking onto Ojal. Officially, it said, it will protect Liyue. The truth was Ming Lu's inner thoughts. It's been a long time since I fought. Just right to smash you. Ojal's 9 heads roared simultaneously, its giant tail creating towering waves. It locked onto Kai Bai, its eyes flashing with a provocative light. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Ojal showed no sign of retreat, but rather ignited the fighting spirit deep within. It let out a giant roar, filled with determination and courage. Next, Ojal's body exploded with colorful light, dazzling like a rainbow. The next moment, the colorful light transformed into countless rays, piercing through the storm like sunlight, illuminating the entire sea. The 9 heads were also busy, unleashing the powers of the evil dragon, giant rhino, celestial battles, and other divine beings, weaving an attacking web of dense energy, crashing down on Kai Bai. The barrage went wild. The big sister in the Gundam must win. Kai Bai stood firm like a seasoned warrior, its body elegantly spinning, 9 tails dancing into golden ribbons, instantly forming an indestructible halo. Ojal's wind blades, flames, and ice spikes were all blocked, not causing the slightest injury. With a gentle flick of its tail, the previously raging sea calmed instantly. The move was both cool and imposing. Who wouldn't be mesmerized? Ojal widened its eyes, completely stunned. This is not a beast. It's an intelligent, fierce character. It quickly changed tactics, coordinating its 9 heads to unleash different attribute energies, weaving a dense attack net, bombarding Kai Bai with various combo techniques. But Kai Bai had already thoroughly grasped its patterns, dodging max and weaving through the attacks, while the halo expanded, protecting a wider area. Kai Bai was purely toying with Ojal. Utilizing its familiarity with the sea, it guided the currents and winds, making Ojal's attacks all miss. After a short while, Ojal completely admitted defeat. I can't win. I'll run. Its figure slipped toward the horizon, but Kai Bai wouldn't let it off the hook. Offending the master and still wanting to escape, opening its huge mouth, it fired wind element projectiles. Ojal couldn't dodge and was hit, revealing its form. Kai Bai roared again, shaking the surface of the sea. The perspective switched dramatically. Looking at the close-up of Kai Bai inside Ming Lu, the camera pulled back. The oppressive feeling of the towering beast was overwhelming. The barrage exploded. Does this absurd thing really exist? Driving it must be so cool. Mihoyo, I want to pilot a Gundam. Blizzard, I want to teach. Continuing with the plot, Kai Bai opened its massive mouth, red and blue particles shooting out, gathering into a pitch-black sphere. The power inside was terrifying enough to distort the air. Tailed Beast Jade, as Ming Lu shouted. The strongest move of the tailed beast appeared for the first time on Teyvat. The black sphere, trailing a fiery tail, dashed towards Ojal like lightning. Ozer sensed danger in an instant and decisively summoned the powers of the 3 demon gods to form an elemental shield, desperately trying to block the attack. The barrage went wild. This mouth cannon is different from the previous wind attack. It looks incredibly powerful. The tailed beast orb suddenly appeared right in front of Ozer. The tailed beast orb didn't touch the shields of the 3 demon gods. As it approached Ozer's massive form, it emitted a blinding white light. The white light radiated outwards, and in the next moment, a world-destroying explosion erupted. Water and air were violently thrown into the air. The Chuanyu Pavilion shook from the shockwave. Everyone desperately held on, fearing they'd fall off. Gunlon glanced at the floor of the Chuanyu Pavilion. The pavilion was instantly secured by a special gravity, steady as a rock. The water flying into the sky was also repelled. This maneuver left everyone in awe and gratitude. The barrage went wild. It's still Gunlon. This ability feels so familiar. The explosion shot a column of water straight into the clouds, and the temperature soared. Ozer was in a bad state. He chose 3 defensive demon gods to try to bounce the tailed beast orb away, but it exploded right in his face. Now he had lost his imposing demeanor, looking like an octopus with severed tentacles. Only his head remained, howling towards the sky, gathering the scattered dark clouds and causing a torrential downpour. The people in Susanoo Pavilion didn't care about getting wet, but noticed the raindrops swirling around them. Jiulama, with golden eyes, stared at Ozer and slowly grew limbs in the rain. These new limbs were adorned with various light sources, all bearing the characteristics of demon gods, and emitted strange sounds. After all, it was a gathering of multiple demon gods. The vitality was sufficient, but the power and resentment were incomplete. Even 1 + 1 was less than 2. This Jiolama was truly powerful, its size much larger than the 50-meter Fok Jai Palace that Gunlon had grabbed, nearly as tall as Ozer's neck. The elemental power of the demon gods within Ozer dissipated, transforming into a mournful form. Ming Lu glanced at the endless stream of elemental power and decisively gathered energy for the tailed beast orb again. Ozer's consciousness was competing for control with the demon gods. They couldn't forget the black fire that burned their souls, the illusion that extinguished their spirits, and the contempt of being annihilated by a giant. Gunlon teleported to Ying's side, who was looking eagerly at Jiolama, wanting Ningguang to let them get a closer look at Susanoo Pavilion. But Ningguang was embarrassed. Don't blow up the pavilion. Paimon watched the mechanical descent, feeling distracted instead. Traveler, Gunlon spoke up, and Ning turned around excitedly, shouting, Brother Lon, this is for you. Use it if there's a situation. I'm off to do something. Ing patted her chest, receiving the blue elemental sphere. Just as she was puzzled, the tailed beast orb of Jiulama dragged along a fiery tail and flew toward Ozer, exploding right in his face again. The mushroom cloud engulfed Ozer, and Gunlon instantly disappeared. The barrage went, Jamusi. What did Brother Lon give? Water element. Jabu Lu Jin. Brother Lon has gone to do something. Banana. Coming to Tivit, I only do 3 things. Ming Lu stared at the explosion site, then looked toward Susanoo Pavilion. As if receiving a message, she jumped over. The people in Susanoo Pavilion were shocked, but Jiulama only approached without touching the pavilion, and no seawater splashed up. Ming Lu appeared in Susanoo Pavilion, a dazzling windbreaker adorned with black patterns. Golden light interweaving in the explosion. Her golden hair shimmered, shorts revealing long legs, and high heels dyed with tailed beast chakra, exuding immense authority. As soon as she appeared, the air became heavy, and her aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. The barrage went wild. This fox spirit is beautiful to the point of exploding. So pretty, I want to capture her. Traveler, did Brother Lon give you this? Ming Lu pointed at the blue ball in Ying's hand, and Ing nodded. Ming Lu smiled and extended her hand. Let's fist bump again. Ing recalled the previous golden coat and immediately reached out. I want new clothes. The familiar golden coat fitted perfectly this time. Not just the coat. Ing transformed directly into tailed beast Jinchuriki mode, commonly known as Ing Yellow 8 Manifestation. The sea roared, but the northern bank was eerily quiet. The Fatui clerk stood nervously at the door. The Qinyan army had surrounded the bank, and he had to stall and wait for the executive. The young master released the demon god. Is Liyue not at peace with the bank? Absurd. Just as he was puzzled, the leader of the Qinyan army shouted, People inside, listen. You're surrounded. Put down your resistance and accept the investigation. The clerk was sweating profusely. I don't believe you. The Liyue interrogation agency is terrifying. Yilon secretly prodded. It's me. The clerk immediately wilted. With this little Mora in a month, what's the point of risking my life? The door creaked open, and he acted as if he were inviting a general inside, leaving everyone speechless. The clerk was taken away, and the Qinyan army entered the bank. Empty, only the pain of the workers remained. Suddenly, the leader of the Qinyan army felt a chill down his back, and the next moment, it turned icy cold. He turned around sharply, and a figure in a black robe stood on the stairs, wearing a red spiral mask, revealing crimson eyes. "Who are you?" The leader drew his Chinyan spear and shouted. "Something's wrong." Soldiers drew bows and arrows to shoot. The figure in the black robe emitted gray light, becoming ethereal. Raising a hand, the arrows all struck the wall with a bang, as if they hadn't touched anything. The leader was stunned and immediately reached for a teammate's bow. He was a holder of the vision. This must be a vision technique. "Xiao Jing, give me the bow." Before he could get the bow, the leader was furious. "You were sharp normally. Why are you so dull now?" "Big brother, it's not that I want to give it, it's..." Xiao Jing stammered, and the leader turned around in shock. His bow and arrows had passed through his hand, merging bizarrely with his body. He reached out to grab Xiao Jing, but his hand passed straight through. What the hell is this? Taking advantage of their confusion, the masked figure was already at his side. The leader swung an elbow, but predictably, it passed through empty air. Before he could react, a hand in a black glove had grabbed his neck, facing those crimson eyes up close. The world spun around him, and the leader fainted on the spot. The masked figure spoke in a deep voice. "They VE, all run away." The thousands of Chinyan soldiers charged forward. "You bastard." The masked figure glanced over, and everyone was enveloped in gray light, flying backwards and crashing to the ground. The masked figure also emitted gray light, disappearing in an instant and reappearing at the stone gate of Liyue. In the distance, a Fatui squad was on the way, with the young master lying in the cart. "Colonel, can we still stay in Liyue?" "Don't worry, the lady has a plan." Suddenly, a person blocked the front of the team, and the Thunderhammer Wind fist rushed up, intending to take her down. The masked figure pressed a hand on the sword's sheath, and a red blade gleamed across. Both of them were cut in half at the waist, yet unscathed. Lying on the ground, looking at their other halves, the masked figure dragged the sword forward. Ice spikes flew down from the sky, and she didn't even look, letting the ice spikes pierce through her body and hit the ground. "This is interesting." Attacking the barracks and still daring to come out? The lady gracefully appeared, and the Fatui were ecstatic. "Lady, save us." The commotion woke the young master, and he shouted, "Rosalind, don't panic. I'm here to help you." National Service Blue, A calls for battle. "Brother Lan, wait for me." A streak of gold rushed in at lightning speed, and Ming Lu arrived. The lady looked serious. 7 stars? There is also someone who can sneak around and watch the show. The more she looked at Lan, the more familiar he seemed. Isn't this the big shot who suppresses the heavenly principles? Marula. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The masked figure moved. Her blood-red eyes pattern began to spin. The vortex of the red mask converged on her crimson eyes, where 3 black tomo began to rotate, merging into a shuriken with small horns. As the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, the surrounding air froze, and the masked figure emitted gray light. Ming Lu sensed something was wrong and immediately formed a deep green wind elemental sphere, which spun rapidly around a white serrated edge. The attack, resembling a shuriken, flew towards the masked figure. The sound of the wind blade cutting through the air was extremely piercing, but the masked figure drew her long sword and charged straight in. The spiral shuriken pierced through her body and flew behind her. The masked figure instantly appeared in front of Ming Lu, her gloved hand reaching for her. Ming Lu's Geolama coat extended a golden giant hand, swinging a large nostril to strike. The masked figure did not dodge or evade. The giant hand did not touch her, but instead grabbed her arm. Ming Lu was also enveloped in gray light. One resolved. The masked figure's voice remained flat, holding on her arm without letting go. "What are you babbling about?" Ming Lu's eyes glimmered with golden eyeshadow, her vertical pupils turning into cross-shaped eyes. The pressure of her celestial arts exploded, pushing the masked figure back. Ming Lu looked at her glowing hand in panic. "It's like Brother Lan's divine might, but different. It won't explode, right?" "So careless." Lan observed nearby. Who can resist the cute version of Geolama Naruto? The young master was tired of taking combat stances. Seeing the lady not moving and getting angry. "If you want to charge, I will. Draw the water bow and shoot 3 water arrows at the target, Rain's head." Rain pouts and dodges. "Cool, bro." The young master pulls out the water blade and charges at high speed, envisioning Rain's attack, as countless illusions of Rain emerge. Drink! The young master swings his sword. Only he remains in place, while Rain has already arrived behind him. Doctor, do you know what Skirk said when she first saw you? Rain speaks lightly, but the young master is confused, and the water blade shatters into droplets. How do you know her? Apprentice. As he says this, the young master's legs go weak, and he kneels. Partner, I'm done for. The lady is bewildered. The young master can't be taken down that easily. Lady, you didn't attend the executive meeting recently, did you? Rain asks, and the lady recalls. I indeed didn't go. Then let me ask you, why embrace the ice? The lady is confused. Why should I tell you? As she speaks, she breaks out in cold sweat and trembles. Then I'll see for myself. Rain instantly disappears. In the next moment, he appears face to face in front of her. Wow! The lady is startled. It's too late. She meets Rain's red eyes, with the hexagram between them very conspicuous. The lady hurriedly retreats, but Rain doesn't chase her. Instead, he mutters, Oh, I see. This is interesting. The moment he opens the kaleidoscope, he quickly understands the lady's background. Originally, the plot was about the young wolf Rustin dying and darkening, but he clearly leveled the abyss calamity. As he looks further, Rain is stunned. The aftermath of the divine arrow exploded the mountain. Rustin sacrificed himself to block falling rocks. Did I cause this? Rain is speechless. I just wanted to correct the plot, but I was too heavy-handed. If I had known to use the corpse technique to hit people, why use AoE to blow up allies? The lady sees him standing still and throws countless ice spikes targeting vital points. Got you. As the sound of the ice spikes exploding rings out, her head spins, and she is directly tied to a tree. Huh? Did you take me out too? The lady is bewildered. Little did she know, Winter had already sent out intel. If you encounter Rain, run quickly. He can instantaneously take out an executive. On the other side, Minglu suddenly floats up. Hey. Wow. Then she is yanked and smashed into a mountain peak. The masked man looks at her and shouts, Ayi Haji. He turns to Rain and asks, his eyes, is that you? Rain senses the gaze and turns back, seeing Minglu being knocked away, extending his small hand to pull her back. Minglu lands and looks for the masked man, but he has long vanished. Rain leans in to look at the glowing Minglu, opens the hexagram kaleidoscope, and the gray light instantly disappears. The hidden masked man is bewildered. How did you break the seal? Revealing his figure, he looks at Rain's back. His blood-colored eyes trying to pierce through him, but are blocked by mist. Both executives are dealt with. The masked man glances at the unconscious young master and the struggling lady. Just as he intends to leave, Rain turns back and smiles at her. The masked man is stunned. How can he see me? I'm already void. She tries to become void to disappear. But Rain is different. The masked man recognizes. It's the one who made me stronger back then. Come back when you have eyes like mine. The words from years ago resurface, and the masked man touches her mask, her single eye gazing at Rain. How long are you going to hide? Rain shouts, and she comes back to her senses to meet his gaze. Seeing the dart hexagram in Rain's eyes, pressure descends instantly. She hurriedly releases her ocular power to resist. But when her ocular power is released and meets Rain's ocular power, she immediately gives up the thought. I can't hit him at all. Her ocular power is far inferior to Rain's, and as soon as she releases it, she feels that deep, terrifying force. In pain, she covers her eyes and exits void mode, and Rain teleports in front of her. Where's your other eye? The masked man wants to draw her sword, but feels as if chained and unable to move. Trembling, she raises her eyes, and the hexagram kaleidoscope on Rain's handsome face is extraordinarily enchanting. Her brain suddenly goes blank, and when she regains control, she draws her sword to strike Rain, her sword covered in gray ripples. But the moment it hits, it stops and begins to crack. With only the hilt left, she hurriedly turns to flee into the void. Brother Rain? Minglu runs over and looks up at him. Rain sighs. It's quite pitiful. Even the Sharingan didn't change her tragedy. He checks memories. Ayi Haji can connect with the void, making herself or objects become void and uncontactable. The perspective shifts to Ying's side. Once Rain and Minglu leave, the area is empty. Ing, dressed in a golden-tailed beast coat, looks incredibly majestic. So cool. Paimon has stars in her eyes. So shiny. Keqing looks at her red outfit and then at Ying's golden coat. No love for Liyue anymore. On the opposite side, Osael breathes a sigh of relief. The big guy has left. He hastily urges elemental power to recover his shattered body. The wails and shrieks are ear-piercing. But you know what a god of evil is. The gods of evil are rampaging inside him. The barrage floods. Legendary Evolution King. Activate the nine-tailed beast mecha. Deng ignores the barrage and focuses on the plot. Ing raises the oath of the ancient, her sword body radiating golden light. Has my power been enhanced? The winds howl. This move is called Boundless Wind. She swings her sword, slashing out a giant beam. The golden light wrapped in a storm charging towards Osael. Osael, caught in evolution, is helpless. The giant beam easily slices through the evil dragon and the two heads of the giant rhinoceros. Osael howls in pain. I have to bear all the pain of the gods of evil. Ing is super excited. Originally, cutting you didn't tickle. But now one strike makes your life and death uncertain. Ing unleashes the power of the ancient. The wind god and Noel's great sword power manifesting in her hand as a colossal sword that shoots straight into the clouds. The barrage explodes. So long. It can cut Osael in half. Deng is shocked and takes a ruler to measure the screen. The barrage brushes. Measure mine. This is a toothpick. Deng shouts. Super Administrator. What you saying? Heavenly fire. No, turn into dust. Ing brings the massive sword down hard, smashing it onto Osael's face. The barrage brushes. Ying's sword is called the Ingguang sword. Osael looks at the sword breaking through the clouds like divine retribution, snorts coldly. Human, you are far inferior to Susanoo. The next moment, he is overwhelmed by the storm and the golden-tailed beast, the sword plunging into the sea. As Osael is just plunged into the sea, countless wind blades explode, tearing through the seawater. Ing gasps for breath, slightly fatigued. The golden-tailed beast coat still supplying elemental power. This ability is so convenient. She turns back to give a thumbs up to everyone. Ganyu and Keqing are just about to step forward when a shrill roar erupts. Do you think you can kill me? Watch closely. The seawater turns into a vortex, and a layer of purple-red energy appears, more than when Osael first emerged. The gigantic god of evil bursts out of the water and flies into the sky. Ing draws her sword and complains. Is this ever going to end? She's now a little anxious. The wind god's power is drained, and the tail beast's power needs to recharge. Ningguang is anxious. My Chunyu pavilion must not explode. Everyone wipes cold sweat. Even though the immortals pretend to be calm, compared to Osael, they seem like small figurines. Liyue remembers the past. The Susanoo of the Six Paths gods of evil was terrifying. Osael was just a minor threat back then. Now the highest combat power is the immortals and Ing. Ganyu and Keqing are just scratching the surface, and Ningguang's great Ivan can't deal with Osael's three-stage evolution. The barrage shouts, "Where's the god? Hurry and save the scene." Osael's new form appears. An 8-headed water snake transforms into an 8-headed dragon, each head resembling a different god of evil. Truly the Teyvat combat team. God of evil rangers. He roars at the sky, and the 8 heads each howl differently. Ha! The gods of evil shout within him. With our expectations on him, Ing looks at the stronger Osael, cold sweat pouring down. The barrage brushes. Mom, I'm going to die outside tonight. She shouts. Brother Rain, where did Minglu run off to? On the other side, Rain is showing Minglu the memories of the masked man. And Minglu is in tears. She is in so much pain. It has been suffering all along. Rain suddenly interjects. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Minglu is a bit confused by Rain's sudden statement. Is this still Teyvat's language? No matter. Brother Rain, her name is Ami, right? Yeah, she was called that by the peacock when we first met. Now she should be called me Yin. Yin, as in hatred for the world. Should we stop her from doing what she is in Sumeru? No need. You are a Liyue official. It's not good to interfere in her domestic affairs, especially since Sumeru is currently scattered like sand. Will we see her again? You'll know by following the traveler. All right, how is it going on the traveler's side? You gave her the 9-tailed beast mode. If she loses, she becomes Renji. On the other side, Ing shouts, Ningguang, hurry up. The shield can't hold anymore. She urges Ningguang to activate Susanoo Pavilion to speed up their escape, using a wind barrier to wrap the pavilion and lure Osail to Inazuma. After all, that is the territory of the god of thunder. Ozer really caught up, thinking that destroying Liyue Harbor would be a piece of cake. And even if the nine-tailed fox came, he could crush it. Ganyu frantically shot frostflower arrows to delay, noticing that Ozer was flying without attacking. This guy seems to have automatic follow mode activated. She thought to herself, if I really get slapped, the crash of Susanoo Pavilion will be faster than falling from the prison. Even in my chillin' mode, I can't compare to his hands. And when it comes to that point, I will burn everything to protect Liyue. Flying into the dark sea area, a sea cow beast poked its head out. What happened? Just as it showed its head, it was blown up by Ozer's storm. Look out! As soon as it got close to Inazuma, the protection mechanism was triggered. A flying tiger after this big. It's strange if it doesn't strike with lightning. Several purple lightning bolts streaked across the sky, striking Ozer fiercely. Ugh, Ozer grunted. This lightning would have turned any other beast to ashes, but he is a super demon god fused from multiple demon gods. His surface defense is higher than that of the giant rhino demon god. After all, that was a character who could withstand the 1,000-bird sharp gun during the demon god war, who could eat Amaterasu raw, and ultimately had to rely on divine might to take it down. Ozer's assembled body can easily handle Raiden Shogun's human machine attacks, and his original body can manage it too. After merging with several demon gods, Ozer's personality has also changed a lot, considering that there are hardly any normal ones among demon gods. The brain confusion is understandable, and it's already good that they aren't stepping on each other's toes. Don't ask how perfect fusion avoids stepping on toes. This so-called perfection isn't true perfection. It's just a united front formed in times of crisis. And it will definitely collapse later. Lumen looked at the wind barrier and wondered, Ozer isn't attacking them at all, but they can't do without it. She could only grit her teeth and keep maintaining it. Why not let Master Liyue take the hit? Master Liyue has already laid down. The general structure of the wind barrier was created by her, but previously she crazily fed the machine with celestial power, and now after this turmoil, the originally green bird has turned gray and all celestial power has been burned out. Surely someone would argue, defeat the prison master. At that time, when Geng was fighting the Liyue allied forces, Wazanti had said that no one present was a stronger wind element user than her. Exactly. It's this green and white big bird. No need to guess. Ahem. Back to the main topic. Ningguang suddenly shouted, we can't go any further. If we do, it will affect Inazuma. She stopped Susanoo Pavilion and chose an area off the coast of Inazuma as the battlefield. Putting it bluntly, it might just be their burial ground. Inazuma stood firm. No worries, brother. We can handle this. Back then, we took the heavenly god's thunder strike without a problem. At worst, we'll go from one island to several small islands. The author wants to chat for a bit. Our Genshin Impact, starting with Eternal Eyes, I become the strongest character update speed, is truly lacking. Once, we could easily update once or twice a day. But now it's become a zombie book with an update once a month, mainly because I'm in my senior year, and I can only go home once every 3 weeks. Previously, during my sophomore year, I could go home once a week and sneakily update under the covers at midnight, trying to earn full attendance rewards, since at that time, my main income relied on this full attendance, and if the data was good, I could only rely on the bottom line. Back then, although it was tiring, I could manage with a few thousand words in a week. Now in my senior year, coming home every 3 weeks means I'm almost at the end of the month when I come back, and I need to make up tens of thousands of words. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Moreover, I can't even bring my little Hanko in anymore. It's been gone since September. Readers advise me to write in advance and schedule posts, but I am purely an improvisational creator and have no stock. Coming back, I only have 1 day, and asking me to write tens of thousands of words is simply asking for my life. I tried writing a chapter a bit shorter and then supplementing later, but the chapter contents were too close, and I didn't know what to write when supplementing, making it feel extremely disjointed. Using AI to supplement words is useless. In the end, I still have to manually modify the plot, which is frustrating. Originally, I could hold on by gritting my teeth and sleeping a bit less. But there was one time when I fell asleep while writing, and in the morning I found out that I hadn't finished what I was supposed to write, and the scheduled release was at the wrong time. At that moment, I was truly stuck. Then began a more than a month-long hiatus. Once I stopped, I couldn't get back on track, and now when I open the Tomato Assistant, I'm confused. If I write, I have no energy to supplement, and if I don't write, the series of breaks makes me feel uneasy. I sincerely hope all of you readers can understand me. Also, one more thing. Writing this book isn't as fun as before. The more I write now, the more I feel like I'm losing my spark. I haven't touched the Genshin summer event at all, and I stopped playing Naruto a long time ago. The new plot ideas are completely absent. Writing a chapter now, compared to before, the quality is visibly worse. Sigh. Saying too much is useless. Just wait for my holiday. If the break is a bit longer, I'll see if I continue writing. Who knows? I might start a new book on Genshin Impact or Pokemon, fulfilling my own dream. In short, thank you all for your support. I might have to go on another hiatus soon, so please bear with me. A few people stood on Susanoo Pavilion, staring at the sky-blocking Ozer in confusion. Every available move has been exhausted. Running with Susanoo Pavilion, barely maintaining the wind barrier, consuming energy. Now only Keqing's purple cat head has blood-blue health left. Lumen suddenly asked, Keqing, can you turn into a giant purple cat? That's Minglu's exclusive skill. How would I know? Keqing pointed at Lumen's golden outfit. You try yours, right? Why didn't I think of that? Lumen's mind opened up with 2 punches. They collided, the corners of her mouth rising confidently. Let us go, nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed chakra outfit on her instantly lit up, as if about to explode. Keqing shouted excitedly. It worked, it worked. Ozer got angry. Here we go again? But this time it's different. Lumen shouted. I feel like my power is about to explode. It's about to take off. But then she squatted there for a long time, without any movement. Lumen was confused. Why hasn't there been a change? My height hasn't increased, and my tail hasn't grown. It's over, I'm doomed. Keqing and Ganyu were both dumbfounded. Ningguang and the Immortals were also stunned. Even Ozer had a face full of question marks. The laughter in the live stream was deafening. Is this the invincible transformation time? Everyone on Susanoo Pavilion was completely panicked. It's really going to end here. According to anime tropes, there's always a miracle in desperate times. The mechanical descent has been used. Minglu activated the Gundam. Lanqing fooled the crowd. A mental explosion? Looking at those present, are we letting Ganyu explode into an ultimate form to perform the last lesson? Don't do it. Suddenly, Lumen pulled out a blue and white lightning ball from her pocket. What did this girl get a pocket? That's right. The magical tool Brother Lan gave. She raised the ball and pointed it at the overcast sky. Ozer squinted at something being off, and Lan's voice suddenly floated in. I remember saying that this weather is suitable for a Qilin strike. Everyone instantly felt at ease. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to rumble with thunder, like a thunder beast roaring. Next, high energy. A massive thunder beast, flashing with dazzling golden light, crashed into Ozer. The bright light illuminated Ozer's fused body, and the white spots in his red eyes grew larger and larger, gradually covering the entire eyeball. Roar! The deafening roar mixed with thunder exploded throughout the world. Countless lightning bolts scattered, slicing through the sea. The people on Susanoo Pavilion hadn't reacted yet. The bright light blinded them, followed by the booming sound causing ear-ringing, their brains going blank for dozens of seconds. When their eyes regained clarity, they were stunned. Did we just die? Is this Brother Lan's power? Lumen stared wide-eyed below. What was once a magnificent sea had been smashed open, creating a hole the size of a heavenly pit. The surrounding seawater rushed madly into the hole, but the hole was too big. It wouldn't be filled even by the year of the monkey and horse. The surface of the sea was churning with mist like white fog spirits. And electric arcs darted around in the mist, weaving a scene that was both spectacular and mysterious. But Ozer cursed. Damn, this broken thing looks terrible. Look, Ozer was thrust deep into the sea by the Qilin, leaving only his broken upper body, his residual soul and elemental power sizzling and leaking out, like a deflating balloon. 1,000 years ago, the king of the sea died at the hands of the Qilin. And now the new one also fell to this lightning escape. Lightning against water is simply outrageous. Everyone in Chunyu Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the end, right? The golden-tailed beast outfit on Lumen shone brightly, wrapping around the wind elemental power, and in the dumbfounded gazes of Kaching, Ganyu, and the others. She leaped down with a thud. "Traveler, are you crazy?" Kaching was in a hurry and suddenly pulled out the thunderclap and lightning given by Raiden and threw it with all her might. "Catch this. It's useful." Ing caught it in midair, stunned. Is this a kunai from Brother Raiden? In the next moment, countless evil elemental forces flew up with a whoosh. Ying's wind element instantly transformed into sharp blades to clear the way. It's the Abyss. She's here for this. Ozer has a connection to the Abyss, and it relates to her brother. Although reckless, the kunai just happened to give her a way out. Ozer let out a horrific roar, and Ying's Oath of Freedom suddenly glowed with golden light, the wind element wrapping around the sword like threads. She lunged forward at lightning speed, so fast that even the trajectory was hard to see. With a muffled sound, Ying's great sword pierced accurately into Ozer's hard head like a sharp spear. In an instant, the golden beast power and wind elemental power surged into Ozer's body like two explosive dragons, smashing it to pieces, aiming to completely erase it from existence. Ugh! Ozer's roar was choked off by an invisible hand, going from deafening to a mere mosquito buzz. Ing was completely unaffected by the remnants of the soul or elemental disturbances, pouring in power to let the Oath of Freedom wreak havoc within Ozer, not giving it half a second to breathe. Ozer's vision blurred, flashes of memory flickering. "I'm sorry. I didn't get to see you one last time." After saying that, it completely went cold, its wicked life coming to a direct end. The demon god was about to self-destruct. Ing looked at the restless elemental power and drove her sword fiercely into its body. The golden rock elemental power erupted, and with the beast power, she looked like a little golden figure. Countless stone spikes shot up wildly as she drained the elemental power and shouted, "Drink this." Originally planning to use the flying thunder god to escape, her body instinctively acted. Her kunai glowed with the Sharingan's red light. "Look out! Support is coming." Golden light floated down from above like ribbons, snapping onto Ing. Her rock elemental power was instantly filled, and a golden cylindrical shield emerged, flooding her with a sense of security. "Stay calm." The rock spikes transformed into rock ridges, creating shockwaves, petrifying even the frenzied elemental power of the demon god. Not long after, Ing, panting, looked at the giant stone body, holding a glowing golden sphere. This is the power of the rock god. The immense power surged in her body like a warm current, and countless starlights shot out, weaving into a net of light that gathered on the giant stone. The starlight guided her forward, coalescing into a sword hilt adorned with ancient patterns, clearly inviting her to pull it out. Ing grabbed the hilt, and an ancient aura surged up. She focused all her energy on pulling the sword, her mind fixated on one thought. "I must pull it out." With a loud bang, countless rock elemental powers exploded, roaring like ancient beasts, making the air feel solid. Ing thought she could handle it easily, but nearly got knocked to the ground. But with her indomitable will and years of battle experience, she quickly steadied herself. Her feet firmly planted on the ground, as solid as a rock. Not only did she not back down, but she also gritted her teeth and continued to pull the sword, her eyes flashing with determination. "I will pull out this sword today. I mean it. Not even Jesus can stop me." Who is Jesus? Ing shook off her distractions and poured in the beast power, wind elemental power, wind god power, rock elemental power, and rock god power. All must be used to pull it out. Her gaze was so intense it could penetrate solid stone, and after enduring long years, the sword finally showed a slight loosening. This loosening was like the tender buds emerging in spring. Though weak, it was full of vitality. Ing was instantly filled with joy, like seeing a lighthouse in the darkness. She took a deep breath, gripping the sword hilt so tightly her knuckles turned white, almost crushing it. "Rise for me." A furious roar erupted, and she drained all her strength to yank it out, as if gathering all the power of heaven and earth into this one pull. The sword slowly came out of the stone, its blade shining with a strange light from a millennium of slumber. Geng grinned, swinging the sword and dispersing the light, revealing the true form of the jade-carved sword. The patterns were as fine as intricate carvings, and when swung, it carried the size of ages, its emerald green shining brighter than gems, noble beyond earthly things. This was the Green Rock. Legend has it that when Liyue first rose, the Archon wielded this sword across the land. Geng took out the Oath of Freedom and instantly felt her combat power surge to the max, ready to explode. She sheathed the sword and looked up, stunned. What now? How do I get up? Suddenly remembering the kunai in her hand, she gripped it tightly and shouted, "Let me up." In the next moment, she transformed into a purple flash, and when she opened her eyes, she was already standing on the Susanoo pavilion. She saw everyone looking down at the giant hole with concern, and after confirming there was no reversal, she opened her arms and shouted, "Hey, everyone!" Keqing and Ganyu rushed over immediately. "Traveler, you're okay, that's great." Geng remained unbothered. Let's not even talk about it. She was definitely tough enough. The immortals also laughed. Finally done. This was even more exhausting than the war against the demon god. Whispering, "Didn't you guys seem to do nothing back then? Look out." Suddenly, a tall man in a white hood appeared in the distance. Golden gradient braids peeking out from under the hood. It was the Archon. "This is good." His calm voice just fell, and instantly, another figure appeared beside him, dressed in a white haori, embroidered with black patterns, long white hair flowing in the wind, exuding an aura of invincibility. Isn't this what you wanted to see? The most thrilling battle in Liyue finally came to an end. The heartthrob contestants on Susanoo Pavilion began to return. Raiden was still confused. What happened? As soon as Geng returned to the pavilion, she plopped down on a lounge chair, collapsing into a heap. The invincible me saved a country again, actually all thanks to others. Keqing was so mad her teeth were grinding. We can't let the Fatui get away. Let's take this opportunity to crush their arrogance. This group of Beyond is causing trouble in Liyue, wanting to steal the Emperor's divine body while stirring things up in a place full of Emperor's fans. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of an entire nation? Although there are still some who believe in the six paths immortal, it's been too long since any miracles were shown, and the fervor has faded. I'll take care of this. Ningguang sat elegantly, taking a breath, and Minglu retorted, "Don't pretend to be tired. There are no outsiders here." The immortals scratched their heads awkwardly. Are we outsiders? They originally wanted to confront the Seven Stars, but after witnessing the courage of mortals during the battle with Osale, they couldn't help but think if someone like that were to lead Liyue, it might be all right. But the Emperor, the thought of this made them sorrowful. "How can we live without you?" Liyue quickly wiped away tears with her wings, dropping small pearls. Paimon flitted around in the sky in a panic, and Lumen asked, "Is your hand uncomfortable?" Paimon felt guilty. "I just got used to the swaying of Susanoo Pavilion. I'm not adapting yet." Ningguang rolled her eyes. "You're just thinking about blowing up my Susanoo Pavilion, right?" Keqing laughed and sat beside Minglu, tilting her head to stare at her. "Why is the traveler's tail beast mode golden, while ours is red?" Minglu tilted her head back. "She has a mysterious power. The tailed beast energy combined with immortal arts is golden." Keqing continued to stare at her, her amethyst eyes filled with dissatisfaction, while Minglu looked dazed. "What's wrong?" Lumen scratched her head. "Why does Minglu seem a bit airheaded? She's so cute in private during battles and explosions." Minglu thought to herself, "Be fierce with enemies. Be cute with friends." A week later, Liyue was thriving once again. Ningguang stood in Susanoo Pavilion, looking down. From now on, people will lead the nation. The Emperor had already hinted at this in a dream, truly strict yet loving. 3 secretaries rushed over. "Lady Ningguang, a guest wishes to see you." She pushed back, not wanting to meet anyone. But it was a distinguished guest, named by the Emperor. A while later, Ningguang watched as a white-haired man leisurely entered the pavilion, skillfully sitting down and brewing precious tea. "Sir," Lan didn't stop his hands. "No worries, I can handle it." Ningguang was stunned. "You've been here before? Why are you so familiar?" Lan replied, "Just a glance." "What brings you here today?" Lan finally stopped his actions, looking at Ningguang and her 3 secretaries who were whispering behind her. In the Tianshu Valley, it felt like entering a secluded paradise. The surrounding mountains served as barriers, blocking all the external noise, leaving only tranquility and peace that could intoxicate anyone. Take a look. In a misty mountain cave, there was a small thatched house that looked soft and fragile to the touch, but in reality, it was quite sturdy. Yet the thatch was full of age marks, exuding a sense of resilience. This house was neither a mansion nor shabby. It was barely enough to live in, like a forgotten abode in the ethereal Tianshu Valley. An old man in a white robe came out of the house, looking up at the sun. This weather is perfect for sunbathing. He leisurely sat in a bamboo lounge chair. So comfortable. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. A familiar voice rang out, startling the old man. Uchiha Gunglan. It's been a long time since anyone called that name. How have you been, Sir God? Time rewinds 1,000 years. The white-haired man sat on a meteorite, facing a massive, disintegrating corpse. An eyeball the size of a planet floated over. Starry Sky Dragon? Nothing special. Gunglan released the 6 paths mode, changing his hair from black to purple. Breathing in space was explosive. He had long left Lan'sTeyvat and turned back to look at the planet. The world bubble fusion has revived the eggshell. With his Rinnegan, he could see 1,000 miles away. This newly fused world bubble was just one planet of Lan'sTeyvat. Why not go travel for a bit? He exerted his legs, and the meteorite, capable of destroying planets, shattered upon impact. Gunglan shot through the vacuum like a meteor, the dark space devoid of stars and suns, until a moment later, he saw light, arriving in a living universe within seconds. Was this the fused world bubble? His speed was absurdly fast. As soon as he saw a small dot, he noticed a massive fireball. The sun? Images of Ultraman charging the sun for energy popped into his mind. I wonder if there's a phoenix skirting the sun. He searched for alien planets, and in a glance, he saw a planet entirely covered in golden skin. His terrifying vision allowed him to see the surface clearly from afar. There were humanoid beings with golden skin everywhere. In a blink, he flew to the planet, where there was a large golden sphere. He flew over and knocked on it. The sphere spun and shot out a red laser. Gunglan raised his hand and casually swatted it away. This must be a defensive measure. Gunglan waited for the sphere to make any move, but it seemed to have suddenly received some kind of instruction and flew away. What was going on? Gunglan watched the golden sphere's direction of flight. Looking again at the golden planet, in an extremely tall golden tower, a group of armored golden humanoids stared at a large screen in a panic. Beep, beep, beep. Unidentified creatures. Beep, beep, beep. No harm. Just preventing locust disasters. Beep, beep, beep. Received. Take note. Gunglan scanned with his terrifying vision. Countless golden spheres were scattered like stars across the area, and from a distance, there was a dense swarm of insects. Wow, a cosmic locust disaster. I've reached Star Iron. He exploded with excitement. Mihoyo's universe really connects. The people of Lan'sTeyvat are too weak. Just with the eternal eye, I could pierce through, and now, unlocking the Rinnegan, I could crush a piece with just a flick of my hand. The beings of Star Iron are several times more advanced, and there are even star gods. Such a powerful existence. My Otsutsuki body is ignited with fighting instinct. Just thinking about fighting the strong beings of Star Iron thrilled Gunglan. Seeing the locust disaster, he charged in. Mindless bugs were still waiting for the Queen's command, unaware of the ruthless person who leaped light years in just a few seconds. Even if they noticed, they couldn't dodge. The giant, true, hibernating insect, as big as a planet, had just found a breeding planet when a blue meteor flew over, shining bright enough to explode with a cross of light. Boom! The universe is silent but explosive. The true hibernating insect that even the Glamour Iron Cavalry couldn't handle was instantly turned to dust by the meteor. The massive swarm evaporated in an instant, not even letting out a scream. The destruction Star God hadn't even been born yet, and this fate had just been enacted before it was gone. The golden beings in the tower were all dumbfounded. Beep, beep, beep. The locust disaster is gone. Beep, beep, beep. Was it the Star God who did it? Gunglan stopped and turned around. It all evaporated? Looking at his hand, he had a better grasp of his strength. Humph, interesting. Ignoring the flying golden spheres, he he transformed into a meteor and flew elsewhere. What time was it now? With the cosmic locust disaster, the breeding star gods should still be around. His right eye emitted purple light as he called for Takamagara, and everything around him stopped before resuming. He had penetrated the world and gained the power of fate, also grasping the information. Ancient God War? Corresponding to the Teyvat demon God War. Oh! A piercing sound exploded, and Gunlon frowned. What the hell is that noise? A giant red clown mask appeared, laughing sharply. Found a fate order bearer. Ah, you know me. I'm so flattered. Ahaha became so excited that his voice cracked. Become my order bearer, and I'll give you explosive power. Gunlon didn't waste words. A snow-white long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a quick draw, an invisible blade burst forth, instantly splitting the clown mask in half. Ha 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 ha, you're really fun. I like you. The strike Gunlon made had no effect on Ahaha, the star god who loved to find amusement. Gunlon looked at the wildly laughing Ahaha and the clown mask. The infectious laughter stirred something within him, and he couldn't help but smile. Ha ha. Ahaha's eyes lit up. Then he let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha. Let there be laughter. The two gods laughed at each other in the universe. Suddenly, Gunlon stopped. He wasn't tired from laughing. It was time to get down to business. Ahaha was confused. Keep laughing. It's not easy to find someone I like. Gunlon's Rinnegan emitted purple light. To meet a star god so quickly. What luck. Ha ha. Incredible. You're too loud. Take note. Centered around Gunlon, an energy storm erupted. Elemental power and fate power intertwined, blasting a purple light column into the sky, dyeing the entire universe purple. Ahaha excitedly shouted, "Interesting. Show me your power." The light column transformed into a light curtain, shattering into glass shards, and a giant purple Susanoo appeared, its wings sparkling like stars, its body resembling a nebula, and its size was ridiculously enormous. Ha ha, so cool. Ahaha, I feel like a little ant. After Aha finished being excited, Susanoo looked over with crimson eyes, and countless purple lights transformed into sharp blades, swiftly surrounding him. Aha's laughter choked. The blades penetrated his false body and actually restrained him. Aha was confused. How does a gaze affect the main body? But he was extremely happy. Am I going to be slaughtered? How interesting. Gunlon sneered. Enjoy it while you can. We'll see if you're still laughing later. Susanoo drew a massive purple sword from his waist, wrapped in red energy, and swung it down at Aha's head. Aha was excited like a masochist. Come on. Susanoo's annihilation slash. A plain and unremarkable strike, but it directly broke through Aha's defenses. Ouch. This strike pierced his main body, almost damaging his kidneys. As the Joy Star God, it was Aha's first time feeling such pain, and his true body deep in the universe quickly severed the connection. But even after losing the connection, he still wanted to laugh. It's been so long since he felt this pain. Suddenly, a gigantic crescent sword light flew over, piercing through his body. Aha was dumbfounded. No way. This isn't right. Pain is nothing. The key is that he clearly sensed. His fate was fading, disappearing. How could this be? How could this be? This is unreasonable. Aha's fate as a star god was incredibly solid. Unless he gave up himself, it would never disappear. Even if the star god died, someone would take over. So what was happening now? His mind was filled with confusion, and he turned to ashes. Gunlon, who had been watching closely, finally smiled in satisfaction. Would the death of a star god harm the universe? After thinking for so long, whatever. Consider a lesson. We Uchiha are very kind. We never kill randomly. The ones he killed were all dumbfounded, so... Gunlon snapped his fingers, and Aha resurrected out of thin air. I came back to life? Instantly, double purple rippling eyes appeared in his mind. He excitedly shouted, "Ha ha, it's you. You're so strong." Gunlon looked at him disdainfully. "Why don't you learn your lesson?" His right eye brightened. High heaven, just as Aha was about to laugh. He found he couldn't anymore. He could only speak. He crossed light years to look at Gunlon. Interesting. High heaven. The next moment, he couldn't speak. His vision cleared and shrank. Around him were wooden fences, dirt, and dung, with a white-skinned wild boar staring at him. The dignified Joy Star God, Aha had turned into a little wild boar that couldn't run. He was still super excited. How interesting. The next moment, his body was out of control, lunging toward the stinking dung tower. Aha's inner thoughts. So dry. Even more exciting, Gunlan looked at his thoughts and was speechless. This guy is too optimistic. Gunlan transformed Aha back, and then ignored him, flying with Susanoo. Along the way, the gigantic beast of the starry sky looked at Susanoo's massive body and didn't dare to move. No one could match his sword size. Who would dare to approach? Some stubborn ones rushed up, but they were all instantly killed by Susanoo's surrounding swords. Gunlan flew toward the sensing direction. If I can cut down Aha, my level must be high. But Aha was too weak. Was the timeline too early? As he flew, he encountered barren planets, and finally sensed that the power was near. Before his eyes appeared a golden giant wall stretching to the horizon. This wall was spectacular beyond belief. He pondered, what if others climb the wall? Just charge straight at the Amber King's giant wall. The Amber King, still busy with his dusting, noticed, is there a little demon messing with my wall? Before he could act, a cracking sound exploded, and the space seemed to shatter. The giant wall was actually damaged. The Amber King remained calm, continuing to dust, completely unconcerned. However, Gunlan had a completely different perspective. Susanoo's massive body, astonishingly large like a planet, carried immense power and crashed heavily into the Amber King's towering, resplendent giant city wall. At that moment, Gunlan did not use any weapons or special abilities, purely relying on Susanoo's phenomenal body strength to launch this earth-shattering attack. Meanwhile, the purple energy surrounding Susanoo surged like a raging tide, burning with fierce flames, physically pounding against that indestructible giant wall. The surface of the giant wall instantly erupted with layers of ripples, rapidly spreading like a giant stone thrown into a lake. Then crack, an ear-piercing sound. The wall, which was built by the star god and as solid as gold, was ruthlessly shattered by Gunlan's collision. The Amber King stood there dumbfounded, holding his small golden hammer, his face full of confusion. Wait, buddy, are you a pancake? Gunlan turned to look at him. This top star god of the universe resembled a stunned child whose sandcastle had been kicked over, almost making him laugh out loud. After a moment of silence, the Amber King let out a thunderous divine sound, his form like electricity as he grabbed the giant hammer, rushing over like a flaming meteor. The hammer glinted coldly, its power akin to a tsunami or volcano, capable of shattering an entire star system. Gunlan was not afraid, but instead excited to the point of his eyes shining. Now this is a peak showdown. The reincarnation I spun wildly, urging his ocular power, and Susanoo emitted a deep purple glow, wielding two giant blades. Each blade's power was not inferior to the hammer, and even more domineering. Pay attention. At the critical moment, a thunderous clash erupted. The hammer and dual swords collided fiercely, the space cracking like glass, followed by a complete collapse. The shockwave instantly swept through the star system, energy rampaging like a runaway wild horse, stars swaying as if they might fall, nebulae twisting into a mess. The universe on the verge of shattering. The first round ended in a draw. Gunlan stepped back half a step, and the dual blades struck with lightning speed. The Amber King smashed one sword with a hammer, but the other sword couldn't evade, striking him with the power to extinguish stars. The Amber King's body radiated golden light, like an indestructible shield, bracing against this world-destroying blow. Gunlan had anticipated this. As expected from the guardian star god, it's tough. The next moment, the Amber King emitted an ancient sound, waves of golden micro-vibrations emanating from his body, rushing back along Susanoo's giant blade. Gunlan was shocked. Rebound? This is a ruthless move capable of dealing maximum damage in star iron. These layers of micro-vibrations carried Gunlan's power directly affecting Susanoo. In an instant, Susanoo's giant body shook violently, retreating far away. Gunlan shook his head, long-lost feeling. Seeing the Amber King charge again, he smiled. The game of house is over. His eyes, using the reincarnation eye, instantly manifested 6 black hook jade, and immense ocular power erupted. High heaven, strange purple light enveloped the Amber King. But he was completely unaware, still charging forward with his hammer. Susanoo spread its star-covering wings, lightly dodging the hammer, and swung a blade. The Amber King completely disregarded it. Absolutely can't break. As a result, he was directly stunned. His terrifying defense seemed non-existent. The giant blade sliced through him like butter, cutting his body in half. The Amber King's inner thoughts. I didn't let Lord Geng enjoy himself, sorry. Geng saw him, standing there dumbfounded, speaking in a teasing tone. Curious, huh? Susanoo rushed up again, preparing to strike down. This time, the Amber King did not dare to take it head-on, his form flickering to evade. Just as he was about to catch his breath, Susanoo's attack came in succession. The Amber King swung his hammer, smashing into empty space. The space shattered, and the time-space turbulence turned into blades rushing forward. Susanoo leaped through the turbulence, thrusting a blade straight at the glowing part of his head. The Amber King was pierced before he could raise his hammer, even pushed back. He emitted an ancient voice and summoned a golden light shield, but Susanoo's blade slashed down, severing part of his body, reaching out to grab the protrusion of the shield, pulling his massive body over. The Amber King was dumbfounded. Where's my shield? Is this a bug? Susanoo grabbed him with one hand and held the sword with the other. Geng laughed. Let me explain. My eyes can define everything, distort everything. The purple rippling eyes emitted deep light, leaving the Amber King in a daze. Geng released him, and again sent the purple light over. The Amber King felt the power return, pulled out his small golden hammer, and walked towards the giant wall. Truly a dedicated dusting worker. Geng followed, watching as he hammered the wall, and it extended. The reincarnation eye brightened. Watch closely. Pay attention. The damaged giant wall instantly restored to its original state. And at its end, countless giant walls extended outward at super speed, surpassing the Amber King. The Amber King was stunned, stopping his actions. There's a bug, I'm out. What are you doing fixing this wall? The Amber King looked over upon hearing the voice, but said nothing. A flash of purple light appeared in Genglan's eyes. Hungry Stargod? Thinking of this little glutton. All his memories came flooding back. He had played when the Star Iron server launched, and he had only crossed over a week ago. Yet he had already traversed Teyvat and invaded other universes. Geng looked into the depths of the universe, seeing a fair-skinned, graceful figure hidden beneath a giant beast with a rumbling stomach. Looking elsewhere, he saw white skin covered in insect tissue, surrounded by swarms of bugs. Breeding and hunger were both there. There were also many imposing presences. Pay attention. Geng looked into the distance, sensing the defeat of the Amber King. Were they all trembling? With a cold laugh, he sheathed the purple giant sword of Susanoo. His crimson gaze pierced like a sword towards the figure surrounded by the swarm. Breeding Taz Yolros, you've done quite a bit of bad stuff. He had already infiltrated the Star Iron universe, checking breeding information like flipping through files. Now, although breeding hadn't caused a cosmic locust disaster, it was only letting the bug swarm prey on planets. And Geng was just annoyed with him. The author had been knocked silly by a giant bug back in the day. As Susanoo sheathed his sword, the sword body exploded with purple light, like the brightest star in the night sky, gathering at the hilt and filling the sheath, just like holding a giant glow stick. In the next moment, Susanoo's momentum suddenly changed. A fierce and violent aura surged up. The space twisted. Meteorites and asteroids trembled as if they would shatter. Even the Amber King's wall couldn't withstand it. The Amber King was dumbfounded. What the hell? But Susanoo firmly gripped the sword hilt, slowly and steadily adjusting his posture, preparing for the most terrifying slash. Finally, he leaned back into a drawsword stance, his eyes bursting with red light. Clang! The purple giant sword flew out of the sheath like the wind, creating a sharp whistle, and the crimson crescent sword energy shot out with a bang. The sword energy surged forward like a tidal wave, shaking and threatening to tear apart everything in its path. The sword energy was like an indestructible blade, cutting through with the force of a thunderbolt. Wherever it passed, whether it was a massive planet, countless meteorites, or any other obstruction, everything was split in two in an instant. Even the seemingly ethereal space couldn't escape, emitting a chilling, crackling sound. The sword energy charged deeper. The already fragile space exploded with a bang. The sword energy dove into the rift like a rampaging dragon, ignoring billions of light years of distance. Piercing through layers of obstacles in just a second or two, the red glowed dazzling and directly pouncing towards the breeding star god. Pay attention. The sword energy, initially about the same size as Susanoo, expanded dozens of times in midair. The red light blotted out the sky like a sea of red, rolling over with immense force. Every strand of energy carried a cutting power that looked down upon the world, feeling as if it could slice through everything like vegetables. Only then did the breeding star god notice the attack. Looking up, he saw the overwhelming red glow rushing towards him, until the red light filled his face. He remained stunned, and with a swish, he was completely engulfed by the red glow. Looking again, the breeding giant god, surrounded by bugs, had completely vanished. Susanoo, time-space slash. Geng said coldly. With this simple slash, he crushed the universe's top star god. This sword contained the pure power of the super six-path, Susanoo. So outrageous that no one in the entire universe could withstand it. It was a rule-based erasure. With the star god dead, the surrounding bugs all wailed, bumping around like ants without antennae, colliding into each other and exploding into disgusting juices. The Morning Language's nightmare characteristics were now fully applied to their kind. Explosions sounded like fireworks. But that juice was nauseating to behold. A few giant bugs of different colors flew out, blue, gray, and gold. These were the future breeding commanders. At their peak, they could destroy planets at will, blowing a breath to consume a life-bearing planet. But now they were scared silly, frantically running away. Their leader was gone. What is the point of resisting? Geng didn't care at all. Without the star god, the commanders were just bigger bugs. After beating these star gods thoroughly, Geng slowly raised his head, coldly gazing at the vast universe before him. The pitch-black universe like a grand curtain, adorned with starlight and gems. Yet he had blasted out many shocking rifts. The rifts spewed terrifying power outward, like a giant abyssal beast opening its mouth to swallow the universe. Geng had no expression, extremely calm. Just now, when he fought the star god, the energy backlash inevitably affected the innocent. He looked around. The planets that had once been here were all gone, obliterated by the apocalyptic aftermath into dust, drifting in the endless void. Hence, it could be seen just how terrifying the power Geng exhibited at this moment truly was, surpassing the limits of what ordinary people could imagine. Susanoo retracted its wings. Floating in the dark universe, Geng looked into the distance, a powerful aura instantly piquing his interest. He activated his reincarnation eye, looking 1,000 miles away, locking onto a target, and his eyes flashed purple light. In an instant, he disappeared. The next second, Geng arrived at his destination. Now his pupil power was explosive, and his heavenly hand ability had upgraded. Originally, he could switch places with people or objects, but now he could directly switch places with space. Combined with the terrifying vision that monitored across time and space, he could practically go wherever he wanted. Pay attention. The calm black universe was suddenly torn open, purple like a scar in the cosmos. Countless nebulae spun wildly, deep purple light flashing dazzlingly, like a magnificent cosmic dance. Then a giant purple tea egg emerged from the rift, exuding an aura of void, capable of swallowing everything. Two small white dots on it looked just like eyes watching the surroundings. Void Star God X-0. This star god was the most mysterious in Star Iron, its existence. Formation and strength were all enigmas, but it undoubtedly held the top seat in combat power, except for the tree above. Geng looked at this cute creature. Without hesitation, unleashed infinite pressure. Repulsive force turned into a barrier, crushing everything in its path into dust. 6 paths, Shinra Tensei. This invincible power smashed towards the void star god. But the other party acted as if nothing had happened. When the attack got close, it shook its ethereal purple glow, and Shinra Tensei directly missed, failing to hit. Genglan's gaze sharpened. Void? Interesting. Immediately afterward, Geng waved his arm, and a giant bow and arrow surged out of Susanoo's giant palm. The bow and arrow's aura was terrifying, power radiating outward like a raging tide, warping space, Even time seemed to pause. Susanoo's massive wings unfurled behind it, large enough to block out the sun. Energy feathers flashed purple light, melting and transforming into overwhelming power that exploded outward. The stars in the star system and meteorites were all enveloped, collapsing like dolls, transforming into energy particles that converged into beams directed towards Susanoo. A deep purple arrow appeared out of nowhere, and Susanoo drew the bow to full stretch. The bow and arrow flashed with strong light, sparking the aura, shaking the universe. 6 paths, Susanoo, arrow of the stars. As soon as Genglan's voice fell, the arrow of the stars was finally released. In an instant, the world fell silent. The entire universe was listening to the sound of the bowstring. The sharpness turned solid as it shot through. Wherever it passed, space shattered like glass. Shooting straight towards the void star god, it stared with its mismatched eyes, unresponsive, pierced by the arrow. Victory and defeat were already determined. After Genglan crushed the void star god, he was inexplicably transported to a scene. The strong light blinded him, and when he looked up, he was directly stunned. A massive tree shot up into the clouds, entirely golden like it was made of pure gold. The branches grew horizontally like giant dragons. Golden leaves adorned with bubbles, each bubble containing a complete world. Continents, starry skies, everything. Is this the tree of virtual numbers? Genglan was stunned. What did I do to be transported here? I'm not charging at the tree. Suddenly, his mind went blank, unable to recall previous events, even forgetting important people. He stared at the tree. It must be your doing. The complete Susanoo roared into existence, the Taoist jade swirling around it, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The voice of an otherworldly existence echoed. What is your future? Genglan was furious. I'll chop you down first. Drawing the giant sword capable of cleaving through countless planets, he flapped his wings and charged forward. Annihilation slash. The giant tree shot an endless golden light. Susanoo charged through. After gaining the reincarnation eye, he had reached a conceptual level, and Susanoo's invincibility was truly unmatched. This tree is a unified entity of rules. But Genglan doesn't care. Annihilate and cut anything. Aren't you something? Takamagara modifies everything, turning you into something. Susanoo charges against the light, the massive blade aimed at the trunk. The scene shifts, the Liyue journey ends, and the traveler takes Paimon to the Chuanyu Pavilion for a feast. In reality, it's Friday. Deng finishes the livestream. Goes downstairs to buy milk tea in the Mushuai city. What's fat? Not saying means 0 calories. Sipping the milk tea, the sweet and greasy taste explodes on her tongue. So refreshing. She takes out her phone to scroll through Bilibili and sees the Genshin Impact announcement. Wow, a preview tonight. Is version 2.0 coming so soon? Deng recalls her experiences during this time. From when she started playing this game, so much time has passed. Deng reminisces about the joys and sorrows of her travels and remembers what Vinny said about the meaning of travel. Although she doesn't know how Genshin Impact will develop in the future, she is super happy now. The joy and fun that Genshin Impact brings her. Even if the strength is overwhelming, her feelings haven't changed. The author used to play with great excitement, but now can't find that feeling. She clicks on the Genshin Impact announcement, which states the preview live stream time and special program. The big word for the Genshin Impact preview are very eye-catching, and below are the A version Lumen, Ether, Paimon, and a black shadow with a question mark. Who is this? The Liyue version should be Kaching and her team, right? Looking again, there's a line of fancy characters below the big words. The one who knows everything. Deng is confused. Who knows everything? Zhongli? Just thinking about that elegant man makes her helpless. Attending your own funeral is too ridiculous. She initially thought Genglan was the Geo god, but later saw Genglan making a giant Qilin for Lumen, and felt he was the Thunder god. Forget it. She clicks on the Feishin, Yuan, and Shunshin group. It's full of Genshin Impact streamers, Strategy Immortal Black Day, Toxic Milk Immortal Jar, Casa Immortal Healy Hua, and her Tech Immortal. Despite some doubts and ridicule, Deng is super confident. My operation is the most explosive. Actually, you are more suited for playing clean water. She sends a message. Family, have you seen the preview picture? Who is the one who knows everything? Black Day replies, I don't know. I'm filling the gaps. Story Immortal Xiao Yan says, U1S1. The next Inazuma version should introduce a new character. Complaining Immortal Antarctic Bear adds, right? The footprint white-haired sister is super beautiful. Crazy Immortal Dog Jia. Hee, I like it. Deng Deng thinks it's true. The footprint ice attribute beauty is super fairy, and many people in a live stream are saving primo gems for her. She gets up to buy snacks at the supermarket. And time flies. It's almost 8 o'clock. Deng Deng bounces up from her bed, throws the snack bag, grabs a bag of chips, sits in her esports chair, and skillfully starts the live stream. Woohoo! Good evening, family. Did you miss me? The bullet comments explode instantly. Man, did you miss me, kids? The old giant is getting fatter. Deng Deng shouts, super admin. Ignoring the bullet comments, she clicks into the preview live stream. On the screen, the cartoon Susanoo Pavilion is spinning. Bullet comments fly. Susanoo Pavilion spinning for an hour. She patiently waits, staring at the bullet comments, thinking about the white-haired girl. Pay attention. The Susanoo Pavilion suddenly stops spinning. The screen zooms in. A familiar voice sounds. Paimon. Who is the distinguished guest this time? The Q version Lumen and Paimon stand in the middle. Paimon is actually the same size as Lumen, super enhanced. Duo, Paimon, laughs. You got into character. We are plushies, not characters. Bao, Lumen, responds. Hello everyone. I'm the voice of Lumen Bao. I am Duo. Behind them, the Susanoo Pavilion gradually lights up. Ether's figure appears. And Bao exclaims, Longa, you're here too? Can the twins appear together? Longa laughs. This is a chance only at the CVT party. Bullet comments explode. I'm going. Who is the distinguished guest? They are coming. When Paimon shouts, the livestream room instantly goes silent. Everyone stares at the Susanoo Pavilion's teleportation array, eager to see who is coming. 3 beams of light flicker and fly beside the few people. Lumen, Ether, and Paimon's character's eyes shine with stars, super excited. Wow. Who is it? Wow. Quack. The last sound is Deng Deng shouting. She sees the newcomers and is stunned. Why are these 3 here? From left to right. A cold woman with blue and white spiral hair, wearing a purple coat and having 2 horns on her head. A cold man with white hair and black clothes holding a long sword. And a cold man in a black robe with red clouds and orange short hair. It's actually the deputy mayor of Winter, Inazuma, the 6 Paths Immortal Uchiha Lan, and the leader of the Akatsuki Godpain. Although players don't know Lan's identity, they all refer to him as Uncle. Who would have thought that the preview would invite these 3 heavyweights? Dungbing's mouth curls up crazily. This is what I want to see. Ether, Lumen, Paimon, and the livestream audience are all stunned. The 3 most mysterious figures in Teyvat appear together. Although they are all A-version cute characters, their momentum is not diminished at all. Pain has become cute, but still has a poker face, looking rather silly. Lan's character is still stunning. Inazuma looks like a smaller version of a little duck. Big duck shrunk into a little duck. Inazuma laughs. Surprised? Lumen's eyes shine. Sister Inazuma. So surprising. Ether wipes his sweat. I thought it was an Inazuma character. Turns out to be big shots. Inazuma laughs. Surprised, right? Lan and Pain remain silent throughout. Suddenly, little Lan looks at Inazuma, and Pain looks at the 3. What are you acting for? I said it's a tea party, not a character. Especially you. Pain looks at him, and the Rinnegan shines brightly. Right, I forgot. Pain's iceberg melts, and Lumen exclaims that the character is breaking down. Hello, everyone. I'm the voice of Inazuma, Hanser. Hanser doesn't need to act cold, instantly turning into a child's voice. I am the voice of Pain, Lu Zhaokuan. We believe in the omnipotence of Super Brother's voice. I am the voice of Lan. Everyone focuses on Lan. Wanted to know who filled in the character name on the voice actor list. Lan laughs. I won't tell you. This information is super precious. Looking at the unpretentious Lan, everyone's mouths twitch. This is completely different from the Lan in the game. Seeing everyone disappointed, Lan shouts, don't tie voice actors and characters together. Kaogo is ecstatic. So reasonable. Just as they are excited, the screen goes black and then brightens again, and the audience is confused. Did the Susanoo Pavilion lose power? The few people appear again. We talked too long. Let's start the preview explosion. Hooray 6. No matter the character, they raise their hands. A version little people have nothing to do with the main body. Behind them, the big whiteboard of Chuanyu Pavilion lights up, and the all-new interface of version 2.0 directly explodes the scene. Search for pictures yourself. Bao Bao sighs. It's been almost a year with you all. I still remember the days of grabbing UID when the server opened. Lumen proudly puts her hands on her hips. In the new version, I'm going to adventure in Inazuma. Ether also refuses to be outdone. You are now the anti-main character. Lan laughs and says to Ether. Ether retorts, my account is the male protagonist. Brother is the most explosive. Okay, stop talking. Let us watch the new version. The big screen changes, and the Inazuma version short film starts. Thick Japanese style. Directly shouting, Misa, the cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming again. The few people instantly become amazed. Cherry blossom trees. Different islands. Indugia explains. Inazuma is the land of thunder. Something big will happen when the traveler arrives. Lumen and Ether look at Lan. Lan go, it must be the thunder god, right? The giant Shilin is super cool. Lan awkwardly laughs. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I have divine power? Pointing at the whiteboard, letting out some information. Inazuma can go to the distant past. You can even meet my younger self. Lumen proudly boasts. I'm the honorary knight of Mondstadt, suppressing the dragon, soloing the 11th harbinger, crushing Osail. Lan chuckles to himself. You'll have a hard time in Inazuma. The big screen turns, and new event information explodes the scene. Indugia acts as the commentator. Oh, are eye-catching tough rolls. Once the redemption code is announced, everyone shouts. Quickly remember, after the explanation, it's the most anticipated character segment. The upper half of 2.0 is Kamisato Ayaka, and the lower half is Sayu. Kamisato Ayaka. Bao Bao is super excited to see the footprint girl. Do you really like her? Bao Bao directly shouts. I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog. As soon as this is said, everyone turns into bean eyes. Even the round-eyed Pain is stunned. Looking back over the past 5 or 6 days, the wind in Teyvat was studying things in a small shop, sitting on a high stool. In front of him was a purple-red arcade machine. He pressed the white button, and the screen lit up. First a white screen, then the big words Genshin Impact jumped out, followed by flames appearing, and a sword light cleaved through the flames, splitting them in half, with the words Dual Arena floating out. The arcade played a video. A divine eagle flew by, and the scene cut to Dialek in Mondstadt, adjusting his gloves on Wolf's gravestone. Looking exceptionally handsome, he looked up and saw Fiscal sitting atop a giant Oz, shooting 3 arrows with a Knight of the Deep dance. Dialek waved his hand. Just as the arrows approached, he spun around with Wolf's gravestone to block, and the 3 arrows hit it, exploding into a fiery red blast. In the next moment, Dialek flashed to Fiscal's side, surrounded by blazing red flames, his eyes turning fiery, and he swung his sword for a frame-perfect attack. Lan pressed start to play the game, and the screen shifted to a confrontation. Dialek slashing at Kaching, who threw her lightning blade into the dragon's roar, producing a flash of lightning, while Captain Jean summoned her eagle sword, bringing a hurricane from the sky, with 3 parties in a standoff. On the right was the start and the first stage of The Apprentice, and on the left was a row of icons. Dual Arena Grand Prize, dual tasks, battle reports, and seasonal rewards. At the bottom of the interface was the spirit summoning secret scroll characters, with Tartaglia, Wild Boars, and the King of Snow Boars all present, along with the Guardian of the Fire Shadow and Pandas. The secret scrolls were the same. Opening the character tab was even more explosive, from Dialek to Scaramouche. A dazzling array of Genshin characters. The system hadn't finished updating yet, so Lan first tried it out and exited to press start. The ancient sound effects of the dual arena rang out, directly entering the character selection interface. He chose Dialek in the first slot with a scatter build, Fiscal in the second slot with an 8-hit fire build, and Susanoo in the third slot with a chakra build. Playing Naruto and Genshin was so dreamy. On the opposite side were 3 hilichurls, Fire Arrow, Lightning Arrow, and Ice Arrow. As the screen opened, a cheerful BGM played, and Wolf's gravestone flew in from off-screen, with Dialek catching it smoothly for a stylish entrance. He took a couple of steps. The program could run. He He sees the opportunity to unleash his first skill, a graceful slash with a fiery spinning attack, directly knocking the hilichurl away. Then he consecutively hit with a 1-2-3 combo. The small hilichurl exploding into ashes only to revive, and immediately shooting a fire arrow. Lan quickly pressed the second skill, as Dialect posed with his sword. Just as the arrow was about to hit, a flash of red flame appeared, and he teleported like a hero of the night, instantly flashing to the side of the hilichurl and delivering 3 powerful slashes. Perfect counterattack. Currently available characters, Ninja, ranged from Mondstadt to Susanoo, while the actual storyline had only reached Inazuma. First, let's look at Amber, original Fire Princess, the world's #1 fire archer. Normal attack with the Windborn Archery, 4 hits. Shoot, 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 and then shoot a fire arrow. I'm shooting explosions. First skill throws Baron Bunny for a dash explosion. Second skill, Arrow Rain, causing burning and can grab. The ultimate explodes, throwing a giant bunny from the sky to create chaos. This is not the Sure Sway arrow version. Next, let us look at Lisa, Mondstadt's forever reliable. The Witch of the Roses. Normal attack with electric magic, 4 hits. Electric Arc, retreat with lightning, has invincibility frames. Double electric arc, massive electric arc. First skill throws an electric ball for continuous damage and can attract, can save too. Second skill summons a thundercloud that attracts and strikes lightning, doubling the damage of the electric ball. The ultimate punishes with a lightning lamp, instantly producing 2 electric balls, throwing balls in the opening. Thunder God, help me. Finally, Kia, the cavalry captain without a horse, the little black peacock. Normal attack with royal swordsmanship, 4 hits. Slash, thrust, upward slash, ice spike grab. First skill creates an ice spike dash, leaving ice blocks that can be teleported through. Yang Jian, open. Second skill, be careful not to catch a cold. Kia throws out 3 ice spikes that explode after hitting, scattering around. And if the first skill is in the second segment, can absorb the scattered ice spikes for protection and can attack others. ISNT this a propeller. Kia S ultimate. The Ice Phoenix S fierce flame slash is explosive. Dialect flashed to his side, and just as Kia was about to speak, he was ignored. Dialect charged up and unleashed a giant fire phoenix, knocking enemies away as he dragged them along, while Kia used solid ice to freeze into an ice phoenix, only for Dialect to slash and create chaos. Kia looked annoyed. Did you just break the ice I made for so long? Now, let us look at Bennett, the true god of fire, the reverse dog luck king. Normal attack with the Windborn swordsmanship, 4 hits. Slash, horizontal cut, thrust, and flame enchanted slash. First skill opens a box. 5 situations. Normal box takes cabbage and throws it. Love clothes. Exquisite box throws a sharp sword to create a trap. Precious box spills Mora at the enemy. Strange gift box awkwardly does nothing. And gorgeous box gains the blessing of the god of luck. Invincibility for 10 seconds. Second skill, fire slash, can be held down, ultimately exploding himself. The ultimate jumps high and gives a thumbs up to smash down, damaging enemies and healing, like palm magic, but can be easily interrupted. Conclusion. Oh my Christmas, is Bennett's luck really fake? Watch closely. The most toxic character in the duel arena. The one who should be overpowered. Uchiha Kengan, God War. He is the game creator and definitely made himself overpowered, treating all characters as deities of the duel arena. Combining his double eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with various abilities, he directly creates a chaotic existence. Special mechanism. Charging 4 chakra allows selection of Heaven's constant time stop or perfect void. Normal attack has 2 forms. One form with 3 hits, Chidori blade slashes, kicks, and dashes, has lightning invincibility frames. Then a normal attack thrusts the sword and teleports to throw a lightning ball. The second form during perfect void, kicks, fan slaps, kicks, and throws shurikens. And using Kimui flashes next to the enemy to slam down with Susanoo's arm, has grab. First skill Chidori has 3 segments. The first segment dashes, 1/3 on the x-axis invincibility frames. The second segment can change direction to dash. Pressing normal attack grabs the blade light. The third segment transforms into a lightning wheel to strike the enemy into the sky, crosses the y-axis. Pressing normal attack slams the ground. Full-time grab invincibility frames for each segment. During this time, pressing the ultimate can also insert a landmine of lightning to lift, followed by Chidori's sharp gun to smash. Second skill, Kamui. Kingon enters a void state, completely invincible. Automatically releases 2 sub-skills as a feint, holding a black stick to dash, invincibility frames, grabbing enemies into the Kamui space to bleed, and can throw them out and kick. Being attacked while in void triggers perfect void. The feint normal attack can jump 5 times in void, throwing wooden spikes while jumping, hitting explodes and grabs. Unlocking storm dance to burn enemies, and sub-skills can be saved. Throwing 5 wooden spikes while jumping causes 5 fires. Enemies caught in the Kamui space press the ultimate. Kingon enters the space using Susanoo's giant hand with a slap. Wooden spikes trap the enemy again to grab, directly using storm dance to burn. The ultimate switches to the Sharingan. Pressing the Sharingan switches from Kamui to Tsukuyami adds Kagaya's commands, changing all skills. After switching, the normal attack becomes Susanoo. The purple skeletal frame appears, the giant hand sweeps down and can grab, distance as long as Madara's. First skill pushes flame spikes leaving a burning pile, second segment black flame storm, full grab. Pressing the ultimate, Susanoo shoots flame arrows, full x-axis penetration. Second skill seals the hand to transform into a crow to dash and leave a clone. Being attacked triggers a counter, shurikens, and a group of crows chase and attack. Even Flying Thunder God can't escape. Summoning can also turn against. Holding the ultimate is even more explosive. In Kamui mode, dashing to the center grabs enemies. Fully formed Susanoo slashes with 1 blow, followed by a Mangekyo boom. Full screen time stop. 3 seconds for 1. 1 million damage. Tsukuyami mode opens the super large tree realm descending. Unzipping pants. Full screen attack then activates Susanoo to shoot lightning flame arrows. Full screen time stop and full grab. For seconds for 1. 1 million damage. Adding lightning strikes to become lightning release. Kirin actively increases damage and range, passively decreases instantly, and can grab. The ultimate graphic pull explosion, ants. If you have the guts to challenge, only this will praise you. Adults don't rush with children. Goodbye. Remember the Uchiha bloodline little girl? Last time she met Kingon, she was full of confidence, but then felt the despair from 1,000 years ago, directly falling into contemplation. She thought that after enduring so much suffering, she could stand in front of Kingon to ask about the past. But just one glance, she had a Mangekyo, yet deeply understood how terrifying Kengan's eyes were. Maybe she only had one eye, but her eye power was already explosive. Touching the hollow of her eye socket, she thought of the golden sunlight figure, and her fist was trembling. She exists in the void. Aihi's eye technique allows her to open the void, traverse between reality and illusion, manipulate others into becoming void, and her defense is nearly perfect. Unfortunately, the Mu Hua's eye technique is gone. This was her own choice, and she has no regrets. Now she has only one thought: to overthrow this broken world. Beneath her mask, her crimson eyes blaze with light, filled with hatred. Her figure becomes ethereal as she gazes into the chaotic void space. Inside, countless foolish soldiers drift, all asleep, their numbers comparable to a military camp. Among them are even some unexpected existences, revealing just how powerful this little Miyen is. She contemplates for a moment. When she last locked eyes with Genglan, besides fear, she also saw a mysterious location. After a psychological struggle, she takes a deep breath. Since it has come to this, what is the worst that could happen if she makes another mistake? In the next moment, she appears at the coordinates, looking at the unremarkable plains below, and glances at the ground. Is this it? A flash of red light sparks in Miyen's eyes, and a dark energy skeleton roars around her. Brothers who have fought in the Demon God War are absolutely stunned. This is the legendary Susanoo that once shook the demon gods. Pure power, pure destruction. Even the demon gods would tremble at the sight. However, Miyen Susanoo is much smaller than Genglan's, barely covering 2 or 3 meters. But this is the bloodline given by Genglan. Geng is the sage of 6 paths, and she is Indra, pure and explosive. The black energy wraps around her, and a massive dark skeleton emerges, its aura as terrifying as the 9 underworld demon gods. Watch closely. 2 giant skeletal arms stretch out, like pillars reaching for the sky, and slam down onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembles violently, incredible power crashing down, shattering the surface. Dust fills the sky, and chunks of earth explode into gravel, raining down like raindrops. The originally smooth ground is now covered in spiderweb cracks, still expanding outward. Mia does not stop. She raises her giant arm and strikes again. The earth groans and shakes. She actually intends to smash through the layers of earth, straight to the depths. Thanks to Susanoo's terrifying power, a hole is smashed open in no time. She shrinks Susanoo into ribs around her, diving into the tunnel. The entrance is narrow, but her slender figure passes through easily, though her chest is a bit of a hindrance. Moments later, the entrance widens, she reaches the passage, and her crimson Sharingan sees clearly in the darkness, walking straight to the end, stopping in front of a stone door. She reaches out to touch the stone door, sensing an ancient aura. Can she break it with her eye power? Just thinking that this is the location given by Geng makes her a bit fearful. This might be a test, associating with Geng's terrifying strength. The stone door must be extremely formidable, but she doesn't dwell on it. Her blood-red Sharingan suddenly opens wide, transforming into a kaleidoscope. Endless eye power sweeps toward the stone door like a torrent. With a buzzing sound, the stone door erupts with a powerful mental shockwave. Roaring like a dragon charging at her eye power, the 2 sides clash fiercely, the space filled with brilliant light and violent energy, like the end of the world. Time flows second by second, but this confrontation seems like it will never cease. No one knows how long has passed. It may have been just a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. Finally, a stream of bright red tears slides down her exquisite face, dripping onto her snow-white skin. It instantly blossoms into a tragic blood flower. The once cold and frosty her now possesses an eerie beauty with these blood tears. Without a mask to cover her face, countless people would surely be captivated and scream. She steps through the stone door and enters the secret chamber. Treading carefully, her vigilant gaze sweeps around, checking every corner for danger. And only when she finds none does she relax her racing heart and take light steps deeper inside. As soon as she enters, her gaze is drawn to a massive object in the center, a gigantic fan. The fan resembles a gourd, with smooth, flowing lines. It is completely white like mutton fat jade, exuding a faint luster, and adorned with black twisted jewels, flashing with eerie light. The fan's handle is connected to a black chain, its cold metallic texture chilling. Waving the fan could strike like a venomous snake. The fan is also stained with dried black blood, clearly having endured countless bloody battles and taken numerous lives. She approaches to grasp the handle, and in an instant, a scorching whirlwind erupts from the fan, surging straight at Mien. Genshin update time. Countless streamers go live, blocking the Sky Island gate. Open the door. I'm a dog of Kamisato, Ayaka. I want to play in the duel arena right now. Outside the gate, countless anxious players are trying to get in. Finally, the clicker seamlessly covers the gate, and with a loud bang, the door swings open. Dang's eyes light up. Okay, brothers, time to pull cards. Opening the Primo Gem interface. She gazes at Ayaka's elegant illustration and takes a deep breath. Ayaka, 10 pulls. Looking at over 20,000 Primo Gems. She directly goes for a 10 pull. Exchange for 10 entangling fate? Confirmed. 10 meteors streak across the sky, and suddenly one explodes with scorching golden light. Wu Chao! Dang exclaims. She just pulled Ganyu's 6th constellation, and she didn't have a cushion. The comets explode. Lucky dog, eat my spear. How is she so lucky? Dang eagerly looks at the 3-star weapons, clicks once more, and gets another 3-star. Ignoring the blue sky, she sees a new 4-star great sword. Dark and forest? How strange. Without much thought, the next one must be gold. Ayaka, clicking in directly causes her heart to stop. Out pops a purple cat head. No animation, just a silhouette. The J balance of Liyue S 7 stars. Amazed. Ming Lu, you can't surpass her. Some people are pulling cards, while others immediately explore the new map. Riding Beidu's ship to the thunderous land, they are all captivated by the rich Japanese style. Wow. Cherry blossoms, maple leaves, wooden houses, small torii gates, pointed rooftops, little kimonos. Ugh. The canister walks along, marveling at the stunning art of Genshin. But then recalling that Inazuma is currently locked down in the plot, it feels a bit heavy. This is a new map, a sightseeing experience. Some are directly linking multiple accounts, frantically searching for treasure chests on the map. Bok Choy, Black Day, Blue Way, these grinding players are racing for the fastest strategies. Some are analyzing map data for subsequent plots. Others are looking for map bosses to challenge solo for first blood, while more casual players stroll around enjoying themselves. In the past, these were the types of players, but this version update is completely different. There's a new built-in game, the Duel Arena. Interested players rush towards Liyue, South Yujing Terrace, following the mission indicators, following the instructions to find a super extraordinary store. Land's Cabin? What name? Ian feels a bit speechless, trembling with anticipation when previewing the new content, as if this thing is calling him. Holding on to his doubts, he starts the live stream, sighing at the sparse audience, and begins broadcasting. The comments flood in. Sister Yi and is live. Is this Land's store? Are we going to try the Duel Arena mode? The official says this mode is going to be big. Seize the opportunity. Can my bro become the big boss? True love fans watching today. It doesn't matter. Let us see how many primo gems there are. Ian smiles, accustomed to this title, and controls Vinny to walk up to the front desk. The handsome dog he had seen before glances at him, flies over, and grabs the traveler's hand, pulling them inside. Paimon is stunned. Why are you pulling the traveler? You repair dog. She is dragged inside by the external path demon dog's immense strength. Inside is a machine filled with a technological vibe. A huge screen lights up, displaying Genshin. 2 big characters. Ian is stunned. Am I playing a game within a game? The perspective shifts to the Duel Arena page, where Dialek, Kaching, and Jean are in a standoff. The image is incredibly impactful. Though he doesn't know why they are fighting, he feels the tension. Glancing above, he sees a beginner rank. Rank? Quite interesting. He scans the surroundings but finds no use and clicks into the shop. Inside the shop, there are envelopes filling the screen. Clicking opens a letter. Thank you for playing the game I made. Duel Arena characters are absolutely essential. If you have these characters, choose one to unleash sweat and ignite the spirit of Duel. Ian looks at the treasure chest icon below, clicks, and sees all character images. He has the full collection. He stares at the characters, first focusing on Dialek. He knows he is powerful from the previews, but he feels a destined character. Looking at each one, his gaze suddenly stops at the purple cat head. Holding the thunderclap in its scabbard, it's bursting with charisma. As for Kaching, he chooses her. After selecting Kaching for the team, he rushes into the beginner tutorial. After fighting some hilichurls, he understands the gameplay, and, in his heart, he feels, I was born for this. It fits perfectly. After finishing the tutorial, he receives a good amount of dual coins and secret scroll fragments. Understanding the research. Dual coins are a special currency that offers discounts on Genshin Impact characters when switching roles. Secret scrolls are obtained through battles and like summoning. They are a necessity. Summoning rates are dismal, and I just got a red-orange little frog. He couldn't wait to click into the battle, choosing Kaching in position 1, a pyro hilichurl in position 2, and a wooden stick hilichurl in position 3. Without secret scrolls or summoning, the opposing team was configured similarly to Ye Miko, just swapping Ye for Amber in position 1. A flash of excitement passed through Ye's eyes, and his grip on the mouse tightened. This time, I'm finally going to shine. As both sides entered the duel arena, Ye was so excited that his fingertips trembled. He brought a cheerful spirit, feeling ecstatic. As the familiar BGM blasted, his blood surged, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The few old fans in the live stream couldn't quite grasp the situation, but were glued to the screen with intense focus. The barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. I saw other main players trying out Kaching. Honestly, it was underwhelming. The start was okay, but the damage was so low it felt like a tickle. 1. Old man Liyue faced Keqing, and after 3 sets of attacks, Liyue's health was fully restored with 1 pyro wind dash. Ye scoffed, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. That's because you don't understand the essence of Keqing. The barrage immediately exploded. No way. Ye, did you hide your skills? It can't be possible. This mode just came out half a day ago. How could you figure it out so quickly? Ye decisively declared. I'm using this Keqing today to make you all fans of my Keqing's ceiling. As his words fell, both sides could finally engage. As expected, Amber followed the usual routine, immediately sticking to the Ratatouille. Suddenly, a lightning-fast Ratatouille charged at Keqing, its body radiating fire elements as if it could burn through the screen. With his distance and speed, new players would definitely be caught off guard by this skill. Watch closely. Keqing remained calm in the face of danger. A flash of purple light appeared in her hand, and a lightning slash shot out straight at Amber. Just as Ratatouille was about to hit Keqing, her figure transformed into a purple phantom, floating up and disappearing. Ratatouille missed its target and could only foolishly bounce along the edge. Meanwhile, Keqing flashed above Amber's head, her sword dancing like a gale, striking with a series of rapid hits. The opposing player was completely stunned, and the livestream audience watched in awe. What a play. Who just said Keqing was no good? Ye firmly took the initiative, not rushing in. He hit twice and suddenly threw a lightning slash into the ground. Sure enough, Amber activated her decoy technique, charging in with invincibility, trying to unleash her sword rain to catch him. Keqing reacted explosively, flashing to the position of the lightning slash, perfectly avoiding Amber's attack. Amber missed again. Seizing the opportunity, Keqing unleashed a 3-hit combo infused with lightning, the last lightning slash interrupting Amber's skill. In the next moment, Keqing was enveloped in crackling purple lightning, her momentum sending chills down people's spines. Amber looked at the flashing purple symbol above her head, panicking, and before she could gather her thoughts, Keqing had already flashed in front of her, followed by a lightning phantom. 2 Keqings simultaneously swung their swords forward, launching a powerful thrust, and in an instant, 2 waves of purple sword energy surged forth, continuously crashing into Amber, seemingly with a grabbing effect that prevented her from escaping. The opposing player and the audience were completely bewildered. How does Keqing have this skill? Ye executed a steady A combo, and as Amber activated her decoy to throw the Ratatouille, Keqing flashed to the other side of the duel arena, right where a lightning slash was. Amber learned her lesson and threw the Ratatouille at Keqing. Let's see how you run. Just as Ratatouille was about to explode, Keqing flashed again, appearing directly at Amber's location. Amber was stunned, looking at the purple symbol above her head with a dark expression. The Flying Thunder God mark won't disappear. Although Keqing doesn't use Flying Thunder God, she has already practiced combining it with her own attributes. Watch closely. Keqing was bursting with dazzling lightning, charging at Amber. Countless purple figures flashed, each holding a sword. Dancing like fairies, their movements synchronized to form an impenetrable sword net, with thunderous sword energy sweeping towards Amber, overwhelming her with power. Amber was inundated with another set of attacks, her health dwindling to that of a flickering candle in the wind, leaving only 1 decoy left, without beans. She had no chance to counterattack. She aimed for the lightning slash and threw the Ratatouille, but to her surprise, Keqing didn't swap positions, standing right next to her, her body exuding a hint of mockery. Amber panicked, about to unleash her fire arrow rain. But just as she began her animation, Keqing interrupted her with a normal attack. Amber was taken aback, and Keqing directly activated her ultimate. Countless sword shadows descended, and Amber was instantly caught. As the sword shadows converged, Keqing stood in the middle, presenting a beautiful profile while keeping an eye on the person amidst the sword rain. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared. Narukami entered beast mode. The 2 exchanged smiles, one wielding a Rasengan and the other a thunderball, forming a Babwa formation to attack Amber. After a purple-green explosion, an old photograph of the ultimate technique popped up, Keqing wielding a sword with one hand, in the pose of her ultimate, lightning crackling on the sword. Her cold expression tinted purple. I am Liyue's Yuheng, with the power to expel you. It took a while for someone in the live stream to comment. So strong? This isn't nerfed? Ye instinctively replied, "No, bro. Is Kaching still hidden?" After the ultimate technique ended, the victory and defeat text popped up, and the audience in the live stream was still trying to digest it. As the second round began, Kaching opened with Flying Thunder God to gain the initiative, and the audience exclaimed in disbelief. Main package is incredible. Kaching is so explosive. She has skills. It's all hidden techniques. In the duel arena, the lightning arrow Hilichurl was thoroughly toyed with by Kaching, unable to touch a single bean the whole time, while Kaching intentionally let him down. Yet he still couldn't touch the hem of her clothes. Infuriated and ashamed, he expressed his frustration, ultimately freezing in a head-scratching position. This damage is still high. Ye chuckled lightly. Did the little brother just scratch his head? I'm just defending myself. Then he wildly clicked to scratch his head. And the opposing side didn't back down either, both sides scratching their heads until they left behind afterimages, reminiscing about old friends. Then Kaching's ultimate finished off the battle, and a blue cross appeared on the opponent's face, probably so furious it exploded. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, from over 100 to over 1,000, then nearly 10,000. Although it was far from the likes of Ding Ding and Zizhan, for a lesser-known main player like Ye, it was already incredibly gratifying. He wouldn't know that this live stream marked the beginning of Destiny's gears turning. 3 blue crosses and 3 clean victories. Once the friendly head-scratching segment ended, Ye felt refreshed. He had never experienced this state in previous live streams, with operations coming out effortlessly, as if he hadn't forgotten anything. He glanced at the live stream viewer count, his eyes widening in surprise. Thank you all for your support. Tonight, I'm challenging the first Chunin in the entire server, excitedly changing the live stream title to Genshin Duel Arena. He aimed for a winning streak. New viewers, filled with confusion and skepticism, Ye started another match, formulaic operations reaching peak visual appeal. The duel arena has this charm. Even if you haven't played, it still looks cool, with artistic visual impact on display. Starting with Flying Thunder God to draw the prize, unless Dialek uses a counter. Otherwise, it's a guaranteed hit. After receiving the lightning sword wave damage, the opponent's decoy, just dodge and walk away. Predict the landing and instantly teleport again, following up with a strengthened lightning sword wave to take the initiative. If there are beans, directly activate the ultimate and chain it. It's simply uncounterable. Only characters like Lisa, who can cover a large area, can withstand it. If she doesn't instantly trigger a lightning strike at the start, she'll be interrupted by Flying Thunder God. Dialek can also do it, but currently, players don't understand enough and won't use a counter as an opener, getting caught in a cycle by Flying Thunder God. Ye relied on Kaching's formula to advance smoothly, ranking up like drinking water. Quickly reaching the next ninja rank, he immediately rushed to Chunin, the fastest speed in the server. Many players were still battling the beginner tutorial Hilichurls. The viewer count in the live stream soared to 100K, something unimaginable in the past. Many came out of curiosity, entering with skepticism about Kaching's abilities, only to be dazzled by Ye's mesmerizing operations, becoming fans in droves. The popularity of the duel arena surged, and Ye tasted the version benefits. His era was about to arrive. But the version benefits weren't just for him. Cake, watching the lake, and Kalabi are among the duel arena streamers who have popped up like mushrooms after rain, pushing the duel arena straight to the trending topics. Even the laid-back scenery enthusiasts are curious enough to click in and try it out. In Cake's live stream, the cute teacher Cake is controlling Xiao. Pay attention. Xiao flashes away and uses his skill. The masked phantom appears, and the green wind element swirls around him, sparkling. He moves as fast as the wind, while Noelle swings her giant sword fiercely, but Xiao doesn't dodge or evade and takes it head-on. After the exchange, he remains calm, knowing he has 2 blocks left. As Noelle attacks again, Xiao seizes the moment to do a normal attack, instantly transforming into a deep green hurricane that pierces through and knocks Noelle away. After completing this impressive maneuver, Xiao steadies himself, dancing with his spear, the tip tracing beautiful arcs like blooming flowers. Little cat, show everyone your double spear trick. Xiao glows with white light. Cake clicks for a normal attack. Wrong timing. Turns into a plain A. Ahem, lagged. Kusi, lagged 0 spear. Run you on. The main package looks pretty good, Moon. Kalabi's livestream sees him controlling Dialek, moving up and down, keeping an eye on Amber. Amber hides outside of vision, ignoring the bunny Earl rushing in. In a critical moment, Dialek turns around and unleashes flames. Perfect counter. What a reaction. Excitedly shouting, "Me to OZ10, 000 yuan." The main package has strength, just looks like Awa. The duel arena is explosively popular, boosting Genshin's heat. The reviews are top-notch, but many who got smashed by Village Brothers complain. Setting is a Konoha student. Everyone calls it Duel Arena Village. And they join the group just to mess around. The Duel Arena streamers are on the rise, and the top ones are becoming major packages. These early streamers never played. She's ridiculously bad, but everyone loves watching her for fun. Attractive, poorly skilled, easy to go viral. If not watching her, who else to watch? But she hasn't tried. There's a feeling that some operational character suits her. Yi and this big boy has finally made a name for himself. Now, as a CH9, he has surged to the top, and he can't believe he's the first in the server, going from quiet to glorious in just one night. Just a few days ago, he was a small fry. He clicks to start the battle, selects characters to complete: Kaching, Agile; Dialek, Attack and Defense; Jean, Healing. These three are from the underworld. Genshin's usual gloominess, but the duel arena is still a big C. The opponents are three ordinary Hilichurls. Yi and scoffs, easy pickings. A free score. Not noticing the opponent's avatar, the original treasure swapped for the storm style. At the start, Kaching throws her flying Raijin lightning strike, an infallible move. Watch closely. The initial hit misses. Yian is confused how to hit the little Hilichurl. The Hilichurl dodges vertically, firing lightning arrows. Kaching jumps to dodge and catches the lightning sword wave, but the Hilichurl dodges again. The lightning arrow hits and stuns. Yeathan is alert. Met a worthy opponent. This positioning is incredible, but he won't give up the winning streak. Fighting strong opponents is exhilarating. Kaching approaches with normal attacks. After a sweaty back and forth, Jean uses her health advantage to take down all three Hilichurls. Ian wipes sweat and looks at his palm. This character has a long wind-up and high damage. Nobody uses it except for filling in. Yet the three he faced today broke his understanding. They controlled distance and rhythm perfectly. If it weren't for Jean's superior skills at the end, when the opponent was stalling for time in the last 3 seconds, Ian quickly pressed the uncharged Wind Vortex sword. A crit of 940,000 exploded on the screen, directly pulling back the health the opponent had worked hard to chip away at. It was too sneaky, but in the end, he still had the upper hand. Ian glances at the live stream, and the audience is a bit skeptical. Taking so long to beat 3 Hilichurls is indeed absurd. He mutters to himself, "This person has skills. Pulling and feigning while switching places, definitely a master." Inside, he feels a kinship. He's leading in the duel arena. Finally met someone of equal level. If the opponent had these 3 characters too, he would have lost long ago. While thinking, a big envelope pops up. Want to fight again? Ian instantly gets excited. Sure. He immediately clicks accept, loading up while confidently thinking. Hilichurls have a long wind-up. Although their awareness is top-notch, if I control it well, the advantage is still mine. Select the character. The bullet screen goes wild. This is interesting. Dare to fight again. Hilichurls are easy to beat. The opponents don't know that Yian is the strongest in a rematch. Amidst the cold sarcasm and supportive voices, the game loading screen opens. First showcasing Yi, Anne's Kaching, Dialek, and Jean. He's not surprised, waiting to see the Hilichurls, but his expression suddenly freezes. The opponents don't reveal Hilichurls. Instead, 3 brand new character designs pop up. Position 1 is a tall man. Black hair flowing, a purple zipper outfit outlining his figure. One hand on a black sword sheath and the other clawed. With black eyes, they're arrogant and fierce, making him intimidating at first glance. Position 2 is an orange-haired man. Distinct contours with a sense of death. His face has black spikes, and his purple crystal eyes resemble the Rinnegan. The upper left half of his body is bare, showing muscles, with one hand clawed, ready to crit. Position 3 is a blonde girl, golden hair and twin tails. Delicate features smiling like the warm sun, her hands forming a cross seal, exuding such a strong aura that it feels like she controls the entire field. Ian leans his face closer to the screen. Who are these three? Are these characters real? The bullet screen erupts, so strong. Position 1 looks like a young Raijin. The foresight mentioned Raijin as spirited in his youth. The others must be Super Brother and Naruto, right? They guessed correctly. Looking at the names below, Uchiha, Gunlon, Eternal, Mangekyo Sharingan. Pain, Super, Uzumaki Naruto, QB Connection. Gunlon, who opened my account? Ian gasps. These three are definitely a problem. He glances at the opponent's names. Original treasure? Could it be that the official came to test the new characters? How coincidental. Thinking about the strength of these three in Genshin, he panics. Raijin has been a savior since the game's launch. His terrifying strength is etched into players' DNA. This younger version looks even fiercer. Pain explodes upon entry. The numeric mechanics leave players dazed. Even pay-to-win players can't withstand his second form. Naruto, with a sweet girl appearance, crushes opponents with one hand, instantly killing abyss mages. Soloing the Osail with a fox mech, the strongest force in Liyue. With these three standing there, Ian feels intimidated, although Dialek, as a discarded character in Genshin, can shine in the duel arena. These three are absurdly powerful in the storyline, completely defying the law of Genshin's strong characters dominating the duel arena. Ian's hands tremble. Afraid without fighting? Is the opponent even human? He feigns calmness quickly to regain composure, though the opponent has strong skills and awareness. And their character lineup is explosive. They are at the same starting line as him. But Ian will never admit defeat. He wants to embody the spirit of dueling. No matter how strong the enemy, he won't be afraid. What's important is to strike the first blow, proving his courage. After motivating himself, he enters the duel arena. His Kuching enters blandly, and nobody feels anything. But turning to the opponent, everyone is stunned. The opponent is completely empty. Watch closely. Suddenly, a spatial vortex emerges, twisting the surrounding space as if kneading dough. Gunlon flashes out from a vortex. The entrance effect explodes. Two massive purple blades wrapped in flowing light slash towards the ground. The blades reveal the crimson, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, flashing once before disappearing. Ian and the brothers in the live stream are dumbfounded, staring in shock. What is this? Never heard of such an exaggerated entrance. Although startled, Ian doesn't lose his cool, slowly reaching for the flying Raijin to hit the reward key. His mind is in turmoil. Should I dodge the spotlight at the start? Or go for the reward to seize the initiative? In less than a second, he decides. Go for the reward right at the start. The skills of Raijin in the game flash through his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more amazed he becomes. This man is just too handsome. But liking it aside, he can't afford to get beaten. However, will this black-haired young Raijin be weaker without his white hair? Half believing, he waits for the game to start. With excitement, everyone is happy. Just as the start words fall, the timer is about to tick down. Watch closely. A bolt of lightning streaks like a flash of light across the sky, wrapped in a violent electric arc, piercing through Kuching. Kuching doesn't even have time to raise her hand to cast a skill. Getting hit directly, instantly, her whole body turns blue and white, paralyzed by the lightning. The sound of thunder echoes throughout, and as Kuching falls, the thunder cracks, and everyone realizes the timer just went from 60 to 59. The live stream erupts in shock. What terrifying speed is this? Someone shouted in disbelief. He had seen Amber the Bunny count, Ganyu the Ice Lotus, and Dialek the Fire Phoenix slash, all fast and quick, but no one could easily interrupt Kuching the Lightning God. Yet this Haiyan before him was blatantly ignoring the rules and dashing forward. The moment time moved, he struck like a torrential storm. His first move ridiculously fast. What is this? MiHoYo, what kind of madness have you created? Are you trying to destroy the duel arena? Just as Ian was about to summon his stand to escape, Haiyan drew his pure white sword and slashed. Countless white blade lights densely covered Kuching, exploding at the center. Ian was stunned. This blade light and sword shadow were all capturing the action. There was no way to escape. Before Ian could react, Haiyan struck again with a lightning attack, fixing Kuching in place, followed by more blade light and sword shadows. Ian was completely dumbfounded. How can he attack twice? Looking at the health bar, he was even more confused. In just 4 or 5 seconds, nearly 900,000 health was lost. And it was still a hard control for 4 or 5 seconds. Then Yin was lifted by the lightning light wheel. The lightning cutting and dragging him into the sky. The lightning turned into 2 hands that grabbed and slammed down to the ground. A massive yellow critical hit of 610,000 popped up. Yin was astonished. A million combo that couldn't be escaped? He thought this was Haiyan's ultimate move. But he never expected this was just one form and one skill. When Haiyan slammed Keqing to the ground, he inserted his sword into the earth, and violent lightning blasted Keqing into the air. Then the lightning in his hand surged. The sound of millions of birds shrieking echoed, transforming into light spears that pierced through Keqing. Tiny text floated above. Mute the world and listen to the sound of 1,000 birds crying. And oh, Yin looked at the health bar that had dropped by 1/3, and he was completely stunned. Yin gasped in shock, staring at the arena, frantically pressing the stand button until his hand went numb just to summon it. This was the first and last stand of this match. He immediately activated his second skill, the lightning sword wave, hoping to take advantage of the stand's invincibility for a counterattack. On the field, Haiyan finished summoning the 1,000 birds. Standing still like a statue, his deep eyes fixed ahead as if waiting for something. Time passed second by second, and the fierce lightning sword wave finally rushed towards Haiyan. Just as the dazzling skill effect was about to hit Haiyan, something unexpected happened. A giant scarlet eye suddenly appeared behind Haiyan, exuding a strange and terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. At the same time, the air around Haiyan seemed to be affected by some mysterious force, becoming illusory, as if he could disappear from this space at any moment. Kawaii! Kawaii! The excited shouts erupted throughout the arena, followed by a deafening roar that pierced the lungs. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Keqing's lightning sword wave actually passed through Haiyan's body without any obstruction, as if there was no one there at all. Yin stared at the screen, noticing the giant kaleidoscope Sharingan. His heart dropped with an ominous premonition. A huge word for danger popped into his mind. This sudden change, this mysterious stance, made people feel goosebumps all over. He gasped in shock, and just as he blinked, he saw Haiyan move. Pay attention. Haiyan's body suddenly emitted strange spatial fluctuations, rippling outward like water. The next second, he was swallowed by an invisible force, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In just a moment, a shadow flashed in the air like a ghost. It was Haiyan. He pulled out a cold, light wooden spike from the place of fluctuation, and with a whoosh, he threw it, accurately piercing Keqing. Keqing didn't even have time to react to dodge. The wooden spike plunged into her body. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. Keqing screamed in agony. Countless wooden spikes erupted from her body, intertwining like bamboo shoots after rain, forming a giant spike ball that pierced her completely. This spike ball's aura was chilling. Haiyan didn't stop. The shadow flashed, and he had a pitch-black long stick in his hand. The stick was as smooth as a mirror, with a sharp slanted tip glinting with cold light. His gaze sharpened, transforming into lightning as he lunged forward, the black stick stabbing at Keqing like a black dragon. With a thud, the black stick pierced through her body, and Haiyan exerted force to lift her, sending Keqing flying and shattering the wooden spikes. Immediately, Haiyan wiped his eye with his left hand. A powerful spatial force erupted from his eye, twisting the surrounding air like a twist of dough. Keqing, whom he held, began to tremble, and the spatial fluctuations suddenly shrank into an invisible giant hand that tightened around her. Before Keqing could resist, she was swallowed into the divine might space. The scene shifted into the mysterious space. The sky was covered in darkness with no trace of light, and underneath were countless gray rectangular blocks arranged like a long stone forest. A figure was violently thrown out with the spatial fluctuations. It was Keqing. She plummeted down like a meteor out of control. Faced with such a sudden situation, Keqing was clearly unprepared, and she didn't even have the power to resist. At this moment, Keqing could only let her body fall rapidly, and both Yin and she were filled with fear and helplessness. What the hell? Why is there only capture? Did the character develop a capture ability? Pay attention. Haiyan's figure flashed and transformed into lightning, instantly appearing in the sky. His hands moved as fast as the wind, forming a mysterious hand seal. Puffing his cheeks, a powerful force surged within him, and a slender fire tongue shot out from his mouth, soaring like a red snake in the air. In the blink of an eye, the fire tongue grew wildly, transforming into a sea of flames that blotted out the sky. The blazing fire was about to engulf the world, and the mysterious spatial force came into play again, like an invisible giant hand twisting the sea of fire. The flames morphed and rolled, forming a gigantic undulating fire dragon. The fire dragon brought a heart-pounding heat pressure, its claws reaching for Keqing, scorching the air along its path to the point of distortion and explosion. Haiyan shouted, "Fire release, storm dance." The fire dragon's momentum surged even more with a destructive force, vowing to drown Keqing in flames. Yian watched as Keqing's health plummeted, his jaw dropping in shock. "I can't even be bothered to curse. This is way too over the top." The terrifying fire dragon mercilessly burned Keqing, and moments later, Haiyan released her from the divine might space, even landing a few more hits. Yian stared at the countdown of the stand time, pondering how to retaliate, but Haiyan had already accumulated 4 chakra, the golden beans shining brightly. As Keqing was hit, no one attacked Haiyan, but the familiar red light flashed. The infamous perfect phasing actually triggered. This phasing during the divine might period only triggers when attacked, but who attacked him now? Are you suffering from paranoia? Yian anxiously looked at the stand. 3, 2, 1. Now's the time. As soon as he finished speaking, Haiyan lunged forward with a black stick, piercing Keqing again and throwing her back into the divine might space. This time, Keqing appeared in the mysterious space, but Haiyan did not follow. Yian focused on the empty space, an ominous premonition creeping in. Are they going to keep Keqing locked up until the end? That's too underhanded. Before he could figure it out, Yian's gaze shifted upwards. Pay attention. The pitch-black sky flashed with dazzling purple light. A gigantic purple skeletal energy hand suddenly emerged. Like a heavenly judgment, it descended with destructive force. The crowd seemed to hear a deafening collision sound, like thunder rumbling through the clouds. The next second, the number that made the audience widen their eyes and made Yian's heart stop popped up. 1,450,000. A full million damage. Unbelievable. After this extremely high critical hit, Keqing's health dropped to 0. Then the ancient secret technique appeared. A close-up of Haiyan's face, his features perfectly sculpted. And the most eye-catching were those eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. They flickered with a heart-pounding light, exuding an indescribable eerie aura. Looking again, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, holding a barely perceptible smile, hiding endless secrets and cunning, making him incredibly charming. He said in a magnetic, seductive voice, "Having the courage to challenge me is commendable. That's all worth praising." This arrogant and incredibly cool line, paired with his unique voice, exploded into everyone's ears. The live stream instantly became lively. A wave of people directly fell into fandom. After Keqing was crushed, Yian stared at the loading page and thought. The illustration of Haiyan on the opposite side noted, "Solved Liyue cat head in 1 hour." Previously, he thought Haiyan was handsome to the point of resembling himself, but now it looked a bit terrifying. With the disgusting level of the skill set, fighting Keqing was like fighting a baby. Only one stand in the entire match. The damage was extremely high and agile. Invincible all over. Is this character not purely over the top? It could easily dominate the duel arena. Good night. Thinking about it, in the Genshin Impact storyline, Ganlan's status is already high. The official relies on the plot, while others narrate to shape a strong character image, saving the traveler from the hands of the heavenly path, instantly incapacitating the headache dragon in Mondstadt, and just a small thunderball can shatter the fusion god Osail. His strength in the storyline is outrageous. The intensity in the duel arena is explosive. Could it be that Mihoyo is all Ganlan fans? Imagining the Mihoyo crowd, Ganlan-sama, we will always love you. Not want to think about that. The second round begins. The wolf's end spirals in, and dialect catches it steadily. This is one of the rare entrance animations, but compared to Gamlen's grand entrance, it pales in comparison. Yin wipes his sweaty palms. Drenched in sweat and feeling extremely uncomfortable, Ganlon has even affected him from the game into reality. He takes a deep breath and stares at the screen. The bullet comments go wild. Go big brother selling wine. Ganlon is so handsome. Mommy loves you. Mihoyo, hurry up and bring out Ganlon. Uchiha Ganlon looks invincible at first glance. It's simply invincible with a person on top. Clearly, everyone admires Ganlon. Handsome, gentle, strong, high status, and wealthy. A pure male lead configuration. Unlike the player with the little yellow hair who always needs Ganlon to save him. When solo element, he challenges pain and gets beaten half to death, passing out against the dragon. During dual element, he suppresses the Fatui but gets treated as a wild monster binding wand. Clearing minions against Osale. Players immediately feel the main character is lacking, purely relying on teammates. But then they wonder, how did the little yellow hair survive? From fighting hilichurls to jumping into the god battle. Truly a main character, able to endure in a level-up battle, has skills. Traveler's OS, not bro. I'm brave enough to fight God solo with a single element. Unlike a certain dimension where I got one shot by minions with 5 elements. I sleep, and it's a raw Eat Nation attack. Back to the duel arena, watch closely. At the start, Yin frantically clicks the second skill for a perfect counter. He must know Gamlen's initial charge is terrifyingly fast. So Yin chooses the safest option, directly countering at the start, shouting encouragement for Kin to make the machine fly behind Ganlon, and crazily slashing at his face. Waiting for Ganlon to substitute, he elegantly flies out with the first skill, connecting with a scattered attack and normal hit. Yin has already simulated it in his mind, grinning with delight. If Ganlon knew, he would definitely say it's too naive. As expected, Dialect starts with a counter. Waiting for the perfect counter to trigger after the wolf's end is vertical. After a short wait, he hears the geese honking in the sky. Dialect retrieves the wolf's end and stands still. Yin is stunned, banging the table and shouting, no. Why not start with a lottery draw? Furious and helpless, he can only maneuver Dialect to find the right moment. At this moment, Ganlon appears in sight, and Yin is startled, about to slash. Watch closely. A flash of blood red surrounds Ganlon. A triangular scythe and a circle of divine might appear above his head. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan turns, transforming into the triangular boomerang of Tsukuyami and the hexagram. Dialect's attack is already at hand. It can't miss, right? In a life-and-death moment. Ganlon swings his arm. An extremely hot pitch-black flame surges like a tide, crashing fiercely into Dialect. Dialect is pushed back unexpectedly, flying away like being struck by a giant beast. Ganlon doesn't stop, reaching out to wipe his eyes and shouting, Amaterasu! With a loud boom. The black flames hit the ground, the temperature skyrockets, and the more terrifying black flames erupt, forming a massive black flame tornado soaring into the sky. The tornado burns everything, the firelight reddening half the sky, as if the blazing sun is about to swallow the world. Yin is dumbfounded. Is this flame tornado also a full-on grab? What the hell? Yin sees Dialect being burned, numbly switching substitutes. Finally got out. Looking at the Dialect without beans. He grits his teeth. The first skill was interrupted and on cooldown. Only the second skill left. Dialect lifts the wolf's end, and the black flames on the ground trigger a perfect counter. Taking 20,000 damage in a few seconds is terrifying. The perfect counter explodes with great fire. Dialect becomes the knight hero and stealths, instantly flashing behind Ganlon. The tip of the wolf's end is about to touch Ganlon. Yin stares at the screen. This time, I can definitely hit, right? Just then, Gamlen's body suddenly radiates a massive and dazzling purple energy. This mysterious and powerful energy gathers with incredible speed, pulsating as if it has a life of its own. In an instant, a jaw-dropping scene occurs. A gigantic purple deity appears before everyone. This deity is dressed in a luxurious hunting outfit, fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound. Beneath its mask, a pair of eyes flicker with a crimson light, revealing endless majesty and killing intent. One hand firmly grips a slender black flame bow, which burns with roaring black flames, exuding a chilling aura. The other hand is equipped with an enormous giant bow, the bowstring taut, seemingly ready to unleash world-destroying power at any moment. Just as the moment arrives, the giant deity draws the black flame arrow to the giant bow, fiercely pulling the bowstring. The black flame arrow streaks through the night sky like a black flow of light, shooting towards Dialek with the force of thunder. Susanoo. Dialek has just finished his invincibility with the substitute, and the counter has triggered, unable to interrupt. But facing this fierce strike, his reaction is still slow. Despite defending with all his might, the black flow of light still strikes him. Fortunately, the slicing after the counter is a super armor. Not interrupted, Yian just breathes a sigh of relief, and the next second, he is directly stunned. Dialek slashes several times, each slash carrying overwhelming force. Yet the damage is only 421. Yian can't hold it anymore. Absolute defense? Before he can catch his breath, Ganlan roars. Half-body Susanoo instantly rises, countless armors covering it, and the more terrifying Yatagarasa Susanoo, under complete form, appears. Then Susanoo grips the gigantic Tsukuyami sword and fiercely smashes downwards. Ganlan performs a stormy dance. Shattering Dialek's health bar, the ultimate move diagram pops up. Ganlan turns his back, tilting his head, his crimson Sharingan flashing with cross-shaped ominous light. The surrounding purple mist spreads, and he looks down like a king. Ants. This taunt makes Yian's scalp tingle and blood pressure soar. The ultimate move diagram's attack power is too high. He frantically clicks the head pat expression in frustration, and the opponents silently respond with an arrogant expression. The white dumpling wags a finger, as if to say, "You're too naive, kid." Yian, furious and anxious. I've never felt so frustrated since the broadcast began. But he still starts the next round, looking at Gamlen's full health. A sense of despair fills him. The two characters were completely crushed in between, without hitting the opponent, and it had only been 30 seconds. He looks at the last character, Chi-Chi. His best catching relies on skillful maneuvering. Chi-Chi relies on numerical blocking. High damage plus charge blocking can withstand skills, and a fully charged wind blade can deal extremely high critical damage. I absolutely cannot be swept. At least take down one. Thinking about a reverse sweep is impossible. And there's still Super Brother and Ning Jie behind. The bullet comments flood in. Can the main package do it? Ganlan is too outrageous. Like an official test character bullying people. Yian ignores the comments and takes a deep breath. Kids, the winning streak has to end, but I won't be swept. I figured out his skills. The advantage is with me. This reverse sweep, the applause fills the screen. Amid Yian's excited voice, the game begins. Chi-Chi walks straight up at the start, then tightly grips the wind blade in hand, starting to charge, while the violent whirlwind swirls around him gently. He doesn't charge in at the start. The situation is looking great. If you dare to come over, I'll stab out immediately. Ganlan indeed approaches on the third A. He performs a gorgeous turn, and the thousand birds blade with lightning strikes. The charged wind blade instantly erupts. Get hit. Suddenly a shout that stops the heart. Kawaii. Oh. Moments later, ants. Yian, with bloodshot eyes, stares at the taunting ultimate move diagram, clenches his fists and shouts. Let's fight again. Dare to accept. The invitation for a rematch times out after dozens of seconds with no response. Yian instantly understands. The opponent must have gone to scroll Douyin on the spot. He transforms into an enraged child, grabs the expensive keyboard, and goes completely crazy, smashing it to pieces. He digs out a new keyboard from the box, rips off the packaging, and plugs it in all in one go. It's ready to use. The audience in the live stream watches in astonishment. This is faster than changing tires in a car race. After a little interlude, the scene shifts to Teyvat. Ganlan stretches and puts down the controller, glancing at the sparkling little yellow-haired and white-haired figures. Why not join? A gentle voice comes, and it turns out to be Vice Mayor Andujia of Jifeng. The two kids are puzzled. Why is she so free? Ganlan's expression remains calm. It's interesting to keep him hanging. He turns to lean against an ergonomic chair, wearing a tight black shirt that showcases his muscular build. And Ye's eyes instantly light up. Paimon pokes Ye. Why are you staring? Ye coughs twice. I'm just curious about Brother Lan's character. Reluctantly tearing her gaze away. She actually had her heart racing. Just now, she played as a hilichurl and was envious of Genglan's cool character. Want a snack? Only then did they notice the plate in Andusia's hand, and Paimon flies over with sparkling eyes. Thank you, Sister Andusia. It looks delicious. She picks up a small cake and takes a big bite. It's as delightful as fireworks exploding on her taste buds. Paimon closes her eyes in ecstasy. Oh my gosh. It's so good. She gives a thumbs up and asks, "Did you make this?" Andusia smiles. "Just a little skill. If you want to eat, just come find me." If the people of Jifeng saw their usually cold vice mayor smiling like a spring breeze, they would surely drop their jaws. However, the reason for this huge transformation is simple. It's the man she secretly admires. Every time she thinks of this, a sweet warmth surges in her heart. She thinks to herself, only by being by his side can she regain the innocence of a little girl, no longer burdened by the responsibilities of being the vice mayor. With him around, all pressure and worries disappear, leaving only pure beauty. Paimon happily shouts beside Andusia, "Yay! Whoever marries sister will be so lucky." The two embrace, and Andusia gently hugs Paimon. Looking at Genglan with eyes full of affection, Genglan smiles but says nothing, and Ye suddenly feels something is off. Kids, what if I want both of them? Ye looks at Andusia, who is secretly sending flirtatious glances at Genglan, and internally screams, "Damn, I like both. Then let's have them both." Do you know what monogamy means? Lost in thought, she starts to giggle. Genglan looks at her inexplicably, a purple light flashing in his eyes. After reading Ye's memory, he feels a bit uncomfortable. This little girl seems to be quite the flirt. Genglan takes a small cake and tastes it, generously praising, the skill is top-notch." Andusia softly replies, "I'm glad you like it." Ye looks at her eyes, almost sparkling. Damn, why do I feel like a third wheel? Discontent surges, and she stretches her evil little hand to grab a cake. 5 ants. This is too delicious. Genglan wipes his hands and opens the duel arena. Andusia, Paimon, Ye, and even the external demon dog all gather around. This is Teyvat's first gaming machine, with a processor comparable to 00A5. Opening the character interface, the dazzling array of characters blinds Ye's eyes. The warehouse has far more than the players. Ye leans her baby-faced cheeks closer, and Genglan almost wants to pinch them. "Brother Lan, who are these?" Ye points at the characters not yet online, and Genglan's gaze stops on a handsome young man, dressed in a white robe, with black short hair. Handsome and gentle, exuding an ethereal aura. This is Saad, also known as Su Huang. You've seen him. Ye is taken aback. When did I see him? Countless figures flash through her mind, but she can't recall. Andusia thinks for a moment. He should be living in seclusion in Liyue, now looking aged. Ye is shocked. That crazy old man from Tianing Mountain? Genglan coughs awkwardly. I didn't expect him to be called that. Ye stares at the handsome face in a daze. He looks too young when he was younger. Genglan switches characters. Orange hair, a face with black studs, and a cold, half-naked look. You recognize this one, right? Ye responds gloomily, her hands clenched and trembling. Genglan notices. She's caught in a conflict of anger and fear. Paimon shakes her tiny pink fist angrily. This guy's not a good person. He bullied Vinny and beat you. If it weren't for Brother Lan saving the day, I would have been finished. A strange light flashes in Ye's eyes, and she feels a bit confident. Next time I encounter him, I will definitely repay him. After all, she is also a strong person who has fought with the gods. Genglan, unsure where Ye's confidence comes from, then speaks. Who do you think is the strongest enemy you've encountered so far? Ye ponders upon hearing this. Images of the white figure that separated her from her brother flash through her mind, and she immediately stops herself from speaking, afraid of implicating Genglan and the others. Asel, that guy is terrifying. Without Sister Minglu and Brother Lan's help, the Chuanyu Pavilion would have crashed long ago. Asel does indeed have strength. After absorbing a few gods, his power skyrocketed. Andusia looks at Genglan as she speaks, and Genglan smiles lightly in response. And he could crush Asel into pieces in 10 rounds. The plain words explode in Ye's mind. 10 rounds? Crush him into pieces? The Ossel she barely managed to defeat with Kuching and various support would be utterly powerless before Genglan. Ye instantly doubts her life. Paimon cautiously asks, how does he compare to Sister Minglu? 70-30. Pain is 70, Minglu is 30. Paimon is directly stunned. Sister Minglu is so fast. How is that possible? After all, those are the eyes of the sage of 6 paths. Once these words are out, Ye and Paimon are shocked again. The name of a heavyweight in Liyue stuns them both. The eyes of the sage of 6 paths? Is it the terrifying circle eye? Ye thinks back to when she locked eyes with Pain, her soul trembling. That's the Sharingan, considered the lower tier of the Rinnegan. Each one has enhanced vision and the ability to copy skills. Genglan explains that evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan grants various ocular techniques, all explosive. Pain is all Mangekyo. Ye gasps. There are such terrifying eyes? I've never heard of them. Suddenly, she thinks of Genglan. Brother Lan, what about your eyes? That's a secret. Genglan smiles while fiddling with the gaming machine, and Ye guesses in her heart. Brother Lan must definitely have the Sharingan, and it's not low level. Maybe it's even Mangekyo. Genglan shows Ye several familiar characters, finally stopping at a beautiful girl in a blue and white dress. She has blue dragon horns and is surrounded by dreamy water silk ribbons. Paimon exclaims, Sister Andugia, she's so beautiful. Andugia's cheeks flush, making her super cute. Is this sister's battle stance? I guess so. Let's call it the perfect fairy mode. Genglan looks at the blushing Andugia with a hint of pride. Paimon's eyes sparkle. Can we see it? Andugia shyly tells Genglan, how did you draw it so? Because in my eyes, you're just that beautiful. Huh. Suddenly, she sits up from bed, stretching lazily. It's 9 o'clock. I slept really well. She gets up to scroll through her phone until 10 o'clock. Cough, cough. Doing is just too binge-worthy. She opens Weixin to check various streamer groups. The streamers are all sharing their experiences in Inazuma, and she's super excited. These past few days off, no live streams, and no Genshin, just watching videos and sleeping big. Or looking at Brotherland's fan art, twisting in bed like a maggot. Last night, her favorite artist released a new work, Young Black Land's image. It's the divine form encountered by Yin in the duel arena. Black-haired Lan looks younger, with a childish face and an arrogant expression, dressed in trendy purple clothing. This cold and handsome look is the most enjoyable. Then that artist drew a picture, Tian Dao Payne's fingers, distinct knuckles with flashy nail polish, gently gripping the chin of the Black Lan in front of him. His fingers poke at Black Lan's face, seemingly using little strength. Yet Black Lan appears unable to escape it all. At this moment, Black Lan's face clearly shows an expression of defiance. His beautiful and sharp crimson eyes glare fiercely at Tian Dao Payne, as if ready to spit fire. However, despite looking very angry, filled with fury and unwillingness, he seems to be wary of Tian Dao Payne, involuntarily shrinking back slightly. Even more striking is that the cold face of Black Lan, which appears extremely aloof to countless players, now has a hint of blush. This blush resembles the evening glow on the horizon, adding a touch of shyness to his originally cool and charming face. Perhaps it was because he was being held so closely by Tian Dao Payne, which made him feel an unprecedented sense of embarrassment and awkwardness, but it might also be for other reasons. Genglan, come on guys, don't go too far. Deng Deng saw this picture and immediately transformed into a wriggling maggot on the bed, continuously twisting and displaying a lewd smile. You're amazing. I love it so much. I'm going to give a big reward. The gifts came pouring in without cost, and as she looked at Genglan in the picture, her cheeks kept turning red. She had seen the lady draw Lan and Payin before. It seemed that in this game, they were rivals, and both were stunningly handsome, making them perfect for her to ship. Especially since the lady often depicted Genglan in embarrassing situations. Although it was shocking at the time, that was by Lan. His emotions were too stable, too gentle. Like Andugia, they were both soft characters, and if you talked to him, he might genuinely feel too shy to refuse. So there was always a sense of lacking something. But now, with the emergence of a Black Lan, if this proud persona were to be broken and turned into a shy demeanor, it would create a greater contrast and be even more exciting. Then, she sent quite a few gifts, and the lady kept thanking her. Afterward, Deng Deng satisfiedly closed her phone. It was already 10 o'clock, almost noon. She got up, brushed her teeth, and contemplated whether to go live today. Moments later, she was at her makeup mirror, starting to put on makeup in preparation for the live stream. Meanwhile, in the Teyvat world, Geng Lan was lying on a soft big bed, holding his little phone and scrolling through videos. After Geng Lan's improvements, this Lan machine had already taken shape, and he was using it to browse Douyin, even connecting it to those in the real world. Geng Lan watched videos of beautiful women dancing and couldn't help but shake his head. They were not as good as Andusia. After a moment, he saw an image. His expression gradually froze, just like a subway elder's phone. The picture was the very one Deng Deng had seen that morning. Geng Lan observed carefully and realized that it was indeed him and Diwu Duo. What the hell? He looked at the image where he appeared like a tsundere girl being ravaged by Tian Dao, and he felt as if the sky had fallen. Damn it. Let those Fujoshi have their way. Isn't the character he built collapsing? He stared at the image, feeling uncomfortable for some reason. After all, anyone who browses the internet and sees their own suggestive images would fall silent. Opening the comments, Geng Lan's face grew darker. They were all praising the lady, saying how great it was, calling it a celestial masterpiece. Geng Lan felt a wave of confusion. Why was he tied to Tian Dao? Two big men, and he was the submissive one. Flipping through the author's previous works, it was clear that in these images, he was the one being pinned down and gripping the sheets tightly. Why was that? Clearly, during the plot, he completely suppressed Tian Dao. But moments later, he found his answer. Contrast, you big-headed ghost. If I were a girl, that would be fine. At least you guys are shipping a CN couple name. But I'm a guy. Clearly, Geng Lan was still too conservative in his thinking. After watching many similar videos, Geng Lan's expression turned increasingly dark. He realized that the fan art of him and Tian Dao far exceeded that of him and Andusia. In an instant, he felt there was something in this world that could truly trouble him. At that moment, Andusia, freshly out of the shower and drying her hair, walked in. As soon as she entered, she saw Geng Lan, who had a dark expression and was silent on the bed. What's wrong? Geng Lan looked up at her with a somewhat confused gaze. This surprised Andusia. She hadn't seen that expression on Geng Lan in a long time. The last time was probably when we were going the opposite way with him. She approached and shifted her gaze to the black rectangular device called Lan Machine. Meanwhile, Geng Lan's eyes inexplicably seemed to have a self-targeting function as he took a sneaky glance. Geng Lan, defamation, he saw it himself. Andusia noticed and smiled. What? Are you in a hurry? Just wait a bit longer. Ing and the others are sleeping next door, and it wouldn't be good if they heard. Her words were very gentle, like a spring breeze, but the content was not quite right. As Andusia looked at the Lan Machine, her expression shifted from surprise to anger, then randomly to amusement. Geng Lan saw her beautiful face, which was trying to suppress a smile, finally burst forth like a flood that could no longer be contained. She simply let her laughter pour out freely from her cherry lips. This laughter was crisp and pleasant, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, or like silver bells swaying in the air, melodious and lingering, as if it could penetrate deep into one's soul, making one feel joyful as well. You're still laughing. That's me. Of course I know, it looks great. This one here is Diwu Duo, and this is our picture. Don't you have any feelings about it? What's wrong? I think it's pretty good. Whether it's Diwu Duo or anyone else, my gaze will only linger on you. I've never seen you look so shy, and it looks great. Geng Lan looked at Andusia, who was smiling sweetly. Chapter 107, Untitled. If there are no surprises, then there are no surprises. Deng Deng finally returned to work after taking a 2-week break. I can't manage this B class at all. The heat in the live broadcast room is still about the same as before with a slight increase, but it's not a big deal. Today, I'm opening Inazuma. Although it seems a bit late. The time is already 2:1, and Inazuma has been out for a while. So it seems like I can't catch the initial hype anymore. But what is she? She is a technical immortal, a godlike character who can clear trial stages multiple times. The program effect is definitely something to talk about. The brothers are all here for fun. Han Jili, kids resurrected, gone a hunting map, alive, master. Do you remember you have an account? Jeja Bulyujin. Honestly, Inazuma has been out for so long, and you just want to pull for Ayaka and logged off? Well, sort of, I've been sleeping lately. Quality course Wong teacher. At your age, can you even sleep? Of course, sleeping is the most beautiful thing. Then, Genshin Impact starts. It's been a while since I've seen this familiar white page with black characters. Then, I see my little Kaching. I got a Kaching from a single pull by accident, and in a fit of rage, I charged a lot of power 648 and also got a full Constellation Ayaka, while saving some Primo gems. Now, I have exactly 71, 520 Primo gems, and when Raiden comes out, she can pull out his underwear. Correspondingly, having not played for so many days, I also don't know where the plot has gotten to. I'll find out by doing a bit. I then clicked on the task list and looked at all those tasks. It felt quite chaotic for a moment. I clicked on the task leader and went to Liyue's Ganyu Pavilion. Just like in the original plot, I went there to find Beidou, wanting to take a boat and participate in the martial arts tournament. And now, the Traveler is a super enhanced version with the left hand of the Sokoka Decree and the right hand of the Geo Archon. Naturally, she easily knocked out all her opponents. It was very easy to reach the finals, and the opponent threw the empty god, and fled in fear, but the Traveler, empowered by the Anemo Archon, was as fast as a bolt of lightning. She apprehended him on the spot, and even Kitahara Kazuha didn't have to intervene. He just handled the direction inquiry. In the end, she successfully boarded Beidou's Southern Cross fleet. Standing on the deck of the Death Star, looking at the people each doing their job, Hu Tao felt very excited. Following Paimon, they randomly found a little corner and started to relax. They were by a railing, watching the turbulent sea. Paimon, we're about to go to Inazuma. Do you think the gods there know about my brother? Hu Tao couldn't help but feel a bit down. She had already been to 2 countries without any clues about her family. Instead, she saw her brother's unclear relationship with the Abyss. When she saw her brother standing with her enemies, and those abyssal apostles still called him Your Highness, she felt like the sky had fallen. Even though she thought there must be a reason, she still couldn't help but feel melancholy. Paimon seemed to sense this, and stepped forward to comfort Hu Tao. No matter what, I will definitely find you, brother. Her eyes were filled with determination, even glistening with some tears. Ding looked at Hu Tao's melancholic face on the screen and couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. The separation from family, combined with their perilous situation, indeed puts a lot of pressure on a young girl. It's hard not to feel sorry for her, having to go to other countries as labor and in the end receiving nothing but uncertainty. Looking at it this way, it seems that Kitahara Kazuha also knows something. When Hu Tao mentioned her brother, Kazuha seemed to know something but didn't say it outright. Perhaps to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hu Tao should still avoid touching those taboo subjects in this world. Otherwise, it could harm those around her. After a while, looking at the beautiful scenery of the sea, accompanied by the CG of the Death Star setting sail, Ding officially stepped into Inazuma. Soon, they arrived at Inazuma's dock, and then she saw a familiar-looking young man in a red vest with golden hair and a headband coming over. Yo, Beidou's big sister. Long time no see, Toma. Kamisato, tell me. Let me introduce you. This is my friend in Inazuma, Toma. Beidou enthusiastically introduced Hu Tao, and it was clear from Beidou's words that Hu Tao would need Toma's help in Inazuma. After all, the national lockdown policy is very unfriendly to outsiders. For example, the entry procedures to the island cost 1 million mora, and Toma managed to significantly reduce that with just a few words, which also surprised him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were not surprised either. Jidya Bulyujin, don't worry, the surprises are yet to come. Not. You can also see Kazuha in Inazuma. Wow, really? Ding immediately got excited upon hearing about Kazuha. Accelerated wisdom. However, it's not the Kazuha you are familiar with. Beidou Pavilion. Trust me, you'll be blown away. It's simply legendary. With that, Ding's interest was piqued even more. As Toma took Hu Tao to rest at a merchant outside the island, everything was developing step by step, until finally, when it was time to reclaim their legal rights. The perspective suddenly shifted to a distance, and beside the screen, a slender figure appeared, dressed in a wide, flowing white robe, with long hair dyed red at the ends. Importantly, a pair of crimson eyes like a beast. On his head, there were a pair of long white horns, but one horn was clearly missing a piece. He glanced at Hu Tao from afar, and then instantly vanished. Ding was left confused. Who was this guy? Chapter 108. The three-element war against the Raiden Shogun, the plot smoothly progressed to the mid-game. By this time, I had already met Sayu, helped rescue the master who created the Gnosis, and got a glimpse of Kuju Sera, before finally encountering Ayaka. When I saw Ayaka, I immediately shouted, "I am, S-Dog." The screen was instantly flooded with comments, clearly indicating how popular a character could be during this peak period of Genshin Impact. After finding Ayaka, I continued with the story and directly reached the Vision Hunt Decree, where Toma tragically met his end. Jin, I'm curious, how long can Deng make Toma kneel? Burning heaven white hair. At least half a month, when I fought the Raiden Shogun, I was really sweating. Dirt digging filling toilet. Not even a dime compared to Chow. No current boss gives me that terrifying sense of oppression and fear anymore. Library Fei no more. Exactly, damn it. Chow can even ignore shields. With one hit from a 6 constellation Zhongli, Chow's black stick pierced and broke the shield instantly. The black stick pierce refers to the colored thrust followed by an explosion after holding the elemental skill. Deng looked at the barrage and immediately pouted. Who are you looking down on? I cleared in one go. So, show me your strength. Deng said defiantly. Hanjili. When I heard that, Deng must be ready to fight dozens of times. No cards alone. Right on the mark. You must lose. Hurry up. Man, we're waiting to eat. Where's the admin? Where's the admin? Silence him for me. After a moment, Deng refocused on the game. I saw Lumen immediately turn into a whirlwind and fly toward the so-called Vision Hunt Decree ceremony upon hearing that Toma had been captured. The fact that the Shogun herself showed up to collect the final gnosis for the Vision Hunt Decree was shocking. And even more so that the one executing the public punishment was a member of the Shogunate. This news spread like wildfire, attracting many citizens of Inazuma City to come and watch. In an instant, the scene was bustling with people, a tide of humanity surging forth, crowding the area to the brim, making it nearly impossible to move. With such a massive crowd gathered, any sudden event could lead to unimaginable consequences. These people were at high risk of perishing in an unexpected incident or being trampled by the frenzied crowd. Looking around, the unique Inazuma-style Japanese building stood out, each with its exquisite eaves and elegant doors and windows, showcasing a rich flavor of Japanese aesthetics. In the center of this architectural complex stood a grand and magnificent statue of the Raiden Shogun. This statue was tall and imposing, evoking respect. Its broad and sturdy base seemed to bear the weight of the entire world. The outstretched wings were majestic, shimmering with faint multicolored light, as if countless mysterious eyes blinked. Sometimes visible, sometimes hidden in darkness, creating a dreamlike ambience. In such a slightly dim atmosphere, everything seemed particularly solemn and serious. The powerful aura emitted by the Raiden Shogun statue blended with the surrounding dull tones, instantly creating an overwhelming sense of oppression that swept toward everyone present. Even the local residents, who had lived here for generations, felt an indescribable discomfort at the sight. Wow, the Raiden Shogun has a big statue, and the Anemo Archon has one too. Why doesn't the Geo Archon have one? Deng thought about the gigantic statue of the Anemo Archon in front of the church, vaguely remembering wanting to go up to see the view, only to fall to her death countless times. And today, she might have to die 1,000 or 800 more times in front of such a statue. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the pitch-black night sky like a silver dragon, instantly tearing apart the night and illuminating the magnificent castle. Amidst the deafening cheers and thunderous applause, the much-anticipated Raiden Shogun stepped into the solemn ceremony like a brilliant star. She wore a splendid purple kimono adorned with a gentian flower headdress. Her broad shoulders were draped in sturdy armor, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Her long purple hair flowed down to her waist, dancing in the wind like a vibrant purple flame. Even more astonishing were her beautiful purple eyes, occasionally flashing with sparks of electricity, as if they could see into the hearts of all things in the world. Her steps were steady and firm. With each step, a slight but visible electric arc would leap, as if even the solid ground beneath her feet yielded in awe. Her presence was like a cataclysmic thunderstorm, sweeping in with overwhelming force, causing everyone present to hold their breath and deeply feel her unparalleled and intimidating power. After the Raiden Shogun steadily ascended the towering platform, she looked down from above at the densely packed subjects below. Her sharp gaze swept mercilessly over every corner, missing no detail. Finally, her gaze fixed firmly on Thoma, who was bound tightly on the side. Then she gently raised her jade-like arm, her long, fair fingers slightly reaching forward. A mysterious pulling force suddenly emerged, causing the pyro-gnosis to fly directly toward the Raiden Shogun. Suddenly, a green figure rushed by like a whirlwind, aiming directly for the flying gnosis. This was our traveler, and now she faced the cook who resembled the enigmatic shogun. Lumen held the gnosis in one hand and Thoma's gnosis in the other. Chapter 109, attempting to solo Raiden Shogun Abyss, held the god, eye in one hand and the freedom oath in the other, looking at the Raiden Shogun opposite her with a heavy expression. Is this the deity of this nation? Perhaps the most powerful deity that currently exists in Teyvat. After all, the Geo Archon has passed away, the Anemo Archon is slacking off, and most other deities have already transitioned to their second generations. Moreover, the Raiden Shogun is inherently strong. Even though there are some hidden magical gods, they rarely make an appearance, and their specific combat power is unknown. It is evident that the opponent is terrifyingly strong, potentially the most powerful enemy since the emergence of the Heavenly Principles maintainers. Even the combined form of Ojal does not carry this kind of oppressive feeling. Abyss tightened her grip on the god, and glanced at Thomas, who was kneeling on the ground. She really shouldn't have waded into this murky water. Saying this, she slowly raised her sword. Let me try the so-called strongest. Bungbu, I'm going to my wife. Crying sand, for Real. I always thought that Brother Ran was a gender-bent Ye Miko. After all, such a long sword and slightly purple hair. Jamusi, our traveler is really brave now. No Nailan. So, you're quite brave then. Samanias, it feels impossible to fight. This feels as domineering as the Raiden rhythm. Tylee, choose to believe. Don't forget what S on top of our heads. The protagonist S Halo. It is clear that Abyss is as confident as the bullet screen. After all, she has encountered quite a few magical gods before, whether it's Mondstadt S Veni, the Dragon of the Abyss, or Pain, and even Liyue, Zhongli, and Ojal. She has fought them all. Not really, and now against the Raiden Shogun, she has the upper hand. Abyss chanted incantations, tightly gripping the freedom oath, and suddenly swung it with force. In an instant, a sharp wind blade whistled out, darting towards the Raiden Shogun with astonishing speed, as if it could tear apart the void, carrying a chilling momentum. However, facing such a fierce attack, the Raiden Shogun didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the wind blade was about to reach her, a muffled bang sounded, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, like an invisible giant beast opening its massive mouth, swallowing the wind blade whole, instantly shattering it into countless tiny fragments that dissipated into the air. The Raiden Shogun slightly turned her head, calmly looking in the direction of Abyss, and softly said, "Wind element." Before she finished speaking, Abyss, who was originally standing in place, suddenly vanished without a trace, as if she had never appeared. Yet, the Raiden Shogun's perception is remarkably keen. With just a thought, her divine sense swept around like a tide. In the blink of an eye, she sensed that Abyss, transformed into a hurricane, was silently charging towards her from behind. Just as the moment arrived, the Raiden Shogun's Naginata spun sharply, carving a brilliant arc in the air. A loud clang sounded as the Naginata collided forcefully with Abyss's attack. At that moment, sparks flew, and energy surged, shaking the entire space. Although Abyss's offensive was exceptionally swift, the Raiden Shogun's strength ultimately surpassed hers. With a slight shake of her arm, an unstoppable force surged from the Naginata and pressed down on Abyss like a mountain. Abyss felt her breath catch, and her body involuntarily flew backward. However, her reaction was also extremely quick. She performed a beautiful flip in the air, barely stabilizing her posture before immediately adjusting to prepare for the next attack. But before she could catch her breath, a dazzling, lightning sword energy was already cleaving down towards her. This lightning sword energy was several feet long, and the terrifying energy it contained sent chills down her spine. Abyss dared not delay for a moment. She quickly extended her left hand, palm facing up, as dense rock elemental energy continuously converged within her. With her will driving it, countless intricately patterned rocks appeared out of thin air and rapidly piled up, transforming in an instant into layers of indestructible rock walls. These rock walls connected closely, resembling a small mountain, firmly blocking the massive lightning sword energy. A glimmer of doubt flashed in the Raiden Shogun's eyes. Two types of elemental powers? However, that seemingly indestructible rock wall was broken through by the sword energy in less than a second, leaving everyone stunned. But at that moment, Abyss had already escaped the range of the Raiden Shogun's casual attack. The Raiden Shogun looked to the side, where Abyss's speed, which even child couldn't see through, was transparent to her. Yet, Abyss seemed unaware of this. Once again, she unleashed countless wind tornadoes, sweeping towards the Raiden Shogun. With a flick of her hand, the terrifying tornado was instantly obliterated. Abyss let out a bitter laugh. This was indeed challenging. After revealing her figure, she did not pause for a moment, transforming into a powerful hurricane, flashing and moving again at an astonishing speed. However, at that moment, something surprising happened. The originally pure green hurricane began to gradually reveal purple arcs of lightning. These arcs of lightning slithered like lively little snakes, weaving through the hurricane. It should be noted that this was Abyss's first attempt to merge the lightning element with the wind element, when these two completely different elemental powers intertwined. The terrifying speed unleashed was beyond imagination, seemingly transcending the limits of time and space, as swift as teleportation. At this moment, Abyss was filled with immense confidence in the speed she was now displaying. Perhaps in terms of attack power, she was indeed slightly inferior, but when it came to speed, she could definitely be considered among the best. More importantly, she still possessed the flying thunder god technique that Brother Ran had taught her. With this skill, even if facing a formidable enemy made victory difficult, she firmly believed that she could at least retreat unscathed, avoiding an overly disgraceful outcome. She agilely weaved around the Raiden Shogun, her figure as graceful as a swallow. To the onlookers outside, they could only see a green streak of light racing by like lightning, trailing a long purple tail and leaving dazzling traces in the air. Thomas, kneeling on the ground, also wore a look of astonishment. As expected, the lady was right. The traveler was indeed the person we needed. Abyss was searching for the right moment to launch a sneak attack, but as she looked at the Raiden Shogun, who showed no flaws whatsoever, she hesitated. Should she take advantage of her inattention and drag Thomas away? After all, the Raiden Shogun wouldn't be able to catch up. As she moved at high speed, she kept her eyes fixed on the Raiden Shogun, while the Raiden Shogun's gaze remained in motion. It was as if she was watching her. She could see clearly. I'm dying of laughter. Guess why she asked the Raiden Shogun. Her speed must be fast, and it seemed the Raiden Shogun also did not intend to drag things out. With a sweep of her naginata, in an instant, Abyss felt an immense force rushing toward her. She exerted all her strength, flashing once more and narrowly dodging this strike. But she lost her rhythm and almost stumbled to the ground. You are the eternal enemy. The Raiden Shogun's words were few, but they filled Abyss with panic. It felt like something was about to go wrong. Chapter 110. Raiden Shogun. Basic attack interruption. Ing took a deep breath, tightly gripping the hilt of her sword. Her finger joints turning pale from the excessive force. She could clearly sense the overwhelming aura from the Raiden Shogun ahead, rising like surging waves, as if it were going to tear the entire world apart. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The originally calm space began to twist violently. A strange red substance spreading rapidly like a plague, enveloping the surroundings in the blink of an eye. Ing was alarmed and wanted to escape immediately. But the speed of the red substance was too fast for her to react, and she was ruthlessly swallowed by it in an instant. When Ing opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar and bizarre alternate space. The dominant color of this space was a glaring red, instilling fear and unease in her heart. She could see dilapidated torii gates swaying precariously. Houses were already collapsed and ruined, leaving only remnants of walls. Various broken weapons were scattered on the ground, as if telling the tale of a fierce battle that had once taken place. At this moment, Ing stood in the center of this alternate space on a circular arena. This arena looked like a place specifically designed for duels, filled with a thick atmosphere of slaughter. Ing gulped hard, a strong sense of foreboding rising in her heart. She scanned her surroundings warily, but suddenly realized something terrible. Paimon, who had been following her, had disappeared. Oh no! Ing couldn't help but exclaim softly, but then thought, never mind. Having that little guy around wasn't much help anyway. Maybe losing her would make her safer. Just then, a dazzling lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the sky, and the Raiden Shogun appeared in the arena like a deity descending from the heavens. She wielded the renowned Naginata, her body shimmering with a more intense electric glow than ever before, as if enveloping the entire world in thunder. Despite the terrifying sight before her, Ing couldn't help but admit that the Raiden Shogun was breathtakingly beautiful at this moment. Her cold features, tall stature, and the raging lightning surrounding her formed a striking image, resembling a war goddess from ancient times, exuding unmatched majesty and allure. However, facing such a powerful opponent, Ing showed no signs of retreat. She knew she could no longer rely on close combat strategies, so she waved her hand without hesitation, reciting incantations. Wall of stone. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless huge rocks erupted from the earth, rapidly forming towering stone pillars that reached the clouds. These pillars grew and extended at an astonishing speed, quickly creating an indestructible line of defense, attempting to trap the Raiden Shogun within. But the Raiden Shogun was no ordinary foe. With a light wave of her Naginata, several purple beams of light shot through the air like lightning. Wherever they passed, the seemingly indestructible stone pillars were cut into countless tiny fragments, which scattered across the ground like fragile paper. Before anyone could react, Ing charged forward, leaping into the swirling debris. At the same time, the electric power within her erupted, transforming into a tornado of thunderstorm, carrying a destructive momentum towards the Raiden Shogun. As this tornado swept through, the air was torn apart, producing piercing howls, as if it would devour everything in its path. The Raiden Shogun's beautiful eyes remained unchanged as she gazed at the overwhelming and majestic attack, her heart calm and unperturbed. She suddenly swung her arm, and the Naginata, glowing with lightning, sliced through the void, creating a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, the once raging tornado was torn apart like a piece of ripped paper, creating a terrifying gaping hole. As this hole appeared, a figure flew out like a kite with its string cut. Upon closer inspection, it was Ing. It turned out that the Raiden Shogun had easily blocked Ying's full-powered skill with just a couple of seemingly ordinary basic attacks. Without hesitation, the Raiden Shogun initiated her own offensive. In a flash, she appeared beside the still-flying Ying, her Naginata tracing dazzling arcs in the air, threateningly aimed at Ying's delicate neck. At this moment, Ing was already drenched in cold sweat, her mind blank, completely at a loss against such a rapid assault. However, just as the situation reached a critical point, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Ying's body shivered, and she suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden flash, seemingly evaporating into thin air. The Raiden Shogun was momentarily taken aback, staring in confusion at the scene before her. After a moment of thought, she seemed to recall something, her face showing a look of astonishment. That guy's technique. How could she possibly? The Raiden Shogun murmured, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. She quickly scanned her surroundings, trying to find Ying's trace. Before long, her sharp gaze caught sight of Ing, who had successfully escaped using the flying Raijin technique. When she saw the kunai tightly gripped in Ying's hand, her feelings became even more complicated. Ing held the kunai, her eyes sharply fixed on the Raiden Shogun ahead. Suddenly, she waved her arm, and 3 kunai, flashing with electric light, shot out like lightning. This was her ultimate technique, lightning shuriken. However, facing such a swift attack, the Raiden Shogun appeared exceptionally relaxed and composed. She merely flickered slightly and easily dodged the 3 deadly shurikens like a ghost. Although it seemed like a casual evasion, the Raiden Shogun remained vigilant towards the shurikens. Just as the shurikens were about to hit the ground, the Raiden Shogun lightly raised her jade hand, palm open, and an invisible force suddenly surged forth, firmly pulling the rapidly descending shurikens into her grasp. Seeing this scene, Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected that the Raiden Shogun would know the characteristics of the flying Raijin technique and could so cleverly neutralize her attack. In an instant, Ying felt a wave of despair rise in her heart. It's over. This is a huge problem. She had planned to use the flying Raijin for a powerful burst to catch the Raiden Shogun off guard, but now it seemed that if she rashly teleported, she would only end up being easily caught by her opponent, putting her life at risk, just as Ying was feeling anxious. The golden elemental power within her began to surge wildly. In an instant, this powerful elemental force gathered rapidly to her surface, gradually forming an incredibly magnificent golden wind coat. This wind coat, predominantly golden, was intricately decorated with mysterious black patterns, looking both imposing and stylish. Tailed Beast Mode activate. Accompanied by a delicate shout, Ying radiated a dazzling light, her momentum rising to its peak. At this moment, she had no choice. If she didn't activate Tailed Beast Mode to enhance her strength, she would likely perish here. On the other side, the Raiden Shogun quietly watched everything happening before her, her expression showing little change. She remained silent, simply lifting her long blade and suddenly swinging it with great force. This strike seemed ordinary, but the terrifying power contained within it was chilling. As this chopping wave descends, the entire world seems to change color, with turbulent winds and clouds, and flashes of lightning and thunder. Chapter 111. Ganyu Kirin? Raiden Shogun. Are you born of him? Lumen. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. The Raiden Shogun across from her was slowly approaching, and the Naginata, wrapped in thunder, felt like it could slice her in half. Lumen sensed, no, she felt it was very bad. She glanced at the flying Raijin kunai in her hand, wondering if she could use this thing to teleport away. As she thought about it, a chill shot up her spine, and in an instant, the hairs all over her body stood on end as if startled. Fear washed over her thoughts like a tidal wave. She dared not think any further, afraid of conjuring something even more terrifying. Thus, she decisively cast aside her chaotic thoughts and focused her spirit to continuously infuse her surging elemental power into the kunai she held tightly. As the elemental power flowed in, the kunai emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if it had suddenly come to life. Without hesitation, she unleashed the flying Raijin technique. When she opened her eyes again, the sight before her left Lumen momentarily stunned. Not far ahead, a massive bolt of lightning coiled like a dragon in the air, occasionally flashing with heart-stopping purple sparks. And before this terrifying thunder, there stood the infamous Raiden Shogun. Lumen stared blankly at everything before her, her mind a complete blank, unsure how to react. After a long while, she finally snapped back to reality, but her heart was filled with confusion and shock. I clearly did not establish a connection with the mark here. How could this happen? At this thought, Lumen couldn't help but feel a wave of dread, her body trembling involuntarily, her once beautiful features twisted in extreme fear. However, just then, the calm voice of the Raiden Shogun slowly reached her ears. As expected, it is indeed the flying Raijin technique. Her deep-set eyes fixed intently on the bizarrely distorted Lumen before her, a hint of unnoticeable solemnity flashing in her gaze. Clearly, the Raiden Shogun was no stranger to this miraculous ninjutsu that could instantly traverse space. Remembering her past experience battling someone else who mastered this technique, the Raiden Shogun still vividly recalled how she had been toyed with and left in a daze. Thus, facing Lumen, who attempted to flee using the flying Raijin technique once more, the Raiden Shogun could not allow her to succeed. To prevent history from repeating itself, the Raiden Shogun decisively unleashed her powerful ability to seal the surrounding space, causing all marks associated with the flying Raijin to vanish without a trace. If it were the original user, they could have teleported out. Even when blinded, they managed to escape from the godly space. Now, the Raiden Shogun had inherited spatial abilities from her sister, which was a mere trick. But Lumen was different. At best, she was a beginner. If it weren't for her unique physique, she wouldn't have been able to use teleportation anchors at all. Otherwise, She would be on the same level as the Konoha security team's flying Raijin. Naturally, she ended up transported to the mark in the Raiden Shogun's hand. At this moment, Lumen's hand was grasping at a mark, and she was only half a meter away from the Raiden Shogun. Lumen immediately stepped back, attempting to create distance. But the Raiden Shogun waved her hand, and a gigantic lightning hand formed instantly, reaching directly for Lumen. What to do? Lumen was stunned but still swung her sword to defend, unleashing the three elemental powers of wind, rock, and lightning in a spiraling attack towards the lightning hand. The result was unexpectedly terrible. Not only did it fail to break through, but she was also sent flying, achieving her initial goal of creating distance. Lumen thought, "Didn't he expect it? Raiden Shogun, this is my escape route. You're a bit behind in tactics compared to me." Lumen felt pain all over her body, tingling and uncomfortable. Thankfully, she was currently in tailed beast mode and had 3 elemental protections. Otherwise, she would have fainted from that blow, a real criticism of a certain sleeping king. She could have flown away, but why was that lightning hand chasing her again? Why was it like a rabid dog after her? Was it a skeleton? Lumen immediately transformed into a whirlwind, trying to escape. But who was her opponent? The Raiden Shogun. This deity had been able to take down numerous demon gods 1,000 years ago. How could she lose to a small fry? In an instant, she caught up with Lumen, gripping her as if she were a chick. The violent lightning was about to fry me, Lumen. Houjing. I won't say anything. Doli Mimi, don't kill my Lumen. Just as Lumen was about to be fried to a crisp, a strange power surged from within her body. The Raiden Shogun's calm gaze wavered once again. That was, in an instant, an incredibly shrill bird cry erupted. It sounded as if thousands of birds were chirping simultaneously, particularly noisy, yet it had a strange feeling. Good night, night peace. Mute the world and listen to the cries of 1,000 birds. Alabai. The moment I heard this dead silence, I stood up, looking at the lake. I recalled the fear of being controlled by the wind. Cook and cook, just say the Jia Jia Bulu Jin. It blew up the dual field players. Big nose listener. Then someone has to ask Cook, aren't you only playing the dual field and not Genshin? Cook, I think Kaching is quite cute, a little cat. A flash of silver lightning suddenly erupted from Lumen's body, like a silver snake, and as it touched the Raiden Shogun, that unstoppable lightning hand instantly dissipated into boundless lightning. Lumen was taken aback and quickly pulled out a bunch of food from her bag to restore her health. She looked curiously at the surrounding lightning, feeling a bit dazed, automatically filtering out the piercing sound, suddenly recalling the great Kirin from when she was in Liyue, given to her by Ether. Heaven does not abandon me. Saying this, the lightning also absorbed the power of the lightning hand, gradually taking shape. It was a smaller version of that overwhelmingly oppressive Kirin. Kirin, every time I see it, it looks so different from Ganyu. Lumen complained. The Raiden Kirin was momentarily stunned, glanced at Lumen, and transformed again. In an instant, it became a silly, cute blue ball, a chibi version of Ganyu, just like that rolling downhill gif. Wow, so cute. Jamusi Mahoyo, how do I buy this? Tribal Nini, too cute. Doli Mimi, it can understand us. Sophie Duck, Ether's things are really user-friendly. The Raiden Shogun looked at Lumen, who had so many familiar things on her, multiple elements, flying Raijin, 1,000 birds thunder, and that very familiar power in the golden windbreaker. So strange. Are you born of him? Jia Jiaba Lu Jen. Big nose listener. Away Miya. Chapter 112. Raijin. It's late-ing, and the friends in the live stream were confused. Who gave birth to me? Of course. It was my mom. No, she said it was him. Who is he? Is it Brother Ran? Oh, that makes sense. Just now, whether it was flying Raijin, tailed beast mode, or Chidori, all made the serious-looking Raijin show different expressions, and all of these came from Brother Ran. It can't be Naruto, right? Raijin is actually a fox lover. Having a pink little fox is not enough. He wanted a golden little fox too? Bing didn't care too much about these things. She decided to run first. Looking at the little Qilin, Ganyu, floating beside her, she suddenly felt confident, as if Brother Ran's products must be top quality. The sky cleared. The rain stopped, and little Raijin felt she was back in action. No need to say more. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means to do it. 2 dots and 1 strength means to handle it. Ing quickly scanned her waist and saw that the god eye of Thomas was still quietly hanging there. So she decided to give it her all. In that moment, she swung her arms vigorously, and two beams of cold light suddenly flashed. The Oath of the Ancients and the green stone of the Pantheon appeared in her hands. These two divine swords are known for their extraordinary reputation across 2 continents, possessing remarkable backgrounds as unparalleled artifacts. The Oath of the Ancients contains mysterious powers that can greatly enhance the strength of herself and her teammates, while the green stone of the Pantheon grants the wielder a more resilient physique, making them indestructible in battle. At this moment, the Oath of the Ancients was surrounded by a raging green hurricane, the howling sound deafening. The green stone of the Pantheon was tightly enveloped by a wildly raging purple lightning, the flickering electric light dazzling and mesmerizing. At the same time, Ing cleverly utilized the power of the Geo element to merge the two, causing the sword bodies to instantly expand and elongate until they transformed into 2 gigantic swords 3 meters long, shining with brilliant golden light. Little Ganyu, seeing this, mischievously stuck out her pink tongue at the 2 giant swords, then slightly parted her lips, and a dazzling white lightning shot out like a spiritual serpent, accurately attaching itself to the dual swords. Rosa does not read. She opened it first. In an instant, the dual swords seemed to be infused with new life, the blades radiating a heart-pounding cold gleam, clearly infused with an indestructible sharpness attribute. Ing let out a charming shout, "Drink!" Accompanied by this roar. She darted out like a golden lightning bolt, charging straight towards Raijin. Raijin's expression was as cold as water, staring intently at the girl in front of him, whose fighting spirit had reignited. She held dual swords, her momentum like a rainbow, as if a war god had descended. Raijin slowly raised the Naginata in his hand, which exuded terrifying pressure, and shouted, "Judgment!" With this shout, endless lightning surged wildly from all directions, continuously converging onto the Naginata. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated by the dazzling lightning, as Raijin poured all this destructive power into it, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to his enemy. Ing charged towards Raijin in a cross-handed stance, gathering her strength, moving at an astonishing speed. Raijin still performed a normal attack, but this time it came with special effects, clearly taking it seriously. A purple explosion occurred, accompanied by the furious roar of thunder, as both sides clashed for the first time. With the assistance of Chidori, the attack was exceptionally effective, and Ing surprisingly managed to exchange blows with Raijin. Raijin was also startled to see his Naginata being deflected. That guy. The figure of that man slowly emerged in Raijin's mind, like a lightning bolt cutting through the dark night sky, clear and profound. The heart-stopping battle from 1,000 years ago was vividly recalled, where he had ruthlessly defeated him with overwhelming force. However, what puzzled him was that he did not deliver the killing blow to take his life. Instead, he let him live. For someone who was obsessed with martial arts and pursued ultimate mastery, being so easily defeated by someone else was undoubtedly a heavy blow. That sense of defeat surged like a tide, drowning out all his pride and confidence. But he did not let this defeat crush him. Instead, he chose to silently endure the humiliation and vowed to surpass the opponent. Thus, from that day on, he embarked on a long and arduous path of training. Day after day, year after year, regardless of wind, rain, or extreme temperatures, he never paused for a moment. He continuously honed his skills, challenging his physical limits, just to one day catch up with that once unreachable man. Time passed swiftly, the years flew by. After countless days and nights of hard work, Raijin finally felt that he had transformed and possessed enough strength to compete with him. Filled with passion and anticipation, she eagerly set out on a journey to find her rival. But when she finally found clues about that man, after much hardship, what she received was a heart-wrenching message. He was already gone. At that moment, it felt like the entire world had collapsed. After hearing the words of the God of Rock, Raijin stood there dazed, her heart filled with endless emptiness and loneliness. This feeling was like millions of ants gnawing at the softest part of her heart, causing her immense pain. She couldn't understand why she had put in so much effort to defeat him, even willing to sacrifice everything. Yet in the end, He had left her behind. Is this the cruelty of fate? Thus, carrying her bitterness and resentment, Raijin spent her days in longing and confusion. In the blink of an eye, countless years passed. During this time, she remained haunted by that defeat, unable to let it go. However, just a few days ago, as if a miracle had occurred, that long-lost man actually appeared, even standing directly in front of her. At that moment, she felt both the joy of reunion and the tension of facing her nemesis, both the recollection of past grudges and the anxiety about the unknown outcome. She realized he had changed, and she had changed too. She found herself enjoying the time spent with him. She vividly remembered the taste of various sweets he had fed her during that brief half hour, and as she ate those irresistible snacks and looked into his deep eyes, she surprisingly wanted to continue like this forever. Indugia. No, something is wrong. What are you doing? And now, she encountered this eternal enemy. Even more surprisingly, this girl exuded many similar auras and traits as him. Just a single glance made even a powerful being like Raijin's heart waver for a moment. He stared at the girl before him, and an involuntary question arose in his mind. Could it be that she's his child? Once this thought emerged, it spread rapidly like wildfire. He even taught her his unique techniques. These techniques were surprisingly utilized with such proficiency by this unfamiliar girl. As his thoughts drifted, Raijin recalled a past event from millennium ago. Back then, she had also met a fox tribe girl with golden hair. That girl had also been inquiring about him. At this moment, as he examined the girl before him again, he noticed she also had dazzling golden hair. For some reason, upon seeing this, Raijin's originally bright and beautiful purple eyes gradually dimmed. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart, making him feel unusually heavy in his chest, and he became inexplicably irritable. But he didn't care about that. She shouted, "Eat my sword." Raijin blocked Ying's attack, sending her flying. The difference in skill was still vast. She felt no sense of match against Geng, as if she were battling a cub. However, when she fought against him, the sense of oppression was undeniable. The terrifying skeletal defense that even the powerful Thunder Fury demon god couldn't break through, not even creating a crack. His monstrous learning speed meant that although his swordsmanship was not very refined at first, in the short span of their encounter, he could even suppress her past self. The terrifying destructive power and attack strength, the lightning that was stronger than herself, and the Thunder Fury demon god, the black flames that would mean certain death upon contact. The elusive spatial abilities that could split the Inazuma continent into several islands with his moves, and that ability to manipulate hearts, which allowed him to control her. The Fox Shrine with just a glance, even putting her into that purple armor. Finally, the terrifying giant Buddha that instilled hopelessness. Even if she gathered all the strength and hope of everyone, she still couldn't compete with him. It was too terrifying. Just thinking about it was frightening. But the little yellow-haired figure in front of her was too lacking. If he were his offspring, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Chapter 113, Milky Fragrance One Strike. Ing looked down at her two big swords, puzzled. Wait a minute, brother. The atmosphere has come to this point. How can I go up and compete with her? It still feels like there's no difference. The stats on the opposite side were so exaggerated. She glanced at the chest area of the Thunder God. Very exaggerated indeed. Ing furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly turned her body sharply, like a whirlwind, and quickly turned around. She tightly grasped the two shurikens glowing with mysterious purple light in her hands. Her arm muscles tensed, and then she used all her strength to throw them out fiercely. The two shurikens seemed to transform into two purple lightning bolts, slicing through the air, carrying a terrifying explosive thunder, rushing toward the Thunder God from both sides like storm. Upon seeing this, the Thunder God narrowed his eyes, casually glancing at the oncoming shurikens. Then, with an indescribable speed, the naginata in his hand suddenly spun around, creating a fierce gust of wind. With two loud bangs, the originally aggressive shurikens were easily dispersed by the naginata, turning into scattered purple lightning that dissipated in the air. However, the Thunder God did not stop there. He keenly scanned the shattered shurikens, and upon confirming that they did not bear the flying Thunder God mark, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Ing in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden change, Ing was startled, but she reacted quickly. She immediately raised her swords, crossing them above her head, trying to block the Thunder God's mighty strike. Unfortunately, even though Ing exerted all her strength, the gap in their powers was simply too great. Accompanied by a dull impact sound, Ing felt an irresistible immense force surge through the sword, numbing her arms and causing pain in her palms. Ultimately, she could not withstand this powerful force, and like a kite with a broken string, she was easily flicked away by the Thunder God, flying far off. After rolling a few times on the ground, she closed her eyes and lay there, showing a defeated posture. Ing, it's over, one strike, and I'm done. What else is there to say? She quickly consumed healing food to regain her strength and bravely got back up. The real battle had just begun. Ing suddenly shouted with passion, catching the Thunder God a bit off guard. Thunder God, what are you doing, trying to hide from the storm? The golden tail beast coat on Ing radiated a faint golden light, like a thin veil draped over her body. As time passed, the glow became stronger, flowing like water, as if it had a life of its own. Eventually, the golden light slowly gathered into her hands, disappearing without a trace. Ing gently put away the nearby rock and greenery, leaving only the oath of freedom in her hands. She tightly gripped the hilt, positioning the sword horizontally before her eyes. Slightly closing her eyes, quietly feeling the mysterious aura emanating from the sword. When she opened her eyes, she focused intently on the dark blue sword body, as if she could see the endless power hidden within its surface. The powerful energy previously compressed in the tail beast coat now continuously gathered onto the oath of freedom. In just a short moment, golden streams of light began to flow along the sword body, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. However, beneath this beauty lay a heart-pounding danger. Next came the most critical step, infusing 3 different elemental powers. Wind, please grant me the power to sweep away. Ing softly called out. As her voice fell, a gentle breeze appeared out of thin air, swirling around her and the sword. The gentle wind seemed to possess endless strength, embodying agility and grace. Rock, please grant me the indomitable power. Accompanied by this shout, the earth seemed to tremble. A massive rock burst forth from the ground, floating in the air, and quickly disintegrated into countless tiny stones, all merging into the sword. In an instant, the oath of freedom emitted a stable and heavy aura. Thunder, please grant me the power of raging thunder. As the final shout echoed, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. The roar of thunder reverberated through the clouds, deafening. The violent power of thunder struck directly at the sword body, intertwining with the previous 2 elemental powers. Surprisingly, these 3 seemingly incompatible elemental powers perfectly fused together at this moment, complementing and enhancing each other. The strange fluctuations they generated caused ripples to spread through the surrounding space. The final touch was the powerful Thousand Birds thunder. Little Ganyu, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing towards the oath of freedom at lightning speed. The lightning formed a web, tightly enveloping the entire sword body. Under the dazzling lightning, the originally dark sword body gradually transformed into the purest white, as if forged from ice and snow, radiating a holy and majestic light. Yet, the terrifying power contained within was beyond words. Kulme, Ing shouted, charging towards the Thunder God with the sword in hand. I never expected you could reach such a level. But it's all in vain. She stared expressionlessly at Ing, who had transformed into a white shadow, dashing towards her, her eyes revealing no ripples. With a light spin of a naginata in her hand, it vanished like an illusion. Ing understood that the high and mighty Thunder God would never back down easily. As expected, in the next moment, the previously calm thunder elements around suddenly began to stir violently, as if a furious giant beast was about to break free from its restraints and wreak havoc upon the world. Then, the Thunder God slowly spread her left hand while gently placing her right hand on her chest, the whole motion resembling someone preparing to draw a sword from its sheath. Big Nose listening. Here it comes, it's coming excited. Ajamusi. This is exactly what I wanted to see. As she completed this subtle movement, the already violently raging thunderstorm around surged to a terrifying extreme. Just then, in the surging thundercloud above the thunder god, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. A long knife emitting endless thunderous light and a majestic aura was forcibly drawn out. Moreover, it was not from a thundercloud, but from the thunder itself. In an instant, the once frantically surging thunder seemed to have finally found its true master, joyfully leaping and cheering, releasing its most powerful force. The thunder god firmly grasped the long knife that had just appeared, and her entire aura changed dramatically in an instant. At that moment, she was surrounded by thunder and lightning, like a deity commanding the power of thunder in the world. Even Ing, who had experienced countless battles, felt her breath hitch in the face of such overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to even breathe. However, despite knowing the road ahead was fraught with difficulties, Ing gritted her teeth and charged fiercely towards the thunder god. Once upon a time, that mighty god of thunder who shook the entire Inazuma nation had returned. Only when she held her true weapon at that moment did the thunder god reveal her supreme majesty as a true deity. The Raiden Shogun is still alive, but it doesn't hinder giving the sword. Thus, Ing exerted all her strength and struck down, while the Raiden Shogun responded with an unmatched force as the lightning blade swung towards her. Chapter 114. Ing, as the immortal cell was thriving in the pure land of one heart, the outside world was surprisingly quiet. Everyone was fixated on the situation at the execution platform. After all, such entertainment, or rather, such a turn of events, was truly rare in a place where their deity advocated for eternity. This piece of gossip must be savored today. Meanwhile, Paimon was anxiously flying around. "Brother, my legs are about to kneel numb," said Toma. At that moment, the dark red substance reappeared, and in an instant, Ing, who had fallen to the ground, appeared in everyone's view. The arena erupted in intense cheers, showing their admiration for their deity. "Traveler," Paimon suddenly accelerated and dashed forward. But a bolt of lightning like a venomous snake intercepted her, sending her flying. Wah! The figure of the Raiden Shogun appeared on the scene, and the cheers grew even louder. She glanced at Ing and strode over with long strides. Mysterious sea fish, Sahasi, the Raiden Shogun's legs. He, Garfield. He, Big Nose listening. Are the folks above having fun? Paimon was sent flying by a bolt of lightning, feeling dizzy. Fortunately, she was non-conductive, and after a moment, she saw the Raiden Shogun approaching Ing with a knife, looking fierce and imposing, which was completely different from the previous Anemo Archon and Geo Archon. "Jacoburgen, did you forget the terror of the Archons themselves because the previous ones were too strange? Sofanaka, one strike, shattering your travel dreams. Big Nose listening. Actually, I've already maxed out, just can't blame the opponent's stats being too high. Cook can cook. What if I pull out Zhao's dual pistols? Jamusi, didn't you say you don't play Genshin Impact?" At the execution platform, the Raiden Shogun raised her lightning blade, ready to strike down. Meanwhile, Toma, kneeling in anxiety, looked back and saw that the guards had fled, leaving behind a long spear. "Heaven helps me." He hurried over and used the spear blade to free himself from his bindings. He then picked up the long spear. "Spare the lives." With all his strength, he threw the spear, which shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. The Raiden Shogun didn't even look. She raised her lightning blade, and a fierce flash of lightning transformed into a strike, hitting the spear. As the spear approached, a scorching firelight emanated from Ing's waist. "Eye of God, activate!" The spear was engulfed in flames, colliding with a lightning blade, resulting in an overloaded reaction that caused a violent explosion. The Raiden Shogun cleaved through the smoke created by the explosion, and suddenly, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. That strange shape was a flying kunai? Why was this here? Before she could think further, Toma had the audacity to charge in. He wielded a long spear and swept it horizontally. How dare he? When the Raiden Shogun blocked with her blade, she realized why he dared. Her lightning blade passed right through his long spear. Godly might phasing? The Raiden Shogun was taken aback. How could this be? Could that little blonde be Ganlan's child? Inheriting her eyes? In an instant, disappointment and anger filled her mind. Then she suddenly thought Wait, isn't godly might supposed to phase herself? Then why was this kid? As Toma's attack missed, he suddenly grinned. The Toma before the Raiden Shogun vanished, leaving her with a serious expression. Did I just get played again? Meanwhile, Toma directly pulled Ing up, tucking her under his arm, and dashed away. This scroll is too useful, Paimon exclaimed while flying and looking at the scroll in her hands. Sure enough, the traveler is amazing to be able to obtain such a treasure. Toma generously praised her, feeling guilty since today events were triggered by him. This was given by someone else. From a distance, Toma spotted a cliff and glanced at Paimon. Hey, what are you thinking? I can fly, but I absolutely can't carry both of you. Then there is no other way. Everybody jump. Toma leaped down, diving toward the ground. Dense fire elements clung to him, and 3 armors surrounded them, protecting them as they fell. The Raiden Shogun reached the edge of the cliff and fell silent for a moment. Issue a bounty. After briefly saying this, she transformed into lightning and disappeared. Wah! Paimon's screams continued. Paimon, what are you doing? You can fly. Why are you feeling weightless? Toma sarcastically replied. I can understand falling from the sky. Even a newborn would fear the sensation of weightlessness. If that is the case, why is the falling demon so strong? But you, Paimon, can fly. Why are you still shouting, especially now that we've landed? What's wrong with you? Did we land? You scare me to death, traveler. Paimon immediately pounced on the traveler, crying on her. Don't die, woo-woo-woo. Toma silently watched this scene, realizing they had dragged the traveler into this situation, causing her harm. Sigh. I don't know what to do about the lady. The sinner who secretly possessed the Eye of God turned out to be a servant of the shogunate. I hope the lady can resolve this. By the way, I remember Ganlon said that if someone is about to die, he hurriedly flipped through the scroll and found a page with a syringe drawn on it. Below it was written a mortal cell, stating that as long as there is breath, it can heal you. Even if you're dead, it can heal you. Toma approached, curious about what this scroll was. Whether it was the dart that allowed him to quickly change positions to save the traveler or the technique to create a false clone, it all intrigued him. He heard Paimon say it was ninjutsu, which was odd because he had seen ninjas before. There were a bunch of ninjas under the shogunate, but they all seemed to lack such abilities. He stood in front of Paimon and glanced at the name of the scroll. The sealing book that Paimon can understand him. It looks simple enough. Toma, quickly infuse elemental power. Toma immediately complied, and under the warm elemental power, the scroll erupted with dazzling light, and then a syringe appeared. Paimon quickly picked up the syringe, looked at it without a manual, and scratched her head. Toma looked at Paimon, who seemed confused. You don't know how to use it? Do you know how to give injections? Injections? What is that? How have you lived this long? Toma took the syringe. He knew how to give injections. After all, as a servant of the shogunate, he had learned a bit of everything. His skills were praised by the lady and the master. Ayanami and Ayaka. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. It hurts a lot. Chapter 115. Heading to Sea Prayer Island after receiving the divine cell, Ing slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually awakening from chaos. When she fully regained her senses, she found herself being pulled by Toma, following his footsteps in a daze as they hurried toward the seaside. Finally, they arrived at the shore. There, a small and exquisite boat was quietly anchored. The sea breeze gently swept by, stirring up layers of fine waves that crashed against the rocky shore, producing crisp and pleasant sounds. Toma stopped and turned around, looking seriously and solemnly at Ing. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Take care, traveler. Leave the matters here to us, and you can depart with peace of mind." After saying this, he carefully helped Ing onto the boat and steadied her. Paimon stood aside, constantly waving at Toma while casting a concerned glance at the still somewhat dazed traveler beside her. She pondered to herself, what exactly is going on? Did the activation fail? Why does the traveler look so blank? Could it be that the mysterious divine cell has some unknown side effects? At that moment, Ing suddenly asked Paimon, "Do we get blasted away by the Raiden Shogun?" Her voice revealed a hint of confusion. Paimon quickly shook her head and explained, "No, it was Toma who saved you. The situation was very critical at that time, and we managed to escape the pursuit thanks to the magical scroll provided by Kitahara. Later, we injected the divine cell into you, which allowed you to recover quickly. Hearing Paimon's detailed and vivid account, Ying frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. She silently stared at her hands, as if trying to find some answers within them. Then, she gently pulled down her sleeve and was surprised to find that a patch of skin on her arm had become exceptionally fair. Although her original skin tone was already considered delicate and fair, compared to the surrounding areas, this patch of skin was almost snow white, standing out remarkably. She felt anxious, unable to determine whether this situation was a blessing or a curse. However, a voice deep within her told her, Kitahara would never deceive me. This unreserved trust felt like an indestructible fortress, supporting her to move forward bravely. If Kitahara could hear these words at this moment, he would probably just smile slightly, wondering if this silly girl would still firmly believe this in the future. At this moment, they were sailing on the vast ocean. Ying was fully focused on the map in her hands, desperately pondering which route would lead to the mysterious Sea Prayer Island. Time passed minute by minute, and after a long while, they were still like headless flies, lost in the vast sea. Ultimately, they could only choose a seemingly feasible direction based on their intuition to continue forward. After sailing for a considerable distance, Ying inadvertently caught sight of Paimon, who was floating in the air, leisurely admiring the beautiful sea view. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she jolted up from her seat. "Traveler, what's wrong with you?" Paimon exclaimed, startled by Ying's sudden movement. "Paimon, I think I can fly," Ying said, her eyes wide with confusion. "Oh right," Paimon realized with a slap to her forehead. "If that's the case, why are we still sitting on this boat?" Ying looked at Paimon helplessly, secretly mocking this little scatterbrain. Without wasting any time, Ying transformed into a fierce whirlwind, shooting up into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The poor little boat was left abandoned on the surging sea, bobbing along with the waves. Speaking of which, didn't you all know that in Inazuma, if a ship sails beyond a certain range, it will automatically return to port? All the way, Ying sped past like lightning, her speed astonishing. The strong wind howled in her ears, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Yet, Ying was completely unaffected. She exerted her full power and flew forward at breakneck speed. As time passed, Ying was surprised to find that her stamina seemed to have significantly increased. Such a high-intensity and high-consumption way of traveling should have made her feel exhausted quickly, but at this moment, she only felt a little tired. This change was truly unbelievable. Even she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is terrifying, brother. Kitahara really didn't lie to me." Thus, Ying flew tirelessly, unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, a vague outline of an island gradually appeared in the distance. That was their destination, Sea Prayer Island. Since the entire Inazuma was currently wanted for them, they dared not stop for even a moment, nor rest in other seas, but flew straight towards Sea Prayer Island. People below heard the rumbling sound from above and curiously looked up. They saw a green streak of light swiftly shooting across the sky like a meteor, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. People marveled and whispered about this strange phenomenon. However, they did not know that the green light was actually the wanted Ying and her emergency food. Looking back thousands of years, a purple streak of light once appeared in the sky of Inazuma. At that time, the mysterious figure caused a sensation throughout the entire nation. However, compared to Ying today, that figure's strength was obviously far more unfathomable, something Ying at this moment could not reach. After all, before he arrived, Inazuma was still a continent, not some island. Ying gazed at the mysterious and beautiful Sea Prayer Island in the distance, her bright eyes sparkling with determination and curiosity. She slightly raised her right hand, and instantly a dazzling lightning light gathered in her palm, quickly forming a delicate lightning shuriken. Ying took a deep breath, her whole body bursting with power, and with a swing of her arm, she forcefully threw the lightning shuriken out. In an instant, the shuriken sliced through the air like lightning, transforming into a brilliant streak of light, racing straight towards Sea Prayer Island. This streak of light moved at incredible speed, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, just a moment later, the figures of Ying and Paimon, who had been standing in place, suddenly became blurry, as if enveloped by an invisible force. Then, The two of them seemed to evaporate into thin air, completely disappearing from people's sight. When they reappeared, Ing and Paimon were already standing firmly on the solid ground of Sea Prayer Island. The sight before them made Paimon unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Looking around, the entire Sea Prayer Island resembled a pink gem embedded in the ocean. Chapter 116, Heike Island. The captain of Swordfish Second Team Heike Island is like a dazzling pearl embedded in the vast and boundless sea, with its towering terrain breathtakingly magnificent. The island's rugged landscape, with its rolling mountains and layered peaks, resembles a giant dragon winding and coiling, evoking an unparalleled sense of grandeur. Numerous majestic waterfalls are scattered across the island, their torrents cascading down from the towering mountain peaks like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, splashing water droplets that shimmer in the sunlight, resembling colorful ribbons dancing in the air, creating stunning scenic views. Heike Island is connected to other surrounding islands by only a narrow and deep strait. This strait acts as a natural barrier, isolating Heike Island from the outside world, giving it a relatively secluded appearance. However, it is precisely this state of isolation that shrouds the mysterious island in a veil of mist, igniting endless imagination and desire for exploration. The vegetation on the island is unique, displaying enchanting and distinctive shades of purple rather than the common emerald or deep green. These purple plants intertwine and sway with the wind, resembling a vibrant purple ocean, creating a strong exotic atmosphere across the island. Additionally, a perpetual thick fog blankets the skies of Heike Island, gently enveloping the land like a light veil. In the mist, everything appears dreamlike and elusive. The massive and ornate shell buildings intermittently emerge from the fog, resembling wondrous scenes from a fairy tale, adding a touch of mystery and fantasy to the island. At this moment, two individuals began to speak in strange terms, as if they were conversing in Teyvat. If anyone were nearby, they would undoubtedly wonder what language they were using. Just like when Sad encountered Qing Shui in the moon reading space years ago, they were babbling incomprehensibly. Meanwhile, Ing was leisurely wandering around the periphery, her lively eyes curiously scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, a few panicked soldiers entered her line of sight, looking flustered and at a loss. Ying's heart stirred. She was about to step forward to greet the soldiers when a cacophony of hurried footsteps caught her attention. Following that, another group of soldiers surged out from around the corner, their numbers far exceeding those of the previous few. Upon closer inspection, the surrounded individuals wore bright red uniforms, but their weapons and equipment appeared somewhat rudimentary compared to their encirclers. In contrast, the group surrounding them was dressed in splendid purple uniforms, and their impressive array of equipment was striking. One of the soldiers in the purple uniform shouted loudly, "Surrender quickly, you wretched remnants of the resistance." However, undeterred by the enemy's threats and intimidation, the red-clad warriors resolutely shouted in unison, "We will never submit to you, you shameless dogs of the shogunate." Standing by and observing the fierce argument, Ing instantly captured crucial information from the heated exchange. These red-uniformed individuals were actually the resistance, which meant they were her allies. Thinking of this, as the two sides were about to engage in a thrilling battle, Ing did not hesitate and darted towards the center of the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. For her, she had no interest in the glitch of waiting until the critical moment to make a grand entrance as the hero saving the day. The resistance soldiers tightly gripped their weapons, their expressions solemn, and their eyes filled with determination, clearly prepared for a do-or-die fight. Just then, everyone suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind surging from the distance, roaring in like a tempest. In an instant, the wind swept through like a tornado, scattering sand and stones, uprooting vegetation. When the wind finally calmed, everyone was astonished to find that the once menacing shogunate soldiers had all collapsed to the ground in an instant, rendered incapable of fighting. Then, in the center of the raging storm, a white figure gradually emerged. She descended from the sky like a fairy, drifting down gracefully, dressed in a gown as white as snow, flowing in the wind. Her dazzling golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering with radiant light, and most strikingly, the large white wings on her back, wings of snow concealment, seemed to stir the winds and clouds with each gentle flap. Such a beautiful and pure presence, combined with the violent winds swirling around her, presented a breathtaking image before everyone, captivating their hearts. In a fleeting glance, one of the resistance soldiers felt his heart racing like a deer caught in headlights. Until now, he had been a staunch supporter of the mysterious and powerful serpent deity. But at this moment, witnessing this angelic figure, his faith in the serpent deity began to waver significantly. "Oh my, I feel like I've really seen an angel," the soldier murmured, his gaze completely entranced by the white figure, unable to look away. The woman approached lightly, a gentle smile gracing her face. She softly asked, "Are you all okay? Are you hurt?" Ing tried her best to make her smile appear more friendly and gentle, fearing she might startle these shaken individuals. The soldiers could hardly contain their excitement, nearly bouncing with exhilaration. She smiled. She smiled. "Oh my, she's simply too beautiful. Ah, Jiamusi, using Lanji's cells. I feel like a different person now. Jiabu Lu Jin. I still prefer how you looked when you were fleeing from the Raiden Shogun. Dabai Ting, this makes me feel like I'm not worthy of you. Han Jingli, you're invincible now. Bro, are you two performing a combo move?" In this enchanting moment, one resistance soldier's heart raced uncontrollably. Previously, he had been a most ardent follower of the mysterious and powerful serpent deity, but now, witnessing this celestial woman, his faith began to waver significantly. "Wow, I think I've really seen an angel," he muttered, his eyes fixated on the white figure, unable to shift his gaze. Chapter 117. Guru, Kokomi, and the mysterious cave of Sairai Island. Several rebels led Ing to the headquarters of the resistance, and she looked around. The huge shell was particularly eye-catching. Looking at the lake, "Kids, I want to say a game where you replace the god," and others crazily feed you seafood. "Cook can cook. I use shells first. I also have shells as a substitute. If I have spirit communication, I have shells. If I have secret scrolls, I have shells. If I have neither spirit communication nor secret scrolls, I also have shells. If I have skills, I have shells. During the vacuum period, I also have shells. F-ing have shells. Good night wants good night. Feels very strong. Has already been initiated a labby. Then how can I react to the shells? Jamu C. Can the official Genshin give shells a skin? I think pink is also nice," Sinan lied. "Still too pink. As long as their SA connection, dual arena players will gather around, making them the strongest group among current Genshin players. Because they are abstract enough, being abused, have a good mentality, being abused, and have creativity, being abused. If a normal new Genshin player enters the game, the seniors will help you fight monsters and farm materials. When new players enter the dual arena, they say, hey, finally got tricked." They take out the insomnia package, and then, although you are an enemy, you're not bad. Go practice more. Against me, who bears the name of a knight, you have no chance of winning. The environment is very harsh. Ordinary newcomers can't survive. But if you are lucky enough to survive and have outstanding talent, then you will meet the 3 divine illusions. Genius is just the entry ticket to see them. Ahem, back to the main topic. At this moment, a brown puppy's ears popped up. "This must be the traveler. Miss Ayaka has mentioned you. I have long admired you." After Ying's gaze lingered on the puppy ears for a moment, she saw a slightly younger figure. "I am Goro, the general of Sairai Island. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you?" Goro looked confused. "Is this Teyvat language?" "Uh-huh. Nice to meet you. I'm Paimon. This is the traveler." Paimon quickly flew over, interrupting Ying's speech. "Jiamusi. So the protagonist doesn't talk." Paimon speaks for a reason, Jiajiburgen. The first letter should be capitalized. Jiamusi. Rigorous, Jiajiburgen. A lifetime of learning. Since meeting Goro, he has been guiding Ing along the way. Finally, they arrived in front of an enormous shell. However, at this moment, Ing did not notice the affectionate gazes of the soldiers behind her. These soldiers silently watched the traveler Ing walk further away. Secretly determined, they must spread the name of this traveler throughout Sairai Island. Not only that, but they also wanted her fame to echo throughout Inazuma. Unaware that she had already gained several loyal fans, Ing stepped lightly onto the stairs. Just then, a pink figure caught her eye. The woman had flowing pink hair like a waterfall, resembling the legendary mermaid princess. Her luxurious attire was dazzling and dreamlike, with every detail showcasing exquisite luxury. Looking further down, her long, beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings were even more enchanting. Cherry blossom, hee kokomi my kokomi, roe fish caviar, finally waited for you. Glad I didn't give up. Hello, traveler. I already know your name. I admire your courage to face the thunder. It's just luck. Accompanying Wong Wong for New Year. Luck's sister. I'm going, ta-da, Faye. Telling everyone it's just luck, this group of muggles actually believes it. Then Kokomi babbled on. But actually, it had been so long since she had gone through the plot that she forgot everything, and she didn't want to waste words, so she stopped. Hi. Didn't expect this. When you see this sentence, I've already written dozens of words. You're still too weak to compare with my strategy. Aljo. In short, becoming the captain of the Swordfish second team. Tatakai, keep touching Tatakai. Ing lightly walked towards her barracks, the breeze gently brushing her silky hair. When she stepped into the barracks, the originally noisy scene instantly fell silent, and all the soldiers' gazes converged on this new officer. Before this, these soldiers had already heard that they were about to welcome a striking new officer, but no one could accurately describe the extent of her beauty. At this moment, when they saw Ing's true appearance, they couldn't help but be amazed. Ing was wearing a white dress, her figure graceful and upright, with beautiful curves. Her exquisite features were like a finely crafted artwork, her fair skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, with a slightly upturned lip revealing a confident and charming smile. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, deep and lively, as if they could see through everything. For a moment, the entire barracks was immersed in astonishment. The soldiers were dumbfounded, and some even couldn't help but whisper in admiration. This is not a person at all. Clearly a fairy descending from heaven. Such a stunning beauty is truly rare in the world. If it were a male protagonist, he would be too handsome. Simply the man among men. Jamusi. The fairy cell is said to be good. Giagia Virgin. This can't be a succubus cell. Why is there suddenly such great charm? Loving. What are you talking about? Succubus of that kind can't compare to me. I am holy and noble. Big Nose listening. Out of the book. Loving. What are you saying? Shut up. Big Nose listening shook his head. Then saw a private message from the one who loved Ing. Brother, there are many people outside. I spoke loudly. Please send me a copy. That cracked me up. Nevertheless, in any military camp, there will always be a few rebellious and unruly characters. This role setting has long become a common trope in many novels. These rebels are usually proud and arrogant, relying on their abilities to look down on everything. The previous officer might have been strong enough to suppress their arrogance, so they could temporarily endure. However, today's newly appointed officer is a seemingly weak little girl with delicate fair skin, looking nothing like someone who could fight on the battlefield. Thus, they harbored malicious intentions and decided to provoke the new officer. Ing. One bold soldier shouted first. Hey, Captain, your legs are very white. He said this with a lewd smile on his face. However, facing such frivolous and rude words, Ing seemed to be oblivious, showing no response. She walked over to the weapon rack, gently picked up a spear. Then, something unexpected happened. Ying's arm twitched slightly, and with a swift motion, the spear cut through the air, instantly unleashing a fierce wave of energy. That wave of energy, with unparalleled power, sliced through the air like lightning, shattering a series of large stones into countless small pieces. The soldiers who originally wanted to provoke her were all stunned at this moment, especially the one who had just spoken disrespectfully. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. All done for, completely done for. For a moment, the entire scene fell into silence, as everyone was shocked by the incredible power displayed by Ing. After a while, Ying's cold voice slowly rang out. All units, heed my command. Run 10 laps around Heike Island. As soon as the words were spoken, all the soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," and quickly sprang into action to execute the order. Ing looked at everyone and found it very amusing, and Paimon beside her felt the same way. After giving the command, Ing looked at the young man beside her. Hello, I'm Skipping. I have a strange sense of foreboding, she thought. After the handover, Ing continued to wander around Heike Island. While she was wandering, she suddenly sensed a strange, flying thunder god mark. How could there be such a thing in this place? Without hesitation, she teleported over. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a peculiar cave. Chapter 118. Traveling Through the World. 1,000 years ago in Inazuma, Hui was fumbling around in a cave with Paimon when she spotted a strange little turtle, whose back resembled a boat. The little turtle's dark eyes watched the two of them cautiously. Then it opened its small mouth, and a tremendous suction force erupted, pulling the two of them in. Wah! What is this? Paimon, hold my hand, wah! Following that, a strange spatial vortex appeared, enveloping them. Meanwhile, in a villa far away in Liyue, Geng was sipping tea, watching Kaching and Minglu break through the dual arena's defenses, and smiled slightly. Have we arrived? So fast. Soon, you will see the big gift I prepared for you. In his perception, that guy should have also acquired the fan and the foreign demon statue. Hee, traveler, you will like it. Hui felt the world spinning and couldn't maintain her composure, spitting out a rainbow. After a moment, she regained her senses and found herself on a patch of grass. She fumbled around. Her belongings were still there, but Paimon was missing again, and she couldn't use the flying thunder god. She looked around warily, clearly worried about her surroundings. After a while, she transformed into a whirlwind, flying around in search of Paimon. On the other side, Paimon was in greater danger. She plummeted from the sky and immediately felt dizzy. In her dazed state, she heard a voice. Look, Geng, I caught something cute. Paimon instantly perked up. That name couldn't be wrong. Her consciousness abruptly awakened, and she looked up to see a familiar, stunningly handsome face, along with a white-haired, dragon-horned figure holding her. Where am I? Then she fainted again. Andugia looked at the little one who fainted in her arms. It was the first time she had seen something smaller than herself, considering she had only just been born. Geng glanced at Paimon, and his scarlet Sharingan appeared, wanting to extract memories directly, but Andugia's hesitant demeanor made him stop. This thing looked like it had no combat power, right? It should be a wondrous creature born on this continent. Let Andugia take it. Even if there were problems, with him around, nothing could go wrong. Daido, Shimu, and the others also gathered around. This meant that Paimon and Hui had apparently traveled back in time, perhaps 1,000 years ago. The perspective returned to Hui. She was flying when suddenly a loud shout from below stopped her. Hui was bewildered, looking down. You come down. What do you think you're doing flying around in my territory? Do you think you are one of those damn Tengu? Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was a girl from the demon clan. From afar, the girl had a pair of fleshy horns growing from her head, as if meticulously carved, radiating a mysterious and unique aura. She had long, jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall, with strands gently brushing against her fair skin, resembling the shimmering Milky Way in the night sky. Looking at her face, she should have been extremely cute, with a round face like a ripe apple, and her rosy lips slightly upturned, likely forming two charming dimples when she smiled. However, at this moment, her brows were furrowed, her eyes wide open, and her face was filled with anger, evoking fear in others. She was wearing a red and white priestess outfit, the vibrant red and pure white contrasting sharply, creating a strong visual impact. The clothing was intricately tailored to fit her graceful figure, and the hem danced in the wind, like a fairy in flight. The sleeves and neckline were embroidered with exquisite patterns, adding a touch of mystery. Hey, come down. If you don't come down, I'll beat you. She looked very angry, but what could she do? She couldn't fly. Just as she hovered in the air, a bolt of lightning struck down, and she couldn't dodge in time, immediately being knocked down. Wah, ouch. You jerk. Hui was clearly very angry, and then saw the demon girl across from her wielding a blood-red blade larger than herself, exuding a menacing aura. So you came down. Her murderous intent was no less than that of a defeated opponent, feeling the pressure of the situation. Wait, no, I mean no harm. Hui sensed the overwhelming aura and was instantly stunned. How strong. Inazuma is really full of hidden talents. Bastard, eat this, demon slayer. The demon girl's voice turned hoarse as she charged forward. A massive blood-red demon face appeared, opening its gaping maw and lunging at Hui. Hui couldn't care less and immediately drew her dual swords, elemental powers at the ready, and met the attack head-on. The clash of the swords and the demon face erupted in a burst of energy. Chapter 119. Chiyo Hujai Palace. And the Raiden sisters, after a long battle with the demon girl, Chiyo managed to win narrowly, proving her superior skills. However, as she felt the rising aura around Ye, she wondered if there would be a second form. Just as the BO3 was about to begin, applause echoed in the air. "Oh my, impressive. You managed to fight Chiyo for so long." A teasing and somewhat playful voice floated over. Ye turned at the sound and saw a graceful white-haired fox girl standing elegantly there. She emanated a captivating charm that made it hard to look away. The white fox blinked her bright eyes, a sly smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Hello there, cute little girl. My name is Hujai Palace. And this here is Chiyo. What a fate it is to meet you here today. I'm really glad to get to know you." However, when Ye turned her gaze to Chiyo, she found her expression cold, seemingly indifferent toward her. Seeing this, Hujai Palace quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. That is just how she is. She is not a bad person at heart. Trust me, I'll have a good talk with her. Come on, let us go." With that, Hujai Palace elegantly waved her sleeves and turned to walk ahead. Ye hesitated for a moment, pondering to herself. For some reason, she instinctively felt that Hujai Palace's words were trustworthy. Could it be due to the she had previously acquired producing some peculiar effect? With that thought, Ye stopped hesitating and quickly followed Hujai Palace's lead. Along the way, Hujai Palace held onto Chiyo tightly. Even though Chiyo occasionally bared her teeth and tried to break free to pounce at Ye, but Hujai Palace skillfully stopped her each time. Thus, the three of them walked slowly, leaving behind a long trail of footprints. Finally, they arrived beneath a cherry blossom tree. Under that tree, a figure made Ye's heart stop. The Raiden Shogun. There stood a beautiful purple-haired woman in white attire, holding a paper umbrella. But don't think that just because you change your outfit for cosplay, I wouldn't recognize you. You are the Raiden Shogun. Wow, she asked the god of thunder, Ball, my good friend. Come over, let me introduce you. Chiyo also stopped, knowing that this sly fox surely had ulterior motives. And she remained calm, ready to watch the show. Ye looked at the figure from a distance, too scared to approach. Just as she was about to turn and run, a figure appeared in her line of sight, exactly as she remembered, though her outfit wasn't as extravagant, yet her aura was the same. Gah! It's the Raiden Shogun. She was so frightened that her soul almost left her body, just as she was about to flee. She saw the Raiden Shogun glide past her and approach the original Raiden Shogun. Then, to Ye's astonishment, she took the hand of the original Raiden Shogun and sweetly called out, "Sister." WTF? Ye was dumbfounded, and the viewers in the live stream were also confused. Ada Bergen, hiss. Nice. Jamasi, it's the bell sound. You're too funny, little one. Hujai Palace laughed uncontrollably beside her. Ye felt completely bewildered. How strange, right? I'll tell you, they are twin gods of magic listening to Hujai Palace's explanations filled with unfamiliar content. And Hujai Palace didn't know about Ye's past with the Raiden Shogun, nor did the Raiden Shogun herself. Ye then understood. This might be in the past. She had traveled back in time. Interesting. Jamusi. This way, she can directly pursue the Raiden Shogun, and we'll talk about it later. Ada Bergen. You say later? Is she normal? At this moment in Inazuma, a mysterious declaration was made. At last, Lumen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally felt a bit more settled. After all, the Raiden Shogun had no grievances with her, so the situation shouldn't be too bad. At least she didn't have to worry about her life safety for the time being. Lumen turned her gaze to the two sisters standing under the brilliantly blooming cherry blossom tree. She carefully observed them and couldn't help but mutter to herself. These two look almost identical. However, if she had to distinguish between them, one seemed much gentler, while the other, well, how should she put it, gave off a slightly silly vibe. Wait, why am I having such strange thoughts? How could the Raiden Shogun ever be silly? Just thinking about the terrifying power of the Raiden Shogun that she had witnessed made Lumen shiver involuntarily. Just as Lumen was about to say something, Kitsune Seiju stepped in first. She excitedly said, really, let me tell you, today I encountered an incredible little one. You must take a good look at her. She can actually hold her own against Chiyo and might even surpass her." Hearing this, the originally calm Ayaka suddenly became interested. Lent out a soft O. However, Lumen felt a chill run down her spine. "Oh dear, Ayaka! Look at how you scared her. At that moment, Makoto quickly reached out to stop Ayaka, gently tapping her cute little nose with her finger and smiled at Lumen, saying, "Don't be afraid, little one. Hello, I'm Bayel, but you can also call me Ride Makoto. This is my sister, Bal Zebel, and she is also Ride Nei." Listening to this gentle voice, Lumen felt somewhat reassured. So this Raiden Shogun is the younger sister, but where did the older sister go? I'm Lumen, a traveler. A traveler? Have you been to many places? Of course. Lumen was best at sharing various adventure stories, but just as she started talking about the Northwind Wolf of Mondstadt, she was interrupted. Isn't the Northwind Wolf fighting with the High King of the Lonely Tower? How could Lumen quickly realize something was off and immediately change the subject, saying she wanted to hear about their current world? Upon hearing about it, she was shocked. It seemed she had crossed over to an era called the Archon War, a time filled with countless Archons vying for power and dangers lurking everywhere. Lumen immediately felt a bit flustered. How was she supposed to fight? She had some strength in the later stages, but here, what could she do? However, hugging the Raiden Shogun's leg for survival should be fine. And looking at the Raiden Shogun's leg, it was both white and long. While they were chatting, a green shuriken suddenly flew over, and Lumen was taken aback, thinking, "Am I being attacked?" Ayaka picked up the shuriken, and Lumen was shocked to see that it was the Raiden Shogun's shuriken. How could this be? Could it be that Kitahara's saved me across time? No. She suddenly recalled the black-haired Kitahara she had seen in the game. No way. Kitahara couldn't be this young during the Archon War. Lumen looked at Ayaka, who had a serious expression. What is it? It's a declaration of war. An Archon is declaring war on all the Archons here. Chapter 121, Heading to Central Island. The other gods followed her without hesitation, but a hint of unease emerged in their hearts. Building a good relationship with the Raiden Shogun was fine, but if it came to a confrontation with Lan, the situation would become tricky. After all, once the relationship with Lan broke down, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, In couldn't help but reach for her body to confirm whether something was still there. However, upon touching, her face changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "Oh no, this is bad." It turned out that the crucial Book of Seals was not on her, but had been entrusted to Paimon for safekeeping earlier. Meanwhile, let's shift our perspective to Paimon, who was facing a person who looked strikingly similar to Lan, but had a completely different personality. The person stared intently at Paimon and asked, "Do you really not know where this came from?" Paimon hurriedly nodded in response, uh-huh. At that moment, Paimon's gaze was fixed on this person, secretly thinking, although this person looks exactly like Lan, their personality is completely different. Just then, the person suddenly said, "I know most of the content recorded in this book." As soon as the words fell, his blood-red Sharingan stared directly at Paimon. In an instant, Paimon felt an indescribable, terrifying force wrap around her like a giant python. An overwhelming sense of suffocation surged over her. She was terrified, and even breathing became difficult. However, this horrifying feeling lasted only for a moment before the chilling, suffocating sensation disappeared without a trace. Surviving the ordeal, Paimon dared not delay and quickly took deep breaths, as if trying to regain all the air she had just lost. "That was so scary," Paimon murmured, still shaken. What's wrong? Can I keep her?" Andugia rushed over, grabbing the Paimon who was about to take off, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Genglan. "Just don't let her die." Genglan didn't say much, but looked at Daihudo, who pointed at himself in a daze. Genglan was speechless. "Fine, I'm hungry. Let us do it this way." "Yay, little one. I'll give you a name. You look so white, so from now on you'll be called Little Black." Paimon was taken aback. "What's that about? Why should a white one be called Little Black? And I already have a name, okay?" Immediately correcting the mistake, Andugia also agreed to the name, happily spinning around with Paimon in her arms. When Paimon was being held, she could only feel how flat and uncomfortable it was. Her development wasn't very good. This is so sci-fi. There's this cool on, and then there's this cute and petite Andugia. And over there, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the Heavenly Tao without black decorations. This is too sci-fi. Where exactly am I? On Ing's side. She was running along with Raiden Ei and the others. "Remember, don't separate later. The time I can protect you is limited. They are all gods." So don't let your guard down, Raiden Ei reminded, looking at Ing. Ing nodded, indicating that she would definitely stay close behind. Then, the group flew to a part of the mountains, looking at the repaired mountains, with only Raiden Shogun sighing. It will be blown up soon, sigh. Chapter 122. The Thunder God of Rage. After Ing followed the Raiden Shogun and her companions to the mountains, there was a long wait. Ing kept thinking, so, Brother Ran is a deity, huh? That explains why he is so powerful, and he seems to be quite an impressive existence. After all, he dared to fight all the deities of Inazuma alone and is still alive and well in later times. But what puzzled her was why, after traveling this way, they found that it seemed to be a large contiguous land, when according to their journey, they should have seen quite a few islands by now. Could it be that Inazuma was still a continent 1,000 years ago, and then, with continental drift, it split into various islands? Thinking this way, it seemed possible. It couldn't just be that these deities fought each other to create this. Ing looked at the mountains, pondering about other deities who might not be as friendly as Ing. So she might have to be more cautious. After all, she didn't know how strong these deities from 1,000 years ago were. She could barely hold her own against one of the servants of the rice deity, Uchiyo, and the rice deity, who is stronger than Chiyo, would likely mean her death if she encountered him. With this in mind, what kind of deities would those in later times be? She instinctively shrank a bit towards the Raiden Shogun, as if that would give her a little more sense of security. Ing glanced at the calm-faced Ing and noticed she was looking in one direction. Following her gaze from behind, she saw a figure. No, wait. She remembered that there was no one when she came up. From a distance, she saw a slightly slender girl standing there gracefully. Her complexion was pale as paper, as if just recovering from a serious illness, evoking a sense of pity. The gray-white robe she wore fluttered gently, as if a light breeze was blowing by. What was even more eye-catching were the purple wings folded behind her. They quivered slightly, radiating a mysterious glow. Upon closer inspection, the wings were adorned with exquisite sharp purple feathers, shining like splendid decorations. The girl stood quietly, seemingly making everything around her a mere backdrop. She appeared to merge with the environment, making it hard to tell whether she blended into her surroundings or if her presence altered the environment's usual appearance. This mysterious and elusive aura made her seem like a spirit that had walked out of a fantastical world. Looking at her face, which should have been very cute, it was now expressionless, as if sculpted from 1,000 years of cold ice. Even with such coldness, it couldn't conceal her natural beauty, especially her light purple eyes, resembling deep lakes, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts when they gazed at the rushing Ing and others, causing a tightening in their chests. The Thunder God of Rage, huh? I've heard that you are a twin deity. The Blue Flower deity was killed by you, right? Her voice was ethereal and pleasant. Raiden Ei glanced at the girl, wanting to say something, but her sister stepped in first, smiling as she began to chat with her. You are the Skywing deity, right? I've heard that your feather dance is quite remarkable. Seeing it today, indeed. Ing looked carefully at the girl. She was quite pretty, and hearing that she could dance made her even prettier. Atta Bluggen, I really like this one. Ajamu Si. Why do I feel like I've sent too many comments? Han Jingli. Something's wrong. Tenata sure. You little lowly. What are you pretending to be a big sister for? However, before Raiden could finish her sentence, a loud and hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha, this little broken bird still dares to claim beauty. Not even as good as my insects. It's really laughable. Upon hearing that voice, everyone turned to look in the direction it came from. In an instant, all their gazes were drawn to a figure. A tall and mighty person appeared in their sight, resembling a moving iron fortress. This person was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, which seemed to meld with his body, perfectly fitting his robust physique and exuding an overwhelming aura. The heavy armor, layered and gleaming with a cold metallic luster, inspired a sense of awe. The most special was the unique design of his armor, which made his already tall frame stand over 4 meters. Such an astonishing height made him stand out in the crowd, becoming the undeniable focal point. Looking at the helmet atop his head, it was extraordinarily peculiar. A huge horn resembling that of a rhinoceros beetle grew from it, deep brown in color, covered in hard patterns and protruding spikes, like a naturally formed exceptional weapon. It stood tall, pointing towards the sky, radiating a chilling aura. Senior Tokusatsu fan. Digga says he coming. Ajamusi. Brother with such a big horn. What do you want to do? Big nose listening. With such a big horn, let us see which good brother can break it off. The giant armored deity. Huh. Such thick armor. I wonder if it can withstand my blade. Murmured Uchiyo and Kusuzumi quietly, their voices not loud, as if afraid of being overheard, yet also wanting others to hear. Ing was fixated on the horn of the giant armored deity. What a big bug. However, the giant armored deity seemed to possess extraordinary hearing. His gaze suddenly turned toward them. It seems a bug is chattering. His tone carried a hint of threat, and his gaze became extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through one's soul. However, he seemed completely unaware that he was the real giant bug. Faced with the provocation of the giant armored deity, Uchiyo showed no signs of fear. She met his gaze, slowly drawing out her large sword, her movements steady and resolute. Ing also drew her twin swords. In an instant, the tense atmosphere in the air escalated, as if an intense battle was about to break out. Fortunately, Kusuzumi quickly noticed the change in the situation and swiftly intervened to stop Chiyo. Though Chiyo was reluctant, she obediently sheathed her sword. Meanwhile, Kusuzumi conveyed a message to Chiyo with her eyes. Now is not the time. Chiyo understood Kusuzumi's meaning and had to temporarily abandon her actions. Subsequently, Kusuzumi signaled Ing with a glance. If you want to die, go ahead. Ing felt a bit disheartened at that moment, damn it. However, it seemed the giant armored deity was not willing to let it go just yet. He wanted to continue provoking. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by an indescribable sense of numbness spreading throughout his body. He looked around and finally noticed Raiden Ei standing next to Ing. He saw Raiden Ei's beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint purple light, and a powerful aura emanated from her. You got some skills, little girl. The giant armored deity gritted his teeth, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Although he still felt displeased, he knew this opponent was not easy to deal with, so he had to relent. However, the Skywing deity seemed dissatisfied with the whole situation. She walked directly toward the giant armored deity, her face clearly filled with anger, glaring at him. The 4-meter-tall giant armored deity and the less than 5-meter-tall Skywing deity formed a peculiar picture, the enormous height difference making it hard not to chuckle. What is wrong, little thing? Do you want to fight? Ing also looked at the cute little girl, contemplating the odds of both sides. The tense atmosphere was soon broken by a calm voice. A figure with a human body and a serpent's head appeared, slightly apologetic. Sorry, I'm late. The serpent-fighting demon god. Who is the remaining one? Is it thunder or poison? Thunder really pondered. Ing leaned close to Hu Gong and whispered, Who is this? This is the serpent-fighting demon god, Orobas. Wait, who? Upon hearing this name, Ing realized it was the great serpent god from Heartsea Island. Oh no, have they encountered the big boss of Heartsea? If they end up fighting later, will it affect the future? Will Heartsea remember her for a lifetime? Just then, a loud, wild laugh interrupted her thoughts. Suddenly, there was a loud thunderclap that struck the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. As the dust settled, a tall, powerful creature appeared before everyone. Its body was covered in snow-white fur, each strand smooth and silky, making one want to touch it. The muscular body exuded a sense of power, as if it could easily tear apart steel or even the earth itself. It wore only a simple pair of pants, but that did not diminish its majesty and dominance. Resembling the Hulk in a way, this creature resembled a lion, but had a distinctly human torso. Its head was large and imposing, with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, emitting a chilling aura. Its eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if they could see through everything. At this moment, its entire body was flashing with dazzling arcs of electricity, complementing its unique appearance and enhancing its extraordinary dominance. These arcs seemed to symbolize its power, pulsating energetically. Fallen Honeybud, I measure it's a lion dog. Ajamu C. Mihuyu, are you still pulling tricks? Topple Spiral, don't say it. This thing is really imposing. It seems everyone is here. The voice of this demon god was rough and powerful, very penetrating. It looks like this is a meeting initiated by the Thunder Demon God. Thunder really understood now. From his words, it seemed he had gathered everyone. Hu Gong whispered to Ing. The Thunder Demon God is almost the strongest demon god in this area. He was already the overlord before the two sisters were born. I just don't know what his purpose is, if he is directly initiating war. Thunder felt a bit worried. She wasn't too sure if they could win. Even though they had moved the citizens or followers to a safe area, a chaotic battle among 5 demon gods was unimaginably terrifying. He also felt a bit ashamed. Unlike the other 3 demon gods, this big lion displayed a terrifying aura right from the start, similar to Ing, but even more ferocious. Earlier, she could rely on Shadow's protection to be immune to some demon god's pressure, but this guy in front of her seemed to be on par with Shadow. Is this the God War? However, Thunder's next words stunned Thunder and the others. Who sent me here? You little bug? He gazed fiercely at the serpent fighting god, brimming with battle intent. The serpent fighting god looked confused, and so did everyone else. So it's not you? Thunder asked, and Thunder turned to look at her. I certainly could, but there is no need yet. I'm curious who is so bold. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Ing. Ing looked into those lantern-like blue eyes, sparkling like sapphires, but when she saw a hint of a smile on his lips, she felt something was off, something was wrong. This little brat is interesting. Shadow quietly shielded Ing behind him, and when Ing saw Shadow's action, her heart warmed. She felt that she was protected. Stay a bit farther away, Shadow reminded. Okay, I'm the best at running away. So you're not going to sleep anymore, just start running, right? Minglei little brat, it's time for you to know who the real overlord here is. Just a Na'vi little brat. Instantly, a violent flash of lightning erupted from his body. The lightning surged like a giant dragon, and his smooth fur fluffed up in an instant. The powerful force shaking the earth. Shadow remained silent, and lightning also erupted from his body. Seeing this, Ing immediately took 2 steps back. As soon as her foot landed, a deadly aura appeared behind her, and before she could react, a sound of metal clashing rang in her ears. She hurriedly turned to look, only to see the Thunder Demon God's massive claw descending upon her, while Shadow held his Naginata with both hands to block the attack. So fast, she couldn't even react. Ing was shocked and distanced herself from these 2 powerful bolts of thunder. Oomph. The Thunder Demon God sneered, and the terrifying thunder fell like a heavy hammer. Shadow made a desperate slash, cutting through the astonishing lightning, then transformed into a purple lightning bolt, instantly charging towards the Thunder Demon God. The Thunder Demon God also struck back, transforming into a blue-white lightning bolt, and in an instant, they collided countless times. The arcs of lightning and the violent momentum shattered the mountaintop. Yes, sir. What a terrifying speed. Even little yellow hair couldn't react. Ajamusi. Don't say that. I couldn't see clearly either. Sadolum. Is this what it means to be strong? Cook can cook. Why not have Black Storm start with a lightning knife rush if it doesn't go down in 60 seconds? Just attack directly. Alabi. Can you react, huh? Ing watched this shocking scene. She didn't expect that when Shadow hit her, he was holding back. She thought it was just Shadow's technique. Little did she know that when the Thunder God looked at Ing, his mind was filled with, no wonder there's a resemblance to an old friend. It turns out to be an old friend's demeanor. That little one, be careful. It's so uncomfortable. Naturally, he held back a lot. What lay before her was full power mode. Even so, the Thunder Demon God was still evenly matched. This is what a true demon god is. Is this the battle of the predecessors? Chapter 123. The demon god of sky, soaring, Ing retreated a long distance, watching the 2 gods disappear, feeling a bit scared. Damn it, she had already been to 2 countries, yet still felt powerless in the face of such strength. The thought of that white figure, who kept her and her brother apart from such a high position, made her clench her fists tightly. A sense of helplessness. While the 2 gods were fighting, another battle broke out on the other side. The gigantic armored demon god looked at the small sky, soaring demon god, a grin splitting across its face. Then, black and purple elemental power gathered in its mouth, forming a round sphere. Die, little thing, before the sphere could be released. The petite girl appeared in the air, waving her jade-like hand. Countless pure white feathers appeared out of nowhere and slowly descended. Even though their speed was so slow it could be disregarded, before the feathers could fall, the armored demon god exploded. The sphere in its mouth burst open instantly. The armored demon god glared darkly at the sky, soaring demon god before it. A brown light suddenly flickered on its body, and several massive insect legs extended out, transforming into long spears that fiercely stabbed towards the sky, soaring demon god. She remained unmoved, transforming into countless pure white feathers at the moment the spears struck. The feathers floated in the sky, and then, as if drawn together by some force, they instantly transformed into a storm. The pure white storm swept towards the armored demon god, with each feather comparable to a sharp blade. However, clearly, this did not cause any damage to the armored demon god, known for its defense. Is it all you've got? Not even a scratch? The storm of feathers in the sky seemed to sense this and surged upwards, amidst the countless dark clouds caused by the battle of the two thunder attribute demon gods. A piercing slicing sound echoed. In an instant, a gigantic spiral spike pierced through the dark clouds, carrying endless power as it fiercely stabbed towards the armored demon god. Only then did the armored demon god show a hint of interest. The insect legs stood up once more, each one bursting with brown elemental power, gradually gathering at the giant horn. Centered around its horn, a massive beam of elemental power shot out, directly striking the disaster-like white feathers. Ah, Jamu-si. Is this the expressiveness of a demon god? Damakusi. How did Wendy win the demon god war? Ing watched these two disaster-like beings, clicking her tongue. So demon gods are this strong? She had been feeling proud after defeating those guys earlier, but unexpectedly, upon reaching this top battlefield, she felt so powerless. Her determination to become stronger was increasing with the increasingly perilous situation. At this moment, a faint golden light was forming deep within her body. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the previous sky soaring demon god, who looked to be in poor condition, spitting out purple blood and swaying as she ascended. In contrast, the armored demon god seemed unfazed. It appeared that in this clash, the armored demon god had the upper hand. At that moment, a brown beam of light shot towards Ing and the others. Ing saw the giant horn of the armored demon god pointing this way and thought it was bad. Just as she was about to run, she realized that the remaining 3 thunder attribute companions wouldn't be able to escape on their own. A sense of urgency flashed through her mind, and then she gritted her teeth, instantly summoning 3 different colors of elemental power. Chio, let's go. This call made Chio react immediately, with her surging blood energy exploding forth, transforming her into a fearsome figure. Ing was startled by this fierce appearance. Is this the ancestor of the Inazuma Oni clan? She wondered what the future Oni clan would look like. Akataka. Hee. The two's heightened elemental power and blood energy burst forth, catching the armored demon god off guard. I didn't expect 2 little clawed bugs. That guy's not here. Let's see who can save you. In an instant, a brown destructive beam shot out from the horn, aiming directly at the 4. At this moment, each of them was surrounded by a layer of rock element shields, enveloped in lightning and hurricanes. Ing drew her dual swords, which were instantly wrapped in elemental power, elongating and enlarging. Even using her strongest attack method, Chio swung her sword, transforming it into a massive blood-red mask. The two's attacks collided with the destructive beam head-on. Right from the start, they were at a slight disadvantage. Ing felt a chill in her heart. I can't hold it. Why is it so strong? Suddenly, a cute little coconut sheep emerged from Ying's body, and blue-white electric light instantly enhanced her. Far away in the sky, a gigantic purple shadow was streaking across the sky at incredible speed, like a meteor, with such impact that even the ocean waves were stirred up. It was the complete Susanoo, and in the pentagonal cockpit atop the majestic giant god, several figures appeared. Uchiha Kingon, Indugia, Diodur, Shimu, and Little Paimon. Little Paimon, with her eyes widened, was in Andugia's arms, gazing at the rapidly passing world outside the purple. God knows, when Kingon and the others said they were going to Inazuma, Paimon had said the road was difficult. Without hesitation, Kingon activated the complete Susanoo, leaving Paimon so shocked she couldn't speak. So terrifying. This terrifying power is indeed worthy of Brother Kingon. When she was held by Andugia into the Susanoo, she felt that this Susanoo was damn safe, unable to conceive of any danger within. The only danger was Andugia occasionally pinching her face, which she didn't resist much, thinking, little Andugia, such a cute pinch. Kingon sensed something and looked into the distance. The terrifying vision of the eternal kaleidoscope pierced through layers of mist, fixing on that battlefield. The aura of lightning release had already started to clash. Miraculously, the long knife at his waist began to glow and even spoke. Then let's give him a head-on blow. Kingon sneered coldly, and the Chidori blade, also known as Sod, continued. Just like you always say, let this world feel the power of Uchiha, the god. Saying this, the speed of Susanoo suddenly accelerated, with the scenery outside becoming a line, yet the people inside felt no discomfort. Paimon expressed that it was more comfortable than flying with the traveler. Meanwhile, Ing was barely holding off the attack under the Chidori lightning release chakra, but was still pushed back by the beam. Chio was also dripping with sweat. She had never been afraid of anyone growing up, but now she was afraid. Ing help, and the two gods fighting far away. Reikage casually blasted a mountain, looking at the emerging Ing. It seems your little friends are in a bit of danger. Humph. Ing was breathing lightly. Clearly Reikage was strong, but not unresistible. She was worried about her sister. She looked over in that direction. If you want to go, then go. Fight later. I don't want my opponent to be distracted. Reikage gestured with both hands, then retracted his power. Thank you. Ing transformed into purple lightning and charged forward. What a terrifying guy. Reikage looked at the wound on his hand, but smiled. Chapter 124. Touching the cute little Tianshang, Ing arrived at the scene. In an instant, the situation was turned around as she knocked the giant armored demon god away with a single strike. Indeed, there is a difference between demon gods. Ing looked at the flashing shadow, excited and ready to rush over. But as she lunged, she found herself empty-handed. The shadow had already appeared beside the real one. Sister, are you all right? Oh, of course I'm fine. You should thank the traveler and that Tianshang demon god. The shadow turned to look at the two. Thank you. Ying's mouth twitched, but she could only accept it. Then she turned to the Tianshang demon god. Thank you just now. If it weren't for you holding back the giant armored demon god at a critical moment, we wouldn't have made it until Shadow arrived. It's nothing. I was going to fight her anyway. The Tianshang demon god raised her head to look at Ing. At this moment, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Why am I so short? Although she could change her size with elemental power, it didn't seem to help much now. Ing looked at this cute little creature who seemed unhappy. Her hand involuntarily reached out. The moment she touched her, she felt a soft sensation, and then she touched again. The Tianshang demon god was completely dumbfounded. She's touching my head. Damn it, don't project Naruto's head pats onto this. Head pats are such a gentle action. The Tianshang demon god was filled with anger in an instant, but at the same time, she felt a special sensation. Ooh, that's quite comfortable. I suppose I can let you touch it. Seeing that the Tianshang demon god didn't resist, Ing became bolder. She slowly squatted down to be at the same height as her. Her mischievous little hand poked the Tianshang demon god's little face. Wow, so soft. Friendly reminder, the male traveler does not have these scenes. I'm already too young. The male traveler is not human. The Tianshang demon god looked at Ing with a strange expression, feeling that this yellow-haired person was odd. The group over there didn't even dare to get close to her. Yet she had the audacity to poke her face and touch her head. Moreover, this person had a unique aura about her that was very strange and captivating. She couldn't help but lean closer to Ing, wanting to see what was so peculiar about her. This action was monumental in Ying's eyes. She's letting me touch. Then, she went even further and started rubbing her little face. Eventually, she just hugged the small Tianshang demon god, and at that moment, the Tianshang demon god felt her mind go blank, and her face turned red. Ah, Jamu Si. Wow, am I a succubus? Can't be dragged. The celestial cells are activated. Chunjing. Could this cell really be a succubus cell? Did I just turn her into a Teyvat succubus? What is your name? I'm Morna. She stammered out the words in Ying's embrace. Seeing her like this made Ing like her even more. Little kids are just too adorable. Meanwhile, Huzagong and Qinya exchanged glances, wondering what was happening. In just a short time, they had a demon god in their midst. Watching this unfold, Huzagong immediately gave Ing a thumbs up, indicating her strength. Ing couldn't help but laugh. She finally calmed down, feeling a chill down her back for her impulsive act earlier. She and T expected that the little demon god wouldn't resist. She thought she was quite charming, but she and T felt this way before. She couldn't help but wonder if that was the effect of those cells. Truly, it was made by Liyue. It's so useful. Chapter 126, Little Duck Duck. The shocking Susanoo, the giant armored demon, trembled as it crawled up from the ground. It was clear that the blow it received had inflicted considerable damage, with numerous cracks appearing all over its armor. Not good. How do they unite against me? This is a problem. I can't fight. Dealing with a heavenly soaring demon is already tough enough, and now there's an additional thunder-roaring demon with a very strong killing intent. What a mess. I need to run. At this moment, the usually silent, snake-fighting demon suddenly raised its head and looked solemnly into the distance. Hey, Longworm, let's team up. No, something big is coming. Ing and the others looked curiously in that direction. What is it? Just then, a light and agile voice suddenly whispered into the ears of the giant armored demon. Hey, have you eaten? The giant armored demon was taken aback. What is this? Haven't eaten? Take a punch from me. In an instant, a massive fist appeared before the giant armored demon. The fist was entirely water blue, clearly formed from condensed water elements. What a useless thing. Watch me break it with one strike. A few insect legs shot forward like cannonballs, but what happened next left everyone astonished. The enormous and defensively impressive giant armored demon was directly sent flying by that water fist, looking as if it had taken tremendous damage. As the dust settled, a petite figure appeared on the scene. She wore a blue and white dress, her blue and white long hair styled in 3 spirals. And her delicate and cute little face featured a pair of blue and white eyes that sparkled like gems. A pair of light blue small horns made her even more adorable. In her arms, she was holding Paimon. Paimon, traveler. Paimon immediately tried to break free from Andugia's embrace. But Andugia's grip was a bit too strong. Jamusi, wow, little duck duck. Zawa Kulu. So pretty, Mihoyo, release her. Twirling mint. She looks very lively. Not like a typical lowly. Duckgate, trust us. You are Sister Andugia? Ing recognized the familiar figure at once. Even though she had shrunk, she could still identify her. In an instant, her eyes were filled with Andugia's image. So cute. Hey, do you know me? Andugia pointed at herself blankly, looking at the distant blonde, while Paimon immediately looked up. Andugia, that's my friend, that's the traveler. Oh, so she is the traveler. Gumlan has been wanting to meet her. Andugia thought to herself, and then hugged Paimon tighter. Paimon quack. Upon hearing the name Gumlan, Ing suddenly recalled what Gumlan looked like back when they played games together. Uchiha Gumlan. He thought this was old Gumlan's Chinibu, but he didn't expect you to have really been called that when you were young. By the way, he's coming. Andugia looked up at the sky. Everyone else was puzzled, but they all turned their gaze upwards. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to rumble. The endless clouds in the distance swiftly parted as if sliced open, revealing a purple line that cut through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a massive figure flew in from afar. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. In the sky, an incomparably gigantic deity manifested. In the distant horizon, a breathtaking and soul-stirring figure slowly emerged. He spread a pair of enormous wings that blocked out the sun, each feather sparkling with mysterious and dazzling light, as if capable of enveloping the entire world. Clad in an incredibly sturdy purple armor, its material was as hard as iron, instilling a sense of impotence in anyone who dared to oppose it. The exquisite patterns and runes on the armor pulsated with strange energy waves, emanating an unmatched aura of majesty. At his waist hung 2 giant swords, broad and extraordinarily sharp, radiating a cold light that seemed capable of cutting mountains and tearing apart the void with a mere flick. Most striking was the Crow Tengu mask he wore. The mask was lifelike, as if it were a living entity. Beneath the mask, a pair of scarlet eyes glared down at the crowd, their gaze like scorching rays, piercing through to those below. Under that gaze, everyone felt their hearts stop beating for an instant, their blood freezing, as an indescribable fear surged from the depths of their hearts. This terrifying figure was none other than the legendary, complete Susanoo. It resembled a battle god from ancient times descending into the world, bringing with it the power and momentum to destroy heaven and earth, sending chills down one's spine. Cook can cook. I've seen it a few times in the duel arena, but this is the first time here. I didn't expect it to be even more terrifying. Virgin. Is this size serious? Is this a human? I feel like he could grab the Anemo dragon like a dog. Ah, Jamusi. It's even bigger than Ultraman. Too many mistakes. Is this a trade fair? Must fall, Mihoyo. How many patents do you have left? Why did my heart tremble when he looked at me? I'm a player. Clearly, the arrival of Susanoo stirred up a wave of excitement. Chapter 126. Uchiha Ganglan. Ing stared blankly at the purple giant in the sky. For a moment, her mind went blank. Is this something that can be contended with? While everyone was questioning their lives, a small coconut sheep sprang out from Ying's body and flew directly towards the Susanoo in the sky. In no time, it reached inside the Susanoo. At that moment, the Susanoo in the sky began to dissipate, revealing a somewhat slender figure in the air. He wore a purple outfit, the zipper pulled all the way to the top, giving off an air of someone who felt invincible. The figure's gaze swept over the crowd. The instant they made eye contact, an invisible pressure descended upon them. His pair of crimson eyes were terrifying. Even from such a distance, it could affect people. Chio Fox Shrine was already half kneeling on the ground from the pressure. Ing stared at the figure. Is this really the Ganglan from back then? It looks quite formidable. Ing wanted to say something but found herself unable to utter a word, trembling all over. With just one glance, she felt completely powerless. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. You bastard, what are you? A blue-white lightning bolt shot towards Ganglan like a cannonball, the terrifying force causing the surrounding air to tremble. Ganglan didn't even glance. Instantly, a massive purple skeleton formed around him, exuding a terrifying power that sent chills down people's spines. That formidable punch, capable of knocking back lightning, was easily blocked by the eerie skeleton, and Ganglan didn't even move an inch. Ganglan glanced sideways at the thunder, roar demon god, his disdainful gaze provoking even more rage from the thunder, roar demon god. You little brat. Ugh. Before he could attack again, a gigantic skeletal arm extended from the skeleton, its fingertips sharp as knives. With fingers spread wide, it directly grabbed the thunder, roar demon god. He felt a terrifying force emanating from that arm, instantly cracking his bones with a loud pop. Bastard. He roared in anger, lightning exploding around him as he transformed into a dazzling lightning sphere once more. Ganglan sneered, and with a sudden increase in force, he completely disregarded the thunder, roar demon god's desperate howls. I will definitely kill you, I must. Ganglan remained silent, casually throwing the thunder, roar demon god like a ball, transforming him into a streak of light that collided with other mountains, crashing into several before finally coming to a halt. At a Burgeon, no power to fight back at all. Jamusi, damn, so cool. Topple mysterious. This is just like me. Matchmaker Wang Simin, whose Chi-Chi is this? Afterwards, Ganglan vanished in an instant, appearing right in front of Raiden Shogun. She was momentarily stunned and quickly drew her Naginata, ready to fight to the death. The earlier scene had left Ganglan with an extremely dangerous image in Raiden Shogun's mind. The thunder, roar demon god, who was evenly matched with her, had been so easily defeated by him. What about herself? Ganglan. Ing, seeing the scene, rushed over. Ganglan also looked at her at that moment. He had not activated his Sharingan, and his emerald green eyes were unusually flat, showing no emotion. The only unchanging aspect was his absurdly good looks. Ganglan's friend, wow, it's Ganglan with normal eyes. Trailing T, damn. Feels like young Ganglan has an air of superiority over everything. Waiting. Feels like their essay story behind those eyes. Ing looked at Ganglan's face, momentarily stunned. So handsome. Considering the current situation, she quickly set aside other thoughts and approached Ganglan, detailing her time travel story and emphasizing her relationship with him. Close friends, yes. Close friends. Meanwhile, Indugia had also arrived with Paimon in her arms. Ing wanted to take Paimon back, but Indugia seemed very protective, angrily hugging Paimon and turning her head away, refusing to look at Ing while claiming that Paimon was now hers. So cute, Ing thought, looking at the little duck. Then she remembered the gentle big duck behind her. If she could be with the duck, that would be so happy. At this moment, Genglan also spoke. Since you are from the future, you know what has happened here. Ah, since you reminded me, I want to go easy. He truly couldn't understand why he would hold back. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from Genglan as he coldly laughed. Ing was taken aback. No. This Genglan is so reckless. Why is he so quick to fight? If she were to follow his reasoning, what he was doing now had no conflict with everything in the future, right? In fact, if Ing knew Genglan's true thoughts, she would be even more speechless. Genglan had traveled a long way, piloting a Gundam, and his aim was not only to find his family with Ming Lu, but also to defeat all the gods of this region. After all, the strength here was the strongest below Liyue, and after finishing with Inazuma, he would head straight to Liyue. In the past, Genglan had no intention of killing Raiden Shogun and the others. He simply wanted to beat them to near death, but those who sought a fight, like the poison shadow demon god, he would directly slay. The later appearance of Raiden Shogun exceeded his expectations, and due to the weakness of the Fox Shrine's precious item, his Susanoo, which originally stood at a kilometer high, ended up not even being 60 meters tall. It caused Raiden Shogun to send him into the sea with the collective willpower of the entire island's people, yokai, and gods. This was truly unavoidable. If it were Genglan's own Susanoo, it would be another story, but he felt embarrassed to mention the Fox Shrine. The real MVP of this battle was not the exhausted Raiden Shogun, but the Fox Shrine, which limited Genglan's strength by a large margin. However, now that he mentioned future events, although she didn't detail what had happened here, it made Genglan more cautious. It created a sense in his mind, a feeling that things might go wrong. Now, what appeared was the fully unleashed, unreserved killing intent of Uchiha Genglan. Raiden Shogun, teammate, I'm ready. Thunder, roar demon god. Don't mistake me for a teammate. Chapter 127, Battle. Just as Genglan's words fell, Raiden Shogun launched her attack without hesitation. She tightly gripped her Naginata, and in an instant, a powerful force erupted from within her, gathering at the blade. Then, she swung her arm fiercely, and the Naginata traced a dazzling arc in the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the air. With this strike, an incredibly sharp slash was unleashed. This slash, imbued with violent purple lightning power, roared forth like a giant dragon with bared fangs, charging straight at Genglan. As it passed, the air was torn apart, producing a series of explosive sounds. In the face of such a fierce attack, Genglan stood firm like a mountain, not moving an inch. However, just as the sharp slash was about to hit him, an unexpected scene unfolded. Suddenly, Genglan's figure became blurry, as if turning into a phantom. At the same time, a gigantic, menacing scarlet eye slowly materialized around his body. This eye emitted an eerie glow that sent chills down one's spine. Above this eye, there was a pitch-black, triangular, scythe-like pattern that continuously rotated, exuding a mysterious aura. Kawaii. A wow, divine might phantasm. Cook, so ominous. This is a person. You tell me. I hear this dead silence. I am almost dead. The sound that made the dual arena players' heart stop was now also felt by the Genshin players. That feeling of being unable to win. In an instant, Genglan's figure flickered, vanishing from sight like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared like lightning before Raiden Shogun's dignified and cold figure. Genglan's grasp on the Kusanagi sword glinted with a sharp cold light as he swiftly slashed through the void, aiming directly at Raiden Shogun. However, Raiden Shogun was not an ordinary opponent. Her gaze sharpened, and she sidestepped gracefully to avoid the strike. At the same time, Genglan quickly retracted the Chidori blade and once again swung down fiercely at Raiden Shogun. Their movements were as swift as the wind, overwhelming to behold. In that brief moment, they had already exchanged countless blows. Each clash of their weapons erupted in dazzling sparks, accompanied by crisp sounds of impact resonating around them. As both sides engaged fiercely, waves of unmatched power surged outwards like a roaring tide. Wherever this power passed, the already battered ground was further shredded, leaving a scene of devastation. Standing not far away, Ing watched in astonishment as the terrifying momentum continuously emanated from the battlefield, her heart secretly marveling. So strong. She never expected that the usually gentle and humble Genglan would have such a violent side. It turns out that the Genglan she knew was so wild. Ing murmured to herself, comparing this to the image of Genglan when he was young, full of vigor and reckless abandon. Compared to his current mature, steady, gentle, and introverted demeanor, he seemed like a completely different person. Thinking of this, Ing couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiences had transformed the once youthful and reckless Genglan into the calm and composed person he was now. However, now was not the time to ponder these questions. As she watched the battle between Genglan and Raiden Shogun intensify with no signs of stopping, Ing felt anxious. If she didn't find a way to stop this fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, what was worse was that her impulsive shout just now not only failed to make them back off, but seemed to have angered Genglan even more, making his attacks even fiercer. But she gazed at her seemingly helpless hands, secretly contemplating, with someone like me, even if I rushed forward, what could I possibly do? Even the fierce sword energy scattering around her forced her to dodge awkwardly. If she rushed and recklessly, she would probably be mercilessly shredded to pieces in no time. How great it would be if she possessed powerful strength. If only she were no longer so weak. The image of that white figure once again involuntarily surfaced in her mind, her long-lost brother. Every time she recalled the moment they were forced apart, and when she faced powerful enemies helplessly, her heart felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 needles simultaneously. At this moment, she clenched her fists tightly, and due to excessive force, her nails dug deep in her palms, blood slowly trickling out. However, she seemed to feel no pain, still tightly gripping her fists, as if trying to condense all her unwillingness and anger into this power. Meanwhile, strong gusts of wind generated from the collision of swords swept in like a storm. These gusts transformed into razor-sharp winds that mercilessly sliced through Ying's body, instantly leaving shocking scars on her delicate skin. Human, the celestial demon god, observed Ing, who was still standing strong at the center of the storm, its eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. It simply couldn't understand why Ing, who had just run away the fastest, did not choose to escape to save her life. Just then, a shadow appeared silently not far from Ing, like a ghost. The celestial demon god suddenly turned around, and upon recognizing the newcomer, its heart trembled. It was him. The person before her was none other than Uchiha Genglan. That handsome face and unique cold demeanor were unmistakable. However, if this person was Genglan, then who was the one fiercely battling Raiden Shogun? Genglan instantly appeared before Ing, swinging the Kusanagi sword down upon her. Ing snapped back to her senses. No, brother, even I am fighting. Ing hurriedly drew out the Tsangu Oath of Freedom and the Panyan Green, and the two swords collided with the Kusanagi sword, causing her to be sent flying like a burst bag. Wow! Ing struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So over the limit, so powerful. Ing looked in terror at Genglan, who was approaching step by step, still maintaining that cold demeanor, with the Kusanagi sword dragging on the ground, producing a screeching sound. Wow, Genglan's legs are so long and slender. Ing, why are you frozen? Go hug his leg. You all really are impossible to reason with. After traveling through 2 countries, thinking you've defeated many strong enemies, now, facing the top existence on this continent, what thoughts do you have? Despair? Helplessness? Ing slowly got up, looking at the existence she admired before her. He had saved her from danger time and again, leaving an indelible impression in her heart. Yet, the person before her, no matter how much she wished, the raised long blade had already proven that this was not the gentle version of him. Ing gritted her teeth, her grip on the long sword wavering. It seemed that the previous blow had truly hurt a lot. Just then, Genglan, who was slowly walking towards her, suddenly burst into a cloud of white mist. Just like that, he disappeared. Meanwhile, the situation on Raiden Shogun's side was gradually heating up. Chapter 128, Defeated in Seconds. Ing thought to herself as she glanced at Morna, who was looking at Andugia, but more specifically at Paimon in Andugia's arms. Morna, can you help me with something? Huh? Sure, but I have to say in advance, I don't want to fight that guy. Morna pointed at Genglan with a look of fear. Hearing this, Ing felt a bit awkward. Sister, "You're a deity. Why are you so timid?" Morna replied, "If you're brave, you can fight him yourself." Ing looked over at Shadow and felt even more anxious. Shadow had already engaged in a fierce battle with Raiden, and after such a long struggle, her physical condition was not great. However, at that moment, a more powerful and fierce enemy, Uchiha Genglan, appeared to fight her. When the battle first started, Shadow felt somewhat optimistic. The opponent's swordsmanship seemed a bit inexperienced and clumsy, which was not difficult for her, a seasoned warrior, to handle. But as those strange crimson eyes suddenly opened, the entire situation changed dramatically. For some reason, from that moment on, no matter how exquisite Shadow's attacks were, they seemed to be anticipated by the opponent and were effortlessly countered. Furthermore, to her shock, as time passed, Uchiha Genglan's swordsmanship improved at an astonishing rate. Gradually, the situation began to turn unfavorable for Shadow. The opponent's sword strikes became increasingly fierce, and the pressure mounted, forcing her into a disadvantageous position. It is known that Raiden Shogun always pursues ultimate martial skills. How could she not feel astonished by such a situation? What the heck? Ying's figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Andugia. Andugia's expression darkened. Her arm muscles tensed as she was about to punch Ying. However, at that moment, Paimon, who had been cradled in Andugia's arms, suddenly opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Don't fight, you too. The traveler is a good person. If you hit her, Paimon won't survive. Besides, the traveler herself definitely doesn't want this." Paimon's rapid-fire words caused Andugia to momentarily pause, her tightly clenched fist slowly loosening. She cast a doubtful glance at Ing, seeing her clear eyes without any malice, and hesitated in her heart. Ultimately, Andugia lowered her half-raised fist and did not attack Ing. Seeing this, Ing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up and down at the seemingly peaceful Andugia and, after a moment of thought, directly asked Sister Andugia, "Please help Shadow and make Genglan stop." In the memories of later generations, Andugia and Genglan seem to have a pretty good relationship, which must have some hidden aspects. Hearing Ying's question, Andugia gently shook her head, not mentioning why this seemingly taller person called her sister. She firmly replied, "No, once Genglan makes a decision, he will execute it without hesitation. I will unconditionally support everything he does." As she said this, Andugia's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Genglan, who was fighting in the distance. Her eyes sparkling with an indescribable light, as if that light contained endless trust and reliance. Ing was taken aback. Wow, so she really likes him at this moment. Chapter 129. Death at this moment. Ing was in a state of anxiety, her heart racing like ants on a hot pan. She absolutely could not just watch as Raiden was brutally killed by Genglan. Although she had some reservations about certain deities in this world due to past experiences, after spending several days with Ing, she deeply felt the care and concern that Ing had for her. Ing knew she was not the kind of person who would be ungrateful and betray those who cared for her. So no matter what, she had to find a way to rescue Raiden from this life and death crisis. But what should she do? Watching as Ing gradually fell into a disadvantage, even showing obvious signs of decline, Ing felt her mind go blank, completely unsure of how to respond to such a tricky situation. Could it be that the only way to have a glimmer of hope was to activate the tailed beast mode and fight with all her might? Ing couldn't help but ponder this possibility in her heart. Just as she was hesitating, a dull sound suddenly echoed, a loud crash as Raiden was violently knocked away by Genglan, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Ing no longer hesitated. She clenched her teeth, her gaze firm, and decided to activate the tailed beast mode immediately. Even if it cost her dearly, she would fight to protect Raiden. "All right, I'm going in." Ing gritted her silver teeth, and the tailed beast chakra within her surged forth like a raging torrent, instantly condensing into a magnificent cloak shining with brilliant golden light. She tightly gripped her twin swords, forcefully merging them into one, while the powerful elemental forces of wind, rock, and lightning twined around the sword like a spirited dragon. At this moment, Ing unleashed her most powerful move, one that contained her endless strength and determination. However, Genglan was caught off guard. He had never expected Ing to so decisively plunge into this fierce battle. Nonetheless, Geng Lan did not take Ying seriously. In his eyes, her strength was utterly insignificant, like an ant that could be easily crushed. Facing Ying's imposing and roaring giant sword strike, Geng Lan didn't even glance at it, casually swinging his blade. With a crisp snap, the seemingly indestructible giant sword was effortlessly sliced in half like a fragile twig by the sharp blade in Geng Lan's hand. At the moment the giant sword broke, Geng Lan's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of Ying like a ghost. Ying was betting that Geng Lan wouldn't kill her, due to future reasons. But clearly, she lost that bet. Why would he care about the future? Geng Lan's scarlet, eternal, Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly widened, as if burning with fierce flames. Just being looked at by him made Ying feel a breath of death approaching. Her whole body chilled as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her heart seemingly about to stop beating. In an instant, the long sword in Geng Lan's hand transformed into a flash of lightning, striking down with an unimaginable speed. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air became stagnant. Geng Lan's fierce slash contained endless power and killing intent, appearing incredibly tense. His frenzied gaze was as fierce as a beast, revealing a reckless determination. Around his body, countless lines burst forth, resembling sharp sword chi cutting through the void, emitting a piercing whistle. At the same time, as he tightly gripped the long knife, the muscles in his arms bulged, veins popping, showing that he was exerting all his strength. The strange red light emanating from his scarlet Sharingan extended outward like red threads, weaving into a tightly sealed net that ensnared his enemy. Seeing such a breathtaking scene, the players present were left speechless, unable to help but marvel at me, who use extraordinary artistic skill. Through this realistic scene and detailed portrayal, they truly felt the fear of being on the brink of death, as if at that moment they were really about to meet their doom. Just as everyone was in shock, with a loud swish, Geng Lan's long knife swept across. Following that, a thunderous explosion erupted, and the entire screen seemed to shatter, filled with countless cracks. Then, the screen plunged into complete darkness, causing people's hearts to sink into an abyss. Chapter 125. The Giant Armored Demon. After touching the heavenly soaring demon, Ying felt an ominous premonition, as if countless eyes were watching her. She looked around for a moment and finally spotted the grim-faced, giant armored demon in the distance. Observing his rising killing intent and glancing at the thunder shadow next to Thunder True, she thought, "Okay, I'm stable now. So you call yourself the giant armored demon?" Ying confidently raised the oath of freedom and pointed at the giant armored demon. The giant armored demon felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His killing intent could no longer be contained, and he wished he could rush over and swatting away with a claw. However, upon turning his head, he noticed that the Thunder Roar demon was still there, which was not something he could contend with. Moreover, although the heavenly soaring demon was not as powerful as himself, he was quite adept at assessing the situation. Seeing that Ying was relatively safe, he immediately resorted to underhanded tactics to force his way in. Damn it, looking cute is impressive, huh? The giant armored demon Kabudala, am also a famously handsome bug. Cursing inwardly, he was already prepared to flee. But looking at the lightning flickering on the blade of the Thunder Roar demon, it seemed a bit difficult to escape. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Hiss, how could such an enemy make me sweat? After forcing himself to act tough, he suddenly had a fierce expression, his eyes flashing with madness, and without hesitation, he opened those creepy insect legs. These insect legs stretched out in a bizarre manner, as if they were about to tear apart the surrounding space. Then, he struck a terrifying pose that resembled radiation, directly aimed at Ying and the heavenly soaring demon. Giant foot cannon, accompanied by his hoarse roar, a thick, brown elemental force suddenly surged forth. This powerful force instantly converged, transforming into an incredibly thick beam of light that rushed towards Ying with a destructive force. Upon seeing this, Ying couldn't help but feel startled, secretly thinking, "No way, dude. You really dare to continue attacking? And it's vaporizing too." However, at this moment, she had no time to make an effective defensive move. Just at this critical moment, a violent lightning bolt suddenly flashed out. The lightning shot across the sky like a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a slender purple line appeared before Ing. This purple line emitted a dazzling light, resembling the most brilliant meteor in the night sky. The next moment, the purple line exploded violently, transforming into countless small electric currents that quickly intertwined to form a massive rift. This rift had a peculiar shape, appearing like a gigantic, twisted eye, glaring fiercely ahead. In an instant, the power of the thunder surged upward like a massive wave, overwhelming the incoming beam of light. With a crisp crack, the originally powerful ray appeared so weak before this unparalleled thunder, easily split in two. As the light gradually faded, a purple silhouette slowly emerged. She stood gracefully, with flowing purple hair waving in the wind. She raised her hand and gently waved, her half-gloved hand radiating a faint purple glow, tightly shielding Ying behind her. Ying's face instantly turned red. Damn, why is it always a fan-made character for Ying? Actually, it's a player character. Where did this bug come from? The cold words of Raiden sounded like a sharp blade, piercing directly into the heart of the giant armored demon. Each word carried a bone-chilling coldness and deep contempt, making the giant armored demon shiver. You dare to call me a bug? You little brat who doesn't know how high the sky is. Back in the day, when I ruled this continent, you probably didn't even exist yet. Despite not showing weakness in words, the giant armored demon felt somewhat intimidated inside. After all, facing the renowned god of thunder, he could not help but feel a bit cautious. However, he couldn't lose momentum, so he could only force himself to spit out harsh words. That said, the giant armored demon's actions were not slow at all. Suddenly, 3 pairs of rapidly vibrating membranous wings burst open behind him, and with a piercing buzz, he transformed into a black light, shooting toward the sky like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown a considerable distance. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. With a loud bang, the giant armored demon, flying at high speed, suddenly stopped as if he had crashed into an impenetrable wall. Due to inertia, he almost fell flat on his face. Steadying himself, he looked up in shock, only to see countless pure, white feathers swirling around, densely intertwined to form an impenetrable wall that completely blocked his path. Damn it! The giant armored demon roared angrily, his voice echoing through the sky. He widened his eyes, veins bulging on his arms, using all his strength to try to tear apart the wall of feathers. However, no matter how hard he tried, those feathers remained unmoving as if enchanted. Just as the giant armored demon was filled with anger and shame, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly drifted into his ear. Sever. These 2 words were like a death warrant, causing the giant armored demon's heart to tremble. The next moment, he was horrified to find himself enveloped in a thick purple lightning. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the massive lightning suddenly exploded in the air. The dazzling light was almost blinding, and the raging energy surged like a torrential flood, sweeping in all directions with overwhelming force. The powerful shock wave soared, sending everything around flying far away, disappearing from sight. Giant armored demon. The plane has crashed. Children. Chapter 126. 5. Andugia, as the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the curtain of night, gently illuminating the earth, the whole world gradually awakened from its slumber, wrapped once more in warm light, dispelling the darkness and cold of the night. However, the Ice God Palace, located on the ice field, still appeared particularly desolate. This magnificent palace had an average internal temperature low enough to instantly freeze a massive elephant into a beautiful ice sculpture. At this moment, despite its solemn and majestic appearance, the originally calm and peaceful atmosphere began to change quietly due to some unforeseen events. Upon entering the grand hall of the Ice God Palace, an astonishing scene came into view. All the decorations seemed to be carved from crystal-clear ice blocks, resembling exquisite works of art. Being within it, one could almost feel a tranquil and mysterious aura enveloping them. Just then, a blue figure dashed past like lightning, instantly breaking the tranquility. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a petite woman. Despite her small stature, her speed was as swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a brilliant blue streak, heading straight for the enormous palace gate made of ice crystals, clearly eager to leave this place. As the streak of light was about to burst out of the palace, suddenly, a gigantic cross-shaped ice spike fell from the sky, thrusting down with fierce momentum into the hard ground, creating a muffled thud that caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. This unexpected turn of events successfully blocked the escaping streak of light. However, the woman did not give up. She quickly adjusted her direction, attempting to maneuver around the massive ice crystal to continue forward. Suddenly, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared like a ghost. She wore a noble dress of blue and white, and her luxurious skirt swayed like waves, seemingly merging with the surrounding air. From a distance, she looked like a queen emerging from the icy wilderness, cold yet regal. With a casual gesture, she extended her delicate hand, seemingly effortlessly grasping the streak of light firmly in her palm. However, at that moment, a delicate voice of protest emerged. Ouch! It was a streak of light, sounding somewhat pained. Clearly, that grasp was not as easy and comfortable as it seemed. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw that the ice-like woman was holding a very cute little girl. The girl was also dressed in blue and white, with a pair of blue horns growing from her head, and her unique hairstyle resembled a blue and white spiral cascading down both sides of her shoulders. At this moment, the little girl wore a face full of reluctance, her small mouth pouting high, and her big watery eyes were filled with anger. "Let go of me! Let go of me! I want to find Genglan!" The little girl struggled vigorously in the woman's hand, shouting loudly. But no matter how much noise she made, the ice-like woman remained as steady as a mountain, expressionless, not loosening her grip in the slightest. "Oh dear, little one, I promised him I would take good care of you, so you can't just run out like this. It's too dangerous outside." The woman spoke softly and tenderly to the adorable little creature in her hand. If someone familiar with this woman were present, witnessing this scene, they would surely be shocked, as who would have thought that she, usually as cold as ice and unapproachable, could exhibit such gentle behavior, speaking so patiently to someone else. "No, I don't want to listen to you. Let me go. Genglan must be doing something stupid." The little girl continued to struggle hard, trying to break free from the woman's grasp while shouting with a cry. Although they were both demon gods, she had only just recently received the sea god's inheritance as a new demon god, and compared to the ice demon god before her, who had fought through countless battles to carve out a path for survival in this icy wasteland, her strength was as different as heaven and earth. "Don't worry, sweetheart. That man doesn't look like someone who acts recklessly or has a simple mind." The woman gently patted the little one's head, softly reassuring her. "Woo-woo. It's all my fault, all my fault. Why couldn't I understand him? He was so silent at that time. He must have felt so miserable. Now, no one can truly understand him, not even me." As Andugia thought of Genglan's lonely and desolate appearance at that moment, her heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, almost unable to breathe. She remembered gazing quietly at the peaceful scene of Liyue, and her yearning for a peaceful life blazed like a burning flame. At that moment, her intense desire for a peaceful existence made her completely overlook the feelings deep within Genglan's heart. At that time, she was unaware of the immense pain Genglan was enduring. In Genglan's eyes, she and Diwudwa were undoubtedly crucial figures, but after they had caught a glimpse of the beauty brought by peace, they cast Genglan aside and began to speak for others. This behavior was nothing short of a complete betrayal for Genglan. Moreover, it seemed that even the formidable Morix had acted in a way that betrayed Genglan, leading him to rage uncontrollably. Yet, at the time when Genglan felt most helpless and desperately needed assistance, they all chose to remain silent, even ruthlessly rebutting him. At this moment, her mind suddenly conjured up the image of Genglan standing alone by the sea, his silhouette appearing incredibly lonely, as if the whole world contained only him, enveloped in endless sorrow and solitude. When she heard that Genglan was going to attack Liyue, she widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at Genglan's figure in the distance. Feeling extremely anxious, she was convinced that Genglan was about to do something foolish, daring to disrupt the peace that had been so hard-won. However, how could she know the immense pain Genglan was suffering deep inside? As her thoughts became more chaotic, she grew increasingly anxious, and tears welled up in her eyes. Rolling down like a flood, those glistening tears slid down her cheeks, soaking her clothing at her chest. At that moment, she seemed to lose all her strength, her entire being becoming incredibly wilted, like a delicate flower battered by a fierce wind. "Let me go. I have to find him. I must," she shouted hoarsely, struggling desperately to break free from the power that bound her. Images of confessing her feelings to Gunlan resurfaced in her mind. Although she had been impulsive and confused at that moment, her heart had indeed surged with genuine emotions. However, Gunlan had rejected her without hesitation. Not only that, he had personally sent her to the side of this fearsome ice demon god. From the ice demon god, she learned that Gunlan had resolutely chosen to face the powerful Moryx and others alone. Even after she had done such a thing, Gunlan still could not stop worrying about her. Every time she thought of these things, her heart felt as if it were being pierced by countless fine needles simultaneously. She was filled with regret, her tears flowing like a spring, unable to cease. She blamed herself for being so ignorant, for judging Gunlan's actions so self-righteously. Only now did she realize that Gunlan had always been silently protecting her, caring for her. "Oh my God, what stupid things have I done?" she murmured, her body trembling slightly from overwhelming sadness and guilt. And now it was already the second day, and she had no idea what was happening outside. The ice god wouldn't let her out, and for a moment, she was so anxious that she cried. Just thinking about Gunlan facing the formidable Moryx alone outside made her heart feel heavy. If only she had known sooner, if only she could. "Moryx, big sock. Do you know the guy only got his clothes slightly dirty after single-handedly killing everyone in Liyue?" After being stopped by Cocolia once again, Andusia stood silently in her room, not knowing what to think. Gunlan, her tears flowed uncontrollably again. Meanwhile, Cocolia, who was observing in the shadows, looked pained. This girl had been crying all day long, gasping for breath each time, and it tugged at her heartstrings. After all, she had the same face as her own daughter, and she was left behind by him. Thinking of Gunlan made Cocolia's emotions complex. Facing Moryx alone? What was the reason? While Cocolia was lost in thought, a golden figure slowly appeared beside Andusia. "Sister." The golden figure gradually revealed itself to be Shimu. "Shimu, great to see you. How'd you get here?" Andusia's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was clear that she was genuinely happy to see Shimu. "Gunlan pointed the way for me, so I came to take care of you. Are you okay?" She looked at Andusia's pale complexion and red eyes with concern. Upon hearing that name, Andusia became even more agitated. "Where is he? Where is Gunlan?" She grabbed Shimu's shoulders, and Shimu was taken aback. "A few hours ago, I saw him heading towards Liyue. He pointed the direction to me. A few hours there was still time. Her consciousness connected with her bloodline, and there, she could directly see the seals guarded by the 8 gods in the distant deep sea. The enormous Susanoo had plunged its blade into the seal array, continuously suppressing the thing beneath with an unending flow of power. In her perception, Susanoo's form was gradually fading. Her face turned even paler, her legs weakened, almost causing her to faint. Startled, Shimu immediately supported her. Cocolia also appeared before her again. "Another cute little one has come." Cocolia looked at Shimu, who appeared vigilant. It seemed that Cocolia quite liked children. "Shimu, can you help me stop her?" Shimu glanced at Cocolia, the bone-chilling cold making her a bit afraid. But she still let go of Andusia's hand. "I will always follow you, sister." Saying this, a golden light erupted, and a huge golden ring appeared behind Shimu, extending 18 golden spider spears, engraved with mysterious patterns, the tips changing continuously, gradually transforming into ferocious dragon heads. "Oh dear, such a cute little girl. I can't bring myself to hurt her." Though she said this, the long spear forged by extreme ice had already appeared in her hand, and even the unmelting ice, which could once freeze Susanoo, was hidden behind her. Man-eating tree, the methods of tongue teaching. "Don't worry, she won't kill you," Andusia seemed to reassure, while Shimu's mouth twitched. Saying this, Andusia immediately transformed into a blue light, rushing towards the door. Cocolia also charged towards the door, and at that moment, a massive golden sphere suddenly appeared before Cocolia. Cocolia was momentarily stunned by the blast, looking up at Shimu, flying in the sky, covered in dirt and dust. Oh dear. Kakolia waved her spear, countless ice crystals coalescing into a giant ice beast, roaring and charging at Shimu. I won't let you disturb, sister. Saying this, Shimu produced a golden spear in her hand and threw it with all her might. On Andujia's side, she activated all her strength to rush towards the door. Gunlan's figure flashing through her mind. You must wait for me. You must wait for me. I will apologize, whatever your demands are, as long as you can forgive me. As she approached the door, a figure resembling her appeared. It was Kakolia's daughter. Bologna crossed her arms, her overwhelming aura even blocking Andujia's full-speed charge. She looked at the face that was almost identical to her own. Get out of the way. Bologna simply watched Andujia quietly. She could see that Andujia's emotions were very strong. What could possibly make her so agitated? And yet, she could never understand what that was. I said move. Andujia charged again, this time even transforming into a perfect sage mode. What is it? Why are you so similar to me, yet different? Bologna pondered, surprisingly lowering her hands. Andujia successfully burst through the door, and at high speed, she glanced back at Bologna. Bologna still looked at her quietly. Well, when you come back, you have to tell me all about it. From then on, Bologna would not have to deal with any matters regarding the ice god. It was all Andujia's responsibility. Bologna, investment kid. Andujia finally burst out of the palace. That annoying perception barrier had vanished. She eagerly expanded her perception to the maximum, which still covered most of the continent, including Liyue. But in a moment her heart sank. Why is there nothing? Where is Gunlan? Why is there nothing? She frantically released her perception, even exhausting her mental strength. But she could not find that sun-like presence. Meanwhile, on the land of Liyue, reshaped by mysterious powers, Moryx looked towards the sky, momentarily stunned. He vaguely sensed that the suppression that had constrained Teyvat for countless years had been lifted. Is this what you meant? Moryx recalled Gunlan's words before he left, dressed in white robes. Your worries are meaningless. If you think I will bring disaster to this world, then I will change this world to show you. He had truly done it. He actually doubted Gunlan after listening to the words of the Sky Island. His guilt towards Gunlan deepened. At that moment, he sensed a frantic perception. It was the little girl beside Gunlan. At this moment, Moryx rarely fell silent. Should he tell Andujia about Gunlan? A moment later, a blue and white giant dragon rushed towards Moryx at incredible speed. This frightened the people of Liyue. Only Sad looked at the dragon with a complex expression. Moryx. The almost roaring voice created a wave of sound. Moryx was taken aback. It resembled Gunlan's way of speaking. Where is Gunlan? When mentioning Gunlan, the tone lightened slightly. He is no longer in this world. Andujia's enormous dragon eyes suddenly contracted. Those eyes seemingly containing the stars and the sea, glaring at Moryx. I want you to pay with your life. In an instant, the entire ocean of Teyvat surged with monstrous waves. Egeria sat by the sea holding little Fukulos, her expression grave. As a member of the Sky Island, although she had been demoted, she could clearly sense that the Teyvat continent had already been destroyed once. Although I don't know what that huge circular flying object is, I, along with all my followers, did my utmost and turned to ashes beneath it. But now the sea has become incredibly turbulent. Little Fukulos is a bit scared and huddles closer to Egeria. She has seen quite a lot today. It's okay, Fufu, when the Battle of Kanya comes. You won't be able to comfortably nestle in her arms anymore in Liyue. Moryx looks at Andujia, whose eyes have turned crimson, feeling a bit ashamed. Liyue is flourishing and is not suitable for further conflict. Moryx is already contemplating how to resolve the matter with Gunlan. When Andujia first arrived, a phrase flashed through his mind. Don't tell her I can't come back anymore. Moryx feels the weight of that phrase. He clearly knows the relationship between Andujia and Gunlan, and now, if he hadn't believed the lies of Sky Island, it wouldn't have turned out this way. He feels unworthy to face Andujia. Sad is quietly watching Andujia from his original position, while Sadmira stands shyly beside him. Brother. But Sad seems not to hear. Gunlan. Andujia opens her mouth wide. An immense elemental power gathers within, forming a gigantic beam that directly engulfs Moryx. A jade shield appears around Moryx, but it flickers under the overwhelming attack. At that moment, a figure resembling a mountain appears in the distance. That hefty body has the shape of a waterfall, but it seems to be a figure that has feasted too abundantly. Naturally, it is the rigid Dragon King, just finished guarding the chasm. Before the battle began, Moryx had solemnly warned him to guard that place well. As a result, after everything was over, he saw nothing but a flash of white light. Upon returning to Liyue, he saw his good brother being bullied by a dragon. Although from his perspective as an elemental dragon, that dragon was indeed at the level of a supreme goddess. He didn't care about that. The Sigma dragon was fearless. It roared and charged forward, its massive body accompanied by boundless power. Andugia glanced at the rigid Dragon King. Get lost. An enraged voice accompanied by a massive wave of water appeared, and Andugia struck the rigid Dragon King hard with her tail. The rigid Dragon King, whose weight could not even be moved by Moryx, was actually sent flying by that tail. It fell heavily into the ocean, creating a 1,000-meter-high wave. Countless tsunamis seemed to have a spirit of their own, swallowing the rigid Dragon King, along with numerous sea beasts rushing toward the rigid Dragon King with crimson eyes. The people of Liyue stared in shock at the scene before them. Under the fierce beam of attack, Moryx stepped out first. He floated in front of Andugia and then flew away from Liyue. Andugia wanted to follow, but looked back at the people of Liyue, immortal or human. That was the life she had once dreamed of. No more fighting, no more scheming. Everything was peaceful. She just needed to be by Genglan's side, spending every day happily. But it was this kind of peace that took Genglan away. The crimson in her eyes seemed to flicker with dark flames. The black flames that had swallowed Genglan upon their first meeting now echoed Andugia's anger. She gathered power in her mouth again, but this time, fierce black flames burned above. Moryx turned back in shock, thinking, no, this little girl was supposed to be gentle. How did she end up like this? If it were the former Andugia, she would indeed just seek Moryx for a one-on-one duel, possibly feeling guilty afterward for breaking something. But the current Andugia is different. She has lost her most important person. At this moment, she is no less fierce than Ashura. Both are mad, Moryx thought. Andugia now is just like the red-faced Genglan back then. Did she live like her after he left? This kind of existence is not meant to survive. Dragon's wrath, the terrifying elemental force, seemed to carry an infinite sense of destruction. It was unleashed directly at Liyue. Seeing this, Sad immediately grabbed the dazed Sadmira and quickly fled. He could understand Andugia's feelings. He had once been alone until he met his sister. He deeply understood the pain of losing someone important. I want you all to pay for his life. Andugia's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. And lying on Sky Island, recovering energy, were Istaloo and Asmod. These two maintainers lay on the floor without any ladylike demeanor. They had already sensed that the sword hanging over Teyvat had disappeared. These beings who embodied their masteress had misjudged the situation this time. Unexpectedly, he accomplished what their master could not. Asmod pondered, tears glimmering in her golden eyes. Teyvat is finally safe. The two maintainers, such high and mighty beings, now revealed a vulnerability like little girls. They didn't know how long it had been since their master created them, bestowing upon them the duty to protect Teyvat. They had been bearing this burden for an unknown duration and now. But the massive elemental reaction beneath Sky Island shattered their sentimental thoughts. Were the demons fighting again? Probably. Andugia unleashed a stunning blow, and Moryx appeared instantly, countless rock spires rising from the ground to try to block this attack. But the beam shattered countless rock spires and surged toward Liyue. Moryx knew that if he held back any longer, Liyue would truly be finished. This time, there was no Genglan to cover for him. Moryx fully unleashed his power, and a massive shield blocked the attack. But the laser continued to pour down. Everyone, can we stop? At this moment, a sweet female voice appeared. Moryx turned back to see a stunning woman in light gauze, with pink hair adorned with horn-like decorations. Appearing in the air, alongside a woman dressed in green with snow-white hair. But Andugia seemed to hear none of it, even increasing her power. Oh dear Bale, what should we do? She wanted to listen. I'll handle it, Andugia, look in my eyes. Andugia was taken aback. Who is this? How does she know my name? Her eyes unconsciously glanced over. She saw that the woman in green had one eye with a purple circle. But what does it matter? No one can stop me, except for Genglan. But Genglan is no longer here. The firepower intensified. Morix was stunned. Who are these two? Why isn't it working? Baal clearly didn't know that Andusia had never seen the Eye of Reincarnation. At that time, when she transformed and told Genglan that prophecy, Genglan had cast a sealing spell on Baal's eyes. With Genglan's evolution, that seal had evolved too. Although it didn't affect Baal much, if it didn't trigger, it was just a decorative contact lens. Genglan had said that if something really happened to him, a blue and white little creature would come over, and she would understand if she looked at her with this eye. At that time, Baal easily read the completely different attitude Genglan had when he was speaking. But now, why isn't it working? As she spoke, she pondered can be adjusted. Baal fiddled with it. And then the Eye of Reincarnation transformed into the appearance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the familiar six-pointed star. I'm simply the god of wisdom. Look at my eyes. Andusia looked at Boer and the others with some irritation. She had made up her mind to spray this noisy one to death. Andusia, those eyes, they can't be wrong. Andusia immediately into the light, and then instantly appeared in front of Boer. It's hard to imagine how that huge figure could move so quickly. Boer was also startled. That eye, why is it with you? Andusia's voice was still filled with rage. Boer then recounted the series of events that led to Genglan's arrival at the World Tree. A prophecy, so it was because of a prophecy. Andusia glanced at Morix and understood why the situation had been developing positively at that time, while Genglan insisted on starting a war. Was it Morix's betrayal? As she spoke, Andusia's anger surged even more. Boer, sensing that things were still not right, immediately pointed that eye at Andusia. Let me look into your eyes. Andusia looked at that familiar eye. If it were the eye she used to see Genglan, she would think it beautiful and lovely, but on Boer, she found it unappealing. The moment she looked into that eye, Andusia's spirit was transported to another place. There was a pure white world, only white, nothing else. Andusia felt a bit dazed, finding it very unreal. Just as she was in a daze, that figure appeared. When Andusia saw that figure, she wanted to cry, but her tears had long dried up. Genglan! Andusia lunged toward Genglan, only to find she had missed. She was terrified and trembling as she reached out toward Genglan. Genglan would never use divine power against her. He had said so himself at that time. That meant this is not him? Sure enough, her hand passed through his body once more. If you see this, it means I've already left. Genglan suddenly spoke, and Andusia listened quietly. I'm sorry I didn't explain clearly. It's my stubbornness. No, it's my fault, Genglan. I didn't believe you. Andusia rushed forward again, saying endlessly, but that Genglan seemed like a pre-recorded video. I went to a very distant place. Although I won die, it's still no different from death. Where are you? I will find you. I will definitely find you. Beyond this world, far beyond imagination. Then I will go back to find you. No matter how far, I will. Genglan did not stop. Don't look for me. Don't wait for me. Just be happy. Just be that silly self every day. I don't want to without you. I should. By the way, at the beach where we met, I built a small house there. Inside, there's some things. The feathers of the flower demon you said you liked, the white angel flower, and the crown made of ice by Cocolia. Don't forget, you are the princess of the sea. Oh, and as Andusia listened to Genglan slowly speaking, she could no longer hide the pain in her heart. He remembered everything she had said casually. You can choose to stay with Cocolia. Her intentions are not bad. She will take good care of you. I am also a clumsy person. Although I seem cold and heartless, you are the first person in my life. I didn't know what to say at the time of parting. Andusia, I know you really like sweets, but don't eat too much. It's bad for your teeth. Don't be picky. Eat well every day. Don't starve yourself and grow strong. Don't stay up late. Get a good sleep every day. I remember you love to sleep. When I found you while fighting the Pola, you were sleeping. It made me so mad. Looking at the smiling Genglan, Andusia found herself speechless. Make friends. It doesn't matter if there are not many friends, just those who are trustworthy, sad, Diodwa, and the others. Their ideas are fine. I can understand them. They're all good people. Don't hold a grudge against Morix and the others. They're not bad people. If you need help in the future, you can go find them. Because of me, they want to refuse you. If you want to find me, go look at the stars. I might be there. The stars of his continent are no longer false. Andugia saw Genglan's figure gradually becoming more and more illusory, and her heart tightened. By the way, Andugia, over here. He gestured ahead. Andugia walked over, facing Genglan. Genglan's two fingers slowly touched Andugia's head. Although they passed through, his own dissolution was accelerating. Also, Andugia. In this brief time together, having you by my side, Andugia hurriedly reached out to try to hold on to that light, but found it was completely useless. It's so good. After Genglan's words were finished, he completely dissipated, and Andugia felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. When a person is in extreme sadness, they cannot speak. The pure white space ended, and Andugia appeared in her original spot. She had reverted from her dragon form, sitting there dazed with hollow eyes. No one understood why Andugia liked Genglan so much. If Andugia were to speak, she would say, because he is Genglan. If I am the earth, then Genglan is naturally my son. The earth will always revolve around the sun. The cycle of day and night passed for an unknown period. On a beach near Liyue's Dihua Island, an ancient little house sat on the shore. The waves crashed against the sandy beach. A fairy-like girl quietly sat on a stool in front of the little house. She gazed quietly at the vast sea. Her stunning blue eyes showed no emotion at this moment. Though still relatively small in stature, it was clear she would be an exceptionally beautiful being in the future. Sister. On a distant peak, a girl dressed in a black robe was gazing at the coastline. This was Shimiao. Behind her stood a girl with white hair, wearing a white dress. Sister Shimiao, does Andugia come here every day? It's you, Nanning. Shimiao glanced in Andugia's direction. Since that day, Sister has come here every day, sitting for most of the day, even finishing her work in advance. Is Andugia waiting for that person? Yes, it's him. Thanks to the newcomer Xiaobai for the gift. I didn't have time then. Now I'm making up for it. Although we didn't kiss, there will be. Chapter 130. The sealed power as her vision entered the endless darkness. Ying's consciousness still existed. Am I dead? Ying's voice echoed in the darkness. And after a moment of pain, an unusual calm followed. Yet, she still couldn't react. My brother, just like that, used a teleport / to take me down like a minor monster? What a joke. At this moment, she recalled the look that Genglan had given her back then. It was as if he viewed all things as ants, just a glance, and she seemed to understand Genglan's attitude. Even though she would meet Genglan in the future, it would only be a mere acquaintance. In an instant, Ying felt a chill throughout her body. A wave of fear washed over her. But what was the use of fear? She was dead. Ying anxiously swayed left and right, unable to see anything in the pitch black, even struggling to distinguish herself. So this is the world after death? She felt a sense of unwillingness to tear apart this darkness. She hadn't found her brother yet, and there were still many things she needed to do. She still had a battle with this world. Why did she have to fall here? Her voice gradually weakened, as if being swallowed by the boundless darkness. The darkness loomed like a ferocious beast, clawing and pouncing towards her, sending chills down her spine. In this pitch-black void, any sound would be amplified infinitely, creating a bone-chilling atmosphere. In an instant, past memories surged like a tide in her heart. She remembered the days spent adventuring with her brother, traversing countless worlds and experiencing countless strange sights. However, fate mercilessly blocked their path in this mysterious world. She was unfortunately sealed by a powerful force, forced to separate from her brother. When she finally awakened from her slumber, only Paimon was by her side. Thus, they embarked on a long and winding journey, traveling through various nations. Along the way, she made many sincere friends, facing and solving one tricky problem after another together. Originally, life seemed to be progressing steadily in a beautiful direction. But at that turning point of fate, she reunited with her long-lost brother under the guidance of a golden-haired man named Dane. However, this reunion with her kin was not as warm and joyous as she had imagined. Her brother chose a path completely different from hers, creating a deep chasm between them. Nevertheless, she firmly told herself, no matter what, she must find her brother. Even if the road ahead is perilous and fraught with difficulties, she would never give up. But everything was ruined. She stepped into this legendary ancient battlefield, where countless earth-shattering battles had once occurred, and every inch of land was soaked with blood and glory. Yet, standing here now, she was just an ordinary mortal woman. Alone, she faced the terrifying demons who possessed world-destroying powers, as if with a mere wave of their sleeves. They could turn the entire world to ashes. Despite her possessing extraordinary skills and mastering many mysterious techniques, in the face of such an absolute power disparity, everything seemed trivial and insignificant. All along, she had firmly believed that after enduring countless hardships, she would still be able to carve out a place for herself in this fantastical Teyvat continent. She eagerly anticipated reuniting with her long-lost brother and questioning him face to face about why he resolutely plunged into the dark abyss. However, when she truly laid eyes on those demons, she awoke from her dream, deeply realizing how naive, childish, and absurd her previous thoughts had been. These demons were terrifyingly powerful, radiating an endless pressure, and their mere existence was suffocating. At that moment, she gripped the sword in her hand, trying to keep herself calm, but that hand trembled uncontrollably. Various chaotic thoughts raced through her mind, causing her to feel unsettled and indecisive. Her heart raced like a wild horse, nearly bursting from her chest. In that moment, she felt as small as dust. All her past passion and ambition instantly vanished, shattered by the cruel reality into countless fragments. In the endless darkness, Ing felt the torment of loneliness and panic. She was somewhat on the verge of collapse. The repeated blows and the crushing darkness had broken this spirited girl. Her heart was shattered. Ing cried like a defenseless child. In this terrifying silence, cries echoed as Ing vented her emotions. She released the pent-up frustration she had endured from various pressures. After an unknown amount of time, Ing stopped making sounds. It was then that a faint golden light appeared in the darkness. Like a golden thread, it radiated light, reflecting on Ying's tear-streaked face. Ying's gaze was somewhat hollow, with traces of tears, looking particularly pitiful as she knelt on the ground, motionless. The golden thread began to wrap around her body. Ing felt a warm power flowing into her, as she sensed everything within her with confusion. She felt her spirit being comforted, and she relaxed considerably. Slowly she stood up, looking at the threads on her body. Behind her, a golden diamond-shaped lens formed out of thin air, resembling wings. Chapter 131, Golden Mist. When releasing, felt the faint glow, so warm and reassuring. She was enveloped in warmth, and the torment she had endured in the darkness seemed to fade away. In an instant, the soft golden light brightened suddenly. The unexpected brilliance made Ing instinctively blink. When she opened her eyes again, the surrounding darkness had vanished, replaced by a place bathed in golden light, filled with countless flowing rays. Ing was instantly overjoyed, finally out of the darkness. God knows how despairing it was in such a closed environment. However, this scene felt a bit off. Could it be that my good deeds in life were detected, and I was brought to heaven? Moments later, while Ing was still pondering, a golden branch emerged from the corner of the sky. The branch bore mysterious patterns, indicating its uniqueness. It was enormous, making Ing feel like a grain of sand in its presence. Hey, 5 branches coming in. Throwing a branch with 0 frames is already disgusting. Not to mention it can't be interrupted and can throw 5 times in a row. What kind of trick is this? This is terrifying, bro. Ing took a half step back in fear. The massive branch suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Ing, on my eyes. When Ing regained her composure, she opened her eyes to see a pair of strange eyes. They were golden, wavy eyes adorned with neatly arranged 9 comma-shaped jewels. The power and mystery contained within them left Ing breathless. When Ing shifted her gaze away from those eyes, she was stunned. What did she see? Uchiha Kenglin? The being before her was actually Uchiha Kenglin. No. As Ing looked closely at the figure in front of her, she noticed that from a distance, the person stood there quietly like an eye-catching sculpture. His long golden hair, cascading like a waterfall to his waist, gently swayed in the breeze, shimmering with the brilliance of the sun. The white robe he wore was immaculate, pure as freshly fallen snow. The robe loosely wrapped around his tall figure, swaying slightly with his movements, adding to his ethereal demeanor. Most striking were his exposed arms, which were covered in densely packed, mysterious runes radiating dazzling golden light. These runes sparkled like stars in the night sky, reminiscent of magical marks from ancient legends, each containing boundless power and secrets. They intertwined and resonated, forming a breathtaking pattern that enveloped him completely, making him appear as a divine angel descended from the heavens, sacred and inviolable. Ying's mouth dropped open in shock. Wait, are you a boy or a girl? What is this? An angelic form of Kenglin. So beautiful, bro. You're a boy. It's out, the most comfortable one. So sacred, so compassionate. Entirely different from black and white Kenglin. How many faces do you have, Kenglin? Ying was mesmerized until the golden Kenglin slowly extended his arm, raising the arm covered in golden runes. Traveler, the performance of the divine will be led by you as the protagonist. Kenglin's voice was exceptionally ethereal. Ying felt very puzzled. This shouldn't be the moment for a curtain call. Pick up your sword and charge toward the pinnacle of this world once again. At that time, you will know everything. Meanwhile, as Kenglin spoke slowly, a golden light appeared from his palm, instantly coming before Ying, and once again, she was blinded by the strong light. Ying, from now on, I must buy anti-glare glasses. At the same time, the player's perspective shifted to the battlefield in Inazuma. Morna looked at Ying, who had been completely sliced to pieces by Kenglin, her pupils constricting. She was dead? A wave of ominous emotions surged up. That human. Had she died? She glanced at Kenglin, who seemed utterly unconcerned, and a surge of inexplicable anger rose within her. She didn't know why, nor did she want to know. All she wanted now was to beat that guy up. Wait, this little girl fell for the protagonist just from a hug. She's simply a succubus. In an instant, countless white feathers transformed into a storm, sweeping across the land. She unleashed most of her elemental power at once to execute her strongest move, clearly indicating that the heavenly flying demon had murderous intent. But Kenglin didn't even glance at this calamity, his gaze slowly focusing on Morna's small body. Morna, unwilling to back down, stared straight into Kenglin's eyes. You're done, kid. Remember, Kenglin's eyes can release terrifying illusions. The little girl daring to look into Kenglin's eyes is lovesick. In an instant, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her. It felt as if her body had lost control. Then, darkness engulfed her, and she fainted. The countless feathers in the sky scattered into pure, elemental power. Next, Kenglin turned his gaze toward the giant armored demon and the battling snake demon. The two demons were frightened, exclaiming that it was bad news. Just as they were about to flee, after a moment of frantic thinking, they made a bold decision. The two demons decided to let Kenglin take the lead, then take the chance to escape. After all, they knew they couldn't outrun Kenglin. Just look at that instantaneous speed. It was terrifying. They could only try to hold him back. Just as they were plotting, Kenglin suddenly appeared before them. In an instant, an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from Kenglin. This aura resembled a surging tsunami and a raging hurricane, sweeping over them, making it almost impossible to breathe. The terrifying pressure felt as if it had turned into a tangible force, weighing heavily upon the two demons' bodies. They felt as if they were carrying an enormous burden. Their legs weakened, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Kenglin stood quietly, yet he exuded an aura reminiscent of Ashura emerging from the depths of hell. His tall and upright figure resembled an immovable mountain. His gaze was cold and sharp, like two beams of light capable of piercing the soul. The aura behind him gradually coalesced into an enormous demon figure, towering several feet tall, radiating a strong scent of blood and evil power. Its crimson eyes flickered with cruelty and greed, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. Its twisted mouth gaped wide, revealing a row of sharp fangs, emitting chilling, sinister laughter. The gaze of this demon was filled with mockery and disdain, coldly staring at the two demons, who were frozen in fear and dared not move. For details, please see this is the third power, Susanoo. This oppressive feeling is invincible. I only see the beauty of my Kenglin. So handsome. Just the aura alone has stunned the two demons. This is Uchiha Kenglin. Cook. Indeed, encountering this thing, just standing there makes people afraid. Is it Shinkai's virtual invincibility that grabs you with a little hand slap? or is it Qianshang's time? Stop multi-skill, unreplaceable million combos. Choose one. At that moment, on the battlefield, Raida Makoto finally got up from the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pain throughout her body made her somewhat unstable on her feet. She lifted her head, her beautiful purple eyes filled with fatigue. Looking towards Genglan, her heart was a complex mix of emotions. It was the first time she encountered someone whose martial skills were on par with, or even surpassed, her own. Although she admired such a strong opponent, their stances were fundamentally incompatible. To discuss martial arts, if Genglan attacked again, she would have no choice but to use that technique, even if it might not be enough to win. As long as she could allow her sister and the others to escape, it would be sufficient. Suddenly, a golden light appeared before her, and a figure slowly materialized. A traveler? Raiden Shogun was taken aback. How did she suddenly appear beside her? Was it the flying thunder god technique? Before Raiden Shogun could think further, Lumen immediately turned and lunged at her. Raiden Shogun was about to counterattack when she was knocked away, the two of them flying out together, just as a massive, sharp rock broke through the ground, targeting the spot where they had just been. Then, a gigantic gray rock crocodile, several hundred meters tall, appeared before them. It swung the enormous blade in its hand towards the two who had dodged. So fast, Lumen gritted her teeth and extended her arm, channeling the strange power that had suddenly awakened within her. That strange power flowed throughout her body and then infused into the ground. Boom! The sound of the crocodile's blade striking was tremendous, but the crocodile frowned. Raiden Shogun looked at Lumen, revealing a puzzled expression. Did this guy master another attribute? The grass attribute? Looking at the enormous trees that rose from the ground around Lumen, the trees braced themselves, forming a shield to withstand the crocodile's attack. Would release, would force protection technique. This phrase suddenly popped into Lumen's mind, followed by an influx of countless pieces of knowledge. After absorbing it all, Lumen smiled excitedly. Would release? One incredibly powerful ability. Chapter 132. Is that what you call would release? The tree world is born. Ing was digesting the knowledge in her mind, and at this moment, she was stunned by this brand new power. What a powerful ability combining attack, control, defense, and healing all in one would release. Just a moment ago, she couldn't understand where this came from. But after obtaining would release, her perception ability was enhanced, and she could clearly sense that it originated from the earlier sage cells. Ing couldn't help but smile broadly. Her family, we've made it. Brother Ran is still Brother Ran, casually providing such formidable cells. Tech Library Ma Dower. No. I sent T my new ability, similar to Brother Ran's little branch. Casa Anti-Theft. I remember there was a big tree C in Brother Ran's big move. Safina, I have a bad feeling about this. Facing the giant crocodile demon god before her, Ing was still suppressed by that terrifying pressure. However, the sage cells in her body were continuously exerting power, making her appear calm and unbothered. Ing felt as if she had undergone a transformation. She still owed a debt of gratitude to Brother Ran. It was by Ran S. Although Brother Ran had the black, the gold, and the white, by Ran was definitely her favorite. Don't ask. It's just that she had Brother Hey Ran take care of it once. And Brother Jean Ran was sacred and inviolable, while by Ran was immediately approachable. Miniature beauty. Hiss. I need to think of a way to climb onto Brother Ran's bed. Would release. Insertion technique. Ing stopped her daydreaming, immediately raised her arm, and several wooden spikes emerged from her body, shooting out at an incredible speed. Sasiki-I that machine. Di Wudwa, the granite demon god who shook the world, coldly stared at the wooden spikes shooting toward him like sharp arrows. He swung the large knife in his hand violently, creating a fierce gust of wind that heavily struck those wooden spikes. In an instant, there was a series of cracking sounds, and the several incredibly hard wooden spikes burst apart, turning into countless tiny wood chips that flew everywhere. However, these seemingly ordinary wood chips did not stop there. They sparkled with a horrifying cold light in midair, as if they had a life of their own, rushing toward Di Wudwa at an incredible speed. Faced with such a dangerous attack, Di Wudwa showed no intention of dodging, standing firmly in place and allowing the flying wood chips to fall around him. Just as quickly as it began, those wood chips like a dense array of fine needles, ruthlessly pierced into Diwudwa's body. Each wood chip was like a greedy vampire, frantically draining the elemental power from within him. As time passed, Diwudwa could feel his strength being siphoned away little by little, though it was a small amount. It was a lot for Ing. Feeling the elemental power returning to her, Ing became even more excited. This is so useful. Soon, Diwudwa's attack came again. Ing seemed unable to dodge and was smashed apart by Diwudwa's knife. Under Raiden Shogun's bewildered gaze, Ing slowly appeared beside her. The smashed Ing transformed into a lump of wood. Wood release, wood clone technique. The more she used her abilities, the more Ing felt the power of wood release, strong attack. Diverse functions, capable of absorption without worrying about high consumption. It was practically invincible in a prolonged battle. The only drawback was the lack of large-scale destructive skills. After all, as a beginner, her understanding of the comprehensive knowledge of wood release in her mind was still shallow. If that knowledge were a book, Ing had only read up to the part about building houses, specifically the wood release, column family technique. A few more pages would lead to wood release, all bag technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique, and wood release. The tree world is born. However, these pages were difficult to turn for Ing at her current level. She still needed to accumulate a lot of proficiency. Ing looked at Diwudwa and then used the insertion technique again, sending countless wooden spikes flying toward him. Diwudwa opened his enormous mouth, and elemental power condensed into flying stones shot out like a machine gun, instantly shattering the wooden spikes, then shooting toward Ying's direction. Without hesitation, Ing clapped her hands together again. Wood release, wooden block wall. Wood release, tree world wall. After casting 2 wood releases in succession, Ing was almost unable to recognize the character wood anymore, and neither could I. The wooden block wall was formed by bending a row of wooden pillars into an arch that stood before her. The tree world wall rapidly grew from the ground, creating a shield made of multiple wooden vines for protection. After casting the 2 techniques, Ing felt a bit flustered, then took a big step back, grasped Raiden Shogun's hand, and cast again. Wood release, Fong shield technique. Instantly, a wooden shield resembling a toothy demon face appeared around Ing and Raiden Shogun, and the demon face seemed to mock Diwudwa. Diwudwa's stone spikes instantly shattered the first 2 layers of protection, violently crashing into the Fong shield technique. Inside, Ing and Raiden Shogun immediately felt a tremendous impact hit them. It felt like a car accident, but fortunately, the vehicle was sturdy, comparable to a Xiaomi SU7. Absorbing this fierce attack, Raiden Shogun looked at Ing again, and at that moment, Ying's eyes sparkled with a light called confidence. Although she didn't know how her abilities had come about, this way, she could protect herself and her sister. She just needed to fight with all her might. As the Fong shield technique made contact, Raiden Shogun looked toward Geng Ran's direction. Geng Ran almost instantaneously killed the 2 gods. Looking over, Amaterasu's black flames instantly engulfed Kabutola, followed by a divine might that sucked in Ouroboros. Ouroboros looked at everything in the divine space with confusion, falling into deep thought. Before him stood a little girl holding a golden spear, calmly looking at him. From the elemental power, she seemed to be on par with him. But most importantly, behind the little girl was a massive monster nearly 10,000 meters tall. Its entire body was tree-like in color, with protrusions on its back resembling wooden stakes, exhibiting strange multicolored flames, resembling a human, yet its terrifying face clearly showed it was a horror of a monster. Ouroboros felt paralyzed, right? There was also a golden little fox on the side, but Ouroboros didn't notice it. Minglu, are you a raccoon cat? Back to the battlefield. Raiden Shogun looked solemnly at Geng Ran's side, and Geng Ran also directed his gaze this way. Looking at Ing, Geng Ran quickly understood. Interesting. He then looked up at Diwudwa, used divine might to suck Diwudwa in, and instantly appeared in front of Ing. Ouroboros, I play reverse horse. Ing immediately became alert. Although the face before her was just as handsome as Brother Ran-S, this guy was not the Brother Ran she was familiar with. She had to teach him a harsh lesson. After gaining wood release, Ing once again had the confidence to challenge. She squared her shoulders, eager to try against Geng Ran. Oh, dare to challenge me? Quite impressive, but the only thing I can praise you for is this. With a flick of her hand, A wind element kunai swiftly flew out, and without a second thought, Ing clapped her hands together. Wood release, tree roots burial. In an instant, Ing used her right arm to create a giant tree that charged fiercely toward Geng ran. Geng ran sneered, not even switching places with Flying Thunder God. This can be called wood release? Ridiculous. Geng ran extended his hands forward. Some kind of technique, unzip the pants. Wood release. The tree world is born. Chapter 133 tells you that wood release is like this. Gunglon stretched out his hands, and Ing felt something ominous was about to happen. Can Brother Lon also use wood release? Before she could process this, the entire ground began to tremble. Wood release, birth of the tree world, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the clouds. A powerful force that made one's heart race suddenly erupted from deep within the earth. The ground began to shake violently, with countless terrifying cracks spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Immediately after, thick and enormous tree roots broke through the ground, growing rapidly towards the sky in a near-manic manner. The might displayed by these gigantic tree roots was reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, leaving both Raiden Mei and Ing dumbfounded. Each root resembled a roaring giant dragon, charging upwards with a destructive momentum. Ing, caught in the midst of it, felt incredibly small and fragile. The small forest she had created with wood release was nothing but a trivial joke compared to these overwhelming tree roots. What is this? The massive tree roots loomed over Ing like a colossal net, pressing down on her with a force that seemed to overwhelm everything. Knowing the characteristics of wood release, Ying's heart sank. She instantly realized that if she didn't escape quickly, being touched by these roots would likely turn her into a mere husk in an instant. At that moment, Raiden Mei beside her unsheathed her Naginata without hesitation. With a flash, she dashed out like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed 3 fiercely sharp bolts of lightning, striking hard at the expanding tree world. Raiden Mei's combat power was already extremely high, and the terrifying lethality contained within the lightning was not to be underestimated. A loud crash resounded as several massive tree roots snapped, with wisps of black smoke rising from the breakage. However, unexpectedly, the severed roots almost instantly regrew, and their offensive became even more ferocious, as if they had been thoroughly enraged. In this isn't good, we must run immediately. Not daring to delay, Ing made a quick decision, unleashing all her strength as she transformed into a rapidly spinning whirlwind, the wind howling, mixed with flickering lightning. With the power of wind and thunder, she dashed out at an astonishing speed beyond the range of the tree world. Wasn't AI. Kids just got new powers. Didn't he have time to celebrate before being overwhelmed? Who is the real protagonist here? Fake crying. Do you like Brotherland's full-screen ultimate mid-game? Death Robble. Wow. These roots are like a giant bulldozer. So powerful. After witnessing this scene, Raiden Mei did not hesitate, transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning and dashing out like a flash. However, things were far from as easy as they imagined. It must be noted that the technique of Tree World has many significant advantages, one of which is its extremely wide coverage. At this moment, Ing was flying through the air like a gust of wind, skillfully dodging left and right, desperately trying to avoid the massive tree roots that struck like giant pythons. These roots were not only huge in size, but they also came crashing down at an astonishing speed. The impact made it clear that if hit, Ing would likely be turned into a puddle of mush. Even more troublesome was the fact that these roots had the ability to absorb elemental energy, making Ying's already difficult situation even worse. Ing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, suddenly feeling a strange sensation surge in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder, I've run so far. Why are there still so many tree roots appearing around me? Just how vast is the range of this skill? Thinking this, Ing couldn't help but groan inwardly, feeling indignant. Why is the wood release used by others so powerful, while my own seems so tiny and weak? Jija Bulyujin, laughing, bro. You should consider where your ability comes from. The situation on Raiden Mei's side was also not optimistic. At first, she managed to sever a few roots with her strikes, but upon realizing that the roots she cut down absorbed the elemental energy from her attacks and regrew, Raiden Mei understood that she couldn't just strike hard. If she used that ability now and didn't destroy all of them immediately, it would only make the roots stronger. Raiden Mei had to choose to maneuver, never expecting that the once fearless Thunder God would now be forced to evade. While the two were dodging attacks, Hushagen and the others, who had retreated a considerable distance, were now staring blankly in this direction. What they saw was astonishing. The once shattered and scarred mountain range, which had been torn apart by the fierce battle between the Thunder God and Raiden Mei, underwent an incredible transformation in the blink of an eye. Countless thick tree roots sprouted from the cracks in the mountain, spreading rapidly. Soon after, towering trees shot up from the ground, their dense branches and leaves intertwining to form a green sea. In just a moment, this once devastated mountain range was revitalized, as if it had never experienced that apocalyptic battle. Not only that, but the newly sprouted trees were growing at a visible speed, aiming to cover the surrounding area as well. Watching this unbelievable scene, Hushagen was left dumbfounded. She muttered, "The gods. They really are monsters." Only at that moment did she deeply realize that in the face of absolute power, her usual cleverness was utterly useless. But isn't sister really a god too? Why haven't I seen her use it? Yu and Chiyo looked at the worried Raiden Mei and asked in confusion. Raiden Mei remained silent, just gazing towards Ying's direction. "Ying, please don't get hurt." Uchiha Gunlan crossed his arms, his Sharingan clearly seeing through the countless tree roots at the dodging Ying and Mei. "Let us add a little more spice to this." With a clap of his hands, he summoned forth Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. Ying's figure flickered as she narrowly dodged a fierce strike from a thick tree root. Breathing heavily, her forehead was already beaded with sweat, and she was secretly astonished. For some reason, the attack speed of these roots was increasing. It was as if they were empowered by some mysterious force. Each strike carried greater power and speed, making Ying feel increasingly overwhelmed and her situation more difficult to manage. Just then, a deafening, earth-shattering roar echoed through the skies. This sound was like 1,000 thunders crashing, akin to a landslide or tsunami, shaking Ying's eardrums and making her heart tremble. Among the intersecting tree roots, a huge, fearsome wooden dragon suddenly emerged. Its body was covered with hard, iron-like wooden scales that shimmered with an eerie glow. Its sharp claws were like steel hooks, radiating cold light. When its massive mouth opened, it seemed capable of devouring all things, sending chills down one's spine. The wooden dragon raised its head to the sky, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Its elongated body continued to stretch as if it had no end. Then, with a thunderous momentum, it dove down like a giant missile, carrying earth-shattering energy as it smashed down towards Ying. "What is this again?" Ying realized she couldn't react anymore and could only try to block it, just like when she defended against the demon dragon on Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. But the situation before her felt even more terrifying than that demon dragon. Shriveled Fishtail, an ability released so casually is comparable to a demon god. Haji Lan. You guy. Rumier. Who came up with this Haji prefix? I'm dying of laughter. Because it's private, I can't see any yang energy at all. I don't even know how Ying is going to fight. Jejia Bulyujin, when we were in that space, didn't we touch the light and a small chip appeared behind us? I feel like that thing is a light wing. Ajiamusi, got it, take back my power. Airship means, are you going to get power from Tianli? Cook can cook. Tian Lama, let's go. Clearly, Ying couldn't block it at all. Don't even mention how terrifying the force was. It was comparable to a full health water spray from the Origin Jiaka on a rainy day. The force was incredibly overwhelming. Ying used all the means at her disposal just to withstand the initial strike of the Wood Dragon technique. But she was still too weak with this. How could she find her brother? Ying's eyes dimmed as she looked at the Wood Dragon, but her heart was no longer filled with fear, only disappointment. Boom! The Wood Dragon slammed down on Ying with a tremendous noise. Oh, Gunlan saw something interesting. Chapter 134, The Power of Unsealing in that critical moment. A golden light as hot as a burning sun suddenly surged forth, wrapping around Ying like an indestructible shield. This mysterious and powerful force propelled Ying away at an astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding the fierce collision from the wooden dragon. With a deafening roar, The wooden dragon's massive and heavy body struck the ground where Ing had just stood. In an instant, the ground cracked, dust flew up, and countless huge fragments soared into the sky like cannonballs, as if a rain of stones from the apocalypse was pouring down. However, the wooden dragon did not relent. It twisted and turned amidst the chaotic rain of debris, coiling its serpentine body, its large copper bell-like eyes flashing with ferocity, and exhaling waves of murky air as it frantically searched for Ying's trace. On the other side, the golden light that had tightly protected Ying suddenly exploded like a star. After the dazzling light dissipated, Ying's figure reappeared. At this moment, she held the rock-solid green sword, standing quietly in place. Despite the numerous shocking wounds on her body, her entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous transformation. Upon closer inspection, a pair of crimson-golden feather-like objects emerged behind her. These feathers radiated a blazing brilliance, each one appearing exquisitely delicate and magnificent. Even more astonishingly, golden prism-like structures extended from these feathers, gracefully floating in the upper left behind Ing, forming a small yet majestic wing. At this moment, Ing squinted her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and began to exert her strength slowly. As she moved, the rock-solid green sword suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, as if it had been ignited. This light was so sacred and solemn that it seemed to contain endless mysteries and immeasurable power, instilling a sense of awe in anyone who merely glanced at it. Vidos, wow, she has powered up. Everyone, is our dear Ing finally going to stand up? Sagami, this is just like when we fought Kiana at the beginning. That light wing. Torafii, light wing, unfold. Why not point the tower? The power is back. Not much, but enough. Jaijubilegion. It feels like we need to strengthen our dear Ing. As the main character, she gets beaten up every day. Ajamusi. Just surviving this group of monsters is already a success. Stomach inflammation annoyance. Do you have such expectations for the main character? Hagasugai. Gone organizing has disappeared. To come up with such a word is wicked. The family must have invited a deity. Ing now felt a rush of power flooding her body. It was a familiar sensation, as if she were traveling with her brother once again. But there was something different. She gripped the sword glowing faintly with crimson gold light. It feels like she can do it. Just as she thought. The wooden dragon roared and charged at her again. Ing swung her sword, striking like thunder, and directly cut a huge gap in the wooden dragon's elongated body. The wooden dragon felt no pain and continued to charge forward. Ing transformed into a beam of golden light, appearing instantly above the wooden dragon, and plunged her sword down fiercely. The already incredibly sharp, rock-solid green sword, under the brilliant golden light, pierced towards the wooden dragon's head like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, a muffled sound echoed as the long sword buried itself deep within. However, this was not over. Without hesitation, Ing gripped the sword handle tightly and forcefully dragged it down along the wooden dragon's head. This strike was like breaking bamboo, and, as the sword passed, wood shavings flew everywhere, as if the entire space was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the long sword had slashed from the wooden dragon's head down to its massive body, leaving behind a deep and shocking sword mark. At this moment, despite suffering such a heavy blow, the wooden dragon remained silent and even turned its head to try to bite Ing, so she could not stop her attack. Immediately, she flashed her figure, appearing like a ghost behind the wooden dragon. Then, she leaped up, raising the long sword high above her head, and with all her might, struck down at the wooden dragon's back. Another loud crash resonated as the wooden dragon's hard back was crushed inward by this strike, sending countless wooden fragments flying. After throwing away the rock-solid green sword, Ing once again summoned the Oath of Freedom, and with a swipe of the blade, the crimson gold light reappeared. She swung with all her strength, and the massive crimson gold sword light cleaved the already severely damaged wooden dragon in half. The wooden dragon then shattered into countless wood shavings, and soon trees grew from the ground again. Would escape, truly a terrifying ability. Before Ing could think much further, a sharp sound pierced through the air. The cacophony was like the cries of thousands of birds, capable of piercing through her eardrums. Without a second thought, it was 1,000 birds. Suddenly, Geng appeared behind Ing. holding the 1,000 birds enveloped in black flames. Genglan's eyes flashed with a scarlet light from an eternal kaleidoscope. Ying involuntarily met his gaze, and, in an instant, her mind spun, but from an unknown place, a golden light appeared, purifying the illusion and restoring Ying. But it was too late. Genglan was somewhat puzzled as to why Ying had woken up so quickly. He could only vaguely sense that there was a familiar aura about her. Is it my cells? No, it's more than that. Genglan fiercely thrust the 1,000 birds into Ying's chest. Puchi! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out as Ying was directly stabbed through by Genglan. Ying looked at Genglan in horror, seemingly unable to believe it. It was too fast. She couldn't react at all. Surrounding Bailing Palace. Wait. Are you saying our little yellow hair just pulled off a move and got taken out by Brother Lan? Away private special. Rename him to Original Lan. My brother Lan is the real protagonist. Little yellow hair is just a sidekick. Roameyer. With this move, no one could use it. Flying Thunder God, instantaneous body, illusion. Imposing pressure, 1,000 birds, I don't even know how to dodge. Alabi. Even divine might was used. This bee's eyes I won't forget. Cook can cook, wow. Kawaii. Ying's mouth wanted to say something, but her chest had already been stabbed to a bloody mess by Genglan, only looking at Genglan's cold blood-red eyes. Vimisai, suddenly, it feels like Genglan is the big villain now. Jamusi. Just say what difference does it make for him to be here with the villains? Night good and good night. Naturally evil Uchiha old ghost. Genglan looked at Ying, whose life force was rapidly waning, as if he was still contemplating something. Then, purple Susanoo skeletal arms appeared, seemingly intending to crush Ying into blood. Stop! Raiden Shogun rushed over in a hurry, having just broken free from the Tree Realm's descent. Upon arriving, she saw her little yellow hair being slaughtered. Slaughtered. You return my little yellow hair. During this time together, along with life and death. Raiden Shogun had already regarded Ying as a true friend, but now she could only watch her friend die right in front of her. The 1,000 birds continued to screech, and Raiden Shogun's eyes were about to split open. Her Sharingan was almost activated. Genglan felt something was off. Suddenly, his entire body began to fade, and he activated Kimui. What caused him to activate this ability? A figure with white hair slowly emerged from the vortex. At the same time, a figure with golden hair withdrew from meditation, glancing at the enormous golden energy tree behind him before vanishing. Chapter 135. Past, present, future in an instant. Genglan, whose divine might was fading, felt a sense of unreality. Then, his crimson Sharingan appeared, and he suddenly looked in a certain direction. There, a similar temporal fluctuation emerged. Ah, Jamusi Misaka, could it be? Family rabbit not destroyed, am I late? Majestic lightning. I'm his strongest support. When the figure with white hair emerged from the spatial fluctuation, everyone was in an uproar. It was Uchiha Genglan again. Time and time again. Looking at the suddenly appeared, white-haired Genglan, Raiden Mei and the others were all bewildered. Not familiar. Did the opponent use Shadow Clone again? To distinguish, the hair color and clothes were changed. How sinister. But before Raiden Mei and the others could prepare, the white-haired Genglan looked at Ying, who was lying in a pool of blood, and frowned. No. Is she asleep again? The white-haired Genglan was somewhat speechless. With the Book of Seals and Flying Thunder God, how could she still be so uncompetitive? Ying, you are amazing, you are noble, you are really great, you just killed me with one knife. At the same time, the black-haired Genglan had also been paying attention to the white-haired Genglan, hereafter referred to as by Lan and Heilon. Such a mysterious aura, and that overwhelming sense of terror. Is it the future me? Heilan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan looked at Bailan, while Bailan still had those peculiar yellow-green eyes, seemingly unfazed by the suppression of Heilan's Sharingan. How did this secret realm come into being? Bailan glanced around at the sky, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. That purple light made Heilan's pupils shrink instantly. After surveying the surroundings, Bailan gradually understood the reason. Then he looked up at the sky. A purple ripple-like eye appeared, and in an instant, the invisible pressure froze everything around. Above the sky, the clear blue sky suddenly showered down a golden light. Then, the golden-haired figure that had encountered Ying in the peculiar space appeared in the sky, as if a deity had descended. It's you. How did you come here? Bailan looked at Jean Lan with some confusion. I will never forget everything you did to me. Ada Bulyujin. Hiss, something's off. Lecherous second uncle. No, that's not right. Ah, Jumasi. Longa, did you betray him? Katu Urda. Isnt this all on? Talking to himself, and then betraying himself? Hanjinli. This tone really sounds like a resentful little. At this moment, Raiden Mei and the others couldn't interject anymore. Bailan looked at Jean Lan and helplessly shrugged. It's my fault then. You all had bad intentions. You fought her for so long. Is it a problem for me to teach you a lesson? Hearing Bailan's light-hearted words, Jean Lan's dignified face showed some anger. You went too far. You should have assimilated me right away. Looking at Jean Lan's furious eyes, Bailan pondered. Why are you still using my image? I could understand using my image to deceive her back then, but what about now? This facade is indeed superior. Impressive. Jamu Si. What are these two whispering about? Ro Bingen, Riddler, get out of Teyvat. Sophie listening. So, actually Jean Lan and Bailan were not on good terms before Ada Bulyujin. I want to know who she is. Sophie listening. Feels like it's our traveler. It should be a foreshadowing. Later filling in why Lan Go is so good to us. Minato. Heilan's confusion on the side is too funny, seeing that Jean Lan wanted to say something else. Bailan waved his hand and then pulled Ing over. Heilan looked at Bailan with a serious expression. The all things heavenly pull, that's too interesting. Gradually, his fighting spirit surged again. Future me, and even more future me. I wonder how much progress you have made. The thought of being able to fight with my future self brought an inexplicable joy, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Heilan sudet li lauet maniacally, drawing the player's attention to him. He then spread one hand, covering one of his eyes, while the other I was crazily surging with power. Jamu Si, your laughter feels so good. Ada Bulyujin. What the hell, so peak? Cook can cook. Little cat locked up. Arabi. Isnt this the end of Yatengu. Original image. Bailan looked at the black-haired Heilan, pondering for a moment. Ha ha ha. He was still the same as before, unchanged. Meanwhile, in the distance, Indujia could hardly believe her eyes. Three Gunglands, was she dreaming? This is amazing. The few in the Kamui space had no idea what was happening here. Can't shrink back. These two are laughing so devilishly. Sophie listening. This is the reader's laughter, Kata family. So Longu also has this side. Short in time difference. It was always like this. Big event cigar. This scene is incredible. Past, present, future. On the other side, Jean Lan was silent, suppressing the instinct within her consciousness. Damn it. What kind of mechanism makes one want to join in just from a laugh? Is it a Uchiha thing? This is truly interesting. Future me. Let me see what kind of strength and abilities you truly possess. Only to see Heilan laughing wildly, stretching his hands forward. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, Would release, birth of the tree world. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the earth was about to be torn apart. Countless thick, gigantic roots, like giant pythons, burst forth from the ground at an astonishing speed, rapidly growing and spreading upwards. These roots intertwined with each other, and in the blink of an eye, a vast, boundless, and sun-blocking giant forest took shape. This forest resembled a green fortress, surging towards Bailan with overwhelming force. Facing such a fierce assault, Bailan merely smiled faintly, showing a calm and composed smile. Then, he leisurely executed his own ultimate technique, would release, birth of the tree world. In an instant, even larger and sturdier roots burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. These newly sprouted roots collided and intertwined violently with the roots summoned by Heilan, producing a deafening roar. The entire world echoed with a continuous series of resounding booms. The sound so grand that it seemed to shake the heavens and terrify the hearts of all. Bailan's tree world birth easily overpowered Heilan, and during the casting process, Bailan glanced at Ing, who was floating beside him. Then he reached out to pat Ying's head. A dazzling green light appeared, which was subsequently infused into Ying's body. Done. After the green light was absorbed by Ing, it seemed to resonate within her body. A sizzling sound arose, and Bailan leisurely looked behind him. It was Heilan, wielding the enhanced Susanoo and with eyes filled with divine might. Chapter 136. Ultimately. The past me. Happy New Year, darlings. Laudo wishes you a Happy New Year. Sorry, I can't let you have a good year. ING. The black flames of the 1,000 birds rushed forward, mercilessly stabbing towards Bailan's head. If that hit, the corpse lying nearby, Ing, would be the best example. Bailan glanced at him, and then his figure became ethereal. Divine Might. Seeing this, Heilong immediately activated Divine Might, intending to counteract the ethereal state. Unexpectedly, Heilong's Divine Might had no effect on Bailan's Divine Might, as if they were not on the same level. Heilong's Kagutsuchi 1,000 birds indeed passed through Bailan's body, while Bailan reached out with a large hand, a mysterious pulling force emanating from it. This familiar feeling tightened Heilong's heart. Did he use Divine Might on me? Just in time, let me see what S in your Divine Might space. Heilong did not resist, and directly disappeared into the temporal and spatial fluctuations. Bailan followed closely, leaving Jinlan watching as Ing slowly recovered. Will you be an important step? He reached out his hand and stroked Ying's head. The patterns on his pure, white arm emitted a golden glow, which then flowed into Ying's body. At this moment, Andugia quietly approached while Jinlan wasn't paying attention. She got closer, but not too close. Then her gaze lingered on Jinlan. She carefully examined Jinlan's entire body. Her eyes sparkled with little stars. It's the angelic form of Genglan, so handsome. Jinlan had already noticed the peeping Andugia, glanced at her, and his eyes were filled with complexity. One amazing guy. Can you go that far for him? Jinlan thought to himself, looking at Andugia with calmness and suppression. As expected, it cannot be ignored. Jinlan let out a self-deprecating smile. Then his body turned into golden light spots and dissipated. Andugia had just been watching Jinlan smile, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared, leaving her in shock. She hurriedly flew to Ying's side, looking left and right, but couldn't find the traces of the three of them. Then she shifted her gaze to Ing, recalling how the two-colored Gunglans had been all over this little yellow-haired one, and a wave of uncomfortable emotions surged up. Meanwhile, in Bailan's Divine Might space, Heilong's eyes flashed, and he instantly found himself in a world composed of countless blue data. The white numbers and garbled text floating in the air made this space appear extraordinarily complex. Heilong's eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, scanned the surroundings, and, to his astonishment, the Sharingan revealed nothing. Everything seemed to be blocking perception. Then, Bailan appeared before him. He quietly watched him, as if reminiscing about something. Bailan looked at this face that was exactly the same as his own, feeling a bit nostalgic. It had been a long time since he was so arrogant and proud. But after the tempering of time, he would become even more arrogant and proud. Only after witnessing countless worlds would he become as calm as he is now. Bailan didn't know if time had smoothed his edges. Perhaps those edges were wrapped in a layer of shell by himself. After all, since he left the novice village, he had indeed been unmatched, not encountering any significant difficulties. Becoming this way might also be due to the boredom of repeating the same years for thousands of years. If it hadn't been for that encounter, he might still be trapped in some dark place, sealing himself and sleeping until the end of time. At this moment, Heilong was in his most bloodthirsty Uchiha phase, his combative heart seemingly unable to rest. He completely ignored Bailan's sorrowful appearance, with only one thought in his mind: charge forward and fight. Without hesitation, he swung the Kusanagi sword, also known as Sod, and shot towards Bailan like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, empowered by the 1,000 birds, the already sharp blade gleamed even more fiercely, as if it could cut through all things in the world. This fierce sword energy, accompanied by an unstoppable momentum, slashed straight towards Bailan. Facing such a fierce attack, Bailan merely smiled lightly, seemingly not taking it seriously. In the blink of an eye, an identical Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. He flicked his wrist and easily met Heilong's incoming strike. With a loud clang, the two Kusanagi swords crashed together, sending a shower of dazzling sparks into the air. Then came a series of crisp, clanging sounds as the two exchanged blows at incredible speed. 1,000 Birds Blade, Shinori Bibelai. With a furious shout from Heilong, Several blue lightning bolts suddenly shot from his sword, cutting through the air like lightning, heading straight for Bylon. However, Bylon remained unflustered, his footwork agile and ever-changing, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand spun rapidly like a windmill, easily deflecting all the lightning. Despite Heilan's attacks being as fierce as a storm, Bylon was always able to respond with ease. He not only perfectly blocked every move Heilan made, but also cleverly controlled his strength and rhythm, ensuring that the opponent had no opportunity to exploit while avoiding easy counterattacks. This calm demeanor only infuriated Heilan further, prompting him to become even more aggressive in an attempt to break the deadlock. Pretentious. After failing to connect, a massive folding fan appeared in Heilan's hand, slapping fiercely towards Bylon. Bylon still maintained his nonchalant demeanor, casually dodging as the fan missed. Heilan leveled the fan again and swung it. Bylon reached out and grabbed the fan with one hand, using his strength to pull Heilan closer, while his other hand clenched into a fist and aimed for that handsome face. Just as he was about to strike, Bylon revealed a mysterious smile, glancing sideways but still aiming for Heilan. A shadow appeared above Bylon. In a fully charged Sage Art, Kagetsuchi Divine Might Thousand Birds shot towards Bylon like a meteor. Meanwhile, the original Heilan transformed into countless crows. Bylon looked at the Heilan, who now had golden eyeshadow and wore a triumphant expression. Ultimately, it is the past me, but you do not know. My evolution is faster than the speed of light. Then, under the watchful gaze of Heilan's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Bylon disappeared. Heilan immediately looked around. I'm right here. Heilan looked up, dressed in a white six-paths robe, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, the tips of beautiful purple. A pair of purple 6-tomo Rinnegan exuded dominance, with a Rinne Sharingan featuring 9 tomo in the center of his forehead. At this moment, Bylon fully resembled a Dadak. The pressure of his aura caused Heilan's sod to faint, and Heilan trembled all over, yet managed to force a smile. As expected of me. Saying this, Bylon approached Heilan's side. He quietly looked at him and gently patted his shoulder. Now, you should not lose. Oomph. Heilan snorted lightly and then disappeared. Bylon remained in this space. What Heilan did not expect was that the Six Paths mode was not the end, but the beginning. After all, in an instant, a golden light descended as a massive golden giant tree appeared. On the trunk of that giant tree was a gigantic Rinne Sharingan. Chapter 137. Return to Inazuma. Bylon did not glance back. With a wave of his hand, everything behind him vanished. He then left the Kamui space. On the battlefield, Jinlan was already standing next to Ing, observing her changes. In the distance, there was an inflated Andusia. As if sensing Bylon's return, Jinlan looked to the side. The two exchanged glances. It is not good behavior to casually probe into someone else's memories, Jinlan said lightly, his golden gem-like eyes calmly watching Bylon. Do you think it's useful? Bylon's tone was somewhat flippant. Jinlan remained silent. Moments later, Ing, who was lying below, suddenly moved. She violently opened her eyes, gasping for air as if she hadn't breathed for years. Huff, huff, am I still alive? Upon opening her eyes, she saw 2 Jinlans, 2 of them, and neither had black hair. Jinlan glanced at her and then slowly retreated. We won't let you go, Jinlan said in a low voice before transforming into golden light particles and vanishing. Useless. Then, Jinlan looked at Ing and reached out to touch her golden hair. Very healthy. It seems the conditioning worked well. Brother Lan, did you save me? Probably, mainly due to the cells you transplanted. They just got activated. Oh, no wonder I feel so energetic now. Ing looked around. Even though the tree realm's descent had stopped being used, it was still slowly absorbing the elemental power of its surroundings to grow. This place, I remember it used to be a continuous mountain range, right? Now, it has all been turned into a basin. The demon god is really terrifying. As she thought about it, she felt sad again. With her like this, getting beaten up every now and then, how could she rescue her brother? Jiajiabu Lu Jin, it's okay, kid. Your brother will also get beaten up when he comes over. Chunji Yifeng Qing. I can't even imagine how great it would be if all 3 lands were together. Sajiabu Lu Jin, this is too much like real life. Seeing Ying's dejected expression, Jinlan understood something. It's okay, don't be downcast. You will never catch up with me in your lifetime. Ing. Jia Jia Bu Lu Jin. Is this even human talk? Jia Mu Si. Genuine feelings revealed. I have to admit. Sophie Ting. He's really good at comforting people. Of course, it's certain that she can't catch up with me, but surpassing them is not a difficult task. Really? You already have the potential to become a powerful being. Red bean paste? You've already been beaten up many times. You need to learn to grow. Ing. Suozitan en gao an in sidibin comforting lan. Trying hard to hold it together. A Jiamu Si. It's not just an encounter. Don't worry. The Book of Seals I gave you will definitely make you strong as long as you understand it. He patted Ying's little head. Ying was taken aback. No. The Book of Seals? Where's my Paimon? She hurriedly looked towards Andusia's position. All she saw was Andusia empty-handed, only looking over here, strictly speaking, at Jinlan with desire. Andusia, where's Paimon? Huh, little black? I didn't see her after she flew out just now. Andusia scratched his head, dumbfounded, indicating that he didn't know about these things. Could Paimon have been crushed by these huge area of effect attacks? Ing panicked instantly. Paimon was her best partner. Although she jokingly referred to her as emergency food, it was just a joke. Jinlan smiled gently at Ying's anxious expression. He was increasingly looking forward to the moment when Paimon confesses. Traveler. Just then a voice came, and Ying looked in the direction of the sound to see Morna flying over, holding something black and unknown in her arms. I'm so glad you're okay. Morna worriedly came to check on Ying, then looked at Jinlan. Jinlan also looked at Morna, wondering who this was. A flash of purple light appeared in his eyes. Oh, the demon god of sky flight. He threw the other demon gods into Kemui space back then. She should have been taken down by Diwudu and Zamuzai, right? Did she survive in this illusion? She seems to have a good relationship with Ying. Should I look for her remains to give to Ying when we go out? By the way, is this your thing? Morna lifted the lump to show Ying. In Jinlan's eyes, it looked like a child showing off their little toy to an adult. However, that lump must be Paimon, right? It looks so much like her. Paimon, it's not an act. It really blew my mind. Ying carefully examined the ambiguous lump. Huh, Paimon. In the end, she recognized her from the star-shaped hairpin and the little ring. No, Ying hugged Paimon, crying out in pain as she looked to the sky. Why did you leave me? I haven't taken you to enjoy Inazuma's feast yet. Red bean paste. Ying looked speechlessly at Paimon, who suddenly regained consciousness, and then, in a standard backward jump shot pose, threw Paimon away. It's time to leave. I haven't said goodbye to Ying and the others yet. It doesn't matter. This is just an illusion created by that guy. It won't affect what has to come. Huh. Then all the affection points I gained are useless? Exactly. No. Ying has risked her life and fought hard for what? It's to get close to the Raiden Shogun. No, to build a good relationship with the Raiden Shogun. So she won't be cut down when she returns to reality. Tell me, in a pure illusion, will the Raiden Shogun still cut me or not? This is a sin. From today onwards, the golden-haired Jinlan, you are my enemy. Calling you an enemy is still too early. After all, it seems I still have to reward myself. Ying recalled the moment of the explosion, hoping it wouldn't be a one-time thing. Okay, don't be afraid. It will end soon. Jinlan placed his hand on Ying's shoulder and disappeared in the widening eyes of Andusia. In the blink of an eye, Ying reappeared outside that cave. Wow, the familiar sunlight, the familiar Sairai Island. Zhao Shanghao. Jinlan watched Ying's excited face, sensing her current fluctuations. Her journey will be much easier from now on. Summary. When an ordinary person with red-eye disease arrives in the world of Genshin Impact, it just happens to be during the chaotic demon god war period. Turning left upon exiting, they pick up a weak demon god. What will this kind-hearted person do? A towering enhanced Susanoo stands high above Mondstadt. The super divine, celestial army uproots the ground of Liyue. A giant white fox clad in purple armor strikes at the deity of Inazuma.